Family, something outrageous just happened. The dean of Shrek Academy asked me to make a move on her, and with one move, hell stab, I actually drew blood from her palm, shocking the whole audience. This all started when my master sent me to Shrek City to steal the heavenly forging techniques. I set off with a 100,000-year-old soul bone, and what followed was even more exciting. Let me tell you, this is just ridiculous. The dean of Shrek Academy, an old lady, insisted that I make a move on her. Fine, I thought, let's spar a bit, but when I used hell stab, I ended up drawing blood from her palm right on the spot. The scene was unbelievable. Everyone was stunned. This all has to do with my cheat master. My master is named Douluo Continent, the president of the Forging Association in Tianhai City. A 7-star holy craftsman. Sound impressive, right? One day, he called me to the top floor and started a whole undercover operation. He revealed that my senior brother Mu-chun was actually a traitor, sent by him to infiltrate the divine craftsman. Now that this senior brother was heading to Shrek City, my master urged me to hurry over, get close to him, and use him to steal the heavenly forging techniques back. Listen to this. It's like a Mission Impossible plot, right? He specifically warned me not to believe a word my senior brother said. That guy is selfish and wouldn't genuinely care about me. I thought to myself, this task is a bit too challenging. The next moment, my master pulled out a long wooden box and slapped it onto the table. When I opened it, wow, it was a 100,000-year-old soul bone, the top-notch torso bone. My master said he had exhausted all his resources and connections to get this for me. Family, who understands the pressure that put on me. My name is LinYang, an orphan, 14 years old. Let me briefly introduce myself. I have twin martial souls, wind element and lightning element, and am a level 40 soul master. I'm carrying 2 soul bones. One is the external soul bone of the dark gold fearsome bear that I obtained myself, and the other is the 100,000-year-old blackwater mysterious snake torso bone that my master just gave me. With this configuration, I can say I'm far ahead of my peers. After fusing the soul bone, I also evolved my Qinghuan spirit to 10,000 years, and my soul power shot up to level 40. I packed my things, took the recommendation letter, and hopped on the soul-guided train straight to Shrek City. Rushing and hurrying, I arrived in Shrek City by noon. The scene at the station was packed with people, all there to register. I thought, how long would I have to wait in line? Without a second thought, I activated my martial soul, open wings of wind, and with the astonished shouts of wow, someone is flying, I zipped over their heads. At the academy entrance, a senior in a red uniform named Lon Musi welcomed me. When he saw my recommendation letter, his eyes widened. 14 years old, twin martial souls, level 40 soul master, and already a level 6 forger. This resume would be considered S-level talent anywhere. Without hesitation, he led me inside, saying that I had to pass 9 assessments. He took me into a large building, and there were already 2 other guys waiting. One was named Douluo Continent, a blue-haired handsome guy, looking quite impressive. The other was Su Yuching, with gray hair, pale as if he had just come out of ICU, giving off a vibe of don't come near me. The examiner said, all right, everyone is here. You 3 form a team and start the exam. The first round was a mental strength test. We were taken to a round hall, and when I looked up, there was a massive black dragon painted on the ceiling. The pressure was overwhelming, like a mountain pressing down. The gray-haired guy nearly stumbled, while the blue-haired guy maintained a tense expression, clearly not feeling well. As for me, my body shook once, and in less than a minute, I adapted so easy. The teacher announced on the spot, I and the blue-haired guy scored full marks, while the gray-haired guy got 8 points. The second round was the beast fighting arena, battling soul beasts. We were teleported to a virtual space, facing a 3,000-year-old flame demon lion, roaring and engulfed in flames. The blue-haired Douluo Continent immediately introduced himself. Space element, level 3. The gray-haired Su Yuching coldly stated, dark magic scythe, level 4. I couldn't help but laugh and said, what a coincidence, I'm also an elemental martial soul, twin souls, mastering both wind and lightning, also level 4. With that, we started. I flew up with wings of wind, gave both of them a flying buff, and casually threw out some wind blades to distract the lion. The blue-haired guy used space binding to immobilize the lion, and the gray-haired guy seized the opportunity, charging in with a swift strike, instantly taking down the flame demon lion. Our teamwork was incredibly smooth, and once again, we all scored full marks. The third round was the guillotine array. Let me tell you, the scene was terrifying, with rows of 2-meter-wide guillotines crashing down like dumplings. The sound was chilling. The blue-haired guy said, leave it to me. Suddenly, he shimmered with silver light and teleported to the other side. Then he waved at both of us, and whoosh, we were both transported over in an instant, all in less than 3 seconds. The examiner was stunned, chuckling, saying, do you new students really have to be this competitive? Once again, it was full marks, feeling a bit boring now. Next was the fourth round, showcasing our specialties. The teacher took us to a large room, telling us to wait, and soon we would show our best skills. The blue-haired guy said his specialty was spatial control, while the gray-haired guy said his was powerful output. They both turned to me and asked what my specialty was. I thought for a moment and said, I am particularly long. Those two were speechless and told me to speak properly. I replied, fine, then I'll also go with attack. The gray-haired guy looked at me differently, sensing we were rivals. Before long, the examiner arrived. An old lady, leaning on a cane, walked slowly, struggling to move, and then sat in the main seat, with two middle-aged teachers beside her, looking like true big shots. The blue-haired guy went first, showcasing a spatial teleportation, pulling the gray-haired guy from his spot to his side, and the old lady nodded, signaling him to step down. When it was the gray-haired guy's turn, the old lady stood up and told him to hit her directly. He hesitated for a long time, and when he finally struck, the old lady effortlessly caught the blade with her bare hands, criticizing him for having a soul ring age that was too low and his body being unfit. Finally, it was my turn. The old lady said the same thing. Come, make a move on me. I thought to myself, this is what you asked for. I first revealed the dark gold fearsome bear's claw, infused with lightning, and charged at her with a ziz, only to have her easily block it with one hand, saying that my external soul bone actually limited my power. Hearing this, I got fired up. I said, then let me see if there's a chance to join the Sea God Pavilion. The old lattice eyes lit up and said, continue. This time, I retracted my claws and extended a single finger, compressing and gathering all the power of my lightning martial soul to the extreme of my fingertip. This move was called Hell Stab, one finger through. I shouted, be careful, and jabbed forward. The old lady reacted quickly, slapping me away. But the moment I was sent flying, I switched to my wind martial soul element and floated back to her without a scratch. As for her, she quickly hid her hand behind her back, pretending nothing happened, but I saw clearly she had blood drawn from her palm. Wow. Now the way the old lady looked at me was completely different, as if she were viewing a rare treasure, and she immediately wanted to take me as her apprentice. She introduced herself as Yue'er, the dean of the Outer Academy of Shrek, an elder of the Sea God Pavilion, and one of the previous generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. One impressive resume. But my mind is clear. I said to her, Senior, I'm a member of the Spirit Tower. Who understands this among my family? The plot of the Dragon King legend. Joining the Spirit Tower now. Isn't it just like the legendary 49 years of joining the National Army? I don't want to end up with a fate of eternal fame. I must find a way to jump ship. The old lady waved her hand and said this was not a problem. She would help me pay the breach of contract fee. When I heard that, an opportunity had come, I had to take advantage of it. I said, I have a twin martial soul, and the mental pressure is great. I also need a head soul bone. The old lady turned pale when she heard this and said she didn't have a 100,000-year soul bone unless I scored full marks in the entrance assessment. Only then could she help me negotiate with the pavilion master, and there would be a 50% chance of getting one for me. When I heard this, the prospect of a 100,000-year soul bone was right at my lips, so why hesitate? I immediately knelt on both knees and bowed my head, saying, Disciple pays respects to the teacher. Let me tell you, although this old lady has a bad temper and a strange personality, she truly takes care of her own. A person willing to find a way to get you a 100,000-year soul bone. Can she be a bad person? Even if she is a dark soul master, she is still my good teacher. I am determined to cling to this big leg. I am determined to cling to this big leg. As soon as I shouted teacher, the people around, including the examiners, were taken aback as if they had seen a ghost. Who understands this feeling of directly clinging to the thickest leg in front of everyone? My new teacher, the old lady Kai, is also a straightforward person. She directly announced on the spot, Good child, from today on, you are my disciple, Yue'er. She patted her chest and assured me that in the entire Shrek Academy, besides 3 people I shouldn't provoke, who would dare to touch even a finger of mine. Wow, this backing is harder than the stones on Dragon King Mountain. The assessment was not over, yet we continued to walk inside. The earlier lukewarm Luo Guixing and Su Yuqing now had a complete attitude turnaround, coming over to me in a friendly manner. The two of them had stars in their eyes, saying I had incredible luck to become the dean's disciple right after arriving, and insisted on teaming up with me, aiming straight for the next generation of the Shrek 7 monsters. I thought, sure, the more the merrier. Having many friends opens up multiple paths. Anyway, I can't just follow Tang San around for a lifetime to pick up scraps. I need to have my own team. In the 5th round, we were tested on our secondary professions. For me, this was an easy question. Teacher Longxiu said that if you have a certificate, you don't need to demonstrate on-site, so I directly took out my level 6 blacksmith badge. In that moment, the whole venue fell silent. Teacher Longxiu's mouth was wide open. as if he could fit an egg in it. He, a grown man, had worked hard to reach only level 7 mecha manufacturer, while I, a 14-year-old kid, was already a level 6 blacksmith. I could only humbly explain that it was due to my exceptional talent. I started learning blacksmithing at 6 and leveled up about once a year, but I had been stuck at level 6 for 2 years because soul forging was too difficult. Luo, Guixing, and the others were also level 3 mecha manufacturers, so in this round, the 3 of us all scored full marks. But in the 6th round, I was stunned. Who understands this round assessment was eating steam buns? Each person had a large tray in front of them, piled high, with 35 steam buns. And we had to finish them within half an hour to score full marks, and we weren't allowed to cheat with soul power. I turned green at that moment. I'm on a bottomless pit. I quickly discussed with Luo, Guixing, and the others, saying, "You guys help me eat, and later I'll forge you some spirit alloy, the kind that can be directly integrated into battle armor materials." Their eyes lit up at the mention, and just as they were about to agree, Teacher Longxiu poured cold water on us. "No, the rule is that you can't help others until you achieve full march yourself. That's it, game over." I had to do it myself. Gritting my teeth, I steeled myself and got started. Let me tell you, fortunately, I had that piece of 10,000-year Blackwater Xian snake's bone. My body was as strong as a soul beast, and my stomach wouldn't burst. I just kept shoving them down one after another, going hardcore with the eating. Those 30 minutes were pure hell. I felt like I was about to throw up, but in the end, I managed to finish them all. Full mark secured. After the exam, I immediately began to circulate my energy to digest. Otherwise, I felt like I could explode on the spot. In the 7th level, there is an endurance test, a 10-kilometer run, 1,050-kilogram squats, and 1,000 pull-ups. To me, this is just a warm-up completed in 35 minutes. And I scored full marks again. In the 8th level, it's comprehensive combat against a senior. I have sharp eyes and immediately noticed that the second senior was off. So I reminded my 2 new teammates not to choose her. That girl has the Titan Giant Ape spirit, and anyone who faces her is out of luck. I casually picked the 10th senior, whose spirit is a snow leopard, quite impressive. As soon as I stepped onto the field, I activated my lightning spirit. And with one move, Hell's piercing thrust, I had my fingertip right at her neck. 1 second, KO. Thank you, senior. Level 9, survival assessment. Teacher Longxiu took us to a place similar to the ascending spirit platform, saying that once we entered, it would be a test of teamwork and survival skills. As soon as we entered, my teacher Kai Yue'er and an old man with bright red hair came into the monitoring room outside. The red-haired old man hurriedly asked, "Which one of you is a level 6 blacksmith?" The 3 of us inside explored and eventually entered cave. Guess what we saw? A juvenile, 3-eyed golden lion. The imperial beast. Luo, Guixing, and Su Yuqing were stunned on the spot. But an alarm went off in my head instantly. What a joke. This thing is exclusive to the Child of Destiny. How could it just be lying around here? Isn't this the classic case of a heavenly pie falling down? And there must be a big pit? The moment to test human nature had arrived. I pointed out directly, this is the final challenge, testing our character. No matter how powerful Shrek is, it's impossible for them to conjure up 2 3-eyed golden lions to fish. The 2 of them immediately reacted. If the 3 of us fought over this thing, that would be foolish. We sat there without moving. The next second, a flash of light, and we were out. Teacher Longxiu was applauding, saying we were amazing. The real test of this challenge was to see if we would turn against our companions in the face of great temptation. We were not consumed by desire. Perfect score. After 9 assessments, I scored 90 points. The final item was a 3-way review where 3 big shots gave us comprehensive scores. My teacher Kai Yue'er and that red-haired old man Feng Wuyu were both present. The old man immediately approached me and asked if I was a level 6 blacksmith, then wanted to take me as his disciple, saying my current teacher Duan Xian was not capable and he could make me a soul king in a year, teaching me soul forging. I directly looked at my new mentor, Old Lady Kai. She gave me a look, and I understood, just refuse. I rejected him on the spot. The old man got anxious and said he would give me a 0. As a result, my teacher exploded on the spot, pointing at his nose and scolding. Feng Wuyu, you're talking nonsense. You old man, are you looking to die? How dare you bully my disciple? Well, that aura made Feng Wuyu back down instantly, leaving in a huff. I really hit the jackpot with this thigh to hug. In the end, my overall score was 100, full marks for enrollment. Old Lady Kai directly pulled me out of the group and flew me to redeem the reward of a 10,000-year soul bone. She took me to Sea God Island to meet the 2 big figures she said I shouldn't provoke, the master and vice master of the Sea God Pavilion. When I looked, wow, Qing Tian Douluo Yunming and Holy Spirit Douluo Yali were swinging on a swing at the edge of a cliff, showing off their affection. It was like filming an idol drama. Old Lady Kai went straight to the point, praising me fiercely. 14 years old, level 6 blacksmith, dual martial souls, full marks for enrollment. And then said my request was for a 10,000-year head soul bone. Master Yunming smiled and said that even full marks weren't enough to exchange for a 10,000-year soul bone. My teacher directly threw out the trump card. He broke through my soul power defense during the assessment and injured me. Now Yunming was really interested, saying, "Interesting? Then attack me, and if you can hurt me, I'll give you the soul bone." My teacher panicked, saying, "Aren't you bullying a child?" But Yunming said he would only use soul power to defend with his palm. Fine. My teacher told me to use the hell piercing stab. I gathered all my lightning at my fingertips and stabbed toward his palm with a soft sound. Let me tell you, I broke through the defense of the strongest person on the continent. His palm immediately bled. Family, the mighty Qing Tianduo, couldn't he keep his face? Without saying a word, he threw a golden wooden box from his soul guiding device and instantaneously teleported away, focusing on breaking the defense, but doing it elegantly. Old Lady Kai held the box, grinning from ear to ear. When we returned to her place and opened it, my teacher was shocked. This was no ordinary 10,000-year soul bone. Inside the box, shining silver, was a soul bone from a ferocious beast that had survived a heavenly tribulation. From a 100,000-year-old, nine-tailed celestial fox. What a blood prophet. Old Lady Kai said that fusing it would allow my spiritual power to reach the spirit abyss realm. And in the future, I might even have the hope of breaking through to the limit Douluo. Without hesitation, I got to work. After more than 30 hours, I successfully fused with this ferocious beast soul bone. My soul power soared to level 44, and my spiritual power also broke through to the spirit abyss realm. But this soul bone gave me two skills, one called Celestial Fox Illusion, a powerful combination skill. The other was called Celestial Fox Mark. Wow, isn't this the legendary mental PUA? It can subtly modify other subconscious through the mark. Old Lady Kai immediately warned me that this second skill must not be revealed to outsiders. Just say I fused with a 50,000-year soul bone with only one skill. I understood this thing was too much like the methods of evil soul masters. After sorting out the soul bone, the next step was to enhance my soul spirit. I told my teacher about my plan, that I wanted to evolve my Qingwan soul spirit to 10,000 years first. After hearing my plan, Old Lady Kai frowned and said this matter was not simple, but she could help me. Most importantly, she urged me to quickly withdraw from the transmission spirit tower. She said my talent was too frightening, and if I didn't leave now, the transmission spirit tower would definitely take advantage of me and bind me tightly in the future. She was willing to negotiate with the transmission spirit tower on my behalf for compensation. This teacher, truly incredible. While I was in closed-door meditation digesting this huge harvest, my teacher casually inquired about the overall situation of the new students. Wow, Wu Changkong's 4 disciples, that is, Tang Wulin's small team, also completed the assessment, and their scores were extremely high. All 4 were arranged in the work-study student dormitory. As a result, my teacher's expression was quite interesting as she said to me, "Want to be the future leader of the Shrek 7 monsters? Just being able to fight isn't enough. You have to know how to rally people." She directly pointed me to a clear path, becoming a work-study student. She said that place was full of monsters, not to mention Tang Wulin's 4. There was also a second-year class leader, all top talents, absolutely my strongest support. Hearing this, I thought, fine, since you've spoken, what else could I say? I directly handled the procedures, got the school uniform and key, and headed straight to the legendary work-study student dormitory. On the way, I even called my 2 buddies, Luo Guixing and Su Yuqing, to tell them I'd become a work-study student and asked them to come find me later. Family, who understands? I was stunned at that time. Following the map, wow, I thought I'd entered a slum by mistake. That broken house, compared to the main teaching building, was simply like a war-torn scene in Syria, feeling like a gust of wind could blow it down. I found my room, pushed the door in, and hey, there was someone inside. A skinny little guy with an unhappy face asked what I was doing. I said I was a new student assigned here. He straightforwardly told me to get lost, saying it was inconvenient for him, and told me to find another broken place to clean up and live in. I thought, this temper is quite fierce. But who am I? I directly extended my hand, smiling. Let us introduce ourselves. I'm LinYang, a level 6 blacksmith. Let me tell you, as soon as those 5 words left my mouth, his eyes went wide. He told me his name was Yue'er, a level 5 mecha repairer. Isn't this a coincidence? I immediately painted a big pie, saying we could cooperate. I would provide the spirit alloy, and we could directly make a full-body battle armor. He was clearly tempted, saying their classes, designer and manufacturer, were also nearing level 5. Seeing the opportunity, I directly revealed my intentions, smiling. Pleasure to cooperate, class leader Yuan and Yue'er. As soon as I finished speaking, her face went cold, and that look shot out icy glares. Since you know I'm a girl, why aren't you avoiding suspicion? At that moment, I got a bit cheeky and pointed next door. Isn't that just fine? Look at Tang Lin's room, 2 boys and 2 girls. I heard they've already started putting up curtains. Why don't we do the same? I promised not to peek. As a result, her face turned as dark as a pot bottom, and if it weren't for my status as a level 6 blacksmith, I probably would have been thrown out on the spot. In the end, I had no choice but to move next door, but I managed to get the contact information. Mission accomplished. As soon as I arrived at that broken house next door, my 2 good buddies, Douluo Continent and Su Yuqing, came over. Looking at my dorm that resembled a beggar's den, they were speechless, but in the end, they had to roll up their sleeves. One used his spatial abilities to help me throw out garbage, and the other used his martial soul to help me trim the bedboard. Guess what? I managed to persuade them, saying that work-study students are the future of Shrek and the ticket to becoming part of the 7 monsters. They got so excited that they actually went to apply to be work-study students too. That night, feeling bored, I thought about checking out some iconic scenes from the storyline. Let me tell you, I walked into a drink bar holding skewers, and sure enough, Tang Lin and his 3 friends were right there. I casually sat down and introduced myself. Hey, I'm LinYang, the new work-study student. Let us be friends. After a few exchanges, we became closer, and I shared my skewers with them. While we were eating, I noticed that Yuan and Yue'er was actually working there as a waitress. Just as I ordered a drink, a loud voice came from the next table. A blonde guy, looking all flashy, was harassing Yuan insisting on getting her contact information. Guys, I couldn't stand this. I stood up and walked over, wrapping my arm around Yuan's shoulder and smiling at the blonde dude. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to ask for my girlfriend's contact information? The blonde exploded, saying I was like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I immediately switched to my dad is better than yours mode, bringing out my teachers, Silver Moon Doa and Sky Soaring Doa, the Tang sect leader, and completely intimidated him on the spot. He turned green with rage, spat out a harsh remark about me praying that Yuan wasn't an evil soul master, and then ran away in disgrace. It was like a pure love battle god had fallen. After the blonde left, I discussed with Yuan and found out that guy was actually her classmate, named Lu Jingyu from the Angel family, and he was a level 5 mecha manufacturer. What a coincidence! With a fighter, a repairman, and a manufacturer all in one, our battle armor team was practically formed. Back in the dorm, Douluo Continent and Su Yuqing had already made the beds waiting for me. My dorm directly upgraded from a single room to a 3-person room. The next day was the opening ceremony, and let me tell you, the teachers came flying down from the sky. The atmosphere was intense. The dean of the outer college, my teacher Kai Lao, started off with a pressure output, saying that if anyone failed the small or big tests, they could get lost, making the new students turn pale. Then came the class division, and our class teacher, named Wu Chongkong, was as handsome as an ice sculpture, while the other, named Shun Yi, was a big beauty. Once in the classroom, the 7 of us work-study students and those young geniuses on the talent list instinctively sat together. After class, I generously used the contribution points my teacher gave me to treat our work-study team and a few newly acquainted geniuses to a meal in the cafeteria. Tang Lin's appetite was truly terrifying. It felt like he could eat us all under the table. Just as we were enjoying our meal, a muscular man with red hair rushed in like a lion, his voice booming to the point the entire cafeteria was buzzing as he called out for Tang Lin by name. Tang Lin, looking confused, raised his hand, and the muscular man stepped right in front of him, his huge hand reaching for his shoulder, giving him no chance to react. Let me tell you, watching Tang Lin being taken away, we were all dumbfounded. It was my buddy next to me, named LinYang, who remained relatively calm. He shrugged and said, "Oh, that's the president of the Forging Association, Feng Wuyu, an 8-star master craftsman. He probably wants to take Tang Lin as his disciple." Well, collecting disciples felt like kidnapping. That style was something else altogether. Another guy named Douluo Continent added that this old man wanted to forcibly recruit LinYang at the beginning of the semester, but was dealt with by our Kai Lao. Sounds like an old stubborn man. Tang Lin's friends from Donghai City were panicking, and Xie immediately started calling for teacher Wu Chongkong. After the meal, everyone went their separate ways. As our work-study group walked to the small grove in front of the dormitory, we were stopped by someone. A blonde guy looking all flashy rushed over to me and bluntly asked, "Where's your girlfriend? I need to confirm her identity. Her martial soul might be a fallen angel, which could threaten your safety." I was thinking, what girlfriend? To prove he was crazy, he activated his martial soul, and a pair of large white wings spread out from his back. with 3 purple soul rings, looking incredibly holy, claiming he was from the angel family and could sense evil soul masters. My roommate, Douluo Continent, was shocked. You have a girlfriend? I told him to head back first before I confronted the blonde. I told him, her name is Yue'er, a work-study student, and also your class monitor. Yes, her martial soul is a fallen angel, but she is not an evil soul master. She was personally brought back by the sky-soaring Dalu, and the academy can vouch for her. The blonde, named LinYang, was conflicted upon hearing this. Monitor? Isn't his class monitor a guy? I deadpanned. She asked cross-dressing. He was at a loss for words, eventually managing to say, then you take care of her. He insisted on adding me on social media, saying that in case something happened, he wanted to be able to reach me. After adding him as a friend, I immediately asked, what level is your secondary profession? He perked up, proudly saying, what? Want to collaborate on battle armor? You must be at least a level 4 blacksmith. I'm a level 3 mecha manufacturer, almost level 4. I laughed and pulled my badge out of my pocket, waving in front of him, level 6 blacksmith, is that enough? When the badge touched his hand, it was like he was struck by lightning, his eyes wide as saucers, stuttering, why you? Level 6? I tell you, his expression was priceless. A young master from a holy angel family, who had seen it all, was completely silenced by just one badge. I figured his CPU was about to overheat. A level 6 blacksmith at his age was practically a future divine craftsman in reserve. I pressed on, I can forge with spirit alloy. Yue'er is a level 5 mecha repairman. With your level 3, you might be holding us back. Dude, your face-changing speed is comparable to AI generating images in a second. LinYang immediately backtracked, saying I was just kidding. I'm a level 5 mecha manufacturer. I'm also a designer. My aunt from the Tang sect is a level 7 mecha designer. You forge spirit alloy for her, and she designs battle armor for us. This deal was going to happen. We immediately finalized the collaboration. I told him that both Yue'er and I had twin martial souls, which surprised him again. He hurriedly mentioned the metals his aunt needed and requested a fusion rate above 70%. I dropped the bomb. Since last year, my fusion forging has never dropped below 80%. He was completely convinced. Before leaving, I casually asked his aunt's age. He became extremely wary, thinking I had ulterior motives. I explained it was for long-term collaboration. Of course, geniuses should collaborate with geniuses. Only then did he say his aunt was 23, definitely a future divine-level designer. All right, this was a solid plan. He hurried off to find his aunt. I went to knock on Yue'er's door and told her about the situation. She felt a bit embarrassed, thinking her mecha repair skills wouldn't be of much help. I teased her. LinYang still thinks of you as my girlfriend. Her face instantly turned cold. She glared at me, took a while to gather her words, and squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. Please behave yourself. Then she slammed the door shut. Hey, look at you. Yeah. Please don't let me down. I've written the script for this, just waiting for you to perform. The next day in class, we elected class leaders. Teacher Shun announced right away. The forging committee member will be Tang San. Tang San was still processing this when Douluo Continent beside me immediately raised his hand and started a commotion. Teacher, why doesn't he have to compete? Teacher Shun explained that Tang San was a level 4 forger and no one could compete with him. Douluo Continent laughed directly. Teacher Shun, did you not read all of our admission materials? The icy-faced teacher Wu Chong stepped in, coldly asking, what do you want to say? My 2 roommates were really supportive. Su Yuqing also stood up to back him up, saying, Teacher, this is too arbitrary. Wu Chong became even colder and said directly, all forgers, stand up. If you're not level 4, sit down. With a clatter, only Tang San and I were left standing. Wu Chong stared at me arrogantly. Tang San became a level 4 forger at 10. If you're not level 5, sit down now. I smiled. So, he was level 4 3 years ago? That's unfortunate. I became level 5 3 years ago and just tested for level 6 last year. I paused, looking at the 2 of them, and continued. Shrek Academy is not a dictatorship. If the teacher cannot even respect the students, I will consult my teacher and ask for 2 new teachers. Wu Chong gritted his teeth and asked, who is your teacher? I calmly stated my title. Silver Moondaw Old Kai. Teacher Wu, any advice? That icy-faced teacher turned green, so angry he couldn't speak. In the end, it was Teacher Shun who came out to mediate, apologized to me, and announced that I would be the forging committee member. Next came the main event. The class leader and vice class leaders will be decided by a free-for-all battle, a battle royale mode, where the last one standing would be the class leader. More than 100 of us were taken to a large hall, each entering an egg-shaped simulation pod. After a whirlwind of dizziness, when I opened my eyes, I was already in a vast forest. I used my mental power to locate Wu Sidua and joined her. We decided not to rush and just lay low for now. We focused on companionship, flying up into the sky to watch the chaos below. Luo Guixing and his team of 7 were fighting against Tang Wulin's 4-person team and some solo players, creating a tumultuous scene. In the end, Tang Wulin and Guyu barely won, but were exhausted. With 10 remaining, the area shrank, leading to the final brawl. The scene changed, and we 10 were teleported to a round clearing. Su Yuqing and Zheng Yiran's groups, particularly Taciturn, immediately focused their attacks on the weakest, Tang Wulin and Guyu. Tang Wulin fought desperately, taking one down, but was eliminated himself, and seeing that she couldn't hold out alone, Guyu withdrew. Now 7 remained. I looked at them and said, "You all retreat. The rest is up to me and Wu Sidua." Zheng Yiran was unconvinced. Why should we? I didn't bother to argue. Directly activating my ultimate move, enhancing my 2nd and 3rd soul skills, and commanding my 4th soul skill, Storm, to attack. A gale swept through, and suddenly, the world was quiet, leaving only me and Wu Sidua. Wu Sidua looked at me with a serious gaze. "You're strong, but I will win." She immediately used her martial soul fusion technique, transforming into a gigantic nether white tiger, exuding a fierce aura. Unfortunately, her opponent was me. I raised my hand and struck with a dark gold terror claw, taking her down instantly. Family, who understands? It's that simple and brutal. When we emerged from the simulation pod, the entire class's attention was like a spotlight focused on me. The result was without suspense. I was the class leader, and the vice class leaders were Wu Sidua and the last one standing, Zheng Yiran. In the afternoon, the other class committee members were also chosen. Zheng Yiran became the design committee member. Luo Guixing was the manufacturing committee member, and surprisingly, Wu Sidua was the repair committee member. A delicate beauty turned out to be a mech repairer, which was quite a contrast. It was amazing. I tell you, our class committee was like an all-star lineup. Out of 7 positions, we 4 filled them all. Me as the class leader and forging committee member. Zheng Yiran and Wu Sidua as vice class leaders, one in charge of design and the other of repair, plus Luo Guixing overseeing manufacturing. This was essentially the core team of a startup, juggling multiple roles. When I returned to the dormitory, I was shocked. Lu Jingyu was brazenly sitting in my room, and even set up the top bunk for himself. I was stunned. "Wait, buddy, are you also becoming a work-study student? Are you a rich 2nd generation trying to experience life?" He smirked, looking quite proud, just finding something to do, and helping to keep an eye on our esteemed class leader. I realized this guy was not just here for the experience. However, he was indeed enduring. The conditions in the work-study dormitory were no better than a pigsty. And for a pampered young master like him, I could imagine he was already feeling frustrated. I couldn't be bothered with his little schemes and directly brought up the project progress. "I'll head to the Forger Association soon. How long will it take for your aunt to finish the blueprints?" Lu Jingyu perked up immediately, grinning. I told her, 1 set of spirit-forged alloy battle armor in exchange for 3 sets of standard battle armor designs. Her eyes lit up, and she pushed aside a pile of work, saying she would definitely have the blueprints ready within a week. The next day in class, Teacher Shun immediately assigned KPIs to us class committee members. First, he asked everyone to report to their respective secondary vocational associations, and joining was entirely voluntary, but there were discounts for those who did. Then, Teacher Wu Changkong gave a lecture on mecha concepts. After class, a tally showed that out of the more than 100 students in the class, only 9, including me and Tang Wulin, chose forging. It was said that this broke the historical record. After class, Teacher Shun kept the 4 of us class committee members behind and handed us a hot potato. Aside from the 4 of you, divide the remaining students into 8 groups, ensuring that the strength is balanced. He also gave us a student registration form that listed each person's martial soul, soul power, and secondary vocational level, asking us to figure it out ourselves. Upon hearing this, I was immediately displeased. Balanced distribution? Isn't this just advanced students helping the less advanced ones? Essentially implementing targeted poverty alleviation? I looked at the list and saw that among the forgers, there were varying levels from level 1 to level 4. I directly spoke up. "Teacher, I don't think this is right." Zheng Yiran was a bit flustered and quietly reminded me not to go against the teacher. I ignored her and voiced my opinion. Everyone comes to Shrek to strive for their own internal drive, not to be a saint helping the masses. The strong should team up with the strong, and the weak should work hard to catch up. Putting a level 4 forger in the same group as several level 1 designers or manufacturers. Aren't we just holding them back? Should we wait until Lin is a level 6 forger while his teammates are still at level 1, unable to even draw the battle armor blueprints? Holding that registration form, I marched straight to Teacher Shin's office and repeated my thoughts, using Lin as an example. If this rule is set in stone, then geniuses like Lin will be wasted. He has to forge like a poverty alleviation officer for novice teammates, while also spending his own money to find upperclassmen for designs. What will people say behind our backs? That we, the class committee, are your lackeys, colluding to deceive our classmates. Teacher Shun's face turned green with anger, and he directly stated, LinYang, don't think that just because you have some talent, you can ignore the academy's rules. If you have the ability, go find Elder Kai. If she agrees, you can do it your way. If she disagrees, you better divide the groups well today, or you can forget about being the forging committee member. All right, that was exactly what I was waiting for. Without saying another word, I took out my soul guide device and called Elder Kai, confirming she was in the inner courtyard. I hopped on a small boat and headed straight for Sea God Lake. When I arrived at Elder Kai's place, I explained the situation. Elder Kai listened and was incredibly imposing, glancing at me and saying, "That kid makes a good point. Has it always been right, just because it has been done this way since ancient times? The Academy arranges groupings for mutual progress, not for poverty alleviation. Just do it your way. From now on, groups will be divided directly by secondary vocational levels. Level 1 in one group, level 2 in another. And the strong can go to lower level groups for an advantage, but the lower level ones shouldn't think they can sneak into the higher level groups." And then, the climax came, folks. Elder Kai took out a bunch of perks for me. First, she gave me a token, saying I could directly challenge the Soul Tower. And she had already had title Douluo Continent help me delete my record from the Soul Tower. Then she said she had already arranged for the upperclassmen to take me to the Ascension platform, Lan Muzi and Tang San, both level 7 Soul Saints. The future big brother and big sister would help me grind the high-level Ascension platform, ensuring I could produce a 10,000-year soul spirit within the day. I was so moved I could hardly contain myself, feeling that this teacher was worth it for the promise to help them forge the 3-character battle armor. She was now giving me such great benefits. Excited, I asked when we would depart, and Elder Kai smiled, telling me not to rush, and that she would contact the upperclassmen first. Just as I was about to leave, the Holy Spirit, Yali, suddenly appeared like a ghost, and the two began to whisper. I heard Yali sigh, "Yue'er, you shouldn't test him like that." Elder Kai also sighed. "We have to see his true heart." Goodness, I was left in shock. It turned out the candy earlier was just a setup, and there was a big trap waiting for me later. My heart sank, but I steeled myself and flew toward the Soul Tower with my wind wings. The tower was magnificent, piercing the clouds. Holding Elder Kai's token, I had a smooth ride, led by a staff member into a red exclusive elevator. The elevator ascended for a full minute, and when the door opened, I was stunned. Outside was a sea of clouds, like a fairyland. The staff led me into a room where a stunning red-haired beauty sat, exuding an incredible aura. It was the master of the Soul Tower, titled Dalu Yaoju. Upon seeing me, she smiled warmly, but then said something that threw me off. Yue'er told me to delete your records, but I haven't. I give you a chance. Are you willing to be an undercover agent for the Soul Tower embedded in Shrek Academy? We can give you 4 legendary soul rings, making you an ultimate Douluo. At that moment, my mind buzzed. My first reaction was not excitement, but disgust. This script was way too familiar, right? I suppressed my anger and asked her, "Senior, is this your idea or my teacher's?" Lung Yaoju was momentarily taken aback, probably not expecting me to ask that, but she continued to sweeten the deal. "As long as you agree, soul bones, status, whatever you want, we'll provide." My heart sank. I regarded you as a mentor, and you treat me like a guinea pig for pressure testing? I coldly said, "Senior, isn't this kind of testing a bit too much?" I was sure this was definitely Elder Kai's idea. Otherwise, Lung Yaoju wouldn't dare to play this way. Wasn't she afraid I'd report her? Indeed, the so-called trust was worthless. Seeing my reaction, Lung Yaoju sighed as well, probably thinking the act had flopped, and had to say, "Come on, I'll take you to the Soul Tower." I followed her expressionlessly, cursing Elder Kai 1,000 times in my heart. Once inside the Soul Tower, I held back my anger and, in less than half an hour, broke through 11 levels, obtaining a Pikachu-like Thunder Beast Soul Spirit, with my soul power skyrocketing to level 45. After coming out, Lung Yaoju took me to meet upperclassmen Lan Muzi and Tang San. These two were quite interesting, showing off their affection right in front of me. Senior Tang San even joked that if I were in her class, she would fall for me instead, making Senior Lan Muzi visibly shy. Then, the 3 of us entered the high-level Ascension platform. Thanks to title Douluo we didn't encounter any Ascension platform guardians this time. We crazily harvested for over 5 hours, and I directly leveled the Qingyuan soul spirit to 10,000 years, while the other two also evolved to 10,000 years. When I came out of the Ascension platform, buff stacked high, I was practically floating in an excited state, and because my mental strength was strong enough, I didn't even faint. Just then, a major boss appeared out of nowhere. The true boss of the Soul Tower, titled Douluo, directly blocked me. He looked at me with a smile and repeated the undercover pitch from earlier, adding, "The Soul Tower will give you a 10,000-year soul bone and a Thunder Hell Vine Soul Spirit to help you become an ultimate Douluo, even a master of the Sea God Pavilion." Let me tell you, at that moment, I really laughed. The disappointment of being backstabbed by my own teacher and the naked temptation in front of me formed a stark contrast. I looked up and smiled at him. All right, but I want the benefits up front. Once the seed of suspicion is planted, it will only grow into a towering tree. Since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Seeing that I had taken the bait, Qiangu Dongfeng smiled in satisfaction and handed me a storage ring. I took it, instantly transferring the 10,000-year soul bone and a bunch of resources into my own ring, then returned the empty ring to him. Just as I was preparing to fill out the employment application, the door was kicked open with a bang, and the Holy Spirit, Dalu, and title Dongfeng barged in to snatch me away, engaging in an extreme tug-of-war with Qiangu Dongfeng. In the end, it was Senior Yali who took my hand and led me out. All the way, she was giving me psychological counseling, saying that old Kai just had that kind of personality, that he meant no harm, and even handed me a wooden box, saying it was a gift from her. I was saying hum out loud, but inside I was already haha. That evening when I saw old Kai, she also had a face full of regret and apologized to me. I, on the surface, respectfully bowed and took my leave, but inside, that string in my heart snapped. I felt relieved, as if I was no longer bound. Just as I reached the bottom of the dormitory building, I saw a sneaky figure crouched by Yuan in Yue'er's window, holding a dagger and preparing to pry open the window latch. I focused and thought, good heavens, it's that little brat, Xie. Trying to peep? No way. Without a second thought, I kicked him away with a whip kick, sending him crashing into the wall next door. Just then, the curtain was lifted and I thought, oh no. I saw everything I shouldn't have. Yuan in Yue'er had just finished showering, completely naked, and that perfect silhouette flashed before my eyes. She instantly reacted. In the next second, she rushed out in her school uniform, her face a mix of shame and anger, and saw the fallen Xie and me standing aside, sternly asking, what happened? I quickly grabbed her, who was about to explode, and comforted her. He was trying to peep, and I caught him before he could see anything clearly and kicked him away. Don't be angry. Scum like him must be kicked out of Shrek. In front of everyone, I directly exposed the matter. I said, you all must give me an explanation for this. That bastard Xie pried open the window while Yuan in Yue'er was showering. If I hadn't happened to catch him, the consequences would be unthinkable. Good heavens, as soon as I said this, the whole place went silent. Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Xie, who was burying his head in his pants, not daring to make a sound. Lu Jingyu and his two friends sensed something was off and immediately stood by my side, showing their righteousness. Lu Jingyu directly exploded. It's a disgrace to be classmates with such scum. Peeping at girls showering? How could you even think of that? Xie was still being stubborn, saying things like I didn't mean to, I thought there was a thief in Pa. I couldn't help but laugh, and said, you're quite self-righteous, huh? No witties. You're about to be kicked out of Shrek anyway. Guess what happened next? That kid Tang San actually tried to mediate, coming out and saying something like LinYang. Can we talk? Anyway, Yue'er wasn't seen, so it was just a misunderstanding. I got furious instantly, rolling my eyes. PiercesCai, you make it sound so easy, standing there and talking without any pain. Why don't you try having your girlfriend shower while someone pries the window? I hope you can be as magnanimous then. His one sentence left him speechless. He knew he was in the wrong, but he wanted to protect his buddy, caught in a dilemma. Guyu beside him was more clear-headed, snorting coldly, and pulled Su Xiaoyan away, too lazy to even look at them. Lu Jingyu was really supportive, taking a step forward and starting to show off his background. Although I don't want to bully others with my power, dealing with people like you is not excessive. Remember, my grandfather is Lu Jing, the Limit Daw, a forward battle armor master, and the commander of the Southern Army of the Federation, a general. After saying this, the three of them returned to the dormitory, making their support for me very clear. I held Yue'er's hand, pointing at Xie and Tang San, and said, now, come with me to the dean's office. When we reached the dean's office, wow, The scene was quite impressive. Old Kai, Yue'er, and the three homeroom teachers from our first and second years, Wu Changkong, Shen Yi, and Long Xiao, were all sitting there waiting. Old Kai had a dark face, demanding xie to explain. That kid was still using the same excuse, saying he was under a lot of pressure and couldn't sleep, went out for a stroll, and thought there was a thief because he saw the light. I found it so funny that I interrupted. Nonsense. Let me use my spiritual power to control him, and I guarantee he'll spill the truth. But then Wu Changkong, that ice-cold face, actually dared to yell at me. What does it have to do with you? Be quiet and listen. I exploded at that moment. Who understands my girlfriend was wronged, and I can't even speak? I pointed at his nose and cursed. If you shout again, I'll kill you. What? Are you amazing because your girlfriend died? You're so great for falling in love with an evil spirit master? Now your disciple makes a mistake, and you still protect him. What are you? You're looking for death. Wu Changkong's killing intent, let me tell you, exploded instantly, and if old Kai and T quickly stepped in to calm him down, I would have probably ended up in serious trouble right there. Old Kai glared at me. What nonsense are you talking about? I sneered and looked at these officials protecting each other, saying, does he dare to say he didn't hear the sound of water in the dormitory? He was definitely there to peep. This matter is non-negotiable. I want to see the Holy Spirit Douluo. Let her come and give me justice. As soon as these words came out, old Kai was taken aback, a hint of loss flashing in her eyes, but quickly turned into unwavering determination. She said, what kind of teacher lets a student down twice in one day? Today I'll give you justice. Use your soul bone skills to control him. Yue'er, that old man, got anxious, saying that Yue'er didn't suffer any loss, so just compensate a little contribution point. Old Kai directly revealed her trump card. Today, it's either you take action, or you listen to me. Whoever is not convinced, I'll take LinYang to join the war god temple. Now Yue'er didn't dare to say a word. Shen Yi still wanted to play the emotional card, asking me to give her some face and not make a big deal out of it. I directly replied with 2 words, not convinced. Why not make a big deal? Why should I give in? I grinned, adding fuel to the fire. If it doesn't work, I'll just go to the spirit transmission tower. The ancient east wind invited me today, and I still Haven claimed my 10,000-year soul bone. As I spoke, I didn't give him time to react, my eyes flashing with silver light, directly locking on his xie, and asked him, repeat what just happened, word for word. Xie's eyes instantly became dazed, and he started spilling the beans. I was confused while cultivating under a lot of pressure, saw the light, and thought there was a thief. Went over to the window, heard the sound of water, was very curious. So I pried open the window latch with a dagger, and was about to pull the curtain when LinYang kicked me away. This was it, solid evidence. Everyone fell silent. But then Shen Yi, not giving up, actually tried to wash it away, saying that he said it wasn't intentional, just a good intention gone wrong. I was so angry I laughed. Can he knock on the door? This operation, I can only say, is too abstract. Yesterday, you all were acting like a dictatorship, and today you are making mistakes with such righteousness. Why should I forgive you? The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. That's what you are. This sentence directly scolded Yue'er into silence, his face darkening. Just then, another peacemaker, Feng Wuyu, came in, glaring at Tang San, meaning if it weren't for him being my disciple, he would be finished. I couldn't be bothered with them, so I held Yue'er's hand and looked at old Kai. Old Kai was also tough, directly taking out a soul guide. I'm calling Sister Yali over. She can't handle these 2 old men alone, so she directly called for help. She started complaining into the soul guide. Sister Yali, Kai Yue'er, am powerless. My disciple is being bullied, and they're trying to use their power to suppress us. If you don't come soon, I'll have to take LinYang to join the war god temple. A female voice came from the soul guide, and before she could speak, another older voice exploded. If you dare to go to the war god temple, I'll skin you alive. Wait, Yali and I will be there soon. I want to see who dares to bully my people. As soon as this voice came out, both old men Yue'er and Feng Wuyu felt their scalps tingle, not daring to breathe. A few minutes later, before the people arrived, the voice came first. What is going on? Why is everyone standing here? I want to see who has the audacity to bully my Yue'er to the point of wanting to leave home. As soon as the words fell, an old lady, frail and leaning on a cane, walked in with the support of the Holy Spirit Douluo. She glanced over and directly asked, who is the victim? Tell me, what great injustice has happened? I pointed at Xie and summed it up in 3 sentences. He was peeping at my girlfriend while she was taking a shower, and I caught him in the act. Then his elder tried to use their influence to protect him. Impressive. The old lady's gaze instantly turned icy. Who dares to argue? If you can't speak, then just stay with me at the Sea God Pavilion. You won't be able to leave before I die. Yue'er still wanted to plead. But the old lady shot back. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. Can soul masters now kill without consequence? She retorted. Wu Changkong still wanted to play the master-disciple bond, saying he would take the blame for his disciple, but the old lady exposed his past on the spot. You, back then, escaped with an evil soul master, and you still have the face to pretend to be a good person? In the end, the old lady struck her cane and directly announced, Feng Wuyo, Yue'er, go to the Sea God Pavilion for confinement. Wu Changkong, seal your cultivation and go to Shrek prison for 10 years. Xie, expelled from the academy. Lin, find 100,000 contribution points as compensation for the victim. Anyone have any objections? The room fell silent. Who would dare object? After the old lady finished speaking, she pointed, and a beam of black and white light directly sealed Wu Changkong's cultivation. Then she took Yali and trembled away, hiding her merits and fame. In the office, Old Kai looked at the downcast Tang Lin and Xie and issued a final ultimatum. Once they left, Old Kai asked me, Now, do you forgive the teacher? I didn't say anything, and she smiled bitterly, letting us go back. When we walked out of the building, Yue'er whispered a thank you to me. I squeezed her hand and said, Do I need to say thank you for helping your girlfriend? She didn't retort, but instead took the initiative to wrap her arms around mine. I felt a stir in my heart, and suddenly remembered that I had 2 identical 10,000-year evil demon whale king right leg bones in my storage soul guide. One from the ancient east wind, and one from Yali. I couldn't help but lift her chin and kiss her directly. She was taken aback for a moment, then awkwardly responded to me. Back at the dorm area, she grabbed my hand and whispered, You, stay over here. I was overjoyed and told her to go back first. I would be there soon. I went back to my dormitory to pack my things. Lu Jingyu and the others saw me packing and asked where I was going. I proudly tossed my head. I'm going to find my girlfriend. I'm not living with you single dogs anymore. The 3 of them immediately fell apart, gritting their teeth as they watched me leave. But I have to tell you a secret. I left a spiritual mark on Xie, called the Sky Fox Mark. Over at their dorm, Tang Lin was still sad about the broken brotherhood, while Xie was saying he didn't care, but deep down he was already starting to resent it. Under the catalyst of this resentment, my mark was instantly activated. In less than an hour, I had completely controlled him. I would like to call this operation the Cyber Shinxian Jump. From now on, there would be an informant by Tang Lin's side. Just thinking about it was thrilling. I was secretly delighted when I suddenly thought of something, leaping out of bed and shouting to the bed next door. Yuan in Yue'er? She immediately replied, What's wrong? Don't sleep. Get up and work. I'm but a few soul bones. You help me protect the law. Tomorrow, I'll help you. She sat up in her pajamas, looking puzzled, but I don't have any soul bones. I took out the 2 identical 10,000-year soul bones from my soul guide, walked to her bedside, looked into her eyes, and said, I have them. 2 pieces, identical, 1 for each of us. Noti said. The next morning, we both went to class feeling refreshed. After merging with the 100,000-year soul bone, my soul power shot up to level 46. In the classroom, teacher Shun had red eyes, probably saddened by the situation with Wu Changkong. She announced that we would be creating mechas this semester and talked about group assignments. I was grouped with Wu Si Duo, Zheng, Iran, and the others. I directly suggested that we skip wasting time on those low-level mechas and aim for battle armor instead. Of course, everyone agreed with me. After class at noon, I was about to go to the Blacksmith Association to forge alloys for Lu Zhengyu's aunt when I suddenly received a call from a cold male voice. I'm at the Shrek City Blacksmith Association. Come find me now. When I saw the caller ID, I couldn't help but laugh. It was my good senior brother Muchun. When I arrived at the shabby Blacksmith Association on the 3rd floor and pushed the door open, I saw Muchun sitting there with a cold expression. As soon as he spoke, he warned me not to target his precious disciple Tang Lin again and try to use his heavenly forging skills to intimidate me. I laughed at that, thinking how bold he was to come alone to meet me. I leisurely said, Senior brother, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? Before he could react, his pupils suddenly shrank because he saw PiercesCai entering the office. Muchun, you dare to threaten my disciple? You have quite the nerve. The rest was simple. Muchun's spiritual power was nothing in front of PiercesCai. I wasn't polite either and directly placed a heavenly fox mark on him. Although I couldn't fully control him, it was enough to influence his subconscious. Now in his mind, he believed he was betraying his sect to endure humiliation for the greater good, and I was his younger brother, who he must nurture into a powerful craftsman. As for Tang Lin, he could stay wherever he liked. By the end of the afternoon, I had gained a free holy craftsman level laborer to help me finish the spirit-forged alloy. That night, I returned to the dormitory, handed the alloy to Lu Zhengyu, and then took out another piece of the 100,000-year evil spirit Orca King right leg bone, smiling as I handed it to Yihui. She was both surprised and delighted, walked over, kissed my face, and then sat down cross-legged to begin merging. Once she successfully merged, her soul power smoothly broke through to level 40, becoming a soul zone. I told her that I'd take care of the spirit matter and help her get a powerful spirit from the spirit tower, then take her to the ascension platform to evolve into a 10,000-year spirit. After hearing this, she tightly hugged me, buried her head in my arms, and spoke softly like a mosquito. "Can I stay in your embrace?" What could I say? I told her that given the atmosphere at that moment, I directly held her tightly and reassured her not to be afraid because I would always be there for her. The main point was companionship. The next day, I took her to the spirit tower to level up. It was like cutting through a watermelon. We pushed through to the 12th floor in no time, helping her defeat the diamond monkey spirit in just a few minutes. Conveniently, I also pushed my own electric rat, the thunder bee spirit, up to 40,000 years. I wasn't mindlessly leveling up. The soul skills with such a high age consumed too much mana, and my mana couldn't handle it. As long as it was sufficient. It was fine since I still had the wind element ultimate move as a trump card. After returning, Yuan Hui's mood visibly improved. We wandered around Shrek City, eating and enjoying ourselves like we were on a date, and only returned to the dormitory when it got dark. However, just a few days of good times later, trouble came knocking. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Yuan Hui and I were practicing when she went to open the door, revealing Su Xiaoyan. Looking timid. The moment Yuan Hui saw her, her expression instantly turned cold. She had always suspected that the incident with Xiesia last time was reported by these people. Su Xiaoyan weakly said she was level 30 now and wanted to ask us for help in the spirit tower, even offering a climbing qualification as a reward. Let me tell you, Yuan Hui's temper flared up. After hearing that, she bluntly said, "We don't need it," and then slammed the door shut. Su Xiaoyan outside was left in an awkward situation. Yuan Hui turned to me and complained, "Why are all the new students this year so bizarre? They still have the face to come find us." I just smiled and said, "They're casting a wide net. What if they catch a fish?" Not long after, there was another knock, knock, knock. I thought to myself, is it not over yet? Yuan Hui was already annoyed and told me to open the door. When I looked, I saw Lu Zhengyu jumping up and down in excitement at the door like a silly dog. "Hurry, hurry, come with me. My aunt wants to see you." I was puzzled. Why would his aunt want to see me? He mysteriously mentioned some big business. I said I didn't need money and was about to close the door, but he clung to the door frame as if he would kneel down if I didn't go, saying that if I didn't he would be in big trouble. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, I could only greet Yuan Hui and follow him. On the way, he asked me when I would learn soul forging, then told me that Tang Sect had a secret experiment to forge 4,000 tons of rare metals, which would be purified down to only 500 grams, with a reward of 100,000-year soul bone. Upon hearing 4,000 tons, I turned to leave, thinking it was a joke. I'd die from the 1,000 forges, let alone soul forging. But when I heard about purifying it down to 500 grams, I immediately stopped. I might not be good at soul forging, but when it comes to purification, I can tell you in the whole Douluo Continent, I will be second to none. This job I can take. Following him to a place called the Blue Silver Pawn Shop, a beautiful woman with long blue hair stood at the entrance. It was his aunt, Lu Qingyin. After a brief chat, she let another woman out from inside. Let me tell you, my eyes widened in surprise. This woman was dressed in a very formal OL uniform. A black skirt and a white shirt, wearing black frame glasses, looking quite professional. But the key was her body curve. It was incredible. Her waist was as slim as a pencil. But her hips, my goodness, were exaggerated beyond belief, round and perky, like something drawn by AI. No, even AI wouldn't dare to draw like that. Lu Zhengyu and I exchanged glances. Well, you know how it goes. Suddenly, the woman blushed and said, "Don't stare at my butt." Wow, that was bold. She sat down and introduced herself as Ling Zichun, the director of the Tang Sect Soul Guidance Canon Research Center. She was incredibly arrogant, as if every word she spoke was a waste of time. When I heard her name, my heart skipped a beat. Ling Zichun. Isn't she the most extraordinary research genius of this era? The future sea god pavilion master of Shrek? I laughed and got straight to the point. You want to purify so much metal down to only 500 grams. You're trying to get that metal source to study the source cycle, right? Ling Zichun's eyes lit up as if she were looking at a monster. You little brat understand this? She immediately wanted to recruit me as a deputy director. I told her not to rush. I could handle the purification and could finish that 4,000 tons of metal in 3 days, but I needed more money. 100,000 years soul bone? That's like giving pocket change. At first, she tried to play dumb, offering me 2 pieces. I directly pointed out that the value of that was enough to equip an entire army with 3-word battle armor. In the end, she was intimidated by me and, gritting her teeth, offered me a new deal, a top-level ferocious bee soul bone, plus a chance to choose a celestial herb from the ice and fiery yang eyes. Deal. I decided on the spot. Hesitating any further would be foolish. Ling Zichun was also impatient. Once she decided, she immediately called someone and said we would go to the warehouse in Tiando City right now. I quickly called PiercesCai and Yuan in Yihui to ask for a long leave. Before long, the third most important person in the Tang sect, the master of the Fighting Soul Hall, Guoxiao Su, arrived, respectfully addressing Ling Zichun as Director Ling, and then directly drove a god-level mecha to be our driver. I got to experience what it felt like to have a title Douluo as a chauffeur. When we arrived at the warehouse, the pile of rare metals nearly blinded me. Ling Zichun was even more excited than I was. I told her, the scene might get a bit restricted later, so don't look if it's inappropriate. She disdainfully pouted and said as long as I could handle the metal, I could do whatever I wanted. Fine, as you say. I directly summoned my martial spirit, and lightning crackled out. With the first 3 soul rings shining, my power was fully amplified, and I felt like a god of thunder descending to the mortal realm. Then with a bang, a massive forging hammer came crashing down, and the lightning erupted instantly, turning my clothes to ashes. Ling Zichun's eyes widened in shock. Not only did she not feel shy, but she seemed even more excited. I stood on a mountain of metal, swinging the hammer wildly, and the metal visibly shrank as all the impurities were evaporated by the lightning. However, this was incredibly draining on my soul power. In less than half an hour, my blue bar was in crisis, so I quickly threw on some clothes and sat down to recover. Ling Zichun rushed over, looking thrilled, checked the progress, and went crazy, asking me, "What is your dream? I'll have a master help you realize it right now. Then you can research with me immediately." I said my dream was to become a divine craftsman and the strongest on the continent. She said no problem, she would take care of everything. Then she started to fulfill her promise, pulling out a laptop for me to choose from. 3 fierce beast soul bones, and I picked the most suitable one. The left arm bone of the 160,000 Yue'er, Old North Sea Octopus King. Next, I chose a fairy herb, and when I saw it, I directly wanted the heartbreaking red, which could only be picked by someone with a beloved. As a result, when Ling Zichun heard this, her face fell, and she asked dejectedly, "Do you have a girlfriend?" I naturally replied, "Of course, you're not still single, are you?" Just that one sentence stirred up a hornet's nest. This girl exploded right there, shouting at Guoxiao beside her, "Knock him out." I was stunned at the moment, and then my head hurt, and I lost consciousness. When I woke up again, I found myself lying on an unfamiliar bed, my waist aching like crazy. Who understands, with my body strength, protected by the bones of the black water mysterious snake? How could I have a sore waist? My first thought was, please tell me I wasn't castrated. Another big shot from Tang sect, the Seminole Douluo Continent, was awkwardly standing at the bedside, apologizing and bowing, then handed me 2 soul bones. One was the promised left arm bone of the 160,000 Yue'er, Old North Sea Octopus King, and the other was surprisingly the right arm bone of a 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape, said to be compensation for me. I held that Titan giant ape soul bone. Dumbfounded. This compensation is way too generous, right? What on earth did that crazy woman Ling Zichun do to me during the hours I was knocked out? Later, I found out that her parents had died in an experimental explosion, and she was the only child to pass on her family's excellent genes. But feeling too shy to directly say it, she came up with such a bad idea. Goodness, I went from being a partner to a premium breeding source. Although 1,000 horses galloped through my mind, I noted this grudge down first. I still had work to finish. I had Zhang Xian move the mountain of metal to a desert, then unleashed all my soul skills, using my 4th soul skill to summon lightning. Let me tell you, I directly attracted heavenly lightning to recharge myself, and the scene resembled a tribulation, with thunder striking all around me. My soul power was infinitely replenished, and efficiency skyrocketed. In 3 hours, I hammered 4,000 tons of metal into a metal sphere with a diameter of 3.6 centimeters. After finishing, Zhang Xian had Guoxiao drive me back to the academy. That guy looked green the whole way, not daring to make eye contact with me. And when he dropped me off at the Spirit Eye Square, as soon as I got out of the car, he stepped on the gas and disappeared, running faster than a rabbit. I I stood there, smiling on the outside but cursing in my heart. All right, Ling Zichen, Tang Sect, we have a score to settle. Back in the dormitory, the lights were still on, and Yuan, Yue'er, was waiting for me. While I walked in, I saw her looking worried, and my heart warmed a bit. I sat down by my bed, pulled out the 2 soul bones from my storage soul guide, and placed them on the bed, their light illuminating the entire room. I made a deal with Tang Sect and earned 2 soul bones. We each get 1. But guess what? That girl Yuan Yue'er outright rejected it. I handed over the 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape right arm bone, and let me tell you, the energy fluctuations from that thing were incredible. I said, don't be polite. This 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape right arm bone is practically tailor-made for you. Let us fuse it tonight. I'll protect you. But she shook her head vigorously, her tone resolute. No way. I can't keep taking your things. Our relationship. I can't always take advantage of you. Wow, quite stubborn. But that's fine. I had a backup plan. I didn't argue with her, casually taking the soul bone back, saying, all right, then you help me protect while I fuse the other one. Only then did she smile happily. I directly fused the left arm bone of the 160,000-year-old North Sea Octopus King, and my soul power shot up from level 46 to level 47, focusing on efficiency. I was clear in my mind. This girl's refusal now, once I got the ultimate weapon from Tang Sect. Let us see if she can still escape from my grasp. You asked me what the ultimate weapon is? It's the heartbreaking red. I tell you, this thing is known as the king of fairy herbs and can only be picked by someone who truly loves another. Me? I love her. But I'm not at the point where I die for her yet. But I have a trick. My head soul bone celestial fox mark can perfectly deceive myself, allowing me to temporarily enter that state of infatuation. So I can fool this flower, right? As long as I pick it, haha, wouldn't she be utterly devoted to me? The next day in class, I ran into Lu Jingyu and the others. These guys were surprised that I was back. I casually exchanged a few words and tossed them the materials for the one-word battle armor I had forged, letting them mess around with it themselves. 3 days later, Guo Xiaoxiu from Tangmin cornered me at the door after class like a thief, handed me a ring, and ran off as if he were escaping, scared of getting into trouble. Before leaving, he reminded me that if I couldn't take it off, I could exchange it, and if I did manage to take it off, I should remember to return the stone. I scanned with my mental power and found that Yuan Yue'er was hanging out with a girl with pink hair. I went over, greeted the girl with a smile, and directly took her away. Let's go back to the dormitory. There's a huge opportunity waiting. On the way, Yuan Yue'er joked with me. Could it be that you found another girlfriend? I stopped and looked at her very seriously. I will only love you. With that one sentence, her face turned red all the way to her ears. When I got back to the dorm, I went all out. Heartbreak red. On that pitch black stone, there was a white flower with a few blood red spots, stunningly beautiful. I stared into her eyes and said word by word, Yuan Yue'er. Everything before was self-proclaimed by me. Now, are you willing to officially be my girlfriend? As soon as I finished speaking, I directly reversed my soul power and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. Who among my family understands? That flower suddenly fell from the stone with a thud, transforming into a brilliant golden red flower that almost blinded me. Yuan Yue'er couldn't hold back and cried out that she was willing, and then, ahem, 1,000 words of passionate kissing omitted here. Once it was done, I took out the right arm bone of the 100,000-year-old Titan giant ape again and smiled, saying, now it's time to fuse it, right? Her little face turned red, and she thought I was going to do something. She stammered, not yet. I'm too young. Wait until you're 16. I directly gave her a knock on the head and said, what are you thinking? Hurry up and merge with the spirit bone. Watching her happily go to cultivate, I felt at ease. Although the flowers were picked with an external aid, the power of this heart-wrenching red seemed to truly bind us together. By midnight, she successfully fused and her soul power skyrocketed to level 42. She embraced me and then told me that she actually had twin martial souls, the other being a fallen angel, which she had been suppressing and not cultivating much because this martial soul could bring evil thoughts. There was a legend that a fallen angel soul master, upon reaching the title Dalu level, would open some kind of demon gate, bringing disaster to the world. As she spoke, she began to tremble, holding me and asking, then, will you not want me? I thought to myself, what's the big deal? I just pulled her close and softly comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'm here. It's just a demon lord, after all. By then, I'll gather a group of 4-character battle armor masters, like Sky Support Douluo and Light and Dark Douluo, to team up and help you clear the dungeon. There must be some hidden truth behind your grandfather killing your parents. Let's figure out together in the future. For now, Focus on your cultivation without worry. If the sky falls, I'll support you. She finally felt at ease and immediately started to condense soul rings for the fallen angel martial soul. By the time dawn broke, her soul power had jumped 2 levels, reaching level 44. After taking care of her side, it was my turn. I told her I was going to the inner courtyard to find the teacher for protection and to take the heartbreak red. As soon as I arrived in the classroom, Teacher Shun-E announced that we would have a comprehensive competition with the second year, that we could form our own teams. I didn't have time to deal with this, so I handed the task of counting the participants to Wu Sidua, suggested that Tang Wulin handle the forging competition, and planned to slip away. Before leaving, I mysteriously stuffed the right paw bone of the dark gold fearsome bear into Yang Nixia's hands. This thing was a bit useless for me, but it would be a godsend for him. If they still couldn't win after getting this, I would really need to reassess their value. Just as I was saying this, Shani came back with 2 transfer students. One was named Yi Xinglan, a cool and aloof goddess with long legs that were very eye-catching. The other was Su Lizzie, a large, pure meatball. Luo Guixing, upon seeing the beautiful girl, couldn't help but approach her first, but Yi Xinglan didn't even raise an eyelid and left him hanging, causing the whole class to burst into laughter, with me laughing the loudest. To my surprise, Tang Wulin actually knew them. After just a few words, the 2 sides started to clash again. Su Yuqing stood up and began to spray insults, bringing up Tang Wulin's passive covering for Xie, saying they were 2 of a kind. Tang Wulin turned green with anger, and Luo Guixing and the others stood up as well. With our 5 directly confronting Tang Wulin and Guyu, the tension was thick. I shouted, "Everyone shut up. If you want to sign up, contact Wuxi Duo. If not, just roll away." As a result, Yi Xinglan is quite a tough person. She directly pointed at Su Yuqing and said, "I can say he did something wrong, but you can't. Either apologize to him, or I'll fight you." Isn't this just picking a fight? I was in a good mood at that time, so I stood up and said, "You want to fight, huh? I accompany you." Without saying a word, she walked out. I followed her, and that fat guy named Su Lizzie caught up to explain to me that Yi Xinglan's family had an incident and she was in a bad mood. I smiled and thought, why should I care if you're in a bad mood? When it came to the sparring match, Yi Xinglan directly challenged me to a bet. She said, "If you win, I'll forge a set of spirit alloy battle armor for you. If I win, I'll forge it for you. But you have to help us make mechas." As a level 5 mecha manufacturer, her terms were practically a gift. Seeing that I had no objections, she sweetened the deal. "If I win, you have to forge spirit alloy battle armor for both of us, and also handle the design." I laughed and asked, "What if you lose? You can do whatever you want with me." She said proudly, "I and Su Lizzie are at your service for a year." Deal. I agreed on the spot. And what happened next? As soon as she stood on the arena and drew her sword before she could even move, I had already teleported behind her, my finger almost poking her neck. I smiled at her and said, "I forgot to tell you, I've reached the 4th ring, Soul Sect." "You lost." She froze for a moment, but being a tough character, she said expressionlessly, "For 2 years, we are at your disposal, and I'll take care of the battle armor." I grinned mischievously and teased her at my disposal. "Anything goes." A hint of disgust flashed in her eyes, but she gritted her teeth and said, "If you can help me kill the star Douluo Yi Qing Feng from the Mingdu Yi family, I will be yours for the rest of my life." Good heavens, she's going straight for the value. Yi Qing Feng, ranked 73rd on the Continental Wind and Cloud list. A level 96 Super Douluo. This deal is exciting. I nodded directly. "All right, within a week, you listen to me." After sorting things out here, I rushed to the inner courtyard, found my teacher, Old Kai, and asked her to protect me. I took out the bittersweet red flower, and without hesitation, swallowed it in one go. At first, I felt lightheaded, but suddenly my head exploded with a booming sound, and a voice that sounded incredibly divine and powerful delivered a divine punishment package. "You have defiled love. I curse you in the name of the God of love. May you never attain the truest love for all eternity." By the time I came to my senses, 3 days had already passed. As soon as I opened my eyes, Old Kai was right beside me, looking serious. "You've been cultivating for 3 days, but your cultivation level hasn't changed at all." I was dumbfounded and quickly looked inward. Good grief, the effects of the Acacia Heartbreak Red Potion were all cosplaying as a soul core in my Dantian. But it just wouldn't absorb. Old Kai couldn't figure out either, and said he would take me to ask Spirit Dalu. She just happened to be watching the first year's selection competition in the outer courtyard today. When we arrived, the finals were in full swing. On one side of the stage were Tang Wulin, Guyu, and their 3 teammates, while on the other side, hey, it was actually Wuxi Duo, Su Yuqing, Yang Nianxia, and Yi Xinglan. It seems that during the days I was away, they successfully recruited Yi Xinglan into their team. That chubby Su Lizzie on the opposite side looked at Yi Xinglan with a complex expression, and when he glanced at me, his eyes practically shot fire. As the match began, Wuxi Duo didn't even lift a finger, just crossed her arms and watched the show. After Yang Yinxia's martial soul evolved into the dark gold Terrorclaw bear, she became incredibly fierce. Yi Xinglan's Star God Sword was also incredibly sharp, relentlessly attacking Tang Lin. Unless Tang Lin and Gu Yu could unleash their martial soul fusion skill, they were definitely going to lose today. Sure enough, the outcome of this 4-on-4 match was exactly as I had predicted. Yang Yinxia's dark gold Terrorclaw bear was like a war god, enduring Gu Yu's elemental attacks and knocking Su Xiaoyan and Su Lizzie, the two supports, out one by one. Then, without even caring about her own teammate, she turned around and teamed up with Yi Xinglan to gang up on Tang Lin. Goodness, Tang Lin was completely stunned and was knocked to the ground in just a few moves. Although Gu Yu managed to deal with Su Yuqing, the situation was dire. She couldn't handle the three opponents alone and could only leave with a dark face after taking a glance at them. Losing was losing. There was nothing more to say. The crowd below was thrilled, cheering loudly, and some even sarcastically said Tang Lin was useless and overestimating himself. I tell you, the face of the Holy Spirit, Loyali, turned dark right then and there, probably thinking about how the news of the stolen buns had spread all over the city. Then our LinYang, in a show of betrayal, went over and said, "It was Su Lizzie who let it slip. It has nothing to do with me." He cleared himself of any blame. Yali didn't dwell on it much, reaching out to press on LinYang's little belly to check on his celestial grade herb situation. Her brows furrowed when she discovered things were not simple. The power of the herb, a love-stricken crimson, was all piled up in his dantian like a power bank, just not entering his own body. Yali was also puzzled, wondering if this stuff wasn't tea for boosting cultivation at all, but rather a resurrection armor that could save you when you were about to die. When LinYang heard this, he became emo. It felt like pulling cards and getting a golden flash. A double yellow egg, only for the internet to disconnect. And when he logged back in, there was nothing. Who understands this, right? He was counting on this wave to directly reach Spirit Emperor, but now it was all in vain. I thought he would go back and sulk for a while, but he turned around and went straight to the dormitory, pulling out a special golden communicator for agents and pressed a button. A powerful voice came from the other end. It was Qian Gu Dongfeng. Our LinYang was also a tough guy, opening with a bombshell. "Senior, help me kill someone, the Shattered Star, Douluo Qingfeng." The other side responded straightforwardly, reason price. LinYang didn't think twice. The Tang sect is doing source fusion. The news is authentic. Additionally, the two Douluos from Shrek are still locked in the Sea God Pavilion because of me. Alright, deal. But next time, there must be more explosive information. Once the call ended, LinYang was utterly nonchalant. Within 2 days, the news came. Shattered Star Douluo Qingfeng had gone into a frenzy during cultivation and self-immolated, leaving no evidence. A clean and tidy job. After handling these matters, folks, the heavyweight event arrived. LinYang and Yi Xinglan went straight to the hotel to fulfill their bet. Yi Xinglan, wrapped in a towel, was quite proud, laying down the rules. "We agreed, I'll show you everything, but you can only touch and feel, no real action allowed." In response, our LinYang took out a hairdryer to dry her hair. I thought, dude, are you being a bit too considerate? Oh, drying below too? Well, that's fine then. Then came the promised fulfilling part. Yi Xinglan, blushing, was all hands and feet, busy as a bee. At LinYang's request, she even swallowed at the end. Then the climax came. Yi Xinglan took a bite. Duong. Her soul power skyrocketed like a rocket, directly jumping 2 levels to rank 39. She was stunned. LinYang sensed it, and lo and behold, the charge in his Dantian-S power bank decreased by 1/10, all absorbed by Yi Xinglan. Yi Xinglan's eyes lit up as if electrified, and she shouted, "Give me another bite. Help me reach Spirit Master. This time you can do whatever you want. The back is yours." LinYang was scared by her bold words and stepped back repeatedly. No, people will die in the back. This girl, just a moment ago, was crying. Now she was willing to sacrifice her face for a level up. LinYang grabbed her freshly tied twin ponytails, smirking. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? It's too late now." Saying that, he pulled her back. However, he was also a person of principles and didn't go all out. First using her Star God Sword to give her a yin-yang haircut. One side smooth, the other still long. The style was simply outrageous. Yi Xinglan was utterly flustered, embarrassed and scared, whining softly. Then, well, it was just various kinds of teasing. After everything was done, Yi Xinglan took a bite and puffed up, realizing she didn't level up this time. LinYang also figured it out. It seemed like one could only absorb it once. But that was good, otherwise, he would really be drained dry. He looked at Yue'er and said, "You think it just increases soul power? Your talent, body, and mental power have all been enhanced. Now you can go for a 10,000-year soul spirit without any problem." So the two of them ran to the spirit tower again. LinYang didn't blink and directly spent over 100 million to buy Yue'er a 10,016-year Starlight Unicorn soul spirit. He even arranged for someone to design a one-word battle armor for her. When they returned to the dormitory, Yue'er started teasing him again, saying he was afraid to participate in the match against the second-year students, scared she would beat him. LinYang went up and pulled her onto his lap, giving her a couple of pats on the backside, and then they made a bet. The wager was on the group battle between the first and second years. If LinYang's side lost, he would have to wash Yue'er's feet for a year. If he won, their dorm beds would be pushed together, and as long as they didn't go in, they could do whatever they wanted. I tell you, LinYang was extremely decisive for the sake of this not going in right, immediately running off to hold a pre-war mobilization meeting for the first-year team. He stated the wager and casually threatened that if they lost, their spiritual alloy would have to wait until he finished washing his feet. Now everyone was anxious. Yang Yinxia was the first to step up. "Yang, take me to the spirit ascension platform. Help me get my soul spirit to 10,000 years. And I'll help you take her down." Duo also said, "If you have a way to enhance my mental power and body, I can also evolve to a 10,000-year soul spirit." Yue'er was more direct, looking at LinYang with sultry eyes. "How about you give me some of that herb power again? I'll break through for you right now." Next to her, Luo Guixing stupidly asked, "What herb? Can I eat too?" I tell you, at that moment, the expressions of LinYang and Yue'er were simply a large-scale social death scene, awkwardness to the max. LinYang couldn't explain, so he could only call Duo aside and say, "Now, there are two options. One is to eat the soul power pill, which steadily enhances your mental power. The other is, have you heard of celestial grade herbs? Although incomplete, they can directly boost your soul power, body, mental power, and talent comprehensively." Duo's eyes lit up. "Then there is no need to choose? I want the celestial grade herb." Guess what happened next? This kid LinYang actually started playing hard to get. He had a conflicted expression and said that the immortal grade herb was indeed a bit special. He mentioned that he had a trace of the herb's power stored in his body, which he couldn't digest. Previously, Yue'er had coincidentally absorbed 1/10 of it, estimating that each person could only handle that much. Upon hearing this, Duo immediately said, "Then what are you waiting for? If you can't digest it, just give it to me." She even shyly pledged her loyalty, saying that they would stick together and form a team, with him as the leader. Let me tell you, LinYang is quite sly. He just wouldn't specify the method, only saying it was a bit special, leaving Duo to ask Yue'er herself, adding that she might not be willing to share. After saying that, he left, claiming he was going to buy a soul-nourishing pill for Duo. What a cliffhanger. Duo pondered for a moment and immediately thought of certain possibility, her face turning crimson. But then she felt it was strange. Yue'er was such a proud woman, she wouldn't do something like that just for a bit of strength, right? Meanwhile, while Duo was lost in thought, LinYang was indeed spending money. A soul-nourishing pill cost 37 million federal coins. Goodness. The combined price for the souls of the two of them was only 30 million. This pill was practically a luxury item. In simple terms, it was a violent boost to spiritual power, paving the way for soul evolution. Duo returned to the dormitory with this complicated feeling. Yue'er, seeing her back, asked, "Weren't you out with LinYang?" Duo nodded, saying he went to buy a soul-nourishing pill for her. Then she shyly turned to Yue'er and repeated LinYang's words, saying there was a cultivation method that could directly raise her level by 2, and she wanted to ask her about it. Yue'er was momentarily stunned. How could she not know what it was? But still ached from the earlier events. And she was barely holding it together. She immediately deflected. "You should ask him about that," but she still revealed a bit, saying the effects were indeed good. But the process wasn't very pleasant. Who understands family matters? Yue'er, with ears sharper than anyone else's, immediately perked up at the mention of such good news and rushed over. Hey, what method? Count me in. I want to try too." Instantly, Yue'er and Duo, one an experiencer and the other a guesser, both fell silent. Yue'er, still confused, asked, "Why aren't you two talking?" At that moment, Duo's communicator rang. It was LinYang calling her, and she quickly made an excuse to leave. Once she was gone, Yue'er latched onto Yue'er, who was annoyed by the questions and coldly said, "You should ask LinYang yourself." After saying that, she went to her bed to meditate, giving off a vibe of don't bother me. Yue'er pouted, saying, fine, I'll just ask it myself. On the other side, Wu Sadeo met LinYang in the training room and received the incredibly expensive, soul-nourishing pill, obediently going into seclusion without mentioning the immortal great herb. After sending her off, LinYang had just reached the spirit ice square when Yue'er blocked him. Class leader, what cultivation method do you have? Take me with you. If you give me another soul-nourishing pill, I can evolve my soul too. LinYang looked at her calmly and said, oh, you mean the immortal great herb. He then pointed to just below his abdomen, saying that the herb's power was stored in that acupoint, and cultivation requires this. Yue'er's face immediately turned bright red, and she angrily scolded, if you're not afraid of being poisoned by me, then come. I was shocked at that moment. I thought she was going to blow up, but it turned out she was using reverse psychology. LinYang took the bait. Do you dare to go? Shrek Hotel. Let us go now. Fine, let's go. Yue'er retorted, glaring at him fiercely. Let me tell you, this girl was plotting in her mind, thinking, I have the Lin snake martial soul, full of poison. I'll directly poison your thing. If it doesn't get poisoned, it can only mean we are a match made in heaven. This train of thought, I can only say, perfectly aligns with my imagination of a love-struck brain. Then the two really went to the hotel. As soon as they entered the room, Yue'er's earlier bravado vanished, and she became timid. LinYang Deaseter. Are you washing yourself, or do you want me to help you? Yue'er's anger flared up again, and she stubbornly said, you better think it through. I'll just pretend I was bitten by a dog. You can't blame me if you die. However, LinYang didn't even respond and went to take a shower. When LinYang came out of the bathroom, Yue'er's face first turned red, then pale. Goodness. Now she was worried not about whether she could poison LinYang, but whether she would be the one getting hurt first. But being proud, she refused to admit defeat. She also went to take a shower, and when she came out, LinYang yanked her towel away. Yue'er was startled, gritted her teeth, and actually raised her leg, placing her foot in front of LinYang, proudly saying, want to play? Lick my foot first. She thought she could dominate LinYang, but LinYang really went ahead and licked it. She was completely thrown off. She tried to clamp her legs together, but LinYang easily pried them apart. She was dumbfounded, stammering, why you? Don't you think it's dirty? LinYang sat back on the bed and patted his thigh. Your turn. Impossible. Yue'er shook her head. You said it yourself. LinYang didn't bother to pamper her and directly pulled out tape, sealing her hands, feet, and mouth. Yue'er's tears immediately streamed down, shaking her head wildly. Now she was genuinely scared. After everything was done, LinYang tossed her half-dead body onto the bed and tore off the tape. Yue'er started crying and scolding. LinYang, you're inhuman. Don't you know how to feel sorry for me? LinYang remained calm. Didn't I give you lubrication? If you didn't want it, then I can only provide half. He then added, feel your soul power. Did you break through? Yue'er sensed it and was surprised to find that her body had significantly strengthened. Her spiritual power had reached the spirit sea realm, and her soul power had skyrocketed to level 38. She asked, feeling wronged, why didn't you get poisoned by me? Looks like you still don't give up. Upon hearing this, LinYang grabbed her feet and pulled her over again. Since there was plenty of time, he had to make sure this little girl understood who was in charge. The next morning, at the entrance of Shrek Academy, Yang Yinxiao was already waiting there. Soon, LinYang and Yue'er arrived, followed shortly by Wuzido. Yang Yinxia and Wuzido exchanged glances at Yue'er, who was now clinging to LinYang's arm like a little kitten, refusing to let go. Just yesterday, she was shouting and causing a ruckus, but today, she was all about companionship. The four of them made their way to the Spirit Transmission Tower, where LinYang opened his wallet and bought 4 tickets for the Intermediate Spirit Ascension platform. Once inside, it was practically LinYang's personal show. He activated a domain-like skill, controlling a large number of spirit beasts to line up to be defeated. In less than an hour, all 3 teammates had completed their spirit evolution and then fell into a deep coma. Just as LinYang was worrying about the 3 sleeping beauties, someone from the Spirit Transmission Tower arrived, respectfully saying, Sir, the Tower Master requests your presence. Wow, just as he had managed to handle the little girl, the big boss called for him. The seamless transition felt like a spy movie. When LinYang arrived at the top office, he met Qiangu Dongfeng. Qiangu Dongfeng got straight to the point, asking how things were at Shrek Academy, and then issued a new directive. I want you to become the next generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. How confident are you? LinYang, being a cunning little fox, immediately started asking for benefits. That depends on how much support you can provide, Tower Master. I need soul bones or the highest quality medicinal herbs and pills. I also need to win people's hearts. Qiangu Dongfeng waved his hand. Allies are unreliable. Only subordinates are loyal. I can give you 7 Tinji fruits, 7 Shinhan pills, and 6 for your future teammates. Let me tell you, throwing these out can make a title Douluo fight. This old fox, Qiangu Dongfeng, was all about using money to persuade. Of course, after the candy comes the stick. Qiangu Dongfeng coldly said, "This is a reward given to you in advance. If you fail to deliver, the consequences will be equivalent to betraying me." LinYang respectfully accepted all the treasures on the surface, but inside, he was as steady as a rock. "Come on, with my skills, failure is not an option." He returned to the first floor, bringing the 3 unconscious individuals back to the academy. Yang Ningxia took them back to the boys' dormitory, while Wuzido and Zheng Iran returned to the girls' dormitory to let Yi Xinglan take care of them. Yi Xinglan was, of course, unhappy. "You really have the nerve to make me take care of them?" LinYang immediately pulled out a Tinji fruit and a Shinhan pill and placed them on the table. "For you. Taking these will help you break through to the soul master level." Yi Xinglan's eyes lit up. "So generous?" When LinYang returned to his dormitory, Yuan and Ye Hao was meditating. As soon as she opened her eyes, she coldly snorted. "What? Have you found a way to defeat me?" LinYang sat on the bed and said leisurely, "The odds are not low." He thought to himself, "Once Yi Xinglan breaks through, I'll have 3 soul masters and 3 soul saviors on my side. 6 against 1. Even if it takes time, I'll wear you down." He also told Yuan and Yue'er, "If you win, I'll give you a set of Tinji fruits and Shinhan pills." Before long, it was the day of the exchange competition. The arena was packed with people, and the distinction between the first and second years was clear. The judges' platform was even more impressive, with title Douluo. The dean of the Outer Academy, Kai Lao, and a host of big shots present, making the event a grand spectacle. The competition began with the sub-professions, the first event being forging. After Shun Iki announced the rules, both class leaders sent up their representatives. From the second year, Yuan and Yue'er sent up a senior named He Xiaoping, who looked like a straightforward forging enthusiast. But guess what? The main character from the first year, Tang San, froze in place like a wooden post, not moving at all. LinYang sneered and walked up to the stage himself. "Since you want to go up, I'll take the spotlight." Shun Yi announced the topic. First event, metal purification. The material is the rare metal titanium crystal, and the time limit is 15 minutes. Whoever purifies it best wins. Let me tell you, titanium crystal is a nightmare in the forging world. It's both hard and brittle, extremely difficult to handle. But Shun Yi's next words drove everyone wild. "The winner will receive your forged product." Wow, this is titanium crystal, a strategic resource that can't even be bought with money. Winning means getting it for free. LinYang and He Xiaoping's eyes lit up, while Tang San in the audience turned pale, regretting it deeply. I tell you, even before the competition officially started, He Xiaoping had already lost without realizing it. He was still diligently placing the titanium crystal on the forging table, heating it up methodically. Meanwhile, LinYang simply picked up the forging hammer and got to work. The onlooking forgers were astonished, whispering to each other, "Who is this guy? Doesn't he know titanium crystal is fragile? Is he planning to demonstrate a metal explosion? People, who understands? He simply doesn't follow the conventional path." LinYang's hammer struck down with a bang, creating a lightning ion heat that instantly straightened the gold lines inside the titanium crystal. In less than half an hour, a shining spirit-forged masterpiece was produced. In contrast, He Xiaoping was still struggling, only managing to produce a low-grade product after much effort. How could this even compare? One was showcasing operations at a king level, while the other was still stuck in the bronze league, a clear dimensional suppression, you know? Shun Yi, being a sensible person, expressionless, announced, "First event, LinYang wins." He Xiaoping left in disgrace, and our first-year side erupted in cheers like it was New Year's. But guess what? The glory didn't last long. In the following 3 events, I was left dumbfounded. In mecha design, our proud Zheng Iran was directly beaten by a second-year senior. Then in the manufacturing competition and the repair competition, we lost 2 more rounds. The score quickly turned into 1-3, and I felt my heart sink, thinking we would be trampled by the second year today. Finally, it came to the last event, a 6-on-6 team battle. LinYang waved his hand and declared it settled. He even secretly held a small meeting with us. The strategy was simple. Focus fire on that support called by Haining and leave the rest to Wuzido to command. I have to say, on our first-year side, Yi Xinglan, having taken the spirit medicine from LinYang, had her soul power skyrocketing to level 44, even higher than the team leader Wuzido. Yang Yinxiao was also a heavyweight, with the dark gold, fearsome bear martial soul, if you know, you know. When the referee gave the command, the match began. I tell you, Yuan in Yue'er was fierce, transforming into a titan giant at the start, charging straight at Wuzido like a giant cannonball. Wuzido didn't tee back down either, embodying the white tiger, going head-to-head. But Yuan in Yue'er quickly found she couldn't chew through this tough nut and activated her ultimate ability. Her fourth soul skill, called Giant Titan, enveloped her in golden light, doubling all her attributes. It was like a 3-minute true woman mode, terrifying. Meanwhile, the battlefield on the other side went crazy. The second-year team set up a triangular assault formation, only to be single-handedly blocked by Yi Xinglan. 1 against 3. Her Star God Sword was practically the father of the opposing Yi Xingma's Star Sacred Sword, with a martial soul suppression that left them disoriented. Then our side unleashed control and poison fog, and Yang Yinxia's dark gold fearsome bear struck instantly, taking one out. Yi Xinglan unleashed her ultimate, taking down another. Of course, our side suffered too. Luo Guixing and Su Yuqing were eliminated while trying to protect the main force. Just then, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Yuan in Yue'er reverted from her gorilla form and transformed into a fallen angel. I thought to myself, this is the aesthetic we should have in 2025. This dark style is way cooler than the furry titan giant. Now, it was impressive. All eyes were on her. The opposing support, by HeiNing, also made a move, setting up some kind of lover's bridge for Yuan in Yue'er, directly filling her blue energy bar. With full health and full mana, who can withstand Yuan in Yue'er? When she unleashed a gravity field, it felt like we were sinking into a swamp. Zheng Yiran, Wuzido, and Yi Xinglan were sent off one by one. In the end, only Yang Yinxia was left to face her one-on-one. Yuan in Yue'er spent her last bit of mana, but Yang Yinxia managed to endure it with the abnormal defense of the Dark Gold Terror Claw Bear. After her skills were used up, she was left exhausted and directly eliminated. Yang Yinxia became the only survivor of the entire match. The first year won. As soon as the match ended, Yuan in Yue'er shot a fierce look at LinYang, which was quite something. I guess she was calculating how to fulfill that bet in her mind. That night, we few work-study students were celebrating at Lingbing Square when LinYang suddenly dropped a bombshell. He said, in a few years, the Shrek 7 monsters will be reselect. Yuan in Yue'er, and Lu Jingyu are already guaranteed 3 spots. The rest of you, I'll pick 4 more. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances. Then he shifted his tone and directly pointed at Luo Guixing and Su Yuqing, saying, you two, no chance. Wow, that was straightforward. He said that their potential wasn't enough to keep up with the version. Although it was harsh, but this was the reality, right? Wuzido, Yi Xinglan, Yang Nianxia, Zheng Yiran, whose martial souls and potential weren't stronger than the two of them. Luo Guixing took it well, grabbing Su Yuqing and trying to pull him away. But Su Yuqing just stood there like a nail, looking at LinYang calmly. LinYang nodded and said, it's best if you can understand. After that, he pulled out a wooden box and a jade box, handing one to Su Yuqing and the other to Luo Guixing. Let me tell you, once those 2 boxes were handed out, I directly gave him the inside scoop. Su Yuqing, your physique is as fragile as paper. This heavenly insight fruit is for you. Eating it will make you tougher and boost your soul power. Later, I'll take you to the Spirit Ascension platform and elevate your 2 soul spirits directly to the 1,000-year level, all at once. Luo Guixing, your mental power is lacking. This soul essence pill is to boost your brain power. Take it, and it'll ensure your soul power reaches level 39. And mental power directly goes up to the Spirit Sea realm. Once you hit level 40, I'll take you to the Spirit Tower to farm a space unicorn. That thing is a perfect match for you. Luo Guixing was overjoyed, smiling as he accepted the items, thinking that being a little brother wouldn't be a loss. I thought to myself, this awareness is great. Look at those in the Sea God Pavilion, who isn't a little brother of the sky opening Douluo. The mindset has opened up. I also arranged the future plans for the team. In the future, for battle armors, I'll team up with Yuan in Yue'er and the other 3, while you 5 can stick together. I'll handle all the forging, or we can let Yang Yinxia join in too. Then I pulled out 3 identical treasures and gave them to Wuzido and the others. I explained, I only managed to get 7 of these, and I'm not stingy. No cheating between brothers. And guess what? Zheng Yiran, with her unique perspective, came up and said, you're so rich? Why don't you give me one? Let me tell you, these heavenly insight fruits and soul essence pills are worth billions each. And her question was absolutely valid. I waved my hand, telling them to hurry back and digest it, then slipped away myself. To be honest, for me, The effects of these items were mediocre. The Heavenly Insight fruit evolves bloodlines, but I have an elemental martial soul, so it's useless. The Soul Essence pill boosts mental power, but my mental power is already at the Spirit Abyss realm, so taking it would be a waste. My bros have better options. The jade box that the ancient East Wind Elder gave me is the real treasure. What's inside? A feather from the divine beast Xingwan. Wow, this is no ordinary bird feather. Dtion is just a fierce beast, but this is a genuine divine beast product. Do you understand the value of divine beasts? The ancient East Wind Elder knows me well and understands that my wind martial soul is powerful, just lacking a final push. And this feather is perfect for me to evolve into the ultimate wind. Once my 100,000-year Qingwan soul spirit's bloodline is pure, my martial soul strength will soar. After taking care of this, I turned around and strolled around Shrek City. Why? To buy a house. I directly got a color steel house, a double bed, and all the furniture, stuffing it all into my storage soul guide. Family, who understands? That broken dormitory has its windows pried open all the time. And in a fit of anger, I bought a house. I'll just place it next to the dormitory and see who dares to pry my windows again. When Yuan and Yue'er saw me pull out a whole set of house items from the soul guide, her eyes widened like copper bells, probably wondering if my thought process was a bit too unique. But she didn't say anything. After all, in the outer courtyard, with the silver moon Dalu backing me up, I could probably even demolish and rebuild the dormitory without anyone daring to stop me. That night, she absorbed the bitter love red, and her soul power shot up to level 46. However, when I wanted to try out the new bed, she ruthlessly rejected me. The following days were extremely fulfilling. I first took Su Yuqing to the Spirit Ascension platform to evolve his 2 soul spirits. Zheng Iran and Yang Yinsha also broke through to level 40 thanks to the pills. Yuan and Yue'er and Lu Jingyu also took the pills, with one shooting up to level 47 and the other going home to fuse and inherit their family soul spirit. A little over a month later, Luo Guixing also reached level 40, and I took him to the Spirit Tower to buy that space unicorn, conveniently evolving it to 10,000 years. During the semester, while I quietly absorbed the power of the Qingwan feather, my soul power, unknowingly, reached level 49. At the same time, I played some mini-games with Yuan and Yue'er at night. One line still while the other. Ahem. Occasionally, I would skip class in the afternoon and take Yi Xinglan or Zheng Iran to a hotel to discuss life philosophy. With everyone's relentless efforts, my one-word battle armor was finally complete, and I had even thought of a name for it. Wind. Just like that, our first year directly produced 7 soul masters, dubbed the Golden Generation, the reserve for the Shrek 7 monsters. However, we all knew deep down that the final spots would still be taken by Yuan and Yue'er and Lu Jingyu. One day, Teacher Shun Yi walked onto the podium with a smile, saying that the long-awaited final exam was coming. Upon hearing this, I was delighted. Who was looking forward to this? Sure enough, her next sentence was a big one. The final exam will eliminate 5 people. The entire classroom fell silent instantly. She continued, saying that the exam would be scored, and to avoid elimination, one must pass. Those who passed could give points to others, but it would affect their entry into the inner courtyard. Once this was said, the faces of the top students turned green. Who doesn't want to enter the inner courtyard? This was nothing but moral coercion. Then, she suddenly dropped a bombshell, announcing the exam content. 15 days to Mingdu. You must pass through 10 cities, and in each city, defeat an opponent who is 5 levels higher than you. The most ruthless part? All storage, soul guides, communication devices, and money must be handed in, going out completely empty-handed, cleaner than my face. I calculated for a moment. From Shrek to Mingdu, even with the fastest transport, it would take 6 days round trip. That left me with 9 days to complete 10 battles in 10 cities. Even a time management master would resign on the spot. Moreover, there would be teachers secretly observing the entire process. Even if you were about to be beaten to death, they wouldn't intervene. This task design was all about survival. In the end, she added another knife. No teaming up. If found, you'll be treated as failing. Early the next morning, we gathered at Lingbing Square and took turns handing in our belongings. The search was strict. One of the teachers had a martial soul that allowed him to see through things, so no one could hide their private savings. When it was my turn, they seemed to ignore the ring on my finger. Once the Celestial Fox illusion was activated, no one beneath the spirit domain could see through it. Luo Guixing and the others greeted me hurriedly and left. Just as I was about to set off, guess who showed up? Su Xiaozang. That girl smiled and stopped me, saying, "Class monitor, can we go together?" I was stunned at first, wondering what was happening. But I quickly realized that someone like her, who was purely a control type, was allowed to team up with a battle spirit master according to the rules. Of course, the difficulty would double, as we would have to face 2 opponents. I asked why she wasn't with Guyu and the others, and she said Guyu had something to do and asked her to team up with Tang San. But she didn't want to. Looking at her big, blinking eyes, I thought this was a perfect opportunity to take advantage of her. I immediately agreed. All right, come with me. That girl immediately hugged my arm affectionately and asked where we were going. I said, to the Seoul Guide bus station. She looked confused and said we couldn't buy tickets without identity cards. I flicked her lightly and said, just follow me. When we arrived at the station, I used my trick again. Once the Celestial Fox illusion was activated, the ticket seller seemed blind and smoothly sold tickets for both of us. And they were for a soft sleeper compartment with only 2 beds. Once on the bus, I told her our first stop was Tianding City. I glanced at her and said, with your martial soul, you'll be useless during the day. Let's first help you evolve it into a star staff. Her eyes lit up at that, and she quickly said that she could use it during the day after condensing her 3rd soul ring. Then she grabbed my arm and leaned closer, sweetly asking if I really had a way. I felt the softness on my arm and thought, well, this is quite substantial. I teased her, saying, you weren't happy when I touched your hair just now? She immediately replied, the class monitor can touch it however he wants. It's fine. I smiled and ruffled her hair a couple of times, telling her that there was a stargazing platform in Tianding City that might help her martial soul evolve. At this, she became obedient and nodded her head. On the way, I asked her what level her soul power was, and she said it was level 33. I immediately retorted, so foolish. You should have merged with a spirit that has the starlight attribute from the beginning, but you insisted on getting an eye spare. Once your martial soul evolves, the strength of your soul skills will be discounted. She shrank her head at my words, looking unconvinced. I then asked her what level I was, leaning back on the pillow lazily and saying, level 49, I should reach Spirit King before school starts. When we arrived in Tianding City, we headed straight for the Tianding Starry Sky Soul Master Academy. At the entrance, I flashed out Elder Kai's name and the Sea God Pavilion token, saying I was from Shrek Academy, a disciple of the Silver Moon Dalu, and wanted to talk to your leader. The guard didn't dare to delay and quickly went to report. Before long, a middle-aged man came out with a few people, introducing himself as the director of the teaching office, Li Jilong. Upon seeing the token and confirming my identity, he invited us in. I then found out that this director Li was actually a senior from our Shrek Academy. When he heard I was there for personal matters and to complete my final exam, he smiled and said it was fine to use the stargazing platform. But the difficulty of the exam would have to be increased. We would have to defeat an opponent 10 levels higher than the highest ranked person in our team. I nodded immediately, telling him that confidence was key. Seeing my eagerness, Li Jilong asked who had higher cultivation between us and what levels we were. I replied, I'm higher, level 49 Soul Master. I could see the look on Director Li's face, which was hard to suppress. He looked like he had seen a ghost, his mouth agape. 59 levels, with 49 plus 10. He said it was hard to find a 59-level Spirit King in their academy, but there were plenty of 6-ring Soul Emperors, and those people were all dual-armored masters. Didn't that mean we were going to challenge 2 Soul Emperors in battle armor? He hurriedly advised against it, suggesting we keep it normal and not go too big. I chuckled and said, Senior, no need to worry. Just as agreed, 2 Soul Emperors below level 65 will do, as long as they aren't dual-armored masters. Seeing my insistence, he let me confirm with the academy, first to avoid winning without any gain. I immediately called Elder Kai and explained the situation. Elder Kai was straightforward, telling me to wait, and she would have Shun Yi come over to handle it. A few minutes later, Shun Yi appeared in front of us as if she had teleported. She greeted Senior Li Jilong and then turned to me, saying, the challenge is fine. If you win, both of you will get full marks for your final exam. If you lose, you will be delayed for a year before entering the inner academy. No problem. I agreed right away. Only then did Li Jilong lead us to the top of the main teaching building. The top floor was a huge open dome structure, 300 meters in diameter, directly facing the sky. He pointed to the place and said, this is the stargazing platform, an important practical training ground for our academy. I looked at the magnificent venue and exclaimed in admiration. Li Jilong smiled and said, it's not hard to see the starry sky. Our stargazing platform has its tricks. No matter day or night, once activated, it can bring us closer to space, allowing you to see the stars more closely. Let me tell you, this thing is not just about looking at stars. Li Jilong looked proud and said the core of the stargazing platform is a huge soul guide formation that can directly draw star power from space, serving as a power bank for the academy's top students. He said, considering my boldness in challenging their 2 teachers, regardless of win or lose. He specially approved that Su Xiaoyan and I could recharge here for free. Hey, how could I not accept that? I immediately thanked the senior. He let us experience the environment first, saying the teachers and students would arrive soon. Goodness, before long, over 100 students entered, all from their academy to watch the exhibition match. Our opponents also took the stage, a middle-aged man and woman, one named Zhao Wei, a strength type, the other named Nana, a control type. We introduced ourselves as well. I, LinYang, a strength type. By this time, Su Xiaoyan seemed a bit off. Her eyes dazed from the star power around her, and she vaguely introduced herself as a control type. Li Zhilong was quite good at handling things, personally acting as the referee, smiling and saying, "It's just a friendly match, so let's keep it light." With a loud shout of "Prepare," the entire venue lit up. The 30-meter-high walls around us came to life, and beams of light shot up into the sky, merging into a massive light column. The next second, wow, it went dark. Daylight instantly turned into pitch-black night, with stars overhead so close it felt like you could reach out and grab them. Pure energy rained down like a shower, and I clearly saw a faint golden light emanating from the two teachers on the opposite side, indicating they were buffed by the environment. But just then, I heard a sound behind me, followed by a dazzling golden light exploding. That golden light, like mist, instantly engulfed Su Xiaoyan, and I was so close I couldn't even see her face. All I heard was her voice trembling with excitement. This feeling is amazing. Not just me. Even referee Li Zhilong looked stunned. He knew best about the stargazing platform and that it could absorb star power. But to actually channel the star power into a visible golden mist, this was unheard of. His expression was one of pure astonishment, as if he had struck gold. "Start!" Li Zhilong shouted, and the battle erupted instantly. The two Soul Emperors on the opposite side were quite arrogant, not even activating their battle armors. Su Xiaoyan didn't think twice. With her Star Wheel Eye staff pointed, a Star Wheel chain directly bound the female teacher, Nana, preventing her from even using her soul skills. The opportunity had arrived. A flash of blue light appeared on me, and the word battle armor wind directly covered my body. The male teacher opposite, Zhao Wei, widened his eyes in shock. Didn't we agree on strong attack type? Why is it the wind element? I didn't give him any time to react, quickly activated my second and third soul skills to give myself a speed buff, then unleashed my fourth soul skill, Wind Spirit, turning myself into a gust of wind and instantly closing in on his face. Hell Spike! I stopped a finger right in front of his neck, with the blue wind blade swirling menacingly. If I moved forward just a millimeter, he would be singing his last song today. I concede. I retracted my martial soul. Zhao Wei's face turned green as he mumbled, "What strong attack type? This is clearly agility attack." I smiled and said, "Sorry, dual martial souls, you know?" Li Zhilong next to us was so angry he was jumping up and down, directing a barrage of words at his two teachers. "Where's your battle armor? You got taken out by a couple of teenagers? What about your dignity?" Just as he was cursing, an unexpected event occurred. Su Xiaoyan raised her staff high and shouted, "Starlight! Brilliant!" My goodness, the entire star observation platform was instantly filled with countless starlights, as if the stars in the sky had found their mother. Their glow becoming incredibly gentle, then crazily rushing into Su Xiaoyan's body. She floated up, and a star wheel mark identical to the one on her staff appeared on her forehead. Family, who understands? This was an on-site evolution of her martial soul. Li Zhilong's mouth dropped open, gasping in disbelief, muttering, "I've never seen a soul master so in tune with star power. If only she were from our academy." His eyes were practically brimming with envy and jealousy. He decisively instructed all the students to sit down and observe this once-in-a-millennium encounter. The infusion of star power lasted for over an hour before Su Xiaoyan slowly descended. The ice attribute in her martial soul was washed away, evolving into a pure star staff. Although her soul power didn't increase much, her entire temperament and potential had undergone a transformation. Later, in the cafeteria, Teacher Shun asked her what happened, but she couldn't explain clearly, just feeling that the flaw in her martial soul had been compensated, and it had evolved. I looked at her and had an idea, saying from now on, "Stick with me. When we get back to Shrek, I'll help you get a better soul spirit." She pretended to hesitate, but her little legs were shaking like a sewing machine. Her acting was a bit poor. I knew very well. This was likely a test sent by Guyu. High-level business battles often use the simplest methods. In front of her, I directly took out the Soul Guide communicator and called my teacher. "Teacher, is there a way to replace a merged soul spirit and soul ring?" Su Xiaoyan's ears perked up. On the other end, The ancient Dongfeng was excited to hear that I wanted to poach Yue'er, immediately making a decision. Yes. The transmission spirit tower has secret methods. Not only can it be exchanged, but I can also provide heavenly materials and treasures to help her recover. Make her yours, and turn her against me. I hung up the phone, looking at Su Xiaoyan's eager expression, and calmly said, it can be exchanged, but there will be backlash. But don't worry, there are medicines to compensate. How about I exchange for a starlight unicorn? Her eyes lit up, but she still pretended to hold back, saying she needed to ask Yue'er. I warned her that Shrek and Tang San were not on good terms with the transmission spirit tower, so she should think carefully. Then we boarded the Soul Guide train to Tianhai City. In the soft sleeper compartment, Su Xiaoyan sat cross-legged in meditation, enjoying a peaceful moment. I was admiring the beautiful girl when suddenly, there was a loud bang. The train shook violently. I reacted quickly, activating my martial soul, shattering the window, and flew out with Su Xiaoyan. Teacher Shun followed suit. The train had been forcefully stopped, surrounded by strange pink mist. A figure that was neither male nor female, with a voice sharp as a eunuch's, was laughing maniacally. Sink into the paradise of desire. Teacher Shin Yi's face turned pale. It's a title Douluo level evil soul master, and a 3-word battle armor master. Oh no, we've hit a hard wall this time. The evil soul master didn't even regard us, casually releasing 3 streams of pink mist that entered our bodies, then happily vanished. My spiritual power in the LinYang realm held strong, but when I looked back, I saw that Shun Yi and Su Xiaoyan's eyes had turned red, glowing pink, and they were rushing at me like crazy. Star Wheel chains. Sky blue entanglement. Damn. I teleported away, just in time, quickly escaping back to the previous compartment, locked the door, and smashed the camera. They both flew in after me. Looking at the 2 crazed beauties, I was caught in a moral dilemma. Better to benefit myself than others. Saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda, right? I was sacrificing myself for others. Su Xiaoyan, being weaker, regained consciousness first. When she woke up, she found herself sitting on me, yelping in pain as she fell off, tearfully asking what I had done. I replied impatiently, "Are you annoying? You 2 forced me, okay? If it weren't to save you, do you think I'd want to?" Some of the medicine in my body was absorbed by you. Upon hearing this, she remembered what had happened earlier and immediately felt guilty, lowering her head and quietly sobbing. She also noticed that not only did she no longer feel pain, but her soul power had also increased by 1 level, realizing that it was a blessing in disguise. And her gaze towards me was filled with guilt. I didn't have time to deal with her, since Teacher Shun still hadn't regained her senses. Once Shun woke up, her gaze was cold, and she was about to make a move. Su Xiaoyan quickly stopped her to explain. Shun remembered what had happened earlier, feeling both ashamed and angry. But she also realized that her martial soul had actually undergone a beneficial mutation due to absorbing the medicine. The 3 of us fled the train in a sorry state, only to find that the Battle God Hall members had already surrounded the area, and the evil soul master had been taken down. But I never expected that just as we escaped the tiger's mouth, we fell into the wolf's den. After distancing ourselves from the scene, Shun suddenly turned around, looked at me, and said something that shattered both my and Su Xiaoyan's worldview. Go to the nearest hotel and do it again. I was dumbfounded. Miss, are you still addicted? Is this just a case of biting the hand that feeds you? Without saying a word, she knocked Su Xiaoyan out with a vine, then directly bound me up, her eyes filled with guilt and determination. My martial soul mutation is at a critical moment. Once it stabilizes, I hope to become a limit Douluo. I will compensate you. Afterwards, Shun stared at me, her eyes wide in disbelief. Why? Why didn't I achieve transformation this time? I couldn't be bothered to argue with her, put on my clothes, picked up Su Xiaoyan, and directly took off with wind wings, leaving her standing there in a daze. Once we reached the hotel in Donghai City, I settled Su Xiaoyan and immediately called Old Kai to report my safety. When I recounted everything that happened, especially Shun Yi's coercion after she woke up, the sound of a cup shattering was heard on the other end of the line. Old Kai's cold voice came through the communicator. What is Shun Yi? That old fool of the turbid world is really leading the way astray. Wu Chong Kong colluding with evil soul masters. What difference does her behavior have from that of an evil soul master? I loved hearing this. But what good was just talking? I directly asked, Teacher, can we just get rid of Shun Yi? There was a moment of silence on the other end. Family. Who understands? This silence was deafening. What did it mean? It meant she had a strong backing and couldn't be touched. Turbid World was her teacher. And Turbid World was close with Feng Wuyu, who was tight with the Sea God Pavilion Master. Want to touch Shun Yi? Dream on. Old Kai started painting a rosy picture for me, saying that compensation was more practical than revenge, and that when I returned to the academy, I would definitely get a satisfactory answer. I was almost laughing out loud. Fine, I wanted to see what he could offer me. A 100,000 year soul bone? Or an even more powerful, ferocious beast soul bone? I said, all right, teacher, then I won't go to the academy for now. I need to head back to Tianhai City to take care of some matters. After hanging up the phone, I told you that the smile on my face was impossible to hide. This time, that old thing from the murky world won't just die. He'll get skin alive. Isn't he the one who protects his own? I want to see how he manages to do that. Moreover, I just received news that both the Murky World and Feng Wuyu have left the Sea God Pavilion, and Wu Changkong has also been released. It is said that he's going to take Tang Lin to the Ming City for the final exam. Wow, now that is going to be a show to watch. To be honest, regarding Shun E, I didn't suffer much loss materially, but I just can't stand it. The power of that heartbreak red medicine, even if it was just a little bit, is top-tier treasure. What a waste. I am clear in my heart. This is my last time trusting old Kai. If I am disappointed again this time, then sorry, I won't be boarding this broken ship of Shrek anymore. At that time, I will directly switch to the Spirit Transmission Tower, focusing on my career, and I won't hesitate to do anything to become stronger. No one should blame me for being ruthless. Anyway, since I was idle, I took the always gloomy Su Xiaoyan, who had just woken up, to the intermediate Spirit Ascension platform to grind some experience. I was hoping to get another soul bone, but I had bad luck and got nothing. However, I did help Su Xiaoyan's soul spirit level up to 1,000 years, and my own Thunder Beast also reached 90,000 years. I accompanied Su Xiaoyan back home, and our relationship improved quite a bit. It was no longer as awkward as before. After that, she stayed with me in Tianhai City. However, just as I was preparing to head back to the academy on the 13th day, I turned on the TV and was stunned. It was a live broadcast, Shrek Academy's Genius Challenge against the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy. I focused my eyes and saw 5 people in Shrek uniforms on the screen. Tang Lin, Su Lizzie, and 3 other first-year guys whose strength was decent. They actually want to challenge them? I immediately turned to Su Xiaoyan beside me and said, just wait. I'm going to have to clean up the mess for these show-offs. With their configuration of 5 soul sovereigns go to fight a team of 3 soul ancestors with 2 soul sovereigns, and on their home turf, Gui wasn't there, so they couldn't use that dragon god transformation. This was just giving away heads, especially since I knew there were 2 teams among them with martial soul fusion skills. They were bound to lose, no doubt about it. As expected, less than 10 minutes later, old Kai's call came through, and I could feel the heat of his anger burning through the communicator. Did you see that? Who gave them the guts to represent Shrek and challenge? It's a disgrace, simply humiliating. I thought to myself, now you're worried? Old Kai continued. I just received intelligence that those 7 are the treasures of their academy, called the 7 Stars of Glory, specifically trained to deal with us. Now the academy has a mission for you. You, LinYang, immediately select people from the outer academy to form a team and get back our honor. If you win, you will be the first candidates for the next generation of the Shrek's 7 monsters. Upon hearing this, I realized an opportunity had come. I exchanged glances with Su Xiaoyan beside me and said slowly into the phone, Teacher, challenging them is just a small matter. However, there are a few questions that need to be clarified first. How will Tang Lin and the others be punished? What about Wu Changkong? And what is to be done about Shun E? What will my compensation be? If we work hard to win, what rewards will there be? Wu Changkong resigned in shame, and Tang Lin and the others received a major demerit to be expelled after a year. Old Kai was straightforward about it. As for Shun E, the situation was special. She had good talent and was a first-time offender. So the pavilion master punished her with house arrest at the Sea God Pavilion for 10 years. I sneered in my heart. 10 years? Is that all? The compensation for the murky world is a soul bone, a 70,000-year-old right arm bone from the red armor dragon, which he peeled off from himself. The reward for winning is the qualification to be the first candidates for the Shrek's 7 monsters. I understood. I didn't argue with her and started reporting names. I chose first-year students Wu Sido, Yi Xinglan, Zheng Duran, Yang Yinxia, and for the second year, Yuan Yivi and Lu Xingyu. No, old Kai interrupted directly. The 7 Stars of Glory are all under 15 years old. But Yuan Yehui and Lu Jingyu are too old to count. You must choose again. Wow, I was furious at that moment. So, you're just playing with me? On the surface, I had to endure it, but they want to take more, right? I shot back. Then, Teacher, can I represent us and refuse this challenge? Being weak is a sin, and I truly felt that now. If I had the strength to flip the table, would I still need to endure this? There was silence on the other end of the call. Old Kai probably feared I would throw in the towel. So he had to give in. This is for the glory of the academy. All right, during the challenge, you can bring 2 other first-year students. But the qualifications for the Shrek 7 monsters still include Yuan, Yue'er, and Lu Jingyu. Okay, I hung up the phone and turned to Su Xiaoyan, saying, "You're coming with me. I'm stepping out for a bit." Where's I going? I went directly to find President Duan Xian and greeted him. Then, I went alone to the rooftop of the Blacksmith Association, took out another communicator, and dialed a number that Shrek must not know. When the call connected, I got straight to the point. "Eternal Family Master, it's me. I have a top-secret message for you. Sky Pillar Douluo Yunming has reached the God Origin realm with his spiritual power and is creating his own divine position. Light and Dark Doalong Yue'er still retains peak combat power at the quasi-divine level." There was silence on the other end for a while, and then the voice of Qiangu Dongfeng came with a hint of shock. "Yunming is really creating his own divine position. I stake my life on it." "Good, you've done well. For the challenge against those 7 stars of glory, just crush them effortlessly. When you return to Shrek City, find time to come see me." Done. After hanging up, I started contacting Wu Sido and the others. As it turned out, the one named Su Yuqing got scared when he heard we were going to fight the Sun Moon Royal Academy and backed out, which was just right for Su Xiaoyan to take his place. We agreed to meet in Ming City, and we took the Soul Guide train directly to Ming City. As for Ming City, how should I put it? It's an entire cyberpunk steel forest with tall buildings packed like sardines in a can, making it feel oppressive. We took a taxi to the Sun Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, which took a full 3 hours. As soon as we got out of the car, we saw Old Kai waiting at the entrance with Wu Sido and the others, and beside him stood a smiling tiger, clearly the president of the Sun Moon Royal Academy. Once we were all gathered, Old Kai immediately fired off, addressing the president. "Our students are here as candidates for the Shrek 7 monsters. They will take down all of your strongest young people under 20. The president, Ming Hongshun, smiled even more cheerfully, sarcastically saying, "Silver Moon Daw, your words are too full. Last time, the people from your academy said the same thing, and what happened then?" He turned and walked inside, implying not to waste words and just come in to take a beating. We follow behind, and Zheng Yiran leaned over to whisper, "It's all that Tang Lin's fault for being overconfident, making us come to clean up this huge mess for him." Yi Xinglan also had a cold face. It's not surprising that a fool does foolish things. Upon entering their academy, wow, it was extravagant. Everywhere was metallic, and a huge metallic sphere was floating in the hall, with the front desk made of rare metals. The president, Ming Hongshun, didn't say a word and led the way, taking us into an elevator that moved up and down and horizontally, feeling like a roller coaster. Finally stopping in an ancient hall made entirely of stone. The ceiling of that hall had murals depicting stories of Huayuhao's exchanges and studies here. Ming Hongshun pointed to the stone benches next to us, signaling us to wait, and then walked away with a look of disdain. He had just left when the sound of a mountain roaring and a sea surging came in from outside, and a hyped-up commentator was stirring things up. "The people from Shrek are here to provoke us again. Can we endure it? No. Let them leave in disgrace." The shouts and curses were so loud, they seemed ready to tear the roof off. Kai Lao's face turned pale, and he said one thing. "LinYang, crush them effortlessly." I forced a smile and nodded. 10 minutes later, the massive archway slowly opened, revealing a giant arena that could hold 150,000 people, with at least 100,000 spectators packed in the stands. As the 7 of us stepped out, hundreds of thousands of eyes instantly locked onto us like searchlights, and the hostility was so intense it felt like it could mess up my hairstyle. Su Xiaoyan and Zheng Yiran's faces turned pale. I snorted coldly, and 5 crimson soul rings exploded around me, the aura of the Soul King spreading out and enveloping everyone. My teammates felt the pressure ease and finally regained their composure. On the opposite side, their radiant 7 stars had already taken their positions. Both sides announced their names, and after the referee declared the rules, we stepped back 100 meters, and the match officially began. I smirked, and the word Armor Wind instantly enveloped me. Wind's Whisper, Wind's Protection, Wind Spirit, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th soul skills were unleashed in an instant, and then my Scarlet 5th soul ring shone to its fullest. Qingwan Feather. Let me tell you, the most explosive part is coming. This move is a new soul skill I obtained after refining the Qingwan Feather, a completely invisible wind blade that swooshed past. How fast was it? So fast that the 7 people on the opposite side didn't even react. And even the referee in the 3-word battle armor forced himself to block it to save them. and his hand was directly stained red. The outcome was decided. I retracted my soul ring, looked at the shocked referee, and smiled as I spoke. The entire venue fell silent. A match that hadn't even started was already over. We followed the satisfied Elder Kai back to the academy, where she took us straight to the principal's office. In the office, Lan Yuzi and Senior Tang Yinmeng were already there. Elder Kai announced that we had qualified for the election of the Shrek's 7 monsters, then let the others leave first and kept me behind. She took out a dark golden right arm bone and handed it to me. Looking apologetic, as she said, "This is the compensation from the corrupt world for you." I did my best regarding Shan Yi. I smiled and accepted the soul bone, saying, "I know, teacher, you've already tried your best." When I left the office with Senior Lan Yuzi and the others, Lan Senior even patted me on the shoulder, saying he didn't expect Shan Yi to be so greedy, and assured me that once he gained power in the future, he would definitely give me an explanation. I smiled casually and said, "I appreciate your kindness, Senior." Saying this, I directly threw the still warm 70,000-year-old right arm bone of the Scarlet Armed Dragon to Lan Yuzi. Then, my entire being transformed into a gust of wind and disappeared in their astonished gazes. Are you kidding? You think I'd be satisfied with this outcome? I had long offended the corrupt world and Feng Wuyu's group. The principle of not killing the snake would lead to endless troubles. And I understood this better than anyone. Let me tell you, the old folks at Shrek really thought they could fool me as a child. They thought they could smooth things over with a 70,000-year-old soul bone. Goodness, it's not even comparable to a single hair from the Tang sect. What did the Tang sect give? A 100,000-year-old Titan, giant ape, right arm bone. Just look at how stingy Shrek is. It's ridiculous. Isn't this a typical case of using people when they're useful and discarding them when they're not? When I first arrived, they treated me like a treasure with some Beast King soul bone. But once I was truly in, they started testing me in various ways. Now that something happened, they just handed me a broken 70,000-year-old piece to brush me off. I've understood this change in attitude. They never regarded me as one of their own. Fine. If you lack benevolence, don't blame me for being ungrateful. I turned around and flew back to the work-study student dormitory using the wings of wind, directly kicking the door to find Su Xiaoyan. Guyu had slipped away after the exam, leaving her alone in the dormitory. She looked at me strangely as I entered. "Why are you looking for me now that the holiday has started?" I got straight to the point. "Let us go. I'll take you to get some new gear. The new Star Spirit Soul Bone just came out at the Spirit Transmission Tower, super quality. I'll help you get it. By the way, let us strip that Ice Bear spirit off you and switch to something better. I'll help you mature it to a 10,000-year level directly." Su Xiaoyan's eyes lit up, just like Zheng Yiran. "Absolutely." He smiled at her, urging her to finish her business quickly because I had important matters to attend to. This girl was no longer reserved with me. She bounced out the door along with me. We flew directly to the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower, the tallest building on the continent. Filling out information and entering the Spirit Tower was like a beginner's village quest for me. We pushed our way up to the 11th floor, and in no time, we took down that Star Spirit Beast, allowing Su Xiaoyan to fuse with it. While she was fusing, I slipped away. Let me tell you, outside the tower, that old fox, Qiangu Dongfeng, was already waiting for me with a smile. As soon as he approached, he started flattering me. "LinYang, your talent is truly unparalleled. A 15-year-old soul king, TSK, TSK, TSK. Then he shifted his tone, starting to sow discord. "So, have you seen the true faces of those hypocrites at Shrek? They only consider themselves. I may be selfish too, but I never skimp on my own people." He revealed his true intentions. "Come, be my disciple. From now on, you'll be the sharp knife in the heart of Shrek. The final blow will rely on you. Who understands family? This opportunity is right in front of me. How could I refuse?" I knelt down immediately, saying in a clear and concise manner, "Teacher, Betrayin Misect. Not a chance. Whoever treats me well, that's who I'll stick with. Shrek treated me unfairly first, so don't blame me for retaliating with a super double." Qiangu Dongfeng was extremely satisfied, directly handing me 2 boxes, one containing a heavenly secret fruit and the other a divine soul pill, to use on Su Xiaoyan. He even painted a grand picture, saying that when my mental strength reached the spirit domain realm, there would be a big gift for me. I was clear in my mind that this old fellow wanted to invest in me, help me become a god, and then he could ride my coattails to success. But that's fine. We both benefit from this. He had just left when Su Xiaoyan came out. I handed her the items and taught her how to break the contract. That girl was also tough. She directly used her mental power to strip away the ice bear spirit, turning pale as paper due to the backlash, which was quite severe. But it was fine. After taking the heavenly secret fruit and divine soul pill, not only did the side effects disappear, but her soul power also surged up, directly skyrocketing to level 37. I took the opportunity to bring her to the intermediate spirit enhancement platform to boost her new spirit to 10,000 years. After I sent the unconscious her back to the dormitory, I returned to my own room. Yuan in Yue'er was sitting cross-legged in meditation when she saw me come back and asked, "What are your plans for the holiday?" "Learning forging. I'd already planned to try forging a soul tool." "That's right. I want to become a saint craftsman. When that happens, let us see who from Shrek still dares to look down on me due to seniority." Yuan in Yue'er was shocked. "Saint craftsman. That status directly matches that of a titled Douluo. There's no helping it. Who told me I accidentally broke through to Soul King?" I walked over and hugged her, kissing her hard on the cheek. Just then, my soul communicator rang. I looked at the caller ID and saw it was LinYang. My heart skipped a beat, and I had a bad premonition. Sure enough, as soon as the call connected, LinYang's tired voice came through. "LinYang, there has been a change regarding Tang San. Listen to me. From now on, treat him as if he doesn't exist at the academy. And don't provoke him proactively." I frowned. What happened? His sister, not is the direct disciple of the Pavilion Master. Sai. The Pavilion Master has only one disciple, raised like a daughter. "So, you understand." "Goodness," I directly exclaimed in surprise. "Are they playing a background game here?" "Having a strong background is impressive." "Huh?" I pressed further. "What about Wu Changkong and Shunyi?" The outcome remains unchanged. But after Wu Changkong was expelled from the academy, Feng Wuyu forged a set of 3-word battle armor for him, and the corrupt world also helped. Now he is already a 3-word battle armor master and has entered the Tang sect as worship hall. Oh, right, Tang San has also become Feng Wuyu's disciple. When I heard this, I almost laughed out loud. I understood everything completely. I said I got it, but inside I was overjoyed. I can't cause trouble for Tang San? Fine. However, you, Tang San, became Feng Wuyu's disciple. Wouldn't your original forging teacher, Muchun, be furious? This is a proper betrayal of your sect. Although I did it too, I haven't exposed it. After hanging up the phone, I told Yuan in Yue'er and immediately rushed out the door. I need to find my senior brother Muchun quickly and show him a face-to-face ultimate move. I stepped into the president's office of the Shrek City Blacksmith Association, looking at the gloomy-faced Muchun, and sarcastically said, "Senior brother, I heard your precious disciple Tang San has changed allegiances? What are your thoughts on that?" Muchen's face darkened as he slammed the table and yelled, "Stop with the insinuations. That was his own decision." Just then, the door swung open, and a beautiful girl with twin ponytails rushed in. Muchen's daughter, Mushi. She didn't even glance at me and went straight to Muchen to complain, "Dad, that bastard Tang San has become Feng Wuyu's student." Muchen took a deep breath and announced in a deep voice, "I understand. From today on, he is no longer my disciple." "Yes." I silently celebrated and got up to leave. Watching the father-daughter duo fuming made me feel exceptionally pleased. Without the protagonist halo, let's see how Tang San can manage. A month later, the new school term began. During the opening ceremony, Old Kai publicly criticized Wu Changkong and the 5 of them, then praised our 7. The contrast was stark. The homeroom teacher was also changed to Lan Muzi and seniors Tang Mengyin. On the first day of school, Lan Muzi called me into the office and dropped a bombshell. "Are you interested in leading the first and second years to challenge the third year?" Senior Tang Mengyin added. Old Kai said that if you win, you'll get a direct chance to become the current Shrek 7 monsters. Upon hearing this, I didn't have to think twice. An opportunity presented right in front of me. I immediately decided that our team would consist of the 7 of us, plus Su Xiaoyan as a substitute. Lan Muzi asked about the timing, and I replied, as soon as possible, 1 week later. Our current strength should ensure we won't lose. Come on, I'm a Soul King at the 5th ring, leading a bunch of Soul Masters of the 4th ring against a few seniors with a maximum level of 52. It's a piece of cake. Back in the dorm, I gathered everyone at the Lingbing Square and shared the news, which excited everyone. Lu Jingyu joked, "You're pretty cocky, becoming a Soul King so quickly." I shot him a glance. I don't talk to Soul Masters. We quickly divided the matches, 1-on-1 with Yi Xinglan, Wu Sideo, and Yuan in Yue'er. 2-on-2 with Lu Jingyu and Yang Yinxia as partners. And for the final 7-person team battle, all 7 main members would participate. As for Luo Guixing and Su Yuqing, I agreed that after we spent a year exchanging at the Douluo Continent, the class leader position would be handed over to them to prevent that little Tang San from sneaking in. A week flew by. The cross-grade challenge attracted the attention of the entire outer campus. At that moment, in the classroom of Class 1, third year, those seniors were discussing us. A somewhat lecherous guy named Yi Wu was leaning back with his leg crossed, bragging to his class leader Li Qianquan, class leader. Isn't this just a free target sent by the academy? Let's suppress these little brats' spirits. Their class leader, Li Qianquan, a 52-level defense system soul king, was quite composed. We can't be careless. At that moment, a girl named Mo Ju walked over. She was the vice class leader and another soul armor master. She poured cold water on them directly. I've looked into it. Those little junior brothers and sisters have an average of 10,000-year-old soul beasts, and several of them have soul metal armor components that we envy. If we don't take this seriously, we'll embarrass ourselves in public. Li Qianquan and Mo Ju discussed and decided that Mo Ju would participate in a one-on-one match, while Li Qianquan would hold the final team battle, ensuring they could at least score 6 points to win. They were even calculating not to offend us too much since they would need to find me for forging in the future. On the day of the competition, let me tell you, the scene was bustling with noise and crowds. The entire outer campus felt like a festival, all coming to watch the excitement. After all, this was a low-grade team challenging a high-grade team. Who wouldn't want to see that? On our side, Teacher Lam Yuzi was still giving us a pre-match pep talk, saying we shouldn't fear in the one-on-one and two-on-two and to go all out. Teacher Tang Mingyin joked, "Look, all the one-on-ones are with our girls. Aren't you boys ashamed?" Hey, my temper flared. If it weren't for saving energy for the team battle, I would have wanted to jump in and give them a lesson right then and there. On the other side, the third-year homeroom teacher, Lin, sent out a guy named Wu Rui to take the lead. This guy's martial soul was called Heavenly Book, a control type, and he looked decent, with his hair styled as if just finished with a semi-permanent. As soon as the referee, Old Kai, announced the start, the drama unfolded. When Yuan and Yue'er stepped on stage, she was dazzling with her red hair flying and a sharp gaze. Wu Rui, upon his entrance, struck a pose, flirted with the audience, and then directed an onslaught at Yuan and, "Oh, it's a junior sister. I've heard about you for a long time. Dual martial soul's impressive. Go for it. But please don't push yourself too hard. As a senior, I'll go easy on you. After all, with hard work, you might reach my level one day. I nearly choked on my overnight meal. Who does this guy think he is, playing the domineering CEO?" Even referee Old Kai couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Shut up. Stop with the nonsense." The match began. As Old Kai's voice fell, Wu Rui's warning to the junior sister was still hanging in the air when Yuan moved. She wasn't one to chatter. She would strike when ready. Let me tell you, the scene was exhilarating. A pair of black fallen angel wings suddenly spread wide, and the dark magic sword ignited in flames, closing in on Wu Rui like a flash. Immediately, the entire arena was shrouded in a dark canopy, and Yuan let out a long howl as a massive fallen angel phantom emerged behind her, her third soul ring glowing brightly. The fallen angel descended. With that swing of her sword, the entire space twisted. Wu Rui's face turned pale with fright. He attempted to teleport away, only to find the space locked and unable to move. He tried to summon his armor, but was pressed down by an overwhelming force. With a loud bang, he was smashed to the ground like a sandbag. By the time we saw clearly, Yuan's sword tip was already at his chest. Instant kill. 1 second. It took just 1 second. From start to finish, Wu Rui didn't even manage to find the button for his armor. When he left the stage, his face was green. He probably wouldn't dare to show off in front of girls ever again, becoming the punch bag instead. We scored 2 o'clock and took the lead. While the second years were cheering so loudly, they nearly lost their voices. Now the third year side couldn't sit still. Lin's face was as dark as a pot bottom. In the second match, she sent out a guy named Yi Wu, who was all fired up like a firecracker. On our side, Wu Sadeo took the stage. As soon as the match started, Yi Wu shot forward like a rocket, his speed terrifying. Wu Sadeo reacted quickly, activating her Phantom Spirit Cat, Martial Soul, dodging just in time. I understood immediately. That guy relied on flame bursts to accelerate. Fast, but couldn't turn a pure straight-line brute. Wu Sadeo noticed this too. In the next second, she switched her Martial Soul. Her body grew taller and stronger, transforming into the powerful White Tiger Martial Soul. When Yi Wu charged in for the second time, she didn't dodge. She opened the White Tiger shield and clashed head-on. Boom! With a loud bang, both retreated several meters. Realizing that brute force wouldn't work, Yi Wu began running laps around the arena, increasing speed, trying to knock Wu Sadeo out with a high-speed impact. Wu Sadeo held her ground, enduring several hits, but it was clear she was starting to struggle. Just then, a flash of white light enveloped Wu Sadeo, and 2 pieces of soul metal armor covered her arms. Boom! In the third collision, Yi Wu was the unfortunate one. His speed was too fast, and he couldn't stop, crashing headfirst into Wu Sadeo's armor, sending himself flying. Wuzador seized the opportunity, switching her martial soul back to the spectral spirit cat, and instantly chased after. Guess what happened next? That Yiwen was suspended in midair, and suddenly there was a clinking sound as he equipped 8 pieces of battle armor. That's double what Wuzador had. His speed increased, and the flames on him changed from orange-red to an even more terrifying turquoise color. Now it was Wuzador who was being suppressed, and it looked like she couldn't hold on much longer. But just at this critical moment, Wuzador's gaze sharpened, and she activated her ultimate move, her martial soul fusion skill, Spectral White Tiger, a massive, semi-transparent white tiger, shimmering with an ethereal glow, appeared out of nowhere. Its imposing presence silencing the entire arena. Yi-1, clad in 8 pieces of battle armor and engulfed in flames, charged forward. But the spectral white tiger raised its paw and swatted him away like a fly, sending him flying. Really, just one slap, giving him a little lesson in humility. Seeing he was outmatched, Yi-1 turned to flee, hoping to drag the fight out until Wuzador's martial soul fusion skill ended. But he forgot that his weakness of being unable to turn quickly had long been seen through by Wuzador. The spectral white tiger didn't chase. Instead, it made a quick movement, predicting his path and waiting in ambush on his route. Ambush! Yi-1 realized he couldn't escape, gritted his teeth, and curled into a ball, charging forward like a fireball. The spectral white tiger also ignited with a strange flame, burning its own power to make a desperate trade. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the spectral white tiger shattered, sending Wuzador flying, landing on one knee, her face pale. But on the opposite side, Yi-1 was in worse shape, blasted away like a cannonball, crashing into the protective barrier and bouncing back, collapsing on the ground and losing consciousness. Although it was a mutual defeat, Wuzador was still standing. First grade class 1, Wuzador victory. 2 consecutive wins. We were going crazy over here. The whole arena was shouting our names. Meanwhile, the third grade side fell completely silent. Teacher Songlin's expression was not just ugly, it was about to kill. She stared intently at our side, then slowly uttered 2 words. Mo-Ju. Oh no, they finally sent out the ace. Mo-Ju, one of the only 2 one-word battle armor masters in the 3rd grade, the true top combat power of the Outer Academy. She walked up to the stage step by step, and the entire arena instantly fell silent, everyone's gaze focused on her. On our side, Yi Xinglan stepped forward. She said nothing and also walked up the steps one by one, but from the moment she stepped on the stairs, her aura changed completely. That sharp feeling like an unparalleled divine sword about to be unsheathed. The 2 masters faced off, and the atmosphere instantly froze to a standstill. Teacher Kai wasted no time and directly announced the start. Mo-Ju slowly advanced, the light around her body growing dimmer. Under her feet, 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. For circles, 5 circles of soul rings rose. Purple, 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 purple. 5 rings, all purple 10,000-year soul rings. 5 rings Soul King. Goodness, this girl is not to be underestimated. Let me tell you, her name is Mo-Ju, and her martial soul is the Black Swan. But don't think she's some healing support. She specializes in curses as a strong attack type, particularly sinister. Among the 3rd graders, she is like the anchor of the team. Her prestige terrifying. As for our Xinglan, she stood quietly on the opposite side, her back straight, her aura not losing in the slightest. She hadn't even released her martial soul, just standing there, but her momentum was skyrocketing, like a treasured sword hidden in its sheath, ready to unsheathe and drink blood at any moment. Mo-Ju evidently sensed this, and her expression grew serious. She couldn't afford to be careless. After all, she had seen clearly how her 2 teammates had been defeated. Shrek Academy is known for producing monsters. She raised her right hand, and the first soul ring lit up, pointing towards Xinglan in the air. Suddenly, a massive black skull appeared out of nowhere, opening its large mouth and rushing towards Xinglan's face. In that instant, Xinglan moved. She shot forward like a meteor, bursting forth with blinding light. A surge of condensed sword intent shot into the sky. I tell you, even the protective barrier next to her was vibrating. She moved like a beam of light, directly charging towards that skull head. Then the most bizarre scene occurred. The black skull in midair, actually, just dispersed on its own, as if it had seen a ghost. It directly collapsed into a mass of black mist. Montag Yue'er Stund. Who? What is going on? That was her first soul skill, Weakening Curse, which ignores physical defenses and can only be countered with mental strength. But Xinglan was using mental strength. She was using pure sword intent. Goodness, how strong does this sword intent have to be to directly nullify a soul skill? Her reaction was quick. She brought her hands together, conjuring another dark green skull, which opened its mouth and spewed forth a dark green flame, called Dark Demon Flame, set to burn souls. At the same time, she flapped her wings behind her and flew into the air. But in Xinglan's eyes, there was no skull, no flames. There was only one thing, sword, the star god sword in her hand. She moved as if she had merged with the sword, striking at that mass of flame with a single sword strike. With a slicing sound, the dark green flame was cut open like fabric by scissors, creating a gap. Xinglan passed through that gap, and the sea of flames couldn't even touch the hem of her clothes, all pushed away by the invisible sword aura around her. Then, Xinglan flicked her wrist, and the sky was filled with intertwining sword light, forming a massive net that enveloped Mo-Ju above. At this moment, the entire arena fell silent. I could even hear the sound of people swallowing their saliva. Folks, who understands? Before the match, everyone thought this would be a one-sided battle. But look, a 4-ring fighting against a 5-ring, this script doesn't add up. Mo-Ju in the sky was both angry and anxious. Being pushed to this point by a first-year junior, she was losing face. If she avoided again, her momentum would be completely gone. So she lit her 3rd soul ring, and with a fierce flap of her wings, a dark green halo descended from the sky, and wherever it passed, Xinglan's sword net melted away like snow. This move is called Dark Invasion, and it looks incredibly domineering. But who is our Xinglan? The word retreat doesn't exist in her dictionary. She didn't even look at the descending halo. She swept her star god sword upward, creating a sword light that forcibly carved a gap in the halo, allowing her to slip through and continue her assault towards Mo-Ju. Seeing this, Mo-Ju thought, well, this is getting serious. If she kept hiding, she would really capsize today. She flicked her right hand, and with a clang, a dark green breastplate attached to her body. Following that, it was like a magic trick. Piece after piece of battle armor flew out from her storage soul guide, clattering as they equipped themselves onto her. Breastplate, shoulder armor, arm guards, battle skirt, leg armor. And finally, even a headband was put on. At the moment the last piece of armor snapped into place, a resounding clang echoed, and Mo-Ju's aura instantly transformed. Dark green flames erupted from her body. Her soul power surged several times, skyrocketing from Soul King to nearly Soul Sage level. My battle armor is called Heaven, she declared, suspended in midair, her voice echoing. Goodness, a one-word battle armor master, fully equipped. Now it was truly impossible to fight back. Wearing the complete set of battle armor, Mo-Ju was like a different person. She lit her 4th soul ring, and a long spear topped with 3 skulls appeared in her hand. With a sweep of the spear, 3 differently colored halos descended from the sky, directly enveloping Xinglan. Weakness, fear, and pain. 3 curses took immediate effect, and Xinglan's aura weakened significantly. Immediately after, Mo-Ju pointed a spear, and a dark green ray shot out. Just when it seemed like she was about to lose, Xinglan suddenly raised her head, her eyes shining like 2 stars. She let out a loud shout, and the sword intent on her body erupted again, forcefully breaking through the 3 layers of curses. One sword breaks all laws. This girl is truly extraordinary. Her 3rd soul ring lit up, and she transformed into a golden starlight, merging her body and sword. Soaring into the sky, this was her strongest strike. Mo-Ju was also going all out. Countless swan feathers burning with black flames formed a torrent, rushing towards that starlight. Boom! In a massive explosion, the starlight was ultimately extinguished by the endless feathers. Xinglan's figure reappeared, her face a bit pale, but her eyes were filled with madness and defiance. In the end, she still lost. There was no choice. The gap in levels and equipment was too great. Later, I found out that during this time, Xinglan and Lu Jingyu hadn't made their battle armors at all. They had spent all their time and energy helping Yuan and Yue'er forge a complete set of battle armor. I was crying, what a divine teammate. Although Xinglan lost this match, it could be said that she lost with honor. Next up was the 2-on-2 match. On our side were Lu Jingyu and Yang Yinxia. The opponents were a pair of dragon and phoenix twin siblings from the 3rd grade, named LinYang and Mengtian. As soon as the whistle for the match started, the siblings put on their 5 pieces of battle armor without a word, and then they directly fused. Damn, a martial soul fusion skill. A gigantic lion-tiger beast appeared on the field, opening its mouth to unleash a fiery tornado. In one move, just one move. Lu Jingyu and Yang Yinxia didn't even have time to react and were instantly eliminated. If old Kai hadn't acted quickly, they would have died on the spot. Goodness. We were immediately trailing 0-2, and the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Finally, it was time for the last team battle. 7 of us against 7 of them. As the match began, LinYang from our side stepped forward, first putting on his battle armor, and then 5 soul rings rose beneath his feet. Red, 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 red. 5. All red. They were all 100,000-year soul rings. In that moment, the entire world fell silent. The 7 opponents were dumbfounded on the spot. Their CPUs burning out. Everyone in the audience stood up, their eyes nearly popping out. The third graders, probably blinded by rage, after a brief moment of shock, actually charged forward together. As a result, LinYang lightly raised his hand and used a move, and the next second, the Holy Spirit Dalu appeared before the third graders, as if teleporting, waved his hand to block the attack, and then calmly announced, "In this team battle, the first and second year joint team wins." Huh? Everyone was stunned. The Holy Spirit Dalu explained, "The power of LinYang's strike has already reached the level of a titled Dalu. If I hadn't intervened, you would have died. Instant kill. A real instant kill. In the end, we won." The entire stands erupted. Our first year, having only been at the academy for a little over a year, had defeated the strongest class of the third year and directly stood at the pinnacle of the outer academy. After the match, old Kai announced a significant piece of news, saying that in 6 months, the academy would organize a group to go to the Douluo Continent for an exchange, urging us to perform well and strive for a spot. That night, we all sat together, and Luo Guixing started his little history class again, giving us some background. In simple terms, a long time ago, our continent split, and part of the royal family went out to establish the current Douluo Empire, which is considered a distant relative to our federation, but the relationship isn't good. They look down on each other, so this exchange probably won't be peaceful. Half a year passed in a flash, and the list of those going to the Douluo Continent was finalized. All 8 members of our work-study student team were selected. Before departure, we first arrived at Tianhai City to meet with the delegation from the Douluo Continent. Goodness, the hotel lobby was packed with people, with thousands of elites on both sides. Our Shrek's small team huddled in a corner, quietly waiting and curiously observing those from another continent. I tell you, the people from the Douluo Continent were dressed in a very retro style, completely different from ours, but I have to say, there were several experts among them. Their aura could be felt from a distance. As the number of people in the hall increased, like dumplings being boiled, suddenly a loudspeaker went off, and a middle-aged man, claiming to be the Secretary General of the Federation, named Pan 1, began calling out and arranging for us to get on the bus. I took a glance. This guy's hairline was a bit precarious, looking quite ordinary, but he was said to be thriving in the political arena. He let the Douluo people board first, and then us. I have to say, the organizational ability of the Federation is indeed impressive. Over 2,000 people, all neatly arranged without any chaos. We boarded the soul-guided bus, heading straight for the dock. Goodness, there were 2 giant ships docked at the pier, like 2 moving sea fortresses. The deck was at least 5 or 6 stories high, made entirely of metal, with cannons densely packed. Just looking at them gave a strong sense of security. Indeed, the sea is not peaceful. The number of sea spirit beasts is much greater than that on land. Without this level of firepower, going out to sea would be like delivering takeout. Once on the ship, I realized these people were up to something. They actually mixed us and the others on the 2 ships, calling it a promotion of exchange. Our Shrek Academy was directly assigned to the Douluo ship. At this moment, Secretary General Pan, when personally came over with a fake smile and said to old Kai, "Hello, old Kai. To facilitate communication, we specially arranged your academy to share a ship with the elites from the Douluo Royal Academy, so everyone can get to know each other better on the way." Let me tell you, what kind of person is our old Kai? She didn't even raise her eyelids, slowly replying, "Oh, is it the academy that wanted to come to our academy for an exchange, but was rejected by us? Families, who understands?" As soon as these words came out, the air instantly fell silent. I almost laughed out loud on the spot. Pan Wen's face froze. As expected of an old politician, he reacted in a second, laughing heartily to smooth things over. "Oh yes, it was just that the timing wasn't right before. This time on the ship, it's just perfect." Old Kai hummed in response, not saying anything more, but that aura, TSK, directly killed the conversation. Pan Wen personally led us onto the ship, giving us plenty of face. As we walked up the boarding ladder, right in front of us were those from the Douluo Royal Academy in white uniforms. They all turned their heads to point and whisper at us, and I don't know what they were muttering about. Lu Jingyu, being the show-off he is, stretched his neck, looking left and right, saying, "Who is talking? Who is talking? I can't see anyone." The short guy exploded on the spot, charging forward in a single step, ready to collide with Lu Jingyu. Lu Jingyu didn't dodge at all and took the hit head-on. With a loud bang, he remained completely still, while the short guy staggered back 2 steps. The difference was clear. Lu Jingyu cheekily said, "Oh, so you're here? Sorry. I have a bad neck, and I'm not used to looking down at people. But buddy, your development is indeed a bit abstract." LinYang, a person who always protects his friends, immediately activated 5 blood-red soul rings at his feet. And the pressure scared the group across from them so much that their faces turned pale, not daring to make a sound, and they fled in disgrace. We each returned to our rooms, which were actually quite nice, 40 square meters with a balcony. At noon, as the ship set sail, we officially departed. That evening, senior brother Lon Muzi called LinYang over, saying there was a youth soul master competition on the Douluo Continent. Asking LinYang if he was confident he could take down a 6-ringed battle armor master. LinYang was incredibly confident, saying he could deal with a 2-word battle armor master anytime, not taking the opponent seriously at all. Life on the ship was actually quite boring until the announcement came over the intercom that there would be a social gathering in the evening, urging everyone to dress up. Yuan and Yihui came to ask LinYang, "Are you going?" LinYang replied, "If you go, then I will go. Yuan no dead. Then I want to go. If you don't go, then I will go." Yuan and Yihui was left speechless by him. She said she wasn't prepared for a formal dress, but LinYang, like a magician, pulled out a beautiful red gown that he had already prepared for her. Lu Jingyu was even more exaggerated, preening in front of the mirror in his room, changing into a pure white suit, muttering, "Finally, it's my turn to be this handsome. I'm so handsome even I moved. It's simply unbearable to look at." That evening we all went to the banquet hall together. Wow, it was resplendent, filled with people. Although old Kai was older, he wore a silver long gown that made him the focus of the entire scene with his extraordinary elegance. Our Shrek group had no interest in dancing and just huddled in a corner eating. In the end, there was an award ceremony at the party, and only senior brother Lon Muzi won the Most Handsome Gentleman award due to his looks. After drifting at sea for 2 months, we finally arrived at the Douluo Continent. Shortly after getting off the ship, the Douluo Empire's Foreign Affairs Minister, Sima Lan Shao, came to find old Kai again, still for the Youth Soul Master competition, persistently inviting us to participate. Old Kai initially didn't want to bother and directly refused. However, the guy was still not giving up, saying he could allow us to go straight to the elimination round, ensuring our safety and so on. Old Kai glanced at him and calmly said, "I'm not worried about that." Sima Lan Shao was stunned for a moment before realizing that old Kai thought they were too weak and was afraid we would go too hard on them. Seeing his expression, old Kai smiled slightly and directly offered, "If you want us to participate then, the championship prize must be a soul bone." Upon hearing this, Sima Lan Xiao's faces changed. A soul bone. That was an incredibly rare treasure. He explained that only the overall champion of the individual competition would receive a soul bone, because that competition was called the Infinite Challenge, allowing any means and requiring a life-and-death contract to be signed. Old Kai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He loved such thrilling challenges and immediately said one word, "Good." We boarded a special train heading to the capital of the Douluo Empire, Douluo City. The scenery here was much more primitive than Douluo Continent, and the level of modernization was significantly lower. However, looking out the window and enjoying the food, life was quite pleasant, just as we were enjoying ourselves. LinYang's expression suddenly changed. In the distance outside the window, a large group of mechas suddenly appeared. Their designs were completely different from those on our side, resembling various wild beasts. Immediately, countless lights lit up on those mechas. Boom! Old Kai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, while senior brother Lon Muzi was as quick as lightning, darting out of the train car in a flash. Almost simultaneously, a rain of soul-guided shells rained down. There were over 100 mechas attacking, led by a bright red falcon mecha, moving at an incredible speed. Amidst the deafening explosions, the soul-guided train we were on rolled violently, flames shooting into the sky. Senior brother Lon Muzi was airborne, directly activating his martial soul, instantly donning his 3-word battle armor. I tell you, that battle armor was incredibly handsome, white base with golden patterns and huge wings on his back. With a wave of the wooden knife in his hand, he shouted something like Yang Jiu Bai Lu, and countless black dots appeared in the sky, forming a massive net that exploded all incoming shells in mid-air. Our sidecar mechas also charged out, but there were too many enemies, and we were completely overwhelmed. The mechas attacking us all had a burning green skull emblem on their chests, looking extremely sinister. Old Kai had already taken to the air, directly locking onto the strongest red, divine-level mecha. LinYang wasn't idle either, directly activating the gravity control domain to help senior brother Lan Yuzi intercept the stray shells. Just then, the situation on the main battlefield changed again. The enemy's mechas stopped their long-range attacks and drew out close combat weapons to charge forward. Two black-level mechas, one resembling a giant bear and the other a monkey, charged straight towards Lan Yuzi and LinYang, who were guarding the top of the train. What could they do? I tell you, those two scrap metal mechas were just asking for their heads to be handed over. One was a 5-meter-tall monkey, looking quite agile with small jet wings on its back. The other was a 12-meter-tall giant bear, like a mobile fortress, wielding a giant axe longer than itself. A well-rounded configuration, one agile assassin and one berserk tank. Without a word, the giant bear mecha swung its axe towards LinYang. The momentum so fierce it felt like the air was about to be torn apart. On the other side, the monkey mecha charged straight at Lan Yuzi. They were calculating, thinking they could take out LinYang, the fragile mage, first before focusing on Lan Yuzi. But they miscalculated one thing. Our LinYang wasn't an ordinary mage. Just as that dark axe light was about to cleave into LinYang's face, a flash of blue light appeared, and an extremely compressed wind blade shot through the 12-meter-tall giant bear mecha, piercing it cleanly. I tell you, it was swift and decisive. The cockpit of the giant bear mecha probably turned into mush, and its massive body fell from the sky like a kite with a broken string. The nearby monkey mecha was stunned. Family, who understands? In that moment of distraction, Lan Yuzi's knife arrived, piercing right through. In just a few breaths, the two black-level mechas were gone. The difference in strength was simply a dimensional strike. We had just dealt with two elite monsters when a main battlefield had turned into complete chaos. The close combat was brutal, with sparks and explosions everywhere from the mechas colliding. We were outnumbered and could barely hold our ground, but casualties quickly began to appear. Just when things were at their most tense, a sudden shrill whistle sounded from afar, and a large group of black dots flew in from the horizon. Reinforcements. The Douluo Empire's reinforcements had arrived. The group of mechas known as the Green Skulls saw the reinforcements and fled faster than anyone else, retreating like a tide. Even the red mecha that had been entangled with Old Kai feigned a shot and instantly made its escape. Old Kai didn't pursue. Staying calm was key, and protecting us was the most important thing. The battle ended, but the soul-guided train and tracks were completely destroyed. There was no way to leave. The Xinghua Empire has also been quite proactive, directly dispatching hundreds of mechas as a security team and even sending several luxury soul-guided buses to pick us up. On the way, Lan Yuzi informed us that the group attacking us was called the Green Skeleton, a rebel organization from the Xinghua Empire, which specializes in creating chaos. This time, they clearly aimed to provoke a conflict between our Douluo Federation and the Xinghua Empire, hoping to benefit from the turmoil. However, the power struggles between these great nations have nothing to do with us. Anyway, with the security team present, the next 2 days of travel were extremely calm. By the time we finally arrived at the capital of the Xinghua Empire, Xinghua City, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Let me tell you, this Xinghua City has a very retro style, and it even has city walls. Various soul-guided cannons are set up on top, making it clear that this place is not peaceful. However, once we entered the city, the feeling was just right, cars and people bustling about, no different from the big cities on our Douluo Continent. Perhaps to compensate for the fright we had received, the Xinghua Empire truly spared no expense this time. The hotel they arranged for us was resplendent, making it feel like even a dog would get a golden tooth here. We students were all housed in luxury suites. Just as we settled in, Yue'er knocked on my door and calmly told me, "I'm level 50 now. Help me condense my soul ring." Sure, I nodded. While she began to meditate, I walked alone to the window, looking at the darkening sky outside, feeling a bit emotional. It had been a tiring journey, and before I knew it, I had reached level 59, just a step away from becoming a soul emperor. After resting at the hotel for 2 days, the third day brought the main event. The emperor of the Xinghua Empire wanted to meet us in person, and there was a state banquet in the evening, requiring us to attend in formal attire. In the evening, a row of luxury official cars lined up at the hotel entrance, creating quite a scene. Upon arriving at the palace, there were all sorts of formalities. Music played, a red carpet walked on, and a bunch of important figures exchanged state documents and praised each other. The current emperor of Xinghua, Ling, was chatting enthusiastically with the senior members of our delegation, even coming down to dance the first dance. In any case, they put on quite a show. After the banquet ended, LinYang finally gathered us together to discuss serious matters. Big news is coming, everyone. The Continental Youth Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition. This competition is a major event on the Douluo Continent with a long history, open to soul masters under the age of 20. The competition events are straightforward. 1-on-1, 2-on-2, 7-on-7, and mecha battles, pure combat without any frills. The most anticipated event is the 1-on-1 competition because there are no restrictions. Whether you have battle armor, soul-guided devices, or mechas, you can use whatever you have, highlighting the individual's ability to respond. The Douluo Empire values individual heroism, so this competition is practically a nationwide celebration. We didn't have to worry about registration. Old Kai took care of everything. Except for Su Xiaoyan, who didn't participate in the individual competition, everyone else was signed up for all events, one and all. 2 days later, the competition officially commenced. The scene was packed at the Douluo Grand Stadium, accommodating 300,000 people, with no empty seats. Due to the large number of participants, the preliminary round was a brutal elimination system. Lose one match and you go home. The first round of the individual competition lasted a full 3 days, and our Shrek team of 7 conquered their opponents effortlessly, all advancing to the next round. Next came the doubles and team competitions. We also easily won the doubles matches. On the day of the team battle, it was noticeably less crowded outside the stadium. Upon inquiry, we learned that the citizens of Douluo disliked the chaos of team battles and preferred watching one-on-one duels. Once we entered the waiting area, it was already packed. Just as we were looking for a place to stand, suddenly, the entire waiting area fell silent, as if someone had pressed the mute button. I instinctively turned around and saw a group of 8 people entering, all dressed in dark red outfits. I heard someone murmur nearby, "The Monster Academy people are here." Monster Academy? The one, that SA knockoff of our Shrek Academy? Goodness, they're in red and we're in green. ISNT this, just the legendary red-green CP lockdown, with the key thrown into the sea? In 2025, there's still such a classic pairing. Leading the group was a 2-meter-tall, bald, muscular man, his physique resembling a mountain, radiating an aura of 2.8 meters. As he entered, the crowd automatically parted to make way for him. Yue'er went to gather information and returned with a changed expression, saying that the bald guy's name was Yu. Nicknamed Dragon Madman, a once-in-a-thousand-years talent from the Monster Academy, who had defeated all his opponents in the academy by the age of 16. Hearing this, I laughed and told them, Teacher Lon has mentioned him before. He is a 6-ring soul emperor and a 2-word battle armor master. So what? He is not stronger than me. Just as everyone relaxed, they saw the big screen showing the first round of the Monster Academy's team battle starting. And guess what? That long you didn't even participate. The 7 who did were all 5-ring soul kings, except for a seemingly younger princess. Moreover, their soul ring configurations were blinding, either all purple or with black, all top tier. As the match began, there was just one exchange, really just one collision, and their opponents crumbled like paper, instantly defeated. Lu Jingyu's face turned pale as he murmured, "How are we supposed to compete against that?" Just then, LinYang appeared behind us, patted his shoulder, and smiled. "What is the fundamental principle of Shrek? Have you forgotten? It's to create miracles." As soon as she finished speaking, the Monster Academy team returned after their match. LinYang was still at the front, and as soon as he entered, his gaze fixed directly on me, a hint of a playful smile on his face as he nodded at me before leading his team away. The meaning in his eyes was clear. See you at the top of the mountain. Soon, it was our turn to compete. For this match, I didn't go up. I let Yuan and Yue'er lead the team. Our opponent was also a 7-person team, looking quite cautious. As soon as the match began, our 4 members, including Yixinglan, charged forward directly, spreading out a bit. The opposing team held steady, forming a triangular formation. The team leader was a soul king using a fan, and he immediately created a whirlwind. However, Yue'er activated her dark golden terror claw, bear martial soul, dispersing it with a single swipe. Just then, Yuan and Yue'er's voice called out, "Let me handle this." She leaped up from behind Yue'er, transforming into a diamond titan midair, and shot an air cannon directly at the unprepared fan guy. With a loud bang, he was blasted away along with his fan, disrupting their formation. Mosi Duo and her 2 companions seized the opportunity, slicing through like 3 sharp knives. What followed was a complete domination. We easily took the first round of the team battle. Afterward, the second round of the individual competition began, and the atmosphere in the arena was even more enthusiastic than the first round. Various betting markets outside opened up, and I heard bystanders chatting, all betting that the Monster Academy would sweep the top spots. Some even seriously analyzed that no one dared to defeat their princess, as the competition would lead to selecting a prince consort, so she would definitely make it into the top 8, or even the top 3. Who understands, family? The competition hasn't even finished yet, and they've already scripted everything for them? That actually seems a bit reasonable. Regarding the situation of the individual competition in this year's tournament, it can be said that opinions are varied, with everyone having their own thoughts and judgments. Look, Long Fengzi is here. The last time we saw him was in the last competition, when he was only 17 years old and won the final championship, earning a soul bone as a reward. This year's championship, there is no one who can compete with him. Yes, Long Yu has made his entrance. His bald head is very distinctive, and his match has been scheduled at the center of all the competition stages in the Xinglua Grand Stadium. Today, Long Fengzi is still wearing his red school uniform, making him look like a ball of fire as he steps onto the competition stage. His opponent is a young girl dressed in a blue long dress, looking at Long Yu with curiosity in her beautiful eyes. "Hello, Brother Long Yu." The girl bows respectfully to him. Long Yu smiles and replies, "Hello, Brother Long Yu, can I use my soul skills fully? Is that okay?" The girl looks at him with a pitiful expression. "Sure." Long Yu laughs, his expression very calm. The referee is somewhat speechless, but he doesn't say much. After all, this is Long Yu, the Long Yu from the Monster Academy. The match begins. With the referee's command, the first match of Long Fengzi's individual competition officially starts. Chapter 89. Long Yu takes the stage. He indeed kept his promise, just as he had assured that girl before. Not making a move immediately, but standing there with a smile, watching her. The girl let out a delicate shout, and 4 soul rings rose around her, accompanied by a layer of icy mist. Elemental attribute, ice. The girl looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, and her 4-ring cultivation was already quite impressive. As she released her martial soul, 4 pieces of ice blue battle armor flew out quickly from the bracelet on her hand, landing on her right arm, right shoulder, as well as a helmet and another piece for her left arm. 4 pieces of battle armor. Generally speaking, a complete set of battle armor consists of 13 pieces, and possessing 4 pieces with a 4-ring cultivation at her age made this girl quite exceptional. Her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement as she rubbed her hands together, and the first soul ring lit up. A ball of ice flew toward Long Yu. Under the enhancement of the battle armor, the ice ball had a diameter of about 1 foot, and as it flew out, strange patterns appeared on its surface, shimmering with a deep blue halo. After releasing the ice ball, the girl immediately took off, chasing after it. Her second soul ring shone brightly, and a blue light appeared in her palm as her battle armor-covered right hand struck the ice ball directly. The ice ball trembled slightly, and then its size instantly doubled, with the patterns on its surface becoming even more pronounced, as if it contained massive energy within. At that moment, the girl's third soul ring shone brightly, and the sequence of these first 3 soul rings was very rapid, connecting smoothly. This time, she pressed both palms against the surface of the ice ball. Suddenly, long spikes, each 3 feet long, sprouted from the surface of the ice ball. Simultaneously, the ice ball's size swelled to over 1 meter in diameter, turning entirely deep blue. If someone could come to the competition stage at this moment, they would notice that the temperature of the entire stage had dropped sharply. The girl stopped, suddenly dancing gracefully in place, and her 4th soul ring shone brightly. This time, deep blue light beams shot toward the ice ball, and with a flash, the girl disappeared, seemingly pulled by the light beams. The ice ball surged forward, carrying an incredibly strong momentum and low temperature, heading straight for Long Yu. Long Yu still stood there with a smile, showing no intention of making a move. The competition area was not particularly large, and in an instant, the enormous ice ball with sharp spikes was right in front of Long Yu. Why wasn't he moving? Many spectators were filled with doubt. Even ordinary people could see the terrifying nature of that ice ball. If it hit, his body would surely be shattered. And then, it collided. Boom! Ice shards flew everywhere as the ice ball struck Long Yu violently. The spikes pierced directly into him. Yet, Long Yu's smile remained unchanged, as if he were a statue. What followed was a scene that shocked the audience. At the moment the deep blue, spiked ice ball collided with Long Yu, the spikes shattered, and then the ice ball itself broke apart. It was as if it had crashed against a towering mountain, disintegrating inch by inch into powder upon contact with Long Yu's body. At that moment, the previously vanished girl finally reappeared, and all the cold air around her converged in an instant. The audience saw that a whirlpool of ice seemed to gather around the girl, with all the cold energy instantly coalescing in her right palm, raised before her chest. A smug smile had already appeared on the girl's cunning face. LinYang, you were too careless. No matter how strong you are, without releasing your martial soul and battle armor, you will surely lose to my ice heart palm. Everything that came before was a disguise. The ultimate goal was to strike with this palm. The hand covered by battle armor turned a deep blue, and the cold right hand directly imprinted on LinYang's chest. At the moment her attack struck LinYang's chest, she hesitated slightly, not hitting his left chest, but switching to his right chest. Puff! With a light sound, LinYang still stood there unmoved, while the girl's form came to a sudden halt. The four soul skills cycled and amplified, and all her strength converged into this one palm. Her soul power erupted, frantically merging. She felt that even a mountain could be frozen by her. LinYang remained standing there, not moving an inch, with a smile still on his face. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the girl. Are you done? The girl stared at him in shock, then looked at his body. You're fine? How is that possible? How can this be? You should have turned into an ice sculpture. You didn't hit my left chest. You're a good girl. Just admit defeat. LinYang patted her head. The blue-clad girl stared at him foolishly, still unable to understand what had happened. When her ice heart palm struck LinYang, she clearly felt all her soul power was released, and there was no recoil. This situation should have meant a successful hit. But why did the final result end up like this, with LinYang seemingly unscathed? Where did the soul power from her attack go? Right here. LinYang smiled slightly, tilting his head, and a stream of ice blue energy spewed from his mouth into the air, instantly causing the temperature in the air to drop again. I admit defeat. The blue-clad girl could no longer see the vast gap between her and LinYang, bowing humbly in surrender. In that instant, applause thundered. LinYang had not made a single move throughout, not even releasing his martial soul. Yet this match left the audience exhilarated. This is what a true strong person is. A real strong person is also filled with gentlemanly grace. In no time, the entire audience was calling LinYang's name. LinYang waved to the audience as he turned and walked off the stage. In the battle zone, everyone from the Shrek team, except LinYang who hadn't arrived, was silent. The main broadcast on the big screen had just shown LinYang's match, making it impossible not to watch. This is too powerful, right? The blue-clad girl's fighting style showcased excellent control of her abilities. With her formidable strength, the four soul skills stacked one after another in such a strike. Even a five-ring Soul King would find it hard to withstand directly. Yet LinYang didn't even release his martial soul and just managed to withstand it. 6 rings. Soul Emperor. Being able to compete proves he is not yet 20 years old. A Soul Emperor under 20. Chapter 90. Unlucky group stage draw. Everyone came for Shrek Academy. But they all understood that even within Shrek Academy, there were no Soul Emperors under the age of 20. A once-in-a-thousand-year genius is indeed not just talk, without a doubt. His martial soul would be extraordinarily powerful. Such an opponent, with an age advantage and overwhelming cultivation, made everyone think of LinYang. Perhaps only he could fight against him. Wizido said, an interesting opponent. Do you want to admit defeat? Her gaze swept over everyone. Except for her, Yue'er, and Yuan and Yue'er. The other four felt somewhat suppressed. No, Yuan and Yue'er said in a deep voice. Yue'er said, we represent Shrek. Whether on the Douluo Continent or the Douluo Continent, Shrek is the top academy. Age is not an excuse. Since we are here to represent Shrek, we have the duty to defend Shrek's glory. This is not just LinYang's responsibility. Even if he is confident to fight against LinYang, we must also do the same. We cannot lose. The expressions of everyone became more passionate, and a fiery light began to flicker in their eyes. So what if they were 20 years old? So what if they were one-word battle armor masters? They had created miracles before. For Shrek students, pressure was always a source of motivation. Shrek brought them not only reasonable training and abundant resources, but also a belief. The belief that Shrek would win. The individual competition continued. But LinYang's appearance had already brought the atmosphere of today's matches to a climax, turning the entire competition venue into a boiling ocean. The subsequent matches ended easily. Facing no strong opponents, and no one from Shrek Academy had been eliminated so far, the Shrek team successfully passed the first round of the 2v2 and 7v7 group matches. And now the individual group matches were about to begin. Everyone immediately checked their groupings. LinYang raised an eyebrow. His opponent was Yue'er. But since it was only the group stage, he could not directly eliminate her. Lu Jingyu's expression was somewhat grim, because in his group, there was an opponent he least wanted to face. LinYang. That's right. He was in the same group as LinYang. Never mind. It's just the group stage, right? The top 4 in the individual matches can advance. At worst, I could just forfeit the match against LinYang. Are you afraid you won't make it out of the group? Yang Yinxiao looked at Lu Jingyu's grouping and couldn't help but gloat. Lu Jingyu suddenly turned to him, his expression unusually serious. The people of the sacred angel family can fail, but they must never be cowardly. Let me test this LinYang's strength first. Yang Yinxiao's eyes widened. Although he still couldn't see his eyes, you can't be serious, right? Lu Jingyu rolled his eyes. Do I look like I'm joking? We've faced strong opponents before. How do you know I will definitely lose? Yang Yinxiao gave Lu Jingyu a thumbs up, feeling for the first time that he was like a real man. But if it were me, I would probably make the same choice. Cut it out. Don't equate me with you. Lu Jingyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. However, if it were Yang Yinxiao, with his dark gold, fearsome, bear martial soul, he would at least dare to fight LinYang. LinYang looked at Lu Jingyu and said, if you want to go up, then go. At least you'll know the gap after fighting. And I'll help you take revenge later. Lu Jingyu nodded, yeah. If I deliberately avoid facing him the first time, how will I stand tall in front of such an opponent in the future? Losing isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is losing even the courage. A fiery light burned in Lu Jingyu's eyes. It's just a LinYang. So what if he's a genius? Am I not a genius too? The first round of the group stage officially began. Until just before the match, the pairing situation for each group was announced. And the people from Shrek Academy did not expect that, while others were fine. In Lu Jingyu's group, his first round opponent was actually LinYang. Your luck is incredible. Yang Yinxiao couldn't help but complain. Although he was in the same group as Lin San, he felt no significant pressure. How could he not feel pressure facing LinYang? Everyone had seen LinYang's previous matches. This person's terror was definitely the strongest they had ever faced. In all the previous matches, he hadn't even released his martial soul. Yes, since the beginning of the competition, LinYang had defeated his opponents without even releasing his martial soul. Therefore, the Shrek team did not even know what level his soul power had reached. This was the most terrifying part, an unknown opponent. Lu Jingyu ignored Xie and directly sat cross-legged on the ground in the waiting area, closing his eyes to meditate, calming himself down, and keeping himself in the best condition to face LinYang in the upcoming match. Having spent so long together, they understood each other's personalities to some extent. Although Lu Jingyu usually loved to laugh and joke, he was actually a very persistent and proud person at his core. Just like the first time he met Yuan in Yue'er. When he sensed the dark energy around her, he unhesitatingly chose to question her in public. If it weren't for LinYang, they might have fought. This is a characteristic of all members of the Sacred Angel family. They value honor more than life itself. In their hearts, the Sacred Angel is the supreme existence. The Sacred Angel lineage had also produced soul masters who transcended to godhood. Although that individual eventually became the final antagonist and had their divine status stripped, they had nonetheless achieved divinity. Such a martial soul is known as a divine martial soul, representing the pinnacle of martial souls on the Douluo Continent. No one attempted to persuade Lu Jingyu to give up this match. Once he had made a decision, he would never change it easily, but without a doubt, this would be the most difficult match for him. The match began. The Shrek Academy members entered the arena one after another. There were only 5 participants in the individual competition. The first to compete was Yuan in Yue'er, who decisively defeated her opponent. Then it was LinYang and Yixinglan, who each also defeated their opponents and successfully earned points in the group. Lu Jingyu vs. LinYang, the electronic voice announced in the waiting area. At that moment, all the competitors waiting for the match turned their attention to Shrek Academy. Clearly, these fellow competitors had already realized that this upcoming match will be the first showdown between Shrek Academy and Monster Academy, and they were facing the strongest of Monster Academy. Chapter 91. Holy Dragon Noir, and to see Lu Jingyu leaped up from the ground. His eyes only slightly opened, but they seemed to shine with dazzling golden light. His entire aura was completely reined in as he adjusted his clothing and strode confidently towards the competition arena. The members of Shrek Academy stood together, their right hands thumping against their chests in support. Lu Jingyu revealed a hint of a smile, relaxing a bit, and said, "Wait for my good news." After saying this, he stepped out of the waiting area and walked briskly towards the competition stage. Without a doubt, this was a match that attracted everyone's attention. The audience in the entire Xingluo Grand Stadium was extremely tense at this moment. They all knew that the Monster Academy absolutely could not afford to lose. If they lost this match, it could be said that the Monster Academy would be completely defeated. The number 1 ranked Dragon King Long Yu was facing off against Shrek Academy's Holy Angel Soul Master Lu Jingyu, and the outcome of this match would be very important. The atmosphere was heavy and somewhat frozen, with Emperor Dai Tianling of the Xingluo Empire personally present in the VIP section, although His Majesty did not express it outwardly. And the fourth Prince Dai Yue'er had also informed his father that Long Yu could not possibly lose. This match was still too important for the Xingluo Empire's officials. It was important to the extent that they could not afford to lose. Now, countless people had already learned about the visit from Douluo Continent, and the students of Shrek Academy represented Douluo Continent, being 5 years younger than their competitors. If the Monster Academy ultimately suffered a crushing defeat, it would indirectly prove that the Monster Academy was far inferior to Shrek Academy. Those who understood history knew that the origins of the Monster Academy were related to Shrek. If they could surpass Shrek, it would be no problem, but if they suffered a devastating defeat, even the officials would face scrutiny. Next to Dai Tianling sat an elderly man dressed in a white robe, a rare retro attire. The old man's face was rugged, and he had a lean and tall figure, with long white hair cascading down his back to his shoulders. His eyes, however, were exceptionally clear, which seemed incongruous with his aged face. It seemed that such a gaze should not belong to an old man. Yet, this disharmony made him appear particularly spirited. Sitting there, at first glance, he seemed like an ordinary old man, but one must not forget that he was sitting next to the emperor of the Xingluo Empire. Even with Dai Tianling beside him, there was no sense of superiority. This seemingly contradictory old man shocked those who recognized him. For this man was the current president of the Monster Academy, a powerful figure of the Xingluo Empire, a legendary national master, and known as the #1 person in the Soul Master community of the Xingluo Empire, Holy Dragon Douluo Continent. Untzi was a legend in the Xingluo Empire. No one knew where he came from. When he appeared on the continent, he was already over 30 years old, and, at that time, he was merely a soul master of the third ring, which would not attract anyone's attention. However, his growth journey was incredibly miraculous. At the age of 30, he went to the Monster Academy to take the entrance exam, but due to his age, he could not possibly be admitted. So Untzi sat at the entrance of the Monster Academy and said just one sentence: "If anyone below the fourth ring can defeat me, I will leave." For the next 18 days, all the elite students below the fourth ring from the Monster Academy came out, but none could defeat him. Ultimately, they had no choice but to admit Untzi as an exception, making him a member of the Monster Academy. Very few knew what Untzi did after joining the Monster Academy, but when he reappeared in people's sight, he was already 35 years old, at level 60, and a sole emperor of the sixth ring. In just 5 short years, his cultivation soared 30 levels, as if propelled by a rocket. This was simply unimaginable in the Soul Master community. 5 years later, he reached the 9th ring and became a title Douluo. 5 years after that, he reached level 95, becoming a super Douluo. By the time he was 50, he was already at the pinnacle of Soul Masters, becoming the most powerful level 98 Douluo in the Monster Academy, just a step away from becoming a limit Douluo. Only then did he begin to attempt to create his own battle armor, forging, designing, and crafting all by himself. After another 5 years, he became a 3-word battle armor master. There were no divine-level blacksmiths on the Xingluo Continent, meaning that under normal circumstances, the strongest 4-word battle armor master could not appear. However, Untzi took 10 years to refine and nurture his 3-word battle armor's soul core with his spiritual and soul power, ultimately elevating it to the level of a 4-word battle armor. As for whether he ultimately reached the level of a 99 limit Douluo, no one knew, because by the time he reached level 98, he was already the #1 person on the entire Xingluo Continent. LinYang looked in Untzi's direction and whispered, "A limit Douluo, demigod, 4-word battle armor master, and also a divine craftsman? Without heavenly forging metals, it would be impossible to create a 4-word battle armor." The only explanation was that Untzi had become a divine craftsman. According to legend, the reason why this great figure was only at level 30 at the age of 30 was that his martial soul was extremely peculiar, a type of martial soul that was very difficult to cultivate in the early stages. It took over 20 years for him to barely reach the 3rd ring level. But after breaking through the 3rd ring, all barriers disappeared, and he surged forward, finally becoming a legendary figure. By the age of 45, he had already taken over as the president of the Monster Academy, and now it had been a full 60 years. In the entire Soul Master community of the Xingluo Continent, he held an extremely high status. Even Emperor Dai Tianling had to respectfully refer to him as the National Master. Dai Tianling was even a direct disciple of his in his early years, demonstrating the level of reverence for Untzi. "Teacher, how come you have time today?" Dai Tianling only learned after arriving at the scene that his teacher would be present. He wanted to offer the main seat to NC, but was stopped by NC's words. One must not neglect courtesy. NC smiled faintly, saying he had always wanted to visit Douluo Continent to pay respect to Shrek Academy, but had lacked the courage. Today was a good opportunity. He wanted to see how talented the people nurtured by Shrek Academy were, especially since he had watched LinYang grow up. Dai Tianling smiled and said, "So, teacher, you also have this curiosity. Who do you think will win from our monster Shrek Academy? Who will ultimately become the champion in the finals?" Chapitre 92, Le Xingyu vs. L'Onju ainsi sigue lightly. I have lived over 100 years, reached my peak, and I still need to visit Douluo Continent. Regardless of the outcome of this competition, I will go to Douluo Continent to see Shrek Academy. This is something every generation of Monster Academy presidents yearns for. But how many people dare to take this step? If I don't go soon, I fear I'll lose the courage to do so. Dai Tianling was startled. With your cultivation, could you still be worried? Nci gently shook his head. The further one walks in the world of soul masters, the more one is filled with awe. We can never see the limits. I hope to find new goals there. I want to visit that person at Shrek Academy with a learning attitude. Dai Tianling gasped. In his heart, the teacher was an insurmountable chasm, and he had never seen such emotions in the teacher before. Could it be that Douluo Continent is truly? Nci smiled slightly. You don't need to think too much. Although I don't believe I can win there, self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. I must wait until they're truly capable successors before I can pursue another world without any worries. Even though I cannot see it in the dark, I must still try. Dai Tianling nodded. Teacher, I really envy you. Nci shook his head. Your aspirations do not lie here. There is no need to envy anything. But you can rest assured, Yue'er's talent is no less than mine back in the day. With him around, at least we can guard Star Luo for another 100 years. This was the first time Dai Tianling heard Nci evaluate someone in such a manner, and his gaze involuntarily turned to the arena, looking at the already on-stage Yue'er. So, in the teacher's heart, Yue'er was actually so outstanding. In that case, he couldn't afford to lose the match. If he lost, wouldn't that prove there was a chasm-like gap between the Monster Academy and Shrek Academy? Lu Jingyu's relaxed expression disappeared the moment he stepped onto the stage. The imposing figure of Yue'er felt like a mountain pressing down on his heart. As a student of Shrek Academy, he could not make mistakes in basic judgments. He had felt this the first time he saw Yue'er. What kind of strength does such an opponent possess? One who has never used a soul ring in a match. Yue'er still wore a smile, showing no difference from how he normally faced other opponents. The referee glanced at both sides and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He knew that the Monster Academy could not afford to lose this match. However, the Continental Youth Senior Soul Master Elite Competition faced the entire Star Luo Continent, and there could be no tricks. Everything had to be fair. 3, 2, 1, the match begins. With the referee's sharp command, the clash representing both academies commenced. This was also Yue'er's first time facing an opponent from Shrek Academy. The moment the referee said begin, Lu Jingyu suddenly took a big step forward. Yue'er raised an eyebrow, and his gaze changed slightly as he looked at Lu Jingyu. This simple action of stepping forward held extraordinary significance for Lu Jingyu. As he stepped out, his entire aura underwent a dramatic transformation. A layer of golden light appeared on the surface of his body, and a strong holy aura began to rise. His face seemed to turn a light golden color, and his eyes sparkled like they were burning with golden flames. His own momentum surged exponentially, with the faint golden hue turning into a vibrant gold, like flames rising around him. Yue'er's expression turned serious. The students of Shrek Academy were indeed extraordinary. He then took a step forward as well. With that step, the arena filled with holy aura instantly experienced a dramatic change. With a loud thud, the entire arena trembled violently, as if the whole world was shaking. In Lu Jingyu's eyes, it seemed as though there was now an enormous mountain without a peak looming over him, tilting in his direction. The immense pressure made the golden flames around him fluctuate violently, and he couldn't help but grunt softly. For soul rings rose rapidly beneath his feet, and a beam of golden light shot into the sky, transforming into a divine light that seemed capable of supporting the heavens and earth, stabilizing his form to prevent him from retreating. What a terrifying aura! He had only taken a small step, yet it pressured him to the point of breathlessness. Earlier, while meditating in the waiting area, Lu Jingyu had been contemplating the tactics for this match. He was well aware of Yue'er's strength, so he knew that a direct confrontation would not give him much chance. To defeat his opponent, he had to take a different approach. Therefore, at the very beginning of the match, he chose to release his momentum first, hoping to suppress his opponent's momentum and create some opportunities for himself. However, he did not expect Yue'er's momentum to be so formidable. The collision of momentum was imperceptible outside the protective shield. So what the audience saw was just Lu Jingyue and Yue'er taking a step forward, followed by Lu Jingyue's golden flames rising, and then a golden beam shooting up, appearing far more dazzling than the unchanged Yue'er. Many people involuntarily grew tense, already beginning to silently pray for Yue'er in their hearts. This Yue'er has such a strong momentum. On the arena, Lu Jingyue took a deep breath, his chest swelling, and the golden flames on his body grew stronger. The angelic wings on his back spread open and gently flapped, raising his momentum once again. With the addition of the divine light, he forcefully controlled his momentum to break through the weight of the mountain pressing down on him, and the holy aura burst forth once more. Yue'er smiled slightly and took another step forward. Boom! Lu Jingyue felt an intense sense of being crushed all over, and the mountain before him became increasingly heavy, as if a giant hammer was descending from the sky, suppressing his holy light, which clearly showed signs of collapsing. With a low shout, Lu Jingyue raised his right hand, and his second soul ring shone brightly. A holy sword appeared out of thin air, its light flickering, opening up the heavens and creating the earth. Golden light sliced through the air in front of him, instantly splitting the pressure in front of him in two with that powerful holy aura. Following that, changes began to occur in Lu Jingyue's body. A faint white halo was released from Lu Jingyue, and the armor on his right forearm, shoulder, chest, left forearm, and shoulder emerged from his body, covered in a jade-like white sheen, enveloping almost his entire upper body. It was armor as white as jade, with a layer of fine golden patterns shimmering on it. Le singulier momentum surgit instantly. Chapter 93. Six-Ring Soul Emperor, Yue'er, Battle Armor. A hint of surprise finally appeared in Yue's eyes. On the podium, Feng'er continued to provide commentary, as she had all day, almost exclaiming, "This is a spirit alloy one-word battle armor. It's incredible that someone has actually achieved this." Let me briefly explain. Under normal circumstances, one-word battle armor is made as a separate external armor form and needs to be worn during use. However, the 5 pieces of battle armor appearing on the competitor Lu Jingyue are different. They are also one-word battle armor, but they emerge directly from his body as if they were two-word battle armor, which occurs only after merging with the battle armor. This type of one-word battle armor is not only slightly more powerful than the normal one-word battle armor, but more importantly, when evolving into two-word battle armor in the future, it does not need to be completely remade. It can evolve directly on the existing foundation. Crafting one-word battle armor with spirit alloy is indeed a significant feat. I never expected that this student from Shrek Academy could accomplish this. These 5 pieces of one-word battle armor represent an enormous enhancement for Lu Jingyue. No wonder he is so confident in himself. The enhancement from the spirit alloy one-word battle armor is stronger than that of the ordinary one-word battle armor. Not to mention that Lu Jingyue possesses a top-tier martial soul. Under the boost of the battle armor, Lu Jingyue's aura surged wildly, breaking through the pressure in front of him like waves. With a powerful flap of his wings, his body shot forward like a golden arrow, appearing right in front of Yue'er in the next instant. The holy sword slashed downward, and the first soul ring, holy light, lit up, making the holy sword shine brilliantly. The surprise in Yue's eyes had not yet faded, and in response to Lu Jingyue's attack, he suddenly raised his right hand. Clang! Flames swirled, instantly enveloping Yue'er, but the descending holy sword was firmly grasped in his right hand. Lu Jingyue felt as if he had struck a metal mountain, unable to advance even a fraction, and although the holy light he released enveloped Yue'er, the density of Yue's body seemed astonishing. And no matter how he urged it, the holy light could not penetrate inside. The holy light quickly retracted, and the holy sword suddenly vanished from Yue's hand. Almost in the next instant, the holy sword reappeared, this time aimed directly at Yue's abdomen. Yue's left hand sliced downward, colliding with the blade. Lu Jingyue felt a tremendous force surge through him, causing his body to stumble forward. However, his reaction was extremely quick, stepping into the ghost shadow displacement. He flickered like a wraith, retracting the holy sword and releasing it again, this time stabbing at Yue's rib from an extremely tricky angle. At this moment, Lu Jingyue's position was just out of Yue's line of sight, at his oblique flank. Just then, Lu Jingyue's third soul ring lit up, and the holy sword instantly became transparent, like a transparent blade of light, a combination of judgment light and the holy sword. His control over his soul skills had reached an astonishing level. The combination of the Holy Sword and Judgment Light unleashed immense power, far beyond that of a normal third soul skill. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before Lu Jingyu's eyes. Long Yu shifted his body, becoming ethereal in an instant. His speed not falling behind Lu Jingyu's at all. The originally certain strike missed completely. Lu Jingyu almost blurted out, "Ghost Shadow Displacement?" That's right. Long Yu's evasion of his strike was the Tang San's ultimate skill, Ghost Shadow Displacement. Then Lu Jingyu saw Long Yu's right hand slap out, his palm turning completely white as jade, suddenly enlarging into a massive palm nearly 2 feet in diameter, slapping toward him. Lu Jingyu twisted his body, forcefully redirecting the holy sword with Judgment Light from a stab to a thrust, aiming the sword's tip directly at Long Yu's palm. Ding! With a crisp sound, Lu Jingyu's whole body jolted, stepping back 2 paces. Judgment Light instantly enveloped Long Yu's body completely, which was the most terrifying aspect of this strike. It was not merely a piercing attack, but the transmission of Judgment Light. A series of crackling sounds emanated from Long Yu's body. The attack power of Judgment Light was extremely formidable. Generally speaking, a soul master's martial soul undergoes a qualitative change when their cultivation reaches the 3rd ring. The Holy Angel martial soul is the top-tier martial soul, and this 3rd soul skill is naturally very powerful. Judgment Light is a pure attack method. When applied to the 3rd soul skill, combined with the Holy Sword's urging, its power is unimaginable. Just then, Lu Jingyu heard a roar, wild and filled with a dominating aura. Then he saw that the holy light he had attached to Long Yu was forcibly shattered, and Long Yu's already towering figure began to rapidly enlarge, swelling to over 5 meters tall in an instant. Lethality stared in shock, gasping. Long Yu had transformed. He looked utterly astonishing. His entire body was covered in a layer of large brownish scales, which were circular and enormous, protruding outward like halved spheres. A long tail was dragged behind him, with terrifying muscles and broad shoulders, looking even more fearsome than when Yi Hui transformed into the Titan Troll. More critically, Lu Jingyu saw his soul rings. This was also the first time Long Yu had released his soul rings during the match. Purple, purple, purple. The first 3 soul rings were all purple 1,000-year soul rings. Next, black. The 4th soul ring was 10,000 years. Then black. The 5th soul ring was also 10,000 years. If these were within the audience's expectations, then the final 6th soul ring, black, was 10,000 years. Yes, the 6th soul ring, the 6th ring, Soul Emperor. That's right. At this moment, standing before Lu Jingyu was not a 4-ring soul master, nor a 5-ring soul king, but a true and terrifying existence with 6 soul rings, 3 of which were 10,000-year level soul rings. The 6th ring, Soul Emperor. No wonder. No wonder he had not released his martial soul before. No wonder he could defeat opponents without using his martial soul. That was entirely because they were not even on the same level. Long Yu had completely surpassed them, being a competitor of another tier. Lu Jingyu was similarly stunned, instinctively stepping back a few paces, flapping his wings powerfully to retreat, increasing the distance between himself and Long Yu. Long Yu's face had grown much larger, his eyes flashing with a dark red light. Your strength is quite impressive. You are already a top-tier existence among the 4 rings. So you're qualified to see my martial soul. Chapter 94. Mountains and rivers. Well then, I apologize in advance. My power is sometimes difficult for even me to control. My martial soul is the mountain dragon. As soon as the words left his mouth, Long Yu's upper body suddenly rose, and behind him, a massive figure emerged. That figure kept changing, sometimes resembling a giant dragon without wings, and at other times taking the form of an ancient city. Upon closer inspection, it was shocking to find that the city was actually on the back of that giant dragon, which was transforming into a mountain range. This bizarre sight filled both Lu Jingyu and the spectators with awe. At this moment, the battle on the competition stage had reached a fever pitch. After revealing the Mountain Dragon King martial soul, Long Yu's momentum had escalated to a terrifying level. The entire competition stage trembled slightly because of his presence, a sense of fear emanating from the earth itself. Lu Jingyu had never faced such an opponent before. At this moment, standing before him was Long Yu, who made him feel utterly invincible. Long Yu fixed his gaze on Lu Jingyu and suddenly let out a wild laugh. He bent down and slammed his right fist onto the ground, causing his first soul ring to light up. Mountains and rivers. First soul skill, mountains and rivers. The ground of the competition stage cracked open, and small mountains that looked like sword tips surged wildly from the earth, instantly enveloping the entire competition area. Lu Jingyu's reaction was quick. He immediately released his fourth soul ring. In fact, when Long Yu displayed the Mountain Dragon King martial soul, he knew this opponent was someone he could not defeat. However, he was determined not to be the only one among his companions who couldn't stand up to him. Therefore, even if he couldn't defeat his opponent, he wanted to force Long Yu to reveal more of his abilities, allowing his teammates to see clearly and prepare to counter him in the future. This was Lu Jingyu's mindset. What he needed to do now was to delay the match as much as possible, allowing the Mountain Dragon King martial soul's soul skills to be unleashed as much as possible, so that his partners could observe and gain a better understanding of Long Yu's abilities. Holy Angel Martial Soul, fourth soul skill, Angel's Descent. Brilliant golden light enveloped his entire body, transforming Lu Jingyu into a golden figure. Golden wings flapped, and a strong, sacred light radiated from him. Mountains soared into the sky, chasing after his figure as he continuously changed forms in the air, dodging the terrifying attacks. The opponent's power was simply too strong. The density of the mountain and river attacks, and the vast area they covered made it impossible to completely evade. Rays of judgment light fell incessantly, striking against the onslaught of mountains and rivers. But compared to the dazzling brilliance of the mountains covering the entire competition area, it was even more shocking. Lu Jingyu flapped his wings and finally found an opportunity, darting between several peaks and charging in front of Long Yu. Gripping the holy sword with both hands, he descended from the sky. The enhancement from 5 pieces of battle armor instantly concentrated on the holy sword, and the sacred light and judgment light fused together at that moment, igniting his entire being with blazing holy fire. He knew his opportunities were limited. Therefore, he must not waste a single moment and must unleash his power at its peak to test just how strong the Mountain Dragon King martial soul truly was. Watching Lu Jingyu descend from the sky, Long Yu grinned and activated his second soul ring, Rivers. Suddenly, it felt as if the sky had collapsed, and countless streams of water rained down like a cascading galaxy, crashing down in an instant. Lu Jingyu's body and his holy sword were instantly engulfed by the terrifying river flow, sending him flying away. All the offensive power, in the face of that terrifying torrent, felt as fragile as a blade of grass in nature. What a terrifying Mountain Dragon King martial soul. Just the first 2 soul skills were all large-scale and all-encompassing, and their overwhelming power left the audience in shock. Even Emperor Dai Tianling of the Star Luo Empire was no exception. He had always known Long Yu was strong, but he had never realized he could be this powerful. A 20-year-old soul emperor is one thing, but what exactly is this martial soul that is so terrifying? Enzi wore a faint smile, watching Long Yu on the competition stage, and her smile grew even more radiant. He was her most proud disciple, the one she had nurtured herself. The cultivation speed of the Mountain Dragon King martial soul was incredibly fast, but few knew the immense pressure Long Yu had endured during the process. This world follows natural laws. With great power comes a great price. Though it couldn't threaten his life, Long Yu had to endure immense pain throughout his cultivation journey. The Mountain Dragon King transforms into mountains, rivers, and continents. His cultivation direction was his own body. First, his body had to be able to withstand such terrifying power to truly unleash the might of the Mountain Dragon King martial soul. Therefore, each time Long Yu's physical strength increased, and every time he added a soul ring, it was a harrowing test of his spirit, will, and body. Long Yu was incredibly strong. He had withstood it time and again. During this time, the resources from the Monster Academy had continuously supported him, allowing him to consume countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to grow his body to its current level. However, Enzi had always harbored concerns. Long Yu was the exact opposite of her initial self. While she had faced difficulties in the beginning and found it easier as she progressed, only slowing down after reaching level 95, Long Yu was different. He cultivated rapidly at first, with innate full soul power, and each enhancement resulted in a qualitative leap in his strength. Yet, as time passed and his cultivation reached the 6th ring, Long Yu's cultivation speed began to decline significantly. Almost every time his soul power increased by 1 level, it became a tremendous test for him, forcing him to endure immense pain. This is also why Long Yu was known as the Dragon Madman. During his cultivation, despite his strong will, continuously enduring such inhuman torment inevitably impacted his personality. If it weren't for Long Yu's unwavering determination, he might have already become a true madman. Enzi had thought of many ways to help Long Yu continue to improve, but the challenges were significant. Within the 7th ring, it was still possible to continue. But beyond the seventh ring, even the holy dragon Douluo had no absolute confidence in helping his disciple continue to cultivate. Once his spirit collapsed, his body would surely crumble as well. This was the price of strength. Chapter 95, Lu Jingyu's defeat, and he mentioned that they would head to Douluo Continent afterward, partly for LinYang. He had seen in some ancient texts and gathered information that there were special heavenly materials and earthly treasures on Douluo Continent that could aid LinYang's future cultivation. On the competition stage, Lu Jingyu felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart from the intense pain. Every bone and meridian ached unbearably. It seemed he was not facing a soul master, but rather the entirety of nature itself. This was truly terrifying. LinYang's abilities left him completely at a loss. The massive figure appeared before Lu Jingyu, like the ruler of the world, silently manifesting. Considering we are both from the Tang sect, just admit defeat, LinYang said indifferently, the smile on his face having vanished, replaced by a gradually clear bloodthirst. He usually worked hard to suppress his emotions. But once he unleashed the power of his martial soul, that suppressed emotion became difficult to control. Like his martial soul, the Mountain Dragon King, which, as one of the 9 Dragon Kings, saw the other 8 Dragon Kings and their descendants living freely, while his lineage could only wallow in solitude. Even if it received the reward of being king from the Dragon God Mountain Dragon, could it be content? The occasional natural disasters were the Mountain Dragon King's emotional outbursts. Wherever there were dragon clans, the Mountain Dragon King's presence would also exist, leading to calamities. Thus, when a Mountain Dragon King erupted, it was as terrifying as a disaster. Lu Jingyu gritted his teeth, barely controlling his wings to take off, staring at LinYang. I haven't lost yet. The golden light surrounding him had dimmed considerably compared to before, a suppression caused by the absolute gap in strength. However, as a member of Shrek Academy, how could he easily concede? Is that so? Then go ahead. With a low roar, LinYang threw a punch out of thin air, directly targeting Lu Jingyu's chest. Standing 5 meters tall, even just a fist was the size of a basin, and the terrifying force caused the air to explode violently. Lu Jingyu gripped the holy sword with both hands, divine flames rising around him again as he thrust the sword with all his might. Boom! His body was directly imprinted against the protective shield in the distance. A flash of madness flickered in LinYang's eyes, and he stepped forward with his left foot, wanted to do something, but ultimately held back. He turned around and walked towards the other side of the platform. On the stage, all the mountains and rivers began to shrink as his body gradually receded, transforming into streaks of light that silently vanished. The surface of the stage was smooth, as if nothing had ever happened, until at that moment, Lu Jingyu's body slowly slid down from the protective shield, and everything went dark before he lost consciousness. The audience was still agape. Their mouths had been open since LinYang unleashed his martial soul, and at this moment, they profoundly felt that they had lost even the ability to speak. In the waiting area, the members of the Monster Academy exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Even though they had long known that among the 8 kings of monsters, the 7 of them combined could not match a single LinYang. They felt ashamed once again in the face of LinYang's overwhelming power. The gap was simply too vast, unimaginably large. That was LinYang, the Mountain Dragon King LinYang, the invincible LinYang. With the match concluded, the outcome was clear. Members of Shrek Academy and medical staff rushed onto the stage almost simultaneously. Lu Jingyu was injured, but not critically, not life-threatening. But it was evident that he would not be able to participate in the upcoming 2v2 matches. For the subsequent group battle, Su Xiaoyan would replace him. But he couldn't continue in the current 2v2 match due to his injuries. At that moment, the cheers like a tsunami resonated throughout the Star Luo Grand Stadium. Fong'er swallowed hard, murmuring, I can't analyze this match afterward. The Dragon King truly lives up to his name. It was her first time witnessing LinYang's martial soul. The first time seeing his control over mountains and rivers. It seemed to surpass the power a soul master could possess, yet LinYang had achieved it. Dai Tianling had already stood up, applauding for LinYang. As the emperor of the empire, he was filled with admiration at this moment. With such reserve talents in the Monster Academy, their future was limitless. More importantly, LinYang had an excellent relationship with Dai Yue'er. A monarch must have the support of top-tier, strong individuals to truly intimidate the entire empire, just as he had once ascended to the throne with his teacher's support. Teacher, thank you for cultivating such outstanding talents for the empire. I have decided to increase the resources for the Monster Academy by 10% to assist you in nurturing more excellent young soul masters. And see, he was the only one sitting there without standing, smiling. "Thank you, Your Majesty." All the cheers seemed like mockery to the members of Shrek Academy. LinYang watched Long Yu leave expressionlessly, thinking he would pay the price. A victory with complete suppression. A terrifying display of the Mountain Dragon King's martial soul ignited the emotions of the entire Star Luo city. Major media outlets in the Star Luo Empire scrambled to report, instantly elevating the Monster Academy to the pinnacle. Long Yu's Mountain Dragon King martial soul, in a sense, was not a beast martial soul, but a domain-type martial soul. Various experts in the soul master community of Star Luo Continent conducted a series of analyses, and Long Yu was already hailed as a once-in-a-thousand-years genius. Now, he was elevated to the extreme, regarded as the strongest contender for the divine throne in the future, especially since he was only 20 years old this year. But 20 years old. Upon hearing this age, LinYang couldn't help but show a hint of disdainful mockery at the corners of his mouth. He remembered hearing that the youngest title Duo was 19 years old, and that individual hadn't ascended to godhood even after reaching 100 years. Why should Long Yu succeed? The Continental Youth High-Level Soul Master Elite Competition continued, entering the round-robin stage, becoming increasingly exciting. More powerful clashes occurred. And compared to the preliminary rounds, there were more highlights, especially the confrontations between the Monster Academy and Shrek Academy, which became a hot topic among the public. The vast majority of the audience naturally overlooked the age gap between the two teams. They only knew that Long Yu's strength was something Shrek Academy could not withstand. In the individual round-robin matches, LinYang also defeated Yue'er easily, helping to improve Shrek Academy's reputation slightly. After all, his victory over Yue'er appeared more decisive than Long Yu's defeat of Le Jingyu. Chapter 96. Shelf announcement: I will upload 5 chapters first, then release 2 more after it's on the shelf. Please support me. Chapter 97. Meeting Zhang Guiyang. 10 days later, the round-robin tournament concluded, and the remaining contestants from Monster Academy and Shrek Academy all entered the final elimination phase. The knockout rounds were about to begin again. Every match's outcome would affect the final ranking of all participating teams, and with single elimination rules, there was no room for recovery, creating immense pressure for everyone. The individual competition was for the top 64, while the 2-on-2 matches were for the top 32. Only 16 teams advanced to the final stage of the team battle, but it was the last to determine the champion. In the knockout stage, unlike previous matches, the elimination rounds would not be interspersed. First, 1-on-1 individual matches would determine the champion, followed by 2-on-2 matches, and finally the team battle. This arrangement was made because many powerful contestants participated in multiple events. To ensure fairness and justice in the competition, and to allow contestants to showcase their strongest abilities, this format was deemed the most suitable. The 64-strong matches were still drawn by lot, with the first place of each group serving as seeded players, having priority in the first round draw. The headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower in the Star Luo Continent is located in Star Luo City. So LinYang did not need to go far to find the Soul Emperor, Yue'er Luo. He came here for one reason. He had broken through. And at this moment, LinYang was already a level 60 Quasi-Soul Emperor. He did not condense his 6-soul ring through the Thunder Bee Soul Spirit, but hoped to fuse the Thunder Hell Vine Soul Spirit sooner. LinYang arrived at the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower and respectfully saluted the middle-aged man in front of him, greeting him as his uncle master. Yue'er Luo Zhang Guiyang had served in the Star Luo Empire for 20 years and had deeply rooted influence within it. He was powerful and strong-willed, with a high reputation in the Spirit Transmission Tower, being one of the strongest in the current era. Even the Tower Master, Qiangu Dongfeng, treated him with great respect, referring to him as a brother. Zhang Guiyang was very handsome, his hair impeccably styled, and he wore a long black robe with golden trim, giving off an ancient aura. With a blank expression, he stood with his hands behind his back, gazing intently at LinYang. After a moment, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "You are quite impressive. Brother Dongfeng has already shared his thoughts with me. I can give you the Thunder Hell Vine Soul Spirit." Zhang Guiyang's statement required a simple will. The Thunder Hell Vine Soul Spirit was one he had already fused with, and as a Super Soul Beast-level Soul Spirit, it had greatly aided him. However, Qiangu Dongfeng persuaded Zhang Guiyang, allowing him to relinquish the Thunder Hell Vine and get to LinYang for fusion. Zhang Guiyang asked, "Do you understand the Thunder Hell Vine?" LinYang nodded. It possesses extreme lightning and is accompanied by a destructive attribute capable of endless evolution. Very good. Zhang Guiyang couldn't help but sigh. To the vast majority of Soul Masters, they might not have even heard of the existence of such a soul beast, let alone know it as a soul spirit. This was a plant-type soul beast that was at the pinnacle from birth, inherently intelligent. When it first sprouted, it resembled a bamboo shoot with only a small segment, and it could only grow in places rich in lightning. It could only develop during thunderstorms. And with each lightning strike, it would become stronger. 100 strikes were equivalent to a normal soul beast's year of cultivation. Thunder was the most violent of all natural forces, and under the test of thunder, the thunder hell vine continuously grew. Initially, its growth was very slow and difficult because it had to wait for natural lightning to strike it to develop. Therefore, while other soul beasts might cultivate for 1 year, it might take 10 years to accumulate enough strikes, making its cultivation speed 10 times slower than that of ordinary soul beasts. However, over time, once the thunder hell vine reached the 100-year mark, the situation would undergo a tremendous change. At 100 years of cultivation, the thunder hell vine could actively attract lightning during thunderstorms, allowing it to be struck by lightning. Often, it could receive 100 lightning strikes overnight. Although at that point, its cultivation improvement wouldn't just be 100 strikes per year, its cultivation speed would greatly increase. Due to its inherent characteristics, once the thunder hell vine reaches a certain level, its destructive power becomes terrifying, often resulting in a spectacular scene of a thunder pool appearing in the surrounding area. This thunder pool would expand with the strengthening of the thunder hell vine, eventually swallowing everything around it. A 10,000-year cultivated thunder hell vine could change weather patterns, cause thunder to descend upon the world, and manipulate thunder to destroy everything external. Therefore, when a thunder hell vine of such cultivation appeared, it would inevitably cause disasters in that area, and only super strong beings would have the possibility to destroy it. However, the thunder hell vine also had a drawback, because it relied on continuously absorbing lightning to enhance itself. After reaching a certain point, the destructive lightning it compressed could become overwhelmingly powerful, posing a risk of self-destruction at any moment. Most thunder hell vines appear in deep mountains and forests, developing in uninhabited areas, but they often end up being destroyed in their growth process. Depending on the growth experiences of different thunder hell vines, they usually self-destruct within 2 to 5,000 years, with very few exceeding 5,000 years. As for a 100,000-year cultivated thunder hell vine, it has never appeared in history. For soul masters, however, the thunder hell vine is undoubtedly the most coveted soul beast for lightning attribute soul masters. It has 3 major skills: Forest of Thunder, Thunder Hell, and Thunder Dance. Most vine-type plant soul beasts have skills related to entanglement, but the thunder hell vine does not possess such abilities at all. It was born solely for the purpose of attack, and thus it has been hailed as the strongest attacker among plant-type soul beasts. The terrifying power of thunder and lightning required the Spirit Transmission Tower to dispatch 11 tidal Douluos or stronger to capture it in a valley of the Star Luo Empire. When they captured it, this thunder hell vine was already on the brink of collapse, with a cultivation level exceeding 40,000 years. Chapter 98. Thunderclap Hell Vine Spirit. In order to make it obedient as a spirit, Yue'er did not know how much effort he spent to finally succeed in making it a spirit, solidifying its cultivation so that it would no longer absorb lightning to improve. This way, the Thunderclap Hell Vine could survive. In return, the Thunderclap Hell Vine had to follow him and serve him. During his growth, the Thunderclap Hell Vine played a significant role. After obtaining this second spirit, he quickly stood out among the many talents in the Spirit Transmission Tower, taking steps to reach today. It can be said that this is the powerful spirit he relies on the most. The only regret is that it cannot continue to advance, not even on the Spirit Ascension platform in the Spirit Transmission Tower. Otherwise, it would be uncontrollable with the constant risk of self-detonation. If not for this, the Thunderclap Hell Vine would undoubtedly be his strongest spirit. In fact, the Thunderclap Hell Vine and his martial soul, the Netherflame Beast, are not very compatible. It was precisely because it was strong enough and had explosive power that Yue'er forcibly fused with it. To compete for this spirit, his family paid a considerable price back then. Moreover, the first family of the Spirit Transmission Tower, the ancient lineage, did not have suitable candidates, which ultimately benefited him. Now, having to give up the Thunderclap Hell Vine, Yue'er's heart was filled with melancholy. Moreover, the Thunderclap Hell Vine was his second fused spirit. If he were to hand over the Thunderclap Hell Vine spirit to LinYang, it would mean that Yue'er would not just lose a spirit. The spirit abilities granted to him by the Thunderclap Hell Vine would have their power reduced by at least 50%. He had as many as 3 spirit abilities belonging to the Thunderclap Hell Vine, which would greatly harm his overall strength. This is not something that can be compensated for by fusing another spirit after losing one. Once lost, it is lost. The subsequent spirits and spirit abilities have already been solidified and cannot be changed. But Zhang Guiyang still did so. He might have the chance to break through to the limit Douluo in this lifetime, but in terms of talent, he could only say he was a genius, not a peerless prodigy. Ultimately, he had no chance of becoming a god, so why not give it a try? Zhang Guiyang said, "Legend has it that before the god realm disappeared, there was a god of thunder. The god of thunder fell during a war in the god realm and landed on our Douluo Continent. The thunderclap hell vine appeared only after that. Thus, there is a legend that the thunderclap hell vine is a plant with the bloodline of the god of thunder, the true first destroyer of the plant world. The reason it cannot cultivate to the level of 100,000 years is that after reaching the level of 100,000 years, it might truly awaken the bloodline of the god of thunder, and without the threat of divine punishment, it could continue to grow indefinitely. The plains would not allow such a situation to occur, which is why they have been suppressing the thunderclap hell vine, preventing such beings from living for over 50,000 years. Zhang Guiyang gazed at LinYang. But you possess a lightning element martial soul, making you the most suitable person to fuse with the thunderclap hell vine spirit. I once promised the thunderclap hell vine that I would help it continue to cultivate and solve its inability to resist lightning, allowing it to cultivate to the level of 100,000 years, breaking free from limitations and becoming a true celestial herb, the first lightning attribute celestial herb. But I do not have the ability to help it grow stronger. I believe you can do that." Zhang Guiyang suddenly smiled with relief, gently waving his hand, and the thunderclap hell vine spirit appeared before him. The thunderclap hell vine looked like a series of vines, each showing a segmented bamboo-like appearance, dark purple throughout. With its appearance, Zhang Guiyang's office instantly transformed into a sea of lightning. Immediately, those bamboo-like vines rose, and with a deep rumble, both the thunderclap hell vine and Zhang Guiyang trembled violently. Zhang Guiyang spat out a mouthful of blood, while the thunderclap hell vine itself developed large cracks. Yet it resolutely continued with its actions. Normally, spirits cannot do this. Once a contract is signed with a spirit master, it is permanent. Spirits need to rely on spirit masters to survive. If the contract is forcibly dissolved, it would not only harm the source, but also be unable to survive. However, the thunderclap hell vine is somewhat different. Because its energy is too violent, the contract was not as tight when it was established. The thunderclap hell vine entered LinYang's body, and Zhang Guiyang waved his hand. "Go, don't let me see you for the next few years." "Thank you, Master Uncle." LinYang respectfully bowed. "Master Uncle's great kindness will surely be repaid in the future." Boom! After LinYang left, the solid wooden desk in the office instantly turned to powder, leaving no trace under the burning of the ghostly blue flames. Zhang Guiyang's face twisted. This ghost flame Douluo had not been this angry in many years. If it weren't for the threat of the ancient east wind and the powerful strength of the 3 limit Douluos from the ancient family, how could he have handed the thunderclap hell vine spirit to LinYang? Compared to the so-called brotherly bond with the ancient east wind, he valued his own cultivation more. He had been at the 98th level for many years. Becoming a limit Douluo was the goal he pursued his entire life. Only by reaching the level of limit Douluo would there be a slim chance of breaking free from worldly limitations and achieving immortality. Although he had not yet felt the breakthrough to limit Douluo, if he continued to work hard, he might touch that door through the sublimation of the Jade Phoenix. But at this moment, handing the thunderclap hell vine spirit to LinYang completely stripped him of that slim hope. Without the spirit, the 3 spirit abilities and overall strength would weaken, and this is something that cannot be compensated for. He would never be able to become a limit Douluo again. As soon as this thought arose in his heart, it felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at him in pain. The thing he had pursued his entire life was about to be realized, but it was suddenly severed. This was an incredible humiliation and an irreconcilable grudge. But there was nothing he could do. Zhang Guiyang took out the importance that the ancient east wind placed on LinYang. This was a chance to become a god. If he dared to act against LinYang, the ancient east wind would definitely not mind destroying everything. LinYang left Xingluo City and arrived at a valley 100 miles away, sitting cross-legged to begin fusing with the thunderclap hell vine spirit. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder roared incessantly. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and lightning struck towards LinYang. Using his 4th spirit ability, Thunder, LinYang activated his martial soul. Fused with the lightning, and under such conditions, he fused with the thunderclap hell vine spirit and condensed his sixth spirit ring. Chapter 99, 100,000 Years. Sixth ring, Soul Emperor Boom. A thunderclap suddenly echoed, breaking the oppressive silence brought by the dark clouds. The sky began to flicker rapidly, with large bolts of lightning pulsating in the air. Streaks of electric light flickered and intertwined, forming vast webs of electricity, with lightning continuously probing and striking down towards the valley. The rolling thunder sounded like the roar of the heavens, and the trembling valley began to collapse, with an extremely dense thunder element weaving and spreading in the air. The thunderous hell prison vine spirit intertwined and fused with LinYang's soul power, seeking to become a part of LinYang's strength. Ever since the thunderous hell prison vine became Zhang Guiyang's spirit, it had been suppressed for many years, forbidden from absorbing any thunder to avoid the risk of self-detonation. For the thunderous hell prison vine, absorbing thunder energy was its instinct. Simply put, it was like a beast that had been starving for countless years, suddenly spotting high-quality food. How could it possibly resist? The reason it unhesitatingly betrayed Zhang Guiyang and chose to become LinYang's spirit was due to years of repression of its nature. And Zhang Guiyang had never fulfilled his promises. It had long harbored resentment towards that host. At this moment, it dared to appear without reservations and fully absorb the thunder to strengthen itself because it had LinYang's protection. LinYang was willing to endure the strikes of heavenly thunder, so he was not afraid of the backlash from the thunderous hell prison vine. The force that the thunderous hell prison vine could not withstand could be borne by LinYang. The 100,000-year Blackwater mysterious snake's body provided him with such confidence. What is the Blackwater mysterious snake? As the name suggests, it is a soul beast that exists in the depths of the ocean, able to survive in the most terrifying sea pressure. It is the soul beast with the strongest defense, bar none. For countless years, the thunderous hell prison vine had never been able to absorb and devour the thunder elements in the air as freely as it could at this moment. Its instinctive urge to devour the violent thunder elements, even at the risk of self-destruction, was its nature. This exhilarating absorption was more persuasive than anything else. The thunderous hell prison vine, now fully integrated, was absorbing the massive thunder power without reservation to strengthen itself. Each strike of thunder and lightning allowed it to clearly feel itself growing stronger. When the thunderous hell prison vine was first born, it was one of the slowest cultivating soul beasts, but once it reached the 10,000-year mark, it became the fastest in cultivation among all soul beasts. However, the sorrow was that once it reached the 10,000-year mark, if its cultivation speed was too fast, each cultivation session, if there was enough thunder, could lead to its self-destruction. This was a plant-type soul beast filled with destructive potential. But wasn't it also a soul beast with a tragic fate? After continuous devouring, the thunderous hell prison vine gradually reached saturation. Yet even after saturation, it was still greedily consuming. This is the characteristic of the thunderous hell prison vine. As long as there is thunder, it will never stop devouring. At this moment, LinYang felt completely paralyzed. The thunder power refined through the thunderous hell prison vine was terrifying, filled with an aura of destruction and devastation, yet extremely pure, without any impurities. He was using this thunder power to cleanse himself, eliminating all subtle filth, while also stabilizing his realm, which had continuously broken through in such a short time. It was like he was tempering his body with thunder, constantly refining himself. If it weren't for the support of the 100,000-year Blackwater mysterious snake's body, he wouldn't dare to use such intense thunder to train himself. Even some tidal Douluos would turn to dust if this pure lightning were directly infused into their bodies. Gradually, with the stimulation of the electric current, a faint purple-golden hue began to appear within LinYang, and he started to guide this fourth spirit to truly merge with himself through the connection with the thunderous hell prison vine. Even though the thunderous hell prison vine was currently exceptionally violent under the nourishment of the thunder, it showed no signs of resistance. No one was more suited to it than LinYang at this moment. It was already in spirit form, and if it separated from LinYang, it would undoubtedly perish. Moreover, being with LinYang offered a chance to reach a higher level. Boom! Suddenly, an unprecedentedly massive roar erupted, and the sky presented an unprecedented purple-golden color, which spread rapidly, causing all thunder to be dyed the same color. In the sky, more purple-golden thunder orbs began to rain down like a shower, covering this valley. Even LinYang himself did not know what was happening with the thunderclouds, for he was at a critical moment in this core area of Thunderhell. The surrounding purple-golden thunder enveloped him entirely, making him appear as if he had become translucent, covered in a rich purple-golden hue. The thunderous hell prison vine was growing wildly, completely merging with his lightning element martial soul. Yet it was still crazily absorbing the thunder energy. It had never experienced such reckless feelings since gaining intelligence. It had longed to absorb more thunder, even at the cost of destruction. But how could it have encountered such prolonged thunderclouds to absorb for such a long time? After following Zhang, it had no opportunity to absorb thunder, and today it was becoming greedier than ever. Every vine had extended hundreds of meters long, waving in the air, and with each wave, a large amount of thunder surged in, continuously elevating the thunderous hell prison vine. Whenever it was about to reach its limit and face destruction, it would transfer that power into LinYang's body, allowing him to continue devouring and absorbing. This feeling was simply wonderful. The thunderous hell prison vine seemed to have completely lost itself, fully opening its body and mind to LinYang. Experiencing such a marvel, what would destruction matter? As LinYang ceased to draw on the thunder power, a peculiar soul ring appeared as the sixth ring among all his soul rings. It was a soul ring entirely presented in purple-golden color, with golden patterns on the surface, exuding a noble aura. The thunderous hell prison vine surged in, having long since drilled into LinYang's body, filled with affection for him, no longer feeling any strangeness. 100,000 years, the thunderous hell prison vine evolved completely, and on the surface of LinYang's sixth soul ring, a vast amount of the most refined thunder power that had not yet been absorbed was sealed. This thunder power was enough for the thunderous hell prison vine to continuously digest and absorb in the future, allowing it to evolve at a pace countless times faster than ordinary spirits. Chapter 100. Douluo. With the disappearance of the thunder, the sky gradually cleared up, and the dark clouds began to disperse. This thunderstorm, which lasted for more than 7 hours, was finally coming to an end. A figure appeared above the valley. LinYang. 7 hours away, strong individuals in Douluo City had long sensed what was happening here. However, the holy dragon Douluo Continent did not take action, and neither did the others. Therefore, only this powerful figure, secretly dispatched by the holy dragon Douluo Continent, arrived here. His appearance was indeed somewhat frightening. Standing about 2 meters tall, he had a very robust physique, especially his arms, which were thicker than the thighs of an average adult. Scales appeared on his bare arms and face, displaying a rainbow of colors. As soon as he emerged, he immediately gave off a fierce aura, and his eyes were peculiar. One blue and one red. The blue eye seemed capable of freezing a person's soul, while the red eye appeared to contain flames burning within. Compared to LinYang, who had a handsome appearance and a tall figure, he looked like a warrior facing a demon. This was Douluo Continent. Even ordinary people had heard of him. He also came from the Monster Academy, but unlike the ordinary students there, he had truly become a monster. When Tongyu awakened his innate martial spirit, it was a canine martial spirit, and his soul power was only about 2 levels. He wasn't particularly suited for cultivation, but since he had awakened soul power, his family suggested he develop towards becoming a mecha engineer. However, Tongyu did not want that. He was fervently passionate about all legends of soul masters and aspired to become a powerful soul master. His early life was indeed an inspiring growth story. With firm beliefs and pursuits, he trained hard and continuously improved himself, eventually managing to barely pass the entrance exam for a junior Soul Master Academy to receive formal education about Soul Masters. He put in 200 of the effort to keep up with others. He practiced diligently every day, but due to his innate talent, the results were not ideal. When he graduated from a junior academy, he failed the graduation exam and did not even reach the 2-ring cultivation level. This had a strong impact on Tongyu, compounded by the fact that a beloved girl abandoned him for a classmate who was accepted into the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, which drove him to extremes in anger. Unexpectedly, Tongyu chose to commit suicide by poisoning himself with insecticide from his home, taking a large dose. When his family discovered him, he was already foaming at the mouth and unconscious. He was taken to the hospital, where doctors said there was no hope. Just as the family began to arrange for his funeral, a strange situation occurred. Scales began to grow on Tongyu's body, and his aura began to change. Then he woke up. After regaining consciousness, Tongyu became silent, but his strength surged instantly, jumping from below 2 rings to nearly 3 rings. At his age, this was an incredible achievement, but his appearance had changed dramatically. He became muscular, yet his skin was covered in scales. These irregularly colored scales made his appearance look particularly hideous, and to ordinary people, he seemed like a monster. Even his family thought so. For the next few years, he isolated himself in his room to cultivate. The external rejection gradually fostered his increasingly reclusive and stubborn personality until he was discovered by the Monster Academy, which took him away. After examination by the Monster Academy, it was found that he had undergone a mutation in his martial spirit due to his suicide attempt, awakening a very small proportion of a bloodline within his martial spirit. This could be considered a second awakening of his martial spirit. After assessment, it was determined that this martial spirit was a type of ancient divine beast, the Qilin. However, because this bloodline was too weak in his original bloodline, although it awakened, it was not pure. The mixed bloodline caused the changes in his appearance, and this was irreversible. From then on, he remained at the Monster Academy to cultivate. With great effort, he trained hard, and with the excellent resources of the Academy, he improved rapidly, starting to stand out in just a few years, gradually becoming a leader among the younger generation of the Monster Academy. It was also at that time that his personality flaws began to emerge. During a sparring match, he nearly killed a classmate and received severe punishment from the Academy. After that, he became even more silent, solely focusing on hard training, achieving the title of Douluo at the age of 24 and Super Douluo at 32. If the story ended here, it would still be a tale of inspirational growth. But later, a major incident occurred involving this Qilin Douluo. The hatred rooted in his memory was too deep. He could never forget everything that led to his suicide. After achieving the status of Super Douluo, he sought out the girl who had abandoned him. By then, she was married and had children. Yet the Qilin Douluo brutally killed her in front of her child. He made no attempt to hide his actions and voluntarily turned himself into the authorities afterward. Turning oneself in could be seen as a good gesture, but the act itself was too heinous. Murdering someone, especially a mother in front of her child, was an act of extreme cruelty. The child was so traumatized that they became mentally disturbed, and there was no dramatic revenge plot. However, by that time, Tongyu was already a super level powerhouse, far beyond what ordinary authorities could handle. In fact, if he wanted to escape, there were very few who could stop him in the world. Ultimately, this incident drew the attention of the Monster Academy. The Academy not only aimed to teach, but also to nurture individuals, and undoubtedly, Tongyu's actions were a significant blemish for the Academy. Unsi, the president of the Monster Academy, was furious and personally brought Tongyu back to the Academy, intending to execute him. Throughout the process, Tongyu did not resist, allowing himself to be taken back. After clarifying the circumstances, Unsi hesitated. How difficult it was to cultivate a Super Douluo. Moreover, Tongyu was one of the retained students. However, this matter could not go without consequences. After careful discussion with the authorities, a compromise punishment was decided for Tongyu. Chapter 101, Killing Tongyu. Zhang battles who Jia all title level powerhouses have a certain degree of amnesty, but Tongyu's situation was too severe, resulting in a sentence of 50 years of imprisonment and a lifetime ban on possessing a battle armor. He is also forbidden to leave the Monster Academy unless granted a special pardon by the Academy. In the end, Ensi saved his life but deprived him of his freedom. In a sense, Tongyu became a guardian of the Monster Academy. It has been 30 years since his imprisonment, and now Tongyu is over 60 years old. Among all the individuals in the Monster Academy, only Ensi can summon him, making him a hidden protector of the Academy, with very few students even being aware of his existence. Ensi's demands on LinYang are particularly strict, especially regarding his emotional control, largely due to the incident caused by Tongyu. This event sparked significant public dissatisfaction, leading to large-scale protests calling for the death of this Qilin Douluo. Ultimately, with the backing of the authorities and the Monster Academy, he was able to survive. At this moment, the Qilin Douluo looked down at LinYang, coldly stating, "It seems there are no powerful individuals like you on the Douluo Continent. How many could even be called strong in front of the Qilin Douluo?" LinYang smiled slightly, not backing down as he met his gaze. At this moment, Tongyu's aura and spiritual power undoubtedly reached the realm of spirit domain, meaning he possessed the strength of a limit Douluo. Tongyu frowned and let out a roar that echoed like the roar of 100 tigers, filled with wildness. As a circle of soul rings rose from beneath his feet, the soul rings that rose were red, specifically 9 red soul rings, causing his own momentum to rise exponentially. The sound of his roar still echoed, but Tongyu's gaze had returned to LinYang's face, his scales, and the red-blue eyes making him look fierce. Without uttering a word, Tongyu moved in an instant. His scales suddenly enlarged, and his height surged to over 3 meters. With 9 blood-red soul rings and an unstoppable momentum, he charged straight at LinYang. A colorful halo rose around him, the intense light almost blinding. More bizarrely, as these 5 types of light appeared, the surrounding space began to distort, as if 5 elements were rushing toward him. Thunder Fury, Heavenly Thunder Power, Thunder Roared. The Thunder God descends. After using the first, second, third, and fifth amplification soul skills, LinYang's lightning aura became extremely violent, and then the purple-gold 6 soul ring began to flicker. Hell Thunder, Thunder Dance. LinYang continuously used 2 10,000-year soul skills to amplify his power, then raised his left hand. Primal Power. The soul skill amplification from the B-Soul Bone represented LinYang's strongest strike, facing the limit Douluo head-on at this moment. At the age of 14, LinYang had wounded the Sky Pillar Douluo with Hell Spike, and in the 2 years since, his cultivation had improved dramatically. A set of blue-green battle armor, named Wind and Thunder, appeared on him, forged by LinYang, designed by Yue'er, and produced by Lan Muzi. Hell Spike. LinYang thrust his hand into Tong Yu's heart. The brilliance of the 6 soul ring almost blinding. All the heavenly thunder power was exhausted. This limit, Douluo never imagined that an attack from a soul emperor could be so terrifying. LinYang's index finger and wrist broke in an instant, but his left arm glowed, using the soul bone technique to recover from the injury. LinYang collapsed to the ground, but he was laughing maniacally. He had killed a limit Douluo. Even if it was a limit Douluo without a 4-character battle armor, he was still a limit Douluo, a top-tier powerhouse of the present with 9 10,000-year soul rings. Admittedly, it was only due to the massive consumption of heavenly thunder power, combined with Tong Yu's carelessness and various other factors, that he could defeat this limit Douluo in an instant. However, it cannot be denied that LinYang had already possessed the most top-tier strength below a limit Douluo. Soon, when he breaks through to Soul Sage and acquires a 3-character battle armor, it will be difficult for anyone below a limit Douluo to be his opponent. Lying on the ground, LinYang laughed loudly. Nothing was more pleasing than having immense strength. He shouted, "Are the 2 of you not coming out?" On the Douluo Continent, the Douluo Empire is essentially under NC's control. But there are 2 forces not governed by the Douluo Empire, the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Tang Sect. The ghost flame Douluo Zhang and the smiling Douluo Yue'er were secretly observing. Zhang appeared with a middle-aged man. His physique was quite distinctive. Simply put, his height and waist diameter were similar. That enormous belly gave LinYang, who had seen much in his life, a feeling he had never experienced before. His eyes were small, and when he smiled, it was almost impossible to see them. His hands naturally rested on his belly, looking harmless. Zhang attacked without warning. When, like a strike against a giant bell, a terrifying force surged forth, Zhang couldn't help but retreat. The golden belly and silver but made this belly the most powerful weapon of the smiling Douluo. A single impact sent Zhang flying. The smiling Douluo was momentarily stunned, not expecting Zhang to be pushed back so easily. But with a sudden twist of his chubby hands, a massive suction force emanated, pulling Zhang, who had been knocked back, toward him. Then, it seemed as if Yue'er had teleported, suddenly appearing in midair and sitting down with his hefty backside. Don't be fooled by the simplicity of the smiling Douluo's attack. In reality, his seemingly simple attack, once unleashed, had immense power that even Tidal Douluo could not withstand. His opening move against Zhang, that collision and sit, had once truly crushed a Tidal Douluo, causing the latter to suffer full-body fractures and take a year to recover. Zhang radiated a blue-golden light, using his Ghost Flame Beast Martial Soul and 3-character battle armor simultaneously, and he did not hesitate to unleash all his power. Previously, his combat strength was comparable to Yue'er's, but after losing the thunderous Hellvine Spirit, his strength had diminished considerably. If he did not give it his all, he was likely to be suppressed by Yue'er and unable to counterattack. Chapter 102. Hunting Yue'er facing this old rival. Yue'er did not dare to be careless at all. He let out a low shout, and a huge light shadow suddenly appeared behind him, resembling a chubby man with a smiling face, just like him. However, he was bare-chested and entirely golden, and a layer of golden mist appeared around him, with a golden halo shining behind his head and his eyes shooting out purple lightning, which was the Tang Sect's ultimate skill, the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. At the moment the infernal flame beast was pushed back by the golden body light shadow, Yue'er's belly once again pushed out. This time, his movements seemed to slow down, but the dense aura was many times stronger than before. Without any booming sound, at the moment his belly pushed out, the infernal flame beast, which had already collided with him, suddenly disappeared, reappearing 10 meters away from him. Ghost Flame Annihilation. The infernal flame beast, since it had the word flame, was indeed the ghostly fire, the extinguishing flame, burning towards Yue'er. The smiling Douluo raised an eyebrow, skillfully turning in the air, his body suddenly swelling, and he instantly grew to 10 meters tall, transforming into a giant, merging with the golden light shadow behind him. With a proportionally enlarged belly, he faced the ghost flame annihilation. At the same time, he violently swung his waist, and his plump buttocks trembled slightly, shooting out a burst of silver light, which was more than 2 meters in diameter, resembling an enhanced version of an air cannon, instantly reaching the infernal flame beast. In the moment the infernal flame beast was forced back, a hint of confusion flashed in Yue'er's eyes. He couldn't understand why Zhang Guiyang was so out of sorts today and how he dared to attack him. A layer of golden and silver light rose from his body, and then this brilliance began to spread all around, making everything in the vicinity feel heavy. A huge light shadow gradually appeared, and the smiling Douluo's body instantly swelled up, reaching a height of 50 meters. The smiling Douluo did not charge forward but instead spun in place, his golden giant belly and silver plump buttocks swinging, suddenly forming a golden whirlwind. Not far away, LinYang felt a terrifying force mixed with an extremely massive wave of blood and energy pressing toward him, instantly knocking him away. The golden and silver vortex continued to expand, and the repulsive force suddenly turned into a pulling force, fiercely tugging at his body. Once pulled into that golden and silver vortex, it was hard to say what kind of changes would occur. He would probably be torn to pieces, which was the true strength of the smiling Douluo. The smiling Douluo's greatest strength was his martial soul true body. Even at this moment, he was holding back. His martial soul true body was unlike that of almost all soul masters. Generally, soul masters, even those with twin martial souls, would have 2 martial soul true bodies. But his 2 martial souls were each a part of his body. Moreover, after he left the body sect, he chose a special cultivation method, which led to mutations when his martial soul true body condensed, resulting in a true body that was a combination of 2 martial souls. In a sense, his martial soul true body resembled having certain characteristics of martial soul fusion techniques, and its power could only be described as terrifying. The complete version of the martial soul true body could make his height exceed 100 meters and his weight surpass 1,000 tons. Even a peak Douluo would not want to collide with him head-on. Once again pushing Zhang Guiyang back, the smiling Douluo, although unclear why the infernal flame Douluo was in such poor condition today, did not wish for the Tang sect and the spirit transmission tower to fall out. Naturally, he could not kill Zhang Guiyang here just because he ambushed him. Hell Spike. However, as Zhang Guiyang was suppressed, Yue'er lost the best opportunity the moment he pulled LinYang over. With the black water mystic snake's body bones, LinYang almost ignored the smiling Douluo's attack, and his Hell Spike was his strongest attack. At this moment, LinYang's power could not be measured by rank alone. Just the numerous soul bones fused into his body made his strength different from ordinary people. Although he was a soul emperor and a 2-word battle armor master, his Hell Spike had once injured a Sky Douluo at the Soul Sage level and had just killed the extreme Douluo Tangyu. This strike, although not as lethal as the previous one, pierced through Yue'er's belly and broke his strongest defense. Don't let him leave, Zhang Guiyang said coldly. If Yue'er escapes, everything will be revealed. Please, Master Uncle, make your move. LinYang cupped his hands towards Zhang Guiyang and transformed into a Qing wand to leave. His soul power was severely depleted. The 2 deadly Hell Spikes had first killed an extreme Douluo and then crippled a golden level second awakening martial soul. LinYang's soul power was nearly exhausted, and if he didn't retreat soon, he feared he would not survive even with a mystic snake's body against Yue'er. Damn it! Zhang Guiyang silently cursed, but had no choice but to confront Yue'er in battle. Yue'er could hardly believe that he had been severely injured by his soul emperor, even having his martial soul shattered. Although he could recover, it would not be now. With only his silver level second awakening, but martial soul left, Yue'er was definitely no match for Zhang Guiyang, not to mention that LinYang was watching closely. The Continental Youth High-Level Soul Master Elite competition had entered the final stage, and tickets were extremely hard to come by. Currently, the scalp tickets outside had skyrocketed to over 4 times the original price, yet they were still in high demand. After all, this was the grand event of the Star Luo Empire held every 3 years, and the atmosphere on-site was incredibly lively. The knockout rounds were different from the previous matches. In the knockout stage, the entire Star Luo Grand Stadium would no longer host multiple matches simultaneously. Inside the stadium, there was only one competition platform, which was much larger than before. The diameter of the entire competition platform was nearly 500 meters. If only 2 people were on it, they would look like ants. The huge protective shield reached a height of over 200 meters, giving a sense of connecting heaven and earth. From any angle, the competition situation could be seen, and large screens were suspended in the air, magnifying and broadcasting details of the matches. Before the knockout rounds, there was a full 3-day rest period to prepare for these. Next, whether 1-on-1, 2-on-2, or team battles, they would all take place in the same venue. Every major competition, entering the knockout stage, was the most heated time and truly the moment of precision arrival. Today's 64-strong match was the day for the 64-32, and every contestant who made it to the knockout stage had already received generous rewards, with the rewards nearly doubling with each round they passed. Chapter 103. The elimination round begins. The contestants who make it to the top 64 will undoubtedly attract the attention of major corporations and families, becoming targets for recruitment. The reason so many young soul masters are willing to do anything to compete is to make a name for themselves in such a grand tournament, thereby laying the foundation for their future development. Participating in the final stage of the competition means that these 64 individuals have already succeeded. Among them, there are 6 from Shrek Academy and 7 from Monster Academy. Su Xiaoyan from Shrek Academy did not compete, while Lu Jingyu was severely injured by Long Yu. And Yi Ji from Monster Academy also did not participate. The waiting area is no longer what it used to be, as the competition venue has transformed into a spacious stadium. A luxurious temporary waiting area has been built at the edge of the competition site, with the best viewing position right above it. Today features 1-on-1 matches, and all 64 contestants are gathered in this waiting area. Inside the waiting area, 64 luxurious sofas are neatly arranged, with a rich variety of food and drinks provided, along with dedicated service staff to meet most of the contestants' needs. These servers are all youthful and vibrant, radiating energy, each wearing a gentle smile and providing excellent service. Those seated here are all the young generation's elite. And throughout the history of the Continental Young Advanced Soul Master Elite competition, there have been instances of beautiful servers and contestants forming romantic ties. For these ordinary servers, this is akin to a leap to success, so their enthusiasm in serving is understandable. Captain, this is already the 6th server that's come to you. What do you think? Su Xiaoyan said with a chuckle to LinYang. In just half an hour, LinYang has been asked 6 times whether he wants fruit or water. Indeed, in terms of appearance, none of the male contestants among the 64 can compare to him. Young, handsome, and powerful, every trait is a weapon to attract women. LinYang helplessly said, Xiaoyan, focus on what matters. He won't, Yuan and Yue'er said, and the expressions of those nearby instantly turned strange. Not far away, the members of Monster Academy were also sizing them up. For the people of Monster Academy, the final stage is equally important, and they bear a heavier burden than those from Shrek Academy. After all, this is the Douluo Continent, separated from the Douluo Continent by thousands of miles. Even if the Shrek Academy team loses, there will be no news to carry back, and besides, they're 5 years younger than the members of Monster Academy. So losing wouldn't be a big deal. But Monster Academy cannot afford to lose. Regarding the championship, with Long Yu on their side, Yue'er has never worried. In his view, as long as someone from Shrek Academy can make it to the top 4, it would already be considered a victory. At this moment, a light shadow descended from the sky onto the competition stage. It was a beam of light shooting down from above the Douluo Grand Stadium. A figure slowly descended amidst the light. She was dressed in light yellow clothing, elegant and composed, with delicate features and a faint smile. Hello Eveliona, Fangya. It is my honor to be the host and commentator for the final stage of the competition. It's Fangya. All the audience's gazes turned to her in unison, and an ear-splitting cheer erupted throughout the stadium. This year's competition, with Fangya's sharp and precise commentary and stunning appearance, has skyrocketed her popularity, which is why the organizers decided to have her continue in the commentary role for the final stage. Fangya landed in the center of the competition stage, bowing towards the VIP area. As we enter the final stage, the competition will become even more intense and fierce. After all, a single oversight could lead to a total loss and elimination. Today marks the first day of the 1-on-1 tournament finals. Although I know it's impossible, I still wish every contestant victory. Of course, what matters more to you is to showcase yourselves and perform at your best. Thunderous applause followed. After bowing once more to the VIP area, Fangya walked slowly towards it. The spotlight shone on the competition stage, although it was daytime. The brilliance on the stage was still dazzling. The The first day of the personal competition's top 64 matches will feature 16 matches today, with another 16 tomorrow. LinYang, Yuan and Yue'er, and Yang Nianxia's matches are all scheduled for today, while Yixinglan, Wu Sideo, and Zheng Yuran's matches will take place on the second day. Next, let us invite the first contestants of the elimination round to the stage. One of them, I believe everyone has been watching for a long time, is the captain of the Shrek Academy representative team, LinYang, from the Douluo Continent, which is the source of our star Luo Empire. Indeed, the first match of the elimination round is LinYang's battle, a deliberate arrangement by the organizers. Although Shrek Academy is seen as a wolf by the people of the star Luo Empire, their current popularity is undeniable, second only to Monster Academy. As the captain of Shrek Academy and a strong contender who has defeated Monster Academy's Yue'er, LinYang has garnered immense attention. Thus, the organizers arranged for him to be the first match in the elimination round, while tomorrow's final match of the first round will feature Long Yu as the closing act. This is certainly to attract more attention. As Yue'er, already on the VIP stage, made her announcement, the entire arena erupted into a chorus of cheers and boos. Amidst the boos, LinYang stood up and walked out from the waiting area. There was a mocking smile in his eyes. Boos. He had just killed a limit Douluo from the star Luo Empire yesterday. This seemed even more mocking. So, who is LinYang's opponent? Let us welcome one of the most outstanding talents from the star Luo Royal Academy, hailed as a new star of star Luo, Sima Xian, to the stage. At 20 years old, Sima Xian is an outstanding talent nurtured by the star Luo Empire. He was once accepted by Monster Academy, but chose to stay at star Luo Royal Academy for personal reasons. Now he has achieved notable success, and in this competition, he is yet to taste defeat. Today's first match is destined to be a showdown between strong contenders. Sima Xian, hearing this name, even the members of Monster Academy were somewhat surprised. In fact, the story of Sima Xian not joining Monster Academy is quite legendary. Chapter 104 Sima, the eyes of everyone from the Monster Academy fell on Long Yu at the same time, and this madman Long rarely showed an awkward expression. It turned out that after Sima Xian was admitted to the Monster Academy, when it was time for school to start, he went to report to the academy. In the star Luo Empire, the status of the Monster Academy is comparable to that of the Shrek Academy on the Douluo Continent. Who wouldn't want to join the Monster Academy? However, just as Sima Xian joyfully arrived at the entrance of the Monster Academy, he happened to run into someone. This person stood at the school gate, blocking his way, and then said a few words to him. "Hey kid, got any money?" The bald man raised a hand, blocking Sima Xian. "Who are you?" Sima Xian, hailed as a genius of his generation and successfully admitted to the Monster Academy, was filled with pride. "Don't worry about who I am. Just hand over some money since you look like you can afford it." The bald man rubbed his fingers together. "Are you looking for death? Get out of my way. If you delay my registration, can you bear the responsibility?" Sima Xian raised an eyebrow, his anger surging, and a faint aura of power was released from him. "Do you have any money or not?" The bald man asked. "I have plenty. But what does it have to do with you?" Sima Xian's eyes flashed coldly. 2 minutes later. "Indeed, there's quite a bit. All of it belongs to me." The bald man stepped on Sima Xian's back with one foot. "With your skills, what are you doing at the Monster Academy? Go home and wash up and sleep." The bald man took the money and strode into the Monster Academy. Sima Xian climbed up with blood in his mouth, his heart filled with rage to the extreme. He let out a furious roar and ran away. Shortly after, he joined the star Luo Royal Academy. Recalling the situation back then, how could Long Yu not feel embarrassed? Because of this incident, he was even punished by the Monster Academy. If it weren't for the kindness of the president who took a liking to him, he probably wouldn't have had the chance to enter the Monster Academy at all. At this moment, upon hearing the name Sima Xian, everyone in the Monster Academy couldn't help but smile at him. "Ahem. Besides Yue'er, if you keep looking at me, I'll hit you." Long Yu gestured with his fist. "Ha ha ha." The students of the Monster Academy couldn't help but laugh heartily. Sima Xian was not very tall, about 1.6 meters, with a relatively proportionate build, and his eyes were also quite large, appearing slightly frail. His gaze towards LinYang was filled with desire, so when LinYang met his eyes, they both couldn't help but be startled. In his heart, he thought, what does this guy want? What did Sima Xian want? His thoughts were very simple. Now the entire star Luo Empire knew that this captain from Shrek Academy was extraordinary, and many people were comparing him to Long Yu. Sima Xian had been humiliated for life after being beaten and robbed of his tuition by Long Yu, and later he had sought revenge 3 times. But each time he could only last less and less against Long Yu. This made him sadly realize that the gap between him and Long Yu was too great, and he probably wouldn't catch up in this lifetime. After that, he worked hard and practiced diligently. It had been 3 years since he last saw that madman Long. In this competition, he was fully prepared, and his target was Long Yu. In his eyes, LinYang was the touchstone. As long as he could defeat this captain from Shrek Academy, he would immediately make a name for himself in the sole master community of the Luo Empire, letting everyone know who he was. By then, he would be someone who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Long Yu. Therefore, after getting the draw results, he was very eager for this battle, thinking about how to completely suppress LinYang and win the match. On the competition stage, the referee did not announce any rules, just observed both sides before starting the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the match begins. On the podium, Yue'er sat up straight. Ladies and gentlemen, the match has started. Let's see who will win this strong confrontation. Sima Xian was the first to move, releasing his martial soul. True to being the best student of the Luo Royal Academy, he had 5 purple soul rings, which was a soul ring configuration comparable to the outstanding students of the Monster Academy. Sima Xian's martial soul was very powerful, named Horn Dragon, said to be a combination of a true dragon and a rare soul beast, the antelope, possessing the strength of a giant dragon and the speed of an antelope. It was no longer a martial soul of the earth dragon category, but rather a being with half the bloodline of a true dragon. LinYang stood still. The 500-meter diameter arena was indeed too large. In the distance, as the match began, Sima Xian was already sprinting towards him. The first and second soul rings on Sima Xian's body shone in succession, and his seemingly frail body grew larger as he ran, his legs becoming strong and powerful, his stature becoming gigantic, and a long tail trailing behind him while 2 giant horns grew from his head. Horn Dragon. It was indeed very powerful. The true dragon bloodline he possessed came from a true dragon among the 9 dragon kings, who was proficient in strength, so the bloodline was preserved very strongly. In reality, Sima Xian's martial soul, Horn Dragon, still had a gap compared to a true Horn Dragon, as he only had the martial soul and did not possess the bloodline power like Su Mu and Long Yu. The reason Long Yu was powerful was that his martial soul was the Mountain Dragon King, and he also had the bloodline of the Mountain Dragon King, making his combined strength extraordinarily terrifying. As Sima Xian sprinted, his head lowered, and a terrifying aura radiated from his body. With each step he took, circles of yellow light spread out from beneath his feet. Gravity control. This was a very powerful soul skill, and, as his strength increased, the multiple of gravity he could control would also improve. With a 5-ring cultivation level, Sima Xian could control gravity to increase it by 5 times, while he himself was unaffected. Although LinYang couldn't hear Yue'er's commentary, he could see clearly that when Sima Xian released his martial soul, he felt the fluctuation of dragon-like aura. LinYang raised his eyebrows slightly and stood there, waiting for Sima Xian's impact. Sima Xian moved at incredible speed, his strong hind legs pounding the ground, head lowered, with a chilling light flashing on his horns. As the waves of gravity control continuously stacked outward, when he was less than 100 meters away from LinYang, the effect of gravity control already reached LinYang's feet. At the moment he approached LinYang, Sima Xian's 3rd soul ring lit up, and although he was determined to defeat LinYang, he did not underestimate his opponent at all. Chapter 105, Arrogance. Finally, he encountered the people from Shrek Academy again. He wanted to use this match to prove to the people of the Luo Empire that there is more to the Monster Academy than just Long Yu, but also them. Tung, a contestant from the Monster Academy, nicknamed Shadow King, is a. Yue'er gave a brief introduction to Tung, but did not mention his soul power level or martial soul. After all, the match had not yet begun, and there needed to be some confidentiality among the contestants. When Tung saw her, he couldn't help but frown. With such an opponent, even if he won, it seemed that he wouldn't be able to showcase his strength. He had already seen some of Yuan in Yue's matches before the draw was confirmed. In the previous matches, she had used the Titan Giant Ape martial soul. A soul master who looked very beautiful, but was actually a power type was indeed surprising. But so what? How could strong attack restrain agile attacks? Tung believed that in the face of his absolute strength, all of this was irrelevant. The match began. With the referee's announcement, the audience unconsciously straightened their backs, focusing intently on the match. It was fine if the Luo Royal Academy lost, but the Monster Academy definitely wouldn't lose to Shrek Academy. This match must be won. The spectators had long ignored the age difference between the 2 academies' representative teams. All they desired was victory. As he stepped forward, 5 soul rings rose beneath Tung's feet, 5 purple soul rings shining brilliantly. He shook his body, and his third soul ring suddenly flickered. Then 3 copies of him appeared on the spot. Shadow clone. The 3 Tangs stepped out simultaneously, moving incredibly quickly, leaving afterimages behind them. In an instant, they were already over 100 meters away, attacking Yuan and Yi from 3 directions at once. Yuan and Yi's 3 purple soul rings and 2 black soul rings also rose beneath her feet. The moment her soul rings were displayed, Tang San couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. He didn't expect Yuan and Yi to already be a soul king and possess a 10,000-year soul spirit. The first and third soul rings of Yuan and Yi glowed simultaneously, and her body instantly expanded, transforming into the Diamond Titan. Her entire body grew larger. Her outer clothing ripped apart, and a high elasticity bodysuit wrapped around her body, turning her into a giant 5 meters tall in the blink of an eye. Just as she transformed, Tang had already arrived in front of her, and the 3 figures suddenly flickered in alternation, charging at each other. In the eyes of the audience, the series of afterimages formed a triangle around Yuan and Yi, and the afterimages were connected. For a moment, even Tang's clones became indistinguishable. Undoubtedly, this was an advanced technique of agile attack type soul masters, not a soul skill, but manifestation achieved after reaching a certain level of speed. In Tang's hands, he held a pair of pitch-black daggers, which were not his martial soul, but a soul-guided device. In individual matches, any equipment can be used. Battle armors are allowed, and soul-guided devices are naturally acceptable. His martial soul relates to his nickname, being called Shadow King. His martial soul is the Shadow. Tang's shadow clones are truly formed through his martial soul, meaning that even clones are nearly real. The clones are his martial soul, allowing them to perform more actions in battle than the high-form clones of ordinary agile attack-type soul masters. The technique he was using at the moment was called Shadow Link. The most important thing for an agile attack-type soul master is to never let the opponent know where they truly are. This scene instantly excited the audience, drawing them into the action. At this moment, the contestant Tang from the Monster Academy was displaying a high-end skill of agile attack-type soul masters, using his high mobility combined with the shadow clone effect to create countless overlapping figures, making it impossible for the opponent to grasp his exact location while searching for a flaw. Once a flaw appeared, he would deliver a thunderous strike. Yuan and Yi's abilities were truly surprising. This martial soul was undoubtedly powerful. It should be the Titan Giant Ape. The Titan Giant Ape is the overlord of the forest, so, as a martial soul, it is naturally a top-tier martial soul. But how would Yuan and Yi face Tang's clone attacks? Yue'er nervously and excitedly narrated. Clashes between strong opponents often don't take long. Once an advantage is established, it becomes very difficult to turn the tide. Therefore, if the first collision between both sides is not a tentative battle, it becomes very critical. A low rumble suddenly exploded in the air, and the entire world seemed to shake violently. The situation on the field changed dramatically. Facing Tang's shadow clones, Yuan en Yue'er responded immédiately. She did not, like most people, unconsciously follow the high-moving figures with her gaze. Instead, she stood there, her expression focused, as she stepped forward. With one step forward, her other foot remained still, forming a bow stance. At the same time, her right fist was tightly clenched, first pulled back to her waist. Then she thrust her fist forward with a powerful blow. Her second soul ring shone brightly. A thunderous roar came forth. At the moment she stepped into the bow stance, Tang moved. Among those high-speed figures, 2 figures suddenly leaped up from behind Yuan and Yi. Their pitch-black daggers aimed straight towards her sides. When a person is standing normally, it is easy to turn around, but once they step into a bow stance, turning around becomes much more difficult. Thus, Tang seized this opportunity without hesitation and launched his attack. Among the 8 great kings, he was known for his ability to seize opportunities, and decisiveness was his greatest strength. Yuan and Yi truly could not turn around in the bow stance, and it seemed she was completely unaware of the attacks approaching from behind her. Was victory already determined? Was this the level of Shrek Academy's team? Just as many people began to think this way, Yuan and Yi's fist had already struck the air. Boom, it was as if the air in front of her had suddenly been blasted through, causing the entire space to twist violently. The clones and afterimages surrounding Yuan and Yi were instantly affected by the spatial fluctuations, becoming chaotic, with many afterimages disappearing, and Tang's own figure was revealed. The 2 clones that had attacked from behind were redirected by the spatial pull and missed their target, skimming past Yuan and Yi's sides. Yuan and Hui's large hands simultaneously struck out, each hitting one of the two clones, and instantly, those two clones turned into bubbles and disappeared. Chapter 106. Yuan and Hui versus Zhang Wang. A figure flickered, retreating dozens of meters in an instant, and at this moment his clone had already disappeared, leaving only his true body. You have the ability to control the aura? Tang's previously disdainful and confident expression turned serious. Yuan and Hui's seemingly mindless punch looked simple, but in reality, the shock it caused was tremendous. Not to mention, generating a punch that creates a comprehensive spatial distortion is not that easy. It requires controlling the changes in the entire aura while directly disrupting the nodes of the aura to create such a situation. If the direction in which the two clones passed was also controlled by this disrupted aura, then this opponent in front of him would be terrifying. Only 15 years old. To achieve this, of course, Yuan and Hui's actual age is 17. It's just that the Monster Academy believes that Shrek Academy students are 15. Yuan and Hui remained silent, her body suddenly leaping up as if a mountain was pressing down, pouncing towards Tang. Tang's body retreated like lightning, twisting his body to release two more clones, each running in different directions to create distance. Yuan and Hui stopped where Tang had been earlier, and at that moment she shouted loudly, throwing another punch into the void. At this point, Tang's three figures were rushing out like celestial maidens scattering flowers in three different directions. With a loud bang, the air on the competition stage distorted again, this time even more noticeably, and the audience could see it more clearly. Tang's three figures staggered for a moment, one of them moving noticeably more nimbly. Then they saw a ball of white light shooting out from Yuan and Hui's fist like a cannonball, flying straight towards Tang's agile figure. In the waiting area, Long Yu's eyes sparkled with surprise. A contestant who can control the aura? The strong attack system inherently restrains the agile attack system. A strong attack system soul master who can control the changes in the aura and utilize them is definitely a disaster for agile attack system soul masters. Without a doubt, Yuan and Hui's strength is stronger than that holy angel spirit master from that day. In midair, the moment Yuan and Hui's air cannon was about to hit, Tang's second soul ring flashed, and he vanished into thin air. Those with keen eyes noticed that his shadow on the ground remained, becoming even more agile. Darting quickly to the side, shadow concealment, second soul skill. Yuan and Hui's eyes flickered. This peculiar soul skill was something she had never seen before. Undoubtedly, this agile attack system soul master named Tang excelled in both speed and survival ability. You are strong, so I will get my all. Tang's voice came, and his figure shot away into the distance. It was only after he had moved over 100 meters away from Yuan and Hui that his shadow on the ground transformed back into his true body, while the other two clones disappeared at that moment. Pieces of gray armor shot out from his body and swiftly landed on him. The gray armor had faint silver patterns, looking not overly flashy, but possessing a tranquil aura. Battle armor. Yes, a single word battle armor. Among the 8 kings of the Monster Academy, except for Yue'er, who is not strong enough, all are single-word battle armor masters. After a few test exchanges with Yuan and Hui, Tang clearly assessed that with his strength, defeating this opponent would be very difficult. The opponent's abilities countered him too strongly. To avoid a repeat of the unclear defeat like Sima Xian, he immediately chose to release his battle armor. In fact, as one of the 8 kings of the Monster Academy, he felt a burning sensation on his face while donning the battle armor. The age gap of 5 years and still needing to wear battle armor made the confrontation between the two strongest academies of the continent inherently unfair, even though the battle armor is part of his strength. However, for the sake of victory, he had no choice but to do so. Only in this way could he ensure success. As pieces of battle armor covered Tang's body, Yuan and Hui did not attempt to rush over to stop him. The distance was too great, and Tang's speed was exceptionally fast. He couldn't possibly intervene. Then, rays of light began to shine from Yuan and Hui's body. Pieces of yellow battle armor quickly enveloped her, and her own aura increased geometrically. It was also a complete single-word battle armor. Yet it was a spirit alloy single-word battle armor. The massive figure of the Diamond Titan was covered with a crystal-clear yellow battle armor, and the shock it exuded was significantly stronger than Tang's. At this point, Tang had completed donning his battle armor. Besides the gray armor, he also held a pair of great daggers in his hands. Undoubtedly, these daggers were also part of his battle armor. accompanied by the enhancements of the battle armor. His aura surged exponentially. Without even releasing a soul skill, the air around him seemed to tremble slightly, caused by the high-frequency vibrations emitted by his battle armor. In the next moment, Tang San moved. Under the enhancement of the single-word battle armor, his speed was almost frenzied. The distance of over 100 meters was nearly crossed in the blink of an eye, and his first soul ring flickered as the daggers slashed out during his rapid movement. Shadow Slash. In normal circumstances, the power of Shadow Slash would be average, as it was merely a first soul skill. But this time was different. Under the enhancement of the single-word battle armor, combined with the weapon's boost and his high speed, this Shadow Slash tore through the void, accompanied by a piercing shriek, reaching Yuan and Yi Hui in an instant. The speed was such that Yuan and Yi Hui didn't even have time to raise her arm. Agile attack system, speed first, attack later. The attack that was pushed to the extreme is undoubtedly the most terrifying. However, an unexpected scene unfolded. The light on Yuan and Yi Hui's battle armor suddenly changed. The original yellow turned to black, and then her entire figure seemed to transform into a cloud of black smoke. In the air, a mass of black mist rapidly expanded, covering most of the battlefield, preventing the audience from seeing what was happening inside. Yuan en YVS forme Shrek instantly, evading Tang seemingly unavoidable strike. What is this? Tang was shocked. He felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire, unable to see the situation around him. A domain? But this clearly isn't part of the system of his previous martial soul ability. Dual martial souls. In the waiting area, Long Yu and the commentator Feng Er almost simultaneously exclaimed these four words. Chapter 107. Absolute suppression power, yes. As the saying goes, the bystander sees it more clearly. They all saw that at the moment the dark curtain appeared, a pair of pitch-black wings unfolded from Yuan Yahui's back, and the color of his battle armor turned black, even his long dark red hair cascading down. The changes happened so quickly that the vast majority of the audience couldn't see clearly, but the mention of dual martial souls still left them in shock. Dual martial souls have numerous legends in both the Douluo Continent and the Xingluo Continent soul master circles. However, for most people, it is nearly impossible to actually witness a dual martial soul. At this moment, Yuan and Yahui was exhibiting a dual martial soul, which was undoubtedly astonishing. Under the dark sky, the internal energy was clearly fluctuating violently, but the outside world couldn't see what was happening inside. Long Yu frowned. With her spirit armor, made of spirit alloy, and the enhancement of dual martial souls, the gap between her and Tang had widened even more. Not to mention that her martial soul was clearly stronger than Tang's. Among the 8 kings of the Monster Academy, Long Yu believed that apart from herself, no one else could defeat Yuan and Yahui. In the dark sky, Tang's first reaction was to move at high speed, choosing a direction and releasing his concealment soul skill before rushing forward. He needed to escape this dark sky, otherwise he would be too passive. The dark sky limited his speed significantly and, more importantly, restricted his senses, making it impossible to judge his opponent. How could a battle continue under such circumstances? Of course, he felt no worry in his heart. After all, he had the battle armor on. While quickly retreating, the shield that accompanied his armor was activated, protecting his body. Boom! With a loud bang, Tang felt his whole body tremble. But instead of being startled, he felt a sense of joy. It hit the soul guide shield, which meant that as long as he moved along the shield on the competition platform, even if his opponent had deceptive abilities within the dark sky, they couldn't confuse him. After all, their dark sky couldn't cover the entire 500-meter diameter competition platform. So, Tang moved quickly again, racing along the edge of the shield, while elevating his senses to the maximum, always paying attention to his opponent's movements. As soon as any attack appeared, he would respond immediately. At that moment, the audience saw a change in the dark sky. A figure soared into the air, flapping its pitch-black wings. At this moment, Yuan and Yahui transformed into a fallen angel, provided the audience with a stunning visual impact. Her dark red hair flowed behind her, her body covered in black armor, and her long, straight thighs exposed, with her tight pants only reaching above her knees. Her eyes glowed with a charming light, and in a flash, she reached the edge of the dark sky. Then the audience saw the second and third soul rings on Yuan and Yahui shine brightly. A dark purple magic sword appeared in her hands. With the enhancement of the battle armor, this magic sword was 6 feet long, and its blade extended over a foot, radiating a strong wave of dark elemental energy. At the same time, Her wings suddenly grew larger, and her appearance underwent slight changes. The originally pitch-black battle armor gradually transformed into a light purple color, and her body continued to grow taller until it reached 2.5 meters. Enlarged beauty could not be a more fitting description of her. Third soul skill, Fallen Angel's Descent. Holding the dark magic sword with both hands, the dark elemental enhancement brought by the fallen angel surged wildly into the dark magic sword, creating a strange scene. The elongated sword light that originally emerged from the dark magic sword suddenly retracted, turning deep purple, and the sword light ultimately shrank to just over a foot. Yet even outside the soul guide shield, the audience could vaguely feel the terrifying pressure it exerted. With her wings spread wide, it seemed as if countless black light spots surged towards her wings. In the next moment, Yue'er descended from the sky, and the dark magic sword seemed to slash at the empty space. Tang was moving at high speed when suddenly his vision brightened. He had broken free. In a tense situation, once a person realizes they have escaped danger, there will inevitably be a moment of instinctive relaxation. Tang was no exception, but just as he felt relieved and relaxed, he was suddenly engulfed by purple. The only thing he managed to do was raise the dagger in his hand and quickly block in front of him. In the next moment, the dark magic sword, filled with terrifying dark elemental fluctuations, struck against the crossed short blades in front of his chest. One was prepared, and the other was relaxed. The outcome was clear. Yue'er's strike was made with all her strength. To create the opportunity for this strike, she had previously executed a series of controls within the dark sky. Power, speed, and energy exploded perfectly in that instant. Boom! With purple light erupting from his body, Tang was sent flying backward. In terms of power, even though he was at the fifth ring and had a complete battle armor, he could not compare to Yue'er, not to mention the terrifying dark elemental infusion. At that moment, Tang felt as if he had fallen into a dark hell, under the influence of that terrifying force. The short blades in his hands slammed back against his chest, while the dark magic sword struck down on him fiercely. The gray battle armor burst forth with intense light, and silver patterns seemed to come alive, but the instantaneous collision was so violent that the gray short blades and the armor on his chest developed fine cracks. The original armor shield also shattered under the impact. As Tang was once again struck into the dark sky, the audience erupted in an uproar. The complete battle armor unleashed and actively attacked, yet ended up in such a situation. It was clear to everyone that Tang was in a very bad situation. Yue'er's strike was exhilarating, to the point where her figure in the air shone with purple light. She did not pursue, but instead hovered in midair, savoring the feeling of that earlier strike. She dared to say that this was definitely the strongest strike she had ever delivered in her life. With the fallen angel's descent combined with the full explosion of the dark magic sword, plus her own power, soul power, and battle armor enhancement, this was her strongest attack. The erosion and destructiveness of the dark element were displayed to the fullest. She could even feel her understanding of her martial soul deepening. After this battle, her abilities would undoubtedly improve. The dark sky was retracted in an instant, revealing Tang lying on the ground. Chapter 108. Victory at this moment. He barely managed to turn himself over and quickly increase the distance between himself and Yue'er. However, to his surprise, the pair of daggers in his hands had completely shattered, turning into short blades. A huge crack appeared on his battle armor, stretching from his left shoulder to his right abdomen, with faint blood stains visible inside. Even more terrifying was the fact that this crack was entirely purple, and a horrifying dark power was crazily invading his body through this crack. How could this happen? Tang desperately gathered his soul power to suppress the dark power within him from exploding. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. His battle armor was not the best at defense, primarily enhancing attack and speed. Therefore, that last strike had not been completely blocked. At this moment, his arms and body were both numb. Yet, he still couldn't believe that he had lost, that he was going to lose to an opponent younger than him. Yue'er spread her wings, raising the dark magic sword in her hand once more. This time, she did not rush to attack but closed her eyes. A layer of dark purple mist rippled from her body, crazily gathering towards the dark magic sword in her hand. The originally over foot-long sword light began to retract, and the aura around Yue'er was increasing geometrically. I can't lose. I can't just lose like this. Tang bit his tongue hard, using the pain to make himself more alert. Under the invasion of dark power, his absolute speed advantage had disappeared, and to defeat his opponent, He could only go attack for attack. Taking a deep breath, Tang's fifth soul ring lit up, and then an astonishing scene unfolded on the competition stage. Shadows flew out behind Tang, and each shadow folded and appeared behind him. These shadows were illusory, but in an instant, there were dozens of them. The last shadow suddenly lunged forward, merging into the one in front, then continued to move forward. The black shadows gradually became solid. When they finally reached behind Tang, it seemed as if another physical version of Tang had appeared. Tang gripped the broken blades tightly, suddenly raising them up, his eyes shining with a cold light. In that instant, his confidence seemed to return. Shadow 100 layers. Accompanied by his loud shout, the pair of broken blades slashed out fiercely. A gray-blue light shadow instantly condensed in the air, transforming into a crescent shape, like a substantial beam of light shooting towards Yuan and Yihui. Each shadow possessed 5% of his power, and with the fusion of 36 shadows, along with his own strength, this strike could unleash 280% of his attack power. It was his strongest move. The only problem with Shadow 100 Layers was that the preparation time was a bit long, but facing Yuan and Yihui, who was also gathering power, this move was clearly the most appropriate. However, what everyone did not expect happened. In midair, the fallen angel, who had been gathering power for a long time and was filled with a dark, oppressive aura, suddenly became illusory, like a ghost. In a flash, she appeared behind Tang. Tang's full-force Shadow 100 Layers strike almost passed through a shadow, then shot far away, crashing into the protective shield in the distance. Causant en parallèle explosion. The explosion sound also rang out behind Tang. Although Yuan and Yihui's sudden movement reduced her charge, this was still a full-force strike after the fallen angel's arrival. A sword strike hit the battle armor on Tang's back, turning his entire armor purple, with silver lines struggling madly, releasing all its defense. However, Yuan and Yihui also had the support of her armor, and in terms of martial souls, she was superior to Tang. Her cultivation was not weaker than Tang's, and her martial soul was stronger. Moreover, this was a full-force strike landing directly on Tang. A mouthful of blood gushed from Tang's mouth, and his battle armor emitted a low, mournful sound. The crack that had originally appeared only in front now also appeared on the back. He was directly cleaved away. In the next moment, as the Shadow 100 Layers exploded against the soul-guided shield, he slammed hard against the shield and then rebounded back, crashing to the ground. He lay motionless, unconscious. With a light flick of her dark magic sword, Yuan and Yihui's expression was calm, as if she had just done something ordinary. Her long dark red hair floated, resembling a witch's descent. How could this be? This was simply unbelievable. Tang made a fatal mistake at the last moment. When he attacked, he did not lock onto his opponent, allowing her to evade out of thin air. Such a mistake should not have occurred in a strong individual of his level. Indeed, the reason for his devastating defeat was not purely a matter of strength. More importantly, during the collision, Tang failed to lock onto Yuan in before they collided. Not locking on was not a mistake, but a deliberate choice by Tang. Generally, when using soul skills to lock onto an opponent, they will automatically follow the opponent, making it difficult for the opponent to evade. But using soul skills in this way requires additional focus on locking on, leading to a reduction in attack power. This is inevitable. In the previous battles, Tang had always been fighting hard against Yuan and Yihui, while she attacked boldly and directly. Therefore, before the final collision, Tang had a sense of luck. He subconsciously believed that Yuan and Yihui would not evade him, as they were both gathering power for a full-force collision. However, he did not expect that Yuan and Yihui had extremely rich combat experience and immediately sensed that he had not locked on, decisively halting her charge. At the same time, Tang also did not anticipate that Yuan and Yihui's speed would be so fast. He further did not know that the fallen angel martial soul itself combined strong attack and agility. Not to mention that Yuan and Yihui was also a Tang sect disciple and knew the Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. Although this series of changes occurred in the blink of an eye, it sealed Tang's tragic fate. Shadow King Tang defeated. A crushing defeat. In the waiting area, Long Yu's expression turned somewhat grim. He could clearly see that Tang lost to Yuan and Yihui not only because of the final mistake, but also because the strengths of both sides were originally on the same level, with Yuan and Yihui even holding some advantages. Before today's match, they had no idea that the Shrek Academy representative team had such a dual martial soul presence. Otherwise, they would not have lost so badly. The appearance of the Titan, Giant Ape, and Fallen Angel, two top-tier martial souls, on one person was already incredible. But the facts were right before them, leaving no room for doubt. Tang had indeed lost. Yuan Yi spread her wings and gracefully descended from the competition stage, folding her wings as she landed back in the waiting area. Chapter 109. Sumuviese. Yixinglan LinYang raised his right hand, and Yue'er raised his hand to meet it, not to congratulate, but simply as a basic way to celebrate. Clap. Their hands collided with a crisp sound, as if a slap had landed on the faces of the Monster Academy crowd. The other contestants in the battle zone had various expressions, some worried, some gloating, as they watched the competitors from the two academies. For a moment, their expressions were mixed. Inside the Xingluo Grand Stadium, things had already become somewhat chaotic. The Monster Academy had lost. They had actually lost, which was simply, why did this happen? It was a good match, but in the end they lost. Could even the one-word battle armor masters not defeat the visitors from Shrek Academy? It seems we need to reassess the strength of Shrek Academy. This Yue'er is not simple, said Yue'er with a solemn expression. Long Yu slightly nodded. Soon after, Yang Ningxia's match arrived, and after defeating his opponent, the first day of competition came to an end. The round of 64 to 32 in the individual competition lasted a whole day. However, for most people, the subsequent matches became somewhat dull. The Monster Academy had actually lost, and they represented the Xingluo Empire. This made the public extremely dissatisfied. What they needed was victory, and they hoped to see Long Yu face off against the strong from Shrek Academy. Public opinion was in an uproar. Tang, after receiving treatment, was not seriously injured and had mostly recovered but still needed some time to recuperate. However, his battle armor was quite severely damaged, and repairs would take time. In the later matches, if he participated in team battles, the effectiveness of his battle armor would be significantly limited. After all, damage is one thing. If it were to be completely destroyed, the loss would be considerable. The value of creating a one-word battle armor is immense, and he had already reached the 5th ring. He should be starting to work towards the 2-word battle armor. Therefore, how much strength he could still exert in the upcoming matches remained uncertain. For the Monster Academy to comprehensively defeat Shrek Academy, besides the individual and doubles matches, the group battles, which were originally not highly regarded, were also very important, as they would be a significant test of both sides' overall strength. Whoever could achieve victory would undoubtedly be the true powerhouse. The competition continued. The second day of the top 64 matches was still exciting. On this day, Yixinglan, Wu Sideo, and Zheng Yiran were up for competition. They all confidently took to the stage. Unfortunately, Zheng Yiran regrettably lost, while Yixinglan and Wu Sideo successfully advanced to the next round. Zheng Yiran encountered the Wind King Lin San from the Monster Academy. Facing such an opponent, her current strength was somewhat lacking, and a total of 5 from Shrek Academy advanced. For the Monster Academy, aside from Tang, who was eliminated by Yuan and Yue'er, the other 6 also made it into the top 32. Long Yu was the final one to take the stage, and it seemed there was no difference from the previous preliminaries, as he effortlessly defeated his opponent and advanced to the top 32. There was no break in the finals of the individual competition. After the first round ended, the matches for the top 32 to 16 immediately followed, all within one day. Relatively speaking, the contestants who had just competed the day before would be at a slight disadvantage, but that was how the tournament was arranged. Today's matches for the top 32 to 16 saw the Monster Academy and Shrek Academy almost fully pitted against each other. First up was LinYang's opponent, who was none other than the Wind King Lin San, who had defeated Zheng Yiran. Yuan Yue'er's opponent was a regular Soul Master. Yang Ningxia faced the Tiger King Yue'er, who was ranked 2nd among the 8 Heavenly Kings. Yixinglan fought against the Fox King Sumu, and Wu Sideo battled the Wolf King Hualantang. The first match featured Wu Sideo against Hualantang, marking another contest between the Monster Academy and Shrek Academy. Wu Sideo, who had broken through to the Soul King realm, instantaneously killed her opponent with a Nether White Tiger, defeating them without any suspense. In the fourth match, Yuan Yue'er took the stage against an opponent considered the weakest among the top 32. Without expending much effort, he defeated his opponent, and he and Wu Sideo both advanced to the top 16. At their age, being able to reach the top 16 in the Continental Youth Advanced Soul Master Elite competition was already quite rare. In the fifth match, Yang Ningxia faced Yue'er. Although the Dark Gold Terraclaw Bear spirit might surpass the White Tiger spirit, and Yang Ningxia possessed a 10,000 Year Soul spirit and 4 10,000 Year Soul rings. His one-word battle armor was still not complete. Coupled with Yue'er also having a 10,000 year soul spirit, he ultimately regrettably lost, slightly restoring some prestige for the Monster Academy. In the 7th match, Yue'er faced Su Mu, and this match was nothing short of astonishing. The two took to the stage simultaneously, starting their standoff. Yue'er had seen Su Mu's matches and remembered his abilities well. The Fox King, with the 9-tailed fox spirit, possessed a powerful bloodline and was exceptionally strong, featuring 5 major ring skills that combined control and strong offense. The Monster Academy had also researched Yue'er's situation. There was no doubt she was a strong offensive spirit master, wielding a sword with tremendous power. As a 4-ring one-word battle armor master, and a spirit master of refined metal one-word battle armor, she was exceptionally powerful, especially skilled in direct assaults, and had a deep understanding of sword techniques. Indeed, Yue'er had a complete one-word battle armor. As a mecha manufacturer, combined with her powerful secondary profession talent. After successfully creating one-word battle armor for LinYang and Yue'er, she began working on her own battle armor, becoming a one-word battle armor master before arriving at Douluo Continent. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The match begins with the referee's announcement. The match between the Star God, Sword Yue'er, and the Fox King, Su Mu, officially commenced. A flash of light shone in Su Mu's eyes, and his body seemed to momentarily become ethereal. Then the audience saw 5 large fox tails emerge from behind him, gently swaying as 5 soul rings rose into the air. The first soul ring rippled as it was released, transitioning from releasing the spirit to unleashing the soul skill almost instantaneously. This seemingly simple process was, in fact, a highly advanced technique. As before, Yue'er charged towards Su Mu. A circle of white light rippled across the ground, which was Su Mu's first soul skill. The slowing halo. Facing the halo, Yue'er showed no signs of stopping and continued to rush towards him. Su Mu glimmered with points of light as he swung his arms. Pieces of battle armor shot out, scattering in the air before covering his body. Before the match began, Su Mu had already prepared to give his all in this contest, determined to win, especially since Tang and Hua Lantang had been eliminated. He had to keep winning. The battle armor covered his entire body, completely pristine white, with faintly shimmering multicolored patterns on it, looking exceptionally dazzling, with a few glimmers of spiritual light flashing. Chapter 110. The gap in battle armor. Su Mu's battle armor helmet was slightly larger than usual, completely covering his head, with a dazzling gem in the center. As a control-type soul master, mental strength was extremely important, and this battle armor greatly enhanced his mental power. The moment he donned the armor, the previously released slow aura suddenly radiated with brilliant light, expanding from a diameter of 50 meters to several times that, directly enveloping the rapidly approaching Yue'er. Affected by it, Yue'er's speed slowed down significantly, but just then, points of starlight began to illuminate her body. Since her opponent had already activated their battle armor, she naturally would not hesitate. Yue'er's figure flickered, and she was already in mid-air, followed by the reappearance of that familiar point of starlight. Sword God Star. First soul skill. Yue'er's speed instantly surged, her body and sword merging as she crossed the 100-meter distance in the blink of an eye, arriving directly in front of her opponent. Has his swordsmanship reached such a level? Watching the enlarged sword light before him, Su Mu couldn't help but be astonished. In the previous matches, Yue'er had not displayed such a technique of merging with her sword. It turned out she had been hiding her strength. Although surprised, Su Mu's reaction was swift, as his second and third soul rings shone simultaneously. Second soul skill, soul power stripping aura. It increases the opponent's soul power consumption. Third soul skill, reversal aura, which was also Su Mu's strongest soul skill, capable of easily reversing any attack as long as it did not exceed his upper limit too much. But at that moment, Yue'er suddenly changed. Just as the point of starlight was about to clash with the reversal aura, it suddenly shot up 5 meters into the air, drawing a strange arc of aid. She had actually controlled the merging of her body and sword to such an extent. Then Su Mu witnessed an even more terrifying scene. The starlight suddenly expanded, and he could vaguely see Yue'er's fourth soul ring glowing brightly. Countless starlights shot out, but the direction was not aimed at Su Mu. Instead, they flew towards the reversal aura that had just passed beneath her feet. Not good. Su Mu was shocked. The reversal aura could not use a second reversal aura while it was still active. Without hesitation, he activated his fourth soul ring, and his body was instantly enveloped in darkness. At the same time, Countless sword lights fell directly in front of him, piercing into that engulfing black world. If Su Mu had been even a moment slower, those sword lights would have struck him directly. Yue'er used Su Mu's own reversal aura, finding the optimal angle to let the sword star rain rebound after entering the reversal aura, and the target of the rebound was surprisingly Su Mu himself. If Su Mu hadn't activated the devouring aura in time, he would have been in big trouble just from that attack, especially since it was the sword star rain enhanced by the battle armor. Yue'er seemed to have anticipated Su Mu's response. With a flick of her body, a series of sword lights shot into the sky, forming a large star god sword in midair, with Yue'er herself merging as the final sword light. The star god sword hovered in the air, its tip pointing downwards. In an instant, a point of starlight at the hilt burst forth, descending from the sky. Has the application of her martial soul reached such a level? Just as the star god sword was about to fall, Su Mu displayed his powerful strength as the third ranked among the 8 kings of the Monster Academy. Circles of light suddenly burst forth from his body, with 5 soul rings lighting up like torches. 5 brilliant rays of light surged, causing the original devouring aura to expand dramatically. The first ring, white, slow aura. The second ring, colorful, soul power stripping aura. The third ring, dark green, reversal aura. The fourth ring, black, devouring aura. The fifth ring, golden destruction aura. The 5 soul rings, 5 soul skills, merged into one in an instant, transforming into a massive tornado that soared into the sky. 5 different attributes of weakening and attack erupted simultaneously. The giant sword descending from the sky did not pause for a moment, diving straight into the massive vortex, instantly igniting the dark whirlpool with a hint of golden light, then 10 points, 100 points. If Su Mu's attack was a black hole just a moment ago, then the next moment, his vortex seemed to have transformed into a galaxy. Boom! A powerful wave of energy exploded into a terrifying storm. The referee, who had instinctively stepped forward before the clash, was now forced to activate his own defenses to withstand the overwhelming gust of air. For a moment, the shield of the competition stage flickered with light, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. The 2 figures separated, and with a flash of golden light, Yue'er landed steadily, the star god sword resting behind her, with various colors of light flickering around her, emanating from the negative energy of her opponent. Su Mu was also not in a good state. His helmet obscured his face, but people could clearly see a sword mark on his chest, stretching from his right shoulder to his left lower abdomen, cutting deep into the battle armor, with starlight rippling faintly. Clearly, Yue'er had been affected by the stacking of Su Mu's 5 soul skills, and Su Mu had also been struck by Yue'er's sword, with both sides suffering losses. Seeing this, Dalu in the waiting area couldn't help but furrow his brows. He was very familiar with Su Mu's abilities. His strongest attack was the fusion of 5 rings, unleashed through his bloodline talent to form a powerful 5-ring tornado, under the enhancement of battle armor. Such an attack would require even LinYang to treat it cautiously. However, he was ultimately a control-type soul master, more adept at controlling. Once his strongest attack was broken by his opponent, it would lead to trouble. Dalu believed he did not possess the ability to break Su Mu's destruction tornado. Yet Yue'er before him had done just that. Although Yue'er was also affected by the slow, soul power stripping, devouring, and destruction negative effects, she was currently surrounded by dazzling starlight, each point of starlight like a sharp sword, rapidly cutting through the negative effects of those auras. It was evident that her battle armor's defensive strength was much stronger, truly worthy of being made from spirit alloy, in both offense and defense. It was significantly superior to ordinary battle armors, and could continue to evolve in the future. Chapter 111. Yue'er wins. This is the foundation of Shrek Academy. Dalu instinctively thought that having a spirit alloy battle armor was the current method of battle armor creation at Shrek Academy. The Star God Sword was slowly raised, and Yue'er suddenly changed to holding the sword with both hands, stepping half a step forward with her left foot and pointing the long sword diagonally down toward her right side. In an instant, the starlight on her body burst forth, and she seemed to transform into a star, completely still. Su Mu could only hear his own rapid breathing hidden beneath the battle armor. The opponent was simply too strong. The previous sword strike did not fail to break through the battle armor, as Dalu thought. In fact, his battle armor had already suffered significant damage. With a small section breached, and that overwhelming sword intent had directly penetrated his body, wreaking havoc within him. As a control-type battle soul master, Su Mu's body was far less robust than that of an attack-type battle soul master. At this moment, He could only rely on his soul power at the Soul King level to withstand it, barely trying to suppress that sword intent and expel it. However, Yi Xinglan's sword intent was as substantial as if it were real, carrying intense destructive power wherever it went. If he could calm down with his cultivation level, he might be able to resolve it, but facing the powerful Yi Xinglan, how could he calmly address his own problems? It was clear that Yi Xinglan was aware of his current situation, which was why she stood there gathering her strength. While gathering her strength, all negative effect had disappeared, and her aura was increasing geometrically. During the accumulation, she combined her momentum, sword intent, soul power, and battle armor to unleash her strongest strike, a power that had not been displayed in her previous battle with Mo Ju. Through the resonance of the battle armor and the stars, leveraging external forces to enhance herself. In this state, Yi Xinglan would immediately counterattack if she was attacked. The earlier she was attacked in this state, the better. Otherwise, if delayed, one could face the terrifying sword strike that followed her accumulation of strength. However, her timing was impeccable. Just as she began to gather strength, Sumu was still struggling against the sword intent left in his body. When he finally managed to suppress it somewhat, the star god sword in Yi Xinglan's hand had already turned into a brilliant golden color, and the starlight on her body faintly formed a star map, the terrifying pressure causing the air to slightly distort. Sumu's expression changed dramatically. He could feel that this sword strike would be no weaker than the previous one that had descended from the sky. With Yi Xinglan's control over the star god sword, this attack would likely land in the same spot as before. If that were the case, his battle armor would instantly collapse, and his body might also suffer the same fate. As the control-type Battle Soul Master and the brain of the team, Sumu, despite being extremely reluctant, had to admit that the opponent before him was stronger than himself. Her sword intent was something he had never seen before. "I concede," he said with some difficulty. The sword light flashed and vanished, as if it had merely brushed past him, but it indeed flashed by Sumu, cutting through 100 meters and striking the Soul Guide shield, resulting in a series of booming sounds. Ye Vinglan stop it, right beside Sumu. Even though the sword light was not aimed at him, Sumu could still clearly feel a chill running through him, especially from the sword light that had previously entered his body, which seemed to explode in response to some unseen force. With a muffled groan, Sumu couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, having sustained internal injuries. Sumu whispered. Yi Xinglan, however, ignored him, sheathed her sword, and turned to walk off the stage. From the outside, it appeared that Yi Xinglan's attack was not directed at Sumu after he conceded. But only Sumu knew that the remaining sword intent in his body had exploded due to the impact of Yi Xinglan's sword, injuring his meridians. This would undoubtedly affect his subsequent matches. He could not believe that the explosion of sword intent was a coincidence. Fortunately, his individual match had now concluded, and he would be able to recover from his injuries for the upcoming 2-on-2 and team battles. Yi Xinglan won. The referee's announcement carried a hint of shock. This was a competition among young people under the age of 20. Today's youth are truly remarkable. The audience was abuzz with discussion. Although everyone guessed that the Monster Academy would find it difficult to achieve a clean sweep against Shrek Academy, the fact that Sumu, ranked third among the 8 kings, had lost so quickly and had conceded, left the audience somewhat stunned. The strength of Shrek Academy's Yi Xinglan was truly formidable. Sumu had released his battle armor right from the start, yet still lost the match. Even the fusion of 5 soul skills under the amplification of the battle armor could not completely block Yi Xinglan's sword. What a remarkable level of cultivation. Only Yue'er, who was beside Yi Xinglan, noticed that there was an additional touch of red on her handkerchief. The destruction storm was not easy to endure, and her battle armor had also not completely filtered out the opponent's attack. She was injured as well. Yue'er gave Yi Xinglan a concerned glance, and Yi Xinglan gently shook her head, her lips moving as she sent a message. "He is hurt worse. I'm fine." Sumu's concession was undoubtedly a wise decision. Although he still had the potential for counterattack, doing so would likely leave him severely injured, making it impossible for him to continue in the subsequent 2-person matches and team battles. Moreover, he could not see through Yi Xinglan's condition at that moment and could not be certain if his final strike could dismantle her attack. Thus, he chose to concede. In a sense, the outcome of one match could not compare to his future, as long as Yu could defeat all of Shrek Academy's participants later. His concession would not become a disgrace for the Monster Academy. They had to emerge as the ultimate victors. As Yi Xinglan sat down, LinYang stood up. His match was next, and it would be the final battle of the day between Shrek Academy and Monster Academy. with his opponent being the Wind King, Lin San. The next match promised to be exciting. It would be a duel between two agile attack-type Battle Soul Masters, the captain of the Shrek Academy representative team, LinYang, and Lin San from our Monster Academy, known as the Wind King. Please both parties take the stage. Lin San stood up with a calm demeanor. His aura was tranquil, and among the 8 kings, he had the weakest sense of presence. However, when the other members of Shrek Academy focused intently on him, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Lin San's aura was too calm, so calm that it almost blended with the air, making him seem as if he had no presence at all. Chapter 112. The quarterfinals as an agile attack type, Soul Master. LinYang's current state has clearly reached a certain level. His brilliance overshadowed Lin San to some extent, and even though many believed Lin San would undoubtedly lose, he still chose to take the stage. Lin San's gaze was calm, and he carried himself lightly, like a gentle breeze, as if he could vanish at any moment. The contrasting qualities of both were evident, yet they were both agile attack type. Their cultivation paths were clearly entirely different, and the outcome of this match would once again reignite the rivalry between Monster Academy and Shrek Academy. You've chosen the wrong path, LinYang said calmly. The sharpness of the wind is indeed the most powerful weapon, but it cannot help you defeat truly strong enemies. Beneath the extreme compression of wind power lies the true essence of the wind element. After this match, go to the Spirit Transmission Tower and find a way to fuse with the Qing Yin Dragon Spirit. At least it can help you defeat Yue'er in the future. With that, LinYang decisively defeated Lin San with overwhelming advantage, taking away Lin San's control over the wind element. In terms of mastery over the wind element, Lin San simply could not compare to LinYang. It was a clear dimensional suppression. Speaking of Lin San, he was also a legendary figure at Monster Academy. His personality was indifferent, and aside from cultivation, he had almost no hobbies. Among all 8 kings, his talent was even the lowest, and so was his martial soul. However, he managed to become the 4th ranked among the 8 kings. Even Su Mu and Yue'er, who ranked above him, did not believe they could necessarily defeat him. Lin San did not care much about these rankings. They were specially assigned by the Academy, which is how he attained the position of one of the 8 kings. He was willing to be one of the 8 kings primarily because it provided better cultivation resources and the chance to face more formidable opponents. Beyond that, there were no other reasons. If Yue'er were to describe him in one sentence, it would be simple. This guy was born for battle. This is the Wind King Lin San, an inconspicuous yet highly regarded student among the 8 kings at Monster Academy. Although the phrase hard work can make up for shortcomings may not be perfectly suited for him, he embodies diligence and persistence to the fullest. As the subsequent matches concluded, only 4 from Shrek Academy advanced: LinYang, Yuan Enyihui, Wuxi Duo, and Yixing Lan. On the side of Monster Academy, only Long Yu, Yue'er, and Su Mu remained, with all 4 others eliminated by Shrek Academy. In the Douluo Continent, Douluo Empire, Douluo City. Today is the round of 16 to 8. Bro, do you have any extra tickets? I'll buy them no matter the price. What are you thinking? Even if I had some, I wouldn't sell them. This year's competition is definitely the most exciting one in history. It's the match between Monster Academy and Shrek Academy. If I could watch it live, I'd be willing to live a few years less. I'm just too excited. Yeah, who would have thought the round of 16 would be this thrilling? I heard that among today's 8 matches, 2 are showdowns between Shrek Academy and our Monster Academy. That Shrek Academy captain is facing our 4th prince. The 4th prince will definitely win. Fang Ye, wearing a large cloak that covers her head and face, walked down the street, and discussions about the upcoming personal matches in the round of 16 filled her ears. Undoubtedly, public opinion overwhelmingly supported Monster Academy, but could they really win in both matches today? Fang Ye couldn't determine that herself. Her inclination was certainly towards Monster Academy. She had a patriotic heart, but she also had a calm judgment. The strength of Shrek Academy's team captain, LinYang, remained a mystery. From beginning to end, no one had truly seen his full strength. Meanwhile, Yuan Enyihui from Shrek Academy defeated Tung Tung. Wuxi Duo defeated Hua Lantang. Yixing Lan defeated Su Mu, and LinYang defeated Lin San. It was said that Yue'er and Su Mu were of comparable strength. Could he possibly contend with LinYang? The Tiger King Yue'er, 4th prince, ranked 2nd among the 8 kings, was also the top-tier powerhouse among them, with pure royal bloodline heritage. But even so, could he win against LinYang? As for the other match, it was quite intriguing. Shrek Academy's Wuxi Duo against Monster Academy's Yue'er, who was about to be eliminated. leaving only Long Yu and Dai Yue'er from Monster Academy. Additionally, Shrek Academy's Yi Xinglan and Yuan and Yi Hui were in the same group, meaning only one of them could advance to the top 8. Regardless, at this moment, Shrek Academy was certainly not weaker than Monster Academy in terms of strength. The public was already captivated by the duel between the two academies, but in reality, they all overlooked that the students of Shrek Academy were only 15 years old. Even if Long Yu ultimately won the personal match championship, as long as LinYang could reach the finals, it would already be a victory. And the people from Monster Academy had a mysterious confidence in Long Yu. Welcome everyone to the scene to witness the personal match round of 16 of the entire continent's Youth High-Level Soul Master Elite competition. Today's matches will produce the top 8. Who will be the strongest of the younger generation? Fang Ye's voice resonated within the stadium. As she spoke, both she and the audience's gazes unconsciously turned towards the battle area. The 16 participating contestants had already taken their seats, awaiting a match that would determine their fates. The top 8 of past competitions not only received generous rewards, but also became a significant highlight in their growth process. With such a record on their personal profiles, they would enjoy preferential treatment anywhere in the empire. Choosing to join the military would directly make them intermediate officers, and choosing to join a family, sect, or any profession would grant them significant advantages. Additionally, they would be awarded titles by the empire. Yes, titles. With the evolution of the times, titles have not only persisted, but have become even more precious. In today's Douluo Empire, there are only 2 ways to obtain a title. One is to gain national recognition through strength, like in the current competition, and the other is to make outstanding contributions to the country. Moreover, regardless of any title, none could be hereditary. However, the benefits that titles bring remain immense. The concept of land grants associated with titles no longer exists in the current era of the Douluo Empire, but one can still receive a series of welfare benefits from the state. Chapitre 113, Yuan en YVS. Dai Yue'er can be said that once one possesses a noble title, even the lowest rank, they can live comfortably for the rest of their life without worrying about food and clothing, and they can also gain a prestigious social status. Entering the top 8 of the individual competition will grant a Baron title, according to the rules of the grand competition. If one can win the championship, they will be directly awarded the title of Viscount. It is important to note that in the military, achieving such a title requires significant merit. A Viscount in the Douluo Empire holds a status comparable to that of a city lord. This is why all young people are eager to participate in the competition. Once they enter the top 8, it can be said that they have reached a new height. Regardless of their previous status, they can obtain a noble title and become true aristocrats. Although they will not receive a fief, acquiring a property in the imperial capital is guaranteed, with all expenses covered by the state. Therefore, among all the contestants participating today, besides LinYang, Yuan and Yi Hui, Yi Xinglan, and Wu Si Duo, only the 2 from the Monster Academy appeared relatively calm, while the other 10 contestants were all eager to compete, especially if their opponents were not from Shrek Academy or Monster Academy. In today's first match, Yuan and Yi Hui from Shrek Academy faced off against His Highness the 4th Prince, both being 5-ring Soul Kings and Battle Armor Masters. At the same time, Yuan and Yi Hui was also a twin martial soul contestant, possessing 2 extraordinarily powerful martial souls, the Titan Giant Ape Martial Soul and the Fallen Angel Martial Soul, which embody the attributes of strength and darkness, respectively. This will be a clash of strong contenders, so let us cheer for them. The arrangement of this match was a difficult decision made by the Douluo Empire. They chose to trust Dai Yue'er. If Dai Yue'er fails, the subsequent matches will see Long Yu advancing smoothly until he faces LinYang. Dai Yue'er gazed intently at Yuan and Yi Hui, not captivated by her beauty, but rather eager to defeat her. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the match begins. As the 4 words "the match begins" were shouted, Yuan and Yi Hui and Dai Yue'er both charged towards each other almost simultaneously. Both were attack-type soul masters, and they needed a certain distance to unleash their full combat power. In her frantic run, Yuan and Yi Hui's body began to swell, with the 1st and 3rd soul rings flashing. Titan strength, Diamond Titan. Initially, her footsteps were silent, but as her body changed, each stride not only covered more distance, but also landed with a deep rumble, like a giant beast. Dai Yue'er also unleashed his 1st and 3rd soul abilities, White Tiger Protection Barrier and White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His body swelled, though not as dramatically as Yuan and Yi Hui's, yet he became extremely strong, with a pair of tiger claws spreading out, moving at high speed. The audience couldn't help but hold their breath, and Feng Er's commentary became a bit hurried. This would be a clash of strong attacks and power. The first contact between the two would be crucial, as it would reveal who could gain the upper hand in their shared area of expertise. If one were to fall behind in this initial contact, the subsequent match would become challenging. Just as she was commenting, the distance between the two narrowed instantly. Yuan Enyihui, with an incredibly aggressive posture, lowered her shoulder and charged directly at Dai Yuyan. Just when everyone thought this would be a head-on collision, Dai Yuyan's body suddenly became illusory. With the ghost shadow misty steps, he evaded the direct impact of Yuan Enyihui while his tiger claws swept in from a diagonal direction towards her ribs. A direct clash of strength? It seemed both were attack types, but the power of the white tiger martial soul, though strong, could not compare to the top-tier power martial soul, the Titan giant ape. Dai Yuyan knew this well. No member of Shrek Academy should be underestimated. Yuan Enyihui missed her charge, but just then, she suddenly spun halfway around, her body swiftly avoiding Dai Yuyan's dual claws. Dai Yuyan's speed was incredibly fast. The ghost shadow misty steps unfolded, wrapping around Yuan Enyihui like a specter, with his claws targeting her vital ribs. Of course, this was also due to the height difference between them. Being smaller meant greater agility, and in this regard, Dai Yuyan was confident in himself. As Yuan Enyihui rotated, her arms had already risen, inadvertently exposing her own ribs. But just then, Dai Yuyan felt a sudden pulling force, causing his originally agile body to become sluggish, instead being drawn towards Yuan Enyihui, disrupting his ghost shadow misty steps. Control the crane and capture the dragon? She is also a Tang sect disciple. As a direct descendant of the Tang sect, how could Dai Yuyan not recognize the Tang sect's ultimate skill? Control the crane and capture the dragon? In fact, he had not yet learned this ultimate skill, but he was very clear about its capabilities. Relying on the immense power of the Titan giant ape, combined with her own substantial soul power, Yuan Enyihui merged control the crane and capture the dragon with her second soul ability, air cannon, generating a strong control over the airflow. With her hands in a hugging position, a vortex seemed to form before her arms, causing Dai Yuyan to stagger immediately. Yuan Enyihui has shouldered. Her hands reaching for Dai Yuyan's shoulders simultaneously. Caught off guard, Dai Yuyan was about to be grabbed, but at that moment, he demonstrated his formidable adaptability. He looked up, and a white tiger fierce light wave shot directly at Yuan Enyihui's face. The two were very close, and, in his moment of losing control, it was difficult for Dai Yuyan to evade Yuan Enyihui's hands. However, similarly, Yuan Enyihui found it hard to dodge the close-range white tiger fierce light wave. Attacking to save oneself, Dai Yuyan's choice could not have been more correct. If Yuan Enyihui wanted to dodge, she would certainly fail to catch him. Otherwise, she would be hit directly by the white tiger fierce light wave. Even if she caught him afterward, what use would it be? With his cultivation level, the attack power of the white tiger fierce light wave had reached a terrifying degree. Within a 10-meter range, even rare metals would shatter instantly. Yuan Enyihui's response was surprisingly simple, unexpectedly straightforward. She opened her mouth and shouted, "Break!" An invisible light burst forth from her mouth explosively. When the white tiger fierce light wave was hit, it immediately began to dissipate, although it still existed. Its attack speed had noticeably decreased. Yuan Enyihui tilted her head and dodged the white tiger fierce light wave. Due to the dodge, one of her hands indeed missed, but her other hand still grasped Dai Yuyan's shoulder. Then, Dai Yuyan felt a powerful force surge through him as he was pulled upwards into the air. Chapter 114. The Gate of Demons without a moment's hesitation. The soul rings on both of them glowed almost simultaneously. Dai Yuyan's fifth soul ring, the white tiger demonic transformation, lit up, causing his body to rapidly enlarge and strengthen, significantly boosting both his offense and defense. In contrast, Yuan Enyihui's body shrank slightly, but her arms became extraordinarily robust as her fourth soul ring shone brightly, transforming her into the giant titan. Boom! Dai Yuyan was slammed hard in the ground by her, causing a tremendous roar that reverberated throughout the arena. Gasps erupted from the audience, with countless people worrying for the fourth prince. However, after being slammed down, a burst of white light exploded from Dai Yuyan, activating his fourth soul skill, the White Tiger Demon Slayer. If it didn't let go, Yuan Enyihui would be directly caught up in the White Tiger Demon Slayer. Yuan Enyihui quickly retreated to create distance, simultaneously raising her fists, which, driven by her extraordinarily thick arms, slammed forcefully into the ground. Boom! Dai Yuyan, who was breaking free from Yue'er's grasp while executing the White Tiger Demon Slayer, was violently shaken, causing him to bounce up into the air, momentarily losing his balance. Yue'er pushed off the ground like a cannonball, charging straight towards him. In her giant titan state, Yue'er resembled a frenzied machine, exuding immense power. Yue'er, suspended in the air, was greatly alarmed. This opponent's combat ability was too strong, and although her power was terrifying, it was still not as formidable as LinYang. It was still quite intimidating. In the air, the fourth prince displayed his decisiveness. He no longer attempted to evade or counterattack, but instead curled his body tightly, hugging his knees and bracing his back to absorb Yue'er's collision. The force of this impact was incredibly fierce, and Yue'er was sent flying like a cannonball. However, the moment they collided, Yue'er realized something was off. Yue'er felt weightless, floating like straw. Although the impact still shook him, it wasn't as effective as she had imagined. As he flew through the air, Yue'er spread his limbs again, and pieces of battle armor flew out, rushing to attach themselves to his body. Yue'er understood clearly that he had suffered a loss during the recent close combat, and a significant one at that. If this continued, he would probably lose, even missing the opportunity to wear his battle armor. The Titan Giant 8 martial soul thoroughly suppressed his White Tiger martial soul, and his opponent's combat awareness clearly surpassed his own, indicating that her practical experience was richer. In this situation, to turn the tide, he needed to leverage his own advantages. Compared to Yue'er, his greatest advantage was undoubtedly his complete set of battle armor. Thus, he braved the risk of taking another hit, using the White Tiger demonic transformation to dissipate the force while donning his battle armor. Yue'er also wasted no time in releasing her battle armor, a layer of radiant light shining as pieces of armor attached to her body, fully protecting her. With the donning of their battle armors, both of their auras surged dramatically. The moment Yue'er's feet hit the ground, he was already bouncing back. This time, his speed was more than doubled. Yue'er swung her right fist, meeting his tiger claws. Boom! Yue'er flickered, stepping through the ghost shadow mysterious steps, his tiger claws flashing up and down as he launched a fierce attack against Yue'er. With the giant titan and battle armor combined, Yue'er stood firm, exuding a stability akin to a mountain, using her large hands to execute the crane-catching dragon technique, attempting to minimize her opponent's speed advantage. Having been suppressed too long by him, Yue'er finally seized the upper hand, launching an extremely fierce offensive, causing Yue'er to involuntarily retreat slowly. Feeling somewhat out of breath, the fourth prince, relying on the advantage of his battle armor, temporarily held the upper hand, matching his opponent's strength and benefiting from the sharpness of his tiger claws. Observers could see that there were already marks left by his tiger claws on certain parts of Yue'er's armor, which would increase her soul power consumption. The battle situation tilted in favor of the fourth prince, and now it depended on whether Yue'er could leverage her twin martial soul advantage to turn the tide in the upcoming fight. Feng'er's commentary was quite objective, slightly leaning towards the fourth prince. The audience finally breathed a sigh of relief, as seeing the fourth prince slam to the ground initially made them extremely anxious. Although Yue'er was continuously retreating, she did not become disorganized due to her retreat. Her gaze remained steadfast, waiting for the opportunity to arise. Boom! Yue'er's tiger claws struck against Yue'er's forearm armor, forcing her back and adding 10 more claw marks to the forearm armor. With the amplification from her battle armor and the enhancement from the White Tiger's third transformation, Yue'er's attack power had reached a terrifying level. Yue'er let out a long howl, leaping into the air, his body radiating brilliant light as he prepared to unleash the White Tiger Annihilation Kill for a powerful strike, aiming to conclude the battle. Just then, Yue'er's body rapidly shrank, and a pair of pitch-black wings unfurled from her back. Yue'er coldly snorted in his heart. Having been waiting for this moment, he continued to execute the White Tiger Annihilation Kill, but the condensed black and white light suddenly expanded outward, with countless tiger claws covering the sky. This move was a variant of the White Tiger Annihilation Kill, combined with the Royal Phantom Spirit Cat Martial Soul's Phantom 100 Claw attack method, covering a larger area. Transforming into a fallen angel, Yue'er's speed undoubtedly increased significantly, making her movements much more agile. However, she also faced another problem. While her speed increased, her defense would drastically decrease, far inferior to her state as the Diamond Titan combined with the Giant Titan. Therefore, Yue'er unleashed a wide-range attack, aiming to instantly block Yue'er's escape route, preventing her from creating distance to unleash her soul skills. As long as he controlled it well, he could directly conclude the battle. Faced with a sky full of tiger claws, all of Yue'er's possible escape routes were sealed. After transforming into a fallen angel, she became less ferocious and more enchanting. Her fourth soul ring glimmered, and an extraordinary scene unfolded as a flash of a black door suddenly appeared. Yue'er vanished behind that black door, her claw shadows falling into the pitch-black portal, disappearing without a trace. Is this possible? What kind of soul skill is this? Boom, as Yue'er, who had just broken free from Yue'er's white tiger demon-breaking kill, was shaken all over. His body was propelled into the air, causing his form to become somewhat disordered. Yue'er pushed off the ground with her feet, charging at him like a cannonball. In her Titan form, Yue'er was like a raging machine, exuding immense power. In midair, Yue'er was greatly alarmed. This opponent's combat ability was too strong, and although not as powerful as LinYang, she was still incredibly formidable. While in the air, the fourth prince displayed his decisiveness. Instead of attempting to dodge or counterattack, he curled his body up, hugging his knees, and braced his back to absorb Yue'er's charge. The force of the impact was ferocious, and Yue'er was sent flying like a cannonball. However, the moment he was struck, Yue'er realized something was off. Yue'er felt weightless like straw. Although the impact still shook him, it wasn't as effective as she had imagined. As his body soared through the air, Yue'er stretched out his limbs again and, simultaneously, pieces of his battle armor flew out, rapidly combining with his body. Yue'er was clear-headed. After the series of close-range battles, he had actually suffered considerable losses. If this continued, he would likely lose, with no chance to don his armor. The Titan Great Ape Spirit fully suppressed his White Tiger Spirit, and the opponent's combat awareness was evidently superior, with more rich practical experience. In this situation, to turn the tide, he needed to leverage his advantages. Compared to Yue'er, his greatest advantage was undoubtedly his complete set of battle armor. Therefore, he risked taking another hit, using the White Tiger Demon God transformation to absorb and redirect the force, creating distance while putting on his armor. Yue'er also released her own battle armor without hesitation. A layer of lustrous light shone, and pieces of armor adhered to her body, fully protecting her. With the donning of their armor, both their auras surged instantly. The moment Yue'er landed, he sprang back, this time moving more than twice as fast as before. Yue'er swung her right fist, meeting his tiger claw. Boom! Yue'er flickered, stepping with the ghost shadow mysterious step, his tiger claws flashing like blades, launching a fierce attack against Yue'er. With the Titan Great Ape and the battle armor, Yue'er stood firm, exhibiting a stability akin to a mountain. Using her large hands to perform the crane-catching dragon technique, try to minimize her opponent's speed advantage. Yue'er had been too frustrated by her earlier suppression. Now that he had finally regained the upper hand, his offensive became extremely fierce. Yue'er couldn't help but slowly retreat, feeling somewhat breathless under the pressure. The fourth prince had temporarily gained the upper hand due to the advantage of his battle armor, and in terms of power, he was no longer inferior to his opponent, bolstered by the sharpness of his tiger claws. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Yue'er's armor had already been marked by claw marks from the tiger claws, which would increase her soul power consumption under such circumstances. Although she possessed twin martial souls, in terms of total soul power, she likely had no advantage at all against the fourth prince, who was over level 50. The battle situation was tilting in favor of the fourth prince, and it remained to be seen if Yue'er could turn the tide in the ensuing fight using her twin martial souls advantages. Yue'er's commentary was quite fair, with a slight bias towards the fourth prince. The audience finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the fourth prince slam to the ground at the beginning had truly made them anxious. Although Yue'er was retreating, she remained composed, her gaze still firm, waiting for an opportunity. Boom! A pair of tiger claws struck against Yue'er's forearm armor, forcing her back, leaving 10 more claw marks on her forearm armor. With the enhancement from her battle armor and the boost from the White Tiger's third transformation, Yue'er's attack power had reached a terrifying level. He let out a long howl, leaping into the air, his body radiating light as he prepared to unleash the White Tiger Annihilation Kill for a strong attack, aiming to end the battle. At that moment, Yue'er's body shrank rapidly, and a pair of black wings unfolded from her back. Yue'er scoffed inwardly. He had been waiting for this. He continued to execute the white tiger annihilation kill, but the concentrated black and white light suddenly expanded outward, with countless tiger claws covering the air. This move was a variant of the white tiger annihilation kill, combined with the royal ghostly spirit cat's ghostly hunter claws attack, covering a larger area. Transforming into a fallen angel, Yue'er's speed undoubtedly increased significantly, making her much more agile. However, she also faced another problem. While her speed increased, her defense would greatly decrease, far inferior to her state as a Diamond Titan combined with a Great Ape Titan. Therefore, Yue'er's large-scale attack aimed to instantaneously block Yue'er's escape routes, preventing her from creating distance to unleash her soul skills. As long as he controlled it well, he could resolve the battle directly. Facing the sky full of tiger claws, all of Yue'er's possible escape routes were sealed off. After transforming into a fallen angel, she was no longer fierce, but rather enchanting. Her fourth soul ring shone brightly, and an extraordinary scene unfolded. A flash of black doors suddenly appeared. Yue'er stepped behind that black door, her claw shadows falling into the dark doorway, disappearing like a cow sinking into the sea. Is this possible? What kind of soul skill is this? Chapter 115. Demon Sound Infiltration. Usually, she uses the Titan Giant Ape Martial Soul, rarely utilizing the Fallen Angel Martial Soul. So she had never shown this fourth soul skill before. Seeing her claw shadow blocked by this strange black door, Yue'er instinctively retreated 10 meters. The unknown is the most terrifying aspect of a soul master's soul skills. They can change in countless ways, and only by witnessing their power can one prepare for them. Therefore, a soul master is typically at their strongest when they acquire a new soul skill. Out of caution, he chose a safe approach. Yue'er's figure flashed and appeared beside the black door. At that moment, everyone could see clearly that it was a dark purple door, adorned with complex patterns that were hard to discern, seemingly in constant flux, yet exuding an invisible sense of fear, as if a demon had opened its mouth wide. Transforming into this door, screams echoed from within the door, and suddenly a slender leg crossed over from inside, its skin fair and calf-long, followed by a tall figure stepping out. She wore tight black leather that covered only the important parts, her long hair flowing in a dark purple hue, resembling Yue'er, but with two bright red small horns on her forehead. Battlefield. LinYang, who had been sitting, suddenly straightened his back and exclaimed, "The Gate of Hell, she actually has such a soul skill, no wonder she doesn't use it often." Kushao Yin asked in surprise, "The Gate of Hell? What is that?" LinYang replied solemnly, "That is true demonic power, capable of summoning a demonized version of herself to assist in battle. However, this soul skill involves another dimension. The power of demons is not easy to wield. If one's will is not strong enough, using this soul skill too often could influence their own soul, leading to assimilation by their demonized self, ultimately becoming a representative of demons walking among humans." As he spoke, his gaze grew complex. According to his family's rules, anyone possessing such a soul skill must be subdued immediately, at least to cripple their cultivation, to prevent potential future harm to the human world from their demonization. Soul masters capable of demonization are often the most gifted. Once demonized, their power increases significantly, potentially bringing enormous disaster, even more terrifying than evil soul masters. It is said that the most powerful evil soul masters are somewhat demonized. Yet Yue'er is his companion and LinYang's girlfriend. Yue'er's original fallen angel martial soul was manageable since she wasn't an evil soul master. However, with the appearance of the Gate of Hell, regardless of whether she can control it, if the evil soul master organizations learn of her, they will undoubtedly try their best to capture her, forcing her to demonize and use her for their purposes. This could lead to major problems. We'll talk about it after the match. LinYang clearly picked up on the meaning in LinYang's words and glanced at him before speaking solemnly. On the competition stage, the appearance of another Yue'er drew gasps from the audience. Even Fang'er couldn't help but say, "What soul skill is this? I've never seen anything like it." Another Yue'er contestant appeared, clearly not a clone-type soul skill, but it was unclear how it would enhance her power. Meanwhile, the battle on the stage continued. Seeing an additional opponent, Yue'er felt a chill in his heart, but the demonized Yue'er did not wear battle armor. Without hesitation, Yue'er opened his mouth, and a white tiger light wave shot toward the demonized Yue'er. She smiled enchantingly, exuding a mesmerizing aura. With Dai Yue'er's will, he couldn't help but be momentarily entranced by her smile, thinking to himself, so beautiful. The white tiger light wave struck her amidst her mournful gaze. But her body exploded into a cloud of black mist and then reformed in the next instant. Yuan and Yue'er moved, her figure flashing as she soared into the air, dark magic sword in hand, slashing toward Dai Yue'er with a crescent-shaped purple-black light instantly appearing before him. Dai Yue'er swung his right-hand tiger claw, its sharp tips exposed, blocking the attack of the dark magic sword. However, the demonized Yuan swiftly appeared before him, a purple halo rippling from her. Instantly, Dai Yue'er felt his body weaken. Even his battle armor couldn't resist the effect of her soul skill. Weakened curse. Dai Yue'er split his tiger claws and reached for her again, but the demonized Yuan and Yue'er smiled slightly and softly said, "Can you bear to?" Her voice was melodious, echoing in the ears like a seductive tune. Demon sound, infiltration. Yuan and Yue'er instantly descended from the sky. At the moment, Dai Yue'er was affected by the demon sound. Her form in the air enlarged, transforming into the Titan giant ape. Boom! Dai Yue'er was directly sent flying by a punch from Yuan and Yue'er. The demonized Yuan and Yue'er still wore a charming smile, raising her right hand, a dark magic sword appearing in her grasp. The Gate of Hell, with its significant issues and potential for demonization, certainly had its strengths. Even when Yuan and Yue'er switched back to the Titan giant ape martial soul, it did not affect her demonized self at all. At this moment, Dai Yue'er was facing not one, but two opponents. One Titan giant ape martial soul and one enhanced fallen angel martial soul. The demonized Yuan and Yue'er possessed her original fallen angel soul skills, while also having some demonic curse abilities. And facing both, the situation on the battlefield immediately changed dramatically. Yuan and Yue'er stepped forward, her strides heavy as she charged at Dai Yue'er. The demonized Yuan and Yue'er flapped her wings and soared into the air, pointing her dark magic sword at Dai Yue'er, who felt a tightening in his chest, a strong sense of fear overwhelming him. With the weakened curse still in effect, the fear curse compounded. At this moment, in the face of two curses, his own strength was significantly diminished. The demonized Yuan and Yue'er slashed down with the dark magic sword, but unlike the original Yuan and Yue'er's attacks, her sword light transformed into a series of rings of light that wrapped around Dai Yue'er's body. Boom! The incoming Yuan and Yue'er directly knocked Dai Yue'er into the air. The demonized Yuan and Yue'er flapped her wings, chasing after Dai Yue'er's flying body. "Be careful," she said, and once again it was demon sound infiltration. Chapter 116. The finals. Just as Dai Yue'er was about to break free from his restraints, Yuan and Yue'er, in the form of the Titan giant ape, suddenly leaped up, grabbing Dai Yue'er's ankle in midair and swinging him downwards, crashing heavily to the ground with his own massive body. The audience instinctively closed their eyes. And with a thunderous boom, Yuan and Yue'er mercilessly smashed Dai Yue'er into the ground. Although he was protected by his battle armor, this impact still left Dai Yue'er disoriented. Following that, a wave of intense pain spread throughout his body, causing him to spasm uncontrollably. The cursed form of Yuan and Yue'er amplified all physical pain several times over. Yuan and Yue'er showed no signs of letting up, swinging Dai Yue'er's body and smashing him against the ground again, then swinging him back, repeatedly slamming the fourth prince down like a rag doll. The series of deafening booms left Dai Yue'er visibly unable to resist. The audience was stunned, and even Feng Er's commentary came to an abrupt halt. "Stop, stop." The referee hurriedly rushed into the arena, sprinting towards Yuan and Yue'er. With a flick of her right hand, Yuan and Yue'er tossed Dai Yue'er away, slamming him hard against the ground once more. "I'm sorry, I lost control just now," she said calmly. This statement caused an uproar in the arena. Her calm tone betrayed no hint of losing control, and she was targeting the fourth prince, who was to be the future heir. The slap in the face was loud, yet from a rules standpoint, it was hard to find fault with her actions. In the waiting area of the Monster Academy, the atmosphere grew tense. Even Long Yu's gaze flickered with a hint of fire. Dai Yue'er's injuries were not severe, but the repeated heavy slams from the Titan giant ape still caused him to bleed from his orifices. Thankfully, he had the battle armor for protection. Otherwise, a single hit could have cost him half his life. Yuan and Yue'er placed a hand on the shoulder of the now human-shaped Yuan and Yue'er, whispered a few words in her ear, then turned and drifted back into the gate of hell. The black light receded, and the gate of hell closed, disappearing. Yuan Inyahue's face turned pale, her body swayed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and walked down from the competition stage, returning to the waiting area. Dai Yuyan, after receiving treatment, was barely able to return to the waiting area with the help of staff. His body still twitched slightly from the torment of the previous curse. Though the injuries were not severe, the humiliation was deep. Long Yu slowly stood up, his eyes dimming, and then strode out. The next match was his, against Shrek Academy's Yi Xinglan, who had previously defeated Su Mu. Facing Long Yu, Yi Xinglan's strength was clearly lacking. Meanwhile, others successfully advanced. In the quarterfinals, Long Yu defeated Wu Sideo, and in the semifinals, he defeated Yuan Inyahue, cutting through opponents and restoring the reputation of the Monster Academy. The final matchup was determined. Shrek Academy's LinYang versus Monster Academy's Long Yu. This match was officially dubbed the Monster Battle. After a day of rest, the match would take place the following morning. This match was heralded as the most heavyweight contest of the tournament. In many betting venues, the odds were LinYang winning at 0.9-1, and Long Yu winning also at 0.9-1. Neither the officials nor the audience had confidence in the outcome, leading to lowered victory rates. A soul-guided vehicle was waiting outside. Today was the finals of the individual competition. To avoid unnecessary trouble and to ensure they arrived at the venue quickly, the officials had sent a vehicle to pick them up. This match was touted as the ultimate showdown between the Monster Academy and Shrek Academy, so all participants from both academies could enter the waiting area to observe. 8 people got into the vehicle, which started moving, flanked by escort vehicles, heading straight for the Xingluo Grand Stadium. Today, not only was the stadium packed with people, but even outside, it was overflowing. Every good spot to see the big screen outside the stadium was occupied. Many people had arrived a day early, even bringing tents. The citizens of the Xingluo Empire were determined to see this match up close. Everyone wanted to witness the victory of the Monster Academy firsthand. This match was extremely important for the entire Xingluo Empire. Inside the stadium, it was already filled with spectators. On the podium, early in the morning, Emperor Dai Tianling, Monster Academy Dean and Douluo Continent Delegation Leader Tang Bingyao, and Shrek Academy's External Dean, Old Kai, were all seated. Old Kai had initially been reluctant to come to the podium, but could not resist the fervent invitation from the Xingluo Empire officials. Undoubtedly, this had political implications, but Old Kai ultimately chose to attend. Today's match held significant suspense, representing the final clash between the two academies in this tournament. The members of Shrek Academy almost entered the waiting area alongside those from the Monster Academy, and as both sides stepped into the waiting zone, the entire stands erupted with excitement. The audience shouted the names of the Monster Academy and Long Yu. The atmosphere heated as if boiling oil was splashed. The members of the Monster Academy were all wearing traditional red uniforms, while Long Yu's expression was serious, his eyes focused. This match was crucial for him, and he did not want to lose, so he would give it his all. Silence. A deep, resonant voice sounded, echoing through the soul-guided loudspeakers, instantly quieting the voices of the 100,000 spectators. Now, please welcome His Majesty to speak. Dai Tianling stood up, and a soul-guided loudspeaker rose before him. Every time I watch the Continental Youth High-Level Soul Master Elite Competition, I feel as if I have returned to my youth. Once, I also participated in the competition and achieved good results. Young people should be full of vitality and drive, and they should strive with all their might. This is your era of youthful passion. Being young allows for mistakes. Being young is not afraid of failure. You young people just need to find your goals and forge ahead. I am honored that this tournament has invited representatives from Shrek Academy, hailing from the distant Douluo Continent, which is also our former homeland. Shrek Academy is renowned as the #1 academy on the Douluo Continent, with over 20,000 years of heritage that has nurtured countless outstanding talents. I am thrilled to witness today the decisive battle between our Monster Academy's Long Yu and Shrek Academy's LinYang. Chapter 117. Champion regardless of victory or defeat. This will surely promote our friendship with the Douluo Continent Federation. The winner of today's match will not only receive a soul bone as a reward, but also an additional prize from the Empire. If the contestant Long Yu wins, he will directly receive the title of Viscount. If LinYang wins, we will provide certain resource rewards, and of course, if he is willing to become a citizen of our Star Luo Empire, he will also receive the Viscount reward. At the end, Dai Tianling couldn't help but smile. We welcome all outstanding talents. All right, I announce that the finals of the Continental Young High-Level Soul Master Elite Competition individual match begins. Applause and cheers thundered. This is the charm of an emperor. Big brother, a viscount, tempting, right? Yang Yangxiao nudged LinYang and asked in a low voice. LinYang rolled his eyes, saying, "Whatever," as he stood up. On the other side, Long Yu also stood up, glanced at LinYang, and walked towards the competition stage with a smile. Exciting music began to play. The sky above the stadium suddenly darkened, and with some unknown means, two beams of light descended from the sky, landing on LinYang and Long Yu, guiding them forward. They both stepped onto the competition stage, each taking their own side, facing each other across hundreds of meters. Feng Er's voice echoed throughout the venue. Everyone has been looking forward to this match for a long time, including me. It will surely be a wonderful duel. First, let me briefly analyze the two contestants. Contestant LinYang from Shrek Academy has a soul power of approximately between level 58 and 60, with a wind element martial soul, the same as our Monster Academy's Wind King Tang San. Feng Er's analysis clearly showed she had done a lot of homework, especially her detailed and thorough analysis of LinYang, while her analysis of Long Yu was relatively simpler. In summary, in terms of strength, the two are very close, both being two-word battle armor masters. Alright, both sides are ready. The final showdown of the continent's younger generation is about to begin. The scene shifted to the inside of the competition stage. At this moment, the soul guide barrier had closed, the darkness in the sky disappeared, and sunlight once again shone down on the competition stage, illuminating both Long Yu and LinYang. The referee was an elderly man with a restrained aura, but being able to serve as a referee for this match clearly indicated he was a well-known soul master powerhouse on the Douluo Continent. The rules for this final match are the same as before. 10-second countdown. The countdown time for the final match is longer than usual. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, start. As the match began, LinYang moved first, disappearing from his original position without any pause, and the next moment, a gigantic Qingwan appeared. Long Yu stood still, not moving forward, but gazing intently at LinYang. He didn't even show any intention of releasing his martial soul. And only when LinYang's gigantic Qingwan appeared did a powerful aura emanate from him. The giant dragon phantom that had appeared during his match against Lu Jingyu reappeared behind him. The dragon, carrying a city on its back, stretched its body and let out a low roar. Listening to the roar of the mountain dragon king, LinYang remained unaffected. The Qingwan in the sky looked proud, as if it possessed its own intelligence. On the VIP stage, Director Nci, who had been calm, suddenly straightened his body, disbelief filling his eyes. He was well aware of the legends surrounding the Mountain Dragon King, and in his view, Long Yu, possessing the pure Mountain Dragon King martial soul, should be the #1 in the world among dragon-type martial souls. Even other true dragon martial souls could not compare to the aura of the dragon god's son. However, just now, in the clash of auras, Long Yu's Mountain Dragon King martial soul failed to suppress LinYang, which he found hard to believe. Only a similar divine bloodline could contend with it. But how powerful is the Mountain Dragon King? LinYang only had a wind element martial soul. Could he have fused with a pureblood Qingwan soul? But at this moment, Long Yu had already entered his own state. He shouted, and 6 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, flying to protect him. Then, his body swelled up, expanding like a mountain, and a massive tail appeared behind him. "High mountain!" Long Yu shouted. With both hands raised to the sky, a towering mountain suddenly shot up, which was clearly not a real mountain, but at that moment, it seemed as if a great mountain truly appeared on the competition stage. Boom, a loud explosion resonated. Mountains and rivers shattered. Under the raging wind, the mountain Long Yu had condensed was shattered. LinYang had already activated his wind thunder battle armor the moment he made his move. Mountains! On the competition stage, Long Yu shouted again, and mountains rose for the ground. Rivers! Great rivers crisscrossed among the mountains, resembling a map of mountains and rivers. Long Yu disappeared within this landscape of mountains and rivers, with only endless pressure emanating from all directions. This no longer felt like a competition stage, but rather as if they were in another world. In this world, Long Yu was the ruler. Could his own soul skills merge to produce this domain-like ability? However, under the gale, everything vanished, as if a true natural disaster was destroying an entire world. "All right," Long Yu shouted. Swamp. The ground became muddy. This time, it was no longer illusory, as the swamp surged up, chasing after the Qingwan's figure, as if it was trying to engulf the Qingwan. However, the swamp was tangible, while the Qingwan was intangible. The divine beast, transformed by wind, dissipated like wind, charging straight at Long Yu, who looked serious and met it head-on. In this match, the final winner is LinYang. Facing this massive Qingwan, the power of 100,000-year soul skill, even an attack fused with 100,000-year spirit, Long Yu was pierced through the body and fell on the competition stage. The individual competition of the Continental Young High-Level Soul Master Elite Competition has concluded, with LinYang as the champion and Long Yu as the runner-up. As for the subsequent rankings, do they matter? In the following doubles and team matches, the Monster Academy withdrew entirely, allowing Shrek Academy to easily clinch all the championships. Facing LinYang's absolute dominance, the Monster Academy could not resist at all. It was not the other members of the Monster Academy who chose to give up the match, but the Holy Dragon Douluo Continent, who did not want the next generation of the Star Luo Empire to be destroyed in a single match. Chapter 1:18 3 years later, the group competition has concluded, and the three most exciting events have come to an end. The remaining matches of the Continental Youth Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition have attracted much less attention. The name Shrek Academy is deeply imprinted in the hearts of every citizen of the Star Luo Empire. In a moment, this name, which once shook the empire before coming to the Star Luo Continent, has once again become familiar to all. After the competition, the members of Shrek Academy followed the envoy group to continue their travels. According to Old Kai's arrangement, the Shrek team would later separate from the envoy group and wander around the Star Luo Road to gain experience and understand the local customs of the Star Luo Empire. After the competition, the Shrek Academy team experienced many events alongside the Douluo Continent envoy group, first suffering an attack from the Green Skull Resistance Organization, then participating in the Continental Youth Advanced Soul Master Elite Competition, and finally traveling across the continent. This journey to the Star Luo Continent has taught them a lot, including many things that do not exist on the Douluo Continent. When the time came, it was time for them to set off back to the Douluo Continent. And it was also the time for Old Kai to fulfill his promise. Shrek Academy. In the past 2 years, the Academy has been quite calm. Everything has been proceeding in an orderly manner. Ever since Shrek Academy suddenly announced the candidates for the new generation of the Shrek 7 monsters 2 years ago, some changes have occurred within the Academy. The originally acclaimed best first-year students have been promoted to the second year. Among them, core members LinYang, Wu Si Duo, Yi Xinglan, Yang Yin Xia, and Zheng Yiran have all been specially approved to enter the Inner Academy. Along with them, the class leader of the newly promoted third-year Class 1, Yuan Inyi Hui, and vice class leader, Li Zheng, you are also admitted to the Inner Academy. Immediately after, Shrek Academy announced that LinYang, Yuan en Yue'er, Le Zhengyu, Wu Si Duo, Xinglan, Yang Xia, and Zheng Yiran would become the new generation of the Shrek 7 monsters, and they would accept challenges from all teams below the 6th ring for a period of 1 year. If no team below the 6th ring could defeat them within the year, the name of the new generation of the Shrek 7 monsters would be confirmed. According to Shrek Academy's rules, once the Shrek 7 monsters are confirmed, they will retain this title until they themselves give it up, become members of the Sea God Pavilion, or die. Therefore, for Shrek Academy, selecting a generation of Shrek 7 monsters is a very cautious matter, only decided when there is an exceptionally talented genius or someone who has made a significant contribution to the Academy. The contributions made by this generation of Shrek 7 monsters were not elaborated on by the Academy, only stating that they defended the honor of Shrek Academy during their representation in the Star Luo Empire, making an indelible contribution to the Academy. Of course, there would be those who are unconvinced, such as the disciples who have already entered the Inner Academy. In the following year, they faced countless challenges. However, under LinYang's leadership, they were able to overcome strong opponents each time, and a year ago, the name of the Shrek 7 monsters was finally confirmed. Life in the Outer Academy continues. Now, the second-year Class 1, which was once the best first-year Class 1, has a new class leader, Luo Guixing, and vice class leaders Su Yucheng and Su Xiaoyan. Although they are missing LinYang and the others, second-year Class 1 remains excellent. Luo Guixing, Su Yicheng, and Su Xiaoyan have all become one-word battle armor masters, and as long as they pass the Inner Academy assessment, they can officially become Inner Academy disciples this year. Given their strength, it is clearly just a matter of time. Before the second year ends, 10 students have entered the Inner Academy, further proving the strength of this cohort, and they have been privately praised by Outer Academy disciples as the golden generation of Shrek. Sea God Island is where the elders of the Sea God Pavilion live. Only some of the elders' direct disciples can go to the island. Ordinary Inner Academy disciples live and study outside Sea God Island. Compared to the Outer Academy, learning in the Inner Academy is actually more free. Students can choose what they want to learn and schedule appointments with teachers for lessons, providing a high degree of freedom. Graduating from the inner academy is also quite simple. As long as one can become a two-word battle armor master, they can graduate. While this sounds easy, it is not so simple in practice, and every student who enters the inner academy has never been slack, all working hard. There has always been a strange phenomenon in Shrek Academy. After entering the inner academy, very few students are willing to leave after becoming two-word battle armor masters. More often, they prefer to stay in the academy for training or to become a teacher. It is this virtuous cycle and accumulation over thousands of years that has led to the present-day Shrek Academy. In the inner academy dormitory, LinYang sits expressionlessly on the sofa in his room, his gaze somewhat vacant. He has been like this for the past few days, even pausing his usual rigorous training. After entering the inner academy, the treatment is naturally worlds apart from the outer academy. Everyone has their own individual room, and even the standards for food have been raised significantly, all provided for free by the academy. It can be said that the transition from the outer academy to the inner academy is like moving from a region to paradise. Here, all auxiliary training facilities are the best, and the faculty is also the strongest. Lan Muzi did not come with them to the inner academy, but stayed in the outer academy to continue teaching second-year Class 1. However, he mentioned that after teaching this cohort, he would no longer be a teacher and would stay in the inner academy to train and research battle armor. Knock, knock, knock. A knock on the door sounded. LinYang was startled, but quickly reacted, hurriedly getting up to open the door. He has been in this emotional state for the past few days. Standing outside the door was none other than Lu Zhengyu, who pushed his way in as LinYang opened the door. Compared to 3 years ago, they have both grown. LinYang's height has surpassed 9 meters, while Lu Zhengyu has also exceeded 85 meters. Both are handsome, but LinYang usually has a cold expression, while Lu Zhengyu is filled with a sacred aura. They are quite different. Yet both are very eye-catching among their peers in the inner academy. After all, they're the Shrek 7 monsters. What are you doing? Lu Zhengyu glanced at the messy room and pinched his nose, walking over to open the window, letting the fresh air, scented with the moisture of the sea god lake, blow in. LinYang sat back on the sofa, looking lonely and bored. He has been waiting during this time, waiting for news from Qiangu Dongfeng. This is a very agonizing thing, as he is worried and afraid that some familiar people in the academy may have died. Are you sick? Lu Zhengyu shot him a glance, saying irritably. Bantering has become an indispensable part of their daily lives, but they are genuinely good friends, both having similar personalities and a bit of a rebellious spirit. Chapter 119. The arrival of Yue'er at the main entrance of Shrek Academy, to be precise, the main gate of Shrek City. A luxurious and elongated soul-guided vehicle slowly came to a stop. A tall and robust man, resembling a mountain, stepped out from the right side of the car. He was bald and dressed in a well-fitted suit, exuding a commanding presence. He walked around the back of the vehicle to the left side, opening the rear door. A pair of long, slender legs stepped out first, white and delicate, with a faint, shimmering glow on her milky skin. A white long dress followed, and a young girl emerged from the car. Standing beside the bald man, she appeared petite, with her long hair cascading in large waves down her back, giving her an ethereal quality. Her stunningly beautiful face held a hint of hope as she gazed at the sign in front of her, her eyes flashing with an indescribable longing. The bald man walked towards the main entrance of Shrek City, which was open for free entry, but external vehicles were not allowed. They had clearly inquired about this before arriving. In addition to the two of them, 2 uniformed individuals, clearly officials from the Federation, exited a car that had followed them and quickly approached, leading them into Shrek City. Yes, even vehicles from the Federation were not permitted to enter Shrek City without special approval from Shrek Academy. As they entered Shrek City, both the bald man and the girl in the white dress wore curious expressions, their eyes darting around. Brother Long, this place is so prosperous. Douluo Continent is indeed more fun than our side, the girl said. The bald man nodded, his eyes sparkling with fervor, as Shrek Academy was right here. He wondered just how incredible this place, known as the continent's #1 academy, truly was. The girl smiled brightly. As long as you're here, it must be magical. The bald man turned to her, looking at her strangely. Yue'er, it's been over 3 years, you. The girl shook her head. Brother Long, I've already figured it out long ago. You don't need to persuade me. I know you mean well, and I know you have always treated me kindly. However, once I have made up my mind, I will never change it. 3 years ago, I was able to threaten to die to refuse the engagement. 3 years later, the master of my fate can only be myself. Have you forgotten? My father, in his anger, has already removed me from the royal list. In the future, my descendants will no longer be royal members. If LinYang were here, he would surely realize that this girl in the white dress was none other than Princess Yue'er of the Douluo Empire. And with her was none other than the pillar of the Monster Academy, hailed as the #1 genius in 1,000 years, Long Yu. Long Yu helplessly said, Yue'er. The emperor's words were just a moment of anger. Moreover, your fourth brother has privately told me that even if the emperor does not forgive you, once he ascends to the throne, the first thing he will do is grant you a pardon. Yue'er smiled. How could I not know? My father's fury is just for show. He has to do so to maintain the dignity of the royal family. But in reality, he has indirectly given me freedom. As for whether my children will be part of the royal family in the future, it doesn't matter. Who knows, I might even stay on Douluo Continent. Long Yu's eyes turned cold, and he instinctively clenched his fists, but then he let out a bitter laugh. Even if he broke through to Soul Sage now, could he really compete with that guy? 3 years ago, after the Soul Master competition in the Douluo Continent, other events had also unfolded, and LinYang had interacted with Yue'er. LinYang sighed. All right, is there something going on? If there's nothing, stop bothering me and hurry up. Hey, le Zing Yu exclaimed, feeling invigorated. What's got you so worked up? Don't you want to spar with me again? Are you sure? LinYang was stunned. It wasn't that he looked down on Lu Jingyu. It was just that the other 6 members of the current Shrek 7 monsters together were not his match. Lu Jingyu awkwardly smiled. Maybe if we include Senior Lan Yuzi, we could give it a try. In 3 years, LinYang had spent a year on the Douluo Continent and 2 years on Douluo Continent. After returning to Douluo, he had also gone to Devil Island and other places for training. At this moment, LinYang's realm had already reached level 89 of Soul Douluo, just 1 level away from becoming a titled Douluo. Haha. Heavy breathing sounds erupted, followed by a massive figure squeezing into LinYang's dormitory. Yang Yinxia had grown significantly taller compared to 3 years ago, now exceeding 2 meters, specifically 2 meters 3 centimeters, and his weight approached 300 pounds. His flesh packed together like a bear. Something's happened. What's going on? LinYang and Lu Jingyu looked at Yang Yinxia in surprise. What happened to make you so flustered? Lu Jingyu asked, puzzled. Yang Yinxia said, Long Yu is here. He and Yue'er have come to Douluo Continent, to our academy. So what if they came? LinYang replied speechlessly. I thought it was a big deal to scare you like this. Yang Yinxia awkwardly scratched his head. I just want to challenge him and got schooled. Long Yu's strength feels still very strong. Lu Jingyu asked in confusion. Why does that sound so familiar? Those 2 names. Yang Yinxia explained, they're the ones we encountered at the Douluo Empire's National Elite Soul Master Competition. Yue'er is still the princess of the Douluo Empire. Have you all forgotten? Long Yu is the monster from the Martial Soul Mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingyu's expression changed. What are they here for? Yang Yinxia replied. According to the information I've gathered, they are said to be here as exchange students, directly entering our Shrek Academy's inner court to study. They will be our classmates from now on. Lu Jingyu had once lost to Long Yu, so the mere mention of him cast a shadow over his heart. What is he here for? To show off? Although he believed he had grown rapidly in the past 3 years, there was still a clear gap compared to Long Yu. Over 3 years ago, he had already been at the level of a 6-ring Soul Emperor, and he was also a 2-word battle armor master. Even if he couldn't become a 3-word battle armor master in 3 years, his overall strength would definitely be much stronger, far from something he could contend with now. At least one-on-one, it was absolutely impossible. Apart from LinYang, the others still had no chance of defeating Long Yu. The news of Yue'er and Long Yu arriving at Shrek Academy and being confirmed as inner court disciples spread rapidly throughout the entire inner court. Others might not know them well, but this generation of Shrek 7 monsters was very clear about who they were. Apart from talents like LinYang, the others could not possibly contend with Long Yu. Chapter 120. Sea Goddess Fate for Shrek Academy. Every matchmaking event is the most anticipated occasion for the adult students. Even the outer court disciples who haven't entered the inner court are excited during this time. One reason being they can observe the powerful abilities of the senior students from the inner court, and another is to motivate themselves. Although the outer court disciples won't have recognized romantic relationships by the academy, in reality, the academy does not interfere with their dating. However, for Shrek Academy, if one can succeed in the matchmaking event at Sea Goddess Fate, the feeling is completely different. It is hailed as the most beautiful love verification on the Douluo Continent, confirming each other's strength and true love. Therefore, although successfully matchmaking at the Sea Goddess Fate event does not bring any rewards, it is still very famous throughout the continent. Countless people wish to witness it. But according to Shrek Academy's rules, no outsiders are allowed to enter the inner court to watch this matchmaking event. Only participating inner court disciples, eligible outer court disciples, and teachers can attend. This adds to the mystery of the Sea God's Fate event. Moreover, according to the Academy's rules, once two people accept each other at the Sea God's Fate event, they will receive blessings from the Sea God Pavilion, personally delivered by the Pavilion Master. However, if in the future the couple wishes to separate, they must also go to the Sea God Pavilion to explain the reasons, and the pavilion will mediate. Only if mediation fails will they be allowed to break up. This also adds an extra layer of protection to their relationship. For the outer court students of Shrek Academy, Sea God's Fate itself is a legend. By now, the matchmaking event has even become one of the motivations for outer court disciples to enter the inner court, and it ranks quite high on the list. This year's Sea God's Fate event is particularly noteworthy, as the news has long spread that the goddess known as the Dragon Spear, Yue'er, will also participate in this matchmaking event. Although it is unclear whether she's just making an appearance or truly participating, it is equally astonishing and shocking. The Sea God's Fate matchmaking event has been around for over 10,000 years, with rules undergoing minor adjustments. But the essence remains unchanged. It is ultimately about verifying the strength of inner court disciples and helping them find true love. Without sufficient strength, one cannot succeed in matchmaking at the event. This is a fundamental truth. In this regard, Shrek Academy is uncompromising. Wanting to find a partner without strength? Go back and train first. What appears to be a simple matchmaking event is, for both inner and outer court students, a tremendous stimulus and motivation. Especially when students have someone in mind and want to express their feelings during the event, they must work even harder. According to Shrek Academy statistics, the stronger the ability, the higher the chances of success at the Sea God's Fate matchmaking event. This is an undeniable fact. Additionally, there is another statistic. When girls confess to boys, the success rate is very high, exceeding 60%. However, when boys confess to girls, the success rate is relatively lower, mainly because, during most periods, there are still more boys than girls among the inner court disciples, leading to the so-called more wolves than meat. LinYang and Yue'er walk side by side, emerging from the inner court teaching building. Their appearance drew the attention of many. At this moment, the outer court disciples had not yet been allowed to enter the inner court, so it remained relatively quiet. Yue'er wore his customary white suit, adorned with golden feather patterns, elegant, sacred, and dazzling. Noble and holy, yet devoid of any vulgarity. This is the traditional pattern of their holy angel lineage, very distinctive. Beside him, LinYang wore a light green long robe that looked like attire from long ago, but on him, it exuded a sense of nobility. Both were handsome. Walking together, how could they not attract attention? Hey, you two, don't leave me behind. Yang Yinxia, whose physique resembled that of a bear, rushed over from behind. What are you doing here? Don't lower our status, Yue'er said with some disdain. Yang Yinxia was still in his school uniform. But the inner court uniform differs from the outer courts. The inner court uniform is orange and crafted with excellent workmanship. However, with Yang Yinxia's robust physique, it hardly made a difference what he wore. Not bothered, Yang Yinxia chuckled, squeezed between the two, and said, "Look, walking like this makes it seem like the boss is flanked by 2 bodyguards. Get lost." LinYang laughed and scolded, his previously suppressed mood easing considerably. At least the students of Shrek Academy would survive, and Lan Muzi and Tang Mengyin, as the former inner court's senior brother and sister, should also be fine. Whether Shrek Academy would be destroyed was not such a serious matter, and LinYang felt somewhat relieved. The surface of the Sea God Lake had already begun to be set up. Arriving at the lakeside, the Sea God's Fate matchmaking event was about to commence. And at this moment, within the inner court, countless hearts were racing. For the eligible inner court disciples of Shrek Academy, this day was incredibly important. From the day they entered Shrek Academy, they have been under pressure from the entire academy. Although no teacher has ever insisted that they must do this or that, every student who can enter Shrek Academy is among the top geniuses. Surrounded by such individuals creates an illusion that if they relax even slightly, they will immediately be surpassed by their peers. This feeling is certainly not pleasant, and no one wishes to be eliminated after going through so much hardship to enter Shrek Academy. Thus, once they enter Shrek, they can only do one thing: work hard, not daring to slack off even a little. Year after year, among these extremely diligent students, only those with the greatest talent can ultimately stand out, reaching the level of a one-word battle armor master before the age of 20, thus entering the inner court of Shrek Academy. Only those at a level similar to the 8 great kings of the Monster Academy of Douluo Continent qualify to enter the inner court of Shrek Academy. It is only at this point that they can slightly relax. In their 20s, at the peak of their youth, when hormones are at their highest. How could they not yearn for the appearance of a significant other? But only at this time could they truly have the time and strength to choose. The Academy has prepared everything for them, which is the Sea Goddess Fate matchmaking event. Chapter 121. Sky Soaring Do. Not everyone in the Academy chooses a partner, but the vast majority of Shrek Academy's inner court disciples do. The reason is simple. When two people are together, they need to have common ground. If everything about them is too different, perhaps a moment of passion can spark a connection, but long-lasting love is hard to maintain. It has been proven that disciples of Shrek Academy who come together through the Sea Goddess Fate Blind Date Conference, unless there are some extremely special circumstances or changes, will almost always stay together for a lifetime. Having shared experiences and efforts makes them cherish each other more, moving forward together in pursuit of their dreams as soul masters. This relationship is not only about love, it also has a flavor of mutual cultivation. Supporting and validating each other allows them to go further. What could be more trustworthy than one's beloved? Therefore, whenever the Sea Goddess Fate Blind Date Conference is about to be held, it is the most exciting moment for the inner court disciples. As the conference approaches, they not only work hard in their training, but also strive to showcase themselves, quietly searching for their dream partners. There is also a situation where those who already have a beloved wish to prove themselves at the Sea Goddess Fate Blind Date Conference, expressing their love in front of everyone, allowing their beloved to become their partner under the spotlight. It can be said that the Sea Goddess Fate Blind Date Conference is not just a service provided by the Academy to the inner court disciples, but also an honor given to their partners. According to legend, those who find a partner at the Sea Goddess Fate Blind Date Conference will receive a blessing from the leading figure among the first generation of Shrek's 7 monsters, who ultimately became a god, the Sea God. Everything about Sea God Island and Sea God Lake exists to commemorate his existence. As night falls, the sky has completely darkened. The usually quiet inner court has become lively. After dinner, all eligible outer court students, especially those over 18 but under 20, have already arrived in the inner court. Only on days like today are they specially allowed to enter the inner court. Their eyes have become eager, wishing they could be the protagonists of the day. The Sea Goddess Fate Blind Date Conference will be the best motivation for them, allowing them to participate as soon as they break through to a one-word battle armor master. For the older students who have already passed 20, there are still opportunities. After all, the age restriction for entering the inner court is not always accurate. For example, some late bloomers may break through to a one-word battle armor master at 21, but miss the inner court, according to Shrek Academy's rules. Such students also have a chance to enter the inner court, although the possibility is smaller. That is, if they become a two-word battle armor master before the age of 30. If successful and still not graduated from the outer court, they also have a chance to take a makeup exam. Passing it would allow them to enter the inner court. Thus, even students over 20 still have hope. Many choose not to graduate from the outer court after reaching a one-word battle armor master, hoping to achieve a two-word battle armor master before 30, thus gaining entry into the inner court. They all love this place too much, taking pride in everything about Shrek. I can't wait. Finally 18, finally able to see the Sea Goddess Fate Blind Date Conference. I've heard so many amazing things from the seniors. I wonder what wonderful scenes we will see at this conference. Of course, it will be exciting. I heard that the Dragon Spear Goddess will participate this time. Although she might not choose a partner, if she comes against the backdrop of Sea God Lake and Sea Goddess Fate, she will look just like a true goddess. You talk as if you've seen the Dragon Spear Goddess before. Of course I have. I once saw her profile from a distance. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Really? I want to see her later. It's said that she is the goddess in the hearts of all inner court disciples. Moreover, the Dragon Spear Goddess is not only beautiful, but also exceptionally strong. Oh, by the way, have you heard? 2 exchange students from the Douluo Continent have been specially allowed to study in our inner court. It seems they will also participate in today's conference. I wonder if it's true. It seems to be true. I've heard about it too. We mustn't let our inner court seniors get along with them. I heard that among the 2 who are coming, the male student is particularly impressive, only 23 and already a two-word battle armor master. So strong? Yeah. And it's said that some of his battle armor has reached the 3-word level. That is not as good as our LinYang, a 19-year-old 3-word battle armor master who is about to become a titled Douluo. The outer court students were whispering to each other, discussing the students related to this year's Sea Goddess Fate Blind Date Conference. Their most talked about topics were about the Dragon Spear Goddess, Yue'er, and the Shrek's 7 monsters. This year's Sea Goddess Fate Blind Date Conference is clearly more appealing than previous years, primarily due to the participation of these figures. The sky has completely darkened, which also means that the Sea God's Fate Blind Date Conference is about to begin. In the distance on Sea God Lake, a large ship slowly approaches, brightly lit. Upon seeing the ship, many outer court disciples instinctively bow in respect. Those who can board the ship are the top-tier figures of Shrek Academy. The elders of the Sea God Pavilion, who truly control Shrek City and command respect even from the Federation. On the ship, sitting in the center is a young man dressed in white, with a faint smile on his face and long black hair flowing down his back, exuding a sense of calm and ease. Beside him sits the newly appointed head of the inner court, the Holy Spirit Douluo, and next to him is the outer court head, the Silver Moon Douluo, Elder Kai. Next to Elder Kai are the twin holy dragons, the Crimson Dragon Douluo, Yue'er, and the Blaze Dragon Douluo Feng Wuyu. Feng Wuyu's expression is noticeably different from usual. This man, known as the Old Madman, is currently frowning, his head lowered deep in thought. In addition to them, there are several older titled Douluos seated at other places on the ship. This means that everyone aboard this ship is a powerhouse of at least level 90 or a 3-word battle armor master. Hey, everyone look! Who is that young person in the middle of the ship? How come someone so young can be on the ship? Chapter 122. The Story of the Spirit Douluo. Oh my god. Don't say that. Keep your voice down. If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the true number 1 of our academy, and even the number 1 in the entire continent. He is the current Sea God Pavilion Master, who has been renowned across the continent for over 100 years, the true strongest. An extreme Douluo, a 4-word battle armor master. Our Shrek's spiritual leader. Huh? Are you saying it's him? So young? No way. Oh my god. I didn't realize he looked so young. Yes. I've heard that the Spirit Douluo is his wife. Don't call him old. He looks so young. How can you say old? By the way, does anyone know what the Pavilion Master's Douluo title is? It must be quite imposing, right? Of course. The Pavilion Master's title is Sky Pillar Douluo. His martial spirit should be a Sky Pillar Spear, which is said to have pierced the heavens with a single strike, dominating the world. He is recognized as the strongest in the entire continent. 100 years ago, he was the leader of the Shrek 7 monsters of that generation, hailed as the one most likely to touch the divine level in Shrek Academy. A true demigod. If he could sense the aura of the divine realm, he might have already surpassed the limit and reached that level. Anyone who recognized his identity was filled with excitement and adrenaline. Not to mention outsiders, even they, as disciples of Shrek Academy, rarely had the chance to meet him. Ming, the students are all excited because of your arrival, the Spirit Dalu said softly to the young man in white beside her. The young man in white smiled slightly and patted her hand. It's still because of that girl Nar. She originally told me she didn't plan to participate since she isn't yet 18. Although 16 is considered an adult, according to Academy rules. You have to be 18 to participate. But just now, for some reason, she told me she must participate. I suspect that girl has someone she likes. And I want to see who is worthy of my precious disciple. Yali smiled slightly. You just spoil the girl too much. You now seem like a father whose precious daughter is trying to elope with a young man. The young man in white chuckled. I admit it, I am a bit. Yali said softly. It's all my fault for not being able to give you a child. The young man in white stroked her hand. Didn't we agree not to talk about this? Yali's eyes turned slightly red as she tightened her grip on his hand. This man gave her all his love and was her greatest happiness in life. Old Kai, sitting on Yali's other side, occasionally glanced over, sighing inwardly. If only he could have exchanged places with her back then, he would willingly trade decades of his life. But back then, he had so many admirers, yet he ultimately chose only her. Even knowing she had physical flaws, he never hesitated. As for himself and the Tianfeng Douluo Lung Yaozhu, they could only harbor unrequited feelings. However, he had never harmed them. He was a very decisive person, refusing at the first opportunity without any hesitation. Given his status, what would it matter to have a few more women? Old Kai once even heard Lung Yaozhu say in front of him that she would be willing to be his secret lover. What kind of identity did Lung Yaozhu have? Deputy Master of the Spirit Pagoda, second to none, above countless others. She held a significant position in the Soul Master world, still appearing lofty even when meeting the federal president. She was a proud woman. Yet for him, the Tianfeng Douluo remained unmarried throughout her life. And what about him? Wasn't he the same? Lung Yaozhu must have had the same thoughts. After seeing the best, how could she accept even the slightest flaw? Indeed, after meeting him, how could she possibly accommodate another man in her heart? This is the Sky Pillar, Douluo Yunming, a generation's prodigy who reaches to the heavens above and delves into the underworld below. In her heart, she would even compare him to the Spirit Ice Doa Hua Yuhao from 10,000 years ago, or the founder of the Tang sect from 20,000 years ago. The thousand hands Douluo Tang San. Surely, he is not inferior. At that moment, old Kai suddenly felt warmth in his hand. Looking up, he saw the concerned gaze of the spirit Douluo Yali. Old Kai forced a smile and gently shook his head at her. He felt jealousy towards the spirit Douluo, but more than that, he felt envy. He even admired her wholeheartedly. She was the kindest woman in the world. She lost her ability to bear children due to a plague in a poverty-stricken area, risking her life to expand the scope of rescue efforts. That time, she saved tens of thousands who should have died from the plague, but she also came close to death herself due to life exhaustion. Although the sky pillar Douluo saved her life, he could not fully heal her. She was originally a top-tier healing soul master, but could not heal her own body. She said lightly, "This must be heaven's punishment." Heaven should have taken the lives of tens of thousands, but was stopped by her. Heaven only took her ability to bear children, which was already an act of grace beyond measure. After she recovered, he announced she was his wife. Even though before that, they weren't even boyfriend and girlfriend, he made such a domineering declaration. At that time, he had countless rivals, and so did she. But he didn't care. He just told her that he had secretly loved her for a long time. When he finally mustered the courage, she was severely injured. Yali's life was shared with Yue'er. He possessed the strongest talent in the world today, and his powerful strength brought a longer life. But he shared half of his life with her. He always protected her, and he even teased her later, saying she was the bride he had snatched away. It was a grand wedding with few blessings, but it shocked the entire Federation. Yali originally did not belong to Shrek Academy. She was even the heir of a mysterious organization cultivated by the Federal Council. But Yue'er snatched her back. As a result, he fell out with that mysterious organization, battling dozens of times, defeating all the strong members of that organization by himself. With his overwhelmingly powerful strength, he kept Yali by his side, to protect him from harm. Yali even told him that she didn't like him. However, Yue'er only said that time would change everything. In the end, no one could take Yali away from him, and yet Yali's heart had been stolen by him. This is a piece of history that shocked the continent 100 years ago in the Soul Master world. The Sky Pillar, Daw, gained fame through that battle, making everyone aware that there was such a powerful existence in this world. Chapter 123, Host Lon Musi to target him. The mysterious organization controlled by the Parliament sent out 3 red mechas. Under the siege of the god-level mechas, he defeated them all in less than 10 minutes and shot through the sky. The huge spatial fluctuations nearly tore apart the entire Parliament's location in Mingdu. At that time, he left behind a single phrase: "Heaven blocks the sky, earth blocks the ground. Men kids men, go kids go." Just this one domineering statement made Shrek City as stable as a mountain. He was also recognized by the Federation after careful study as an existence that no soul guide technology in this world could threaten so far. After that day, he truly became the towering pillar of Shrek Academy, making Shrek City and Shrek Academy a focus of attention that even the Federation had to avoid. This is the love story between the Sky Pillar Douluo and the Holy Spirit Douluo, a passionate love that later settled into a calm for 100 years. They were together with great fervor, walking hand in hand in warmth. Therefore, whether it was the Silver Moon Douluo or the Phoenix Douluo, no matter how much they loved this man, they could not take him away from Yali. Yali even told Yue'er many years ago that she hoped he would have one or even several wives, for such top-notch genes should be passed on. But Yue'er refused. He only told her that his heart was small and could only hold her. Without the desire for love, that was not his pursuit. And then there was no further development. It was just that every time this matter was brought up, Yali would always feel very sad. Sad that she couldn't give birth to a child for the man who loved her so much, and whom she loved so deeply. Ahem, boss, can you stop torturing single people? Don't you know we are all single? Zuashishi coughed. Yue'er glanced at them, and Zuashishi chuckled. Feng Yue'er, beside him, also nodded seriously, saying, "Boss, this isn't good. You should know that we were all suitors of Yali back then." Yue'er smiled slightly, saying that life had been too leisurely lately, and life always needed some stimulation. Why not find time? Forget what I just said. Zuashishi and Feng Yue'er almost said in unison. What a joke. If he continued, the next thing would definitely be to use them as test subjects. Don't joke around. Fighting him? That would be asking for trouble. The title Douluo group couldn't help but laugh, and old Kai curled his lips, saying, "You two are so in sync." That must be the ultimate reason for not finding partners. The boat continued to row to the side of Sea God Lake and stopped at the best position, allowing a clear view of the center of the lake. The water of Sea God Lake was clear, and when a light shone like blooming flowers, the water was illuminated in a blue hue, resembling a giant sapphire. With shimmering halos, strange and dazzling, extremely beautiful. The lights dispersed around, and upon closer inspection, these lights were all underwater. Their brilliance spread evenly across the lake's surface through the filtering of the water waves, as if the lake itself was glowing, bringing warmth and romance, along with more vitality. Soon, two beams of light rose in the distance, and standing within those two golden beams were two people. They both smiled, a man and a woman. The man appeared to be around 30 years old, tall and handsome, dressed in the inner academy uniform of Shrek Academy, with a faint smile on his face. The woman beside him was about 1.7 meters tall, looking around 27 or 28, with average looks but a very approachable demeanor. When she smiled, it easily conveyed her goodwill. Welcome everyone to this year's matchmaking event at Sea God Lake, Sea God Fate. Let's introduce ourselves first. I am the former Inner Academy student Yue'er, now the homeroom teacher of the second-year Outer Academy, and this is Tang Meng from the Inner Academy. Today, as Sea God Fate will be hosted by us. Tang Meng smiled slightly and said, I'm very honored to be the host today. It's simply because we couldn't bear to let go of our youthful student identity, so we are guest starring as teachers to return and host this year's Sea God Fate. Her words were humorous, with a gentle tone and a smile, causing laughter among the Outer Academy disciples on the shore. In fact, not many really knew these two. Most of the Outer Academy students from their era had already graduated, and their actual ages were at least 5 years older than they appeared. Yue'er smiled and said, Yes, returning to the Inner Academy to host this year's Sea God Fate. I recall the past when I was young, thinking back to the Sea God Fate matchmaking event I once attended. Meng, do you remember our class? Tang Meng's pretty face turned slightly red, and she glared at him, saying, Don't say that, I'm getting shy. Yue'er laughed, saying, What is there to be shy about? I want to tell the junior students that you once recklessly confessed your love to me at the matchmaking event. Hey you. Tang Meng put her hands on her hips, looking both shy and playful. The shore erupted in laughter. It must be said that this senior brother and sister were very good at stirring up the atmosphere. Yue'er's smile faded slightly as he looked at Tang Meng with deep affection, saying, Although it was you who confessed your love to me back then, I must now say that I am very grateful to you. I appreciate you for guiding me on a broad path when I was still ignorant about love. Thank you for all the care and help you have given me over the years. Thank you for everything you have sacrificed for me. My dear, the most correct thing I did in this life was to be with you without hesitation back then. This is my fortune, perhaps something I earned over 10 lifetimes. I will strive to make it last for 10 lifetimes. Tang Meng's initial anger instantly vanished, and she lowered her head, her pretty face blushing as she gently nodded. The shore was in an uproar. Even on the boat, Yue'er couldn't help but angrily say, This little brat is openly torturing single people. How outrageous! Whose disciple is this? An old woman sitting on the other side of Yue'er slowly raised her head, glancing at Yue'er, saying, What is wrong? Do you have an opinion? Upon seeing her, Yue'er's smile froze, and he said seriously, No, I just think that the disciple you raised is too outstanding. Then shut your mouth and don't affect my reminiscing about youth, the old woman said. The sky pillar Douluo couldn't help but smile and shake his head, saying, Sister your temper. This old woman looked quite ordinary, simply dressed in plain clothes, seeming no different from an elderly woman in a poor area. Chapter 124. Beginning, but those who truly know of this person's existence and are still alive are few. She is also the oldest member of the Shrek Academy, having been the vice master of the Sea God Pavilion long before the previous Sea God Pavilion master, the sky-soaring Douluo passed away, and is over 200 years old. In terms of seniority, she is even an elder of the sky-soaring Dalu and holds the highest status within the inner court of Shrek Academy. Usually, she lives in seclusion on Sea God Island, rarely appearing in the Sea God Pavilion. Previously, no one in the muddy world had noticed that she was also present upon hearing her voice. Even the hot-tempered scarlet dragon Dalu dared not say a word. This elderly lady once had a title that shook the world, Radiance of Sun and Moon, Light and Dark Dragon Empress. Her title was Light and Dark. 150 years ago, mentioning the name of the Light and Dark Douluo, you would definitely send shivers down the spines of soul masters of her generation. Her most glorious experience was a conflict with the Spirit Transmission Tower, where she single-handedly stormed the headquarters of the tower and slapped the tower master of that generation hard across the face. Although this was a secret for both Shrek Academy and the Spirit Transmission Tower, the top-tier powerhouses in the Soul Master world were well aware of it. That incident nearly led to an all-out war between Shrek Academy and the Spirit Transmission Tower, but it was the then Sea God Pavilion Master who mediated. And ultimately an agreement was reached, with the light and dark Douluo Continent apologizing, which brought the matter to a close. This shows just how strong-willed and powerful she is. She is the only one who can skip meetings of the Sea God Pavilion and is absolutely free within Shrek Academy. The reason Yuanming calls her sister is that she requested it herself, not wanting to appear old, which is similar to what Tang Yinming said earlier. Lan Muzi and Tang Yinming are her disciples. Long Yu squinted her eyes, looking at Lan Muzi and Tang Yinming in the center of Sea God Lake, a smile appearing on her face as she watched these children, which reminded her of her youth. Unfortunately, that deadbeat left too early. Otherwise, we could have watched the children court each other together. Back then, we walked together at such a matchmaking event. Her husband was the previous Sea God Pavilion Master, who passed away 40 years ago. Yuanming said softly, "Sister Yu, we all miss Old Bay, but you must take care of your health." Long Yu chuckled. "Having lived this long, I've already lived the lives of 2 ordinary people. What's there to be unsatisfied about? However, the longer I live, the more the heavens seem unwilling to take me. Don't worry, I still have at least 20 good years left. I want to see more of these young children. That is my greatest joy." Yuanming smiled and nodded yes. Watching these children together makes me happy too. It's a pity that I didn't confess my love to Yali on Sea God Lake back then. Long Yu chuckled. "It's not too late now." Yuanming also laughed. "I can't do that, I'm getting old, and I don't have that thick of a face in front of the children. I should just watch them." I have to say, Lan Muzi's heartfelt love confession to Tang Yinming ignited the emotions of all the outer court disciples. How can a single dog bear this? Tang Yinming leaned into Lan Muzi's embrace, her face filled with happiness. "Well, let's host the program first, and I'll reward you when we get home tonight," she said softly to Lan Muzi, her eyes shimmering. They all had soul guide amplifiers on them, so even in a soft voice, everyone could hear. Suddenly, whistles erupted, and the temperature of Sea God Lake seemed to rise a few degrees because of their affection. Lan Muzi coughed lightly. "All right, the dog abuse time is over. If you want to find your other half through the Sea God Fate matchmaking event, then, junior brothers and sisters, work hard." He continued, "Next, let all the inner court disciples participating in today's Sea God Fate matchmaking event come on stage. I believe some junior brothers and sisters may not be clear about the rules of our matchmaking event. Please take a look." While speaking, he pointed in front of him, and not far in front of him, patches of emerald green halos lit up on both sides. These were large lotus leaves illuminated by underwater lights, radiating a brilliant green glow filled with the breath of life, especially striking on Sea God Lake. The Sea God Fate matchmaking event is not just a day for finding partners. It is also an opportunity to showcase one's strength. Therefore, during the matchmaking event, male and female students must stand on the lotus leaves that are 100 meters apart on either side of me. If anyone falls into the water during this process, then I'm sorry, you cannot continue participating in the matchmaking event. And before the first round begins, those who can seize a good position are themselves proving their strength. So, let's start. Male and female junior brothers and sisters, begin to seize your positions. Start. With Tang Yinming's loud shout, the Sea God Fate matchmaking event officially began on Sea God Lake. On both sides of Sea God Lake, figures soared into the air simultaneously. Some skimmed the lake's surface, moving swiftly, while others soared into the sky, flying in various ways, each relying on their own methods. The students rising on both sides were dressed differently. Those on the left wore green cloaks, hoods covering their heads, and green masks on their faces, completely shrouded in wide cloaks. The students on the other side wore conical hats, all in flowing white long skirts, with 3 feet of green gauze hanging down from the hats, making it impossible to see their faces. Undoubtedly, those wearing green cloaks were the male students, while those with conical hats were the female students. After flying onto the surface of Sea God Lake, they each shot like meteors toward the direction of the lotus leaves. If one looked closely, they would notice that the abilities they displayed were different. Each person's movements, speed, ability colors, and methods of use had their own characteristics. As they were all inner court students, they were somewhat familiar with each other. Therefore, careful observation could reveal some clues. Among the male students, one particularly tall student moved at great speed, and as he passed, a rock protruded from beneath the water, and with a powerful push, he flew ahead like a meteor, quickly positioning himself toward the center of the first row of lotus leaves. There were 3 rows of lotus leaves for the boys, while the girls had only 2 rows, making it clear that there were more wolves than meat. Just as this boy was about to land, a figure flashed and actually leapt past him from the side, momentarily blurring, then accurately landing on a lotus leaf. Chapter 125. Kindred spirits beside him, Another lotus leaf shimmered with light, and a figure appeared on it. The strong male student snorted coldly, and with a sweep of his arms, a tremendous pulling force emerged out of nowhere. There are rules for claiming positions when entering, which prohibit physical contact to seize spots or using soul skills, but pure soul power can be utilized. The male student standing in the center of the front row was feeling pleased with himself when he suddenly felt a strong force coming from behind, sending him flying out of his spot, which was then occupied by the tall man. In a flash, the tall man moved to a nearby position, and as he appeared in the central spot, the others hesitated briefly before scrambling for other positions. Thus, one by one, the spots were fiercely contested, making the scene on the lake particularly exciting, with powerful waves of soul power causing the water to ripple. In contrast, the competition among the female students was noticeably less intense. They even showed some mutual courtesy, landing gracefully on the lotus leaves and stabilizing themselves. All were disciples from the inner academy, their strengths formidable, and soon each occupied a place. At this point, after everyone had settled, they could determine the total number of participants in the Sea God Estate Conference. As in previous years, the number of girls was clearly less than that of the boys, which is the classic case of more wolves than meat. Unfortunately, it's a reality that men generally have better innate talents in soul master cultivation than women. This is also true in Shrek Academy. There were a total of 51 male students, a relatively large number considering the eligible, unmarried candidates in the inner academy for the matchmaking conference. On the female side, there were as many as 31 students. At this moment, on the Sea God Lake, the lotus leaves beneath them were illuminated, reflecting their figures. Beside them, the shimmering waters of the Sea God Lake sparkled, and under their feet, columns of light emerged, accompanied by the appearance of large patches of lights beneath the water surface. At this moment, the surface of the Sea God Lake became their most dazzling stage. Today, many among them would seek their true love here, perhaps even a lifelong partner. LinYang smiled slightly, crossing her arms over her chest. All right, everyone is here now. If you can still recognize each other dressed like this, it means it's true love. However, I think the chances of that are slim. At least I didn't recognize anyone back then. Indeed, it was quite challenging to identify someone dressed the same way and mostly covered. One could only observe from the time they boarded the lotus leaves, but at that moment, everyone was busy competing for positions, and few had the leisure to observe others. Although the female students were all dressed in long skirts, most were slender, making it difficult to distinguish between them aside from height. Moreover, the large hats obscured their appearances entirely. LinYang smiled slightly and continued. According to the tradition of the Sea God Estate, the first round is called Kindred Spirits. The name sounds pleasant, but the difficulty is not small. The 31 female students will line up 100 meters away from you, each wearing a hat with a veil, making their faces invisible. In simple terms, this round of competition requires the male students to work together. The 51 of you can take turns to attack the female students using your own methods, targeting one or multiple participants, with the goal of lifting the veils off their hats. After all, how can you choose a girlfriend if you can't even see their faces, right? This first round is also a moment for you to showcase your strengths. Undoubtedly, the one who can lift the most veils will demonstrate the strongest abilities. The female students cannot help each other in this round and cannot attack the male students. They can only passively defend, trying to keep their veils from falling. If a female student falls into the water during this round, she will be eliminated. However, generally speaking, during this first round, male students usually exercise restraint when attacking. After all, if the girls fall in the water, how can everyone find their partners? The outer academy students on shore held their breath. The matchmaking conference had finally begun. It wasn't just about mutual affection. Strength was equally important, and those who could end up together had to prove their strength first. The first round, Kindred Spirits, was not that simple. The girls could defend themselves, and of course, some more generous ones might willingly cooperate and let their veils be lifted. Those who were unwilling or had no intention of finding a partner would fiercely protect their veils. This round involved wit, courage, and a test of strength, as well as mutual understanding. Each Sea God Estate Conference had a unique dynamic in the Kindred Spirits round, making it very interesting. As soon as LinYang finished speaking, the lotus leaves beneath the female students began to move on their own, transforming the original 2 rows of girls into a single line. LinYang looked at the boys in the front row and smiled. All right, now it's your time to showcase your male charm. I will call you out by number. Before you make your move, you can choose whether to reveal your face or not, and then proceed to act towards the girls. Conversely, you should be aware that the girls cannot lift their veils themselves in the previous round. Therefore, if you cannot find a way to knock off their veils, it will be quite difficult to identify who they are. The rules of the matchmaking conference are not complicated. Most students had already learned about them before participating and were naturally well prepared. LinYang called out, "Number 1 male student, you could choose to reveal your face or not." The first male student was not the one standing in the front row, but was instead prearranged, currently standing in the second row. This student clearly knew the rules well and without hesitation said, "I choose to reveal my face." As he spoke, he raised his hand and removed the mask from his face. In fact, in this first round, most participants in previous matchmaking conferences usually chose to reveal their faces for a simple reason. The boys needed to let the girls see them to facilitate their choices. Unless someone had no intention of genuinely pursuing a partner, boys would typically show their faces in the earlier rounds. He was a tall young man, with an ordinary appearance, but an upright posture and bright, shining eyes. Chapter 126. LinYang makes his entrance. LinYang made a gesture inviting him to start. The young man smiled slightly and said to the girls in front of him, "Ladies, I hope you won't take offense." As he spoke, he lightly tapped the lotus leaf with his toes and soared into the air. With a circle of his hands in front of him, he suddenly pushed outward, and 5 rings of light rose around him, 2 yellow and 3 purple, showcasing his Soul King level cultivation. In fact, 5 rings of cultivation were almost the baseline level for inner courtyard students, and from his soul rings, it was clear that he wasn't particularly outstanding within the inner courtyard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been placed in the second row. A layer of azure wind burst forth in front of him, quickly transforming into a wave of azure light that blew toward the sea god lake. In an instant, the lake's surface was stirred up into towering waves, rushing toward the girls. This was more than just knocking off their hats. If the lake water hit them, they would likely be drenched instantly. This first male student was indeed bold. Among the girls, one stood at the center and snorted coldly. She didn't leap up. Instead, she floated straight up into the air. Then, with a wave of her right hand, 7 soul rings instantly rose beneath her, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black. Before the surging waves reached her, they froze in midair. Then a miraculous scene occurred. Her third soul ring lit up, and with a flick of her right index finger, the suspended lake water coalesced into the form of a fierce tiger, which turned and pounced directly at the first male student. The first male student was taken aback. Just as he landed, he realized that the girl opposite him had 7 rings of cultivation, and he knew he was in trouble. Usually lively and carefree, this was his first time attending the Sea God Fate Blind Date Conference. The waves he had just stirred up were meant to make a strong first impression, but he didn't expect to offend the girl's sensibilities. Seeing the fierce tiger approaching him, he had no choice but to brace himself and raise his hands to block. Not daring to be careless, he directly activated his 5th soul ring, and instantly, azure light coalesced above his head into a massive azure sword that struck toward the fierce tiger. Just as the tiger was about to be split in 2, it suddenly divided in midair and transformed into a torrent, completely avoiding the powerful strike of the wind god sword and slamming directly into the first male student. He didn't even have time to release his battle armor before he was swept into the lake by the torrent, knocking over the lotus leaf beneath him. Undoubtedly, he had lost his chance to continue the blind date. For a moment, the male students fell silent, realizing how violent this girl was. Many were visibly swallowing hard, clearly realizing that this blind date conference was not as pleasant as they had imagined. LinYang couldn't help but cover her eyes and then coughed. First male student, "Please take it easy. I don't know what you were thinking, but did you plan to get all the girls wet? And you've revealed your face. You might become the public enemy of all the girls in the academy. So, I must remind all male students that when you attempt to help the girls take off their hats, think carefully. Don't dig a pit for yourself and bury yourself in it. Also, let me remind you that in terms of average strength, you really are not a match for the girls." Second male student, "Will you reveal your face?" "Yes." The second male student decisively removed his mask and took off his cloak, revealing a pure white suit. With a handsome face and a slight smile, he placed his right hand over his heart and bowed slightly to the girls in front of him. He stood on the left side of the first row, allowing the girls to see him more clearly. "Hello, senior sisters and junior sisters. My name is LinYang. I just entered the inner courtyard not long ago. Please allow me to unveil your veils." Indeed, this second male student was LinYang. Without a doubt, his handsome appearance, well-fitted suit, and polite demeanor left a great impression on the girls. Moreover, the name LinYang was known to almost all inner courtyard students, as he was one of the contemporary Shrek 7 monsters. Although the girls remained calm, the boys felt a slight sense of relief. The appearance of a well-mannered and good-looking boy at this moment was undoubtedly an opportunity to change the girl's overall impression of them. Tang Yingmeng smiled slightly, a very handsome junior. Good luck, it's up to you. Thank you for your support, senior sister. Lu Jingyu smiled slightly, and soul rings began to rise from beneath his feet. 3 purple and 2 black, 5 soul rings emerged, far surpassing the previous first male student in terms of soul ring colors. Then he flipped his hands in front of his chest, and specks of golden light floated up from his palms. They quickly fused in his palms, gradually taking shape. What was that? A golden little angel lazily spread her wings behind her and stood in Lu Jingyu's palm. She was only half a foot tall, her wings were white, and she had a golden halo above her head, looking exquisitely cute. Her fair little face was chubby, and she pouted, seemingly a bit dissatisfied as she murmured something to Lu Jingyu. Baby, go ahead and help the sisters take off their hats. Lu Jingyu gently supported her with his hand, and at the same time, a point of golden light lit up on his right hand, which he placed into the little angel's mouth. The little angel chewed reluctantly, and then flew away. What is this? An angel? A soul spirit? An angel soul spirit? This was not a soul spirit that could be found in the spirit transmission tower, nor could it be obtained anywhere on the continent. This was a type of inherited soul spirit, one of the rarest kinds among soul spirits. The biggest difference between inherited soul spirits and ordinary soul spirits is that they cannot provide soul rings to soul masters, but they can enhance a soul master's special abilities in certain aspects, just like the powerful bloodlines possessed by evil soul masters. Without a doubt, the inherited soul spirit little angel gave Lu Jingyu control over sacred energy, making her akin to his second life. Not to mention the other students present. Even his teammates were seeing this inherited soul spirit for the first time. Isn't that too cute? For a moment, the girls stirred, whispering among themselves. The flying ability of the golden little angel seemed to be lacking. As she flew over the sea god lake, she swayed up and down, making people worry that she might fall into the water. On the boys' side, there was also some commotion. With Lu Jingyu making his move, he was undoubtedly the center of attention. A bad feeling began to emerge in their hearts. Chapter 127. LinYang's appearance. The golden little angel finally flew in front of the girls. And the first one she approached was surprisingly the inner court female student who had attacked earlier and was a 7-ring soul saint. The little angel put her right index finger in her mouth and started to nibble, then pouted and said, "Hello, sister." Lu Jingyu said, "If you don't let me help you unveil your veils, then I can't go back. I'm so sleepy. Can you help the baby?" The girl huffed. "Did he bully you? Shall I help you beat him up?" "No, sister, he and I are the same life bond. If you hit him, it's like hitting the baby. The baby will hurt. Sister, if you don't want to, then forget it." While saying this, she flapped her little wings vigorously, with her chubby little hands extending their index fingers, nodding her head in front of her, looking as cute as could be and as pitiful as could be. "Don't cry, baby." The girl's voice instantly softened, and she raised her hand to take off her hat. Blue Musi, the host, couldn't help but chuckle to Tang Yingmeng beside her. This trick is amazing. Jingyu truly deserves to be one of the new generation of Shrek's 7 monsters. His persuasive skills are exceptional. It's really impressive. However, the pressure on the other boys might be significant. Tang Yimeng chuckled. "I never expected Xiaoling to unveil her veil like this. I thought no one could make her take off her hat, but she did it right away." Xiaoling is the boss among the inner court female disciples. Although Lu Jingyu has shown his abilities now, I'm afraid Xiaoling's impression of him won't be too good. If I remember correctly, Xiaoling dislikes oily and powdery guys the most, but it seems she really has a bit of maternal love overflowing. Isn't that so? The way the girl looked at the little angel baby was gentle, completely different from her earlier fierce demeanor towards the number 1 boy. She even reached out to touch the baby's tender little face. Ding Xiaoling, an absolute top figure among the inner court female students, was only second to the former Tang Yimeng in cultivation. If Tang Yimeng was the elder sister of the inner court, then Xiaoling was at the level of the second sister, with extremely strong cultivation, currently striving to break through to a 3-character battle armor master. Now that Tang Mengyin and Blue Musi had gone to the outer court, Ding Xiaoling had become the new elder sister of the inner court. However, the inner court students still preferred to call Tang Mengyin elder sister. The little angel smiled sweetly at her and then flew to the next girl. The little angel used the same actions and even said the same words. The girl hesitated for a moment but still took off her hat, revealing an ordinary but stern face. The boys across were stirred. Wasn't he this Yue'er? The girl with the most eccentric personality in the inner court. a rare female who specialized in researching mechas rather than battle armors. It was said that she had created a set of black-level mechas exclusively for herself, all by herself. Usually, she either trained or researched various high-end, high-damage soul tools, earning the title of the female killing god. Most outer court students didn't know her, but inner court disciples were all aware of her. It was said that within 10 years, she could become the youngest god-level mecha master in the history of Shrek Academy. And she was 30 years old this year. Ding Xiaoling and Su Mi were among the older female students in the inner court. They hadn't found partners over the years, clearly showing no interest in that aspect. Yet unexpectedly, they had their hats unveiled by the little angel baby right at the start. In terms of age, they were much older than Lu Jiangyu. In terms of strength, they were definitely not something Lu Jiangyu could compare to. Both were top figures. Watching them, the boys across couldn't help but feel shocked. They understood that Bloom Yuzi was right. In terms of overall strength, the girls were indeed stronger than them. Sumir also reached out to touch the little angel baby's face. The little angel affectionately nodded to her before flying to the third person. The boys began to feel nervous. If even the two big sisters, Ding Xiaoling and Sumir, were unveiled by this little angel, how could the other girls withstand it? However, if all the girls had their veils lifted by Lu Jiangyu, who could compete with him? He would steal all the spotlight. Next, the little angel baby even skipped the speeches, flying in front of each girl, with her chubby little hands pointing at them, looking pitiful. Everyone understood that she was doing this intentionally, yet the girls were completely taken in by it. In no time, one after another, the hats were lifted, until the seventh girl lifted her hat. LinYang coughed lightly, and Lu Jingyu's body stiffened slightly. The little angel directly flew up and said to the inner court girls, "Thank you, sisters. The baby is tired and is going back now." After saying this, she turned around and, in a flash, transformed into a golden light, instantly flying back to Lu Jingyu, and then, with a flicker, disappeared into his body, showing none of the earlier difficulty in flying. Even though they knew they had been tricked, the girls who had lifted their hats because of her couldn't get angry. Bloom Yuzi sighed in relief, and couldn't help but laugh. "Jingyu, I thought you would lift all the girls' hats. If that were the case, the other boys would have it easy, but I estimate you would become the target of everyone. It seems you have a goal now. Let us wait for the next round." Next up, the third boy. With the two different outcomes from the previous two, the following boys were much more cautious and had gained some experience. Almost all of them lifted their own masks first and then used softer methods to unveil the girls' veils. According to the rules, boys could float in the air, but couldn't fall into the water, could use soul skills, and could use any abilities as long as they could return to their positions. The first round was relatively mild, even if they didn't unveil the girls' veils. It only proved their insufficient strength, and they wouldn't be directly eliminated. Soon, one by one, the boys showcased their skills, trying to unveil the faces of the girls across. However, without a doubt, even as the boys reached the 10th number, no one could compare to Lu Jingyu in unveiling the 8 girls' veils, especially since Lu Jingyu had clearly held back at that time. Number 10. Will you unveil? Bloom Yuzi looked at the boy in the center of the front row, who was LinYang. He lifted his mask, and in the next moment, one by one, the hats were blown off by the wind. Under LinYang's absolute control, as soon as the girls sensed the wind coming, their hats had already been lifted. Chapter 128. The appearance of Yue'er one after another. The hats of 6 girls were lifted, revealing 5 companions of LinYang from the outer academy. Yuan and Yue'er, Wuxi Duo, Yi Xinglan, Zheng Iran, Su Xiaoyan, and Yue'er from the Douluo Continent. The first hat was lifted, revealing a charming face that could be both angry and happy, with a tall figure and stunning beauty. She wore a smile with a hint of blush on her cheeks, and the starlight in the sky seemed to twinkle slightly as she revealed her delicate features. Su Xiaoyan had grown up. As the saying goes, a girl changes 18 times. She had become more feminine, with an exquisite appearance and a graceful demeanor, hailed as the most beautiful among the Shrek 7 monsters. Of course, if it was Yuan in Yue'er in her fallen angel transformation, her looks were not inferior to Su Xiaoyan's. However, the image of Yuan in Yue'er was somewhat diminished by her titan giant ape martial soul, so the title of the first beauty naturally belonged to Su Xiaoyan. Yi Vinglan, Wuxi Duo, and Zheng Iran were slightly less attractive compared to the two. Yuan in Yue'er looked at LinYang, a smile flashing in her eyes, and LinYang smiled back, completely ignoring the somewhat jealous expressions of Yi Xinglan and the others. The mutual admiration segment continued, and it became increasingly difficult to lift the hats of the girls who had not yet been revealed. Generally, girls preferred to maintain a sense of mystery at the front, being both offensive and defensive. The chances of revealing the girls diminished, and by the time it reached the 40th boy, there were still 10 girls whose veils had not been lifted. Next, please welcome boy number 50. There were a total of 51 boys, and by number 50, only 2 were left. Will you reveal your face? Lan Muzi asked with a smile. Reveal. A deep voice sounded, and then the 50 boy raised his hand to lift his mask and cloak, revealing a resolute face with a shining bald head under the light. Upon seeing this face, the majority were taken aback because it was too unfamiliar, with only a very few showing surprise, such as the contemporary Shrek's 7 monsters and Su Xiaoyan. Le Xingyu, standing not far from him, almost blurted out, Long Madman? Indeed, this boy number 50 was Long Yue'er, the top of the 8 kings of the Monster Academy. A generation of strongmen with the Mountain Dragon King martial soul, known as Long Madman. Long Yue'er nodded to Lu Jingyu and said loudly, Hello everyone. I come from the Monster Academy of the Star Luo Empire. I am honored to be here at Shrek Academy as an exchange student. It is a fortunate coincidence that, with the approval of the teachers at Shrek Academy, I can participate in today's Sea God Fate Blind Date Conference. It is my honor to meet you all, and now, I will begin. The Monster Academy of the Star Luo Empire? The girls standing opposite all frowned. Long Yue'er's appearance was not bad, but he was too tall and bald. And moreover, he did not belong to Shrek, making him less popular here. At least the girls looked at him with curiosity, but there was no goodwill. Long Yue'er obviously did not expect to gain goodwill. He had his own reasons for attending the Sea God Fate Blind Date Conference. Suddenly, a light flickered in his eyes, and his body suddenly became towering. A powerful wave of soul power erupted from him. 2 purple and 5 black, 7 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, showcasing his unmatched strength. Seeing the number and color of his soul rings, both boys and girls were shocked. Even the Shrek's 7 monsters who knew him, except for LinYang, changed their expression slightly. This guy has indeed become stronger, they thought. Not only had his cultivation level risen from 6 rings to 7, but even his soul rings had evolved. He truly was a genius that the Monster Academy had not seen in ages. On the girls' side of the Shrek Academy, the strongest at this moment was Ding Xiaoling, also at the 7-ring level, but the color of Long Yue'er's soul rings indicated that he was superior to her. Though this did not mean there was a significant gap in strength, it at least proved Long Yue'er's cultivation level. At 23 years old, he had already reached the 7-ring level, and such a strong 7-ring was quite astonishing in the Soul Master world. A flash of light appeared on Long Yue'er, and he pointed his right hand towards the Sea God Lake. Suddenly, the entire Sea God Lake trembled, and a column of water shot up fiercely. Is he going to use water flow to impact the girls like the first boy? Just as everyone had this doubt in their minds, a strange scene occurred. The water column instantly split into countless droplets, shooting out into the air, each seemingly independent, flying rapidly towards the distant girls. As they flew, they spun rapidly, and each droplet created small whirlpools on the water surface it passed over, indicating their high rotation. As the droplets flew towards the girls, a wave of air was stirred up, causing the veils to flutter. A cold snort rang out, and a patch of darkness suddenly spread from the opposite side, enveloping all the girls. Yuan and Yehui had made her move, but her strength still had some gap compared to Long Yue'er. Long Yue'er smiled faintly, his eyes shining brightly, and those spinning water droplets suddenly soared upward, transforming into a large mist. All the dark elements in the air were instantly absorbed, and the darkness vanished almost instantaneously. Then, the droplets surged like jumping bullets towards the tops of the girls' hats. This control was truly remarkable. It should be noted that his martial soul was not water type. He achieved this through the Mountain Dragon King martial soul's control over water flow. At this moment, Long Yue'er spotted a ball of orange-red light, and then a loud rumbling sound erupted as an orange-red sphere suddenly appeared in front of him. Even with Long Yue'er's strength, seeing that orange-red sphere appear before him startled him, and he crossed his arms to shield himself. Boom! The violent explosion created a massive airflow, lifting the boys nearby into the air. Long Yue'er's sturdy figure could not help but take a step back, 1 foot stepping into the water, but he still managed to block the explosive force of that orange-red sphere. On the opposite side, Yue'er had somehow produced a large-caliber soul guiding gun in her hand. This gun looked somewhat deformed. The grip was normal, but that was the only normal part, as the barrel above was enormous, resembling a metal box, with the diameter of the bright light at the front being nearly 1 meter. This is not a handgun, it's simply a hand cannon. That orange-red light sphere was just blasted out from that hand cannon. Yue'er had a blank expression, and with a flash of light in her hand, the massive hand cannon disappeared. Outsiders, keep your distance, her faint voice floated over. Long Yu's expression changed. His originally sparkling yellow eyes slightly reddened, but returned to normal in an instant. He spread his hands and shrugged, but did not say anything, as he had not been able to successfully lift a conical hat. He also did not expect that the girls from Shrek Academy would have such fiery tempers. Yue'er's shot just now was indeed powerful, with an extremely fast firing rate, and the explosive force was no less than a full-force strike from a Soul Emperor-level powerhouse. That was not an ordinary soul guide. While feeling angry inside, Long Yu was also secretly astonished. Shrek Academy truly lived up to its reputation. Just looking at these inner courtyard disciples before him, their overall strength was something the Monster Academy could not compare to, and they seemed very exclusive. Long Yu frowned slightly as he looked at Yue'er. Yue'er, be merciful. This is a blind date event. It's better to use your Destroyer series less. Yue'er glanced at him and then at Tang San beside him, before gently nodding, but her facial expression showed no change. Only one boy was left who had not gone through the mutual appreciation segment, while on the girls' side, there were still 10 who had not had their conical hats lifted. The outer courtyard students could not help but speculate that if the Dragon Gun Goddess really participated in this blind date event today, she would definitely be among those 10 girls. Contestant number 51, you may begin. Long Yu gestured for the last male contestant. This contestant now, 51, stood in the center of the first row of boys, right next to contestant number 50, Long Yu. The boy shook his head slightly, indicating that he would not reveal his face. Then he leaped into the air, rushing towards the opposite side. His speed did not seem particularly fast, and he did not exude a strong aura, but for some reason, Long Yu, who had been standing beside him, felt a slight stir in his heart, as if he sensed a kind of familiarity coming from a boy. What's going on? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity with this boy? This is a bit unusual. As the boys soared through the air, the girls were extremely vigilant due to Long Yu's earlier appearance. But at that moment, the boy suddenly pressed his hands downwards, and a dense soul power pressed upon the surface of the sea god lake. Immediately, waves of water rebounded, and he circled his hands, pushing forward, revealing a pair of hands like white jade. Instantly, those water droplets shot out like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden, some flying in straight lines, some in curves, and some in parabolas, creating a chaotic scene as the water droplets transformed into a vast water curtain, flying towards the girls on the opposite side. Even more strangely, as each water droplet flew out, they turned golden, appearing exceptionally magnificent against the night sky above the sea god lake. After doing all this, contestant No. 51 turned his body and retreated back towards the lotus leaf where he originally stood. Is this similar to what Long Yu did earlier? What is this? Ding Xiaoling was somewhat surprised, but this time she did not make a move. There were only 2 people from the Monster Academy, 1 male and 1 female. There were unlikely to be any more from the Monster Academy, so there was no need for too much attention. However, as those water droplets flew past her or above her head, Ding Xiaoling's expression suddenly changed slightly, because she was shocked to find that those water droplets had no trace of soul power fluctuations, yet their speed was far beyond that of ordinary water sprinkling. This could only prove one thing. The energy these water droplets possessed was entirely internal. Sisters, be careful, Ding Xiaoling shouted. At that moment, a strange scene unfolded. The water droplets in mid-air suddenly collided with each other, some merging together, some changing direction. Almost in an instant, all the water droplets changed just under 5 meters away from the girls. This is the golden water droplets scattered like a peacock spreading its tail, dazzlingly beautiful, while faintly, a slight dragon's roar seemed to resonate. The girls from the inner courtyard of Shrek Academy were not easy opponents. Each one was a formidable presence. Although they were suddenly faced with a big change, they quickly reacted. In an instant, various colored soul power light surged. The scattering golden water droplets shattered, with few able to get close. Sitting in the center of the ship, the Sea God Pavilion Master, Qingtian Do Yunming, suddenly laughed. Tang Min's secret technique. Peacock spreading tail. It's rare to see someone still practicing this hidden weapon technique. Fading to the east to attack the west. Interesting. While he spoke, the girls had already extinguished all the golden water droplets. But just then, suddenly, arrows of water shot out from beneath the 10 girls still wearing conical hats. These water arrows came very suddenly, yet the timing was perfectly controlled, just as the girls had relaxed their guard after breaking the peacock's spreading tail. One must say, Contestant number 51 had an extraordinary grasp of timing. It was clear that he understood it was unrealistic to lift so many conical hats under normal circumstances with his strength. But he used the girl's psychology to attract everyone's attention with the dazzling water droplets from the peacock spreading tail technique, and at the critical moment, he launched an attack from below. Puff, puff, puff. One by one, the conical hats were knocked off, revealing surprised and charming faces. Only two figures reacted. One swiftly leaped up, avoiding the water arrows, while the other flashed with silver light, vanishing at the moment the water arrows approached, reappearing after they had passed. While the other 8 girls had their conical hats knocked off one by one. This was simply a huge reversal. A reversal that no one expected, and in an instant, even Lan Muzi and Tang Yimeng were left dumbfounded. What's going on? Out of 31 girls, 29 had their conical hats lifted in just the first round of mutual appreciation. This ratio had never appeared in previous Sea God Fate Blind Date events. Adding the 7 from Lu Jingyu, 6 from LinYang, and the 8 from this boy, the 3 of them had lifted a total of 21 conical hats. A cold glint flashed in LinYang's eyes. It had indeed been a long time since he last saw this. After Wu Changkong was expelled from Shrek Academy, Mu Chun publicly expelled Tang Wulin from his sect, and afterwards, Tang Wulin had kept a low profile. Now it seemed that his cultivation had likely approached that of a Soul Emperor. Chapter 130. Bright Lights. The 2 girls, number 17 and 18, narrowly avoided the water arrows and landed back in their original positions. The boy number 51 retreated to his lotus leaf, and a faint golden light flashed on him, as if something had merged into his body and disappeared. Clever thought. Junior, you won. Aren't you going to take the opportunity to reveal your face? Lan Muzi asked the boy number 51 with a smile, as he was naturally familiar with Tang Wulin, being his class teacher. Even though he somewhat disliked Tang Wulin because of LinYang, he wouldn't show it. However, boy number 51 shook his head. Lan Muzi smiled slightly and said, "All right, we respect your choice. I declare that the first round of mutual appreciation ends here. Through this round, I believe all the junior students have gained some preliminary understanding of each other." On the boys' side, 5 boys maintained their mystery by not revealing their masks. While on the girls' side, to my surprise, only 2 girls remained wearing their hats. Given the current numbers, everyone could vaguely guess their identities. Do you want to lift your hats now? Even the students from the outer academy could probably guess who these 2 were. The girls who had not yet appeared were none other than the Dragon Spear Goddess Nar and Guyu. In other words, without a doubt, these 2, numbers 17 and 18, were them. Continuing to wear masks would lose too much significance. Seeing them shake their heads, Lan Muzi did not insist. Well, after the first round ends, we will soon begin the second round of the Sea God Fate Blind Date Conference. Love at first sight. Next came the second round. Tang Yimeng announced loudly. After getting to know each other in the first round, it is now time for the girls to express their preferences. Thus, our second round is called Love at First Sight. The rules are simple. Each female student will receive a switch to control the soul guide lights beneath them, and they will light up for each male student they favor. Any boy who receives a light from a girl can continue to stay here for the next round. However, if unfortunately no girl lights up for a boy, then they will have to leave this event. This second round requires the shortest time, but for the male students, it is an important test, because in this round, no matter how strong your abilities are or how outstanding you think you are, if no girl lights up for you, you will be immediately eliminated. After all, the number of male students is already significantly higher than that of female students, so this round is designed to simplify the situation. Lu Jingyu was the first to face a major test, as the previous boy number 1 had already fallen into the water and been eliminated. Please, all Sea God fairies, think carefully. You have 1 minute to decide, so make sure to think it through. I must emphasize that if none of you light up for any of the 50 male students, it means you will give up this blind date conference and exit Sea God Lake, Lan Muzi reminded solemnly, ensuring that the girls participating in Sea God Lake for the first time wouldn't miss their chance. All the boys and girls' soul guide lights extinguished, and the next moment, the lights under Lu Jingyu lit up. Please light up for boy number 2, Lan Muzi said. The girls across from them had already received a control button, and soon, beams of light began to shine. In the blink of an eye, 15 soul guide lights lit up among the 31 girls. This meant that nearly half of the girls chose to light up for Lu Jingyu. Lan Muzi smiled and said, "Jingyu is indeed very popular. 15 lights is quite a lot. You set a good example for everyone. Now, please have the third male student step forward." The number of lights lit up for the boys was recorded by designated personnel for the continuation of the next round. Before long, some boys began to be eliminated. It seemed that cultivation level was not the first reason the girls considered. Some boys with relatively lower cultivation, but good looks still had lights lit for them, as the girls could choose multiple options in this round. A short boy who was eliminated cried out, "This is truly a world that values looks." The few male students who hadn't removed their masks had almost no one lighting up for them, according to the customary practice of the Sea God Fate Blind Date Conference. Generally, boys who do not reveal their faces either have no interest in participating in this blind date or have flaws in their appearance, so girls usually wouldn't light up for them. During the second round, the boys still had the opportunity to reveal their faces. When it was LinYang's turn, the light under his feet lit up, and in an instant, the light flickered, almost illuminating the entire Sea God Lake, with only boy number 17 and 18's lights not lit up. Next, Luo Guixing and Su Yuqing had lights lit up for them. Even Yang Yinxia kept her light on. The second round of love at first sight finally reached Su Lizzie. Luo Guixing, Su Yuqing, and Yang Yinxia were very close in position, whispering to each other with obvious expressions of mockery on their faces. The soul guide light under Su Lizzie lit up, illuminating his stout body. He had revealed his face in the first round. His figure made no difference whether he revealed his face or not. He would definitely be recognized. All Sea God fairies can choose to light up for contestant number 32, Lon Musi reminded. The girls remained silent, and Su Lizzie's chubby face twitched slightly, a hint of despondency flashing in his small eyes. If he were in another Soul Master Academy, being able to cultivate a food system Soul Master to the level of a one-word battle armor master would make him the center of attention. But here at Shrek, a place filled with monstrous talents from across the continent, it was incredibly difficult for a food system Soul Master, especially one with no standout appearance, to gain the girls' attention. Just then, a light suddenly lit up, and Su Lizzie looked in surprise at the direction of the light. It was girl number 17. But the excitement in Su Lizzie's eyes quickly faded, as he suddenly realized that the one who lit up was his partner. And the reason for her light was likely sympathy. Sympathy for me? A trace of bitterness appeared at the corner of Su Lizzie's mouth. After all, Guyu could only like Tang San, right? All right, another Sea God fairy has lit up for our contestant number 32. Let's continue. One by one, the male students took their turns, each with different outcomes. Those with outstanding looks and strong abilities naturally had a higher chance of being selected. Chapter 131. The lights dimmed finally. It was time for the penultimate contestant, Yue'er from the Xinghua Academy. Please light up for contestant number 50. Lon Musi glanced meaningfully at Yue'er, who stood tall and imposing, but there was no movement. All the girls remained still, showing no intention of lighting up, their expressions unusually calm. Although Yue'er lacked a head, his appearance was certainly not unattractive, and his physique was impressive with great strength. At just 23 years old, he had already reached the 7th ring of cultivation. While this was not an unprecedented level, it was certainly remarkable, at least among the inner academy of Shrek Academy. No one of the same age had achieved his level of soul power. Yet, despite his excellence, no girl chose to light up for him. I would like to remind everyone once again, if no one lights up for him, he will be eliminated and unable to continue participating in this matchmaking event. Please consider carefully. Your decision will determine his fate. Tang Yimeng reiterated, but undoubtedly, no girl from Shrek Academy was willing to light up for him. And the reason was simple. He was from the Xinghua Empire, merely a transfer student. Shrek Academy was not exclusionary, but within the inner academy. There circulated videos of Tang Wulin leading his companions in the battle against the Monster Academy in the Xinghua Empire. That battle was regarded as a classic, and was a significant reason why Tang Wulin's companions could become the Shrek's 7 monsters. Yue'er left a deep impression on the inner academy students, and in their hearts, he was seen as a villain. At the same time, I must remind the Sea God fairies that a few of you have not lit up at all from the beginning. If this continues, you too will be eliminated from today's Sea God matchmaking event due to the lack of a favorable candidate after this round. So, please consider your choices carefully in the upcoming segments. At that moment, a light suddenly illuminated, and Yue'er's previously furrowed brow finally relaxed, a faint smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. The long-awaited light finally glowed. Under the light, the 18-year-old princess appeared poised and graceful, her excellent courtly education making her look entirely like a noble woman, lacking her usual vivacity, appearing gentle and warm, her beauty radiant. Their eyes met, and Yue'er smiled at Yue'er. Yue'er smiled back, and at that moment, his spine seemed to straighten a bit more, giving those around him the feeling of a great beast awakening. Even if you all don't choose me, it's enough as long as my Yue'er ultimately chooses me. Lon Musi nodded, confirming that contestant number 50 had been selected by Sea God Fairy. Now, we move on to our final male contestant. Before the sea god fairies choose to light up for you, do you wish to reveal your face? Contestant number 51 paused for a moment, but ultimately raised his hand and slowly lifted the mask from his face. His black hair fluttered in the wind, cascading down his back, revealing his extremely handsome features, long eyelashes, and eyes as clear as an unfathomable cold pool. The moment he unveiled his mask, the entire sea god lake seemed to brighten. Suddenly, the sea god lake fell silent, but everyone's eyes conveyed one clear message. They disliked this person. Tang San, despite his low profile, was still disliked by many due to his opposition to LinYang. Alright, sea god fairies, quickly decide whether to light up for contestant number 51. LinYang noticed the cold atmosphere and immediately spoke up. However, no one expected that the first light to illuminate would be from contestant number 18. Among the 31 girls present, only one had not lit up at all until now, and that was number 18. At this moment, number 18 lit up first, followed closely by number 17. LinYang said, "Good, everyone has made their selections. For the boys who were not chosen, we apologize. Please exit the stage. We will soon begin the third round." After the initial mutual admiration and infatuation, we are about to start a very important segment of the Sea God matchmaking event. After this round, everything will become clearer, and the younger students will better understand each other's intentions. The next segment is called Love at Second Sight. This time, all the girls must pay attention. You cannot choose casually like the second round. Once you choose, you must take responsibility for your choice. Each boy will have 1 minute for self-introduction. After the introduction, you must come to me and report the number of your desired sea god fairy. Once all the boys have completed their introductions, the girls will begin to make their choices. This choice represents your final decision. Each girl can only choose once and cannot change her mind. After the selection, we will move on to the fourth segment. Boys, please note, while you showcase yourselves, you can also demonstrate any abilities you consider powerful and introduce your cultivation level, as long as you believe your introduction will attract your desired girl. This time, we will randomize the order, drawing lots to determine who goes first and who goes next to ensure fairness. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. If the first 2 rounds were merely exploratory, then this third round, Love at Second Sight, had reached a substantive level. Once a choice was made, it could not be easily changed, especially for the girls. They would only have one chance to choose, and once they made a selection, it was a commitment that could not be altered. Every time this segment arrived, it typically determined how many couples would ultimately emerge, and it was also the segment with the highest elimination rate. In general, there would rarely be more than 10 couples appearing in the Sea God matchmaking event, and this segment often resulted in half of the participants being eliminated, mostly because boys were not chosen by the girls. If multiple girls chose the same boy, competition would ensue. A drawing tube appeared in LinYang's hand, and he said to Tang San beside him, "San, please draw the lots, and let us see who the first boy to confess and showcase himself will be. Boys, please be aware your time is limited, and in this limited time, do the most important things. This is my advice to you as someone who has been there." Chapter 132. The appearance of the Gotham Joker sometimes. Expressing oneself doesn't have the same effect as a heartfelt confession. The chance of going all out may be greater. While LinYang was speaking, Tang San had already drawn a bamboo stick from the signing tube. The first person to introduce themselves was number 32. "Please welcome, number 32, the boy." As the lotus leaves parted, number 32 appeared from behind. The leaves slowly moved forward, bringing him to the forefront of everyone. However, the person standing on the lotus leaf swayed and nearly fell into the water. Wasn't that Su Lizzie? Yes, number 32 is indeed Su Lizzie. At this moment, his gaze seemed a bit vacant, and his expression was hard to describe. His hands were tangled in front of him, looking somewhat lost in thought. With a self-deprecating smile, Su Lizzie stood there, his expression gradually returning to calm. "All right, Junior, the timer starts now. Please do your self-introduction," LinYang said. "My name is Su Lizzie." Su Lizzie slowly said, "I am a food system soul master, born with a love for food. I like all kinds of food, and my martial soul is a bun, which is why I have become like this. I believe no one likes a fat person, but since I've come here, as Senior Lon said, going all out might still leave a glimmer of hope. So please allow me to say the following. Since I was very young, I already had someone I admired. Yes, when I was very young, I like her just like I like all delicious food. Because I am a food system soul master, I inevitably got bullied by classmates when I was little. It was always she who stood by me and protected me. She was like my guardian angel. Every day, I looked at her with admiration. It was her continuous protection and help that shaped who I am today. At this point, Su Lizzie seemed to have found his rhythm. Days passed and we grew up. She became stronger and stronger, fiercely pursuing the pinnacle of being a soul master. I watched her every day. In my childhood, I regarded her as an older sister. She was my protector. Gradually, I realized that the most important thing in my life was not food, but her. At this point, he paused for a moment. Then, with a very serious tone, he said, "If there is one person in this world for whom I would lose weight, it would be her." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the girls across from him changed. This simple statement, coming from a food system soul master who weighed over 200 pounds, carried more weight than countless romantic lines. Su Lizzie paused again. Lan Musi glanced at the time and was about to remind him that time was up when he was pulled back by Tang Yiming, who had tears glistening in her eyes. After a moment of silence, Su Lizzie sighed, "I know I am not worthy of her. I have known it from the very beginning. After I grew up, I once thought that my feelings for her might be due to my lack of maternal love when I was young. But as time went by, I finally realized that it was not a longing for maternal love. I can say with certainty that I like her. It is the affection of a man for a woman, a genuine and sincere liking. She is so beautiful, and I am so fat, yet I still like her. That is why I'm always by her side. Wherever she is, I am there too. I never thought about leaving her one day, but the truth is, we have had some conflicts, and there are also unexpected events. Today, perhaps it is the only time in my life that I have the courage to speak my heart. You may not know how much courage this requires, but you must understand, I took the risk that she might never speak to me again. Yet I finally said it, because I don't want to keep this feeling bottled up for a lifetime. I never thought I would succeed, never thought she would like me. After all, the gap between us is too large. But I must tell her that in this world, I have only ever liked her. And in the future, it will only be her. I just hope that my words today won't trouble her, so I won't say her name. Having said that, I feel much more at ease. Let everything return to normal." At this point, Su Lizzie seemed to have relaxed, taking a deep look at the girl's side. "I don't need sympathy, I just want to be by your side. Please don't take that away from me. Even if one day you find your lover, please allow me to watch you from a distance." He took a deep breath, as if his entire being had inflated, and then, almost with all his strength, he shouted towards the girls, "I love you." After saying this, he leaped into the air and jumped directly into the sea god lake. Without a doubt, he knew he had no chance. After expressing everything in his heart, he didn't want to cause her any trouble. So he chose to leave. At that moment, a blue light suddenly lit up, coiling around his plump waist. It was a blue vine. The vine gently shook, forcefully pulling Su Lizzie, who was about to touch the surface of a lake, back into the air. Then, the vine straightened, as thick as an arm, and surprisingly supported Su Lizzie's body in midair, preventing him from falling. "How do you know you want to succeed? You can't leave before you get an answer." When Su Lizzie turned around and saw Tang Lin supporting his body with the blue vine, tears were streaming down his chubby face. "Lin," the vine slowly retracted, gently placing him back on the lotus leaf. Tang Lin said solemnly, "When I was young, my martial soul was the useless blue silver grass, and my first soul spirit was a defective product from the Spirit Tower experiment. If I had chosen to give up then, I would never have appeared here. You don't even have the courage to lose weight for her. Why don't you have the courage to accept an answer? Listen to me, stay here. We don't expect miracles, but we need to give miracles a chance." Su Lizzie lowered his head, finally gathering his soul power to steady himself on the lotus leaf. He gently nodded, but lacked the courage to look towards the girls. Tang Yiming wiped the tears from her face. "Yes, right. You should stay. Don't leave until you get an answer, okay? I will pray for you. You are a good boy. Being fat is not your fault." I never expected the first confession today would move me so much. Chapter 133, Sequential Performance. The lotus leaves slowly returned to their positions, and everyone's gaze towards Su Lizzie changed. Su Lizzie gradually recovered from his excitement, standing there with his head lowered. Tang Lin remained silent, his eyes turned towards the distance, towards Su Lizzie's object of affection, 100 meters away, who seemed to be expressing her feelings with tears. She was calm, standing on a lotus leaf, always calm. Despite her eyes being filled with sarcasm, she did not show any emotional changes. Although the girls who could guess the truth were also watching her, she did not react at all. Lan Musi said, "Junior brother number 32, please give me a number you have chosen in a moment." Now, for those girls interested in junior brother number 32, please pay attention. Remember, after this segment, you will only be able to choose one person. Let's continue drawing lots. By the way, I just love your sentimental side. Suddenly, a shout erupted from the shore, all cheering and supporting Su Lizzie, the voices hoarse from shouting. In this world, Not everyone has good looks or a good background. They're more ordinary people. But they also have the right to pursue love and beauty. Su Lizzie's words echoed the voices of countless people and inspired many. On the ship, the light and dark Long Yue'er, who had been sitting there, suddenly sighed. I originally thought I could just spend my last days peacefully, but I have to say, I was moved by this little fat guy. True feelings are always the most touching. I've decided to take on a closed-door disciple. No one should compete with me for that, right? Cough, cough. A few coughs came from behind, clearly indicating that more than one person wanted to say something similar. The sky-soaring Douluo, Yue'er, looked at Long Yue'er in surprise. Sister Yu, if you are willing to take another closed-door disciple, it would be the best news for the entire Shrek Academy. Of course, no one would compete with you. This little guy is lucky. He was genuinely happy. Ever since the husband of the light and dark Dalu, the previous sea god pavilion master, passed away, she had been in a state of despair. If she hadn't been thinking about Shrek Academy, she might have followed her husband long ago. Even Lan Muzi and Tang Yume were only her named disciples. A closed-door disciple and a named disciple are entirely different. Only an officially accepted disciple can become a closed-door disciple, and they're always the most cherished by the teacher. If Tang Yume accepts Su Lizzie as a closed-door disciple, she will undoubtedly devote herself to nurturing this disciple. With her cultivation level, if she wants to do something, she can completely control her vitality, and her lifespan will surely extend as well. This was what made Yue'er the happiest. The light and dark law was not only his elder, but also the guardian of Shrek Academy. With her around, Shrek Academy had an additional stabilizing force. Although the reputation of the light and dark Dalu was not known to many on the Douluo Continent, no one at the top level of Soul Masters was unaware of her continued existence. Even the spirit transmitting tower, which despised her, did not dare to show any disrespect towards Shrek because of her presence. In terms of cultivation, Yue'er was certainly not inferior to her, even stronger than her, but her deterrent power was even greater than his for the spirit transmitting tower. Most importantly, for Yue'er, she was like a mother and sister to him. A faint smile appeared on Long Yue'er's face. Finally, there were some interesting things to do. While they were talking, the second boy had already completed his self-presentation, showcasing his martial soul and soul rings. Clearly, he did not have a fixed goal. He merely expressed his current feelings and ended his speech. Número 50. The third one drawn was Dragon Yu, who stood next to Tang Lin. Dragon Yu clearly did not expect to be drawn so quickly. He was momentarily stunned and instinctively turned to look at Tang Lin, but Tang Lin's gaze was directed opposite him and did not meet his eyes. The lotus leaf under Dragon Yu's feet slowly floated forward, bringing him to the front, his gaze crossing the lake and landing on Yue'er. Dragon Yu took a deep breath. I know I'm not very popular here, and I understand the reason well. I don't originally belong to Shrek. I came here more to communicate and learn from you, hoping to gain something different and improve myself. The Xinghua Empire originally belonged to this continent. Although I am reluctant to admit it, we were indeed driven away. However, soul masters are the same. I am a soul master just like you. And our goals and directions are the same, to pursue strength. Perhaps I shouldn't say these things, but I want to express that I have no ill intentions in coming here, and I am honored to be at this matchmaking event. This event is very interesting and allows me to voice my feelings. To be honest, I don't know how to date. I have been working hard on my cultivation since I was young, and unlike most people, my cultivation process has been accompanied by intense pain. Pain has tortured me step by step, and sometimes I can't even control my emotions. So everyone calls me Dragon Madman, but even a madman has feelings. Yes, I also have someone I like. Although I know she likes someone else, I have always liked her. I'm not entirely sure whether my feelings for her are due to love or sibling affection, but I have watched her grow up. Frankly speaking, she is the person I've spent the most time with and seen the most often. So I've always told myself that in the future, I will make her my bride, and even those around me encourage me to do so. But today, standing here, I feel a bit anxious because, for me, my rival might be too strong. In terms of strength, I have never feared anyone. One day, I will surpass him. I pursue the path of the strongest. But I indeed don't look as handsome as he does. But I can guarantee that whenever I am alive, I will do everything to protect you. I was deeply moved by what the first speaker said. Perhaps I really need love. I can't say much else, but my arms are definitely strong. I already confirmed that with that young lady's hand. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Yue'er. He spoke candidly, not entirely clear about what kind of feelings he had for her. Chapter 134. Conclusion. Shrek Academy is not just an academy, but a city that is many times larger than Star Luo City. Here, nearly every inner court disciple strength is not inferior to their so-called 8 great kings. He has not yet encountered true powerhouses, but the distant airship gives him the feeling of an endless abyss, infinite and boundless. Even the teachers have never brought him such terrifying pressure. Lan Musi smiled slightly. Welcome to Shrek Academy. Shrek is inclusive. What everyone wants to achieve depends on themselves. We are like this, and so are you. I wish you great gains during your time at Shrek Academy. Thank you. Long Yu nodded at Lan Musi, and his lotus leaf returned to its original position. The duration of the third segment was clearly longer than the previous two. As long as it wasn't too long. Lan Musi and Tang San generally wouldn't interrupt the boys' self-introductions and demonstrations. In simple terms, if this segment of love at first sight were to be attended by a peacock, it would be a great opportunity for the male peacock to display its feathers. Most participants did just that. Soon, it was LinYang's turn to draw lots. The lights around him illuminated him like a celestial being. LinYang wore a confident smile and said, "Everyone present should know me, but first, I need to criticize 2 people. Feelings are not something that can be deepened unilaterally. They are an attraction between each other. If you don't like someone, then you simply don't like them. I hope you won't cause trouble for my companions and friends, as it will make things difficult for me." After his words, LinYang stopped speaking. He didn't need to prove anything on the sea god fate. The sea god would never bless him. Number 38, please begin. Lan Musi drew a new number, and number 38 was LinYang's good brother, Luo Guixing, known for his confinement abilities. Luo Guixing's lotus leaf floated to the front, and he wore a warm smile. I noticed that there are more people expressing love today than demonstrating strength. Yes, everyone knows who they like, so I won't hold back. I also want to express my feelings. Another one expressing love? Luo Guixing's gaze drifted across the room. After a moment's deliberation, he said, "First, I need to apologize to my good friend Su Yuqing. From the perspective of drawing lots, I have better luck than you. Over the years, we've both liked her, and we've always compared ourselves openly and secretly, but it has never affected our brotherhood. However, some things can be given way to, while others cannot. Since Lady Luck has favored me, I'm sorry, my good brother, but I must seize the opportunity." This statement instantly piqued everyone's interest. 2 boys liking the same girl? And they were good friends. LinYang sighed helplessly. Given what he knew of Luo Guixing's character, if both Luo Guixing and Su Yuqing like someone, it could only be Wuzido. Sure enough, Wuzido frowned. "I've liked you for a long time, ever since we were in the first year of the Outer Academy. Back then, we were all young, and feelings were still vague, but soon I learned the meaning of crush. Back then, I was always the best in our area. After entering the Youth Genius list, I felt even more like I was the best, until I came here and realized that the Youth Genius list is just nonsense. Repeated setbacks made me work harder and push forward, and throughout this process, I have always had you by my side. I'm fortunate to be in the same class as so many strong classmates. You all inspire me to grow. I'm even more fortunate to have met you. This year, we both come of age. In this Sea God Fate matchmaking event, I no longer want to suppress my feelings. No matter how busy we are, let's have a passionate romance. Wuzido, please give me a chance." Luo Guixing's confession was grand and direct, without any roundabout expressions of his true feelings. But Wuzido still frowned as she looked at him and suddenly said, "I'm sorry. According to the rules, in this segment, girls actually should not speak. It was the boys' time to showcase themselves, but Wuzido still spoke up, unwilling to hold Luo Guixing back. Luo Guixing was undoubtedly exceptional, an 18-year-old 5-ring battle armor master. Outstanding anywhere, even at Shrek Academy. She didn't want her presence to influence Luo Guixing's choices. Luo Guixing was taken aback. He clearly did not expect Wuzido to refuse so directly. He shook his head helplessly. "Thank you for telling me the answer so straightforwardly. In that case, I wish you all the best." A hint of bitterness appeared on his face, and the next moment, the lotus leaf beneath him quietly sank, taking his body with it. Only 3 people later, it was Su Yuqing's turn. His lotus leaf floated to the front, and everyone watched him, eager to see how he would express his affection. Surprisingly, Su Yuqing looked at Wuzido from a distance and simply said, "What about me?" Wuzido sighed, but shook her head firmly. "Understood." Su Yuqing smiled self-deprecatingly as dark light flashed beneath his feet, and the lotus leaf shattered into countless pieces, his body, like Luo Guixing before him, vanishing into the water. Luo Guixing and Su Yuqing were both outstanding members of the genius class. Their excellence was not inferior to that of the current Shrek 7 monsters. Yet they both failed in expressing their love to their teammates. From a distance, the Outer Academy students couldn't help but look at the beautiful Wuzido. Her mood was clearly not good. Her face was somewhat pale, but her lips were tightly pressed, revealing her stubbornness. Even when faced with rejection, she did not hesitate at all, because she knew that dragging things out would be bad for everyone. The second love at first sight segment continued, and the next was. Tang Yinming paused for a moment. Then her gaze fell on Lu Jingyu, who had drawn a later number. He looked at Su Xiaoyan, and the girl's panicked shake of her head made him smile bitterly. But instead of sinking awkwardly into the sea god lake, he spread his wings and flew away. The love at first sight segment continued, with each remaining boy showcasing themselves and expressing their feelings. Soon, this interlude-filled third segment finally came to an end, and, thankfully, the previous issues did not arise again. Chapter 135. The Dragonlance goddess Lan Muzi and Tang Yinming exchange glances. Tang Yinming said, at the Sea God Lake. The Sea God Fate matchmaking event has reached this point and is already halfway through. However, I must say that the real matchmaking starts from this very moment. All the boys, you can start praying, because the next fourth round will determine whether you have the chance to win the heart of beauty. Lan Muzi, not that? Yes. What is about to begin is the most exciting moment in the history of the Sea God Fate matchmaking event. The fourth round, 3 lifetimes of fate, will ultimately decide at least 70% of the outcome. So I want to remind all the Sea God Fairies to choose carefully, because once you make your choice, you cannot change it. So, understand your own hearts, and do not do anything that you might regret in the future. The girls' expressions varied, but their gazes became focused. Lan Muzi looked at the two girls, number 17 and 18, who had not yet removed their veils, and said in a deep voice, "So far, only your veils remain. Now you must first decide whether to remove the veils from your faces. If you do not remove them at this moment, you will not have another opportunity to do so later. Therefore, please choose wisely. Because of your excellent protection of your veils, after you remove them in this fourth round, you will have priority in the 3 lifetimes of fate round. Now, you have 1 minute to consider. I will remove it." A clear, pleasant voice echoed across the surface of the Sea God Lake. It was the girl number 18. She raised her hand and removed her veil, revealing an exceptionally beautiful face. Her silver hair flowed down, and her eyes sparkled like amethyst. With silver hair and purple eyes, even the light of the stars and moon seemed to pale in comparison when she revealed her true appearance. At that moment, all the halos on the surface of the Sea God Lake seemed to become her backdrop, and all eyes instantly fell upon her. "Dragonlance goddess," someone exclaimed first, and soon, the shore was filled with gasps of surprise. Even the male students in the inner courtyard, whose gazes had been indifferent, suddenly became eager. Although there had been rumors that the Dragonlance goddess would attend today's matchmaking event, it had only been hearsay. At this moment, seeing the Dragonlance goddess on the surface of the Sea God Lake, everyone felt that she truly deserved the title of the most beautiful woman of Shrek. Yuan In Yahue, Yi Xinglan, Su Xiaoyan, and Wu Sideo were all very beautiful, but compared to her, they always seemed to lack a bit. The beauty of the Dragonlance goddess was not just in her appearance, but also in the blend of her charm and grace, along with her gentle, watery gaze. If one had to describe her, the term flawlessly perfect would be the most fitting. Lan Muzi and Tang Yinming were both momentarily stunned. Lan Muzi couldn't help but say, "Sister Yue'er, I thought the rumors about you attending the matchmaking event were just rumors. I didn't expect you to really come. But aren't you still under 18? Yue'er smiled sweetly. According to the rules of Douluo Continent, one is considered an adult at 16. Why can't I come? I have special permission from my teacher." Tang Yinming laughed. "All right, Yue'er, your arrival will certainly make this year's Sea God Fate matchmaking event shine. But do you really want to choose a partner? You must be cautious." Even the Dragon King Long Yu was completely captivated by the dazzling Yue'er at this moment, and the gazes of every male student were almost entirely focused on her. Yue'er stood there charmingly, undoubtedly making the other girls in the inner courtyard feel somewhat overshadowed. Some girls' faces showed signs of annoyance with her present. Today's matchmaking event felt different. Lan Muzi felt a stir in her heart and said, "For the sake of fairness to the other girls, since Sister Yue'er already has someone in mind, why don't you choose your desired partner first in this fourth round? 3 lifetimes of fate. We are all very curious about who the lucky one is that has caught the attention of our Dragonlance goddess." As soon as these words were spoken, the girls breathed a sigh of relief, while the atmosphere among the boys instantly became tense. Almost over 90% of the boys straightened their chests. Being chosen by the Dragonlance goddess would be the greatest fortune of their lives. The girls were relieved because once she chose a partner, the boys would at least give up hope, minimizing the impact on them. Yue'er nodded. "Okay, then I'll go first." Lan Muzi gestured for her to proceed. "All right, then please go to the one you desire, Yue'er." I wonder if our boys feel their hearts racing. Yue'er smiled slightly, and without any apparent effort. A silver light flashed around her. The lotus leaf beneath her floated lightly, creating a water line on the surface as she glided toward the group of boys across the way. As the lotus leaf drifted closer, Yue'er maintained a gentle smile. And the closer she got, the more the stunning impact of her beauty could be felt. Even the most composed of the inner courtyard boys couldn't help but feel dazzled. Choose me, choose me. Almost everyone was shouting in their hearts. Closer, closer. 100 meters, 80 meters, 50 meters, 30 meters. The beauty was now within reach, and everyone's breathing quickened. One boy couldn't help but release his martial soul, and dazzling soul rings rose from beneath his feet, showcasing his strength. Almost in the next moment, the soul rings of more than half of the boys lit up, casting a kaleidoscope of colors across the surface of the sea god lake. Yue'er really has someone she likes? The light and dark Douluo asked in surprise, turning to the sea god pavilion master, Yue'er, beside him. Yue'er was also surprised. I've never heard her mention it. This girl is really good at keeping secrets. However, I can't see who would be worthy of my disciple. Yu smiled slightly. Are you reluctant? Girls grow up fast, but this girl is indeed a bit early. She couldn't even wait until she was 18. Yue'er frowned slightly. In his heart, Yue'er was like a daughter to him, and he was quite shocked that she suddenly had someone she liked, feeling a bit reluctant as well. The Holy Spirit, Douluo, gently squeezed his hand, smiled at him, and softly said, Yue'er is exceptionally intelligent. The boy she chooses must have something special about him. Let's just wait and see. Chapter Yue'er Ye Vinglan 10 meters. Just the last 10 meters to go. The boy closest to Yue'er was already excitedly wide-eyed, staring at the stunning beauty coming toward him. This feeling was simply exhilarating. Just then, the lotus leaf beneath Yue'er suddenly traced an arc on the water's surface, elegantly veering toward Tang Wulin's direction. No, to be more accurate, it was heading toward Longyu. Longyu's body shook, surprised as he looked at the increasingly closer, beautiful face. He had always regarded matters of love lightly. Even if he had chosen Yue'er in his heart, it was because he felt that only her looks and status matched his own. However, as this girl, even more beautiful than Yue'er and with a shocking aura, approached him, his heart began to beat irregularly. He suddenly had a feeling. Was this what they called love at first sight? Had he been waiting for this moment all those years without a girlfriend? As various thoughts flooded his mind, Yue'er was already getting closer, even within reach. Tang Wulin widened his eyes. No, Yue'er, you can't choose him. He asked from the Douluo Empire. At that moment, Tang Wulin wished he could just crush Longyu. On the shore, the outer courtyard disciples were in an uproar, many unable to hold back their shouts. If their dragon goddess ended up choosing an exchange student from the Douluo Empire as her partner, it would be absolutely unacceptable to everyone. Yue'er slowed down on her lotus leaf, glancing at Tang Wulin, seeing him with clenched fists and wide eyes staring at her, then looking at Longyu, whose eyes were filled with fire. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle softly. With a flash of silver light, the lotus leaf accelerated again. And just 3 meters away from Longyu, it suddenly glided silently, creating another small arc, floating gracefully to Tang Wulin's side. The leaf lightly touched Tang Wulin's lotus leaf, and she looked up, playfully sticking out her tongue at him. Longyu was stunned, the boys were stunned, and Tang Wulin was also stunned. The previous noise on the shore quieted down in an instant. On the boat, Yue'er's eyes narrowed, but he suddenly felt a sense of relief. At least his precious disciple hadn't chosen that boy from the Douluo Empire. She chose Tang Wulin. In an instant, this name flashed through everyone's minds. And after a brief silence, the shore erupted into chaos. Countless murderous glances from the boys were now focused on Tang Wulin, wishing they could tear him apart in an instant. The girl in the conical hat, number 17, trembled slightly, but quickly returned to normal. During the 1-minute period she had removed her hat, she had remained completely still, being the only one who had not taken off her hat so far. After a brief moment of shock, Tang Wulin finally reacted, unable to help but feel a bit helplessly amused. This girl was really playing with fire. Looking at Yue'er's mischievous smile, he couldn't resist ruffling her hair. You little rascal. Yue'er smiled sweetly, sticking her tongue out at him. His eyes were filled with affection, and her smile was full of sweetness, creating an atmosphere that was almost overwhelming for single boys. The soul rings on the inner courtyard male students glowed intensely. If it weren't for the many seniors on the distant boat maintaining order, they might have rushed in to perform a rescue mission. Tang Wulin whispered, You're deliberately causing trouble, aren't you? Yue'er pouted. How am I causing trouble? Can't I choose my brother? Or do you want me to choose someone else? Tang Lin huffed. Just wait until this event is over. I'll deal with you. You little rascal. On the boat. Yinming was surprised. She chose Tang Lin? Aren't they siblings? Not many people knew that Tang Lin and Yue'er were siblings, but he was definitely aware. The Holy Spirit doll, Ollie said, I asked Yue'er. They don't seem to be real siblings, but they do match well together. That kid Lin is also worthy of Yue'er. Oof. Yinming snorted, looking at Tang Lin with a hint of displeasure, as if he were a father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. Tang Lin had now recovered, glancing at Long Yu, who was glaring at him, and sneered. Don't even think about it. You have no chance at all. Even if she hadn't chosen you, I wouldn't agree to it. Long Yu's eyes sparkled. He had heard that there would be a segment for seizing brides after the matchmaking event. He wanted to see how many times Tang Lin could withstand such attempts. Tang Lin was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. You'll know soon enough. In his view, Yue'er was just here for fun. She circled around and ultimately chose him, so he didn't take it seriously. Once he was sure Yue'er hadn't chosen anyone else, he felt relieved and turned his gaze to the distance, to the only girl who hadn't removed her hat. Although she hadn't taken off her hat yet, anyone who knew the inner courtyard girls could guess her identity. Number 17. A hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of Tang Lin's mouth. Seeing her still unwilling to remove her hat had undoubtedly indicated her stance. His gaze became somewhat distant. If this sea god fate matchmaking event wasn't a brand new beginning, perhaps it would be the final ending, but he was unwilling. Lan Musi finally spoke up. Wow, I really didn't expect Yue'er to choose Lin. Lin is so lucky. Tang Yiming smiled. All right, let us continue this segment. Next, we'll draw lots for selection. Before making a choice, the girls can ask a question or make a request to the boy they want to choose, and based on the boy's answer, they can proceed with their selection. Yue'er, did you forget this point just now? Yue'er waved her hand at her, smiling charmingly. I don't need to. I think no one in this world understands him better than I do. As soon as these words came out, it was another wave of dog abuse. All the single dogs instantly filled with rage. Even with Tang Lin's strong aura at this moment, he couldn't help but feel as if he had been shot through the heart with 1,000 arrows. This girl, are you trying to kill your brother? All right, let us start with the next one. The first one drawn is Yixinglan. Yixinglan activated her soul power, and the lotus leaf drifted out, arriving in the sea god lake. Yixinglan, you can now choose your desired boy and ask him a question or make a request. Chapter 137. Choice. Yixinglan's gaze was somewhat dazed, and among the many boys across from her, the most rotund one had his head deeply buried in his chest, his body trembling slightly as he dared not face what was happening before him. Ever since he had spoken those words, he had remained in this state, filled with fear, truly afraid that after saying those words, they would become enemies. Yet, he ultimately still voiced it, for he did not know if he would ever have the courage to say it again if he missed this opportunity. He knew that many people liked Yixinglan. She was powerful and beautiful, one of the outstanding female disciples in the inner courtyard. They were already 17 years old, and he was genuinely afraid that before he could express his feelings for her, she would have already made her choice. Senior Sister Xinglan, do you have any questions to ask? Or your questions can target multiple boys, and then you can make a choice, Tang Yiming prompted her. Yixinglan nodded and said, First of all, I hope unrelated individuals will no longer disturb my life. I have someone I like, and I really like him, not because of his appearance or strength, but simply because I like him. While I liked him partly due to his strength, as he can help me become stronger right now, my feelings are purely about liking him. Your affection for me is not good news because many people like me, but I only like one person. The lotus leaves sped up, and the starlight surrounded them. Yixinglan's lotus leaf moved much faster than Yue'er's before, almost instantly arriving in the boys' camp. Although she was not as beautiful as Yue'er, she was still a gem of the inner courtyard, a dazzling star, causing the boys to hold their breath. Yixinglan arrived in front of LinYang, her smile radiant as she softly said, Let me stay here for a while, okay? Okay. LinYang held her hand and pulled her onto his lotus leaf. He did not intend to only choose Yuan and Yue'er. He wanted them all. The longing and heartache were deceitful, and the deep feelings once held might have contained emotions, but also the desire to leverage the Yuanin family's strength, which LinYang needed. But now it was different. LinYang himself possessed great strength and was on the verge of breaking through to become a titled Dalu, soon to be a forward battle armor master, allowing him to follow his true inner desires. Many people were watching them, and LinYang and Yuan and Yue'er exchanged glances, their expressions calm. The next one drawn is Yue'er. Yue'er was not particularly beautiful, but she had a special aura, or rather a presence that made most boys keep their distance upon seeing her. Cold and ferocious, like a volcano that could erupt at any moment. Perhaps this was also related to her deep love for soul-guiding devices. Yue'er's lotus leaf moved, slowly drifting out. Yeah, let me see who you want to choose. Tang Yiming couldn't help but laugh. She and Yue'er were good friends. Yue'er was younger than her and had participated in the Sea God Fate matchmaking event before, but her strong personality had always prevented her from finding a suitable partner. Yue'er rolled her eyes at her and then looked at the many boys. Whoever thinks they can defeat me, come out and fight me. This was her requirement. And the boys' formation fell silent. Yue'er pouted, a bunch of softies, I knew no one was worthy of me. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the male students in the inner courtyard turned strange. There were indeed strong individuals among the inner courtyard boys. For example, Lan Yuzi had been very powerful and was recognized as the #1 disciple in the inner courtyard, but now the first in the inner courtyard was LinYang. Besides them, there were also some strong male students. However, such male students naturally had their own partners due to the attention they received from girls. Thus, they did not appear in this Sea God Fate matchmaking event. Yue'er had experienced many Sea God Fate matchmaking events, and though she had not succeeded in matchmaking, her own strength had rapidly increased over time. As her strength grew, matchmaking became even more difficult, and coupled with her overwhelmingly strong character, it became increasingly hard for her to find a man. At this moment, saying such words was more of a vent. Girls are like this. If they cannot find a suitable partner in the first 2 Sea God Fate matchmaking events, it becomes very difficult to find one later unless they encounter a special situation or have great luck. In the world of soul masters, social class does not matter, but strength cannot differ too much, especially when female soul masters look for partners. They always hope their man is stronger than themselves. Thus, Yue'er also knew she would not find a suitable match. She did not fancy anyone. Either they were too young or not strong enough. She did not want to pick a defective product, though this was her own thought. There were no defective products in the Shrek inner courtyard. With a disdainful remark aimed at the boys, her lotus leaf began to drift back. Wait. At that moment, a deep voice sounded. Who said all boys are softies? At least I'm not. Yue'er turned in surprise. She did not expect someone to have the courage to stand up and challenge her, knowing that she had walked through the previous 2 Sea God Fate matchmaking events like this. A tall figure stepped onto a lotus leaf, drifting towards the center of the Sea God Lake. Upon seeing this person, everyone's gaze turned strange, for it was none other than the Dragon King Longyue from the Douluo Empire, who had just been blasted away by Yue'er. What kind of personality does Longyue have? Strong and upright. Being called a softie by a woman was something he absolutely could not accept. He had always believed himself to be the most masculine man in the world. Yue'er raised an eyebrow upon seeing him. You from Douluo? Don't think that just because you block my cannon attack, once you have a right to challenge me. In battle, I won't hold back. Longyue proudly said. What if you lose? Yue'er disdainfully snorted. If I lose, I'll pick you. Longyue smirked. Just because you pick me doesn't mean I'll pick you. Yue'er angrily said. Stop talking so much nonsense. Do you want to fight or not? If you win, I won't pick you, but if you lose, hum. Longyue smiled slightly. All right, let's go to the air. As he spoke, he suddenly leapt into the air, his figure expanding as he rose. Circles of dazzling soul rings rising from beneath his feet. Yue'er, not to be outdone, also leapt up, charging straight into the sky. Both male and female students watching this scene couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Were these two really here for matchmaking? Chapter 138. Longyue battles Yue'er. Isn't this matchmaking event way too intense? Before reaching the final stage of the competition, they're about to start fighting. Longyue's soul rings shone with a terrifying brilliance, mainly black in color, and each soul ring's light was dim, yet it radiated a faint halo. As his body swelled, his aura began to rise geometrically. Longyue was at most 23 years old, and to reach such a level at that age was truly astonishing. Longyue's body quickly inflated to 10 meters high, emitting an unmatched powerful aura. Thick, earthy yellow scales surfaced on his skin, and a massive tail extended from behind him. His mountain-like presence exerted immense pressure, even in midair. On the ship, Yiming nodded slightly. This should be the Mountain Dragon King, Martial Soul. Feeling it up close, the bloodline aura was very strong, due to the influence of the local natives. The bloodline power in the Douluo Empire was generally stronger than that of soul masters on Douluo Continent. Here, very few soul masters could tap into the energy within their bloodline. But their issue was also evident. Their mental strength and the integration with their martial soul were not as harmonious due to the influence of bloodline power. Relatively speaking, after reaching a certain level, their control over their own strength would be inadequate. However, it's indeed rare for someone like Yue'er to possess such cultivation at such a young age. It was truly justified that our side could defeat him in the Continental Elite Tournament over 3 years ago. Meyer, your judgment was very correct. Elder Kai looked at Yunming and nodded slightly. After that event, she strongly advocated for LinYang and others to inherit the title of the Shrek 7 monsters. The strength of LinYang and the others could be clearly seen from the opponents they defeated. The stronger Yue'er was, the more it proved that their ability to defeat him was even more formidable. However, now, LinYang's strength, being on the verge of becoming a title de law, was enough to dominate the younger generation of Shrek Academy, with no rivals, except for one Lan Yuzi who could fight him, but was still no match. Yue'er was growing too fast, but his martial soul also had flaws. Once he exerted himself fully, he would struggle to control himself, even going berserk. He had come as an exchange student to resolve this issue, Elder Kai said. Yiming nodded slightly. The martial soul of one of the 9 Dragon Kings and its bloodline were not easy to bear, so it was best to observe further. At this moment, Yue'er and Yue'er had both reached midair. Unlike Yue'er, Yue'er's body did not swell much, but a pitch-black mech had already appeared behind her. The mech was entirely black. If not for the lights of the Sea God's matchmaking event, it could easily be overlooked in the night. Seeing this mech, Yue'er's brow twitched. How violent must this girl be to modify her mech like this? Yue'er's black-level mech looked indeed exaggerated, standing about 10 meters tall, which was considered very large for a black-level mech. Generally, the more powerful a mech, the smaller its size, as this allows for greater agility, and it carries more energy to support its operation. However, this black-level mech had a different presence. Although it reached 10 meters in height, it still appeared somewhat bulky and lacked a streamlined feel. On both shoulders of the black-level mech were 2 soul-guided cannons with a caliber of over 200 millimeters. In addition, its limbs, torso, and even waist were equipped with large soul-guided cannons. Even more frighteningly, there were smaller jet ports on its arms. As a top student from the Monster Academy, Yue'er recognized those jet ports as launching points for fixed soul-guided artillery shells. Fixed soul-guided artillery shells have been the most terrifying soul devices for tens of thousands of years, and after millennia of development, they had become destructive weapons. Such weapons were absolutely prohibited among civilians and were strictly controlled even in the military. However, Shrek Academy was undoubtedly an exception. It was not uncommon for fixed soul-guided artillery shells to appear here under the guise of research, but now the one wielding them was his opponent. Yue'er had no doubt that there were actual shells in those barrels because he had already caught a glimpse of the projectiles. This was no longer just a mech. It was simply a killing machine. The energy required to operate it was astronomical. And when factoring in the value of those fixed soul-guided artillery shells and the cost of its construction, it was equivalent to 3 black-level mechs. The level of violence this girl possessed even made Yue'er gasp in shock. Yue'er disdainfully gestured at him, her figure flashing as she merged into her black-level mech. Yue'er was also a 7-ring powerhouse, but she was not a 2-character battle armor master. She was only a 1-character battle armor master, as she had devoted most of her energy to researching mechs and enhancing them. She had an obsession with various soul devices, and whenever she found a powerful soul device she liked, she would find a way to install it on her black-level mech. Yue'er's expression grew serious as he grasped a heavy spear that appeared in his hand with a flash of yellow light, directly using a weapon, which showed how much he valued Yue'er. Be careful, Yue'er's cold voice echoed through the electronic sound system, and immediately the black-level mech moved. With a lift of her hand, without any visible preparation, a beam of strong light shot out, heading straight for Yue'er. Yue'er's fighting style had always been direct. With a sweep of his spear, a bright yellow beam shot forth. Boom! An intense explosion resonated in the air, and countless lights flashed, dazzling the outer academy disciples below. Yue'er remained motionless in midair, his massive body heavy as a mountain, while the black-level mech moved like lightning. Its body swayed slightly, giving a sense of illusion, and then beams of light erupted, continuously bombarding Yue'er. Yue'er wielded his spear, defending against the tempest of soul-guided cannons and soul-guided beams. In midair, the booming sounds were like rolling thunder, and even more terrifying were clusters of light constantly exploding around Yue'er. Yue'er's first soul ring had already lit up, and the mountain river soul skill directly affected his body, making him as towering as a mountain, while his spear carried flowing water soul skills, sending massive torrents crashing toward the black level mech. Chapter 139. LinYang wins. However, that black level mecha displayed agility that was completely inconsistent with its massive size. Under Yue'er's exquisite control, it constantly made various evasive maneuvers. Only her attacks landed on LinYang, but none of LinYang's attacks could strike her black level mecha. What excellent mecha control skills, LinYang secretly praised, while also revealing a bitter smile. The sensation of his soul-guided rays and soul-guided cannons hitting him was absolutely unpleasant. His defense was already very strong, but Yue'er's attacks were simply too fierce, so intense that he felt somewhat unable to bear it, and had to mobilize his soul power to resist. This won't do. LinYang pointed his spear, and another soul ring lit up. Swamp. In the sky, a patch of space suddenly became muddy. Although it was just an invisible swamp created by energy, it was no different from a real swamp. LinYang seized the opportunity ruthlessly, just as the black level mecha made its last evasive maneuver. Suddenly, Yue'er's black level mecha seemed to crash into a large net, instantly slowing down. Countless streams of water shot in from all directions, rushing towards the black level mecha like the sea. LinYang had mastered the combination of his various soul skills to a miraculous degree, leaving no opportunity for Yue'er. However, a shocking scene unfolded. With a flash of silver light, Yue'er's black level mecha vanished into thin air, and all his water streams crashed into empty space. The pitch-black figure appeared directly above and behind him. A blinding light descended from the sky. It was a massive battle knife, over 6 meters long, with a blade width of 1.5 meters shimmering with dazzling purple-black light, directly slashing onto LinYang's shoulder. Amidst the sharp friction sound, under the defense of heavy scales and mountain-like soul skill, the high-frequency, vibrating giant blade still cut into the scales. The immense force directly sent LinYang plummeting from the air. Above the sea god lake, a light shield had risen at some point, bouncing LinYang's majestic body away like a cushion. 4 beams of light simultaneously shot out from the shoulders of the black level mecha, and 4 massive light spheres exploded fiercely on LinYang's back. The intense roar accompanied LinYang's furious shout as the 6th soul ring on him suddenly shone brightly. The entire sky seemed to turn red in an instant, and then LinYang's body began to swell again. His previously 10-meter-tall body was already quite large, but after activating his 6th soul skill, it expanded directly to over 50 meters. The massive wound on his back was very evident, the area charred from the explosion, but under the effect of his 6th soul skill, the damage appeared to be quite limited. LinYang's 7th soul ring lit up immediately. 6th soul skill, Rage of the Mountain Dragon King. 7th soul skill, True Body of the Martial Spirit. His massive body crawled, transforming into a dragon over 50 meters long, covered in exceptionally thick scales, hovering in midair. The soul power fluctuations emanating from LinYang even caused the entire space to shake. Although he did not use his battle armor at that moment, the aura bursting from him was enough to make even title Douluo experts feel a slight pressure. The black level mecha rose into the air, and beams of intense light continuously bombarded LinYang. But at this moment, transformed into the Mountain Dragon King, LinYang raised his right forepaw and struck directly into the void. Instantly, a violent shockwave erupted, the air twisted violently, and then a powerful gravity appeared in midair. Yue'er felt her black level mecha sink, and in an instant, it fell like a meteor, heading straight for the Mountain Dragon King. A layer of silvery light suddenly emerged from the black level mecha, and layers of spatial fluctuations appeared in midair. The black level mecha traversed through that silvery light, neutralizing the effects of gravity. Roaring, the Mountain Dragon King let out a furious cry, and his right forepaw struck out again. This time, the entire space twisted and the silvery light shattered. Yue'er, seated in the black level mecha, felt her eyes move. Domain. The external pressure transmitted into the mecha, and the massive battle knife reappeared in the black level mecha's hand, slashing the air and forcefully tearing a gap in the domain. The silvery light flashed again, appearing at a higher altitude. The Mountain Dragon King raised his head, suddenly arching his broad back, and a towering mountain seemed to rise from his back, instantly shooting into the sky. The mountain continued to grow in the air, quickly transforming into a hill hundreds of meters tall and thousands of meters wide, heading straight to cover the black level mecha. Mountain Suppression. This was an ultra-powerful soul skill that could only be used in the true body state of a martial spirit. The mountain emitted a yellowish light. In the moment it appeared, the immense gravity distorted the space completely. Yue'er's spatial transfer could no longer be used, and she horrifiedly realized that under the hill's coverage, all her actions became sluggish, leaving her helplessly watching the hill descend from the sky, heading directly for her. Umph! With a roar, one of the cannon ports on her arm tilted upward, light flickering within. Yue'er could not help but prepare to use her trump card. Since she focused more on researching soul-guided devices, over 70% of her strength lay in soul-guided devices. Her soul skills and martial spirit, aside from the crucial ability of spatial teleportation, were all aimed at enhancing soul power. Therefore, in terms of the richness of soul power, she was still above Yue'er. But the advantage of the Mountain Dragon King martial spirit was too great. This top-tier martial spirit was ultimately something her black-level mecha could not contend with. Thus, if Yue'er wanted to defeat Yue'er, she had to use her ultimate secret skill, fixed soul-guided artillery shells. Yue'er was an absolute expert in the research of fixed soul-guided artillery shells. All right, a deep voice echoed in the air. A beam of white light silently appeared in midair, causing Yue'er's body to freeze, unable to move an inch, and naturally unable to activate the fixed soul-guided artillery shells. Meanwhile, beneath the hill, a crack appeared, and the massive hill, with its overwhelming pressure, was directly swallowed by the crack. At the same time, Yue'er felt a tremor throughout his body, a soul-level shudder causing his martial spirit true body to uncontrollably revert to its original form in an instant. In this contest, Yue'er lost. The voice of the sky-soaring Douluo Continent echoed in the air. The fixed soul-guided artillery shells have the ability to turn the tide of battle. But if you want to defeat him, you must be willing to risk everything. And Yue'er had never used his battle armor, even if you fought with all your might. The one who would ultimately perish would only be you, at most injuring him. Therefore, in summary, Yue'er wins. Chapter 140. The Silent Yuan. In Yuanming's words were absolutely fair. Yu and Yue'er both descended from the sky, returning to the surface of the sea god lake. Yue'er put away her black-level mecha, looking no different than before, but her gaze towards Yu had changed slightly. Yu, on the other hand, appeared much more disheveled, with a new scar on his back. Although it quickly healed, his upper body was bare, revealing a strong physique. "I've learned my lesson," Yu said to Yue'er with a serious expression. He didn't think he would definitely win. There was a reason he refrained from using his battle armor. As his cultivation level increased, he found it increasingly difficult to control his emotions. Therefore, during battles, he couldn't dare to go all out easily, as one misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. So, he didn't use his battle armor because he was afraid of losing control, not because he didn't want to use it. When Yue'er prepared to use the fixed position soul-guided artillery shells, he felt a jolt of fear. There was no doubt that if that artillery shell was fired, the situation would be unpredictable. Moreover, Yue'er's fixed position soul-guided artillery shells were not just one. Yue'er urged her lotus leaf forward, drifting towards Yu, and said straightforwardly, "You won. I choose you." Yu nodded at her, watching the girl approach. It was hard to connect her with the imposing black-level mecha she had been in earlier. Yue'er stood beside Yu, looking very calm, while everyone else subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. If this violent girl really followed Yu, he probably wouldn't have an easy life. The boys revealed a hint of schadenfreude. Yu felt a bit troubled. After battling Yue'er, he finally understood why the boys were reluctant to fight her. She was the kind of person who could easily fire fixed-position, soul-guided artillery shells. Yue'er glanced at Yu and said lightly, "Since you chose me, you can't choose anyone else. Otherwise, I'll blow you up." Yu's mouth twitched. "What was going on? You chose me." Yue'er replied, "It's the same." Yu fell silent. Was there really such a thing as forced selection? However, for some reason, after that battle, and feeling Yue'er's assertiveness, he suddenly had a special feeling in his heart. This was the first peer he had encountered who was even more assertive than he was, and she was a woman. Tang San smiled and said, "Congratulations, Yue'er. You've finally found someone suitable for you. Let's continue drawing lots." The next one is Yue'er. Yue'er's lotus leaf floated out slowly, her expression somewhat complicated. Gazing at the boys across from her, she looked at Yi Xinglan, standing next to LinYang. She bit her silver teeth, urged her lotus leaf, and swiftly approached LinYang. Without asking or making demands, she directly urged her lotus leaf to stand beside LinYang. LinYang smiled at her, and Yue'er also revealed a smile, exchanging a glance with him. Undoubtedly, among all the girls, Wu Sadeo was exceptionally outstanding in both appearance and temperament. Seeing her choose LinYang, many boys sighed slightly. The various girls each had their choices and concerns. After Yue'er and Long Yu's fierce battle, the fourth round clearly accelerated. However, some older girls did not make their choices and directly opted to withdraw from this round. Of course, since there was still one last round, they couldn't leave the matchmaking event just yet. They had to wait for the final round, where only then could the boys regain the initiative and confess their feelings to the girls they liked. Yue'er. Finally, it was the turn of this princess from the star Luo Empire. Yue'er's lotus leaf floated out slowly, her gaze fixed on LinYang, ensuring that in your eyes there was only me. Seeing that both sides of him were already occupied by Yi Xinglan and Wu Sadeo, Yue'er directly controlled her lotus leaf to position herself in front of him and then skillfully turn around. Crack! A sound of clenched fists came from not far away. LinYang turned to look, just in time to see Long Yu glaring at him fiercely. What are you doing? Do you want to have your cake and eat it too? Yue'er's cold voice rang out, and before anyone knew it, she had a hand cannon in her hand, directly pressed against Long Yu's waist. Long Yu looked at her, both amused and helpless. What are you doing? Yue'er replied, what do you think? Next up, it's your turn to choose, Junior. Yuan Yi Hui's lotus leaf glided out, and she appeared calm as ever. Her long red hair cascading over her shoulders, looking mysterious and alluring in the night. Without saying a word, she moved to LinYang's side, abandoning her lotus leaf, and stood on LinYang's lotus leaf. She didn't speak, but silently made her choice. Next came Su Xiaoyan and Zheng Eran, who stood in front of Yi Xinglan and Wu Sadeo, respectively, and lined up with Yue'er. Undoubtedly, they all chose LinYang. At this moment, among all the girls, only one person had yet to make a choice. According to the rules, the girl who did not take off her hat could only choose at the last moment in this round. Girl number 17, do you choose your desired boy? Tang Wulin's attention shifted from Yue'er to the girl, his gaze crossing over the 100-meter lake surface, directly landing on her. Everyone's eyes were also focused on her, especially those who had already guessed who she was. Under everyone's gaze, girl number 17 hesitated for a moment before gently shaking her head. Her movement was slight and simple, but it made Tang Wulin, who was standing on the lotus leaf, feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. She shook her head. She didn't choose. Yes, she didn't choose him, not even anyone else, and she hadn't taken off her hat. Undoubtedly, this meant she had no one she liked and was not interested in finding a partner at this matchmaking event. Tang Wulin felt as if his heart had been gripped by something, suddenly finding it hard to breathe. His eyes became a bit hazy, and a hint of bitterness appeared at the corner of his mouth. All the past memories surged in his heart. Why didn't you choose me? All encounters are a reunion after a long separation. Being underestimated for his dull talent, fighting with his roommates upon entering school, ending up in the last class. Everything was the work of fate. He had once felt helpless and confused, even with a strong mind. In the darkness, he was just a child. In the midst of it all, he waited for someone. Chapter 141. Rejection from the Silver Dragon King on that sunny day. With only a few wisps of light clouds in the sky and a faint floral fragrance in the gentle breeze, he unexpectedly encountered a pure white figure on the sweat-drenched playground. With a delicate face, long black hair, and black eyes, she seemed to possess a unique aura as she walked. Why are you wearing iron chains? To build my physique. The teacher has stricter requirements for me. You're amazing. During lunch, she seemed to take special notice of his astonishing appetite and handed him her own bun. I can't eat this, you can have it. This small gesture brought them closer together. Everything flowed so smoothly, like the care of an old friend. Her name was Guyu, reminiscent of a deep ancient well, harboring profound secrets. Like the soft cold moon, it brightened his gaze. He was the humble blue silver grass, while she was the favored child of elemental blessings, one flowing downstream and the other upstream, reuniting after a long separation in the rushing river of time. No matter what position I stand in, I'm invisibly embracing you. The tacit understanding in the promotion match and the cooperation in the Spirit Ascension platform made them true friends. When he returned, smelling of grilled meat, she could keenly sense that he had met with other girls. When he crystallized, fell from the air, she instinctively caught him in her body to prevent him from shattering. Indifferent to others, she only revealed a smile for him. Faced with the choice of whether to join the Tang sect, her answer was no. He was afraid that the people around him would leave one by one, just like his parents and sister did before. Who said I would leave? I just choose not to join the Tang sect. It doesn't mean I won't leave class 0. Joining any organization doesn't affect where I am. I won't leave. I will always be with you. In our youth, like a gentle stream, warm and close. On the Seoul Guide bus, the sea was to the east, boundless blue, the water blending perfectly with the sky. He gazed at the beautiful scenery rushing by outside the window, softly calling out his sister's name in a daze. Her silver figure flashed in his mind and vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to see her. She smiled slightly and handed him a cup of water, which was just plain water at a suitable temperature, yet it nourished his heart. The sunlight fell on her face, making her skin look crystal clear. She was so beautiful. The tipsy sunlight made her gently lean on his shoulder, her breathing gradually becoming calm. He unknowingly closed his eyes, feeling warm, and the fatigue quietly dissipated in this moment of warmth. Without excessive words, this scene felt like a black and white fragment of time. For you, though dead, I am not sad. At the great competition of the Sea and Heaven Alliance, she faced a surprise attack and had no time to react, only able to await her fate. Suddenly feeling warmth, he embraced her, using his back to bear everything. A bloom of bright red blood flowers blossomed in her eyes, while his face bore no sadness or regret, only a faint smile. How I wish to walk the path ahead with you, but I will not forget my original intention. I want to protect you like this forever, the you that I cherish. However, perhaps this is the last time. She panicked, consuming her own vitality to summon the purest life light to heal his damaged body. She didn't take care. She just wanted him to live well. You said that there is no contract in this world that can surpass the bond of life and death. After growing up, you are still you. Time flies like an arrow, and the months pass like a shuttle. 3 years have passed, and for some reason, her attitude towards him has changed. She is no longer as close as before, but rather somewhat distant. They arrived at the highest hall for assessment, succeeded, but she was unwilling. Unwilling. She hit you. I'm not happy. She turned her head to look straight into his eyes, without a hint of hesitation or nostalgia, plainly stating her reasons. Thank you. Thank you for still being the one who would risk everything for me. It turns out that nothing has changed. When I have the ability to obtain fairness, I will come again. She was put in a difficult position, and facing the elder's authority, he stood by her side, unafraid and neither servile nor overbearing. Because that troubled her was the person he wanted to protect. Excuse me, is there fairness at Shrek Academy? The answer was resolute and contemptuous. He felt powerless. Facing absolute strength, could he really not even protect his companions? He raised his head. 3 elders. I give up my qualification to enter Shrek Academy. One day, when I have the ability to obtain fairness, I will come again. For her, he was willing to give up his ideals. Even if the world forsakes you, I will walk alongside you. He did not return home all night. She waited silently. She leaned against a big tree, eyes closed, small droplets of dew hanging on her long eyelashes, illuminated by the dawn light, like a painting. He gazed at her, the scene deeply etched in his heart. You're awake. Why are you sleeping here? You were out late and hadn't returned. So I came to look for you. Seeing you in meditation, I didn't disturb you. She spoke very plainly, as if stating something trivial. He smiled slightly. For some reason, looking at the girl in front of him, he didn't want to say the words thank you. Life may not need grand gestures. Sometimes a simple, peaceful existence is enough. Xiexie's departure seemed to change everything. They began to drift apart. The feelings still existed, but the two were on opposing paths. And perhaps fate would be severed. What would always remain was the bond of martial souls and hearts. Were they not each other's bond? Everything, in the moment she shook her head, dissipated like smoke. Everything, at this moment, felt like a sharp blade descending from the heavens, severing heaven and earth. When he saw her at the Sea God Fate Blind Date Conference, she was even unwilling to reveal her face to him. Everything turned bitter, transforming into indescribable pain that permeated his heart. Brother. A soft call came from Nar. Tang San stiffly turned his head to look at her, smiling. Nar was taken aback. She had never seen her brother with such a smile, stiff and awkward, yet also carrying a hint of despair and loneliness. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her heart, a pain that was hard to describe. She instinctively tightened her grip on his hand. Wearing a hat and a veil, she watched him from afar. He couldn't see her, and her eyes were already misty with tears. He couldn't see her long eyelashes trembling gently. She longed to lift her veil, but she knew very well that she should cut ties when necessary. At Sea God Lake, the 4th round of the Sea God Fate Blind Date ended, and the 3-lifetime fate concluded. But in his heart, what he thought was a destined fate only earned a gentle shake of her head. Chapter 142. Fate of 3 lifetimes. The unspoken rejection left him feeling desolate. At this moment, he just wanted to leave this place quickly and find somewhere to bury himself. Well, since girl number 17 is unwilling to choose, we will not force her. However, because there is still the final segment, you cannot leave just yet. Please have all the girls return to their positions. Your previous choices have already been recorded. Next will be the final segment of our Sea God Fate Blind Date event, 100 Years of Harmony. According to the rules, in the 100 Years of Harmony segment, the power will be reversed, and the boys will make the final choice. If you choose the girl who just selected you, we will send our most beautiful blessings and congratulate you on successfully holding hands. In this segment, the Sea God's daughters who have already chosen boys will have 30 seconds each to say what they want to say to the boy they selected when he appears. Especially for the boys selected by multiple girls, our Sea God daughters must work hard to impress the man they love. If a boy chooses a girl who did not select him, then you'll have 1 minute to confess your feelings. However, I must remind you that if the girl you choose is not the one who previously selected you, the chance of failure will be very high. Historically, the failure rate for such choices in the Sea God Fate Blind Date event has exceeded 80%. At the same time, there's another rule you all should know. In this final segment, the successful couple may face someone trying to snatch their partner. During the snatching segment, you can face it together. As long as you can reach the shores of the Sea God Lake smoothly, you will be considered successful. All right, please get ready. 100 Years of Harmony will begin shortly. We will still arrange by drawing lots, and the first to appear is LinYang. Unexpectedly, you drew the first position directly. It seems we can congratulate you in advance, but those who want to snatch a partner can start preparing as well. Lan Muzi Gazet et LinYang. Eager to know what choice he would make. I choose Yuan in Yue'er, LinYang said calmly. From the moment I came to Shrek Academy, I chose her, and my choice remains the same. I accept your affection. Yuan in Yue'er finally smiled at this moment. The other 5 girls beside them 4 smiles, struggling to accept this reality, but feeling helpless nonetheless. All right, I announce that the first successful couple of this Sea God Fate Blind Date event is LinYang and Yuan in Yue'er. Congratulations to you both. You will receive the Sea God's blessing and the Academy's congratulations. May you be bound for 3 lifetimes and enjoy 100 years of harmony. A burst of light rose from afar at the shores of Sea God Lake, exploding into dazzling fireworks in the sky. Applause roared like thunder on the shore and across the lake, as the appearance of the first couple made everyone cheer with joy. As the fireworks faded, the lotus leaves beneath LinYang and Yuan in Yue'er turned to gold, sending them toward the shore. There was no snatching, only blessings. The two landed but did not leave. On the shore, Lu Jingyu, Su Yuqing, Luo Guixing, and Yang Yinxia were all waiting there. Lu Xingyu, Shu Yushang, and Luo Guixing were there because they had been rejected, while Yang Yinxia was there knowing that no one would choose him. LinYang turned around, and Yi Xinglan, Su Xiaoyan, Wu Saida, Zhang Aran, and Dai Yue'er directly exited to this place. Just then, a voice from the surface of Sea God Lake called out, "Next, Tang Wulin." LinYang looked at everyone and said, "You all leave first and wait for me at the Spirit Tower." "What's wrong?" Lu Jingyu said with a bitter smile. "Surely you don't expect us to congratulate you on your destined union?" LinYang replied seriously, "Just listen to me. No one is allowed to refuse." In the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. At this moment, it was a time of unprecedented change in Douluo Continent, and also the day that was said to be the end of the unfalling Shrek Academy. Yuan in Yue'er quietly said, "Just listen to him. Let us go to the Spirit Tower first, including you." She turned to gaze at Dai Yue'er, and if she was unwilling, Yuan in Yue'er would forcibly take her away. On the Sea God Lake, Tang Wulin also did not expect to be the second to be drawn. The lotus leaves beneath his feet naturally floated forward, arriving in front of the boys. He was already 18, he had grown up. As a man, no matter what happened, he would not allow himself to sink. Even if his heart was in great pain, he still had to stand straight like a man. Cowardice would never solve problems, nor would it earn sympathy. Only one girl had just chosen Tang Wulin, so now, please let this girl express her feelings to him. So, let's invite our dragon spear goddess. Yue'er, it's your turn. As Tang Yiming's words fell, the entire surface of Sea God Lake and the lakeshore fell silent. The sky was illuminated by the starlight, and under the starry sky, the shimmering surface of Sea God Lake reflected her stunning figure with silver-purple eyes. Her gaze was somewhat entranced, her eyes sparkling. She looked at him, no longer as a younger sister gazing at her brother. "Brother," Yue'er gently called out. "Yue'er, you." Tang Wulin frowned slightly. Yue'er smiled softly. "Brother, do you know? The moment you took me in when I was 3 years old, I had already fallen in love with you. For my sake, you used your not-so-strong body to block those bad people. You're not only kind, but also brave. You are much stronger than your peers. When you were 6 years old, your martial soul awakened, which was blue silvergrass. A recognized, useless martial soul, but fortunately, you awakened soul power at that time. Your ambition was to become a soul master. You didn't dare to think about being a battle armor master then, so you said you wanted to control mechas. Yue'er gazed at Tang San tenderly. At this moment, she saw only him. However, to become a soul master requires soul spirits, which also requires a lot of money. Our family is not wealthy. Mom and Dad have really worked hard. So, at just 6 years old, you chose to learn forging. I remember very clearly that at the beginning, you were so exhausted when you came home that you couldn't even muster a facial expression. You would collapse on the bed, and it seemed like you couldn't even hear me calling your name. But you didn't give up. You still persisted in practicing. Whenever you earned money, apart from saving a portion, the rest you spent on buying me candies. Those candies were so sweet. Do you remember? One day I asked you if I left. Would you miss me? Tang San listened dazedly to Yue'er's words, and his mind seemed to drift back 10 years, back to that home. Chapter 143. Tang San's choice. My aspiration is the stars and the sea. He was a boy with black hair, black eyes, and fair skin. Stepping alone into East Sea City, carrying dreams and venturing into the unknown. With a useless martial soul, blue silvergrass, and a meager innate soul power of level 3. In this vast city, he was ordinary, but even as small as a drifting seed of grass, he continued to fulfill his original intention. While others were still basking in the gentle teachings of their parents, he had lost his home. That warm silver light had faded from view, leaving a chill in his palm. If one day I leave, will you miss me? Of course, I will miss you, especially. The moist evening breeze brushed against his cheek. A warm feeling spread from his left atrium. He smiled, not bitterly, but with nostalgia for the past. In his heart, that silver girl had never gone far. She still lived in some corner of his memories, sweetly calling him brother under the sunset. I am Tang San. My aspiration is the stars and the sea. When the ordinary seed of grass sprouts into a lush prairie, will I be able to hold your hand again and return to that starry sea? Brother, I like you, I love you. I'm willing to spend all my future time accompanying you, being by your side. Let me love you, okay? I'm serious. Yue'er's expression was very serious. So serious that even Lu Chung, the sky Douluo, was somewhat shocked at this moment. Tang San's originally desolate and desperate heart could not help but ripple at this moment. If asked who was the most important woman in his heart, then his mother, Yue'er, and she would occupy an unshakable position. But he never expected that at this moment. Under the spotlight of the Sea God Fate Blind Date Conference, she would say such words to him. Yue'er, you are my sister. No, I am not. I'm just your Yue'er. We have no blood relation. I just want to be your Yue'er, not your sister anymore, she said stubbornly. Tang San's body trembled slightly. Time's up. Yue'er, for fairness, I cannot let you continue. Tang San's voice was somewhat strange. She couldn't help but be curious. At least compared to the vast majority of people who were now wide-eyed and incredulous at this scene, she had done quite well. Yue'er lowered her head, tears brimming in her eyes. She finally spoke the words in her heart, but there was one sentence she did not say. Brother, if you don't choose me then. Yue'er's words shook him to his core. He had vowed never to let Yue'er cry again. Yet unexpectedly, the person who made Yue'er cry was himself. Yue'er, why are you so silly? Yet for some reason, deep in his heart, there was an indescribable feeling. Just as Yue'er said, they were not biological siblings after all. Yue'er was his adopted sister, the sister he had cared for with his heart. Yue'er suddenly lifted her head, her gaze fixed on Tang San. If I hadn't left back then, you surely wouldn't have anyone else in your heart. Tang San's whole body shook. She was right. If she hadn't left back then, if she had always been by his side. After saying this, Yue'er looked behind her at the figure with the bamboo hat not far away. Lan Muzi and Tang Yiming's gazes were all focused on Tang San. Without Yue'er's words, Tang San would have chosen without hesitation. But now he hesitated. He didn't want to hurt Yue'er the most. What to do? Tang San was somewhat dazed, standing on the surface of a sea god lake, feeling a sense of confusion for the first time. If he had known returning to participate in the blind date conference would be like this, he would have rather not come. Looking at them, it was really difficult for him. San, please choose. Lan Muzi urged in a low voice. Tang San took a deep breath, as if all his strength was being summoned at this moment. He asked himself. The answer was exceptionally clear. He didn't want to hurt Yue'er, but he was even less willing to deceive her. Moreover, everything was so complicated. He didn't want to give up this opportunity, even if it seemed very slim. I am sorry, Yue'er. I choose girl number 17. When Tang San spoke these simple words, he almost used up all his strength. The audience erupted in exclamations. All the outer courtyard disciples could not fathom that, facing the dragon spear goddess's tearful proposal. He had not chosen her, but had chosen the girl number 17, who had not chosen him, and had not even revealed her face from the beginning. How is this possible? He didn't even choose the dragon spear goddess, but chose someone who didn't choose him at all. A faint light flickered in the air, and the lotus leaf of girl number 17 slowly floated out, coming to the forefront. Lan Muzi and Tang Yinmeng exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. They had not expected that Yue'er would actually be rejected. At the moment Tang San said those words, Yue'er's pretty face drained of color, instinctively taking a step back. Half of her foot stepping into the water, her body swayed, but she managed to steady herself. Lan Muzi swallowed hard, looking at girl number 17. According to the rules, you must now remove your bamboo hat and veil. Then he will have 1 minute to confess. Girl number 17 paused for a moment, then slowly raised her hands to remove the bamboo hat and veil from her head. It was a pale, pretty face with black hair and black eyes. And compared to Yue'er, she was not outstanding. Her face was already full of tears, uncontrollable tears. She looked at him, her lips trembling slightly. Tang San smiled. Seeing the tears on her face, he smiled, realizing she had feelings for him. Just seeing those tears made him suddenly feel that everything was worth it. You should choose her. Guyu turned her head to look at Yue'er's direction. Yue'er remained silent. Guyu said something inexplicable again. I don't want to win. Yue'er smiled. At that moment, her pale face was filled with a faint smile. She straightened her chest and looked proudly at Guyu. Some things are not up to you. Guyu closed her eyes, tears streaming down again. But do you know what a great price he will pay for such words? Our future will be so difficult. Yue'er firmly said, I don't care. I just hope to give him all of myself completely. Tang San looked at them in a daze. He didn't know their relationship was so close. What were they talking about? Why couldn't he understand a single word? Lan Muzi also couldn't understand. But the blind date conference had to continue. San, it's your turn. You have 1 minute. Chapter 144 Prelude to Disaster. Tang San shook his head, then looked at Guyu. I don't need a minute. I just need to ask her one question, and that's enough. Guyu, in this world, I've only loved one girl, and that is you. Do you love me? He had 1,000 words he wanted to say to her, but when he truly faced her, all he could utter was this one sentence, and that one sentence was enough. What he needed was an answer that could make him disregard everything, or an answer that could lead him into another world. His right hand raised, palm facing up, and golden scales spread from his wrist to cover his entire palm. Golden claws emerged, fingers curled back, the claws pointed directly above his head. An indescribable wave of intense blood energy suddenly burst forth from him. And at that moment, when the strong bloodline aura appeared, all soul masters present with dragon-type martial souls couldn't help but grunt, their faces pale. Even LinYang was no exception. How is this possible? Why is his blood energy so powerful? LinYang was astonished. It was one thing for Shrek Academy to have monsters like LinYang that could crush him, but how could Tang San's strength be so formidable? Brother, no. Yue'er screamed. But she didn't dare to move. She could clearly see that the golden dragon claw was radiating golden light, and Tang San only needed to drop his hand slightly to pierce through his own skull. I just need to know the answer in your heart. The true answer. Don't lie to me. From your eyes, from your bloodline, I can feel whether you are telling the truth. Tang San gazed intently at Guyu, not giving an inch. Guyu stared blankly at him, tears no longer flowing. Suddenly, she seemed to collapse entirely, vigorously nodding her head. The tears that had just stopped now flowed down in torrents. She couldn't help but squat down on the lotus leaf, unable to speak, just nodding vigorously. Tang San smiled. He smiled proudly, lowered his right hand, and took a step forward, already standing in front of her. He pulled her up from the lotus leaf and into his embrace. With a passionate dragon roar, a massive creature appeared beneath Tang San, lifting both of their bodies. The creature's strong hind legs supported itself beneath the waters of the sea god lake, and a part of its massive body exposed above the surface of the lake was already over 50 meters long. It was a Tyrannosaurus rex, a gigantic Tyrannosaurus rex, but it looked more like a real, indomitable existence rather than a soul spirit. The thick black scales, the huge crimson eyes, and that terrifyingly massive body all displayed its unmatched strength, the overwhelming power of the Earth Dragon. No matter how strong LinYang was, his mountain dragon king was merely a martial soul, whereas Tang San seemed to have summoned a real Tyrannosaurus rex, and not just any Tyrannosaurus rex, under the light. The dark scale showed a faint dark golden sheen. Yue'er buried her pretty face in Tang Wulin's shoulder, tightly embracing him. When she saw Tang Wulin raise the golden dragon claw above his own head, the tension that had been strung tight in her heart for years finally snapped. It shattered completely. She could no longer suppress the emotions deep within her heart, and they erupted uncontrollably, pouring out in a flood of tears. How could she forget the bits and pieces of their past, the warmth they had shared time and again? In the face of danger, he always stood unwaveringly in front of her. How could she forget everything? People are not made of wood. If the initial approach was for some purpose, as time passed, all those purposes had subtly faded away. Although she clearly knew she shouldn't feel this way, she initially didn't care, believing in her self-control. But when she realized everything had begun to spiral out of control, it was too late. Everything was already too late. Tang Wulin's figure had long since taken root deep within her heart. How could she easily push it away? So she refused to reveal her feelings from beginning to end. She would not. She even hoped he would fall in love with someone else. But when he spoke those words, she knew she was wrong. Amidst her tears, her heart was filled with comfort. All the impossibilities crumbled in the instant he raised his golden dragon claw. At this moment, she just wanted to hold him tightly, snuggling in his embrace, feeling the warmth that she hadn't experienced in over 3 years. She cried freely. All the pent-up emotions within her seemed to vanish without a trace in that instant. She didn't want to think about anything else. At this moment, she just wanted to quietly be a woman. Tang Wulin held her tightly. His heart suddenly felt full. When he saw her tear-streaked face, he knew she still liked him. Time had not diminished her feelings for him in the slightest. Those hurtful words from before were merely her mask. As for why she wore those masks, did it matter? Did it still matter now? Yue'er did not cry, nor was she sad. She was smiling, happily smiling, her smile filled with comfort. No one knew what she was smiling about, because at that moment, there were very few people who could see the smile on her face. The ceremony is complete. Congratulations to Wulin and Yue'er on their destined love. Wishing you a harmonious union for 100 years. Lan Yuzi's voice resonated throughout the venue. The Tyrannosaurus Rex slowly crouched, bringing them back to the surface of the water. A silver light flashed on Yue'er, and the next moment, she disappeared with Tang Wulin above the lake. Moreover, this time the teleportation distance was very far. Even on the shore, their figures were no longer visible. The Sea God Lake's Sea God Fate, without a doubt, would once again become a topic of discussion at the Sea God Fate matchmaking event. The surface of the Sea God Lake remained brilliantly radiant, but with their departure, it seemed slightly dimmer, as if the main characters had left. The quiet room was quite spacious, with an arched ceiling that spread out towards the surrounding walls, covered in large, intricate magic patterns. The entire room was at least 30 meters high, with a diameter exceeding 50 meters, an incredibly vast space. In the center of the room, 12 people sat cross-legged, forming a circle. They were all murmuring something. Surrounding the bodies of these 12 individuals were soul rings. If someone could see them, they would be shocked to find that all 12 possessed 8 soul rings, 8-ring soul Dalu, which was already at the pinnacle of the soul master realm. Yet, at this moment, such a large number of soul Dalu had gathered together for only one purpose. Chapter 145. God-slaying level soul guidance shell on the ground where they sat cross-legged, the magical patterns became increasingly complex. More terrifyingly, around these magical patterns, there were streams of blood flowing, forming grooves carved by the magical patterns, where the blood continuously changed. In the outer circle of the room, over 100 people stood, all dressed in black, wearing black hoods that only revealed their left hands. The blood was flowing down from the cut wrist to their left hands. A faint smell of blood permeated the air, instilling a strong sense of fear in the entire room. Yet this intense blood energy fluctuation could not be transmitted outside. What was happening? What had occurred to create such a scene? In the very center of the circle, where the 12 soul Dalu were seated, there was a purple-black 6-pointed star on the ground, from which a heavy bloody aura was released. There stood a towering object, 3 meters tall, entirely purple-black, covered in countless magical patterns and radiating light. Its top was conical, extending downward, resembling a pair of wings spread open. The massive energy around it surged into it like rivers flowing into the sea, and it absorbed the vast energy and blood like a bottomless pit. Not only that, but in an adjacent room, there was another identical place, except that in that room, the central core was entirely dark green, with even more bizarre and changing magical patterns. Whether it was the 100 black-clad individuals in the outer circle or the 12 soul, full-level powerhouses in the inner circle, Their bodies were gradually becoming shriveled due to the loss of energy. However, within these two rooms, there was never a sound to be heard. It was too slow. A somewhat dissatisfied voice sounded, and a wind blade instantly swept across their necks. Puff! The 12-soul Douluo, along with over 100 evil spirit masters above the soul emperor level, were directly killed in an instant. A young man with light blue hair appeared in the room, controlling their bodies and forcefully smashing them towards the god-slaying destruction of heaven and earth. The legendary 12-level god-slaying soul guidance shell. LinYang waved his hand to collect the god-slaying devourer of heaven and earth. The sentimental law of Tang sect was not in Shrek City, making it meaningless to attack the Tang sect headquarters. What LinYang wanted was simply to kill the Titan Douluo and then become the new Sea God Pavilion Master. Nothing more. Tang sect. After Guo Xiaoxiu handled a series of official duties, a thoughtful expression emerged in her eyes. At that moment, a deep voice came in. Xiaoxiu, what are you thinking? So lost in thought, how about we grab a drink? Zhao Song, the master of the strength hall of the outer three halls of Tang sect, walked in from outside, rubbing his bald head with a cheerful smile. He had a very good relationship with Guo Xiaoxiu. They were about the same age and were partners in training back in the day, but later chose different paths in their cultivation. They both joined Tang sect at the same time and later became high-ranking members of Tang sect. Although Guo Xiaoxiu's position was somewhat higher than Zhao Song's in Tang sect, it never affected their brotherly bond. Guo Xiaoxiu said, "No drinks. There have been too many matters in the sect recently, and both pavilion masters are not present. The elders in the worship hall are not taking care of things, so I have to handle it." Zhao Song replied, "Haven't you dealt with the aftermath in Tianzhou City yet? Isn't it almost finished?" Guo Xiaoxiu sighed and said, "The Holy Spirit Church has reappeared after so many years of hiding, and their organization is very tight. Although the aftermath work in Tianzhou City is nearing completion, we still haven't been able to locate the main forces of the Holy Spirit Church. The deputy pavilion master personally stationed there, yet there are still no clues. Only catching 2 or 3 small cats." According to the pavilion master's analysis, the recent large-scale actions of the Holy Spirit Church must not only be targeting Tianzhou City. They could strike anywhere, so we must remain vigilant. Zhao Song frowned. "You're right, those damned bastards. If I find them, I'll definitely twist their heads off and use them as night pots." Guo Xiaoxiu chuckled. You're still that same temper. Your outer hall has been quite busy lately. Fine, I'll go drink with you. It's important to relax at times. Where's Liang Xiaoyu? Call him along. Okay. As night fell, Tang's sect gradually quieted down. Tang Lin and Guyu stood in a clearing far from the sea god lake. Tonight was dark and windy, with no stars in sight, creating a strong sense of oppression. At that moment, the originally pitch-black night sky suddenly brightened, causing Tang Lin and Guyu to look up. They witnessed a strange scene. In the sky, clusters of light were pulling dazzling tails, breaking through the air, and the light grew increasingly intense, clearly heading towards Shrek Academy. Missile? Or fixed soul guidance shells. An enemy attack. It's actually an enemy attack. Shrek City, the largest city on the continent. Although Shrek Academy was merely an academy, it had its own military within Shrek City, a military belonging solely to Shrek. The number was not large, only 30,000, which was the maximum allowed by the Federation for Shrek City's military. However, they were all well-equipped with over 5,000 mecha soldiers, a whole 5 mecha divisions. Coupled with the many top powerhouses of Shrek Academy, with a history of 20,000 years, it was hailed as the unfalling Shrek. Who could have imagined that someone would dare to attack Shrek City, and that the missile swarm, resembling a meteor shower, appeared to have as many as 100 missiles? Fixed soul guidance shells could reach far, but Shrek City's missile defense system was no decoration. If these missiles truly came from outside the city, they would have been destroyed long before reaching a certain distance from Shrek City. Yet these missiles had arrived right above Shrek Academy, and from the looks of it, they were scattered enough to cover the entire inner city of Shrek. Tang Lin stared at the missile swarm that looked like a meteor shower, his whole being momentarily frozen. What was going on? An actual attack targeting Shrek. This was simply unbelievable. At that moment, shadows shot up from the direction of Sea God Island, instantly rushing into the sky. At first, only 7 figures ascended, followed by dozens of figures rising one after another. They were the powerful beings from the inner academy of Shrek Academy. The first 7 beams of light were the most dazzling, each containing immense power. As they ascended, other lights followed suit, dispersing to meet the falling fixed soul guidance shells in the air. Chapter 146. Attack on Shrek City. Hey, we are still partners. Isn't it too much to kill our comrades like this? The girl's voice echoed in LinYang's ears. He did not turn back, but said, to destroy the god-slaying level soul-guided artillery shell of Shrek Academy. As the next Sea God Pavilion Master, I must personally launch it. Nanali, how about joining me in the Sea God Pavilion and becoming the Vice Master? LinYang turned to look at this dark bell, one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Holy Spirit sect, possessing spiritual power at the spirit domain level, and being a level 98 super Douluo. Nanali looked like a girl in her teens, with big innocent eyes and a cute appearance, her hair styled in 2 buns, which added to her youthful vigor. Dressed in a short top and skirt, she revealed her fair arms and thighs. She bit into a lollipop and said with a frown, but the master doesn't allow it. How about you join our Holy Spirit sect? I can help you become an elder of the sect. LinYang stared at her and said, I'll give you a set of 4-character battle armor. I've met the Pavilion Master, Nanali replied. Above Shrek Academy, the first loud explosion rang out. The intense roar and explosion resembled a giant firework, illuminating the sky above Sea God Island as bright as day. What terrifying explosive power! This must be at least a level 7 fixed soul-guided artillery shell, right? Boom, boom, boom. One after another, explosions erupted in the sky like brilliant fireworks. Fixed soul-guided artillery shells have been the most terrifying weapons for over 10,000 years, and those above level 7 were classified as strategic weapons. At this moment, none of the artillery shells exploding in the sky were below level 7. The initially ascending top-tier powerhouses were fine, but the students from Shrek Academy's inner courtyard who followed were forced to fall back to the ground amidst the increasingly terrifying energy turbulence. As the horrifying explosions continued, those figures rising into the air managed to detonate all the fixed soul-guided artillery shells in the sky, preventing any from landing in the city. In the distance, more and more figures soared into the air from both the inner and outer cities. Shrek City gathered countless powerful individuals, not only from Shrek Academy, but also from Tang sect. Many figures detonated the incoming fixed soul-guided artillery shells, and for a moment, the entire sky above Shrek City seemed like a sea of fireworks. Energy waves began to descend from the sky, and even those standing on Sea God Island could feel the terrifying pressure. If these destructive shockwaves were to hit the ground, the entire city would undoubtedly face a catastrophic disaster. At that moment, circles of strong light rose up, forming shields. First, the inner city of Shrek illuminated, followed closely by the outer city of Shrek Academy, with 2 layers of shields holding up against the shockwaves, keeping them out. Although they caused intense ripples, they managed to exclude those shockwaves. Hundreds of level 7 and above fixed soul-guided artillery shells represented an astronomical amount of money. Could this be an attack from the Federation against Shrek City? Or was it from the Holy Spirit sect? The former was impossible, as countless high-ranking officials in the Federation had graduated from Shrek Academy. Moreover, Shrek Academy had always remained neutral and had never influenced the Federation's decisions, only protecting the purity of Shrek City. But if it were the latter, it would be far too terrifying. A Dark Soul Master sect, a horrifying organization, could control so many fixed soul-guided artillery shells. What did that mean? If there was no collusion with the Federation, who would believe it? The fixed soul-guided artillery shells must not be allowed to fall. Otherwise, Shrek City would undoubtedly face a disaster as terrifying as that of Heavendo City. Once it reached the level of a level 9 fixed soul-guided artillery shell, it would not be something the city's protective shields could easily withstand. Even a super Douluo would not dare to confront it head-on. At Sea God Pavilion, the moment the attack occurred, the Sea God Fate matchmaking event ended. Under the command of the sky-raising Douluo, all students enter the shelter. He had an ominous premonition, all because of one person, LinYang. He had not appeared. After the Sea God Fate event ended, as the heir to the Sea God Pavilion Master, he should have appeared immediately, but he mysteriously disappeared. Yue'er felt a strong sense of foreboding. He had to preserve the fire for Shrek Academy and instructed Lan Yuzi that if he encountered any misfortune, he must protect Tang Lin and Yue'er. As the Sea God Pavilion Master, sky-raising Yue'er stood at the top of Sea God Pavilion, with Holy Spirit Douluo beside him, along with Light and Dark Douluo along Yue'er. The 3 titled Douluos gazed into the sky. Yue'er finally understood why he felt such intense unease. The trouble was not elsewhere, but in Shrek City, particularly Shrek Academy. As the Sea God Pavilion Master, he could never have imagined that someone would dare to attack Shrek City. His face had turned ashen. Yali tightened her grip on Yue'er's hand, feeling a nervousness she hadn't experienced in years. At this moment, she was extremely anxious. They all knew that since the Holy Spirit sect dared to attack Shrek City, they must have considerable confidence. Times have truly changed. Light and dark along U.S. sneered. It seems our Shrek hasn't shown its fangs for too long, allowing anyone to take aim at us. Yuan, has Shrek's influence on the Federation weakened so much? How did so many fixed soul-guided artillery shells come here? And they were shot from the outer city at such close range. What's going on? When did Shrek City's defenses become so fragile? Faced with long, Yue'er's accusations, Yuan was left speechless. Yes, Shrek City had been at peace for too long. The unfalling Shrek City was a shared thought among everyone. Who would have thought someone would dare to attack Shrek? He understood all too well what it meant to be attacked so closely by so many fixed soul-guided artillery shells. At this moment, this limit, Douluo couldn't help but clench his fists. But he knew he had to remain calm and maintain control of the situation. The enemy's attack was far from simple. Just then, a slight tremor shook the ground, and both Yuan and Long Yue's expressions changed simultaneously. Deep rumbles echoed from afar. This time not from the sky, but from the ground. Chapter 147. The Unfaltering Shrek Fallen. From a bird's-eye view, one could see mushroom clouds suddenly rising outside Shrek City, accompanied by the horrific sounds of explosions that seemed to gather the cries of countless civilians. It has begun. It has finally begun. Since the enemy could deliver fixed-position, soul-guided artillery shells to the outer city for close-range fire, they naturally also had the means to detonate them directly in the outer city. Shrek City is the largest city on the continent, with the most populous inhabitants, and almost everyone takes pride in being a citizen of Shrek City. Yet at this moment, an unprecedented disaster has suddenly descended. Yuan's face turned pale. The entire army of Shrek City had already mobilized, just as the danger appeared. He had issued orders to seal off all streets, close the outer city, and prohibit entry and exit, strictly inspecting the outer city. But just a few minutes after the order was given, violent explosions responded to him. The explosions in the sky were like fireworks, but the explosions on the ground were utterly destructive. After 15 explosions, who knows how many innocent civilians had perished as a result. There is no doubt that this is a premeditated war. Yes, a war, not merely a terrorist attack. It is even more a disaster, a sudden calamity without any warning. Every city has various sophisticated detectors to identify all explosive materials. Dangerous items like fixed-position, soul-guided artillery shells must be dealt with immediately upon detection. Yet in Shrek City, in the unfaltering Shrek, the appearance of so many high-level fixed-position, soul-guided artillery shells without anyone noticing signifies what? It signifies that the enemy has means of deception, and it also means that Shrek City is no longer a solid unit. Damn it, Yue'er exclaimed, ready to rush out, but was pulled back by Yuan. The enemy's attack would certainly not end here. Whether it is Shrek Academy or the Tang San headquarters, they are all located in the inner city of Shrek. Their attack in the outer city has caused significant damage, but it is not enough to harm the foundation of Shrek City. Therefore, this attack is far from over. At this moment, if they panic and are thrown into disarray by the enemy, then an even greater disaster will ensue. Tang San members, please save the dying and heal the injured. I entrust the outer city to you. Yuan's voice carried far away. With a flash of light, the light and dark Dalu, Long Yu, suddenly soared into the sky, unable to contain himself any longer. Yuan raised his hand, but ultimately did not stop him. He could not stop this person. Taking a deep breath, Yuan calmly held the hand of the Holy Spirit Dalu, Yue'er. I'm already a sinner of Shrek, but I must protect Shrek. Above the spirit transmission tower, Yuan and Yue'er and others were all pale. They could hear the explosions in the outer city and see the mushroom clouds rising in the distance. Their minds were completely blank. This was simply unimaginable. They didn't even know where the enemy was, and this horrific disaster had already occurred. The energy storm in the sky still had not dissipated, but those mushroom clouds were unknown to how many lives they were consuming. At that moment, Yuan and Yue'er suddenly noticed that everything in Shrek Academy had turned purple without warning. The sky turned purple, and the earth reflected the same color. When that terrifying purple appeared, the figures that had previously risen from Shrek Academy all vanished within that purple, disappearing without a trace as if they had been obliterated from this world. The sky-soaring Yuan visibly trembled for a moment, and the next moment, he took the hand of the Holy Spirit Dalu, Yue'er, and soared into the sky. The purple in the sky grew denser. Even the golden light emitted by the golden tree house began to shatter gradually. A brilliant light erupted from Yuan, trying to break free from that purple. But the purple light was terrifying. Just then, a massive purple skull appeared in the sky. The diameter of the purple skull was nearly a kilometer, and it opened its mouth, spewing forth a stream of flames downwards. Atop the skull, 9 individuals sat cross-legged, all clad in black robes. The black robes had green luminescent edges, and 9 soul rings rose around them. The person at the core had 9 soul rings, among which was 1 orange and 4 red. The rest were all black. Yunming, did you expect this? Your Shrek has met its end today. From this day forth, there will be no more Shrek in the world, no more Tang sect. The massive purple skull unleashed a deep purple flame that collided with Yunming's gun intent. The sky-soaring gun exploded with brilliant light, and the light released from the golden tree suddenly converged, landing on Yunming. Instantly, his entire body turned into a radiant gold. The heavy and magnificent 4-character battle armor covered his body, and at this moment, he resembled a war god. However, because the energy of the golden tree was being drawn inward, concentrated on him alone, Tang San and the others watched through the window as everything around the golden tree and Sea God Island rapidly disintegrated under the terrifying purple light. Level 12. How dare you defy the heavens and use a level 12 fixed position soul-guided artillery shell? Yunming's roar echoed in the air. The terrifying energy fluctuations exploded violently above the entire Shrek Academy. It's over. Shrek Academy is finished. Who could have imagined such a terrifying scene would unfold? The continent's top academy, the unfaltering Shrek, has fallen. Sky soaring, sun shooting. At that moment, a loud shout suddenly came from outside. The fragments of the disintegrating Sea God Pavilion suddenly froze, and in that moment, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. In the sky-soaring Douluo Yunming's expression was calm and serious, but deep within his eyes was boundless sorrow. As the current Sea God Pavilion Master, he had to watch helplessly as Shrek Academy was doomed at his hands. A legacy of over 20,000 years was about to be severed. His feelings at this moment are unimaginable. Level 12 fixed position soul-guided artillery shells are attacks that cannot be assessed in any way. In the world, only 3 of these ultimate weapons have been developed throughout human history. Countless efforts were made by the Federation to finally develop these 3 level 12 fixed position soul-guided artillery shells. However, the Federation had announced at that time that they would cease the continued development of such super-destructive weapons. With the resources of the Douluo Continent, it would be impossible to create a 4th shell. Chapter 148. Holding up the sky. Shooting the sun. These 3 level 12 fixed soul-guided artillery shells were born 2,000 years ago, and after their birth, human technology stagnated for a full millennium because the resources they consumed were simply too immense. These 3 level 12 fixed soul-guided artillery shells are guarded by the Federation in the most stringent manner, serving as the ultimate weapon for the entire Douluo Continent. They have another title called God Slayer. This means that these 3 fixed soul-guided artillery shells are believed to have the ability to slay gods. Their power is unimaginable. No one has ever tested their might. Even below level 12, there are no level 11 fixed soul-guided artillery shells left. However, the Federation has always prioritized them at the highest level. If one day they are truly to be used, it must be unanimously approved by the entire Federation Council. If even one vote is against, they cannot be used. Who would have thought that such a terrifying existence, the ultimate weapon of the entire continent, would appear here, at Shrek Academy? The power of a level 12 fixed soul-guided artillery shell is enough to completely annihilate the entire Shrek city. The titled Douluos who had ascended earlier were all obliterated in this terrifying and sudden explosion, and the once formidable Shrek Academy was turned to ashes in an instant. This is the terror of technology. This is what humanity's research into technology has truly wrought. Yunming raised the sky holding gun high, and the life energy from the golden tree burst forth with dazzling brilliance, falling upon this level 12 fixed soul-guided artillery shell from Shrek Academy, named Destruction of the God Slayer. At this moment, from his perspective, he could see the entire Shrek city crumbling. A bitter smile flowed from the corner of his mouth as his level 4 battle armor suddenly ignited fiercely. Even with his peak Douluo's power, he could not contend with the Godslayer's might of the level 12 fixed soul-guided artillery shell. But if he wanted to escape, no one could stop him. But could he leave? He could not. The destruction of Shrek Academy was inevitable, and as the current Sea God Pavilion Master, he had no choice but to stay. He could not abandon them. He could see the cold and mocking gazes of the evil soul masters on the gigantic skull in the distance, and he could clearly feel the end of lives within Shrek City. But no matter how much regret he felt, it was too late to change the situation before him. How did this happen? Why did the level 12 fixed soul-guided artillery shells leak? Why had Shrek City's defenses weakened so much after years of peace? If these two fixed soul-guided artillery shells had not been fired nearby, but rather from outside the city, it would at least not have caused such a catastrophic disaster. Countless thoughts flashed through Yuanming's mind in an instant, but there was only one thing he could do now. Hold up the sky, shoot the sun. The blinding golden light engulfed him completely, and the golden light surged explosively. Behind him, golden rays began to appear, intertwining with one another to form a strange, massive rune. Once this rune appeared, the entire space suddenly froze. Even the 9 evil soul masters on the distant skull were stunned. With a wave of that evil soul master's right hand, the skull beneath him suddenly retreated far away, instantly reaching 100 miles away. His face darkened as he uttered 2 words, divine position. The golden rays swiftly took shape, and a cry of despair echoed beneath Yuanming. No, Brother Ming. Yuanming slowly lowered his head, looking affectionately at the stunning face below. I have no face to meet the ancestors of Shrek. Farewell, Yali. Take care of yourself, and preserve the last seed for Shrek. After saying this, the sky holding gun in his hand suddenly shook, and the golden rays behind him abruptly collapsed. As they disintegrated, countless dazzling golden lights erupted, instantly spreading across the entire Shrek city, completely enveloping it. Yuanming had been advancing as a peak Douluo for several decades. During these years, he had been exploring the limits of humanity and seeking a path to another world. He could not feel the presence of the divine realm. Only when one reached his level would they understand that the divine realm is real, but it does not connect with the mortal world. To truly become a god, one must recreate the divine realm. Among all the sea god pavilion masters, Yuanming's cultivation could definitely be considered among the best. He did not know if he would succeed in his lifetime, but he had always been striving, at least paving the way for future generations. He believed that in the near future, humanity would surely walk out again and recreate the divine realm. The divine position behind him was what he had initially created, preparing to venture beyond space in the future. The existence of the divine position was recorded in ancient texts. When his divine position became strong enough for him to create a divine realm, at least covering the Douluo Continent, he would have succeeded. Unfortunately, his decades of effort had only barely scratched the surface. Even if everything went smoothly, he would never truly create a divine realm in this lifetime. All he could do was leave behind his experiences. At this moment, Shrek Academy suddenly faced such a catastrophic disaster. When he unreservedly released his incomplete divine position, he briefly became a god. The collapse of the divine position, the fall of the divine, unleashed energy that represented the peak of his life's achievements. A level 12 Godslayer fixed soul-guided artillery shell succeeded. They successfully slayed gods, but Yuanming also used his last strength to mitigate their terrifying destructive power. The purple light was forcibly absorbed into the air beneath the golden balance, with the 2 colors colliding and intertwining, constantly disintegrating and shattering. Yuanming's body gradually became ethereal. No matter how hard Yali tried, she could not rise into the air. Yuanming lowered his head. He did not look at the collision in the sky anymore, because he had done his best. He had released everything he could. At this moment, all that remained in his eyes was reluctance. He was reluctant to leave Shrek Academy, and even more so, to leave his beloved. He could only see Yali's lips moving, but he could not hear what she was saying. He saw her tears streaming down her face, and her eyes seemed on the verge of collapse. He softly said, "For Shrek, live on." After saying this, he suddenly spread his arms wide. As the light from his right hand dimmed, the sky-holding gun fell from the sky into Yali's hands, with the final divine power bestowed upon it. This sky-holding gun finally broke free from the range of the martial soul and truly solidified into a physical form. With his arms wide open, Yuanming's golden radiance soared to its peak, resembling a true sun. In the next moment, he shot towards the massive skull in the distance. Chapter 149. Ambush on the light and dark daw. The last radiance of the sky, the 9 evil soul masters atop the giant skull were simultaneously horrified, as the massive skull accelerated with all its might. At this moment, Yuanming was no longer just a limit Douluo, but a fallen god, and the overwhelming power of his final fall was not something they wished to collide with. However, how could they escape from the speed of God? Amidst the brilliant golden light, the enormous skull was devoured in an instant, and the entire sky transformed into a blinding white. The night seemed to be dispelled by that intense light, and the power of the god-slaying, fixed-position soul guide cannon was finally absorbed by the last divine radiance. All life forms shrouded in white light could only prostrate on the ground, oppressed by the terrifying energy as the white light lingered like Yuanming's unwilling thoughts. Everything came too suddenly, too suddenly. Such a powerful Shrek Academy completely collapsed overnight. In this vast war that resembled a divine conflict, they were so weak, facing only the result of this war. Under that terrifying collision, they were like ants, unable to do anything. Time passed, and gradually, everything seemed to fade away. The Holy Spirit, Yali, lay on the ground in the distance, unconscious, and looking around. All was silent. From beginning to end, the entire process seemed to last only a few minutes, and the once dominant Shrek Academy, with over 20,000 years of legacy, was thus extinguished. The red dragon Douluo Yue'er, the blazing dragon Douluo Yue'er, the silver moon Old Kai, the light and dark Douluo Yue'er, and countless other powerful figures from Shrek Academy had all vanished in that god-slaying destruction, completely gone. This was not a war. It was a disaster. The Shrek Academy, one of the four strongest forces on the continent, had perished. The most prosperous city on the continent, home to tens of millions, had fallen, along with millions of its citizens. It could be said that since the existence of humans on Douluo Continent, this was the greatest disaster, an unprecedented calamity. Where is the light and dark Douluo going? Three figures appeared outside Shrek City, one of whom was in a terrible state. Light and dark Douluo Yue'er, who had not died in this catastrophe, but had escaped at the last moment. However, at this moment, she was blocked by two of the four kings of the Holy Spirit Church, the Blood Demon Douluo and the Demon Bell Douluo, known as the Dark Blood Demon and the Dark Bell. With just you two, do you think you can stop me? The light and dark Douluo scoffed, black and white energy swirling around her as she unleashed the aura of a limit Douluo and a quasi-god. LinYang Fastness. This was the name of her forward battle armor. Accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, her appearance began to regain its youth. Her black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her stunning beauty, under the backdrop of the dragon's roar, gave an extraordinary feeling. At this moment, she was severely injured from the residual attack of the god-slaying level soul guide cannon. The attack that could directly melt a super Douluo was not easy to withstand, even for her as a limit Douluo. Facing a limit Douluo and a super Douluo, if she didn't exert her full strength, she feared she would die here. Nanali smiled and said, "It's not just us." As she spoke, her right hand gently waved in the air, and circles of soul rings rose beneath her feet, 6 black and 3 red, totaling 9 soul rings. Seeing her soul ring configuration, even the powerful light and dark couldn't help but change her expression slightly. Among the titled Douluos, those who could achieve such a soul ring ratio were almost all at the limit Douluo level, the strongest group on the continent today. The Holy Spirit Church had 1 emperor, 2 emperors, and 4 kings. If the 4 kings had this level, how powerful must the emperor and the 2 emperors be? In the light and dark Douluo's impression, she could only confirm that 2 of the emperor and 2 emperors were super strong individuals she had encountered, but they were all from a later era. One of them had once narrowly lost to the Sky Doa Yuanming, but managed to retreat unscathed, disappearing from history. The unknown is the most terrifying. Who would have thought that the Holy Spirit Church would re-emerge after 10,000 years of silence? A decade ago, the Holy Spirit Church had once brought disaster, but unfortunately, they encountered a generation of prodigies, the Shrek 7 monsters during Tang Sect's revival. Especially the core figure of Tang Sect at that time, the founder of the Spirit Transmission Tower, Ling Bing de Yuhao. Ling Bing de Luo led the Shrek 7 monsters of that era to completely defeat the Holy Spirit Church and captured almost all of its high-ranking members. This led many to believe that the Holy Spirit Church had become dust in history at that time. But who knew that after 10,000 years of accumulation, the Holy Spirit Church would reappear and, upon its return, shock the world with a god-slaying fixed-position soul guide cannon that destroyed Shrek City? The audacity of the Holy Spirit Church to return must be backed by terrifying strength. But as this strength gradually began to reveal itself, it still weighed heavily on her heart. A pitch-black bell appeared in the hands of the dark bell Douluo, its surface adorned with strange runes that glowed green and emitted faint green smoke, incredibly bizarre. Beneath her feet, circles of light began to expand outward, while a layer of dark green battle armor swept up, covering her entire body. Facing the light and dark Douluo, no matter how arrogant one might be, they would not dare to be careless. An eerie wailing sound was released, as if countless people were choking and lamenting. She shook the large bell, over a meter in diameter, and instantly, a crisp, ringing echoed, sending out a wave of sound that merged with the light emitted from the rings beneath her feet. The sound wave presented itself in a greenish hue, tangible and substantial as it spread outward. Following that sound wave, countless dark green, vengeful spirits surged forth with a mournful roar, bursting out like a geyser. In terms of levels, the Dark Douluo was still at a disadvantage compared to the light and dark Douluo. She was a level 98 Super Douluo, although they were only one level apart. That level was like heaven and earth, not to mention that limit Douluos had 3 realms above, meaning they were directly separated by 3 major realms. Her battle armor was merely at the 3-word level, and the gap between 3-word and 4-word battle armors was also enormous. But it was not just her alone fighting the light and dark Douluo. If it were only her, she might not even have the chance to escape. After the Dark Douluo made her move, the Blood Demon Douluo beside her also attacked. Chapter 150. Dark Blood Demon. The Dark Blood Demon is a tall and slender middle-aged man, entirely concealed within a dark red cloak. His martial soul is also very peculiar, resembling a dark red vengeful spirit, hence the name Blood Demon. He is extreme Douluo, a demigod-level figure, skilled in various curses, making him a formidable opponent for any soul master. Among the 4 Dark Kings, the Dark Blood Demon is known for his mystery and eeriness. Behind him stands a figure approximately 3 meters tall, entirely dark red, with a face as black as ink, only 2 clusters of blood-red flames for eyes flickering and burning. He has 9 soul rings, all pitch black, merging seamlessly with his own black and red colors. The vengeful spirit does not appear human-shaped. Instead, it resembles a bulging mound, with the surrounding air seeming out of place due to its presence. The Dark Blood Demon is undoubtedly the purest evil soul master. When his martial soul first awakened, it was extremely weak, lacking any accompanying soul power, appearing to be a useless martial soul that couldn't be cultivated. At that time, he was ridiculed by his peers, especially those who had successfully awakened their martial souls and gained soul power. Orphaned at a young age, he was raised by his grandfather, who passed away when he was 8. It was on the day of his grandfather's death that the course of the Dark Blood Demon's life began to change. On that day, his martial soul, which had long been awakened but remained a mystery to him, suddenly manifested. He saw his martial soul, which looked like a mass of air, move towards his grandfather's corpse and make a swallowing motion, as if something was being drawn out from within his grandfather's body. He even seemed to hear his grandfather scream, yet he was completely unaware of what was happening. This was when his martial soul first revealed itself, a grotesque entity resembling a vengeful spirit. After devouring his grandfather's soul, it manifested a faint red hue, allowing its true form to be vaguely seen. Initially, after his martial soul awakened, he was even considered to be without a martial soul. To his surprise, an unprecedented energy appeared within him. The Dark Blood Demon was stunned. He later realized that this energy was soul power, and after consuming his grandfather's soul, he gained his first level of soul power. His first reaction was that this was a gift from his grandfather, and having soul power filled him with immense joy. He sought out a Junior Soul Master Academy and was allowed to join due to his soul power. However, he soon discovered that none of the cultivation methods, including meditation, suited him. His meager first-level soul power showed no improvement even after 6 months of training. As a result, he was expelled from the school for his inability to progress. At that time, the Dark Blood Demon suddenly recalled his situation when he first gained soul power and wondered if it had something to do with the deceased. He found a funeral home and lingered there for a while, eventually making a breakthrough. Whenever someone died, he would eagerly approach to sense it. Through experimentation, he discovered that he could feel a difference in souls that had just recently died, allowing him to absorb power from them. In less than a month, his soul power skyrocketed to level 10. However, lacking funds, he could not purchase soul spirits. As he continued to consume souls at the funeral home without knowing what to do, about a month later, his body unexpectedly formed a soul ring, granting him his first soul skill, Soul Devour. This skill enabled him to absorb souls more rapidly, not just from the deceased, but also from weak individuals or children, causing them to weaken. This discovery set him on a new path. Lacking education and having experienced the harshness of human relationships, the Dark Blood Demon was overjoyed with his Soul Devour skill, completely oblivious to its dangers. He began experimenting with it, discovering patterns. Not only could he absorb the souls of frail humans, but also those of weaker beings, such as small animals. One day, after he used Soul Devour on a seriously ill person who quickly died, he realized the problem with his skill. However, by then, it was too late for him to turn back. Soul Devour accelerated his cultivation speed dramatically, and even his mental strength surged rapidly as he continuously absorbed souls. Compared to his previous efforts, which yielded no results, this was like night and day. In this situation, he gradually descended into darkness. As his power grew, the effects of his first soul skill, Soul Devour, became increasingly significant and dangerous. When he broke through to level 20 soul power and gradually obtained his second soul skill, he could now target ordinary people. At that point, he had truly become an evil soul master. Initially, he was cautious about his consumption, but later, he became almost brazen. From merely absorbing certain souls to causing death, he gradually grew addicted to this method of cultivation. The Dark Blood Demon discovered that if he could devour a living person to death, the gains were the greatest, as the complete soul provided him with the most benefits. Later, he found that absorbing the souls of soul masters yielded even better results, with stronger soul masters providing even greater enhancements. Thus, he embarked on an irreversible path, quickly becoming a well-known figure among evil soul masters. He was soon targeted by soul master organizations, and joining the Holy Spirit sect became a natural progression, leading him to eventually become the foremost among the 4 Dark Kings. Even among soul masters, his cultivation speed was exceptionally fast, and his combat power was extremely formidable, with especially powerful mental strength, making him a terrifying presence that was omnipresent and insidious. Chapter 151. The Outsider can be said that the Dark Blood Demon is second only to the Ghost Emperor in terms of the number of lives taken within the Holy Spirit Church, even surpassing the Underworld Emperor Holosa. Wherever he goes, nothing is left behind, whether human or other life forms, as long as they have souls. They're all targets for him to devour. However, he is also in great pain because the excessive consumption of souls leaves a trace of consciousness from each soul in his spiritual sea. This residual consciousness brings him immense suffering, a pain that cannot be endured. At first, it was manageable, but as the number of residual consciousnesses increased, it began to cause problems for his mind, akin to schizophrenia, and these remnants were filled with hostility towards him. The constant torment severely diminished his vitality. In fact, among the 4 great Dark Kings, the Dark Blood Demon is the youngest, only in his 50s, yet his body appears older than the Ghost Emperor's. Moreover, the Dark Blood Demon is well aware that once he dies, the residual consciousness of all the life forms he has devoured will retaliate against him terrifyingly, tearing apart his own soul. Thus, he has been searching for various ways to prolong his life, to survive longer, with the golden ancient tree of Shrek Academy once being his target. Facing the light and dark Douluo, his eyes sparkle with desire for their souls. To suppress his chaotic consciousness, he needs to devour stronger consciousnesses, thereby further enhancing his mental power. The Ghost Emperor once analyzed for him that the only way to break free from his current state is to cultivate to the level of divine origin, as only in that realm can he transcend and completely dissolve the chaotic consciousness. However, reaching the divine origin realm is no easy feat. Even the likes of the underworld, Holosa, and the Ghost Emperor have not been able to achieve it, let alone him. The only solution is to continuously consume stronger souls before he is killed by the backlash, raising his mental power to the level of divine origin. If he can devour an extreme Douluo, it could very likely elevate his strength to a quasi-divine level, bringing him a step closer to divine origin. Yue'er harbors immense hatred for the Dark Blood Demon, as one of the most powerful figures in the Holy Spirit Church. His higher status poses a greater threat to the human world. The sins of this Dark Blood Demon are too numerous to count, and countless bloodshed stains his hands. This battle today is unavoidable for both sides and presents the best opportunity to kill him. Thus, from the moment they clashed, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The massive blood demon behind the Dark Blood Demon suddenly made a motion, raising its upper body backward, and a tremendous sucking force erupted instantly. The light and dark Douluo felt their scalp tingle, as if their blood and souls were about to leave their bodies. Although this soul-devouring technique is merely the Dark Blood Demon's first soul skill, it is undoubtedly his core soul skill, crucial for both combat and cultivation. It is always effective. Even against extremely powerful opponents, it can weaken them. The dark green bell glowed brightly as Nanali changed her attack strategy. In the dense mist rising around her, a soul ring's light flickered, followed by a crisp ringing sound from the bell above her head. Ding-ling-ling. With the sound, everything in the consciousness of the light and dark Douluo seemed to turn dark green, with countless dark green needles piercing crazily into her mind, rushing toward her spiritual realm. Just then, a figure descended from the sky, a woman with a slender figure and an oddly beautiful appearance. She was completely covered in armor, presumably her battle armor, which appeared entirely black, but at the seams of each piece, a purple halo radiated out, revealing the magnificent color of her armor. The pitch-black armor did not seem to be made of metal, but rather dark crystals that emitted a faint dark purple glow under the purple light. Above her head was a coronet of the same color, with a phoenix statue at its center, its eyes bright purple and its body equally pitch-black. Her face was also obscured by a black mask, revealing only a pair of shimmering purple eyes. Huge and magnificent wings hung down her back, with the bends of the wings revealing her shoulders, trailing on the ground. Between each feather, purple light flowed, creating light patterns on the ground. And beneath her feet was a massive halo with a diameter of over 20 meters, displaying an incredibly beautiful pattern resembling a purple phoenix soaring through the sky. Dark Phoenix. A voice filled with confusion and disbelief rang out. Has love turned into meddling? The sweet yet cold voice came from the woman covered in black armor. The light and dark Dalu was not fighting alone. At the moment the Dark Phoenix appeared, the passionate Dalu of the Tang sect also made his move. As the Tang sect had not been bombarded, preserving their strength intact, his armor resembled white crystal, with a faint golden mist swirling inside, exuding an ethereal quality. A pair of massive crystal wings on his back left a deep impression, intricately carved with translucent crystal feathers that shimmered with even the slightest light. The halo beneath his feet was golden, lacking elaborate patterns, except for a fairy-like figure wandering within the halo, which had a diameter exceeding 30 meters. Slightly larger than the opposing Dark Phoenix. Zong Xian spoke with a tone full of hatred. I have long heard that the Holy Spirit Church has 1 emperor, 2 empresses, and 4 kings, 7 top-tier powerhouses. It seems you should be one of the 4 Dark Kings. The Dark Phoenix coldly replied, You're just as verbose as ever. The passionate Douluo Zong Xian suddenly said, I can understand why your Holy Spirit Church attacked our Tang sect. After all, we've been old rivals for many years. But why did you target Shrek Academy? Back then, you were so desperate for Yuanming, even more so than your sister. You were so infatuated with him. Yet he died at the hands of the Holy Spirit Church. Is this what you wish to see? Chapter 152. The passionate battle against the Dark Phoenix, Zong Xian. Hold off the dark blood demon for me. Seeing the passionate Dalu appear, the light and dark Dalu let out a sigh of relief. But the passionate Dalu did not strike directly. Instead, she fixed her gaze on the Dark Phoenix Dalu, while the Blood Demon Dalu and the Magic Bell Dalu continued their assault on the light and dark Dalu. The Dark Phoenix Dalu's delicate body trembled slightly, and the previously violent aura showed a momentary disturbance. Shut up. Yes, I want him dead. If I can't have him, no one else can. No one. His body has been tainted by that wretched woman. Only death can purify his soul. I will always protect his soul, keeping it with me forever. That is true love. A love devoid of all the world's filth. He is mine, forever mine, and no one can take him away from me. Hearing her almost hysterical cries, Zong Xian's expression changed dramatically. What? Yuanming's soul? Are you going to strip his soul away? So he can't even be reincarnated? How could you become such a venomous woman? The passionate sword erupted with a brilliant light. A terrifying energy storm sweeping outwards from Zong Xian's body in all directions. Everything around became bright. The explosion of a peak limit Dalu and a 4-character battle armor master is truly terrifying. The surrounding dust and mist disappeared without a trace, and everything became pure. Venomous? To be with the one I love is venomous? Those who took my beloved away are not venomous? You hypocrites, go die. The Dark Phoenix Dalu's phoenix feather suddenly shook, and countless sword energies burst forth. In an instant, a black phoenix radiating a purple halo soared into the sky behind her, its loud phoenix cry resounding. The countless sword energies intertwined and instantly enveloped Zong Xian's body, 100 birds facing the phoenix. Each sword energy carried a special slowing effect. Once hit, it would feel like sinking into mud. No matter her state of mind, the Dark Phoenix Dalu would hold nothing back against Zong Xian. She was a peak super Dalu at level 97 and had obtained some secret techniques from the Holy Spirit sect. However, she knew very well that she was still at a significant disadvantage compared to Zong Xian. The Holy Spirit sect itself could not produce 4-character battle armors, which was one of their biggest problems. Thus, her battle armor remained at the 3-character level. Although it had reached the pinnacle of 3 character armors, there was still a qualitative gap compared to 4 character armors. This was also why the Holy Spirit sect had tried countless times to deal with the blacksmith Jinhua. Without him, they could never produce 4 character battle armors. Even the forces secretly supporting the Holy Spirit sect understood that they must not allow these madmen to possess such peak combat power as 4 character battle armors. Therefore, the forces openly protecting the blacksmith Jinhua were so powerful that the Holy Spirit sect had never succeeded. Before today, they didn't even know that there was a second blacksmith on the Douluo Continent capable of forging 4 character battle armors. The Phoenix Feather is also a type of sword, made from the feathers of the legendary True Phoenix. It is not sharp in itself, but can release sword energies akin to sharp needles, infused with the Phoenix's aura, possessing extraordinary piercing ability. Although the Dark Phoenix, Daluo's Black Phoenix feather had not yet reached the divine artifact level, it was still an extremely peak weapon and was one of her 9 soul skills, representing her immense power. The passionate Douluo snorted coldly, her crystal-clear passionate sword quietly waving. The air seemed to gain an additional layer of mist, and the intertwining sword energies of the Dark Phoenix feather quickly vanished as if sinking into the sea. Moreover, this strange mist spread outward at a seemingly slow yet fast pace, and all the Holy Spirit sect experts rapidly retreating felt as if the air around their bodies had become viscous, their speed significantly reduced, and no matter how they struggled, they could not break free. Facing a top-tier powerhouse like the Dark Phoenix Douluo, the passionate Douluo did not dare to be careless. The Tang sect, Shrek Academy, and the Holy Spirit sect had an irreconcilable enmity. It was not easy to find so many evil soul masters. As the saying goes, one must eradicate evil completely. The passionate Douluo had no intention of letting any of them go. Therefore, she immediately activated the domain attached to her battle armor. Passion has always been a source of lingering regrets. The 2 limit Douluos of the Tang sect, indifferent and passionate, have a saying, passion has always been a source of lingering regrets, claiming to be indifferent yet deeply emotional. It sounds like a metaphor, but in fact, it is not just that. This is also the name of the domains of the passionate Douluo Zong Xian and the indifferent Douluo Chowdaji. Passion has always been a source of lingering regrets, conveys the meaning of deep emotional entanglement between men and women. Once the domain is released, it creates a feeling of emotional entanglement that is hard to extricate from. It is an extremely powerful large-scale support domain. Within the domain, all attack methods are weakened, and speed is significantly reduced. The degree of weakening is related to the Soul Master's own cultivation level. The Dark Phoenix, Douluo's 100 birds facing the Phoenix, is incredibly powerful, but it was instantly weakened within the passionate domain, let alone the other evil Soul Masters, who moved as if in slow motion. The Dark Phoenix Douluo did not dare to be negligent. She had known Zong Xian for quite some time and understood how difficult he could be. His domain had once been regarded as one of the 3 most detestable domains among all 3 character and above battle armor masters on the Douluo Continent. Like sticky candy, once caught, it was almost impossible to escape. The Black Phoenix feather in her hand instantly transformed, and she let out a sharp cry. The 6 soul ring shone brightly, and from the tip of the Black Phoenix feather, a dark purple light suddenly shot out, aiming directly at the passionate Douluo. Under the sweep of that purple light, it actually opened up a space in the front of the passionate domain, and not only that, her feet stomped, causing the halo beneath her feet to burst forth with a large expanse of dark purple light, releasing layers of dark purple flames. When the flames passed, they collided with the passionate domain, neutralizing part of its power. Facing the incoming dark purple light, Zong Xian's body suddenly became transparent. His gaze softened as he looked at the Dark Phoenix Douluo, as if he were gazing at his most beloved woman, his eyes carrying a trace of sorrow. The moment their eyes met, the Dark Phoenix Douluo quickly closed her eyes. The passionate Daluo's martial soul was the passionate sword, and to many who did not understand him, he should be a powerful attack-type battle soul master. Chapter 153. The Affectionate One. In fact, the affectionate Douluo is not a strong attack type, but rather a spirit master specializing in mental control. This is precisely what makes him terrifying. All of his soul skills are related to mental control. He has also been hailed as the #1 controller of his time. At least among the known limit Douluo, he is absolutely unparalleled in terms of controllability, especially large-scale control. Zong Xian's 5th soul ring lit up, and as the dark purple light shone before him, his figure seemed to vanish into thin air. The dark purple light passed through his body, and in the next instant, Zhang Xin was already in front of the Dark Phoenix. Retrospect. This was a soul skill that many people initially deemed meaningless, yet it was utilized by the affectionate Douluo as his fifth soul skill. However, as he gradually grew stronger, it became clear that this seemingly useless skill, which could only bully the weak, was an absolutely divine technique when applied correctly. Its function is simple. Once in the retrospect state, he can instantly become immune to all forms of energy-based attacks. Indeed, his seemingly illusory figure cannot evade physical attacks, which are substantial attacks. When an energy attack hits his body, the retrospect effect will immediately activate, and he will instantly appear before the opponent according to the trajectory of their energy attack. This is the essence of the soul skill. And the reason it was initially considered useless is that if the enemy is stronger or equally matched as a mental control type spirit master, using retrospect would allow him to dodge one attack, but would also bring him right in front of the opponent, which could be seen as courting death. However, after Zhang Xin later cultivated to the title Douluo level, the powerful figures in the Spirit Master world realized just how insightful he was. The current master of the Spirit Pagoda once commented on the affectionate Zhang Xin, stating that although he was not the most powerful title Douluo he knew, he was certainly the one he least wanted to face. This was because all of his chosen soul skills were designed to be as annoying as possible, including his domain. And this retrospect soul skill, retrospect, allows him to teleport to the enemy who launched an energy attack against him. And after this process, as a mental control type spirit master, Zhang Xin possesses a complete set of his own powerful control soul skills. In a previous spar with him, the ancient Dongfeng nearly suffered greatly. At this moment, the Dark Phoenix Douluo was facing the powerful ability that Zhang Xin had activated in an instant. Retrospect brought the affectionate Douluo before the Dark Phoenix Douluo, and Zhang Xin's eyes had become infinitely affectionate, seemingly filled with memories. His voice was so pleasant as he softly said, "Once upon a time." The first soul ring lit up. The Dark Phoenix Douluo's spirit instantly erupted with cheers. Even though she had closed her ears and eyes, facing Zhang Xin's soft whispers still left her feeling dazed. Deep within her heart, it felt as if she had instantly returned to the first time she faced the Qingtian Douluo Yunming. Not only that, but the Dark Phoenix feather she had previously summoned also returned to the moment before she released the 100 birds facing the Phoenix, precisely 1 second prior. The first soul skill, Once Upon a Time, evokes the purest emotions deep within, a soul-stirring shock akin to first love, resetting all actions to 1 second earlier. This was the first soul skill. Back then, he was selected by the Tang sect because of this soul skill and directly entered the inner sect, receiving meticulous training from the Douluo Hall. At this moment, retrospect combined with Once Upon a Time breaks all laws. All the older generation of spirit masters know that once the affectionate Douluo's retrospect soul skill is successful, the next move will definitely be Once Upon a Time. However, even though everyone has known for 100 years that these two soul skills would connect like this, no one has been able to break this combination, only able to adjust their defenses as best as they can, if not for the fact that this combination of soul skills also has some drawbacks, such as not being able to launch direct attacks due to its effect on his emotions. It could have caused extremely terrifying disasters, making him truly invincible in the world. But because of the existence of these two soul skills, few of the strong from the same era are willing to engage him in battle. The Dark Phoenix Douluo willingly fell into the trap. The most terrifying part was not that her own Phoenix destruction was recalled, but that her domain also reverted to the state it was in 1 second before it was released. The affection in the affectionate Douluo's eyes suddenly turned to despair, and his third soul ring shone brightly. The look in his eyes felt as if he had lost something precious forever, and the sparkling light seemed to spread outward like countless tears, instantly covering the entire arena. The unfeeling Douluo and the affectionate Douluo had not acted in the continent's spirit master world for over 50 years, and many had even forgotten their abilities. The re-emergence of the retrospect divine skill once again reminded people of just how terrifying the peak power of the Tang sect is. Regret. This is the name of Zhang Xin's third soul skill. The Dark Phoenix Douluo was also impacted. She felt as if she had returned to the scene where Yunming fought to his death above Shrek Academy, feeling endless remorse striking her soul. Among spirit masters of the same level, evil spirit masters are incredibly powerful, almost impossible for ordinary spirit masters to contend with. However, while they are strong, they also endure many pains that other spirit masters cannot face or bear. In this situation, their emotional vulnerabilities far exceed those of ordinary people, which is why for evil spirit masters, The destructive power of the affectionate Zong Xian surpasses that of the unfeeling Douluo Chao Diji. 3 soul skills were unleashed in a continuous flow, without a moment's pause. The despair in Zong Xian's gaze transformed once again, becoming pure and sincere emotional waves. The affectionate sword in his hand finally thrust forward, its blade shimmering, turning into a stream of light, a dazzling spectacle. Beneath the sword's radiance, the dark phoenix Douluo saw an illusion before her. The affectionate Douluo seemed to have transformed into Yue'er, expressing the pain within and revealing sincere emotions. Zong Xian's eyes grew brighter, the light in his eyes merging with the glow of the affectionate sword, without a hint of killing intent, yet directly piercing towards her. Sincerity, the second soul skill. For those with somewhat weaker mental cultivation, facing the sincerity soul skill could leave them unaware of how they died. This soul skill can affect unilaterally or impact the entire field, instantly reducing the opponent's hostility. When used by the affectionate Douluo, he would appear as the most trusted, even the most beloved person in the eyes of his opponent. Chapter 154. Driven to desperation, the Dark Phoenix Douluo is indeed a level 97 super Douluo evil soul master. Standing at the pinnacle of the dark world, the life and death crisis hidden beneath her sincerity caused her soul core to tighten instantly. Even though she seemed to see Yue'er in front of her, it was Yue'er who was expressing genuine feelings for her. She had to grit her teeth and desperately tell herself not to believe it. Her 7th soul ring finally couldn't help but unleash, and with a low, somewhat hoarse phoenix cry, she transformed into a gigantic black phoenix. It had been many years since she last saw Zong Xian. Although they knew each other in their early years, she had never fought with him, so she was unaware of how powerful his cultivation was. It was only during their first encounter today that she truly understood how terrifying this long-renowned limit Douluo was. With her cultivation, she felt utterly powerless. At this moment, she couldn't care less about the other evil soul masters. She just wanted to escape quickly from this terrifying figure. The black phoenix flapped its wings vigorously, and the dark phoenix feathers transformed into large dark purple shadows. Although they continued to collapse in front of the affectionate sword, they managed to buy her a little time. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned and ran. "You can't escape," the affectionate Douluo softly called out. After finally finding such a high-ranking member of the Holy Spirit sect, how could he let her escape so easily? Accompanied by a soft sigh from the affectionate Douluo, his figure disappeared, but the surrounding domain underwent a wondrous transformation. The crystalline domain suddenly became clear, and everything around transformed into the former Shrek Academy. At that time, a towering tree stood, and at the top of the tree stood a young man, clad in white with long hair, holding a spear. He seemed to be the core of the entire world just by standing there. He had once dominated an era, once unbeatable among his peers, and countless top female soul masters admired him. Yet he only chose his true love. Many powerful beings hoped to defeat him, but they all fell before his spear. The gigantic black phoenix seemed uncontrollably drawn to him, unable to leave his vicinity no matter how it flapped its wings. Meanwhile, if someone were outside the domain, they would see the flying dark phoenix circling back, spinning around the affectionate Douluo. The domain of affectionate Douluo was not so easily resisted. In the past, facing this domain, countless peak powerhouses had fallen. Besides the domain effect of the battle armor itself, there was also the mental domain of the affectionate Douluo. His battle armor domain was accurately named affectionate, while his mental domain was named void of hate. Thus, the combination of the two formed the complete version of the affectionate void of hate domain. At this moment, the domain was fully unleashed, and even the strong dark phoenix Douluo was instantly controlled. The title of the continent's #1 control system soul master was not given lightly. He, truly the most troublesome fellow. The dark phoenix was indeed no match for you. Although I don't particularly like her, I can't let her fall into your hands. Under the affectionate Douluo, this little lady is being polite here. That silver bell-like laughter should have been pleasant to the ears, but to those listening, it was filled with a chilling sensation. In the darkness, a figure slowly emerged. She bounced and appeared to be only in her teens, with a pair of big, innocent, and cute eyes and twin buns on her head that added a touch of youthful vitality. Dressed in a short top and skirt, her fair arms and thighs were exposed. As she hopped forward, her twin buns fell apart, and 2 long braids hung down from either side of her head, resembling 2 elongated rabbit ears, quickly reaching the ground. The affectionate Douluo turned to look at the battlefield where the light and dark Douluo was, only to find another level 98 super Douluo replacing the Dark Bell, teaming up with the Blood Demon Douluo to fight against the Light and Dark Douluo. The Dark Hummingbird? Zhang Xian's eyes flickered. This should be one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Holy Spirit sect in this era. Also a 3-character battle armor. The halo beneath her feet was slightly larger than that of the Dark Phoenix. An eerie wailing sound was released, as if countless people were sobbing and confessing. It was said that the affectionate Douluo was the #1 control system battle soul master on the continent. Coincidentally, she was also a control system. So, let me experience a bit. Whose control is stronger, the affectionate Douluo's or mine? As she spoke, the large bell in her hand, over a meter in diameter, shook slightly, and suddenly a crisp ringing echoed. A wave of sound instantly spread from the bell, merging with the light released from her halo. The sound wave appeared in a greenish hue, extending outward with both form and substance, and behind that sound wave, countless dark green, vengeful spirits surged forth with a piercing roar, exploding outward like a geyser. When this green halo collided with the affectionate Douluo's affectionate void of hate domain, a bizarre scene occurred. Each of those vengeful spirits, influenced by the affectionate void of hate domain, exploded continuously, but when they did, the resentment they released was more than 10 times stronger than before, causing the power of the Dark Bell's domain to instantly surge, crazily devouring the affectionate Douluo's domain with an unparalleled aura of hatred. The domain was affected, and the Dark Phoenix, which was under the control of the affectionate Douluo, suddenly showed fluctuations. The Dark Phoenix's body shook violently, seemingly about to break free from control. The sound wave control type evil martial soul and the affectionate Douluo's expression turned grave. He could sense that the opponent's martial soul seemed to have a certain restraining effect on him, which was clearly targeted. In terms of level, the Dark Bell and the affectionate Douluo were still at a disparity. She was a level 98 super Douluo, and although it was only 1 level apart, that level was like the difference between heaven and earth. Her battle armor was merely at the 3-character level, and the gap between 3-character and 4-character battle armors was also enormous. However, her abilities in targeting the affectionate Douluo utilized those exploding vengeful spirits to bridge the gap in the levels of their domains, creating a formidable confrontation. This would lead to the consequence that the affectionate Douluo was affected, and once this sound wave control soul master teamed up with the Dark Phoenix, it would be very difficult for the affectionate Douluo to simultaneously keep both of them at bay. When the affectionate Douluo looked towards the battlefield of the Light and Dark Douluo, his pupils shrank sharply, because there appeared an unexpected figure. At this moment, the Light and Dark Douluo was already in a dire situation and could no longer assist him. Because after the 4 heavenly kings of the Holy Spirit sect made their move, the 5th evil soul master that appeared was actually the strength of a limit Douluo. Chapter 155. The king of the underworld Douluo, the king of the underworld Douluo, Harosa, one of the 2 emperors of the Holy Spirit sect, and a limit Douluo on Douluo Continent, appeared at the explosion site in a rhythmic manner, despite not moving quickly. He wore gray armor and a gray cloak, both of which were transparent and refracted strange light. His appearance was extremely handsome and beautiful, with long black hair flowing behind him and a face as pale as snow, devoid of any color, making his handsome features look somewhat eerie. In his right hand, he held a slender cross sword, which was also gray and transparent, with a faint layer of gray mist shimmering on it. His armor had no helmet, only a gray crystal on his forehead, which was diamond-shaped with countless facets reflecting light. He looked less like a human and more like a grim reaper from the underworld. As he lightly swiped the gray sword, a fireball ahead split into 2 in an instant. He slightly furrowed his elegant brows and sighed, "Come forth, realm of the underworld's rebirth." Clusters of gray flames instantly spread outward from his body, engulfing all the strange creatures around him, filling the entire gray world with an eerie aura. "You are still alive, king of the underworld Douluo Harosa." A figure appeared at the scene. It was Guo Xiaoxiu, the master of the Tang San's Duhan Hall and the last trump card of Zhang Xian. However, facing the king of the underworld Douluo, Guo Xiaoxiu seemed insufficient, and unless someone from the spirit transmission tower intervened, he would not be able to escape. Harosa said indifferently, "You, a junior, are worthy of mentioning my name?" As he spoke, he lightly waved the sword in his hand towards Guo Xiaoxiu, and a blade of gray flame instantly appeared before him. Guo Xiaoxiu, holding the splitting heaven axe, faced it head-on. He was a 98th level super law and one of the only 3 4-character battle armor masters in the Tang sect. In an instant, Guo Xiaoxiu was forced back, unable to contend with the gap between him and the king of the underworld Douluo, unexpectedly arriving on Douluo Continent. He had not yet paid his respects to the Sky Pillar Douluo before witnessing the destruction of Shrek Academy. Another figure appeared, the holy dragon Douluo Untzi from the star Luo Empire. He had come to Douluo Continent with Long Yu and Dai Yue'er, but had not arrived in Shrek City at the same time as them. To almost one-shot a 98th level super Douluo 4-character battle armor master. What terrifying power that was. Holy dragon Douluo Untzi looked at him. This person in front of him was truly well known, or rather infamous. The king of the underworld, Dalu Harosa, a true pinnacle powerhouse, had gained fame even before the Sky Pillar, Douluo Yunming. By the time Yunming rose to fame, Harosa had already disappeared from public view. If it weren't for his realm of the underworld's rebirth, they wouldn't have recognized him. Given Inzi and Guo Xiaoxiu's age, they had only heard legends about him. Harosa's earlier remark about Guo Xiaoxiu being a junior was not incorrect. In terms of generation, Harosa was at least 2 generations older than Guo Xiaoxiu. Although he appeared to be in his 30s, his actual age was at least over 170 years, if not nearly 200, making him a genuine old monster. The king of the underworld Douluo Harosa was said to have been born in a small city in the Douluo Federation. It was rumored that when he was born, he was tainted with unclean things, completely snow white with no trace of blood, and his eyes were gray, which frightened his family, leading them to abandon him. However, Harosa possessed a very strong life force. He was rescued and sent to an orphanage. Yet, due to his odd appearance, he was still not accepted by society. Fortunately, he had a very beautiful face. Aside from his skin and eye color, he did not appear particularly unusual. He grew up in the orphanage until the age of 6. Without any ceremony, his martial soul awakened. From the day his martial soul awakened, it was destined that he would bring disaster to the world. Along with the awakening of his martial soul, he also awakened a domain, the realm of the underworld's rebirth, which now appeared before the smiling-faced Douluo. When his domain first manifested, it was not powerful, but it also summoned 12 skeleton warriors that violently killed everyone in the orphanage. The children and teachers there became the first batch of sacrifices to the realm of the underworld's rebirth. Their flesh and blood were devoured by the domain, transforming into Harosa's power, allowing him to achieve innate full soul power. Harosa was stunned at that time. He had no idea what had happened. However, afterwards, he felt the surge of power, a powerful force. Having lived in solitude since childhood, his personality was far from sunny. Watching those who had either mocked or ignored him perish, he felt a twisted sense of pleasure in his young heart. Thus, he left the orphanage. At that time, he was still young and fearless, unaware of what fear was. He merely wished for the pleasure in his heart to intensify. The 12 skeletons brought by the realm of the underworld's rebirth began to continue their slaughter, allowing his domain, which initially covered just over 10 meters, to gradually expand to 30 meters. At that moment, the city defense forces finally arrived. Seeing the hellish scene, they immediately regarded him as an evil child and ruthlessly crushed his 12 skeletons, even killing him on the spot. His body and the skeletons were buried together. However, no one expected that under the effect of the realm of the underworld's rebirth, Harosa would resurrect 7 days later. He crawled out of the earth and began his path of destruction and slaughter. Having learned from his previous lesson, he knew he could not expose himself easily. Thus, he left the city and headed to remote areas, specifically targeting isolated mountain villages for slaughter. During the massacre, he could clearly feel his power growing continuously. The initial 12 skeletons revived alongside him, growing stronger and becoming more cruel and evil. It was once said that the king of the underworld Douluo Harosa was a punishment from heaven to humanity, punishing them for destroying the environment and the world. The king of the underworld Douluo Harosa was accompanied by the breath of death from the underworld, embodying the intent to destroy everything. His growth rate was so rapid that when the crisis he brought was discovered and began to receive the attention of the Federation, this underworld Douluo suddenly vanished without a trace. Chapter 156. Grey Terror. No one knew where he went until 10 years later. When he reappeared, the slaughter was no longer of a village, but of a small city. More than 60,000 people died in that disaster. After that event, he had already broken through to the title Douluo level, and at that time, he was only 19 years old. He disappeared once again, and despite the efforts of the Federation, they could not find him. The name of the destroyer, the netherworld Douluo Harosa, was thus established. In that era, he was almost synonymous with terror. He did not appear often, probably once every 5 to 10 years, but each time he did, it was always accompanied by terrifying slaughter. Therefore, he also had a nickname at that time, Grey Terror. Grey Terror Harolsa, until he gave himself the nickname of the Nether King Douluo. Grey Terror was gradually replaced by Nether King Douluo. At 25, he became a Super Douluo. When he achieved Super Douluo, it was accompanied by the deaths of over 100,000 people. Shrek Academy finally reached out to him. The teacher of the Sky Pillar, Douluo Yunming, who was then the master of the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy, personally took action and finally found this Nether King Douluo in a remote coastal city. It turned out that while Harolsa was in hiding, he was not without slaughter, but was killing in the ocean, where marine life was almost endless. While slaughtering these marine creatures, he was continuously improving. After each large-scale slaughter, he needed some time to digest and absorb, which is why he appeared less frequently. At that time, the master of the Sea God Pavilion was already a limit Douluo level expert, while Harolsa was still just a super Douluo. However, the final result was that Harolsa was severely injured and escaped. That time, he was wounded at his origin. But the Sea God Pavilion master also sustained minor injuries and prophesied that the Nether King Douluo Harolsa was not dead and would likely return in the near future. At Shrek Academy, there had always been a bounty for this Nether King Douluo. Any Shrek Academy expert who discovered his whereabouts had to report to the Academy immediately, and the Academy would spare no effort to hunt him down. The last appearance of the Nether King Douluo Harolsa was at Shrek Academy. At that time, he had achieved Limit Douluo and came seeking revenge. There was no other Nether King Douluo who dared to go to Shrek Academy to seek revenge. When enemies meet, they are especially fierce. He and the Sea God Pavilion Master fought a battle that darkened the skies, ultimately resulting in both sides being severely injured. However, his destructive power was simply too strong. At that time, the Dragon Emperor Douluo Yue'er and the previous generation's Spirit Transmission Tower Master joined forces to kill him in the skies above Shrek Academy. From then on, the Nether King Douluo Harolsa truly disappeared, and this was a matter of 100 years ago. However, the master of the Sea God Pavilion had a feeling at that time that Harolsa was not so easy to kill, and he mobilized the powers of Shrek Academy and the Spirit Transmission Tower to search for any traces related to him, but they never found anything. After all, the combined power of the 3 limit Douluos at that time would not just erase his body, but also his soul. It was not until then that Shrek Academy believed he was truly dead. However, what no one expected was that this Nether King Douluo would actually reappear today. After 100 years of hiding, no one knew how powerful he had become. Thus, when they saw him, they were filled with shock. If it weren't for the profound impression left on him by the appearance of the Nether King Douluo and the effects of the Netherworld's realm recorded in the classics, he would not have been able to recognize him. Among the limit Douluos still alive today, the only ones who could compare in age to this person were probably the Dragon Emperor Douluo Yue'er and the Sea of Clouds Douluo Qinxinjia. But in terms of strength, even if the Sky Pillar Douluo were to be resurrected, he might not be able to defeat this one. Even more frightening was the fact that this person was still alive. Initially, they thought they had eradicated him by combining the powers of the 3 limit Douluos. But they never expected that he would appear once again today. Seeing Harolsa, NC's shock was even greater than that of Guo Xiaoxiu, the Hall Master of the Tang San Soul Hall. The reputation of the Netherworld Douluo was well known even on the Douluo Continent. His terrifying destructive power and slaughtering ability could bring about disasters akin to natural calamities wherever he went. Very good, all gathered here, saving me the trouble of searching one by one. Harolsa looked at NC with a hint of disdain in his eyes. NC's face instantly turned even uglier. He was, of course, full of confidence. As a limit Douluo, he had already reached the pinnacle of this world. However, precisely because he was a powerhouse at the limit Douluo level, he understood even more that there would still be differences among soul masters at this level. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a title like the Sky Pillar Douluo Yunming. There was no doubt that the person in front of him, the Nether King Douluo, who had been famous for 100 years, was definitely one of the top existences at the limit Douluo level. In a one-on-one situation, it was hard to say if anyone in the current Soul Master world could be his opponent. Perhaps only if the Sky Pillar Douluo were resurrected would there be a glimmer of hope. Then let me see how powerful the Nether King Douluo, who has been famous for 100 years, truly is. Unsi stepped forward in the air, and a white giant dragon instantly appeared behind him, shimmering with light. As the void solidified into armor, Facing the Nether King Dalu, he dared not hold back in the slightest and immediately activated his forward battle armor. Harolsa gave a disdainful cold snort. With just you? As he spoke, he waved the sword in his hand lightly, and a translucent gray sword light drifted out, appearing devoid of any fiery aura, heading straight toward Ensi's chest. When this sword light appeared, a strange coldness instantly invaded Ensi's body. It was not true low temperature, but a deep-seated chill that seemed to freeze his entire soul. Ensi's eyes shone brightly as the unmatched Holy Dragon battle armor enveloped him. Massive white dragons surged into the sky, which was precisely his Holy Dragon domain, 1,000 dragons flying. Each enormous white dragon radiated intense holy light, exuding a rich, sacred aura that instantly suppressed the surrounding gray considerably. With 1,000 dragons flying, the dragons filled with bright, sacred energy seemed to dilute the aura of the Netherworld's realm. Under the enhancement of his battle armor, the momentum of the Holy Dragon Douluo Continent also swelled to the utmost. Pointing to the void, a brilliant white light instantly met the gray sword light. The brilliance in the air suddenly dimmed for a moment, and Ensi let out a muffled groan, his body swaying in the air, while the Nether King Dalu Harolsa remained completely motionless, a look of derision on his face. Chapter 157. LinYang appears. Huge skeletons slowly emerged, and these bones were indistinguishable as to what kind of creatures they belonged to. Some were dragon-shaped, others took on forms of different animals, and some resembled marine life. These gigantic underworld creatures instantly spread out, frantically attacking the gathered white figures. Light was supposed to suppress darkness, yet the dark energy emanating from these underworld beings showed no fear of the power of light, surging forward like waves, attacking in tens and hundreds towards the flying dragons. Domain suppression. The underworld rebirth domain should be considered the sole skill of the death god Dalu Harolsa himself. Yet it managed to suppress the 4-character battle armor domain of the Holy Dragon Douluo Continent. Many times, reality is more fantastical than fiction. If the scene were to be revealed, no one would believe it was real. Ensi's right hand waved in the air, causing a slight shockwave, followed by a terrifying aura that instantly spread out, as if the entire space was collapsing and pressing towards the death god Dalu. Still don't understand? Harolsa said lightly. He stepped forward slightly, and his entire body instantly became translucent. The compressed space naturally collapsed before him, and all the grayness around him surged upward in that instant. The white light holy dragons flying in the air began to emit wails, their illusory bodies seeming to acquire flesh and blood, being torn apart frantically by the underworld creatures, their breaths growing faint. Ensi's expression changed drastically. You have already reached that level? Harolsa replied indifferently. If not, why would I join some Holy Spirit sect? Just a bunch of ants, seeking to discern the true from the false. 50 years ago, I had already transcended that level of relying on slaughter to accumulate power. Hearing the words to discern the true from the false, Ensi's expression changed again, but this time it revealed shock and melancholy, along with a sense of sudden clarity. What a great way to discern the true from the false. Ensi took a deep breath and looked at Harolsa earnestly. If you are willing, you can also join us. As far as I know, at least we were the ones closest to pursuing that level. We have even attempted it once. Although we failed, we accumulated enough experience. And in the future, we may very well break through that final barrier. Harolsa said lightly, no, we do not share the same path. Ensi replied decisively. You are heartless and selfish. For your own interests, you disregard all life. To go against the heavens will surely invite backlash. Perhaps there are many geniuses among you, but you will never be able to break through that layer of limitation, because even the planes will not allow such existences to become gods. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the entire plane. Harolsa's expression finally changed slightly, with a strange look as he said, you see things quite clearly. Cultivating to become a god is inherently an act against the heavens. One day, we will break through the constraints of the planes. Step aside, after all. You have also reached this level, and I do not wish to kill you. My target is only him. Now that everyone is here, it's time for you to die. 3 figures appeared in the sky. Long Yue'er, Zhang Exen, Ensi, and Guo Xiaoxiu, their expressions filled with joy. What a turn of events. Long Yue'er mocked. It seems you won't be leaving today. Is that so? Harolsa replied with a half-smile. The diamond-shaped gray crystal on his forehead suddenly lit up. The entire underworld rebirth domain trembled, and centered around the death god, Dalu Harolsa. Gray light doors suddenly appeared within a radius of 100 meters. There were a total of 12 large doors. When these 12 doors opened, the entire space seemed to freeze. Even NC, with his cultivation, felt a momentary dullness. The divine aura that had just surged up was once again suppressed. Many times, one can only understand the gap when faced with it. No description could convey NC's feelings at that moment. At this moment, facing the death god Douluo, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The opponent was simply too powerful. As the doors opened, 12 figures emerged from the 12 gates. Each of them was clad in heavy armor that covered their entire bodies, with only their eyes visible, which were dark blue. The armor was all black-gray, radiating a grayish mist. They carried shields in their left hands and heavy swords in their right. The shields resembled monstrous skulls, and each person's shield was different. They were all about 4 meters tall, and combined with the heavy armor, they exuded an intense, oppressive feeling. There was no sign of life from them. The only visible feature was their dark blue eyes, which emanated a faint flowing light from the corners. Death is the ultimate destination for all. They simultaneously raised their heavy swords and roared to the heavens. Accompanied by this roar, the originally gray underworld rebirth domain suddenly transformed into a bizarre dark blue. All the holy dragons froze for an instant, their auras noticeably diminishing. Kill! The death god Douluo shouted in a deep voice. The emperor's command is the soul's guidance. The 12 figures intoned in unison. They simultaneously raised their left shields and charged towards the center from 12 directions. They're my 12 death knights, having evolved from their initial skeletal forms to this level. Each one is equivalent to a super Douluo. Embrace a feast of death. The evolved version of the underworld rebirth domain, the feast of death, is now open. The holy dragon Douluo NC's expression turned grave. He raised his right hand to the sky and his left hand to the ground, gradually exhaling as he spoke, illuminate the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, 2 spheres of light appeared in the air and on the ground, while simultaneously, a golden sun seemed to be born at NC's chest. The golden halo expanded outward, and shortly after, 2 golden beams appeared, spreading towards the direction of the death god Douluo. These 2 beams of light spread in a fan shape, covering a large area, but the appearance of this golden light gave a strong sense of forewarning. Just as Holosa raised his slender sword, his expression changed slightly. With a swift motion, he moved over 100 meters sideways, escaping the range covered by the 2 golden beams. A beam of golden light shot out from the center of the 2 spreading golden rays, and the range of the golden light marked its attack range. Chapter 158. Complete Capture Bang. A dull sound echoed, surprising everyone as a huge stick exploded the head of the light and dark Douluo the moment it was drawn. She never expected that someone from the Spirit Transmission Tower would appear here and actually assist the Holy Spirit Church. Faced with a full-force strike from the ancient deity Qiangu, Long Yi was caught off guard and was killed directly by Qiangu's hand. In a 9-fold inferno, the inferno spear pierced through the body of the dark hummingbird, leaving him in a daze. What did the Qiangu family want to do? Qiangu Diting. Zhang Xian roared in anger, only to find a black-purple lightning bolt striking from behind. Guo Su simultaneously appeared behind him, pierced by the black-purple lightning. Guo Su's face contorted in pain, his life force vanishing in an instant. LinYang looked at them expressionlessly. From today onwards, the fate of the world would rest solely on his shoulders. The king of hell, Douluo's pupils contracted sharply, but even facing NC's attack, he dared not be arrogant despite his powerful strength. If the Spirit Transmission Tower's goal was to capture them all, could he leave today? Horosa barely escaped just in time, but his Death Knights charged in from all directions. In this direction, 3 Death Knights were enveloped within. Ding! With a crisp sound, the 3 Death Knights froze simultaneously, golden marks appearing on their bodies, while the gray-black light surged wildly, compressing the golden patterns, but they came to a complete halt. NCI seemed oblivious, changing direction again as 2 golden rays spread out once more. What is this? Light Holy Dragon Slash. The attack appeared slow, but actually contained the essence of light and space. If it weren't for Horosa, no one else could evade those 2 extending golden rays. They would simply bounce back as if they had crashed into a wall. The Light Holy Dragon Slash is a type of attack that compresses one's soul power to the extreme and unleashes it outward. Each use requires charging, which is the process of the golden rays spreading. But once unleashed, its power is unparalleled. Horosa coldly stared at NCI, his aura suddenly changing. Immediately after, his gray figure vanished. In the sky, a gray light seemed to suddenly appear directly above NC's head, spreading down from the air. In the next moment, the gray shadow instantly manifested. NCI swayed his body, attempting to evade using a spatial manipulation similar to teleportation. But the gray light seemed to have locked onto his body, making it impossible to dodge. Boom! The two extreme Douluo collided for the first time. The spreading golden rays instantly collapsed, and the holy light on NCI sharply diminished. The two figures separated, and he appeared somewhat disheveled. The king of Hell, Douluo Harosa, held his fine sword in reverse grip, and the battle armor on both of them erupted with brilliant light. With a flash, Harosa vanished again. This time, thousands of gray lights appeared around NC's body. NC's expression darkened as he circled his hands, activating a thick layer of white light from his unparalleled Holy Dragon battle armor, which seemed to contain something within, enveloping him. Boom! Another loud bang resonated, and NCI grunted, spitting out a stream of gray air, causing the white light shield around him to shatter. But when the king of Hell, Douluo Harosa, appeared not far away, his expression also showed some discomfort. Rebound. Is the true essence of your battle armor rebound? NCI smiled lightly, returning the favor. It had been a long time since he had fought with all his strength and felt such pressure. Come on, let me continue to learn. As he spoke, he lifted his right hand, as if carrying a heavy object, slowly and gravely. His fingers slowly pointed forward, and a golden light instantly shot out. In the Holy Dragon domain, thousands of dragons roared in unison, and in that moment they all vanished, causing the creatures of the underworld to lose their targets for attack. The 9 Death Knights that had charged into the group found their attacks landing in empty space. Harosa's expression remained calm as he slid forward, instantly pointing his fine sword. In that instant, he seemed to transform into a gray lightning bolt, colliding with the golden light NCI had unleashed. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. NCI let out another muffled grunt, while Harosa reappeared at the point of collision. In the next moment, he transformed into a stream of gray light, launching a frenzied attack around NCI. Boom! The destruction divine lightning erupted, and LinYang appeared on the battlefield, his blue battle armor covered in purple patterns, with 9 blood-red soul rings beneath him. He had already broken through to the title Douluo level. As a 4-character battle armor master, he possessed battle power at the extreme Douluo level and even wielded the power of destruction along with various powerful abilities. LinYang's strength was even above that of the Holy Dragon Douluo NCI. The destruction divine lightning pierced through the 9 Death Knights in an instant, and the king of Hell, Douluo Harosa's body suddenly shook, his underworld power attacking the Holy Dragon Douluo noticeably weakened. He turned to look at LinYang, his eyes suddenly bursting with unprecedented strong, killing intent. It was kind of almost mad rage. In that anger and madness, there seemed to be a taste of sorrow. Once, when he was nearly abandoned by the entire world, only one force supported him. Around him, there were only 12 companions. Although they did not possess true wisdom, they always guarded him, blocking powerful opponents for him. Countless times, they had used their own bodies to shield him from enemy attacks, saving his life. And countless times, they had helped him break through encirclements to reach safety. They were his 12 Death Knights and also his 12 brothers. In the heart of the king of Hell, Douluo Harosa, all feelings of kinship and friendship were almost entirely embodied in these 12 Death Knights. He preferred to be with them at all times. They were his most loyal subordinates, partners, and brothers, always guarding him. Despite having countless ways to resurrect the fallen Death Knights, every time they were killed by enemies, Harosa would fall into an unprecedented state of madness. Harosa pointed his gray-white fine sword straight at LinYang's heart. Only by killing him could he extinguish the anger in the king of Hell Douluo's heart at that moment. LinYang wore a mocking smile, but his figure transformed into wind, scattering away. Following that, a massive green phoenix shadow appeared in the sky. Chapter 159. The end. This sword is not a part of his martial soul, nor is it a part of his battle armor. It is a divine weapon that he forged himself through countless years of cultivation. Its name is the Dirge of the Underworld. The Dirge of the Underworld can draw upon his own underworld power and integrate it into the realm of rebirth in the underworld, instantly enhancing himself throughout the entire domain. Once struck by the Dirge of the Underworld, one will instantly transform into an underworld creature. The most terrifying ability of the Dirge of the Underworld is called 100 Piercings, meaning it can pierce through the defenses of a level 100 divine being in an instant. Level 99 is the limit for Douluo. The concept of level 100 does not exist. Anything beyond level 99 is considered a divine being. The title of the underworld, Dalu, Holosa, named the characteristic of his weapon 100 piercings, meaning that even when facing a divine being, it can penetrate through. This is also why his seemingly light strike earlier was able to injure Xiaoxiu. You are too arrogant. A green, vengeful spirit interfered with the underworld Douluo's attack, followed closely by a blood-red, vengeful spirit. The Dark Bell and Dark Blood demon betrayed him. Zhang Xian was momentarily stunned, then reacted, deciding to attack Holosa first, as killing the strongest evil soul master was undoubtedly the right choice. Everyone, I take my leave. The Dark Blood demon flickered and chose to leave. He had already acquired the souls of Long Yue'er and Yunming, and he no longer coveted Holosa's soul. He was confident he could break through to the quasi-divine realm. Subsequently, the Panlong staff shattered Zhang Xian's body, while the Purgatory Spear and Destruction Divine Thunder pierced through Ensi's body. Only the last three who appeared remained in the arena, along with the Dark Bell and Dark Phoenix. LinYang said, "We shall take our leave first." "Go," Qiangu Diding nodded, looking at the Dark Phoenix. She could no longer escape. Qiangu Qingfeng looked up at the sky, where a fiery red figure was rushing towards them. Half an hour ago. Crash! The crystal cup fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The speaker's face turned pale, blood draining instantly. Shrek City was completely destroyed by a god-slaying fixed-position, soul-guided cannonball. Shrek Academy, annihilated? His body trembled uncontrollably. Occupying a high position, he was supposed to be calm, but at this moment, how could he remain steady? He understood clearly what the fall of Shrek City meant. Although he had long hoped to truly control Shrek City, he had never imagined the destruction of this academy, which had lasted for 20,000 years. Although Shrek Academy was neutral, it undoubtedly protected the continent and was the true backbone of Douluo Continent. Moreover, Shrek Academy had disciples all over the world. The fall of Shrek City under the two god-slaying attacks that the council was supposed to guard closely was inexcusable. Not only was his political career at an end, but the entire federal council would likely descend into chaos. The entire continent would be the same. Investigate. I want an immediate investigation. The situation regarding the three god-slaying weapons. Hurry. The speaker forced himself to calm down a bit, issuing a series of orders. Although he knew it was already too late to salvage anything, the destruction of Shrek City would subject him to the most terrifying pressure across the continent. Why? Why? Tell me why. The Tianfeng doll, Long Yaozhu, had crimson eyes, and her jade hand slammed down on the desk in front of her with a loud bang, instantly turning the desk, made from various alloys and extremely solid, into powder. Standing behind the desk was a tall, handsome middle-aged man with a prominent nose and slightly smaller eyes, exuding a powerful deterrent force. Looking at the red-eyed Long Yaozhu, he frowned. "Yaozhu, calm down. This situation is too sudden. I also have no clue. We need to investigate further to understand how this happened." Qiangu Dongfeng, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I don't know what kind of person you are. Even if the Holy Spirit cult has connections, how could they easily obtain god-slaying weapons? How could they so easily arrange so many fixed-position, soul-guided cannonballs into Shrek City? There must be your secret support involved. How could it be otherwise? Is it you? Is it you? As she spoke, Long Yaozhu pointed her finger at Qiangu Dongfeng, the current master of the Spirit Transmission Tower, a renowned powerhouse, rivaling the Qingtian Da, and shouted angrily. Qiangu Dongfeng's expression darkened. "Yaozhu, you are my deputy master of the Spirit Transmission Tower. How can you turn against me? Moreover, how could this matter be related to me? Have you forgotten that our Spirit Transmission Tower's founder, the Ice Spirit Douluo Yuhao, was one of the original Shrek 7 monsters? Our Spirit Transmission Tower has no conflict with Shrek Academy. Why would I harm them? Furthermore, can the Spirit Transmission Tower be decided by me alone?" At this point, his tone softened slightly. "Yaozhu, this matter happened too suddenly. I am also at my wit's end and completely in the dark. Who would have thought the Holy Spirit cult would be so audacious as to attack Shrek Academy? Does the Holy Spirit cult's strength benefit us? I can only mourn for the loss of the rabbit and the fox. What we need to do now is to save lives and find traces of the Holy Spirit cult, putting all efforts into dealing with them. My father and elder brother have already gone to support them. What more do you want me to do? I know Yunming's death has hit you hard, and I regret it too. However, we must treat this matter calmly." "Calm? How can you expect me to be calm?" Long Yaozhu's breath was clearly unstable. "Qiangu Dongfeng, don't let me find out this matter is related to you. Otherwise, even if it costs me my life, I will fight you to the death." After saying this, Long Yaozhu waved her sleeves and left, leaving behind a gloomy-faced master of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Watching Long Yaozhu leave, Qiangu Dongfeng's expression was so dark it seemed like it could drip water. He certainly understood why Leng Yaozhu would doubt him. Years ago, he had pursued Leng Yaozhu for many years, but she had remained infatuated with Yunming. Even after Yunming married the Holy Spirit Daluo Yali, Leng Yaozhu still could not forget him, and she remained unmarried for life. Over the years, the Spirit Transmission Tower and Shrek Academy had grown increasingly distant. Partly due to their complicated relationship, Tower Master, a side door opened, and a seemingly ordinary yet remarkably sharp-looking middle-aged man quickly walked in and approached Qiangu Dongfeng. What's the situation? Shrek Academy has been completely annihilated, with no survivors. In the last moments, Yunming self-destructed his half-god position, temporarily gaining the power of a divine being, which mitigated much of the destructive force of the two god-slaying attacks, allowing half of Shrek City's people to survive. Chapter 160 Reunion of Sisters. However, as the center of the explosion, Shrek Academy had no survivors at all. They even launched an additional level 9 fixed-installed soul-guided artillery shell at Shrek Academy for the final cleanup. However, this time, the Holy Spirit Church also suffered heavy losses. To activate 2 god-slaying level soul-guided artillery shells, they sacrificed nearly 20 soul masters of the soul Douluo level, as well as hundreds of mid-level evil soul masters. Yet, the god-slaying ability to devour heaven and earth was taken away and did not get fired at Tang San's headquarters. Yunming's last strike shattered their doomsday skeleton. And apart from the Holy Spirit Church leader escaping, 8 titled Douluo from the Holy Spirit Church fell, which could be said to be a serious injury. Qiangu Dongfeng narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. Very good. Yunming indeed did not disappoint me. Even though the Holy Spirit Church has been hidden for thousands of years and accumulated so much, secretly plotting against Shrek Academy for so long, they ultimately paid such a huge price. A mutually destructive outcome is the best result. You go down, and according to the original plan, organize the strong members of our tower with all your might to search for the remaining traces of the Holy Spirit Church. Once found, kill without mercy. At this time, we must clearly show our position. With Shrek City completely fallen, the council will surely be unable to bear the pressure and announce its dissolution. We must seize this opportunity to strive for more seats in the council. The Tower Master's reputation will achieve multiple gains. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a kind of admiration. Qiangu Dongfeng coldly glanced at him, saying, "What do you mean by multiple gains? We have done nothing. I also feel very regretful about the fall of Shrek City." The middle-aged man immediately understood and quickly nodded, saying, "Yes. We are also very regretful about the fate of Shrek Academy. Go ahead. I will soon issue a wanted order from the Spirit Tower, targeting all evil soul masters. You know how to cooperate with the action. Remember, do not leave any traces. At the same time, monitor the whereabouts of Deputy Tower Master Long, and do not let her cause any trouble." Yes. The middle-aged man withdrew. Qiangu Dongfeng walked to the bedside, gazing out at the patches of white clouds. His eyes narrowed slightly, lost in thought. On the battlefield, Qiangu Qingfeng said coldly, "Leng Yulai has joined the Holy Spirit Church and killed Yunming with them. Now Yunming's soul is also in her hands." The Tianfeng Daluo descended from the sky, somewhat in disbelief, staring at Leng Yulai. Tianfeng Daluo Leng Yaozhu directly approached her sister and rushed towards Leng Yulai. Her wings spread behind her, and the intense fire elements surged around her body. "Why? Tell me, why did you do that?" Leng Yaozhu's voice trembled. She learned from the Holy Spirit Daluo Yali that the one who ultimately separated Yunming's soul was her own sister. Leng Yulai saw her sister, but showed no intention of avoiding her. In her eyes, there was only madness. "Why? You ask me why? Are you stupid? That woman took him away, and as my sister, you not only didn't help me, but came to question me? You clearly know I like Yunming, yet you secretly confessed to him, leading him to ultimately not choose me. Nor did he choose you. You have always been a fool, a complete fool. I don't have a sister like you. We are enemies." As she spoke, the Dark Phoenix Daluo Leng Yulai raised her hands, and 2 purple-black light swords formed, slashing straight at Leng Yaozhu. Leng Yaozhu was filled with grief and anger, raising her hands as well, condensing 2 fire swords to meet her sister's attack. The 4 long swords clashed together, and at that moment, tears streamed down Leng Yaozhu's face. Her eyes had become hazy, looking at her sister who was so close. Her heart ached to the point of almost not being able to breathe. Yes, she had once confessed to the sky-soaring Daluo Yunming. Yunming. Leng Yaozhu looked at the man in front of her, her eyes somewhat entranced. Ever since she first met him, she had been attracted by his imposing demeanor. The Lung family had always been one of the prominent families in the Soul Master world and one of the core families of the Spirit Tower. Lung Yaozhu had grown up in care, and since her birth, she had shown extraordinary talent before she even turned 6. At 6, she awakened her family's martial soul, the Tianfeng, with innate full soul power and produced a mutation of giving her extraordinary fire abilities. Her cultivation went smoothly, and among the younger generation, she was always outstanding. She also had a younger sister, Lung Yue'er. Among their generation, only she and her sister were the most excellent. When Lung Yue'er awakened her Tianfeng martial soul, there was also a mutation, which was also a favorable one. However, Lung Yue'er's mutation was of the dark attribute. The family wasn't too concerned about the attribute. Moreover, comparatively speaking, the 3 major attributes of light, darkness, and space generally surpassed the 4 elemental attributes of water, fire, earth, and wind. Furthermore, Lung Yue'er's cultivation speed was equally impressive, and with the dark attribute, she even showed signs of surpassing her sister later on. Therefore, for a period of time, Lung Yue'er was even more valued by the family. According to the Lung family's rules, the future family head would be chosen between the 2 sisters. However, as time passed, although both sisters exhibited strong talent, Lung Yue'er even slightly surpassed her sister in certain aspects. But the family discovered that due to her dark attribute, Lung Yue'er's personality had some issues. In simple terms, Lung Yue'er's personality was relatively extreme, and she had a very strong competitive spirit. This wasn't necessarily a bad thing for a cultivator. A strong competitive spirit could lead to progress. However, for a family heir, being too rigid could lead to a fall. Therefore, after both of them came of age, it was still Lung Yaozhu who was designated as the family heir, with more resources directed towards her. Eventually, with the family's support, Lung Yaozhu became the deputy tower master of the Spirit Tower, holding a high position. Both Lung Yue'er and Lung Yaozhu fell for the sky-soaring Douluo Yunming almost simultaneously. Lung Yaozhu was attracted to Yunming's upright and honorable character, while Lung Yue'er was drawn to his handsome stature and formidable strength. Lung Yue'er's personality was straightforward, and she immediately launched a frenzied pursuit of Yunming. However, Yunming did not like her in that way. At this moment, not long after Lung Yue'er was rejected, Lung Yaozhu found an opportunity and finally met Yunming. "Hello." Yunming politely nodded to Lung Yaozhu. He had a very high regard for her. Among the younger generation, they were both outstanding. Chapter 161. The past Tianfeng Douluo has a calm and decisive personality. Since becoming the heir of the Lung family, she has managed the family business successfully. She and Anfeng Douluo are biological sisters, but their personalities are completely different. Unlike Anfeng Douluo's aggressive nature, Tianfeng Douluo is more introverted. Qingtian Douluo has a much more extraordinary growth experience than them, and is also a bit older. He somewhat admires the 2 women. Perhaps he has some fondness for them, but it still falls short of love. Moreover, he already has someone in his heart. Tianfeng Douluo looked at the man in front of her. She took a few deep breaths to gather her courage, but the words just wouldn't come out. "What's wrong? Lady Tianfeng, do you have something to say to me?" Qingtian Douluo looked at her with confusion. Tianfeng Douluo instinctively asked, "Do you have any plans recently?" As soon as she asked this question, she felt a sense of regret. "What kind of question was that?" Qingtian Douluo smiled and said, "I might be traveling for a while. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. I plan to go to the Douluo Continent and the Douluo Continent to take a look. I also want to experience some training." Tianfeng Douluo was taken aback. "How long will you be gone?" Qingtian Douluo replied, "I don't know, maybe 3 years? Or possibly 5. I'll leave in a few days." Tianfeng Douluo's breathing quickened. She realized that if she didn't speak up now, she might never have the chance again. She tried to calm herself, but still appeared hesitant. "Lady Tianfeng, what's wrong?" Qingtian Douluo asked with concern. Tianfeng Douluo forced a smile and said, "Just call me Yaozhu." Qingtian Douluo was taken aback and fell silent. Tianfeng Douluo lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. After all, she had liked him for so many years. Or more accurately, she had secretly loved him for many years. Perhaps they would never have the chance to be together, but she also didn't want him to be so distant with her. Qingtian Douluo looked at her in surprise. The Tianfeng Douluo, who had always seemed steady and experienced in his eyes, now looked like a girl who had made a mistake. "You." As she spoke those words, Tianfeng Douluo seemed to have finally gathered her courage. She raised her head to look at Qingtian Douluo and said, "Yes, I like you. I have loved you for a long, long time. Qingtian Douluo, I love you. Although I know that, given the relationship between our spirit transmission tower and your academy, I shouldn't have feelings for you. But how can human emotions be controlled? I have liked you for many years. Sometimes I envy Yue'er. At least she can express her feelings. But I cannot. I don't dare to say it because I represent not just myself, but also my family. If I don't say it today, maybe I will never have the chance again. Yes, I have always had a secret crush on you. Douluo, I. At this point, her tears streamed down like rain. Suddenly, she stepped forward and threw herself into his arms, holding him tightly as if afraid he would escape, squeezing with all her strength. Douluo was completely stunned. He certainly wanted to push her away, but at that moment he could clearly feel the woman, or rather, the girl, in his arms trembling all over. Although he couldn't accept her, he also didn't want to hurt her at this moment. With a light sigh, he helplessly stroked her long hair, trying to calm her excited emotions. At that moment, they didn't know that from a distance, a pair of eyes, seemingly ready to burst into flames, were watching them. When she saw Douluo leap into Douluo's embrace, she nearly bit her silver teeth in frustration. She abruptly turned and ran away, fleeing into the distance, into the darkness. That year, Douluo was 29 years old, and Douluo was 27. After an unknown amount of time, Douluo finally woke up from the emotions that had completely erupted. Her pretty face was already flushed red. It was worth it. Thank you for not pushing me away. She lowered her head, her face blushing all the way to her neck. But during that moment, whether long or short, she felt unprecedented warmth and stability. She had become the pillar of her family, but just now, she seemed to have found her own support. It was worth it, she thought, feeling that all her years of secret love had been worthwhile. Although she wanted even more, she ultimately regained her rationality. Taking a deep breath, Douluo murmured, I know, and I can see it. You like Saint Spirit Douluo. She is indeed the kindest woman in the world, and she deserves your love. So, when I say all this today, I don't have any other intentions. I just couldn't help it. While I still have the courage before I turn 30, I wanted to express the deepest words from my heart. Please, don't say anything. Don't even reject me, because I already know and understand. I just don't want to hear it from you. I don't want you to confirm it. Please leave this beautiful impression in my heart. Just as Douluo was about to speak, he ultimately held back. Douluo was a smart girl, and that was why she would say such things. With a light sigh, Douluo shook his head. Why go through all this? Douluo raised her hand to cover his lips. I said, don't speak, okay? Let me finish and then I'll leave. Yue'er is different from me. Her love for you is even more intense and passionate. To others, her personality might seem extreme, but I know her heart is very fragile. The family inheritance should have belonged to her, but because the elders didn't understand her feelings, they gave it to me. Her fragility needs care. After you rejected her, she seemed like a different person. If possible, could you spare even a tiny bit of affection for her? She is my younger sister, and I don't want to see her suffer like this anymore. I can give up everything, but I truly don't want to watch her like this. Stunned, Douluo smiled bitterly. What are you? Douluo's face appeared somewhat pale. I don't know why I am like this either, but everything I said today is from my heart. If you could spare even a little bit of affection, please give it to Yue'er. I'm begging you. After saying this, she deeply bowed to Douluo and turned to run away. Chapter 162. Demon God, Sword the Fire Sword, and the Dark Sword continuously collided, erupting with intense energy fluctuations. Dark Phoenix Douluo's deep-set eyes seemed to burn with dark flames, filled with madness and hatred. In her heart, she cried out, Why? Why do you know that I love him so much, yet as my elder sister, you choose to snatch him away? You took away my family's heir, and I said nothing. Because in my heart, you have always been the closest sister to me. But I love him so much that I would even give my life for him. When he rejected me, I felt such unbearable pain. And the only sister who had been good to me betrayed me. Why must you do this? Heavenly Phoenix Douluo's eyes were filled with tears. The flames shooting out as her heart mirrored her eyes, filled only with pain. She too cried out in her heart, Why kill him? Why? He is the one we both love. Even if he doesn't share that feeling for you, at the very least, shouldn't he be our most beautiful memory? You are my closest sister, yet you kill the man I love the most. Why choose to fall? Why destroy something beautiful? As the four swords clashed, Heavenly Phoenix Douluo's cultivation was clearly above that of Dark Phoenix Douluo, although the gap wasn't large at their level. The greatest disadvantage of evil soul masters lay in their battle armor. Heavenly Phoenix Douluo wore a genuine 4-character battle armor, custom-made by the family with substantial resources from the divine craftsman Genhua, which was also the key to her holding the position of Vice Master of the Spirit Transmission Tower. In contrast, Dark Phoenix Douluo only wore a 3-character battle armor. Under conditions of similar cultivation, The difference in battle armor created a stark contrast in their strengths. After several clashes, Dark Phoenix Douluo began to retreat under her sister's overwhelming force, and behind Heavenly Phoenix Douluo, clusters of dense and strange flames began to condense. This flame was a secondary mutation produced after her mutated flame, which only appeared during battle and gradually condensed. The flames took on a droplet shape. She could only condense up to 7 of them, but each was immensely powerful. She called this Heavenly Phoenix True Fire, and once used, its power was boundless. It was also the secondary mutation of her martial soul that emerged after she acquired the 4-character battle armor, something Dark Phoenix Douluo did not possess. Thus, as Dark Phoenix Douluo's attacks continued to cover her, Heavenly Phoenix Douluo's offensive became increasingly stronger. At this moment, she was not only fighting for her own heart, but also for all of humanity. She couldn't even dare to think about how many people her sister had harmed over the years since becoming one of the 4 Dark Kings of the Holy Spirit sect. She only hoped to capture her and bring her back, even if it meant sacrificing all her future time to atone for her sister. She did not want her sister to die on this battlefield. That was why she targeted Dark Phoenix Douluo from the start and exerted all her efforts to attack her, hoping that others would not interfere. But Dark Phoenix Douluo was unaware of her sister's good intentions. Faced with Heavenly Phoenix Douluo's storm-like assault, her hatred reached its peak. The dark twin swords in her hands flickered continuously, bursting forth with a massive amount of dark light. During her retreat, her eyes gradually began to turn deep purple. She took everything from me, and now she wants to kill me, so... 2 figures soared into the sky from the center of the explosion. They were 2 enormous phoenixes, one glowing incandescently, engulfed in dazzling flames, while the other was completely black, burning with purple-black flames. Together, they soared higher, flying while releasing their flames to corrode and attack each other. From the very beginning of this battle, Heavenly Phoenix Douluo and Dark Phoenix Douluo had been opponents, maintaining a balance of power. Heavenly Phoenix Douluo could only slightly suppress her sister, but despite her obvious superiority in strength, she could never gain the upper hand. At this moment, when Dark Phoenix Douluo released her martial soul's true form, Heavenly Phoenix Douluo had no choice but to do the same, and the 2 ascended into the air together. The 2 enormous phoenixes had now risen to several thousand meters in altitude, and at this moment, the incandescent fire phoenix, transformed by Heavenly Phoenix Douluo, had one of its front claws digging into the chest of the Dark Phoenix. It seemed that the Dark Phoenix was completely defenseless. As the 2 sisters flew higher and collided continuously, suddenly, Dark Phoenix Douluo unexpectedly let go of her defense. At their level, even if Heavenly Phoenix Douluo did not exert her full strength, each attack was nearly at the limit of a titled Douluo's level. How could it be said that one could simply stop when they wished? Her phoenix's front claw pierced directly into Dark Phoenix Douluo's chest. Yet in the very next moment, a dark red light flashed and stabbed directly into Heavenly Phoenix Douluo's lower abdomen from below. At that moment, Heavenly Phoenix Douluo was consumed with immense pain and regret over mistakenly injuring her sister. How could she have expected Dark Phoenix Douluo to suddenly strike? That dark red short sword that pierced Heavenly Phoenix Douluo's abdomen rapidly spread its dark red essence throughout her body, and then the short sword actually dissolved just like that. Hee 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 hee. Dark Phoenix Douluo laughed, her laughter filled with delight and hatred, looking at Heavenly Phoenix Douluo with eyes full of resentment. You're still so soft-hearted. I knew it would be like this. This demon god sword was prepared for you long ago, a one-time artifact. Even a deity cannot save you. You are doomed. You are doomed. Heavenly Phoenix Douluo stared blankly at her sister, seemingly feeling no pain. Do you hate me that much? Dark Phoenix Douluo spat out bitterly. Yes. I hate you. I hate you. You took everything from me. You made me become who I am today. You led me step by step into darkness. It's all because of you, all because of you. I want to kill you. I have long wanted to kill you. I hate Yunming, but I hate you even more. Finally, I've found this opportunity. I can't defeat you, but I know your hypocrisy will give me this chance. I succeeded. You will finally die by my hands. Heavenly Phoenix Douluo slowly closed her eyes. The hand that had pierced her sister's chest slowly withdrew, not continuing to destroy Dark Phoenix Douluo's body. All right, perhaps for me, this could be considered a release. Yue'er, I just want to tell you, no matter when, in my heart, you will always be my sister. LinYang showed a relieved smile. Perhaps their care for Yue'er over the years had not been enough. Chapter 163. Visualization of thought. The glaring white-hot flames suddenly surged upwards, and LinYang raised her hand to gently push away Yue'er in front of her. Although her palm penetrated Yue'er's chest, and even touched her heart for a moment. She withdrew in time and did not attack. However, the wounds on her body at that moment were already fatal. The demon godsword, the most malicious weapon developed by the Holy Spirit Church, contained the toxins of countless vengeful spirits, capable of cursing and devouring even souls. Lung Yaoju's eyes had turned grayish-white, and her life force was decreasing at an alarming rate. The demon godsword was the ultimate curse that even the Holy Spirit Douluo could not heal. She raised her hand and pointed to the sky. In midair, an illusory light and shadow appeared, and as that shadow emerged, large swathes of space twisted slightly. Within that shadow, the younger version of Lung Yaoju stood there, her head lowered, looking troubled. In front of her stood the sky-soaring Douluo Yunming. Visualization of thought. The white-hot flames on Lung Yaoju intensified, as if she wanted to fully unleash her final brilliance, completely refining her body and soul. Under this all-out burning, the visualization of thought in the air unexpectedly produced a sound. The voice echoed in the air, giving a strange feeling that was hard to describe and attracting the attention of everyone involved. Yunming, hello. What's wrong? Is there something you want to say to me under the heavenly phoenix crown? What are your plans lately? The voice was extremely clear, allowing everyone to hear it distinctly. Naturally, the dark phoenix Douluo Yulai was no exception. When she heard this voice, her entire body trembled violently. Bastard, bastard. It was that time. How dare you present this with visualization of thought? Although she said this, her gaze was fixed intensely on Yunming's face. Meanwhile, the Holy Spirit Douluo, who was commanding the battle, was also momentarily stunned. Seeing Yunming, she too was in tears. Yunming smiled and said, I might be traveling for a while. As the saying goes, reading thousands of books is not as good as traveling thousands of miles. I plan to visit the Douluo Continent and the Douluo Continent to see and train. How long will you be gone? I don't know, maybe 3 years? Or maybe 5 years. I'll leave in a few days. Under the heavenly phoenix crown, what's wrong with you? Call me Yaoju. After all, I have liked you for so many years. Or more accurately, I have had a crush on you for so many years. Perhaps, we may not have a chance to be together, but I also don't want you to be so distant towards me. You. Yes, I like you. I have loved you for a long, long time, Yunming. I love you. Even though I know that, given the relationship between our spirit pagoda and your academy, I shouldn't have fallen for you. But how can human emotions be controlled? I've liked you for many years. Sometimes I envy Yulai. At least she can express her feelings. But I cannot. I dare not say it because I represent not just myself, but also my family. If I don't say it today, perhaps there will be no more opportunities. Yes, I have always had a crush on you. Yunming, I. Suddenly, Lung Yaoju stepped forward and threw herself into his embrace, wrapping her arms around him tightly, as if afraid he would break free, holding on particularly tightly. Seeing this, Lung Yulai bit her lip in anger, blood flowing from her chest as her heart raced, yet she seemed oblivious. She still clearly remembered that it was because she had witnessed this scene that she rushed into the darkness, left there, and joined the Holy Spirit Church. Later, she became one of the 4 Dark Kings of the Holy Spirit Church. At this moment, the scene continued, and everything that followed in that visualization of thought was so vividly presented before her eyes. It was worth it. Thank you for not pushing me away. I know, I can see it. You like Yali. She's indeed the kindest woman in the world, and she deserves your love. So, when I say this to you today, I don't mean anything else. I just couldn't help it. While I still have the courage before turning 30, I wanted to express the deepest words in my heart. Please don't say anything. Don't say anything to reject me, because I know I understand. I just don't want to hear it from your mouth. I don't want to be proven wrong. Please leave this beautiful impression in my heart. Yunming shook his head and sighed. Why do you do this to yourself? I said don't speak, okay? Let me finish, and then I'll leave. Yulai is different from me. Her love for you is more insane and intense than mine. To others, her personality may seem extreme, but in reality, I know her heart is very fragile. Originally, she should have been the heir of the family, but because the elders did not understand her heart, they gave it to me. Her fragility needs care. After you rejected her, she seemed like a different person. If possible, could you spare even a little bit of emotion for her? She is my younger sister, and I don't want to see her suffer like this anymore. I can give up everything, but I really don't want to keep watching her like this. What are you? Lung Yaoju's face turned pale. I don't know why I am like this, but everything I said today is from my heart. If you can spare even a little bit of emotion, please give it to Yulai, I beg you. The scene gradually became blurred, and even the last words of Lung Yaoju were not completely clear. The ancient breeze asked, Aren't you going to save her? My brother has always dreamed of having her become your teacher's wife. LinYang soared towards the sky-soaring Douluo. Surrounded by a greenish-blue glow, which was life energy, one of the abilities he mastered on Devil Island. In stark contrast to the power of destruction, LinYang had perfectly mastered it. Accompanied by the infusion of life energy, the body of the sky-soaring Douluo slowly solidified, yet his eyes remained closed. Lung Yulai was also staring blankly at the place where the light and shadow disappeared. Her whole being seemed to be suspended in mid-air like wood. At this moment, no one could compare to her feelings. She never expected that the hatred she had held in her heart for so long, which had led her to destroy her own life, would turn out to be like this. Chapter 164. Journey to the Eye of Ice and Fire's sister gathered her courage to find Yunming, not just to confess, but more importantly, for herself. She wanted to leave the last bit of hope for herself. How could this happen? How could this happen? Lung Yulai shook her head vigorously, unable to believe that the truth could be like this. It completely exceeded her capacity for thought. All along, she had believed that her sister's kindness was a fade, merely to please the family elders and compete for the position of family head. Her thoughts were extreme. The more she thought this way, everything would naturally head towards the worst direction. However, the visualization of thoughts could not deceive anyone. Especially since it was her sister's last burning life that released this visualization, it could not be fabricated. She didn't even have the ability to fake it. She could only project what was in her memory. And all of this was telling her at high speed that she was wrong. The reason she turned towards darkness was actually non-existent. Everything her sister did was actually for her sake. A look of despair surfaced on Lung Yulai's face as she suddenly sighed. "I get it back to you." As she spoke, a burst of bright purple flames suddenly erupted from her, turning into an intensely burning light. The sky twisted again, and shadows appeared, also a visualization of thoughts. There were two little girls running across the vast grassland, their silver bell-like laughter echoing in that vibrant world. "You sisters are really annoying." LinYang appeared behind her, stabilizing her physical condition with life energy, and said lightly, "From today on, you are a member of the Sea God Pavilion of Shrek Academy. Help me rebuild Shrek Academy." LinYang did not stay at Shrek Academy. Dark Phoenix Douluo and Dark Bell also remained at the Spirit Transmission Tower and did not go to Shrek Academy immediately. LinYang requested the Holy Spirit Douluo to temporarily act as the Sea God Pavilion Master and informed them about the alliance with the Spirit Transmission Tower to fight enemies. The Spirit Transmission Tower, the Ancient Family, and the Angel Family would help her rebuild Shrek Academy. LinYang then set off towards Heaven-Do City with Yuan and Yue'er. Wu Sidua, Yi Xinglan, Su Xiaoyan, Yang Yinxia, Zheng Aran, and Li Zhengyu. They arrived at a forest, and after entering, everyone curiously looked around. Everything seemed very ordinary, with no strange flowers or plants. About 2 hours later, the terrain suddenly became rugged. LinYang said, "Follow my pace and don't go astray. There are many poisonous plants here. Getting poison will be troublesome." Everything around them suddenly began to feel illusory. They felt as if they had stepped into a blurred world, with only LinYang in front of them able to see clearly. Is this an illusion? It seemed to be a very sophisticated illusion. A faint golden chain sparkling with starlight connected everyone together, which was Su Xiaoyan's star chain, ensuring that even if they encountered danger, the chain would allow everyone to share the damage. After walking for a while, LinYang in front stopped, and everything around them suddenly became clear. Only then did they realize they had arrived at the edge of a cliff. Looking back, the place they had just walked through was also a forest. But it was a colorful forest, with many plants they had never seen before. Undoubtedly, this should be the poisonous plants LinYang mentioned. With poison combined with illusion, this was undoubtedly the natural barrier of this place. Your second word battle armors must be completed, right? The place is in the valley. At the moment Yi Xinglan released her battle armor, it shone the brightest. In an instant, it seemed as if she had transformed into the galaxy with countless stars. The starlight combined, and a simple battle armor appeared on her body. As it reached the second word level, Yi Xinglan's battle armor presented a strange incandescent color, with the entire body resembling crystal, sparkling brilliantly. Every design of her battle armor had a sharpness akin to a blade, just like her own personality. The armor did not look overly extravagant. Even the small wings on her back were extremely sharp, resembling the guiding wings of a mech. But when the full armor was worn on her, at the moment the mask fell, a sword aura naturally formed, soaring towards the sky. The sword aura was so strong it seemed it could pierce the heavens. Yuan in Yue'er's battle armor was the most complex among everyone except LinYang. as she had twin martial souls, and the two martial souls did not belong to each other. Therefore, the design alone took a considerable amount of time. At this moment, she released her fallen angel martial soul. After adding a third type of metal, her battle armor turned deep purple, with every pattern exuding a feeling of power. A pair of black wings spread open behind her, and with her now restored feminine appearance, she had a mysterious and magical allure. If she transformed into the Titan giant ape, her battle armor style would undergo some changes. To ensure the battle armor could enhance her combat power, Yue'er sacrificed the flying ability of the Titan giant ape state to maximize her combat strength. Su Xiaoyan's battle armor was the most splendid among everyone. After reaching the second word level, her battle armor became completely transparent, as if carved from crystal, complex and gorgeous, with a streamlined shape composed of various circular forms. Within the armor, it seemed as if countless star lights sparkled. This design concept was derived from their time at the Star Observation Platform. The points of starlight were released by the core magic array, significantly enhancing her abilities, allowing her Star Staff soul skills to have shorter release times and increased duration. At the same time, it could also release a star shield, providing strong defense, especially at night, or with the aid of star power. Its defense could even surpass Sulfzi. A pair of pure white wings spread behind Lu Jingyu, and his battle armor retained the color of the first word battle armor. Pure white with golden patterns, looking noble and filled with a holy aura. Sacred runes were engraved on the battle armor, which looked thicker and more ornate than the first word battle armor. The wings were also completely covered by the armor, and a crown adorned his head, filling his entire being with a sacred presence. At this moment, it was still daytime. The sun shone brightly on the earth, illuminating him, which added to his imposing holy aura. During the day, possessing a sacred angel martial soul made his combat power even stronger. Chapter 165, Fierce Beasts Follow Me. After everyone released their battle armors, LinYang swiftly transformed and was already above the valley, while Yue'er and the other six also flapped their wings and followed him into the air. Naturally, Yue'er and Lu Jingyu, who already had flying abilities, were the most skilled at flying. The others, after obtaining their battle armors with the character, too, had practiced flying less, and as they took to the sky, they appeared somewhat unstable. However, they were all extraordinarily talented individuals, and in an instant, they managed to control their bodies, spreading their wings and outputting their soul power to stabilize themselves in midair. LinYang waved his hand and descended into the valley. At the same time, a faint green light radiated from him, transforming into a protective barrier that enveloped Yue'er and the others. As the barrier descended, they immediately saw a layer of colorful mist inside the valley, which looked extremely magnificent. However, just as the barrier entered the colorful mist, they were horrified to see that LinYang's cultivation level caused the surface of his protective barrier to start exhibiting violent energy fluctuations, with pits appearing all over. This was the colorful poisonous miasma, one of the deadliest toxins in the world. Anything would be corroded by it. For many years, it had accumulated above this valley, originally present in the surrounding forests, but later the Tang sect spent a great deal of effort to gather it at the top of the valley, increasing its concentration. Even a black-grade mecha would be completely corroded within a short time if it entered. Only someone with a cultivation level of Super Duo or above could rely on their soul power to withstand the erosion of the colorful miasma for a short period. The deputy master of the Tang sect, the passionate Duo, died in an attack by the Holy Spirit cult. After discussing with the master of the Tang sect, the ruthless Dalu, we decided to cultivate a group of geniuses using the celestial herbs from the ice and fire innate to rebuild Shrek Academy. Undoubtedly, this was the strongest protection of the ice and fire innate itself. Such a potent poison, if encountered without prior knowledge, could easily trap even a super Douluo. Fortunately, the poisonous mist was not too thick. After traveling a few dozen meters, their vision suddenly cleared, revealing a not too large small valley before them. As they could finally see the situation in the valley, everyone was immediately astonished by the strange scenery before them. The first thing that caught their eye was a peculiar lake, which was two-colored. One side was blue, and the other was red, with the two colors clearly delineated, not mingling at all. The ice and fire innate must have been named after this. On the shores of this two-colored lake grew all sorts of exotic flowers and herbs, and there was even a large flower that appeared enormous from the air. Just then, at the next moment they appeared in the air, powerful mental energies suddenly swept over from below, landing on them. These spiritual forces were evidently quite hostile. This is LinYang snorted lightly, and immediately, those rising spiritual forces shattered one after another. With the pressure lifted, LinYang led them down into the valley. As they landed, patches of vegetation scattered, revealing a bare ground that just barely accommodated all 9 of them standing. Once they truly landed in the valley, everyone was even more shocked by the vegetation before them. It was a vibrant world where all the plants seemed to have been magnified. Wusadeo exclaimed, "Is that the fire-resistant apricot blossom? My God, it's so big. How is that possible? I've seen in the classics that this flower only grows 2 inches every 10,000 years. This one, my God, it must be nearly 200,000 years old." As soon as they landed, the previous powerful auras pressed down on them again, and this time, the number was even greater. The surrounding exotic flowers and herbs seemed to come alive. Even more strangely, 6 figures gradually materialized into humanoid forms before them. One of them, dressed in a purple robe that looked like it was from ancient times, appeared handsome and tall. Behind him was a beautiful woman in red, her expression unfriendly, who had transformed from the fire-resistant apricot blossom that Wusadeo had just pointed out. In addition, there were 4 other individuals gathering around, approaching them. From their auras, it was clear that these beings did not seem very welcoming. 6 types of plants that could transform into human forms. Everyone knew what that meant. Plants capable of transforming into human forms were at the level of fierce beasts. LinYang smiled slightly and approached everyone. "I represent the ruthless Douluo of the Tang sect to greet you." The purple-robed man said lightly, "If it weren't for your disturbance, we would be better off. What does the ruthless Douluo of the Tang sect want by sending you here?" LinYang replied, "Naturally, we seek your assistance." The purple-robed man's expression darkened. "I remember our agreement with the Tang sect. We can only allow 1 individual every 100 years to enter the ice and fire yin-yang to obtain 2 types of herbs, and in return, the Tang sect guarantees to help us protect this place from being destroyed by humans." "That's right," LinYang nodded. The purple-robed man coldly said, "Then what does it mean for 8 of you to come here this time? Is it just to expose our existence?" LinYang sighed. "If it weren't for necessity, would I disturb your peaceful slumber? The Tang sect is facing a life-and-death crisis. I remember that the ice spirit Dalu also made an agreement with you. When the Tang sect encounters a disaster, you all would do your utmost to help us through this calamity." The purple-robed man's expression changed, surprised. The Tang sect, in its prime, is facing a great calamity? LinYang nodded. The Holy Spirit cult bombarded Shrek City with level 12 fixed soul guidance cannonballs, the strongest human. The Qing Tian Dalu has died, and the light and dark Dalu of Shrek Academy, who were quasi-gods, have also been killed. The deputy master of the Tang sect, the passionate Dalu and Guo Xiaoshu have also died at the hands of the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult. If the Tang sect loses its leader, with 2 4-character battle armor masters dead, 9 titled Douluos sacrificed, and over 1,200 soul masters of various levels lost, we are forced to shut down all branches. Not only that, but as you all should know, Shrek Academy is located in Shrek City, the #1 city on the continent, which has also suffered devastating blows. Shrek City has been completely destroyed, with casualties of over 10 million people, and more than 20 titled Douluos from Shrek Academy have fallen, along with 2 quasi-gods. As the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Since the ice spirit Dalu ascended, the Tang sect has kept its promise for thousands of years, guarding the ice and fire yin-yang, sometimes even for 1,000 years without asking for any compensation. Now, the Shrek Academy and the Tang sect are facing a catastrophic disaster. Chapter 166. Thunder and Lightning Douluo LinYang, if you all refuse to help. Then in the near future, I'm afraid the Tang sect will truly be unable to keep the secrets of this place and will be destroyed by powerful enemies. By then, once the ice and fire yin-yang is exposed, you may have no peace left. Although your cultivation is sufficient, you are not skilled in combat, and moreover, human technology has developed to a level that your cultivation can no longer pose a threat. The purple-clad man frowned deeply, turned around, and looked at his companions. His mental fluctuations becoming intense, clearly communicating with each other. For the first time, the people behind him heard the true number of losses that the Tang sect and Shrek Academy suffered at the title Dalu level, and for a moment, they felt a heavy weight in their hearts. A full 30 title Dalu level powerhouses have fallen. Shrek Academy has been completely destroyed, and the Tang sect has also suffered severe injuries. Furthermore, they have to face the situation where the wall falls and everyone pushes. It is indeed the most difficult moment. Undoubtedly, the ice and fire yin-yang I is one of the Tang sect's foundations. Only by utilizing these foundations that were once prepared can the Tang sect hope to turn the tide. After a moment, the purple-clad man turned back, his gaze fixed on LinYang, and asked, "May I ask what your identity is?" "I am the Sea God Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy. Thunder and lightning Douluo LinYang." The purple-clad man continued to ask, "What does thunder and lightning Douluo want us to do with the ice and fire yin-yang I to help you?" LinYang said solemnly, "I need to equip each of them with at least one type of heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the 100,000 year level to further enhance their cultivation and potential, depending on their individual situations. Impossible." The purple-clad man almost unhesitatingly refused. The seven behind him couldn't help but gasp at LinYang's words. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures of 100,000 years? Are you asking to consume these people present? How could they possibly agree? The purple-clad man shouted angrily, "Thunder and lightning Douluo Shrek Academy, don't go too far. You should know that even within the ice and fire yin-yang I, cultivating a 100,000 year spirit herb takes thousands of years. Ever since that spirit ice Douluo guy plundered us, it has taken us millennia to recover a bit. If what you say is true, this place will immediately wither, returning to the bleak scene of 10,000 years ago." LinYang said solemnly, "Sir, beneath the fallen nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? If it weren't for necessity, I wouldn't make such a request. Please think carefully, Brother Luo." As he spoke, he took a step forward, and a tangible aura suddenly burst forth, causing the surrounding space to become heavy, the terrifying pressure making it hard to breathe. Facing the 6 fierce, beast-level plant-type soul beasts, LinYang showed no fear. Looking as if he was prepared to take on all 6, though it had a hint of coercion, it was impossible not to feel the overwhelming aura he exuded. The purple-clad man snorted coldly. "This is the ice and fire yin-yang I, not your Tang sect. Do you think that over the years, we have made no preparations?" A layer of purple light burst forth from him, and suddenly, a strange fragrance wafted through the air, refreshing and invigorating. Upon smelling this scent, everyone felt their bodies lighten, a sense of indescribable comfort washing over them. And just behind the fierce beasts, within the ice and fire yin-yang I, the waters of different colors suddenly surged skyward, spiraling like 2 giant dragons. 2 figures gradually emerged from the lake water. "Welcome, Dragon Lords." The purple-clad man and the other 5 fierce beasts stepped back a few paces, their expressions showing respect. Suspended above the ice and fire yin-yang I were 2 giant dragons formed from the condensed lake water, one entirely ice blue, the other entirely crimson red. Both dragons radiated dazzling brilliance, their powerful aura sweeping over, and with the appearance of these blue and red dragons, all the plants within the ice and fire yin-yang I seemed to come alive, their life force surging dramatically, with many plants beginning to grow larger. All pressure directed towards LinYang and his companions. LinYang chuckled lightly. "Sir, the Tang sect has guarded the ice and fire yin-yang I for 10,000 years, and you have made such preparations to deal with us?" The purple-clad man replied indifferently. "Guarding us? Indeed, you have reduced many unnecessary troubles for us. But likewise, we have given you plenty in return. Since your Tang sect's ancestor, Tang San, you have never stopped demanding from us. As for today, since your Tang sect has already entered decline, there is nothing more to say. We no longer need your protection. With our abilities, self-preservation is not a problem." LinYang raised an eyebrow. "Aren't you worried that I will leak the situation of the ice and fire yin-yang I? At that time, you will be the target of everyone." The purple-clad man smiled slightly. "As long as you all stay here today, will the Tang sect leak our situation?" LinYang chuckled. "It seems you are very confident. Do you think that you can keep me here with just your strength?" The purple-clad man replied indifferently. "If there were no certainty, we naturally would not turn hostile. Do you know the origins of the 2 dragon lords?" LinYang said, "Please enlighten me." The purple-clad man said, "Back then, the ancestor of soul beasts, the dragon god, gave birth to 9 sons, among which were the 7 elemental holy dragons: water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, and space, along with the mountain dragon and the strongest dragon son, the golden dragon, collectively known as the 9 dragon lords. The dragon god fell in the divine realm, and the 9 dragon lords each had their fortunes. Among them, the water dragon king and the fire dragon king fell here, and their bodies are buried 10,000 fathoms beneath the ice and fire yin-yang I. Thus, the ice and fire yin-yang I was born, nourishing all things. After countless years of effort, we finally summoned the dragon souls of the two dragon lords to guard our corner of the world. I do not believe that you humans, no matter how strong, can contend with the dragon lords who were already at the divine level back then. Even if the dragon lords are now only dragon souls. Combining the power of the two dragon lords, even if you're a 4-character battle armor master of super Douluo rank, you will still be left here. LinYang replied lightly. But even if they are in the form of dragon souls, these two dragon lords only possess the aura of demigods, don't they? The purple-clad man's judgment is based on extreme Douluo level. He has limited understanding of battle armor, but in his view, no matter how strong a human's 4-character battle armor is, it is currently only at the super Douluo level, at most comparable to an extreme Douluo, with their 6 fierce beasts plus the dragon soul of the Ice and Fire Dragon King. How could LinYang possibly be their opponent? LinYang gently raised his arm. A breath reminiscent of a savage beast resonated, and then 5 red and 4 orange soul rings appeared beneath his feet, and surging thunder erupted, causing the entire Ice and Fire Yin-Yang to fall into a terrifying silence under the thunder. Chapter 167 Deterrence. The Power of Destruction. The 6 fierce beasts exclaimed in horror almost simultaneously. Sunshine and water are the mysteries of plant growth, and all plants, whether soul beasts or ordinary plants, exist based on life energy, while destruction is an extreme energy that is the opposite of life. If it were facing soul masters, the effect might not be so profound. But when destruction energy appears before plant soul beasts, which are centered around life energy, its power is beyond everyone's imagination. The same is true when facing spirits. The power of destruction can easily obliterate the dragon soul of the Ice Fire Dragon King, which is why LinYang dared to come here alone. 3 types of 10,000-year spiritual items. The man in purple gritted his teeth and said. LinYang, however, paid no heed and coldly replied, 7 types, not 1 less. Otherwise, it would be difficult to kill all of you here. With the nourishing effects of the Ice Fire 2-element eye, it won't be long before enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures are cultivated again. Since the Tang San's control over you has been too loose before, we will take full control here in the future. You 6, though stronger than 10,000-year beings, are still not bad. The woman in red, the fire apricot, angrily shouted. Don't go too far. If it comes to it, we'll perish together. I don't believe that with the strength of us 6, we can't kill you. Even if I fall, I won't let you succeed. Don't believe it? LinYang sneered, as dark clouds in the sky coalesced into a purple spear, the aura of destruction emanating from it reaching the level of divinity. The entire Ice Fire 2-element, I trembled violently, and even the movements of the distant Ice Fire Dragon King's dragon soul slowed down a bit. In the world, it seemed that only the aura of the destruction spear existed. The colorful, poisonous miasma in the air was almost instantly shattered by the aura of destruction, scattering everywhere. God level. How could this be? This is God level. The voice of the man in purple was filled with tremors, his face pale. LinYang's voice echoed in the valley. If the golden-eyed Black Dragon King Emperor Tian could defeat me, you are merely plants cultivated. How much combat experience do you have? And what bloodline specializes in combat? Don't say 6. Even if there were 10 of you, I could easily tear you apart here. Do you still believe that your 2 dragon lords can stop me from leaving? Do you still think I can't turn all 6 of you back into spiritual items? Behind the man in purple, a man in white had a horrified expression. Humans have become this powerful? LinYang replied calmly, Xli. So, do you still think that the protection of the Tang sect over the years has been meaningless? In this world, there are nearly 10 beings of my level. It doesn't take many. Just 2 appearing here simultaneously, and even your dual dragon lords wouldn't be able to resist, as they lack their main body's assistance. By then, the Ice Fire 2-element, I will face a true catastrophe. Considering that your cultivation has not been easy, having you here can better utilize the Ice Fire 2-element Eye's function, producing more heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I will give you one last chance. 8 types of 10,000-year spiritual items, not 1 less. The man in purple now looked utterly defeated. Wind and thunder Douluo, please retract your powers. Let's discuss this. The purple-clad man, Chua Yujin, sighed. Wind and thunder Douluo you win. Besides us 6, there are also 15 types of heavenly materials and earthly treasures over 10,000 years old in the Ice Fire 2-element Eye. But you should know that although we have not allowed them to develop higher intelligence under our control, they are already real plant-type soul beasts. When their lives are threatened, it requires the true power of the people you brought to subdue them. Their combat strength is slightly stronger than ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. but they do not reach the true level of 10,000-year soul beasts. LinYang nodded. This was a fact. Although under the suppression of these 6 fierce beasts, not more plants had turned into true 10,000-year soul beasts. Their energy had reached that level, so naturally they would reach that realm. Wu Sido curiously asked, why not allow them to develop intelligence? Wouldn't that make the ice-fire 2-element I stronger? The man in purple coldly replied, do you think we don't want that? It's not that we don't want to, but we can't. We rely on the ice-fire 2-element I to grow. 1,000 years of growth is equivalent to 10,000 years of cultivation. In 1,000 years, there is naturally nothing wrong, but once we cultivate to 10,000 years, which is practically equivalent to 10,000 years, we must endure the heavenly tribulation that will inevitably arise for 10,000-year soul beasts. Compared to animal-type soul beasts, we plants are much weaker, and resisting heavenly tribulation is even more difficult. Moreover, we have not undergone the baptism of such a long period of 10,000 years. In the initial few thousand years here, any plant reaching the 10,000-year level would undoubtedly die. It wasn't until many years later, through luck and the influence of the main body, that fierce beasts began to gradually emerge, but it was 1 in 100. In other words, among 100 10,000-year soul beasts that appear here, it would be good to have one survive the first heavenly tribulation, and only I survive the second. Even so, I can be certain that I will never survive the third heavenly tribulation. Therefore, without certainty, we would rather not allow them to develop intelligence. Without intelligence, they won't attract the envy of heaven. The heavenly tribulation will come, but it will be much weaker, and with our help, they can live a bit longer. Having 6 that can break through to 10,000-year cultivation is already the most since the ice-fire 2-element I was born. In about another 1,000 years, it's hard to say how many of us will remain. I see, Wu Sido thought to herself. These plants look like they can grow better near the ice-fire 2-element I, but it doesn't seem to be entirely a good thing. Seemingly seeing what she was thinking, LinYang explained, it's not as you think. All plants still wish to grow around the ice-fire 2-element I. Without the ice-fire 2-element I, under normal cultivation, 100,000 plants producing one plant-type soul beast would be quite good. And among those plant-type soul beasts, the chances of ultimately cultivating intelligence is even 1 in 100. But here, as long as they have enough age, almost all plants can transform into soul beasts. What a rare opportunity. Otherwise, do you think they would stay here? Moreover, the ice-fire 2-element I would play a significant role in their resistance against heavenly tribulation. Wu Sido indeed didn't understand enough about plant-type soul beasts, but after listening to LinYang, she roughly understood. Here, after all, is a treasure land for plants. Chapter 168. Harvest. The man in purple sighed softly. Wind and thunder. Dalu, after this request, please do not come for another 1,000 years if possible. Fishing in a dried-up pond is something a wise man would not do. You need not worry about us becoming too powerful. As strong as humanity is, we will still need to rely on Tang men in the future. When the time comes, we old ones will naturally not be able to live any longer. I can promise you that when we believe our lifespan has reached its limit, we are willing to transform into souls and compete for that slim chance of becoming gods alongside your spirit masters. But please also keep your previous promise and do not excessively demand the eye of ice and fire. LinYang nodded, okay, y agree. You will be proud of your decision. The octagonal mysterious ice grass from back, then eventually followed spirit ice Douluo to ascend, didn't it? Perhaps one day, you too can. The man in purple smiled bitterly, not daring to hope. Come with me, I will first take you to find suitable celestial herbs. As he spoke, he turned and walked towards the eye of ice and fire, and the plants naturally parted, revealing a passage. Under LinYang's protection, the group walked toward the area beside the eye of ice and fire. 10,000-year heavenly spiritual items. How could one not be tempted? Do not be careless. With your strength, fighting against spirit beasts should not be too much of a problem, but do not underestimate your opponents. If you fail, you will lose the opportunity to obtain a 10,000-year celestial herb. This kind of 10,000-year herb, lacking intelligence, cannot produce soul bones. But as long as it is sufficiently compatible with your bodies, it can at least raise your soul power by 3 levels or more, while also enhancing your potential to at least support the level of Super Dalu. It will pave a smooth road for your future journey towards Super Dalu, LinYang advised. A huge golden chrysanthemum, completely golden and faintly fuzzy, appeared before everyone. There was no strong fragrance. Its roots were particularly thick and robust, and the massive chrysanthemum swayed gently, exuding a powerful aura. Within a 10-meter radius around it, no other plants existed due to the deterrent aura of this powerful plant. 10,000-year strange mushroom chrysanthemum. Do not use any metal objects when collecting it. Upon contact, it will resist. You must defeat its avatar, said the man in purple with a gloomy expression. LinYang said, Wuxi Duo, leave it to me. Wuxi Duo smiled slightly and directly activated her two-word battle armor, easily suppressing the strange mushroom chrysanthemum. After Wuxi Duo picked the strange mushroom chrysanthemum, the man in purple said, tear the petals off and eat them one by one. After Wuxi Duo consumed the strange mushroom chrysanthemum, she began to meditate and absorb it, while the man in purple led them to search for the next celestial herb. Come with me. This one is the star Luo spirit pearl, 10,000 years old. I observe that among these young people you brought, there should be two whose cultivation relates to the stars, and they can choose it. LinYang turned to Yi Xinglan and Su Xiaoyan. Which of you will come? Be prepared for battle. Without waiting for Su Xiaoyan to speak, Yi Xinglan immediately said, this spirit fruit should enhance the communication with the stars. My star god sword relies on star power, but more importantly, it is the sword intent itself. Xiaoyan, you go. Su Xiaoyan said, Sister Xinglan, how can this be? It is also helpful for you. You should come. The man in purple, Chou Jinxiang, said, you need not defer to each other. There are similar heavenly treasures. However, I suggest that the one with the weaker cultivation among you should fuse with it. The star Luo Spirit Pearl is the gentlest and most approachable among all 10,000-year spiritual items. It is very difficult for it to awaken spiritual intelligence. But after fusing with a human, it can become the soul core of a human spirit master in the future, so it does not strongly reject being picked. As the main control spirit master, Su Xiaoyan's direct combat strength was undoubtedly the weakest among her companions. So the star Luo Spirit Pearl was indeed more suitable for her to absorb and fuse with. Su Xiaoyan felt a bit helpless, but was also deeply moved. She walked in front of Yi Xinglan and opened her arms to hug her before walking towards the star Luo Spirit Pearl. The star Luo Spirit Pearl was a very beautiful spiritual item. Its branches were a rare black among plants, but at the top, there grew a golden fruit as large as a palm. This golden fruit sparkled like a large pearl, but upon closer inspection, one would find that the gold was actually composed of countless golden light points, which was quite extraordinary. Su Xiaoyan placed her star staff in her left hand and gently touched the golden fruit with her right hand. Immediately, the golden fruit trembled slightly, and then its surface erupted with thousands of starlights. These starlights enveloped Su Xiaoyan in an instant. Under the starry light, the star wheel eye staff in Su Xiaoyan's left hand lit up, and in an instant, the previously shredded seven-colored poisonous mist revealed the heavenly gang, which suddenly darkened as if day had turned to night. Countless stars hung in the night sky, and dazzling starlights fell from above, landing on both the star Luo Spirit Pearl and Su Xiaoyan. Su Xiaoyan closed her eyes, seemingly feeling something, while the star Luo Spirit Pearl continued to tremble slightly, emitting circles of golden halos. In just a short while, everyone understood that the star Luo Spirit Pearl seemed to be competing with Su Xiaoyan for the starlight falling from the sky. At first, the star Luo Spirit Pearl absorbed noticeably more starlight, but soon, when Su Xiaoyan's third soul ring lit up, all the starlight falling from the sky was completely absorbed by her dazzling star soul skill. Then, it was released from the tip of her star staff, illuminating the star Luo Spirit Pearl. The trembling star Luo Spirit Pearl instantly became solidified, and the golden halo it had been releasing retracted in an instant, unable to continue. A faint smile appeared on Su Xiaoyan's lips as she alternated between her first, second, and third soul skills, effortlessly absorbing all the falling starlight and converting it into soul skills, which then fell upon the star Luo Spirit Pearl. Every time the star Luo Spirit Pearl attempted to shake its head or tail, it would be immediately immobilized. The sight was both strange and somewhat amusing. The man in purple finally showed emotion. He looked at Su Xiaoyan in surprise, amazed by the purity of the starlight released from this girl, something he had never seen before in his life. Every night, the star Luo Spirit Pearl would absorb the essence of the stars and moon to enhance itself. Other heavenly spiritual items had naturally sensed this and even benefited from it, so they were well aware of the star Luo Spirit Pearl's ability to control starlight. But at this moment, it was completely suppressed by a small human, which could only prove that the bond between the girl and the starlight was even closer. Humans, indeed, are favored by nature, the spirits of all things. Chapter 169. The Celestial Herb of Yuan and Yi Hui. The man in purple sighed inwardly. realizing that the star Luo spirit pearl could not be preserved. Indeed, with a flash of golden light, it seemed unable to endure Su Xiaoyan's torment any longer. The star Luo spirit pearl rolled down and landed in Su Xiaoyan's hands. At the same time, a golden fruit the size of a fingernail sprouted from the tip of the branch. Su Xiaoyan joyfully cradled the star Luo spirit pearl in her arms, feeling the pure star power within, and couldn't help but smile brightly. Before she could return with the star Luo spirit pearl, it suddenly flashed with golden light, shrank rapidly, and then transformed into a golden beam of light, directly entering her mouth and disappearing. Su Xiaoyan stumbled slightly, and then the star light around her burst forth. All the stars on her battle armor shone to their utmost brilliance. She quickly sat cross-legged, with the star light at her chest shining the brightest. Vaguely, the star light all converged towards her chest, causing the golden light on her body to flicker in and out, radiating brilliance. The man in purple dimmed his gaze aside and turned to other directions. Yi Xinglan approached Su Xiaoyan, just wanting to sense her physical changes, but as soon as she got close, the starlight on Su Xiaoyan immediately produced a powerful repelling force, keeping her at bay. Wow, such a strong effect right after consuming it? Undoubtedly, this was a great opportunity for Su Xiaoyan. Although increasing cultivation with these heavenly spiritual objects is important, more importantly, it purifies the bloodline and enhances their potential. In simple terms, if they were previously just geniuses, consuming these 10,000-year spiritual objects could elevate their talents to the level of Yue'er, who inherited the Mountain Dragon King's martial soul, without facing the bloodline backlash issues that Yue'er encountered. The man in purple continued walking, and when he paused again, a pure white spiritual herb appeared in everyone's sight. The Hunyuan celestial herb, 10,000 years old, is a treasure that can enhance human soul power. Nothing can enhance soul power more than this, and it can also assist in compressing soul power and condensing soul cores. However, it has no other special attributes. The Hunyuan celestial herb is relatively mild, but its energy pulse is long, making it not easy to subdue. Simply increasing soul power cultivation and assisting in condensing soul cores. Everyone was a top student from Shrek Academy, naturally understanding that the more singular the effects of these heavenly spiritual objects, the greater the enhancement in that singular effect. Just as human cultivation has limits, the absorption of heavenly primal energy by these spiritual objects also has limits. If divided into multiple effects, then under the condition of unchanged total, each part wouldn't be too strong. Therefore, the more top tier the heavenly spiritual object, the more singular its effect. What do you think? LinYang looked Yon and Yehui. Without Tang San, the child of nature, these fierce beasts would not leave. So this was the most suitable celestial herb for Yuan and Yehui. Yuan and Yehui has dual martial souls, and for her, finding a heavenly spiritual object that enhances both of her martial souls is very difficult. Therefore, the more important aspect of the heavenly spiritual object she chooses is to enhance herself, such as strength or soul power. Although Wuxi Duo also has dual martial souls, her white tiger martial soul is stronger than the netherworld spirit cat. However, due to the fusion technique of her own martial soul, she can possess dual martial souls with different strengths. What she is truly good at is still the netherworld white tiger, not just a single martial soul, making the use of the rare mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum the best choice. Yuan and Yi Hui transformed into a titan giant ape and directly suppressed the Hunyuan celestial herb. Then, with a pull of her hands, the celestial herb naturally detached from the ground, leaving only a small celestial herb behind, just like the previous star Luo spirit pearl, whose seeds would regrow here, continuing its life. The Hunyuan celestial herb looked slender, but in her hand, it felt heavy. LinYang said, "You can consume the leaves of the Hunyuan celestial herb piece by piece. After consuming one, absorb it through meditation to gradually enhance your soul power. The celestial herb possesses spirit, so consume it as soon as possible. This is for you." As he spoke, he tossed a jade box to Yuan and Yi Hui, storing the unconsumed celestial herb temporarily. Yuan and Yi Hui found a clear spot to sit down and took a leaf of the Hunyuan celestial herb, placing it into her mouth. The taste was not very pleasant, feeling similar to eating grass, and it was very tough. Only after swallowing it did she feel a strong surge of Hunyuan qi rushing in her body, merging with her soul power, flowing through her meridians. The man in purple stood there, his expression thoughtful. "Xiang, what's wrong?" Lai Hua Xing Jiao Shu approached him, using her spiritual sense to inquire. The man in purple replied, "These people seem quite different. They remind me of someone from 20,000 years ago. Are you talking about Tang San?" Lai Huaxing Jiao, Shu said in surprise. The man in purple, Chiluo Yujixiang, nodded. That Tang San took away my previous self, and later finally cultivated to become a god, escaping to the divine realm. My previous self naturally followed him to gain immortality. But back then, there were no soul spirits. Later, the ice and snow, Yue'er, forcefully came to us, ultimately forming a soul spirit contract with Bajiao. Bajiao also followed him to cultivate to become a god and ascended to the divine realm, achieving immortality. Compared to my previous self, Bajiao undoubtedly benefited more, as his own spiritual consciousness was almost completely preserved. This has also created the possibility for our soul beasts to follow human soul masters into the divine realm. Although the feeling of the divine realm has long since dissipated, these young people brought by the affectionate Dalu make me feel that perhaps, in the future, one of them will be able to reclaim the divine realm, or even rebuild it. Lai Huaxing Jiao Shu was surprised. Are you saying you've been moved? Jinxiang sighed. I am not far from a 200,000-year lifespan. In this ice and fire yin-yang 1 year is equivalent to 10 years outside. At most, in another 100 years, I will likely face my second great tribulation. But I do not believe I can survive this calamity. Perhaps, this is truly an opportunity for me. Lai Huaxing Jiao Shu fell silent. It wasn't just her. The other 4 fierce beast-level heavenly spiritual objects had also approached. Undoubtedly, Chiluo Yujixiang's words had moved them. To completely break free from the limits of heaven and earth, the only opportunity is to merge and cultivate with humans. But they also have to bear the risk that if humans fail to cultivate to become gods, they will fall alongside them. Relatively speaking, this risk is much greater. And choosing which human to rely on must be approached with great caution. LinYang heard their conversation and paused slightly. Yuan and Yihui had already consumed the Hunyuan celestial herb, and these celestial herbs were not all suitable for them. Chapter 170. Zheng Iran merges with the Chiluo tulip. They all demonstrated exceptional talent, indicating that they could potentially become great beings in the future. The Chiluo tulip could continue to live for another 100 years in the eyes of ice and fire. And if it followed a human soul master and cultivated to the level of a titled Dalu, the human soul master could also have a lifespan of 200 years. This means that even if it ultimately could not cultivate to become a god, it would not suffer in terms of lifespan. Therefore, from initial rejection to witnessing the powerful talents displayed by everyone, the Chiluo tulip was moved. Can we proceed to the next one? LinYang asked. The communication among the fierce beasts was beyond even his cultivation level to hear, but from the expressions of the Chiluo tulip and other fierce beasts, LinYang sensed something. At least from a few of the fierce beasts, he no longer felt the strong resistance they had previously shown. The Chiluo tulip turned around and hesitated briefly before saying, "Wind and thunder Dalu, if I am willing to transform into a soul spirit, do you have any recommendations?" Soul beasts were usually very direct and did not beat around the bush. The Chiluo tulip sighed. My lifespan is limited, and I am about to face the second great calamity of heaven and earth. I believe I have no chance of passing it. It would be better to take the risk and try to break through the boundary between humans and gods with you humans. LinYang nodded. Your choice indeed reflects your noble character. These 7 children are the contemporary Shrek 7 monsters, just like the ancestors of Tang sect, Tang San, and Dalu Yue'er. I was once one of them, but due to a significant gap in cultivation, I am no longer part of the Shrek 7 monsters. They are the new generation. Moreover, their talents are by no means inferior to any predecessors. As for their opportunities, it will depend on their own future. But I can assure you that they are undoubtedly the most likely to reach that level in today's world. At this point, he turned to Yi Xinglan, Zheng Iran, Yang Ningxia, and Lu Zhengyu, who had not yet begun to absorb the spirit object, and said, "Who among you is willing to let this Chiluo tulip become your soul spirit, even if you are not yet at the stage to continue enhancing your soul rings? With its fierce beast cultivation, it can temporarily reside within you and merge with you once your cultivation breaks through." The Chiluo tulip stated proudly, "I have cultivated for nearly 198,000 years, very close to the 200,000 year mark. Once I transform into a soul ring, it will definitely be at the level of 200,000 years, qualifying as an orange soul spirit." Yi Xinglan asked, "What abilities do you possess?" Upon hearing her question, the Chiluo tulip became even prouder. "My fragrance can restrain all poisons." To his surprise, after hearing his words, Yi Xinglan frowned and shook her head. indicating her lack of interest. Zheng Yiran and Yang Ningxia also shook their heads in agreement. Finally, Lu Jingyu, without even shaking his head, directly said, I don't need it. Various antidotes have been thoroughly developed by now. What use is there for an ability to detoxify? Moreover, it cannot grant any powerful soul skills. The Chihuahua stared in disbelief at the four little ones in front of him, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. The other 5 fierce beasts behind him also looked incredulous. Rejected. Rejected. The king of immortal herbs, the Chihuahua tulip, has actually been rejected. LinYang almost laughed out loud and couldn't help but say, You can't think like that. An orange soul spirit is something rare and precious. Only fierce beasts can bestow it. Even if the soul skill is not that impressive. At least it's high in terms of soul ring level, which is also intimidating. The Chihuahua tulip couldn't help but retort, What do you mean by intimidating? I am the king of immortal herbs, capable of discerning the characteristics of all heavenly and earthly spirit objects, commanding them. All plant-type soul beasts have their combat power halved in my presence. Plant-type soul masters seem to be quite rare. It doesn't have much practical significance for directly enhancing cultivation. Yuxinglan said seriously. Zheng Yiran echoed, Exactly, it's useless. I just want to find an immortal herb that enhances toxins. The extreme of toxins is my pursuit. Yang Yinxia added, I want to enhance strength or a pure attribute. A soul spirit without practical combat effects is of no use. Besides, if it occupies 2 soul rings, it will definitely greatly reduce my combat power. Lu Jingyu shrugged, I want a heavenly spirit object with a light attribute. Just being beautiful is not enough. We can disguise it. Disguising an orange golden soul ring isn't that impressive. If it has no practical use, then forget it. The Chihuahua felt like jumping into the eyes of ice and fire to end it all. This was ridiculous. They were actually this dismissive. You little brats. Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Even your Tang sect ancestor Tang San chose my predecessor. Could he have made a wrong choice? My function is not that simple. The Chihuahua tulip exploded, shouting in anger. Don't be angry, Xiang. I think they're just trying to provoke you. Liehua Xingjiu Shu quickly advised. Do you want to become our soul spirit? Upon seeing her, Lu Jingyu's eyes lit up. My martial soul is the holy angel. Light and fire complement each other. If you're willing to become my soul spirit, I will be very welcoming. At that time, my holy fire of light will surely reach a whole new level. Liehua Xingjiu Shu was momentarily stunned and immediately said, Don't even think about it. I can still live for another 3,000 years. Why would I take the risk with you humans? That Hui Yuhao took away my essence, causing my cultivation to suffer greatly. Otherwise, I might have been able to break through the second great limit. I still hate you humans. How could I possibly join you? Looking at the stubborn Liehua Xingjiu Shu, Lu Jingyu couldn't help but sigh, saying helplessly, We want what you don't want. And what you don't want is being forced upon us. The Chihuahua tulip was so angry that it almost spat out blood. What do you mean by forced upon? LinYang said, You don't understand the significance of an orange golden soul ring. It will elevate your entire being. The benefits it brings to your body far surpass those of a single soul skill. Quickly apologize to Brother Chihuahua. The 4 of them had different expressions and reluctantly bowed to the furious Chihuahua tulip as a form of apology. I won't associate with them anymore. They truly infuriate me. The Chihuahua tulip's face turned blue, nearly spitting blood in anger. LinYang said, How about considering it again? There is one person whose ability is quite suitable for you. LinYang looked at Zheng Yiran and said, The enhancement of the poison from the biphosphor snake emperor martial soul will also have backlash. Although merging with the Chihuahua tulip will not enhance your toxins, you will not suffer from backlash. Chapter 171. The changing situation choosing celestial herbs is not very difficult. Lu Jingyu consumed the coxcomb phoenix sunflower to enhance his fire attribute. Unlike the extreme fire of the fiery apricot, the fire attribute of the coxcomb phoenix sunflower is slightly inferior, but it possesses the purest yang energy. Others also selected suitable celestial herbs, while the celestial herb king, the Chihuahua tulip, chose to leave with Zheng Yiran, as he indeed could not survive the next heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, Shrek City faced an unprecedented disaster, and the Federation could not shirk its responsibility. The Federal Assembly announced its dissolution and would hold new elections on a later date. The preliminary death toll in Shrek City was over 12 million, with about 2 million injured. The urban area remaining was less than 1/3, and the losses were incalculable. Shrek Academy was completely annihilated, as evidenced by eyewitness accounts and satellite images. If it weren't for the last moment when the current sea god pavilion master, the sky-soaring Hua, exerted all his effort to block most of the power of the god-slaying fixed soul-guided cannonball. Perhaps even the more distant Tang sect headquarters and Spirit Transmission Tower headquarters would have been affected by the explosion. The military has established an investigation team to look into the disappearance of the god-slaying fixed soul-guided cannonball. The army commander stated that they would spare no effort in finding the culprit. Such a heinous massacre has never been seen on the continent. The military deeply mourns the victims. Across the continent, graduates of Shrek Academy held mourning activities to grieve the victims of the Shrek tragedy. The Tang sect declared war on the Holy Spirit sect, but according to insiders, the Tang sect suffered heavy losses this time, with at least 4 or more Hall Masters fallen and a Master of the Tang, Douluo Hall, killed in battle. Our reporters are currently following the latest updates. The Holy Spirit sect claimed responsibility for the terrorist attack, but so far, there has been no trace of them. Here, we call on all citizens to report any suspicious individuals immediately to local administrative residences. There are rumors that the remaining 2 god-slaying fixed soul-guided cannonballs have also gone missing. If this is true, which city will be the next target of the god-slaying fixed soul-guided cannonball? What is the Federation doing? The death of 12 million people. That is 12 million living lives gone just like that. The first city of the continent, the ever-sunny Shrek City, with over 20,000 years of heritage from Shrek Academy, has just vanished. How ruthless and cruel the enemy is. Various chaotic messages are continuously broadcast on soul-guided television across different channels. From the current situation, Shrek City has suffered a severe blow. Shrek Academy has essentially been wiped out, and several high-ranking members of the Tang sect have died, with losses too numerous to count. The inner city of Shrek has disappeared, and the outer city has turned into ruins. But there are still some areas around the Tang sect headquarters and Spirit Transmission Tower that have not been destroyed, where survivors are gathering. With LinYang and the Holy Spirit Douluo alive, along with the Tang sect and Spirit Transmission Tower, all interconnected with Shrek Academy. The surviving students of Shrek Academy have also appeared next to the Spirit Transmission Tower base. The Holy Spirit sect. Can a single Holy Spirit sect really orchestrate such a level of terrorist attack? Is the military truly just sitting idle? How could a level 12 fixed soul-guided cannonball be so easily stolen? This involves far more than just one evil soul master sect. There must be more to this. The existence of Shrek City has always been an anomaly in the Federation, but the Federation also dared not act against Shrek City, given its high status. However, from this explosion, it seems the Federation had the capability to deal with Shrek long ago, but they simply could not do so. Could it be that the Federation wanted to eliminate Shrek, merely using the evil soul masters as a pretext? Or is it that certain individuals within the Federation collaborated with the evil soul masters to destroy Shrek City? The blame is placed squarely on the Holy Spirit sect, which is indifferent, as they have always been a target of public scorn. Certain individuals have already achieved their objectives, without Shrek Academy's influence on the continent. It is clear that some ambitious people find it easier to pursue their desires. The Tang sect, Shrek Academy, and Spirit Transmission Tower are all renowned superorganizations. Why did Shrek Academy suffer such a catastrophic disaster, while the headquarters of Spirit Transmission Tower and Tang sect, so close by, remained unscathed? From the perspective of the threat posed by evil soul masters, Spirit Transmission Tower and Tang sect clearly surpassed Shrek Academy, at least in terms of visible strength. After Yue'er and Guyu disappeared together, Tang Lin did not leave Shrek Academy. He is currently at the Tang sect base, questioning both the Tang sect and Spirit Transmission Tower. Although the deputy master of the Tang sect has died and Spirit Transmission Tower has killed the Holy Spirit sect's limit, Douluo, that does not mean they are without suspicion. While Tang Lin does not suspect a collusion between Spirit Transmission Tower and the evil soul masters, at least that possibility cannot be dismissed. His expression was slightly dazed, and after some hesitation, he chose to leave Shrek City. He wants to go to the army and, once he becomes a limit Douluo, he will uncover the truth. The strength of the Holy Spirit sect is more formidable than imagined. The enormous skull that appeared that day likely belonged to an evil soul master whose cultivation is not inferior to that of the sky-soaring Douluo. Moreover, with such a catastrophic terrorist attack, the traces have mostly vanished in the explosion, making investigation difficult. Even if he were to uncover something, he is currently too isolated to do anything about it. Mingdu, this is the capital of the Douluo Federation, once the second largest city on the continent, just behind Shrek City. After Shrek City was destroyed, it has now risen to the largest city on the continent. The atmosphere in Mingdu has been quite tense in recent days. The destruction of Shrek City is something that cannot be concealed from the public. Undoubtedly, for the evil soul masters, the ones they loathe the most are the Shrek Academy, which has suppressed them for countless years, and the Tang sect, which continuously sends spirit fighters to eliminate evil soul masters across the continent. So what ranks third? Without a doubt, it is the capital city of the Douluo Continent, Mingdu. Many citizens have chosen to move to the countryside or small cities after the terrorist attack, fearing for their safety and worrying about the current political situation. The Federal Assembly has announced its dissolution, and the government is in a temporary state of paralysis. The next step is to reorganize the assembly and conduct a massive search and retaliation against the evil soul masters for this unprecedented terrorist attack. The Holy Spirit sect seems to have anticipated this situation. After carrying out the terrorist attack, they suddenly vanished without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. Chapter 172. Blood God Legion. Despite the federal military's all-out efforts in the search, the results were meager. After 3 months, the restructuring of the parliament was finally completed, and undoubtedly, the Hawks advocating for war gained the upper hand. The War God Temple secured 7 seats in the federal parliament, with military representation increasing by more than a third. Following the end of the parliamentary restructuring, multiple decrees were issued, implementing a zero-tolerance policy against the Spirit Hall. Any discovered evil soul master could be killed by anyone, and upon confirmation, the perpetrator would receive a substantial federal reward, with informants also receiving compensation. At the same time, the parliament decided to strengthen investments in the War God Temple while expanding the military for a series of follow-up actions against the Spirit Hall. The most important issue remained maintaining public order. The federal parliament approved the military to carry the most advanced detection instruments into major cities, conducting comprehensive scans of every city to ensure no potential threats existed. After multiple measures, 6 months after the explosion in Shrek City, the situation on the Douluo Continent finally began to stabilize, but the massive crater in what used to be Shrek City remained. Strangely, after this explosion, Tang sect and the communication tower did not respond much. Firstly, the Tang sect saw its companies in other cities shut down, and the shining Tang sect Technology Company, Limited, directly managed by the Tang sect, completely ceased operations, resulting in a profound silence. This once powerful sect on the continent seemed to have suffered too severe a blow from the explosion and was unable to recover. This was something that the vast majority did not wish to see. Some Shrek Academy graduates expressed passionate sentiments, vowing to avenge the academy and rebuild it. Others suggested to the newly established federal parliament that Shrek City be rebuilt. But the federal government currently had no such plans and seemed unable to attend to this matter in the short term. The area where Shrek City once stood still retained that massive crater. Although the communication tower did not make any obvious moves, all 4 spirit communicators were replaced. And the Heavenly Phoenix Duo resigned from the position of Deputy Tower Master, with the Heavenly Saint Duo, Su Xingxuan, taking over. Sister, do you think the federal government will really not allow Shrek Academy to be rebuilt? Shen Xing asked her sister, who bore 2 star insignias, standing beside her. Shen Yu was pushed to the forefront by the military this time, as one of the important young military leaders. She also gained the qualification of a parliament member after the parliamentary elections. She was simultaneously reassigned back to the military headquarters, taking on an important position. Shen Yu frowned slightly. It's difficult. Moreover, even if Shrek Academy could be rebuilt, what would it matter? The foundation of Shrek is gone, and the Sea God Pavilion is no more. The rebuilt Shrek will not be the same as the historically significant First Academy of the continent. Although this major general came from the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Engineer Academy, which could be considered Shrek Academy's rival, she still felt a sense of loss upon learning that the continent's first academy had disappeared. In a sense, Shrek City had become one of the symbols of the Douluo Continent. For the government, such an independent and neutral place was indeed a thorn in their side. But for ordinary people and many other forces, it was an important banner for democracy. Now that Shrek was gone, the federal government's control over the continent would undoubtedly become easier, but similarly, oversight and checks would greatly diminish, which was not a good thing for long-term healthy development. Shen Yu was not part of the military hawks. She belonged to the doves advocating for defending the continent against external threats. This unprecedented terrorist attack had significantly elevated the hawks' position, but the doves also seized some territory in the process, and she was one of those pushed forward by the doves. Shen Yu was somewhat worried that after the hawks gained the upper hand, the continent situation might not remain stable in the future. As a high-ranking military officer, she certainly knew that there were many voices calling for a unified planet. In terms of soul engineer technology, the Douluo Continent was indeed always ahead. Going to find Chao Deji is also a good choice, Qiangu Dongfeng said. What we lack the most is time. The federal power is too strong. Even if you possess a god-killing level soul-guided cannon, that Shinjia fellow controls the eternal kingdom. Currently, our greatest advantage, apart from the number of ultimate Douluo, is you, Qiangu Dongfeng said calmly. After today, the god craftsman Jinhua will die, and you'll be the only god craftsman on the continent. Only you can forge the 4-character battle armor. Before him lay a continuous expanse of snow-white peaks, rising ever higher into the clouds. The sun seemed much closer to the ground than usual. Even with LinYang's physical defenses, he could feel the surrounding light elements were overly dense, which could have some negative effects on his body. However, his physical strength clearly did not concern itself with such things. There was no road ahead, and he had to enter this snow-capped mountain to reach his destination. This was LinYang's first time in such terrain. The air was thin, and human presence was rare. But the beauty of nature left him awestruck. Looking back, the area he had passed through was still green, but turning around, his future was already covered in white snow. Standing here, he felt like a drop in the ocean, feeling so insignificant. Such is the charm of nature. How could such beautiful nature be destroyed? Beside him, the red-haired woman had an expressionless face, and the two flew towards the depths of the snow mountain. Unable to fly, they had to rely on their physical abilities to climb, which did not apply to the new Blood 1 and Blood 2 of the Blood God Legion. The Heavenly Phoenix Dalu Lung Yaozhu, after resigning from her position as Deputy Tower Master of the Communication Tower, accompanied LinYang to the Blood God Legion. Cao Daji was about to leave the Blood God Legion. The Tang sect needed him to hold the fort, and LinYang came here to meet Cao Daji while also hiding within the Blood God Legion to elevate his cultivation to ultimate Douluo. Here, no one dared to lay a hand on him. On that snowfield, a series of barracks were densely packed, appearing to be quite large, with sentries surrounding them. There were no watchtowers, as they were covered in snow, making it impossible to discern the material of these structures. However, this barracks, which covered at least 1 square kilometer, truly existed. The altitude here exceeded 6,000 meters, making it completely unsuitable for human habitation, located in the endless mountains of the north. Home to the Federal's strongest Blood God Legion. Established over 6,300 years ago, it was unknown and not part of the Federal military's ranks. Yet it was the strongest army, guarding the continent against the invasion of abyssal creatures, existing to protect the entire Douluo realm. Chapter 173 Abyss. The endless mountains are already the farthest west of the continent. According to the map, after crossing the endless mountains, one can quickly reach the west coast, which is also the most desolate place on the entire continent, precisely because of the barrier created by the endless mountains. Outside the west coast, there are no sea soul beasts active or causing destruction. In fact, there are no human inhabitants there at all. However, no matter how one looks at it, the Blood God Legion is an exceptionally elite army. Although referred to as a legion, the Blood God Legion actually consists of only 2 divisions. One is named the Blood Division, symbolizing a fight to the death without retreat. The Blood Division is primarily responsible for direct combat against abyssal creatures. The other division is the God Division, which is a special forces division, including mecha combat units, teams specifically controlling heavy weapons for defense, and various support combat units. Although the entire legion consists of only 2 divisions, each division has 5 regiments, making it comparable to an independent division structure. In reality, the total number of personnel in the Blood God Legion, including combat and logistics staff, reaches as many as 25,000, while not as large as standard legions. Every soldier is among the elite of the elite. Generally speaking, large legions like the Northern Legion comprise at least 3 armies, around 100,000 troops. The fact that the Blood God Legion can operate as a legion with just over 25,000 soldiers speaks volumes about its importance and combat capability. If the Blood God Legion were deployed, it could absolutely dominate any current Federation legion. The harsh environment and ample combat experience have made this legion truly like a blood god, with extremely formidable combat power. Special units, such as the Special Operations Department, belong to the God Division but are not part of the 5 regiments. They report directly to the command center and work in coordination with the Legion's laboratory. The Special Operations Department often undertakes tasks that combat units cannot accomplish, making it relatively more dangerous. Therefore, those who can join the Special Operations Department are truly the elite among elites. The Blood God Legion was established over 6,300 years ago and has a history of thousands of years. However, very few people on the continent are aware of the Blood God Legion's existence, as it is fundamentally different from ordinary military forces. The Blood God Legion bears responsibilities and missions with generations of strong members silently guarding the entire Douluo. The Endless Mountains did not originally belong to Douluo Continent, but were brought over from the Sun and Moon Continent due to tectonic movements. This means that this area originally belonged to the Sun and Moon Continent. Later, the two continents collided and connected, resulting in the Douluo Continent, which has nearly doubled in size. Thousands of years ago, wars broke out due to differing cultural ideologies, and ultimately, the continent was unified by the Sun and Moon Empire. After some time, the current federation began to take shape. It is uncertain whether the collision of the two continents caused spatial distortions, but a strange spatial passage appeared in the Endless Mountains. At first, the entrance to this passage was quite small and located in a remote area, so no one noticed it. However, over time, the passage grew larger, and creatures from another dimension began to enter Douluo Continent through this passage. These creatures are known as abyssal creatures. When abyssal creatures began to invade the Endless Mountains in large numbers over 6,300 years ago and started to move outward, a great disaster ensued. Because this disaster occurred in the remote western part of the continent, where the population was sparse and coupled with the Federation's information blockade, very few people were aware of it. The characteristic of abyssal creatures is destruction and devouring. They consume all life forms, whether animals or plants, without exception, much like locusts, leaving nothing in their wake. They are filled with madness and quickly caused all living beings within the Endless Mountains to disappear. Fortunately, at that time, Federation technology had reached a certain level, and they discovered their existence early enough to prevent the disaster from spreading into the continent. The Federation mobilized nearly 2/3 of its military to hunt down these abyssal creatures. Under the joint efforts of the four major organizations, Shrek Academy, Tang San, Spirit Transmission Tower, and War God Hall, along with 11 mecha legions of the Federation and countless fixed-formation soul-guided artillery shells, they managed to drive the abyssal creatures back into the passage. In that battle, over 200,000 soldiers were killed. The generation's Tang sect, Dalu Hall Master fell in battle against an Abyssal Dimensions Emperor. 4 of the Shrek 7 monsters from that generation perished. 10 of the 18 war gods from War God Hall died. And 3 of the 4 spirit transmission envoys from the Spirit Transmission Tower were killed, with 1 mortally wounded. It was truly a devastating loss. The blood of our ancestors was not shed in vain. The abyssal creatures were repelled back to their original dimension, with 5 of the 7 Imperial-level abyssal powers falling in that battle. The leader of the Abyssal 7 Emperors was severely injured under the combined effort of the Tang sect, Dalu Hall Master, and the Sea God Pavilion Master of that generation of Shrek Academy, along with the Shrek 7 monsters. Countless other abyssal creatures also perished. Since then, our ancestors forcibly sealed the abyssal passage. Although they were unable to completely seal it, it became very difficult for abyssal creatures above the king level to cross it. The Blood God Legion was also established at that time, originating from the 4 major organizations, with the sole purpose of guarding the passage and preventing abyssal creatures from descending again. Where abyssal creatures live is completely unknown, but they are particularly powerful. For over 6,000 years, abyssal creatures have constantly sought to invade Douluo Continent, only to be repelled time and again. Of those serving in the Blood God Legion, less than half can complete their 10-year service and leave. Despite the continuous advancement of human technology and the growing experience in combating abyssal dimensions, casualties are still unavoidable. The sudden fall of Shrek Academy was also a significant blow to the Blood God Legion, as Shrek Academy provided a large influx of fresh blood to the Legion. If the reserve forces diminish, the future of the Blood God Legion risks decline, and it becomes uncertain whether the abyssal dimension can be maintained. Although War God Hall, Spirit Transmission Tower, and Tang Sect can still continue to supply new recruits, both Tang Sect and Spirit Transmission Tower have become estranged from the Federation. A concentrated source of recruits means that the Blood God Legion could potentially be gradually controlled by War God Hall, a scenario that the current higher-ups of the Blood God Legion do not wish to see, as the purpose of the Blood God Legion's existence is to guard Douluo Continent, not to become a weapon of any faction. Chapter 174. Blood God Camp. The various equipment of the Blood God Legion is almost the strongest that humanity can currently possess. To join the Blood God Legion, one must first elevate their cultivation to above the 4th ring. Only then is there a possibility of joining. The 4th ring Soul Master is the admission threshold for the Blood God Legion. Not only in the military, but even the most stringent sects cannot impose such requirements. Moreover, one cannot be a pure soul mentor. There must be a soul master. In battles against abyssal creatures, weapons are often just auxiliary. If one's own strength is not formidable enough, It is impossible to maintain sustained combat. Prolonged fighting in high altitude, icy conditions is a tremendous test of a warrior's strength and mental will. Therefore, although less than half of those here can retire successfully, many are eliminated early due to an inability to sustain themselves mentally. Elimination is different from retirement. Officers who retire from the Blood God Legion are undoubtedly the top talents that various military regions scramble for, while those who are eliminated do not have the qualification to claim they have served in the Blood God Legion. 10 years is a long time in a person's life. Many from prominent families go to great lengths to send their outstanding talents to the Blood God Legion, with the sole purpose of honing them over these 10 years. Completing this decade of service could potentially make one the pillar of their family in the future. Currently, within the Federal Military Department, among the military bigwigs, whether hawks or doves, there are those who have come from the Blood God Legion. Although the current federal military chief has not served in the Blood God Legion, his son is in the Blood God Legion. I have waited for you for a long time. LinYang and the Sky Phoenix Daw inner barracks, which was quite narrow, with only an elevator at the front. When the elevator opened, a figure appeared before them. He was tall and handsome, with long black hair cascading behind him, his expression blank. Follow me. LinYang and the Sky Phoenix Daw entered the elevator, which had no buttons inside. As soon as the door closed, it began to move, seemingly descending. After several seconds, the elevator door reopened, and the cold-looking young man stepped out, leading them into a circular hall. Surrounding the hall was a circle of 3 rows of screens, displaying the status of various caves, likely showing the overall conditions within the abyssal caves. He pressed a button on the Blood God ring on his wrist, and the surrounding screens cracked open, revealing doors, 5 of which opened simultaneously, and a person stepped out from each. Xiaoba, why aren't you working hard on your cultivation? A lazy voice rang out. It belonged to a young-looking man, about 26 or 27, who had his hands behind his head, appearing very relaxed. Yet, he also bore a shining golden star on his shoulder. The female Blood God beside him frowned. Blood 7. Don't make me repeat it, call me Blood 8. Not Xiaoba. Blood 8 wore a pristine white military uniform, with a general star on her shoulder, indicating she was a major general. Her short silver hair made her look exceptionally graceful, with a straight back and a slim waist. This female Blood God had an astonishing figure. Her waist was particularly slender, while her hips were the most voluptuous LinYang had seen among all the beauties, comparable to Ling Zichen. The curves of her rounded hips and waist formed a striking arc, with slightly thicker thighs but long legs, wrapped in military attire that exuded an enticing masculine allure. Her ice blue eyes paired with her silver hair were indeed strikingly unusual. Unlike Na's crystalline silver hair, hers was whiter but also appeared very smooth and soft. Blood 7 chuckled. All right. We're all on the same side. Don't take it so seriously. Humph. Blood 8 snorted coldly. The other 3 people approached. Among them, a woman who appeared to be around 50 sighed. Blood 7, your mouth. When Blood 8 surpasses you someday, let's see if you can still be so cheeky. Blood 3 said, smiling at LinYang and cold Yaozhu. Relax, the Blood God camp is different from other places. We have fewer restrictions here. Let me introduce myself. I am Blood 3, and this is Blood 1, Blood 5, Blood 6, Blood 7, and Blood 8, whom you have already met. There are a total of 9 of us in the Blood God camp. Welcome to our team. Blood 5 and Blood 6 were both male. Blood 5 was tall and robust, with dark skin, standing like a black iron tower, imposing as a mountain. Blood 6 was small and appeared the most ordinary among everyone, looking harmless, almost as if he didn't exist at all. His face bore a warm smile, but one could notice that his hands were particularly long, and despite his small stature, there was a hint of a special sharpness about him. His speed must be terrifying. He should be a sensitive attack type, Soul Master. Blood 7 approached LinYang with a slight smile. Little brother, where are you from? You're in casual clothes. Haven't joined the Blood God Legion yet? Their titles are Wind, Thunder, and Sky Phoenix. Blood 1 coldly replied, the Sea God Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy and the Vice Master of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Blood 5's body shook, and he said in a deep voice, Shrek Academy? A complex expression flashed in his eyes as he instinctively clenched his fists. Blood 3's expression also grew serious. When did you leave the academy? Blood 3 asked. LinYang replied, during that disaster. I in battle heaven Dalu killed the death god Dalu. What exactly happened? Blood 5 stepped forward, wanting to grab LinYang's collar, his aura visibly becoming violet. In the entire circular hall, it seemed as if a violent airflow began to erupt. Blood 5. Blood 3 called out sharply. Blood 5's aura then receded slightly but still said in a deep voice, tell me what happened at the academy. How could it? How could it? This has nothing to do with you. LinYang coldly responded, I am rebuilding Shrek Academy. Blood One said, it was the Holy Spirit Church and the God-slaying level soul guiding canon. Zhang Xian, Guo Xiaoxiu, and all other Hall Masters were killed in battle. The only titled Douluos left in Shrek Academy are LinYang and the Holy Spirit Douluo. And just then, Blood 3's tears burst forth like a fountain. In Blood 8 hurriedly stepped forward to embrace her. Sister, don't be sad. Chapter 175. Ruthless Douluo. Blood 5's fists cracked loudly. Good, very good. God-slaying level fixed soul guidance artillery shells. Holy Spirit cult. Very good. A palpable killing intent radiated from him, causing the entire round hall to tremble slightly. Blood 6 was equally restless. Although it was Shrek Academy that was destroyed, nearly all the upper echelons of the Tang sect perished in battle. Teacher Yunming has entrusted you with the task of reviving Shrek. You must work hard. Blood 5 raised both hands and tightly grasped LinYang's shoulders. Teacher Yunming? Blood 5 closed his eyes. No tears flowed out, but the killing intent on him had already transformed into sorrow. Back then, when I was still in the academy, Teacher Yunming was my homeroom teacher. Just this sentence was enough to explain his emotions at that moment. Blood 3 had also managed to control her tears. Her voice trembled slightly as she said, I'm called Yunlan. Yunming is my cousin. He is also my closest relative. Blood 8 held Blood 3's hand and said, Sister, don't be sad. Shrek Academy will definitely regain its former glory. Blood 3 silently shed tears, unable to speak. At that moment, the elevator doors that LinYang, the Sky Phoenix Doa, and Blood 1 had entered opened, and two people walked in from outside. The one in front was an old man, his entire body filled with strange energy fluctuations, as if he were covered in elements. This person's aura was not weak. It felt as if the elemental forces of heaven and earth were resonating with his body, and his martial soul must be extremely special. He looked aged with white hair, but his eyes were particularly clear. They were a peculiar green color. What is wrong, third sister? Upon entering, he saw Blood 3 silently shedding tears. Mefine. Wiping her tears, Blood 3 sighed as she spoke to the old man before her. The fact that he could call her third sister undoubtedly indicated that this old man's ranking was higher than hers. Blood 1 let out a breath and said, This is the Wind, Thunder, Douluo LinYang, and the Sky Phoenix Douluo Lung Yaozhu. Some of you may recognize the Sky Phoenix Do, and LinYang is the new sea god pavilion master of Shrek Academy. Blood 2 looked surprised, and her gaze towards LinYang changed slightly. Brother, regarding Shrek Academy and the Tang sect, if you need us, we will do our duty. Blood 2 said solemnly to Blood 1. Blood 1 waved his hand, saying, We all come from the Tang sect, Shrek Academy, the War God Hall, and the Transmission Spirit Tower. However, since we came here, especially after joining the Blood God Legion, our lives no longer belong to ourselves but to all beings in the continent. No matter what happens to Shrek Academy, it cannot change this mission. For us, there is nothing more important than guarding the Abyss Passage. I am also pained by Shrek's calamity, but I cannot leave here because of it. We do not have the right to leave. I had originally thought that unless one day we could completely sever the Abyss Passage or defeat the Abyssal Plains, we would have to guard this place until the moment of death. But now that the Sky Phoenix Douluo has come here to take my place in guarding the Blood God Legion, I can also go out and revive the Tang sect. His words were resolute, and the expressions of the Blood God Legion members began to grow solemn. Yes, no matter what happens, guarding this place is more important. Because once the Abyss Passage is breached by abyssal creatures, that would truly be a catastrophe for all living beings. Who knows how many people would have to die to seal it again. Therefore, no matter how painful Blood 3 felt, or how furious Blood 5 was, they were never able to leave the Blood God Legion. They had to stay here and guard this territory. After explaining that Lung Yaozhu would become the new Blood One, the others understood Chao Dez's decision. He then led LinYang to a door in the center of the round hall. The door opened, and he took him inside. The room was not very large, but the elemental energy was very abundant. The room was simply decorated, sparsely furnished, and there wasn't even a bed. There were only a few mats on the floor. Seat. Blood 1 pointed to a mat. LinYang sat down. Blood 1 sat down opposite him. He asked, You must be very curious why the Holy Spirit Doa brought you here, right? Blood 1 continued. You must be thinking that the Holy Spirit Doa wants you to showcase your talents in the army and also to gain support from a military force to play a role in the future reconstruction of Shrek, right? LinYang shook his head, saying, I came here only to cultivate. When I break through to the extreme Doa, I will leave the Blood God Legion. Blood One's expression stiffened slightly, and he continued, "You should be aware of my identity, the leader of the Tang sect, ruthless Douluo Des. Coming to the Blood God Legion, we also hope to make you understand the importance of responsibility. The existence of the Blood God Legion is as crucial to the Tang sect as Devil Island is to Shrek Academy." Blood One smiled and said, "Yes, I know of Devil Island. Moreover, I was once a student of Shrek Academy. To go deeper, I was once one of the Shrek's 7 monsters in the same generation as Yue'er. I was his captain." Blood One sighed lightly, saying that it was all a matter from 100 years ago. 100 years flash by in an instant. Since I came here 60 years ago, I have never left. The reason I didn't stay in the academy was because of the Tang sect, with Yue'er and the others stationed at the academy. That was enough for me. I never expected that such a major change would occur at the academy. The world believes that I, Chao Des, left life for some special reason. But who knows, it was 60 years ago that I truly understood the meaning of my existence. For 60 years, I have remained here, having entered the depths of the Abyss Plane 8 times to investigate the situation there. These 60 years have been fulfilling, but I have also come to understand more deeply how important the existence of the Blood God Legion is. I must stay here. 60 years ago, I succeeded the previous Blood One, who came from the War God Hall and was the Hall Master 3 generations ago. He only told me one thing: this place is lonely yet proud. Life is lonely and the soul is proud. Today, 60 years later, I deeply resonate with his words. I'm also proud of every warrior in the Blood God Legion. Their souls are all proud. Therefore, when the Holy Spirit, Da, spoke to me about hoping you could come here to train, I agreed, because I hope you can also possess a proud soul. This is very important for your future and will allow you to see this world more clearly. Chapter 176. Abandoning the position of Blood God, the unfeeling Douluo smiled and said, "Everyone has their own responsibilities. My responsibility lies here, and yours lies with the academy. Do not be hasty or eager for quick results. Remember, only if you are alive does the academy have hope. Even if your generation does not succeed in revitalizing it, you must lay a solid foundation for the next generation. The current situation on the continent is very chaotic, facing a series of problems and changes both internally and externally. What you need to do is to improve yourself first and possess the strength to protect yourself." The unfeeling Douluo continued, "You are very strong, which makes me very happy. Now, let me tell you about the true situation of the Abyss Plane, so you can understand more." The unfeeling Douluo's smile faded, and he said solemnly, "The Abyss Plane is more powerful than you can imagine. In that world, there are a total of 108 layers of the Abyss, each connected by spatial passages. Each layer is home to an emperor. Therefore, there are 108 emperor-level existences among the Abyss Knights, which we also refer to as the 108 Emperors of the Abyss. Among these 108 Emperors, the first 36 layers are comparable in strength to our title Douluo and are not to be feared. The middle 36 layers correspond to our soul Douluo level, which is also manageable. However, the last 36 layers are all equivalent to our limit Douluo level experts, and even stronger, especially the last 18 layers of Abyss Emperors, who are all semi-divine beings. The Emperor of the 108th layer is even infinitely close to divine power. The energy of the Abyss world exists in a special form, completely different from the elemental energy on our continent. For them, the elemental energy of our world can be absorbed and transformed through the devouring of life, thereby strengthening the entire plane. However, the Abyss Plane has nothing useful to us. Otherwise, the Federation might have gathered an army to wage war against the Abyss Plane. Without benefits, the Federation only allows the Blood God Legion to guard the passage. The energy of the 108 layers of the Abyss is conserved. This means that in that plane, the total amount of energy is fixed and does not easily change. If it decreases, it needs to be replenished by absorbing external energy. External energy is similar to our life energy. Therefore, after connecting to our plane, the Abyss has been trying to invade in order to strengthen its overall energy. In a sense, you can think of the Abyss Plane as a whole. It is a complete living entity. The Abyss creatures are merely its individual cells. When cells die, the energy is recycled and new cells are generated. This is the most terrifying aspect of the Abyss creatures. We can defeat them and kill their powerful beings, but we cannot completely destroy them. Currently, only the Emperors of the first 36 layers can descend through the passage. Therefore, with me here, they do not dare to come easily. After all, even if they can recover, the process of recovery is very long after dying once. My purpose every time I go to the Abyss Plane is to kill more Abyss powerful beings, thereby buying us more time. Fortunately, 6,000 years ago, Our human powers completed the ceiling. Otherwise, if the emperors of the last 36 layers arrived, it would be an absolute devastating blow to us. Although human soul guide technology has advanced, it still cannot reach a level capable of contending with them. You're still young. I know you are eager to revive Shrek Academy, but this is not something that can be rushed. What you need is more accumulation and foundation, and the strength to become powerful enough. Rest assured, although Shrek Academy has fallen, its foundation is not so easily erased. You have ample time to enhance and accumulate yourself. You voluntarily came here for this reason. The outside world is in chaos, and we need to sort things out while waiting for the right opportunity. Every bit of strength you accumulate now is to prepare for future explosions. After leaving that room, the unfeeling Douluo called everyone over and said, "Everyone, I have decided to leave the Blood God Legion. From now on, the Tianfeng Douluo LinYang will serve as Blood One, and the Fomlei Douluo LinYang will become Blood Two." He explained, LinYang is a forward battle armor master, so his strength is at the limit Douluo level. I can understand. The original Blood Two nodded. It was only natural for LinYang to replace him since his strength was above his. However, the Blood Nine's expression changed. Wasn't he the Blood God now? LinYang glanced at him and said, "I don't necessarily have to hold the position of Blood God. Just preparing the position for me is enough. I won't stay in the Blood God Legion for too long." The unfeeling Douluo said, "If you are willing, you can." Blood Nine breathed a sigh of relief, and then the unfeeling Douluo went to get 2 sets of military uniforms for LinYang, which had the rank of colonel, along with a Blood God ring. If you can directly become the Blood God, you could hold the rank of Major General, but for now, I exchange my merit for you to obtain the colonel rank. The remaining merit is also kept in your Blood God ring, which is enough for you to promote your rank to Major General, but whether to promote is up to you to decide. I understand. LinYang nodded. Since he was not one of the 9 Blood Gods, he would not live in the Blood God camp all the time, which was exactly what LinYang wanted. He did not wish to be constantly surrounded by those who silently guarded the Douluo Continent, as it would lead to inner condemnation. Everyone, farewell. Chao Detsi let out a breath and vanished. After leaving the Blood God camp, LinYang wandered around the Blood God Legion. Normally, he would first go to find the vice commander to arrange a place for him to stay. With the colonel treatment, he could have a small courtyard in the Blood God Legion. Although he had just arrived at the Blood God Legion, LinYang's spiritual power could cover the entire Blood God Legion. Suddenly, LinYang saw a woman with long brown hair, looking to be around 25 or 26 years old. She was tall and only wearing a white military uniform, which was crisp and wrinkle-free. With the golden epaulets on her shoulders, she appeared heroic. "Hello, Commander." She also saw LinYang and saluted with a fist to her chest. However, this action was not very suitable for a woman. Her figure was slender and tall, and her appearance was beautiful, but she possessed a vigor that ordinary girls did not have. Yet, all of this did not affect her normal demeanor. While saluting with her right hand, a wave of enthusiasm naturally accompanied her. Chapter 177. Long Yushua LinYang could clearly perceive her ability through his spiritual power. Ice element martial soul? He pointed a finger, and a burst of green light immediately merged into the body of the woman in front of him. She was slightly taken aback, and LinYang said, "Sit cross-legged and meditate, prepare for a breakthrough." Her cultivation was just one level away from the Soul King, and with just one opportunity, she could break through. Now, with LinYang's help, she directly broke through to level 50, condensing her 5th soul ring. She expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, officer." Although LinYang looked somewhat young, she did not dare to show any disrespect, as he might just be that old monster in disguise. LinYang said, "I just joined the Blood God Legion today and entered the Blood God camp. Take me to explore the Abyss Cave." Yes, there couldn't be any undercover agents in the Blood God Legion, let alone ones that didn't clearly understand the Blood God Legion. So long Yue'er had little doubt about LinYang's identity. Looking at the Blood God ring in his hand, adorned with a thorny rose, she showed strong envy in her eyes. Everyone in the Blood God Legion knew that the true backbone guarding the Abyss Passage was not them, but the 9 Blood Gods of the Blood God camp. Once one became an official Blood God, they would immediately be promoted to the rank of Major General. Although this also meant they would be stationed here permanently, becoming a Blood God was undoubtedly their greatest honor. This would be recorded by the Federation, benefiting their descendants. Any descendant of a Blood God within 3 generations enjoys many privileges in the Federation, and the Blood Gods themselves have privileges no less than that of Federation members, serving as external ballots in every session of Parliament. They're the true guardians of the Federation, revered by all. "I'll take you to the logistics department first." Long Yushua asked, "What is your strength, officer?" LinYang naturally replied, in the Blood God Legion, only the newly arrived Blood One is stronger than me. We came together, but I won't stay here for long, so I gave up my identity as Blood 2. Long Yushue's eyes widened. The strongest in the Blood God Legion was undoubtedly Blood One, but to replace Blood One from the Blood God camp? Moreover, the Legion commander was a forward battle armor master. Could this young-looking officer be a limit Douluo? Long Yushue's attitude became even more respectful. The logistics department was responsible for all equipment, and when LinYang followed her there, apart from the staff, there were no other soldiers from the Blood God Legion. We are purchasing equipment. Long Yushue presented her Blood God ring. Please choose. An electronic touchscreen appeared in front of LinYang and Long Yushue. Long Yushue said, some equipment must be selected, such as the Abyss Isolation Shield. With this, you won't be affected by the destructive aura of the Abyss dimension and can use your martial soul freely. Otherwise, you won't be able to use your martial soul at all. This is basic equipment, so it's very cheap, only 100 merit points. In fact, the Federation spent a lot of money to research it. While speaking, she had already helped LinYang select an item similar to a headband, which should be the Abyss Isolation Shield. Then you need to choose some protective equipment for yourself, such as a spatial streamliner. This item can instantly distort the surrounding space after activation, which is crucial for creating an escape opportunity when trapped. Also, there's this. You will need it too. This is an invisibility vest. When you wear it, it will automatically release fluctuations similar to the Abyss aura, preventing Abyss creatures from detecting your presence through spiritual power or aura. Although it isn't true invisibility, it is essential for our special operations. You should buy one too. As she spoke, Long Yushue actively helped LinYang select suitable equipment. LinYang raised an eyebrow. It seemed this woman took him for an ordinary person. LinYang directly said, my strength will not be affected by Abyss energy. Upon hearing this, Long Yushue felt a bit embarrassed. She had been so excited that she forgot the person in front of her might be a limit Douluo. She quickly apologized. Sorry, officer. I forgot your strength is powerful. LinYang smiled and said, it's fine. After leaving the logistics department, Long Yushue led LinYang directly to the back of the Blood God Legion. Exiting through the back door of the Blood God Legion camp, she was just about to throw a pair of snowboards to LinYang when she remembered he could fly. Officer, follow me. While speaking, she had already put on a pair of snowboards and glided forward. This was on a snowy mountain with thick snow everywhere, and the snowboard was definitely the best means of transportation in such an environment. The snowfield was very flat. Although it was continuously accumulating, there were no obstacles. Long Yushue quickly surged forward, and LinYang followed her, flying behind. When they were about 100 meters away from a gigantic cave with a diameter of over 3,000 meters, Long Yushue stopped, and LinYang landed beside her. Long Yushue halted in front of the massive cave, and LinYang stood beside her, looking down. Below was a pitch-black expanse, occasionally interrupted by deep rumbling sounds, with snow occasionally sliding down from the surroundings. Numerous giant icicles were present around the cave. It looked as if this enormous cave, with a diameter of over 3,000 meters, resembled a giant mouth ready to swallow anything. Long Yushue pressed her right hand against her chest, and then LinYang heard a series of clanging sounds. First, a small piece of metal cracked open on her chest, and then metal armor plates flipped out, quickly covering Long Yushue's entire body, revealing a small set of mecha. Once the mecha enveloped Long Yushue, it appeared to be only 3 meters tall, much smaller than a normal mecha, with a bunch of folded wings on the back and what seemed to be air currents emitting from her feet, propelling Long Yushue's body to hover. LinYang manifested ethereal wings of wind behind him and said, my spiritual power is sufficient to influence the magnetic field. You lead the way. LinYang leaped and followed Long Yushue into the cave. Long Yushue basically slid down the cave wall, spiraling downward. Soon, a series of electronic wave scans were transmitted from below. The natural light of their Blood God rings indicated that it was undoubtedly the equipment installed within the Blood God Legion, confirming their identities. Long Yushue informed LinYang that around the Abyss Passage, the Blood God Legion had built a powerful defense system over many years, effective both internally and externally. Once Abyss creatures attempted to break out, they would face devastating strikes, which was the last layer of defense for the Blood God Legion against the Abyss Passage. Soon, the two landed on the large net at the bottom of the abyss. Chapter 178. Abyss Cave. LinYang asked Long Yushue what lies beneath the large net. Long Yushue informed him that this was once the true Abyss Passage, where the most powerful Abyss creatures could emerge only through sufficiently large channels. Later, it was sealed off by the strong forces of the time. Only smaller passages remained, which has led to the current state of the abyss channels. Inside this dark passage, two groups of soldiers have been stationed here year-round. Although the Blood God Legion has a relatively small number of troops in each group, their combat strength is exceptionally fierce, and their equipment is the finest. Over the years, they have guarded the abyss plane, preventing abyss creatures from bringing disaster to the Douluo Continent. Long Yue'er walked ahead, striding into the passage, with LinYang following closely behind. The passage was not entirely dark. There were lights illuminating certain areas, clearly set up by the Blood God Legion as safe zones. Soon, they encountered soldiers from the Blood God Legion, and with the signal from the Blood God Ring, they moved through without any hindrance. Continuing deeper, they arrived at the first platform of the passage, which had long transformed into a metallic world filled with various soul-guiding devices, and even metal rooms for resting. Long Yue'er quietly told LinYang that there were hundreds of abyss passages in total, among which only 36 were the highest level. The so-called highest level refers to those capable of allowing the highest-tier abyss creatures to pass through. The abyss passages are divided into S level, A level, B level, and C level. Although you are very powerful, Commander, this is your first time here, and since my strength is relatively weak, we will naturally head towards the C level passage. These passages are narrower, meaning the strength of the abyss creatures that can pass through is limited. We can go in to investigate. The safety is very high, and there won't be much danger, which will help you understand the abyss creatures. Okay. After informing the station troops, Long Yue'er led LinYang into a passage that was only slightly taller than a person. As they walked, Long Yue'er continued. The station troops here rotate every month. Our legion has a total of 10 groups, each with about 500 soldiers. This is the main combat force, while my special operations unit is considered an auxiliary combat force and is not counted among them. The rest are logistical personnel and researchers, totaling about 10,000. The total number has always been between 25,000 and 30,000. Most new recruits who join the Blood God Legion, if they join the main combat force, are also in reserve. The accumulated experience over the thousands of years has greatly reduced our casualty rates compared to the past. Generally speaking, new soldiers undergo a month of special training followed by a year as reserves. Only those who pass the reserve period can truly enter the frontline battlefield. Your situation is quite special, as you are more capable, so you directly went to the Blood God camp. After passing through 3 more nodes guarded by soldiers, they finally entered the true Abyss Passage. The light ahead was different from before, appearing as a faint halo that flickered in and out of visibility. This is the light from the Abyss Passage. We should not encounter too strong Abyss creatures in this sea-level passage, Long Yue'er remarked. She did not warn LinYang to be careful. If a suspected limit Do-level powerhouse were to encounter a dangerous Abyss creature, it could lead to a final battle between the two planes. Many geniuses who arrived at the Blood God Legion found it hard to adapt because the continent had been in a state of peace for so long, offering little opportunity for soul masters to engage in real combat. Here, however, was a battlefield, a place where humans fought against abyss creatures, and it was no joke. After walking for over a kilometer, LinYang calculated that they had already traveled at least 7 or 8 kilometers since entering. Within the Abyss Passage, there was a subtle energy fluctuation, as if the passage itself were a spatial plane rather than solid rock or soil. This might explain why the Abyss plane could not breach other areas. It was like the Abyss plane had pierced through space with a pipe into the Douluo Continent world. Only by following this pipe could the Abyss creatures crawl over. Now that the main channel had been blocked, they could only seek out some branches to find a way in and attempt to unblock the main channel. Prepare for battle, Long Yue'er commanded in a low voice. And at the same time, a light flashed from her mechanical arm, revealing a new soul-guiding weapon. It appeared to be a massive firearm, elongated and over 2 meters long, with a particularly long barrel that was slightly thinner than the artillery barrels LinYang was accustomed to seeing. Yet, LinYang sensed an incredibly terrifying energy fluctuation emanating from this weapon, at least comparable to a level 5 or even 6 soul-guiding gun. Once Long Yue'er grasped the soul-guiding gun, her aura changed dramatically. Her previously cold demeanor vanished, and her presence seemed to completely disappear. Even the threat from the gun faded away, as if she had fully merged into the air. After drawing her weapon, her speed increased, and she lightly tapped her toes on the ground, making no sound as she swiftly advanced forward. Every so often in the Abyss Passage, there would be a node-like area, resembling a stone chamber, which was most advantageous for combat. After passing through another node, Long Yue'er suddenly stopped, took out a device to check, and then signaled LinYang to be silent. The tail of the soul-guiding gun rested against the shoulder of her micromecha, her hands cradling the weapon, standing firmly still. Her aura becoming even weaker, as if her breathing had almost vanished. She stood there like a statue. Suddenly, Long Yushua moved, her body slightly turning, and the gun in her hand instantly fired a gray beam of light. As the light faded, a piercing screech echoed from a distance, and a gray-black creature emerged from the darkness. It resembled a lizard, its body entirely gray-black, covered in hooked spines. One of its eyes had been blinded, and as it screamed, its body twisted a few times before turning into a gray mist and dissipating, rushing towards the depths of the abyss cave. This was a type of abyss creature known as a devourer lizard, adept at hiding and feeding on the life energy of various beings. This species of abyss creature was a large clan with powerful members, including those at the title Douluo level, and they were numerous with varying strengths. Their physical defenses were extremely strong, with only one weakness: their eyes. Chapter 179, Abyss Creatures. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, several figures darted towards them like lightning. And it was yet another group of devouring lizards, a creature known for its tendency to gather in packs. The first one was killed, and its companions naturally rushed forward. LinYang slightly raised his hand, and several wind blades shot out. Amidst a series of light sounds, one devouring lizard after another was pierced through by the wind blades. Long Yue'er, holding a gun behind him, observed his broad shoulders and the stable state in which he killed the devouring lizards, and then continued to move forward. More and more devouring lizards kept pouncing at them, but they also continuously turned into his achievements and energy. After traversing a passage of about 500 meters, LinYang walked at the front, having killed more than 40 devouring lizards and gained hundreds of achievements. Long Yue'er followed behind, increasingly astonished. LinYang displayed very stable combat power when facing the devouring lizards. Moreover, he never targeted the eyes or vital spots of the devouring lizards, but rather their skulls. The heads of devouring lizards were extremely hard, comparable to alloy, but before his wind blades, they were as vulnerable as tofu, offering no resistance whatsoever. Long Yue'er asked softly, "Commander, is your martial soul also an elemental martial soul?" "Wind element and lightning element dual martial souls." LinYang nodded and answered her directly. His name had already appeared on the Continental Power Rankings, ranking 17th. The Continental Power Rankings was established by the Transmission Spirit Tower, specifically targeting Soul Masters, with the purpose of promoting the development of the Soul Master community and enhancing their abilities, divided into multiple lists. The main list was called the Douluo Continental Power Rankings, which recorded the 100 most powerful battle armor masters. There are also several sublists, including forging, mecha design, mecha manufacturing, mecha repair, and the Young Genius list. The Young Genius list was known as the reserve list for the power rankings. Anyone who could make it onto the Young Genius list would almost certainly become a presence on the power rankings in the future, barring any accidents. The requirements for the Young Genius list were that one must be under 18 years old, evaluated from multiple aspects such as talent, strength, auxiliary professions, and soul power level, with only 30 slots available. Before LinYang turned 18, he was ranked first on the Young Genius list, and after passing this coming-of-age ceremony, alongside the conclusion of Shrek Academy, his name directly ranked 17th. The two then arrived at the second node of the passage. Compared to the previous node, this one was larger, with a cave of about 50 meters in diameter, and the surrounding spatial energy was very intense. As soon as they reached the entrance, LinYang saw a pair of gray-white eyes filled with a sense of deathly stillness. It was a massive devouring lizard, more than 10 times larger than the previous ones, over 7 meters long, covered in thick gray scales. With each breath, these gray scales repeatedly opened and closed, releasing faint gray mist from beneath them. This was a much higher-level large devouring lizard. The mist it sprayed could transform into fog or armor, changing in various ways. Try not to let it get too close, Long Yue'er warned in a low voice. The large devouring lizard let out a low roar, and the mist it spewed suddenly thickened, surging forward. Just then, with a loud boom, the large devouring lizard roared, and the surrounding thick fog instantly dispersed by half, its massive body also being sent flying. Long Yue'er had already reached his side, cautioning, "Be careful not to rush in. Abyss creatures cannot be judged by common sense. Sometimes, opponents that seem weak can cause significant trouble. If we encounter an abyss creature at the level of a title Dalu, it could very likely lead to the most terrifying abyss tide, and at that time, it would be troublesome for you to take me away quickly." LinYang nodet. Boom! Amidst the roar, a figure was blasted deep into the passage, and LinYang only vaguely saw a pair of blood-red eyes. The figure flashed and charged into the passage, and only upon entering did he see that it was a very strange creature, with 6 claws and a spindle-shaped body. He quickly realized this should be a 6-clawed demon, a soul beast very adept at hiding and ambushing. The 6-clawed demon had exceptionally strong defenses, with its 6 sharp claws piercing directly into the ground. Immediately, a large number of sharp spikes erupted from beneath LinYang's feet. Each spike was extremely sharp, appearing slender but exuding a strong sense of danger, and they were imbued with a powerful destructive aura. Amidst a series of explosive sounds, the red eyes of the distant 6-clawed demon suddenly constricted. Only at this moment did Long Yue'er enter the cave, just in time to see the 6-clawed demon perish in LinYang's hands. She could also deal with the 6-clawed demon, but she excelled at long-range attacks and needed to dominate from a distance. However, the 6-clawed demon's defense was very strong, and it would take some time to entangle it before it could be killed. LinYang strode forward, with Long Yue'er following closely behind, gazing at his broad shoulders, upright back, and white attire momentarily lost in thought. As the bright light from the cave entrance appeared ahead, LinYang did not rush out upon reaching the end of the passage. Instead, he stopped. This node was considerably larger than the previous one, but the aura coming from it forced him to halt. Within this node, there were at least 100 abyss creatures, with at least a dozen different types. A stark contrast to the previous situation with only one large devouring lizard. There was no need for him to attack proactively, as the abyss creatures within the node were already charging towards them. The first to rush over were several nearby devouring lizards, all of considerable size, with their scales opening and closing continuously, releasing dense gray mist that surged towards them. Using the simplest wind blades, LinYang swiftly tore apart the 3 closest devouring lizards upon their first encounter. Another group of abyss creatures charged over, most of which turned out to be 6-clawed demons, numbering more than 20. These 6-clawed demons did not approach directly. Instead, they stabbed their claws into the ground, causing large spikes to spread rapidly towards LinYang. This attack could penetrate, meaning Long Yue'er behind him was no longer safe either. Wind whisper. A gentle breeze floated by, causing a massive explosion of gray mist. And among the hundreds of abyss creatures, only a small portion could reach the cave entrance. The rest perished at LinYang's hands. Long Yue'er let out a sigh of relief. Even with a full squad of troops, clearing out the abyss creatures here was not something that could be accomplished in a short time. Chapter 180. Abyssal Tide, but he only made a slight move, completing it in such a short time. It was simply unbelievable. How strong is his power, really? Until now, he hasn't even fought using his battle armor. If he uses his battle armor, wouldn't he be even more terrifying? LinYang jumped into the node, and Long Yue'er followed closely behind. To their surprise, the passage was completely empty, with no abyssal creatures appearing. Long Yue'er said, "Commander, that's enough. This is your first time here, so it's better not to go too deep. Abyssal creatures can surge in the abyssal passage at irregular intervals, and when they do, there will be a large number of them. Just relying on us." Just as she said this, LinYang suddenly stopped. "It seems you were right." Woo woo woo. A deep howling sound, accompanied by a rapidly intensifying airflow, came from the passage towards them. Hearing this sound, Long Yue'er's expression changed dramatically. "Not good, it's really the abyssal tide. Run." As she spoke, she pulled LinYang and turned to flee. Long Yue'er's speed was a bit slow, and LinYang quickly reached out his right hand, wrapping it around her slender waist. At the same time, he summoned the power of the wind element, and green wings spread out from his back. Long Yue'er let out a cry of surprise, realizing that she had been swept into a broad embrace. The speed was so fast that the strong wind made it hard for her to open her eyes. Yet she felt inexplicably reassured at that moment. What incredible speed! The howling from behind continued, and it was clearly getting closer. LinYang could feel that behind him. There seemed to be a massive vortex of destruction approaching, wanting to swallow them whole. This sensation was not pleasant at all. It was like the destructive energy from Devil Island. The overwhelming sense of crisis pushed his speed to the limit as he sped through the cave ahead. Finally, in a flash, he dashed back to the place they had first entered, where the Blood God Legion was stationed. As he burst out, the node was already filled with energy, and large light shields had been erected. All the soul-guided artillery was fully powered and ready. Undoubtedly, that howling sound was the best alarm. LinYang flapped his wings and landed with Long Yue'er, noticing the blood god ring on his hand. Many soldiers of the Blood God Legion present showed envy on their faces. Although everyone who could come here was quite talented, those who could join the Blood God camp were still few. A massive light shield stood in front of them, and the previous sense of threat instantly vanished. At that moment, an enormously powerful gray-black airflow surged out from a passage. All the light shields shone simultaneously, and the dazzling light instantly merged into a gigantic light dome, blocking the impact of the gray-black light. Within the gray-black light, something was faintly clawing and dancing, and the terrifying impact caused the light shield to flash with brilliant light. Only then did Long Yue'er have the time to breathe a sigh of relief. She looked up at LinYang beside her and saw his serious expression. She gently patted her chest and also raised the soul-guided firearm in her hand. Though she had just felt his safety through the micromecha, she couldn't help but feel a sense of security emanating from him. This guy is truly one of the top powerhouses in the Douluo Continent. LinYang naturally didn't know what Long Yue'er was thinking. He was focused on sensing the energy fluctuations from the abyssal tide's impact. From the energy shields formed so far, they had temporarily held up, but the fluctuations of the energy tide were incredibly strong, suggesting that the shield before them might not be able to fully defend against it. Sure enough, in just a moment, a harsh alarm sounded. The intensity of the abyssal tide has reached level 3. The shield can hold for a maximum of 5 minutes. Retreat immediately to the second defense line. Report to the command center and request reinforcements. Abyssal creatures are likely to launch a full-scale assault. Let's go. Long Yue'er pulled LinYang and rushed into the passage first. LinYang flapped his wings, closely following her. What does level 3 intensity mean? As he followed Long Yue'er, he asked her. Long Yue'er's expression was grave. Generally speaking, abyssal tides are usually at level 1 to 2, which our previous shield can completely withstand. This is the norm. However, roughly every few decades, abyssal creatures initiate a full-scale war, and at that time, the abyssal tide can reach level 3. A level 3 abyssal tide requires large-scale defensive equipment to block. But it also means that there will be strong individuals among the abyssal creatures attacking our defenses with full force. Every time this happens, it is our most challenging moment. I didn't expect you to arrive just in time for this. I've never encountered a level 3 abyssal tide before. Prepare for battle. This time, the entire army will be mobilized. Okay, LinYang didn't ask further. At this moment, all they could do was maintain their combat readiness and wait for reinforcements. Retreating to the second defense line, LinYang finally saw the large defensive equipment. These soul-guided devices had been prepared long ago, and the rows of defensive arrays were almost complete. Everyone was orderly and did not panic despite the sudden escalation of the abyssal tide to level 3. One by one, the soul-guided devices that LinYang couldn't identify quickly gathered, and the energy fluctuations suddenly intensified. LinYang saw that in the back of the abyssal cave, a massive metallic sphere had descended at some point. This metallic sphere had a diameter of over 300 meters, and beneath it, hundreds of beams of light were spewing out, supporting its weight. Meanwhile, the sphere itself released an immense amount of energy, while deep within, gigantic metal walls drilled into every surrounding abyssal cave, connecting with the soul-guided devices inside. What is that? LinYang asked Long Yue'er beside him. Long Yue'er replied, that is the true core of our Blood God Legion, known as the Blood God Heart. It was developed by the Federation through countless human and material resources, along with our own research. There is only one Blood God Heart in the entire Federation. It can mobilize vast amounts of elemental energy from heaven and earth, transforming it into soul power and injecting it into our soul-guided devices, creating an energy cycle. Do you know about integrated soul-guided battery packs? LinYang said, I've heard of them. They provide energy for large soul-guided devices. Yes, in a sense, the Blood God Heart is also similar, but it utilizes the latest soul-guided technology, a special metal developed by the Federation and corresponding soul-guided formations. This metal is incredibly terrifying. During its mutation, it releases an extremely vast amount of energy. Chapter 181. Heart of the Blood God. When the Federation first discovered this metal, they thought of using it to manufacture weapons, which is why 3 God-slaying level-fixed soul-guided artillery shells were created. However, after they were made, the God-slaying level-fixed soul-guided artillery shells were so terrifying that they did not continue to produce more, and the rare metal was nearly depleted. All used to create this Heart of the Blood God, in order to continuously provide massive energy to defend this place. The god-slaying level-fixed, soul-guided artillery shells possess an extremely powerful destructive energy that even a limit Douluo in a 4-character battle armor cannot withstand. Shrek Academy was destroyed under its attack, and the Blood God Legion actually possesses a soul-guided device of the same level of power. Buzz. At this moment, a low humming sound arose, and the warriors of the first line of defense ahead had all retreated. At the exit of the passage, a blue light shield formed instantly, completely blocking the exit. Boom! Within a minute, the gray-black energy surged in, crashing against the blue light screen, causing it to sway, and the entire abyss cave seemed to tremble. However, the defensive power of the blue light screen far exceeded that of the previous first line of defense. Although it was hit hard, it remained steadfast. Yue'er said, "The abyss tide typically begins with a surge of destructive energy, which then brings forth a large number of abyss creatures for a full-scale attack. While the energy shield can block the destructive energy, it also consumes a lot of our own energy. Therefore, once the destructive energy from the abyss tide dissipates, we must also stop the shield to prepare for another destructive energy impact. To deal with the abyss creatures, we can only rely on our Legion's combat power. Commander, you don't need to rush to act. I'll take a rest first. There will definitely be a major battle later." As she spoke, Yue'er pulled LinYang to a corner nearby, took off her micro-mech, and then sat cross-legged on the ground to meditate. Due to the special identities of the Special Operations Department and the Blood God Battalion, no one came to inquire about them. At this time, a large number of Blood God Legion warriors had already surged in. In front were all warriors wearing heavy mech skilled in close combat, while behind them, various soul-guided artillery platforms were set up and more ranged attack warriors were ready for battle. The close combat battalion had a total of 100 mechs, all above purple level, and there were even 5 black level mechs. If this were outside, it wouldn't be just a battalion-esque configuration, but a mech detachment, equivalent to a regiment-sized unit. But here, it was just a battalion. Moreover, the close combat battalion also had another 100 battle armor masters. The combat power of these individuals was certainly not inferior to that of the mech warriors. Normally, a battalion's strength is between 300 to 500 soldiers. This close combat battalion had a configuration of 300 soldiers. The mechs were all dual pilot, to better unleash the power of the mechs. A single person's soul power is never as much as that of 2 people, and moreover, their martial souls can complement each other. However, the size of the mechs is too large, making them less useful in small-scale battles compared to battle armor masters. Hence the presence of 100 battle armor masters for coordination. Although they were only 1-character battle armor masters, their combat power should not be underestimated. The entire close combat battalion had no soul masters below the 4th ring. If this battalion were taken outside, it could likely handle a division of 10,000 soldiers without any issues. Truly, they're the most elite combat force. There are, of course, more than 1 close combat battalion. There are a total of 3 close combat battalions here. There are 36 such large passages, each with a similar configuration. The rear units responsible for ranged attacks are fewer in number than the front close combat battalions, but their firepower is undoubtedly the most effective in eliminating abyss creatures. All defensive preparations have been completed. The abyss passage continues to tremble, with waves of destructive energy crashing in stronger than before, seemingly endless. However, all the soldiers of the Blood God Legion appear very composed at this moment, with all soul-guided devices fully charged and everyone maintaining their best combat state. The reinforcements have also arrived, but have not descended, ready to replace the soldiers here for battle at any moment. The strength of 2 divisions of the Blood God Legion has dominated the Abyss Passage for thousands of years for good reason, no matter what changes they face. They can react quickly, and this alone is extraordinary. Initiating the Abyss Tide on the other side of the Abyss Plane is not that easy. When the Abyss Tide appears in the 36 passages, at most only 3 will have it at the same time. Therefore, it is not necessary to defend all of them. Moreover, each passage actually has shield defenses. If the Abyss Tide were to appear in more passages, then the defense of the Heart of the Blood God could also withstand for a long time, allowing the army to maneuver back and forth to eliminate those Abyss creatures that charge in after the Abyss energy. At the same time, the Legion also has reserve forces and some special soul-guided weapons specifically targeting Abyss creatures. After thousands of years of defense, they naturally have their countermeasures. After nearly 2 hours of continuous destructive energy impacts, the humming sound gradually weakened. LinYang could already see that behind the blue light shield, dense Abyss creatures had filled the entire cave exit, and once the light shield was retracted, they would rush in immediately. These abyss creatures looked fierce. If an ordinary person saw them, they would likely be scared to death. Prepare for battle. With a loud shout, the close combat battalion's captain flashed with light. His battle armor already donned, and wings unfurled behind him, revealing that it was a two-character battle armor. This battle armor was entirely iron black, with no ornate patterns, but extremely heavy. Pure power. The mech warriors of the close combat battalion stepped forward, raising their enormous shields. Each mech held a giant shield over 15 meters tall, capable of protecting them all behind it. They only needed to withstand the enemy's charge, and their initial role would be fulfilled. The real damage would come from the ranged attack units behind. If it weren't for a level 3 abyss tide, such a formation would not even be necessary. Just then, the destructive energy impact finally completely dissipated, and at the same time, an electronic voice announced that the heart of the Blood God shield was about to retract, and all personnel should prepare for battle. Behind, Long Yue'er had already leaped up, saying to LinYang, "Commander, you will intercept the powerful abyss creatures in a moment. I will go to battle first." At this moment, she also displayed the demeanor of a soldier, unhesitatingly moving to the rear ranks of the ranged combat formation, ready to participate in the battle. Chapter 182. Black Emperor. The blue glow gradually faded, and the piercing cries of the abyss creatures could be clearly heard. "Attack!" A commander's voice came from behind, and immediately, hundreds of orbs of light shot out, tracing parabolic arcs in the air as they accurately bombarded the direction of the cave entrance. At that moment, the protective shield of the Blood God heart vanished just in time. The abyss creatures surged out from within. A sharp cry echoed, causing all the soldiers of the Blood God Legion present to feel a moment of disorientation, as if their minds were about to falter. However, a layer of white light suddenly descended, blocking that sound from the outside. The Blood God Legion had ample experience dealing with abyss creatures, much of it earned through lives and blood. A violent roar followed, and countless abyss creatures were torn apart in the explosions. In an instant, intense energy fluctuations surged across the battlefield. Continuous long-range attacks clashed fiercely with the abyss creatures that had emerged. LinYang stood at the back, only able to see countless lights exploding in front of him, unable to discern the specific situation. The melee camp's mech warriors raised their massive shields, which glowed with protective light, forming a barrier in front to allow their comrades behind to output firepower smoothly. Explosions rang out one after another, and the piercing cries of the abyss creatures suggested they had no blood. Thick, gray-black mist flowed back through the abyss passage, remnants of the dead abyss creatures. The battle had entered a fever pitch. At this moment, aside from the areas where the abyss tide surged, the other 36 passages were also sealed off by the Blood God Heart's shields to prevent new abyss tides from appearing. The defense was as solid as a rock. Human technology had been continuously advancing, with new weapons being deployed on the battlefield. When the Blood God Legion was first established, it suffered over 70% casualties during the first abyss tide, but subsequently, the number of casualties in each war had been decreasing. Even now, while there were still soldiers who died in battle, the numbers have been reduced to a manageable range, making it relatively safer. Bang! A sound distinct from the previous roars emerged. A mech wielding a shield staggered back slightly. An abyss creature had closed in. Following that, even fiercer collisions erupted. The abyss creatures charged with extreme ferocity. The mech warriors poured all their energy into defense, while the rear continued to unleash massive amounts of damage. For a moment, the abyss creature's offensive was completely stifled on the other side. The melee camp commander's expression darkened as he surveyed the battlefield. At this moment, the battle armor masters and black-level mech masters had not yet engaged in combat. These were reserve forces held back for emergencies. Given the current intensity of the enemy's attacks, they did not pose a threat to the defense. Just then, the ground suddenly trembled. In the sky, shadows appeared. These shadows were enormous, and as soon as they emerged into the air, they brought immense pressure. Dozens of giant Bon appeared mid-air, propelled by an unknown force. It was clear they were trying to breach the front defensive line to attack the distant ranged warriors. The melee camp commander snorted coldly and waved his hand. A row of bright lights flashed behind him. The ranged warriors were already prepared. Blinding rays of energy flickered in the air, and the Bon in the sky immediately erupted in cries of agony, riddled with holes from the soul guide attacks and bursting into streams of air. Suddenly, with a muffled sound, a mech unexpectedly flew backward, shield and all, crashing heavily toward the rear. The melee camp commander's expression changed, and he dashed forward to shield the mech with his own body. The collision occurred. Despite the melee camp commander's Tyrannosaurus-like strength, he was still pushed back along with the mech. When they landed, the mech's shield was already shattered, and it lay on the ground, sparking and incapacitated. When the hatch opened, the warrior inside had died, blood oozing from all his orifices. A black-level mech quickly took its position, blocking the gap. LinYang caught sight of figure. It was a tall woman, her body covered in dark purple scales, with a pair of wings on her back and bone claws at the tips of her wings. Her eyes shimmered with a deep black glow. Many soul guide energy attacks struck her, and as long as they entered her 3-meter radius, they would instantly dissolve, unable to even explode. The Black Emperor has appeared. Everyone be careful. Call for a tidal Douluo to block it. The melee camp commander shouted angrily. Just then, the black-level mech that had just positioned itself was also blasted into the air, crashing toward them. Not only that, as the gap appeared, the winged black-armored woman flickered and appeared in the rear. With a wave of her hands, a surge of black energy suddenly erupted, sending dozens of mechs flying and tearing a huge gap in the defensive line. Faced with this situation, the reserve battle armor warriors charged forward without needing a command from the melee camp commander. LinYang saw this creature for the first time. It resembled a human, was quite beautiful, and even had a devilishly attractive figure, standing over 3 meters tall, with black scales glistening with a sinister sheen. The Black Emperor and the Demon Charm were both top-tier abyss creatures, among the smaller ones that could traverse the abyss passage to this side. Compared to the Demon Charm, the Black Emperor was not as fast, but its combat power was even more formidable. Each Black Emperor possessed strength comparable to that of a tidal Douluo. However, the emergence of this one Black Emperor immediately put the previously stable battlefield in jeopardy. Energy rays from the rear concentrated fire, and together with the battle armor warriors, barely managed to suppress this Black Emperor. But more abyss creatures were charging in. 5 or 6 Bond burst through the gap, colliding closely with the mech warriors. Wind shadow flash. A gust of wind swept past, and the Black Emperor felt a tremor in her soul. Her wings suddenly folded forward, and a massive black halo appeared above her head, resembling a crown, with a faint golden glow flickering at its center. An eerie symbol then materialized in front of the Black Emperor, transforming into a shield. All of this happening in the blink of an eye. Chapter 183. Abyss Emperor. The Black Emperor's body swayed slightly, and in her cold, indifferent eyes, emotions finally surfaced. It was shock and disbelief. The rune-forged Black Emperor shield had already shattered, and the wind blade pierced through her palm, then through her body. The black-level mechas had rushed in to fill the gap, and with the help of many battle armor masters, they had killed several Bond, finally sealing the breach. The long-range attacks from behind were becoming increasingly powerful, with massive energy spheres continuously arcing down into the abyss creatures below, exploding with intense energy fluctuations. This Black Emperor was not the strongest among the Black Emperor clan. Its most terrifying aspect lay in its potential for growth. Among the Abyss Kings, there was a lineage of Black Emperors, and it was the strongest lineage. When the Abyss creatures first descended, that emperor belonged to the Black Emperor lineage. The Black Emperor seen today had not yet fully transformed into human form. The truly terrifying Black Emperors, from an appearance standpoint, bore little difference from humans. They could infiltrate our side through various means. In the early years, they had brought tremendous disasters to our Blood God Legion. Later, with preventive measures and more sophisticated detection devices, we managed to slay several Black Emperors, deterring them from using such tactics again. Among all the Abyss creatures that could enter our side through the current narrow Abyss passage, the Black Emperor was the strongest. Although the Demon Charm lineage could also produce a king, they had always been supportive of the Black Emperor lineage. They were the Black Emperor's most powerful allies, but still subordinate allies. With the appearance of the Black Emperor, it was likely that the Abyss title Demon Charm would also emerge this time. This battle would be tough. A furious roar echoed from the direction of the Abyss passage. A surge of grayish-white air suddenly rushed out, blocking the energy from the long-range attacks. Immediately after, a grayish-white light suddenly shot out, targeting LinYang. What was that? LinYang felt as if his consciousness had instantly frozen in his mind. His blood seemed to freeze as well. He was horrified to see a gigantic finger extending from the massive Abyss passage. A finger over 10 meters in diameter, with a white nail that was almost transparent. Although the finger was extremely thick, it gave off an elongated, slender impression. In an instant, the finger was right in front of him. Ridiculous. LinYang sneered. Did a mere finger think it could deal with him? The Abyss Realm's Black Emperor. A quasi-divine Abyss King. But how could a single finger possibly affect LinYang? The battle continued. Every Abyss Tide was not something that would end quickly. Especially this third-level Abyss Tide. It would last at least half a month to a month. However, starting off well meant that the pressure at the front was manageable, allowing the command center to allocate resources and make arrangements more comfortably. Although the resistance at several other points was tougher, having a successful defense at this exit allowed for more manpower to be allocated for preparations. Large soul guiding devices were continuously transported and set up. The entire Blood God Legion was operating in an orderly manner. Suddenly, a cold intent appeared silently, sending a shiver through LinYang's spiritual domain. Without hesitation, he flapped his wings and retreated instantly. Blood surged in his chest, and the terrifying coldness was still madly rushing into his body. The chill paused briefly before the grayish-white light pursued him. LinYang's speed was fast enough, but the grayish-white light came even faster. Finally, the grayish-white silhouette came to a stop, revealing its form. It was a woman, dressed in a grayish-white long gown, with grayish-white eyes and long gray hair cascading down to her shoulders and extending to her toes. Despite the many Blood God Legion warriors around at this moment, any attack that entered within 30 meters of her body would instantly dissipate. Strangely, it could be seen that countless grayish-white air streams were flowing from her body towards the Abyss Passage, making her body gradually become transparent. Her grayish-white eyes locked directly onto LinYang, filled with coldness and indifference. The intense killing intent seemed to freeze LinYang's spiritual power. The threat just now was absolutely no less than that of the earlier finger. The gray-haired woman's gaze on LinYang became even colder. But with a swift movement, in the next instant, her figure disappeared without a trace at the passage. Silver light flashed, and large numbers of Abyss creatures directly vanished, turning into air streams that disintegrated, along with the gray woman's figure, fading into the cave. The Abyss Tide unexpectedly experienced a brief stagnation. Transmission Tower Headquarters. The latest technology developed by the Federation was about to be officially launched. This time, we not only had to participate, but also needed to achieve an absolute good ranking. Qiangu Dongfeng sat in the main seat, speaking in a deep voice. Sitting below him was the heavenly saint Dalu Xingqiuan, and on the other side was a middle-aged man. Almost all present were high-ranking officials of the transmission tower. The Federation's latest technology had epic-making significance. The technology had long matured but had been under testing. The destruction of Shrek Academy had caused a huge uproar on the continent. Thus, the Federation quickly released this latest technology, allowing everyone to participate, which also served to divert the public's attention. Xingqiuan, how is your candidate selection going? The heavenly saint Dalu Xingqiuan replied, I've already found my candidate. I contacted the disciple of the heavenly phoenix Dalu Yaozhu. She will participate. Qiangu Dongfeng nodded in satisfaction. This matter could not afford any mistakes. It was crucial for further enhancing our influence. We have already directly and indirectly secured a quarter of the new council seats. If we can further leverage the influence from this tournament, it will greatly assist the next step of our transmission tower's expansion plan. Su Xingqiuan glanced at him, but remained silent. As the deputy master of the transmission tower, having served as one of the 4 major transmitters for decades, he knew Qiangu Dongfeng too well. Others might not know, but he was well aware of his ambitions. He was inherently an ambitious person, aiming to make the transmission tower an existence akin to the Spirit Hall from 20,000 years ago, elevating the organization above the entire Federation, or even controlling the entire Federation. Although he had no evidence, Su Xingqiuan firmly believed that the incident with Shrek Academy should be related to him. Chapter 184, Latest Technology, the latest technology of the Federation? How interesting. Every major city has designated competition points, and each city's spirit transmission tower can also participate. It is said to be somewhat similar to the Spirit Ascension platform, but not quite the same. This latest technology can cover the entire continent, allowing all soul masters who want to participate to join in. It can completely scan and simulate every soul master's abilities and physical condition. It is absolutely fair. With this technology, it will greatly help improve the combat abilities of soul masters, especially for mecha masters. Indeed, previously, similar devices were only available to large organizations, and they were not perfect and could not connect with each other. This time is different. Initiated by the Federation, all systems will be unified. The Federation has set such high rewards for this competition to attract as many soul masters as possible to participate and promote this high-tech system. It is said that it has already been applied internally in the military with very good results. If it's true, that would be great. What are we waiting for? Let's sign up. After all, it's free. It would be nice to experience it. Are there any restrictions? No. They say that as long as you are below title Dalu, you can participate. There are no other restrictions. Oh, below 3-word battle armor masters. It is said that the system cannot support battles at the 3-word battle armor master level due to insufficient external equipment. Even if a 3-word battle armor master is scanned for their physical condition, the energy overflow during combat can easily damage the system. Therefore, as long as you're not a 3-word battle armor master, or if a 3-word battle armor master does not use their battle armor, anyone below title Dalu can participate. Is it purely one-on-one combat? Is there anything like team battles? Not yet. This competition is divided into 2 parts, mecha battles and soul master battles. Both are individual competitions. This is a grand competition across the entire Federation, first divided by major competition areas and then proceeding to the finals. It is said that all soul masters who can reach the finals will receive quite substantial rewards. Those who place in the top 16 will receive even more astonishing rewards. It is said that the ultimate champion can receive all the resources to forge a red-level mecha or a set of 4-word battle armors, heavenly forging metal. This is simply outrageous. Stardo Battle Network? LinYang looked at the information sent by the Tianfeng Douluo, his eyes revealing surprise. The latest technology developed by the Federation allows entry into the Stardo Battle Network through a peripheral device called the Stardo Pod for simulated battles. The specifics seem to be somewhat similar to the Spirit Ascension platform of the Spirit Transmission Tower. However, unlike the Spirit Ascension platform, it does not have a limit on the number of participants, but it also lacks the Ascension effect and does not conflict with the Spirit Transmission Tower. The biggest benefit is that it allows all Soul Masters and Mecha Masters to compete and battle on the same platform. The entire battle network has just been developed recently, and it is said that it will continue to be upgraded in the future. He helplessly said, showing me this is useless. I'm already a title Dalu and can't participate. The Blood God camp's external personnel live on the upper floor of the Round Hall, and the living conditions have not improved much. They're all basic facilities, just a bit larger. However, now this larger space is completely occupied by Stardo pods. This thing occupies a full 8 square meters. It looks somewhat like an oversized coffin and appears quite complicated. Its cost should be quite high. This device is not only available in the Blood God camp, but also in the Legion. Moreover, LinYang heard from Long Yue'er that the Legion was one of the first groups to test the Stardo Battle Network. However, within the Legion, there are only 50 Stardo pods, and this device is said to be extremely expensive, making transportation quite difficult. The Stardo pods in the Legion do not accept reservations and can only be used on a first-come, first-served basis. Every day is crowded, which is why Long Yue'er had not taken LinYang there before. Therefore, when LinYang saw that his dormitory had a separate Stardo pod, he felt a bit speechless. Having one Stardo pod for one person is definitely a luxury, especially since this latest technology has only just been developed. But he cannot participate in this competition. After leaving the Tianfeng Dalu, LinYang did not return to his dormitory, but instead walked briskly towards the highest point of the Blood God Legion camp. The biting cold wind, under the influence of low temperatures and mountain winds, felt like ice blades on his skin. A normal person would freeze stiff in no time. However, LinYang only felt a refreshing sensation in this icy world, indescribably comfortable. After climbing the hill, with the identification of the Blood God ring, various detection devices within the Legion naturally did not react to him. Since the end of the Abyss Tide, there has been no movement on the Abyss side. It has been 2 months since that Abyss Tide. Thinking of the Abyss, he turned around and looked towards the direction of the Abyss Passage, where a faint dark gray could be seen vaguely. Abyssal creatures are indeed terrifying beings. He really wanted to explore the situation there again. Killing abyssal creatures would greatly benefit his cultivation, especially now that the Dragon Core has evolved with the breaking of the 10th seal. His own cultivation has also significantly increased, giving LinYang a lot of confidence. As a reserve Blood God of the Blood God Legion, he is qualified to enter the Abyss Passage for reconnaissance and detection without any restrictions. Yes, it has been a long time since I entered the Abyss Passage to take a look. It should have been a while since there was any movement there after the Abyss Tide. Why not go check it out? In the snowy mountains, there is nothing more reliable and quicker than flying. He is strong, and a mountain wind has very little effect on him. From a distance, the entrance to the Abyss Passage is already in sight. LinYang folded his wings and directly descended towards the entrance. The unique, gloomy aura of the Abyss Plane rushed towards him. The Blood God Legion soldiers stationed here must be rotated periodically to prevent them from being affected by the abyssal aura, which could harm their bodies. After thousands of years of attempts, the Blood God Legion now has a detailed information database about the Abyss Plane. LinYang's Blood God Ring is the best pass. He chose a larger passage to enter, where the guards are strict, but with his identity as a reserve Blood God, he could move forward unobstructed. The last time he came, he was with Long Yue'er, and they directly encountered the Abyss Tide. The passage is spacious and dry. If it weren't for knowing that this is a connection to the Abyss Plane, one wouldn't feel too much eeriness. Chapter 185. A special opponent perhaps because the Abyssal Tide had just ended. LinYang walked inward for about 20 minutes without encountering a single abyssal creature. It seems that the Abyssal Plane has truly fallen silent, and it will be several decades before the next Abyssal Tide arrives. Even when LinYang felt he had ventured as deep as the distance Long Yue'er had initially entered, he still hadn't faced any attacks from abyssal creatures, as if they had never appeared at all. Could it be not encountering any? Wouldn't that mean his trip was in vain? He paused, feeling a bit hesitant about whether to continue forward. Since he had come all this way, he should at least see an abyssal creature, right? With renewed determination, LinYang pressed on. As he moved deeper, the temperature in the abyssal passage began to rise slightly, and flickering shadows appeared, giving off a bizarre feeling. Due to his mental power advancing towards the spirit domain realm, LinYang could clearly sense an increasing number of spatial attribute element molecules in the air. This must be the sensation of the passage. Indeed, this is a cross-dimensional passage, truly marvelous. He wondered how the abyssal plane managed to connect its dimension with another and attempt to invade. If the abyssal plane could achieve this, could the Douluo Continent do the same? The resources on Douluo Continent had already begun to dwindle. Various minerals and rare metals had become increasingly scarce due to continuous mining. This was also why the radicals had repeatedly proposed military action against the Douluo Continent and the Douluo Continent. Their purpose was simple: resource plunder. And what would happen when one day all resources in the Douluo world were exhausted? During his time at Shrek Academy, he had heard the teachers mention that the Federation was exploring outer space. According to scientific research, there were countless planets in outer space, some of which were likely suitable for human habitation and had resources. However, the research into advancing into outer space had only just begun, and it would take a long time to search for other planets suitable for human survival. If there were a dimensional passage, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Feeling the increasingly dense spatial elements around him, LinYang's curiosity about the abyssal plane grew stronger. He unconsciously quickened his pace. The temperature in the surrounding passage continued to rise, and while the size of the passage remained unchanged, the spatial fluctuations began to grow more intense. LinYang could also sense that the passage seemed to be gently pulsating like trembling blood vessels. This sensation felt even more peculiar. Without any feeling of energy, this meant that the passage itself did not possess any life, energy, aura. Could such a passage be destroyed? Only by truly coming here would his understanding of the abyssal passage become stronger. Although he had not yet seen any abyssal creatures, LinYang still felt that the trip was worthwhile. At the very least, it allowed him to deepen his understanding of spatial elements. The arrangement of spatial elements within this abyssal passage was very strange, hinting at the essence of the world. It was also a significant exercise for his mental power. Continuing forward, it seemed that the spatial elements in the passage had stabilized and were no longer increasing. The passage felt endless, and despite walking forward, he did not see an end. After walking for a full hour, LinYang finally stopped. In a vague sense, he felt that he could not proceed any further, or else something might happen. Silently observing his surroundings, the fluctuations of spatial elements remained dense, and the abyssal passage had turned a deep orange with a faint halo. The temperature here was probably above 40 degrees, much hotter than outside. This change in temperature was the only indication that he was delving deeper into the abyssal plane. Suppressing his curiosity, LinYang turned around to head back. It seemed this exploration would end without incident. Just as he had taken a few steps, suddenly, an indescribable sensation washed over him. LinYang vaguely heard a scream and instinctively turned around, unleashing a wind blade. A shadow darted back like lightning, evading the wind blade and landing on the distant ground of the passage. An abyssal creature? LinYang was filled with shock because just a moment ago, he had not sensed the presence of any abyssal creature. With his mental power and perception, this was simply unbelievable. Upon closer inspection, The shadow appeared to resemble a human, and it looked very familiar. Looking again, LinYang was horrified to realize that the shadow looked just like him. Whether in height or build, it was almost identical, except it was entirely black and had a transparent quality, making its features indistinguishable. The shadow seemed to be observing LinYang as well, and there was no energy aura emanating from it. LinYang's pupils gradually narrowed, and an electric spark shot out. The blue-purple lightning burst forth in the abyssal passage with a piercing screech. As the gunlight flickered, the platinum glow streaked through the passage, heading straight for the shadow. The shadow swiftly retreated, appearing as if it had no physical form at all. LinYang could not sense any life, aura, or energy fluctuations from it, but subconsciously, he felt an intense danger emanating from it. The destruction divine thunder passed through it, but as it flew far away, the shadow seemed to let out a soul-shattering scream before completely disappearing. On his return, LinYang accelerated, taking less than a third of the time it took to arrive to exit the entrance of the abyssal passage, returning to the blood god camp. He found Blood 2 and told him about the abyssal creature, asking for detailed information. After hearing his account, Blood 2's expression changed dramatically. You mean? You killed the possessing demon without using your battle armor? Possessing demon? Is that the shadow? LinYang asked curiously. Blood 2 said solemnly. Do you know what kind of disaster the possessing demon brought us when the abyssal plane descended? A flash of sorrow crossed Blood 2's eyes. The possessing demon occupies the 7th level in the abyssal plane and is one of the most powerful abyssal creatures. They do not possess strong combat abilities and exist in the form of spiritual entities. However, the possessing demon has a talent ability that is practically a disaster for us. Possession. Chapter 186. Hope and disaster. The possessed demons are entities of a spiritual form, and how they are born is unknown. Because possessed demons lack a life source and energy and are extremely good at hiding, they are difficult to detect. Once they are discovered at the wrong time, it is likely that one has already been possessed by them. At this point, the blood second paused for a moment before continuing. Once possessed by a demon, one will be controlled by it, and those below the spirit domain realm will have no means to resist. Even those with spirit domain strength will be greatly affected and will need to fight with all their might to possibly break free, during which movement becomes extremely difficult. Over 6,000 years ago, during our first battle with the abyssal plane, we lost dozens of powerful individuals due to our ignorance of the characteristics of possessed demons. Several limit Douluo were inexplicably killed by the enemy, and many title Douluo defected in the heat of battle. Otherwise, how could we have suffered such heavy losses? That battle nearly caused half of the continent's elites to fall. It wasn't until many years later, after continuous struggles against the abyssal plane, that we gradually realized that possessed demons are particularly fearful of life energy. Only those carrying a very rare life crystal can resist possession by them. But by that time, we had already paid too many painful prices. Moreover, the most frightening aspect of possessed demons is that they cannot be killed, whether by physical or mental attacks. Energy attacks will be infected and controlled by them. Especially attacks of energy emission type will only become part of their power, just like what you encountered earlier. I never expected that you could actually kill them. This is simply wonderful. LinYang listenet in Suk, not expecting that the power of these possessed demons seemed to surpass even that of the Black Emperor. The Charm Emperor and the Black Emperor still have physical forms and can be defeated with strength, but the situation with the possessed demons is different. He could feel a sense of impotence when fighting the possessed demons before. If it weren't for the destruction divine thunder, it would have been difficult for him to kill the opponent. The blood second continued. Fortunately, although possessed demons are extremely terrifying, their numbers are quite limited. Based on our years of research, we can conclude that a possessed demon can only possess 3 times in its lifetime, so they will not easily choose their targets. Once possession is successful, they will gradually and completely control the possessed entity, transforming all its abilities into their own, while also possessing their own special abilities. You are very lucky. The one you encountered should be a possessed demon that has not yet possessed anyone. If it were one that has already possessed humans, it would be much harder to deal with, as they possess considerable combat power. Therefore, while the formless possessed demons are indeed frightening, the ones with physical forms are even more terrifying. LinYang gasped. The innate abilities of these possessed demons are truly terrifying. The blood second's gaze was intense as he looked at LinYang, saying that the total number of possessed demons would not exceed 36. Only when one dies will another be born. However, we do not know under what circumstances they will die, at least on the battlefield. We have never killed a single possessed demon. You have made history today. Moreover, Killing a newborn possessed demon means that the total number of possessed demons is now down to 35. This is undoubtedly a significant achievement, and I will commend you for it. LinYang looked at his blood god ring, but there was no indication of any change in merit. The blood second smiled wryly. That's because possessed demons have never been killed before, so they're naturally not recorded in the system. Now, we can add it in specifically for you. This matter is extremely important. I need to discuss it with the Legion commander. For now, do not go to the Abyssal Passage. Killing a possessed demon will surely alarm the Abyssal Plane, and if you go again, I will accompany you. But not now. We need more preparation, and you need more improvement. With the Blood Second's eager gaze on him, LinYang left. The Blood Second instinctively clenched his fists from LinYang. He saw an increasing amount of hope. Truly killing abyssal creatures is what matters most. Even if this process is very long, at least hope is now visible. The efforts of dozens of generations of the Blood God Legion have finally seen the light of dawn. If possible, who would want to remain in this bitter cold land? And until the giant threat of the Abyssal Plane is resolved, it will eventually become a ticking time bomb. At this very moment, just as LinYang stepped out of the Blood God camp, deep within the Abyssal Passage, a black vortex was quietly appearing inside, far from the sealed area. Threads of black air were forming this vortex, and its area was growing larger, with faint purple lightning flickering inside. A hand as dark as ink slowly stretched out from the vortex, followed by a strong wave of abyssal aura erupting like a geyser. Beep, 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 beep. The piercing alarm sounded in every corner of the Legion as the cheers of the Blood God Legion erupted. At this moment, whether it was Zhang Huanyun, Leng Yaozhu, or the strong members of the Legion, everyone was taken aback by the sudden alarm. Mirror Dalu, Zhang Huanyun, and Phoenix Dalu Leng Yaozhu quickly left their locations and headed towards the Abyssal Passage. Boom! A violent roar echoed within the Abyssal Passage, and a massive figure appeared deep within the passage. It was a monster with 6 sharp claws, standing 100 meters tall, covered in a black chitinous layer, with dark red liquid flowing over its body like lava. With its appearance, the size of the black vortex doubled, and swarms of 4-clawed and 6-clawed bats surged out. The main passage of the Abyssal Passage was the widest, and in an instant, these abyssal creatures surged out like a geyser. A phantom figure appeared beside the gigantic black 6-clawed demon emperor, and a deep voice rang in its ear. Our mission is complete. Now it's up to you. Kill, destroy, bring the essence of the abyss to the human world. Roar. The 6-clawed demon emperor howled at the sky, and circles of dark red halos exploded from its body, enveloping the 4-clawed and 6-clawed bats, causing them to swell in size, their eyes bloodthirsty, and they charged crazily outward. Chapter 187. Large-scale attack at the exit of the Abyssal Passage. All the soul-guided devices stationed here activated their automatic firing systems. Soul-guided rays and shells intertwined to form a large net, targeting the abyssal creatures rushing out from within. Under the frenzied fire of the soul-guided rays, the bodies of these abyssal creatures shattered, exploding into clouds of gas as they were absorbed back into the passage. However, more abyssal creatures surged out with astonishing speed. At that moment, the Blood God Legion warriors guarding the various branch passages finally reacted, but their heavy weapons were all deployed inside the branch passages, leaving them no time to retrieve them. Quick, get outside and hold the main passage exit. Orders were given, and mechs, shimmering with light, rushed towards the exit of the Abyssal Passage. Under the cover of the soul-guided rays at the exit, they quickly withdrew and set up a defensive line. The arrival of the abyssal creatures was too sudden, with no time for any preparation. Boom! One mech was grabbed from behind by a 6-clawed bat. The bloodthirsty claws of the bat frantically tore at the mech's protective shield, while a dozen 4-clawed bats surrounded it. Long live the Legion! A voice filled with grief and anger echoed inside the mech. The next moment, the mech detonated its power core, exploding into a fireball that engulfed the abyssal creatures surrounding it. Every member of the Blood God Legion understood that falling into the hands of abyssal creatures meant a grim fate, becoming part of their energy. Therefore, all mechs in the Blood God Legion were equipped with self-destruct devices. When facing an unbeatable opponent, they would not leave their life energy for the enemy. One mech after another exploded before exiting the passage, but it was their bravery, combined with the blockade of the soul-guided ray defense position, that bought more of their comrades a chance to survive. The eyes of the Iron Blood Legion's vice-captain turned red as he watched one comrade, after another, fall inexplicably within the passage. A fierce flame burned in his heart. Hold on, hold these bastards off. No matter what, we cannot let them break out of the passage. No one knew why the seal that had held back the abyssal creatures for thousands of years would be destroyed, allowing so many abyssal creatures to surge out from the main passage. Undoubtedly, this would be the largest abyssal tide in history, comparable even to the sudden arrival of the abyssal realm over 6,000 years ago. If the abyssal passage could not be held, the human world would face devastation, and countless humans would perish in the battle against the abyssal creatures. Despite the rapid advancement of human technology compared to 6,000 years ago, with mechs and soul-guided weapons far exceeding those of the past, the terror of the abyssal creatures was still painfully remembered in history. No matter what, they had to stop them. The warriors inside, except for those who had self-destructed, finally all retreated to the passage exit. They did not leave. Instead, they immediately launched a counterattack, reinforcing the defense position at the exit of the abyssal passage. At this moment, every Blood God Legion warrior had only one thought in their hearts: to block these abyssal creatures at all costs, to defeat the formidable enemy at any price, and to ensure they did not allow them to advance even a single step out of the passage. In this brief time, among the more than 3,000 Blood God Legion warriors originally stationed in the passage, over 400 had already fallen during the rush out, nearly equaling the total number of fallen warriors in the past century. This was an extremely devastating cost for the Blood God Legion. As comrades had to self-destruct to block the enemy's attack, the eyes of the warriors turned red. The excitement caused by the appearance of the dual crown had completely transformed into rage. They poured all their strength into attacking, blocking the enemy's charge, witnessing clouds of mist bursting into abyssal energy before being swallowed back into the abyssal passage. Human life, once lost, could not be revived. Cultivating a Blood God warrior was no easy task, yet these abyssal creatures would have their energy recovered after death, giving rise to new abyssal creatures in no time. Although they knew this, the Blood God Legion warriors had no choice but to resist with all their might. Deep down, however, despair loomed larger in their hearts. 6,000 years ago, the strongest forces from across the continent had driven the abyssal creatures back, but it had come at a tremendous cost to the major powers of that time. Now, at this moment, they had only the tens of thousands of soldiers from a Blood God Legion. Could they hold the main passage against the suddenly appearing abyssal creatures? No one knew, but no one was willing to hold back. This was a fight to the death. No one attempted to escape, for they all understood that if the abyssal passage fell, escape would not be an option. The warriors of the Blood God Legion had all witnessed the horror of the abyssal creatures, and because of that, they were even more determined to protect their homeland. Moreover, the vast majority of their families were within the Blood God Legion's camp. Their cowardice would only bring catastrophic disaster to their families. The piercing alarm echoed throughout the Blood God Legion's camp, and orderly lines of white figures advanced towards the abyssal passage, requesting support. A large number of abyssal creatures are surging from the main passage, urgently needing heavy weapon support, requiring annihilation-grade weapon support. Hurry! The distress signal had long been transmitted back. The vice-captain of the Iron Blood Legion hovered at the edge of the passage entrance in his black mech, vigilantly watching the abyssal creatures below. Without a doubt, the blockade at the main passage exit was the most secure and powerful. Under the crossfire of the blockade, even the bloodthirsty abyssal creatures could not break through directly. However, the vice-captain's expression grew increasingly grim as he saw through the light of the soul-guided rays and artillery that the density of abyssal creatures inside the passage was continuously increasing, becoming more and more numerous. Initially, only 4-clawed and 6-clawed bats were flying out, but now various crawling abyssal creatures were also emerging along the edges of the passage. More and more abyssal creatures were appearing. Some large abyssal creatures lingered below, gazing up with cold eyes, clearly waiting for something instead of rushing out immediately. Chapter 188. Mirror Daw. A sudden, frenzied roar echoed deep within the abyssal passage. Immediately, numerous abyssal creatures parted, revealing the towering 6-clawed demon emperor, surrounded by many abyssal beings. It violently swung its body, unleashing countless dark red energy spheres that shot toward the exit of the abyssal passage. At the same time, behind it, a pair of gigantic bat wings unfurled, nearly 200 meters in diameter, and with a powerful flap, it surged toward the passage exit. Overload power. The vice-captain of the Iron Blood Corps said almost without hesitation, his heart sinking. There was no doubt that this massive creature was not an ordinary abyssal being. It was unlike any abyssal creature he had faced before. This meant that this terrifying entity from the abyssal realm was likely a monarch. One of the 108 monarchs of the abyssal plane, and its true body had descended, not just a projection. Each monarch of the abyssal realm possessed strength comparable to at least a super Douluo, and many were even more powerful, given their physiques far exceeding those of humans. The intense roar caused the area below to erupt in flames. The energy spheres released by the six-clawed demon emperor were all blocked by soul-guided rays. But its massive body crashed into the soul-guided rays. The rays and shells exploded upon impact, creating bursts of sparks that turned its body a fiery red, momentarily suppressing its upward momentum. However, it shielded many of the subsequent abyssal creatures from most of the attacks, allowing a large number of them to surge up around its body. High explosive shells. The vice captain of the Iron Blood Corps quickly commanded. Blinding white energy spheres detonated below, covering the entire abyssal passage. Although the six-clawed demon emperor was strong, it could only withstand such concentrated fire for a few seconds before it began to falter. Its massive body fell, evading a large number of soul-guided rays and shell attacks. The vice captain let out a breath of relief. Finally, the arrangements made over the years had not been in vain. This blockade was set specifically for demigod-level beings. Reinforcements needed to arrive quickly. After all, energy was limited, and sufficient energy replenishment was necessary for the defensive position to maintain its immense power. Watching the billowing smoke from the explosions being absorbed back into the abyssal passage, he felt no sense of accomplishment. The biggest problem troubling the Blood God Legion was that they simply could not truly destroy these abyssal creatures. If they could genuinely eliminate them, after more than 6,000 years of war, they would have diminished their overall strength considerably. At that moment in the distance, squads of Blood God Legion soldiers appeared, along with various equipment. They quickly took their positions, replaced integrated batteries, replenished energy, and rapidly occupied various defensive positions around the passage. More soul-guided cannons were set up, more soldiers joined, and mechas surrounded the main exit of the abyssal passage, forming a strict formation, ready to engage in battle at any moment. How's it going? A massive mecha descended from the sky, landing beside the vice captain. Seeing this, the vice captain finally let out a sigh of relief. They had temporarily held it back, but their brothers had likely fallen in numbers exceeding 4 battalions. What? Machan exclaimed in surprise. The sudden alarm made him realize that the abyssal tide had likely appeared, as only the abyssal tide could produce such a violent alarm. However, he never expected it to be this severe. The number of soldiers lost over the past century combined was only this much. Every soldier of the Blood God Legion was an absolute elite, and losing so many at once pained his heart. Moreover, he knew that at this time, the main force guarding the passage was his Iron Blood Corps. Damn it, Machan roared. The vice captain knew his temper well. Captain, now is not the time to panic. Something is wrong, very wrong. For some reason, these abyssal creatures are coming out from the seal on the main passage. This situation has never occurred in thousands of years. Because of this, our brothers were caught off guard, resulting in so many casualties. Let's hold the exit first and wait for the Corps leader and the Blood God Battalion to arrive. Machan's breath was clearly unstable. Although he usually had a fiery temper, he truly cared for the brothers below and was loved by the soldiers of the Iron Blood Corps. Hearing that so many had died, he couldn't remain calm. Perhaps a third of the Iron Blood Corps manpower had been lost here. I'll fight them. Machan raised his hand and pulled out the wolf fawn club from his back, and the vice captain could see he couldn't hold him back. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was a human, not wearing a mecha, who suddenly placed a hand on Machan's shoulder, causing the massive black mecha to halt instantly, preventing him from charging out. Machan, you reckless kid, calm down. Now is not the time for you to go wild. The situation is indeed not right. Go command your men well. The deep voice was like a spell, instantly calming the impulsive Machan. Go, leader. You must avenge our brothers. Machan's voice trembled, not from sadness, but from extreme anger. Go command your brothers well. There will be a time for you to fight. Yes, Machan shouted, retreating with his vice captain. Mirror Duo Zhang Huanyun, clad in military attire, had 3 shining stars on his shoulder. With his arrival, the command of the entire Blood God Legion naturally fell into his hands. Moreover, with his arrival, the blockade line of the Blood God Legion became noticeably more organized. The emotions of all the soldiers also stabilized significantly. This was the essence of personal charisma. Mirror Duo Zhang Huanyun had been with the Blood God Legion for 60 years, and he was the backbone of the Legion. It was precisely because of his presence that the Blood God Legion possessed such cohesion, reaching its peak strength in 6,000 years. The charge of the abyssal creatures. accompanied by the retreat of the six-clawed demon emperor, weakened somewhat. Mirror Douluo Zhang Huanyun began issuing orders, and the soul-guided rays and shell attacks of the blockade line also lessened. Conserve energy. More various defensive equipment was transported in and quickly deployed. For thousands of years, the Blood God Legion had made countless preparations to deal with the Abyssal Realm, including various arrangements at the exit of the Abyssal Passage. Chapter 189 Abyssal Emperor. In addition to the original defensive positions, many basic fortifications were prepared. Once the defensive, soul-guided devices were delivered, they could immediately be integrated with these fortifications to form a complete large-scale defensive position. Teams of soldiers quickly set out, without needing Zhang Huanyun to personally instruct them, as they had already entered their combat preparation positions, ready to replace each other at any moment. Shadows rapidly arrived at this side. The Tianfeng Douluo silently appeared next to Zhang Huanyun, frowning. Without Zhang Huanyun saying anything, he could see that something was wrong. The situation before them exceeded their judgment, clearly. The Abyssal Tide had just ended a short while ago, yet the Abyssal Realm had launched a full-scale attack once again. Through the monitors, they had already seen the situation here before arriving. The situation was very grim because they completely did not understand why these abyssal creatures were emerging from the main passage. This was the most crucial issue. If this problem was not resolved, more abyssal creatures would continue to pour out from the main passage. Regardless of how much energy they had on their side, there would always be a moment when it would be exhausted. Abyssal creatures do not truly die. Their energy is inexhaustible, and thus the abyssal creatures are endless. Zhang Huanyun was confident in sealing off the defensive position to prevent abyssal creatures from breaking out. With the Legion's energy reserves, even 3 months of defense would not be a problem. But what about after 3 months? Moreover, the current assault from the abyssal creatures was fundamentally different from before. The biggest difference was that a king of the abyss had appeared this time. The six-clawed demon emperor, while ranked low among the 108 kings of the abyss, presented a significant problem because its true body had appeared. This was impossible in those branch passages. 6,000 years ago, humans had set up seals to block the arrival of the 108 kings of the abyss, and as long as these kings did not appear, the strength of the Blood God Legion and Blood God Camp was sufficient to easily resist. However, with the emergence of the six-clawed demon emperor, would there be even more powerful abyssal kings appearing afterward? They had no idea how strong these abyssal kings could be. The blockade line of soul-guided rays and soul-guided cannons posed little threat to strong individuals who had reached a certain level of cultivation. Should they request support from the Federation? Have the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Battle God Hall send people here? Tianfeng Douluo asked Zhang Huanyun. Zhang Huanyun replied solemnly. The distress signal has already been sent out. But it won't be quick. Even the people from the Battle God Hall will take 10 days to arrive. Moreover, the current problem is that we do not know what issue has arisen with the seal. Even if the people from the Battle God Hall come, we can only compare consumption with the abyssal creatures, which is our biggest disadvantage. Tianfeng Douluo also frowned. There were too many abyssal creatures below, and no one knew how many abyssal kings would appear in the subsequent battle. If it did not go deeper, they would not be able to see what problems had arisen with the internal seal of the passage or how they could resolve the passage issues. This crisis had come so suddenly that it caught them off guard. Let us wait and see for a moment, to check if there are any other abyssal kings appearing besides the six-clawed demon emperor. If not, we will attempt to scout the internal situation, Tianfeng Douluo said solemnly. This reconnaissance work would undoubtedly fall on him. Zhang Huanyun nodded. You all rest first. I will call you when needed. All right. Tianfeng Douluo said no more. Retreating to the outer edge of the passage, gathering with several other Blood God Camp members, sitting cross-legged to quietly wait. The Blood God Camp's years of drills regarding the Abyssal Passage were perfectly displayed. At least for the time being, these abyssal creatures would find it impossible to break through. More than 20,000 soldiers of the Blood God Legion had already arrived nearby, ready to replace their comrades at any moment. Those not in the battle were meditating, slowly infusing their soul power into the integrated batteries as backup energy supply. The cultivation of human soul power could be continuous, but certainly had its limits. However, they had to do so at present. This was a result of countless drills, maximizing the conservation of physical strength and mental power while infusing soul power into the batteries to allow the war to last longer. In the distance, LinYang had already heard the deafening roar and felt the tremors in the mountains. It was indeed a problem with the Abyssal Passage, and judging by the density of the soul-guided device fire, the issue was quite significant. The wings of wind behind him fluttered slightly. The camp was not far from the Abyssal Passage, and soon he saw the spectacular scene of nearly the entire army surrounding the passage. One high soul-guided device after another was positioned around the abyssal passage, and Zhang Huanyan was floating above the passage, hands clasped behind his back, observing the internal situation of the abyssal passage. LinYang immediately noticed that all the blood god members were concentrated in the area closest to the passage, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Sensing his arrival, Tianfeng Douluo suddenly looked up and waved at LinYang. LinYang descended from the sky, and many soldiers of the Blood God Legion also saw him. Despite the tense atmosphere caused by the sudden abyssal tide, these soldiers still showed excitement upon seeing LinYang. As the Sea God Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy, many already knew LinYang's identity, and, as the heir of the Qingtian Dalu, his strength was immensely powerful in their eyes. Lung Yaozhu asked, "Can your destructive power completely kill abyssal creatures?" "I can't do that," LinYang replied. "But by using life power, I could devour their abyssal energy and completely kill them." Lung Yaozhu raised her head towards Zhang Huanyan, her lips moving. Zhang Huanyan turned to look at her, just in time to see LinYang beside her, and nodded silently to Lung Yaozhu. Below, the assault of the abyssal creatures was becoming increasingly fierce. After a brief opportunity, more abyssal creatures joined the battle. Most of the abyssal creatures that initially appeared were melee fighters, so they could only use their bodies to withstand the artillery fire from the Blood God Legion. As time passed, some abyssal creatures skilled in ranged attacks also appeared. They began to use their ranged attacks to counter the soul-guided rays and soul-guided cannons, creating opportunities for the melee-skilled abyssal creatures. The six-clawed demon emperor hovered in the air, commanding the battle ahead, its wings spread out behind it, fluttering slightly, appearing ready to launch a full-force attack at any moment. Chapter 190. Taking action together, it has been half an hour since the changes in the Abyss Channel began. Deep within the Abyss Channel, the black vortex continues to expand. The air currents formed from the shattered abyss creatures are not being directly absorbed back into the depths of the Abyss Channel, as they were before, but are instead being drawn into this black vortex, becoming part of it and causing the vortex to grow larger. More abyss creatures are continuously appearing along with the expanding vortex. If Zhang Huanyan could see this scene, he would lead the Blood God Legion warriors to rush over at all costs to destroy the vortex and stabilize the seal. Unfortunately, he cannot see this and, unable to make a judgment, can only choose to hold steady for now. A strong light flashed through the air, and from the depths of the black vortex, another figure slowly crawled out. It has 8 claws, and its body is segmented into 3 parts, with the head being the largest, round in shape, with a particularly large mouth and 2 fangs protruding. 2 long tentacles, measuring several dozen meters, sway gently above its head. Surrounding it are weaker abyss creatures. As soon as they are touched by its tentacles, they instantly explode into mist, being absorbed into its body by those tentacles. With great effort, it pulls itself from the Abyss Channel, as if there is a massive suction force trying to keep it back. It looks up at the 6-clawed demon emperor hovering in midair, its massive body obscuring the situation below. In a flash, this giant ant-like abyss creature crawls into the wall of the Abyss Channel. The front of its huge head suddenly transforms into a spiral shape and crashes against the sidewall of the channel. The spiral head begins to spin rapidly. Bang! A piercing roar erupts. The surface of the channel lights up with large patterns of light, which spread outwards, and the seal at the bottom of the channel also begins to glow. The giant ant is sent flying, seemingly a bit dizzy as it shakes its head and even speaks human language, expressing frustration. The seal laid by humans is proving to be quite troublesome. Even the Emperor's true form cannot break through it. It seems that the only option is to charge out from the exit of the channel. The Abyssal King ranked 108th. The 6-clawed Demon Emperor is in 97th place, while the Ant Emperor in front of it is ranked 76th. Not rushing to attack, the Ant Emperor quietly lies against the wall, waiting. As vanguards, their goal is to buy more time, allowing more ordinary Abyss creatures to die here, transforming into Abyss energy. To expand the Abyss channel created by humans, enabling more Abyssal Lords to descend and completely invade the human world. Right now, with only it and the 6-clawed Demon Emperor, their power is still somewhat weak. However, as the channel expands, more ordinary Abyss creatures are pouring out frantically, and their numbers are increasing. With the channel growing larger, more kings can also appear. The Blood God Legion is oblivious to this, only watching as Abyss creatures continuously send themselves to their deaths, exploding into clouds of mist while maintaining their defense in an orderly manner. Is there any discovery from the radar? Zhang Huanyun asked the reconnaissance department. Currently, it has been detected that a large number of abyss creatures are continuously emerging from below, indicating that there should be another presence down there not inferior to that giant creature. However, due to the intense fluctuations of abyss energy, our various detectors cannot probe deeply. Continue observing, Zhang Huanyun replied, shaking himself and moving next to Leng Yaozhu. Leng Yaozhu and LinYang stood up simultaneously and nodded gently at him. Zhang Huanyun whispered, I'll coordinate with you. But won't this alarm the enemy? LinYang smiled lightly. This isn't about alarming the enemy. It's about the fact that destroying any one of their kings will genuinely weaken the strength of the Abyss Plane. Let us start with this one. We are unclear about the situation in the back of the Abyss Channel, so we'll strike and retreat immediately. Draw that giant creature out. I'll take care of controlling it, and you handle the transition. Okay. Zhang Huanyun nodded. In a flash, he returned to above the Abyss Channel. High explosive bombs, densely deployed. Frequency 300, 1 minute. Fire. A series of incandescent lights quickly erupted from the circular cannon mouths, with over 300 white energy balls being spat out within a minute. Each energy ball appears to be a small metal sphere, but when the incandescent light expands to its limit, it will erupt with a loud bang. High explosive bombs differ from fixed soul-guided artillery shells in that they cannot be fired from a distance. However, in terms of explosive power, they can create chain reactions, making them suitable for concentrated attacks within a certain range. Their effectiveness even surpasses that of fixed soul-guided artillery shells to a certain extent. This type of soul-guided device is a single-use item and is very effective against abyss creatures. As 300 high-explosive bombs detonated, the interior of the Abyss Channel instantly transformed into a sea of incandescent light, with large amounts of abyss creatures being torn to shreds and countless abyssal energies scattering everywhere. The abyss creatures within the Abyss Channel were also wiped out in an instant. At the same time, Zhang Huanyun urgently issued a series of commands, and the blockade line at the entrance paused. Under the cover of the explosive incandescent light below, a moon-like mirror appeared behind Zhang Huanyun. When a mirror first appeared, it had a diameter of only half a meter, but with the activation of 3 soul rings on Zhang Huanyun's body, the mirror rapidly expanded, soon reaching over 50 meters in diameter. The enlarged mirror clearly revealed numerous coiling dragon patterns on its back, and at this moment, these patterns seemed to come alive. Intense energy fluctuations began to manifest on the surface of the mirror, and just then, a figure silently slipped into the Abyss Channel, almost disappearing in a flash. The 6-clawed demon emperor raised its 6 arms above its head during the explosion of the high-explosive bombs, showing no concern for its shattered kin. The more that died, the larger the vortex of the channel would open, which meant that more of its kind could enter, and more kings could arrive. It would rather humans expend more effort to kill these abyss creatures. Of course, this definitely does not include itself, as once a king dies, it takes a long time to recover. During this process, it would face challenges from other powerful kin, and it might even lose its position as a king. Chapter 191. Devouring in the Abyss Plane. Each layer has an emperor who controls the core of that layer, which bestows upon them transcendent abilities and status. However, once the emperor dies, the core, along with its energy, returns to its original layer. The process of resurrection takes time, and during this time, if other members of the same race find it and seize its plain core, it will truly lose consciousness, and even its own energy will be devoured by the new ruler. Therefore, ordinary abyss creatures have no psychological burden when they die. But these abyss monarchs dare not die easily for fear of being replaced by their kin. Just as the 6-clawed demon emperor had just removed its 6 arms, it suddenly felt a change in temperature around its body. If described in human terms, it seemed to be cold. Then it suddenly felt that the space around its body seemed to change. Centered on its body, the space appeared to be severed. All around it were clearly many abyss creatures, but at that moment, these creatures seemed to have no relation to it. It felt as if it were submerged in a square space, isolated from the world, unable to even transmit sound outside. What was happening? What was going on? The 6-clawed demon emperor was taken aback. As a monarch, it possessed intelligence not inferior to that of humans, and immediately sensed something was wrong. However, by the time it tried to break free, it was already too late. 6 mirrors silently separated the space around it, trapping it within. In the sky, a bright light descended from above, illuminating it, and in the next moment, the 6-clawed demon emperor transformed into a white light, as if it had ascended, disappearing into thin air. Its towering 100-meter form left no trace. The Ant Emperor was coldly observing the situation above, indifferent to any explosions. But at that moment, it suddenly saw 6 mirrors appearing out of nowhere in the air. These 6 mirrors effortlessly separated the space, giving the impression that the 6-clawed Demon Emperor had been boxed up, unable to resist, and in the next moment, it was taken away by a beam of white light. Many abyss creatures not only blocked the sight of the human warriors, but also obscured the view of this abyss monarch. It remained unaware of what had happened until the 6-clawed Demon Emperor disappeared. This was simply unbelievable. Had humans captured the 6-clawed Demon Emperor? Were humans already this powerful? The Ant Emperor stared in shock, but lacked the courage to charge forward. Although it was confident that it was much stronger than the 6-clawed Demon Emperor. The 6-clawed Demon Emperor possessed spatial abilities, which was why it had been dispatched first. Coupled with its numerous kin, it had become the vanguard. In terms of combat power, while it was stronger than the 6-clawed Demon Emperor, it had no confidence in being able to contend with the bizarre situation that had just occurred if it fell upon it. It could not act rashly. What exactly did these humans intend to do? Even if they captured the 6-clawed, so what? Once the 6-clawed was dead, its plain core would naturally return to the abyss with its energy. This was something humans could never prevent. As the light flashed, the large mirror behind Zhang Huanyun dimmed again, but within that large mirror, an image appeared, a massive figure looking around in confusion. Wasn't that the 6-clawed Demon Emperor from before? A curve formed at the corner of Zhang Huanyun's mouth. Whether this would succeed depended on this one move. 108 sounds like a lot, but if it were won by one destruction, shaking the essence of the abyss plane would not be particularly difficult. LinYang's figure flickered and appeared into space. Surrounding him were only strong air currents and clouds, and directly in front was the massive figure. Wasn't that the 6-clawed Demon Emperor from earlier? At this moment, the 6-clawed Demon Emperor appeared somewhat bewildered, clearly not knowing what had happened in the face of the situation before it. When LinYang appeared, it immediately let out an angry roar, swinging its 6 arms, causing the air to twist violently. However, at that moment, the surrounding clouds suddenly transformed into chains, quickly wrapping around its massive body, causing the abilities it had just released to dissipate instantly. The 6-clawed Demon Emperor, with 16 pairs of compound eyes, was filled with unwillingness. It was not worried about dying. After death, the plain core would bring it back. As long as the core remained, it had a chance to resurrect. Having been the ruler of its plane for so many years, it still had some backup plans and was quite confident it could successfully resurrect and regain control of the plane. But to die just like this, it was indeed somewhat unwilling. It could not act rashly. What exactly did these humans intend to do? As LinYang placed his hand on the 6-clawed Demon Emperor, the disdain that had previously shown in its compound eyes was replaced by shock the next moment. Puff! LinYang's right index finger pierced effortlessly into the body of the 6-clawed Demon Emperor. After a slight pause, his body turned incandescent, and rings of white light instantly enveloped LinYang's body. These white halos then rolled back, rapidly injecting into LinYang's body. LinYang's entire body trembled slightly. In the next moment, he felt an unparalleled energy surge into his body. As the white halos infused, his soul core began to beat violently, greedily absorbing this pure life energy. As the life energy poured into his body, LinYang's soul core started to glow, and he hurriedly operated his soul power, controlling this energy to flow into his soul core. The soul core became increasingly bright, growing more translucent. The surface of the original diamond-shaped core began to show tiny facets with the influx of a large amount of energy, and with each new facet, his soul core became even more radiant. LinYang felt the energy accumulation within him swell like a balloon, rising. It actually succeeded. Mingjing Dalu had been observing the changes between him and the 6-clawed Demon Emperor. The shock in the 6-clawed Demon Emperor's compound eyes turned to fear, as it clearly felt its abyss energy being continuously absorbed by that human. How could this be? Was this what the strongest monarchs had spoken of? The humans could devour their abyss energy? Chapter 192. The power of the goddess of life. Humans have really done it? This is simply unbelievable. Fear accompanies the shock. If this continues, it will definitely die. No, it can't go on like this. It must break free from the limitations here. Only by returning to the abyssal plane can it have a chance to resurrect. At this thought, the 6-clawed Demon Emperor's body began to convulse violently. A faint light glowing from within, a strange purple light. When that light illuminated, its massive body immediately began to collapse inward. The mirror Douluo's eyes changed, and with a wave of his right hand, the domain within the mirror space instantly suppressed the opponent, pinning the six-clawed demon emperor's body and significantly slowing its collapsing speed. LinYang, hurry up, this guy is going to self-destruct. Zhang Huanyun had dealt with these abyssal monarchs many times, so he was well aware of their abilities and situations. Once these abyssal monarchs die, their abyssal aura would quickly escape to the abyssal plane, and since abyssal energy has strong permeability, even a mirror Douluo's domain cannot seal it. If it escapes, it will naturally be able to resurrect after a period of time, and their operation this time would be considered a failure. LinYang nodded. He also sensed something was wrong. Although the devouring speed had obviously increased, the energy within the six-clawed demon emperor was rapidly becoming violent, showing signs of wanting to break free. In his perception, it seemed there was a special existence inside the six-clawed demon emperor, which was absorbing its energy with all its might. It seemed to be trying to open a spatial passage to escape. Just as LinYang was about to say this, he suddenly felt a tremor in his forehead, a strange sensation instantly spreading throughout his body. The mirror Douluo's eyes became stern, and with a wave of his right hand, the space trembled violently. However, within the six-clawed demon emperor's body, a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted, as if everything was collapsing inward. Insignificant humans, do you think you can kill the great six-clawed demon emperor like this? No matter how strong an individual's power is, how can it resist the plane? That is a power infinitely close to that of God, the very essence of the abyssal plane. The seed of the plane will bring me back to the abyss, and soon I will return. The seed of the plane? Although Zhang Huanyun had dealt with abyssal creatures for many years, this was the first time he learned of the existence of such a thing. Moreover, he could clearly feel that he was indeed losing control of the opponent before him. His heart sank. Zhang Huanyun understood that he had underestimated the situation. The 108 abyssal kings were not something that could be resolved merely by having energy to devour them. This should be a lower-ranked monarch. If it couldn't be dealt with, then those powerful abyssal monarchs would undoubtedly be even harder to control. And now, the main passage of the abyss was inexplicably opened, which was a huge problem. A beam of azure light shot out from LinYang's forehead, and Zhang Huanyun was astonished to see a small seedling-like green pattern appear on LinYang's forehead. The green light shot out from it. This beam of green light directly landed on the chest of the six-clawed demon emperor, and a bizarre scene unfolded. Its chest seemed to melt, creating a hole. And then the green light transformed into a tangible branch full of emerald green leaves, violently drilling into the six-clawed demon emperor's chest. The six-clawed demon emperor's maniacal laughter abruptly stopped. What? What the hell is this? The screams echoed deafeningly, distorting the entire domain. However, inside its chest, a green light was clearly shining. At this moment, LinYang felt the jubilant emotion of the seed of life hidden deep within his forehead. It was not the seed of the plane of the natural child of Douluo Continent, but the seed of the ancient tree of life from the goddess of life. The energy he had devoured had noticeably weakened, but the life aura emitted by the seed of life covered every corner of LinYang's body with an exceptionally rich vitality, allowing him to distinctly feel that every cell within him was rejoicing. Such immense vitality washed over him, causing him to radiate a layer of vibrant green gold, an indescribable sense of comfort. All fatigue within him, whether physical or mental, was completely swept away. The six-clawed demon emperor roared in madness, struggling with all its might. But the thin vine, no thicker than a pinky finger, shot from LinYang's forehead, firmly rooted in its chest, dyeing its chest a brilliant green. Suddenly, the six-clawed demon emperor's body trembled violently, then slumped weakly. The branch that shot from LinYang's forehead retracted sharply, and at the tip, it was entwined with a dark purple oval crystal. The crystal flickered with intermittent light, but the branch of the seed of life had taken root on it, as if roots were piercing into it. Layers of green halos surged rapidly along the branch towards LinYang's forehead, and the surging life energy was all devoured into the seed of life. The massive body of the six-clawed demon emperor had completely shriveled, most of its energy being consumed by the seed of life, but a small portion also merged into LinYang's body. Boom! Boom! The ground collapsed. Magma flowed, and the 97th layer of the abyssal plane completely collapsed. Countless abyssal creatures from the 97th layer were reduced to dust during the collapse of the plane, causing the entire abyssal plane to tremble violently. The disappearance of the seed of the plane meant that this layer of the abyss had lost its source of existence, and all abyssal energy began to dissipate, spreading to other layers of the abyss. The abyssal creatures that originally relied on the 97th layer for survival, such as the 4-clawed bats and 6-clawed bats, rapidly disintegrated under the plane's collapse, transforming into abyssal energy and scattering everywhere. What is happening? What happened to the 97th layer? Angry roars echoed throughout the abyss. Large, terrifying figures appeared deep within the abyssal plane, each filled with shock and fury. The 97th layer has collapsed. How is this possible? The abyssal monarchs closest to the 97th layer felt it most profoundly. When one layer collapses, it is a disaster for the entire abyss. The adjacent layers are affected, resulting in massive deaths of abyssal creatures. Although energy does not dissipate and can regenerate abyssal creatures, such a situation has never occurred since the existence of the 108 layers of the abyss. Once these abyssal kings die, their abyssal aura will quickly escape to the abyss plane. The abyssal energy has an extremely strong penetrating power, and even the domain of the mirror Dalu cannot seal it. If it escapes, it can naturally revive after a period of time, and their mission will be considered a failure. LinYang nodded. He also felt something was wrong. Although the speed of absorption had clearly increased, the energy within the 6-clawed demon king was rapidly becoming violent, as if it were trying to break free. In his perception, there seemed to be a special existence inside the 6-clawed demon king, which was absorbing its energy with all its might. It seemed to be trying to open a spatial passage to escape. Just as LinYang was about to say this, he suddenly felt a tremor in his forehead, and a strange sensation instantly spread throughout his body. The mirror Dalu's expression hardened, and with a wave of his right hand, the space immediately shook violently. However, within the body of the 6-clawed demon king, a strong spatial fluctuation suddenly erupted, as if everything within it was collapsing inward. Insignificant humans. Do you think you can kill the great 6-clawed demon king like this? No matter how strong an individual's power is, how can it compete with the plane? That is a power infinitely close to that of a god, the very essence of the abyss plane. The seed of the plane will take me back to the abyss, and soon I will return. The seed of the plane? Although Zhang Huanyun, the mirror Dalu, had dealt with abyssal creatures for many years, this was the first time he learned of the existence of such a thing. Moreover, he could clearly feel that he was indeed losing control over the creature in front of him. A sense of dread filled his heart as Zhang Huanyun realized he had underestimated the situation. These 108 abyssal kings could not be dealt with merely by possessing energy to consume them. This should be a king ranked quite low, and if he couldn't handle it, then the more powerful abyssal kings would undoubtedly be even harder to control. And now, the main passage of the abyss was inexplicably opened, which was a major problem. A green light shot out from LinYang's forehead, and Zhang Huanyun was surprised to see a small green pattern resembling a tiny seedling appear on LinYang's forehead. The green light shot directly onto the chest of the 6-clawed demon king, and an eerie scene unfolded. The chest of the 6-clawed demon king seemed to melt, creating a hole, and then the green light transformed into a tangible branch covered with green leaves, thrusting violently into the 6-clawed demon king's chest. The 6-clawed demon king's maniacal laughter abruptly stopped. What? What the hell is this? A scream erupted, deafening and shaking the entire domain violently. However, within its chest, a green light was clearly shining. At this moment, LinYang felt the joyful emotion of the seed of life, which had always been hidden deep within his forehead, rejoicing. This was not the seed of the plane from the natural sun of Douluo Continent, but the seed of the ancient tree of life from the goddess of life. The energy being absorbed had clearly weakened somewhat, but the life aura emitted by the seed of life enveloped every corner of LinYang's body, making him acutely aware that every cell within him was rejoicing. Such an immense vitality baptism caused him to radiate a layer of vibrant green gold, an indescribable sense of comfort. All fatigue within him, whether physical or mental, was swept away. The 6-clawed demon king roared in madness, struggling desperately, but the slender vine, only as thick as a pinky, shot from LinYang's forehead and firmly rooted itself inside its chest, turning its chest into a patch of emerald green. Suddenly, the 6-clawed demon king's body shook violently and then slumped down helplessly. The vine shot out from LinYang's forehead retracted suddenly, and at its tip, it was wrapped around a dark purple oval crystal. The crystal flickered with a dim light, but the branch of the seed of life had rooted itself on it, as if numerous roots were piercing into it. Layers of green halos quickly surged along the branch towards LinYang's forehead, and the surging life energy was all absorbed into the seed of life. The massive body of the six-clawed demon king had completely shriveled. Most of its energy absorbed by the seed of life, but a small portion also integrated into LinYang's body. Boom! Boom! The ground collapsed, magma flowed, and the 97th layer of the abyss plane completely collapsed. Countless abyssal creatures from the 97th layer were turned to dust during the collapse of the plane, causing the entire abyss plane to tremble violently. The disappearance of the seed of the plane meant that this layer of the abyss lost its source of existence, and all abyssal energy began to dissipate, spreading to other layers of the abyss. The abyssal creatures that originally relied on the 97th layer for survival, such as the four-clawed bats and six-clawed bats, rapidly disintegrated under the collapse of the plane, turning into abyssal energy and scattering. What's going on? What happened to the 97th layer? Roars of anger echoed throughout the abyss. Massive, terrifying figures appeared deep within the abyss plane, their eyes filled with shock and fury. The 97th layer has collapsed. How is this possible? The nearby abyssal kings felt it most acutely. When one layer collapses, it is a disaster for the entire abyss, affecting the adjacent layers, leading to the death of numerous abyssal creatures. Although energy does not dissipate and can regenerate abyssal creatures, such a situation had never occurred since the existence of the 108 layers of the abyss. Chapter 193, Ant Emperor. The six-clawed demon emperor has encountered problem. It seems he has died in the human world, and even the seed of his plane appears to have been destroyed. What? When did humans gain the power to destroy the seeds of planes? This is impossible. This is the purest power of a plane. Unless they can mobilize the source power of their own plane, it would be possible. It seems our plan must change and even be expedited. Humans have become strong to such an extent. Through the abyss passage, they can actively enter our world. If they extend their claws towards us, it will be troublesome. Enough. A deep, cold voice suddenly echoed, silencing the noisy discussions instantly. In the depths of darkness, a massive vertical pupil slowly lit up. It was a blood-red eye. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this eye was composed of countless small red eyes. Those with a fear of clusters would probably spasm immediately upon seeing it. When this eye opened, the entire abyss plane calmed down, the collapsed 97th layer vanished, but could no longer affect the surrounding planes. Holy Sovereign! All the kings gathered in the deepest part of the abyss bent their proud backs simultaneously, respectfully bowing to this blood-red eye. Humans have emerged with the ability to destroy us. We must strike first. At all costs, tear open the passage and completely annihilate humanity. Those willing to sacrifice themselves for the passage will be guaranteed, upon resurrection, no impediments, and an elevation of 3 levels in the plane hierarchy. To fully open, the passage requires the sacrifice of 10 kings. The cold voice echoed in the deepest part of the abyss, causing many abyss kings to fall silent. Yes, the abyss plane can indeed break that seal, but the cost of breaking that seal is too great. Once one falls, their position as a king is likely to be seized by other kin, a situation that no abyss king wishes to face. The Holy Sovereign had been asleep for countless years, and upon awakening, it immediately commanded the submission of the other kings among the 108 in the abyss. Moreover, they all understood that with the promise of this king, they would certainly be able to resurrect. This Holy Sovereign has never gone back on its word. I am willing to sacrifice for the abyss. A towering monster with 5 arms slowly stepped forward, respectfully standing before the Holy Sovereign. Following that, one by one, the abyss kings stepped out, willing to sacrifice for the abyss. They would undoubtedly sleep for a considerable time. But if this sleep came with a guarantee of resurrection and an elevation in their level within the abyss, then it was worth it. Very well, annihilate humanity and devour the entire world. The abyss is due for expansion. The Holy Sovereign's cold voice spread throughout the abyss, as if a blood-red eye materialized in every corner. The abyss creatures erupted in collective revolt. The sudden intense heart palpitations left the Ant Emperor horrified. The six-clawed demon emperor is really dead? And why didn't his seed of the plane escape? Impossible. Have humans really gained the power to destroy the seeds of planes? How can this be? At that moment, the Ant Emperor suddenly saw the overwhelming 4-clawed and 6-clawed bats in the upper abyss passage beginning to collapse. Without any human attacks, these 4-clawed and 6-clawed bats exploded one by one, transforming into bursts of abyss energy, frantically pouring into the abyss vortex. The entire abyss vortex indeed began to expand. But what does this situation mean? The Ant Emperor thought in shock. Could it be that the plane where the 6-clawed demon emperor resided has collapsed? Has his seed of the plane really been destroyed by humans? Just then, an immense sense of crisis surged, and the Ant Emperor, almost without hesitation, flashed towards the abyss vortex. There was no time to attack humans. Returning to the plane was the priority. Although it was confident that its strength far surpassed that of the six-clawed Demon Emperor, since humans could kill the six-clawed Demon Emperor, why couldn't they kill it? As this thought emerged, it turned and fled without hesitation. However, at that moment, it suddenly felt as if its emotions had frozen, as if it could no longer think at that moment. A blazing white flame silently appeared behind it, sweeping towards it. The Ant Emperor, ranked among the Abyss Kings, reacted instantly. Its body curled up, and an incredibly thick layer of scales emerged on its skin. At the same time, a strange black liquid erupted from every corner of its body. This was the ant acid, capable of corroding everything. Any life form that came into contact with it would turn to blood water in no time. The Ant Emperor's cultivation method involved using ant acid to destroy enemies and even kin, then devouring the blood water corroded by the ant acid to enhance itself. This was its innate ability. However, facing the celestial phoenix, true fire, the Ant Emperor could only be incinerated. Not good. It's the strongest human. No wonder the six-clawed Demon Emperor fell. Compared to the six-clawed Demon Emperor, the Ant Emperor was more decisive, especially since the six-clawed Demon Emperor was completely dead. The Ant Emperor directly activated its seed of the plane, planning to self-destruct it to rush back to the abyss. Boom! The celestial phoenix, true fire, struck it, shattering large portions of its surface scales, but the internal self-detonation had already begun. At that moment, a point of emerald green light suddenly passed silently from behind the celestial phoenix, true fire, adhering to the Ant Emperor's chest. The Ant Emperor felt that the seed of the plane, which was mobilizing abyss energy and preparing to explode, suddenly stagnated, as if it had encountered a natural enemy. The energy from such a vast plane began to tremble violently. At that moment, a bolt of lightning shot through the air, piercing the area where its scales had been broken. The Ant Emperor felt its life force drain rapidly. In the sky, a blazing flame descended from above, seizing the brief moment of the Ant Emperor's body being momentarily delayed, covering it entirely, and suddenly disappearing without a trace. The Ant Emperor's thoughts could not coalesce under the burning of the celestial phoenix, true fire. If Ling Yaozhu wanted to kill it, she could have done so in an instant. But at this moment, she was not aiming to kill the Ant Emperor. Rather, she aimed to buy enough time for LinYang, or rather, the seed of life. The seed of the plane on the Ant Emperor was far stronger than that of the previous six-clawed Demon Emperor. When the branches of LinYang's seed of life entered the Ant Emperor's body, they faced fierce resistance from this seed of the plane. Chapter 194. The abyss descends at desperately charged left and right, trying to break through the barrier of the seed of life. But it was blocked time and again by the seed of life. Meanwhile, LinYang was doing his utmost to devour the life force within the Ant Emperor. The weaker the life energy of the Ant Emperor became, the less power the seed of the plane could borrow from it. At the center of LinYang's forehead, a greenish-blue rune seemed to want to burst forth, radiating dazzling light, and the branches had become noticeably thicker than before, with intense energy fluctuations swirling around his body. The energy he was absorbing was so immense that the contraction speed of his soul core was extremely fast, causing his own heartbeat to accelerate constantly. The energy that the two energy cores could withstand was approaching a trend of reaching their limits. Seed of life, hurry up, without the devouring of the seed of life. Given LinYang's current cultivation level, absorbing such massive energy would cause him to collapse first, and that was still under the condition of his body being sufficiently resilient. Simply put, his body was like a small lake, but now it was trying to absorb a river's worth of water. It could hold for a while, but if it was too much, it would naturally overflow, and the small lake would be destroyed. The heavenly phoenix Dalu used his repeated attacks to prevent the Ant Emperor from concentrating on countering LinYang's devouring, while LinYang was fully focused on absorbing the Ant Emperor's energy. Suddenly, it felt as if something had pierced through successfully, and LinYang sensed a momentary pause in the energy coming from the seed of life. But it was just this pause that suddenly sent a wave of heat coursing through his body, causing a vortex of soul power within him to tremble slightly, transforming into a new soul core that radiated brilliant light. He had broken through. Level 99 limit Douluo. The seed of life had finally completed its rooting in the seed of the plane, and the entire branch instantly turned into a jade-like green, with a rich life force flowing back down from the seed of life into LinYang's body, alleviating the intense pain in his meridians. Undoubtedly, This nourishment would greatly aid in enhancing LinYang's physical quality, and it could also stabilize his force breakthrough. Moreover, it allowed his body, this small lake, to expand on its own, strengthening his physique. It is not an exaggeration to say that in just this short period, LinYang's physical quality had already reached the strongest level on the Douluo Continent. Undoubtedly, this was a great fortune at his current level. Even a slight increase would be extremely difficult, let alone a significant enhancement. Such an opportunity today was something he had never even dreamed of before. The Ant Emperor finally understood how the six-clawed demon emperor perished. Once its seed of the plane was firmly grasped by the seed of life, its struggles began to weaken more and more, and the source power of its abyssal layer was being devoured frantically by the seed of life. LinYang could even feel that some wonderful changes were occurring within the seed of life. The branches were thickening, and more remarkably, the dense life force began to compress inward to a great extent, as if it were being stored. With the addition of the seed of life, the vast majority of the energy was swept away by it, allowing LinYang to take this opportunity to feel the nourishment of life energy while operating his soul core to adjust his physical condition. Such a significant opportunity for enhancement might not come more than a few times in a lifetime. Moreover, he vaguely felt that his understanding of life and destruction had deepened a bit more. Lung Yaozhu retracted her martial soul. Although she hadn't had the chance to observe the situation on the other side of the passage earlier, since only 2 abyssal monarchs had come through so far, it meant that the passage was not that smooth. Being able to destroy 2 abyssal planes was unprecedented and would be a tremendous blow to the abyssal planes. Destroying the enemy and strengthening oneself under this mutual rise and fall, as long as they could eliminate a few more abyssal monarchs. The abyssal planes would no longer be a concern. Suddenly, the entire domain of the mirror Douluo shook violently. An anxious voice came through. Heavenly Phoenix Douluo, not good. Hurry and help. The abyssal passage is about to fully crack open. Lung Yaozhu was startled when she had just entered the abyss. She had actually seen that the seal deep within the abyssal passage had not been fully opened. It seemed that the abyssal creatures had used some means to create a small opening. The planar seal that so many powerful beings had laid down back then was not so easily opened. Although she thought this in her heart, she still exited the domain immediately. LinYang had already taken control of the devouring and no longer needed her. At that moment, inside the abyssal passage, there were continuous, piercing sounds of shattering and terrifying energy fluctuations surged outward. The abyssal creatures that had previously charged out exploded one after another, turning into abyssal energy that flowed back. Deep in the abyss, the vortex that had formed began to sink, while the previously stable seals started to show large cracks. Extremely dense abyssal energy began to overflow from those fissures. What is happening? Lung Yaozhu felt something was wrong as soon as she came out, her expression changing in shock. Zhang Huanyan's face was grim. We might be in trouble. Did you succeed just now? Yes, I succeeded. The six-clawed demon emperor is finished, and the abyssal layer it was in is probably done for. Not good. It seems those abyssal monarchs feel something is wrong. Are they trying to break through at all costs to fight us to the death? In their original judgment, once the abyssal monarchs fell and caused some layers of the abyssal plane to collapse, the best way for the abyssal plane would be to sever the abyssal passage and cut off contact with the Douluo world. This way, the problem of the abyssal plane that had troubled the Douluo Continent for over 6,000 years would naturally be solved. But they did not expect that after the fall of the abyssal monarchs, this abyssal plane would somehow forcefully break through the seal. This clearly indicated that they intended to fight humanity to the death. The six-clawed demon emperor and the ant emperor were just 2 abyssal monarchs. If more abyssal monarchs managed to break through, the trouble would be significant. We cannot let them completely break through the seal. Let us join forces to stabilize the seal and activate the blood god array, Lung Yaozhu decisively said. However, Zhang Huanyan hesitated, but if we do that, you won't be able to continue your assault. You blood god camp members will also have to be involved. And with the cracks in the seal already appearing, more abyssal creatures would continue to rush out. Our blockade might not hold. There will definitely be abyssal monarchs appearing. The Heavenly Phoenix Douluo said solemnly. Even if we can't hold them, we must still try to stop them. The seal of the abyssal passage must not be broken once it breaks. If dozens of abyssal monarchs rush out together, that would truly be a disaster. Chapter 195. The Blood God Formation. The Blood God Formation must be activated. You assist LinYang in blocking the fissure, and we will stabilize the seal at all costs. We must hold on. Right now, we can only trust the young people. At this point, Lung Yaozhu transformed and ascended into the air, loudly commanding the Blood God camp. Those of the Blood God camp prepare the Blood God formation. She unleashed her true form, the Phoenix, and the intense flames momentarily suppressed the ever-expanding abyssal passage. Zhang Huanyun did not dare to be negligent. He knew that Chao Deji was right. If they did not stabilize the seal now, and it truly broke, that would be a tremendous disaster. He waved his hands, and 9 beams of golden light flew toward the cave walls surrounding the passage's exit. When the 9 beams of golden light firmly landed on the cave walls, they revealed their true forms, which were 9 shield-shaped emblems. Each emblem bore a pattern representing its original owner. It was these 9 powerful beings who had jointly set up the seal for the abyssal plane. Now, these sealing tokens had reappeared after thousands of years. As the 9 tokens embedded themselves into the mountainside, the entire abyssal passage trembled violently. Starting from the 9 tokens, large swathes of golden patterns surged forth, spreading deep into the abyssal passage. Inside the abyssal passage, although the roaring sounds continued, it had stabilized somewhat. 9 circular platforms slowly emerged from the cave walls. Lung Yaozhu swiftly arrived at the 12 o'clock position in front and sat down on one of the platforms, while the other 8 blood gods each took their places on their respective platforms, all sitting cross-legged. By my blood as a guide, a spray of blood mist suddenly erupted from Lung Yaozhu, forced out from her pores, and the blood mist spread, causing her complexion to pale slightly. By my blood as a guide, the other 8 also chanted the incantation, releasing large sprays of blood mist from their bodies. After being released, the blood mist fell instantly, without a trace of waste, directly merging into the platforms beneath them. At once, the golden runes throughout the cave illuminated, clearly reflecting everything at the deepest part of the abyssal passage. From above, one could vaguely see large swathes of black mist swirling in the depths of the passage, accompanied by the continuous sound of shattering. Dim purple halos flickered in the depths, attempting to spread upwards. However, with the infusion of blood from the 9 blood gods, the formation became increasingly stable, exerting a downward pressure. Intrinsic spirits, he my guidance. The spirit of Douluo forged the foundation. Lung Yaozhu's passionate voice resonated above the abyssal passage. The disk she sat on shone like the sun, with golden halos rising around her body. Blood too followed up loudly. Spirit of water, he my guidance. The spirit of Douluo forged the foundation. Blood 3. Spirit of fire, he my guidance. The spirit of Douluo forged the foundation. Blood 4. Spirit of earth, he my guidance. The spirit of Douluo forged the foundation. Blood 5. Spirit of wind, he my guidance. The spirit of Douluo forged the foundation. Blood 6. Spirit of light, he my guidance. The spirit of Douluo forged the foundation. Blood 7. Spirit of darkness, he my guidance. The spirit of Douluo forged the foundation. Blood 8. Spirit of time, he my guidance. The spirit of Douluo forged the foundation. Blood 9. Spirit of space, he my guidance. The spirit of Douluo forged the foundation. As the 9 incantations were chanted, the 9 discs shone in different colors. Water was blue, fire was red, wind was green, earth was yellow, light was white, darkness was black, and most uniquely, time was an ever-changing gold, while space was a shimmering silver. The 9 intrinsic spirits of nature, guided by the blood of the 9 blood gods, activated the formation beneath them, completely blooming. This blood god formation was originally created by the 9 powerful beings, and the seal was not formed solely by their strength, but was guided by their power to save, through extremely complex runes, to gather the 9 types of primordial spiritual energy from Douluo Continent, forging the seal. It utilized the principle of rejection of the Douluo Continent against the planes of other worlds. Thus, it had been able to block the arrival of the abyssal plane for so long. At that time, the powerful beings of the abyssal plane, just as the seal was about to be completed, exerted their full strength and managed to leave some small gaps around the seal, allowing some ordinary abyssal creatures to pass through without being annihilated by the seal. This was the origin of the 36 small passages. Otherwise, if the seal had been perfectly successful, the abyssal plane would have been completely isolated. The existence of the blood god camp is crucial, especially in the most critical moments, to replicate the actions of the 9 original ancestors, guiding the 9 types of intrinsic spiritual energy to gather the seal and activating it to its strongest state. Although the 9 blood gods now have a gap in strength compared to the 9 ancestors, let us not forget that 6,000 years ago, the battle armor of soul masters had not yet fully formed, and now, These 9 blood gods all have battle armor to assist them. Even if they cannot all reach the level of a limit Douluo, Lung Yaozhu, sitting at the center, may even surpass the original ancestors. Her power alone has completed 1/3 of the formation's activation, and the others, with the aid of their battle armor, can elevate their cultivation to the level of Super Douluo. The dark clouds in the sky began to change gradually, with halos of various colors flickering in and out. In the eyes of Zhang Huanyun, a limit Douluo-level powerhouse, his spiritual power could clearly sense the rich elemental molecules of various attributes in the air, rapidly condensing under the guidance of the formation. These intrinsic spirits are the laws of the Douluo Continent, and they undoubtedly sense the invasion from the planes of other worlds. Under the formation's guidance, they chose to protect their own plane without reservation. A 9-colored halo enveloped the area, like a massive light shield hovering above the abyssal passage. The 9 colors of light infused into the 9 blood gods and were then directed into the formation through their bodies. The golden patterns on the formation instantly blazed brightly, and the fissures below that had been torn apart quickly halted, unable to continue splitting, and even seemed to be on the verge of closing. Meanwhile, within the abyssal plane, the bodies of the kings exploded, releasing the purest abyssal energy. This abyssal energy surged madly into the passage like a horde of monsters, tearing at the fissures to inject more abyssal energy. This was no longer just a conflict between 2 races, it was a struggle between the laws of 2 planes. The piercing screeches echoed continuously in the depths of the abyssal passage. Chapter 196. Black Emperor Zhang Huanyun raised his hand, preparing the protective shield and the shockwave. All personnel entered a state of red alert. Although the 9 blood gods had stabilized the seal, since the abyss plane was willing to pay any price to break it, what they were about to face would undoubtedly be an unprecedented massive tide from the abyss. The powerful members of the Blood God Legion had gathered behind Zhang Huanyun. Excluding the 9 blood gods, there were over 10 title-level soul masters within the Blood God Legion, all wearing 3-character battle armor, quietly waiting for the impending battle. At that moment, deep within the abyss plane, the Holy Lord said the cost is too great. The rift has opened, but the humans have somehow made the seal even more stable. It will be difficult for us to break through. The sacrifice of 10 kings may not be enough. Should we? Shut up. If 10 won't do, then we send 15. If 15 won't do, we send 20. We must not give humanity a chance to recuperate. I can feel that within the laws of the human world, a force capable of completely obliterating our entire plane is emerging. This may be our only chance. We must not allow humanity to grow that power. Yes, Holy Lord. Boom, boom. Just then, the abyss plane shook violently once again. In an instant, the laws became chaotic, and countless weak abyss creatures disintegrated in their respective planes. With blood-red eyes shining, a fierce aura erupted, slightly calming the chaotic abyss plane. The Ant Emperor was also finished. Its plane's seed had disappeared. Now you understand why I wanted to fight humanity to the death at this moment, right? If we do not make a desperate effort, it is very likely that in the near future, it will not be us invading the human world, but rather the human world completely destroying us. Amid the low growls, the Holy Lord's aura suddenly spread outward. A blood-red light pierced through countless layers of barriers and violently struck the seal formed by thousands of golden runes. Boom! The 9 blood gods guarding the seal trembled violently, with the 3 weakest among them unable to hold back and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Blood's expression changed. He pointed into the void with his right hand, and 3 ruthless swords shot out, hovering above the heads of Blood 7, Blood 8, and Blood 9, helping them suppress the seal beneath them. Amidst the violent rumbling, the seal crack that had begun to heal exploded once more, and waves of dense black energy surged out, coalescing into countless abyss creatures, frantically rushing toward the exit of the passage. Among these abyss creatures, at least 5 abyss kings appeared. One of the abyss kings seated at the center looked almost indistinguishable from a human woman, covered in black leather, with 2 black wings spread behind her. She was extremely beautiful, with long black hair fanning out like a disc behind her head, and her eyes were filled with piercing coldness. In her cold gaze, it seemed as if she could see through the entire world. She pointed her right hand toward the exit, and immediately, thousands of abyss creatures surged out. Black Emperor. Zhang Huanyun's expression changed, instantly recognizing her. Having battled the abyss plane for over 6,000 years, the Blood God Legion had ample information about the abyss creatures. Although the abyss kings could only strike from a distance during each abyss tide and could not descend in person, projections often appeared. Through these projections, Humanity had given many names to the Abyss Kings. Of the 108 layers of the Abyss, humanity had encountered more than half of the Abyss Kings. The Black Emperor before him was one of the top 10 Abyss Kings who had appeared the most frequently. She ruled the 9th layer of the Abyss and was the 9th-ranked emperor among the Abyss Kings, with only the top 10 layers having the qualification to be called emperors. She held a transcendent position in the Abyss. The Black Emperor was the leader of the Black Emperor clan, possessing terrifying power at the demigod level. Comparable to a human limit Douluo wearing 4-character battle armor. Her strength was so great that even her projection had caused many trouble for the human world. This time, the Abyss Plane was willing to do whatever it took to use the previous rift to open the seal, and the first to emerge was the Black Emperor's true body, indicating how resolute the Abyss Plane was this time. The Black Emperor seemed to understand Zhang Huanyuan's words, looking up at him. Their eyes met, and Zhang Huanyuan felt as if he were being pierced by needles. Although he was also a 4-character battle armor master, he had not broken through to limit Douluo, and in terms of cultivation, he was still inferior to the ruthless Douluo and the Black Emperor. The fact that the Black Emperor's true body could be transported here meant that if other Imperial-level Abyss Kings were also transported, it would truly be impossible to resist. Fortunately, after this large batch of Abyss creatures was transported here, the Abyss energy supporting the crack in the seal had noticeably weakened, and under the suppression of the Blood God formation, it had healed considerably. Clearly, it was impossible to transport so many powerful beings here for the time being. The 5 Abyss Emperors did not strike immediately. Instead, they hovered in the depths of the passage around the Black Emperor, gazing up at the exit. Countless Abyss creatures surged out like a geyser, launching a frenzied assault, and for a moment, the defenses began to feel strained. Fortunately, thanks to the combined efforts of the 9 Blood Gods, the passage seal temporarily stabilized. Otherwise, if more Abyss Kings surged out afterward, it would be an even more terrifying disaster. The cannon fire quickly became dense and thunderous, turning the entire interior of the Abyss Passage into a sea of energy storms. The dead Abyss creatures transformed into thick Abyss energy, counterattacking the seal, while the subsequent Abyss creatures continued their mad charge. Undoubtedly, over the past 6,000 years, human soul guide technology had been continually advancing. Just like 6,000 years ago, humanity only had 9th-level fixed soul guide artillery shells, while now the highest had reached 12th-level fixed soul guide artillery shells, capable of annihilating even powerful existences like Shrek Academy. Over 6,000 years, human technology had become vastly superior to what it was at the beginning. Although the Blood God Legion was not part of the Federation's military structure, the Federation Congress, no matter how they stirred things up, did not dare to reduce their support for the Blood God Legion. The invasion of the Abyss creatures into the continent 6,000 years ago was classified as the Federation's highest secret, and ensuring the combat power of the Blood God Legion was also listed as the Federation's highest priority. Therefore, over the past 6,000 years, whether it was the defensive positions or various weapons, the Blood God Legion had the latest technology from the Federation. Chapter 197 Full-Scale Offensive, even some weapons that were still in the experimental stage were delivered here, continuously adjusted and improved through combat with abyssal creatures in the branch channel. Currently, human weaponry is not afraid even when facing these abyssal monarchs. The most troublesome aspect of the abyssal realm has always been their undead abilities. Of course, the premise for withstanding them is that the abyssal realm cannot fully invade the human world. Otherwise, it would be akin to a realm's collapse, inevitably bringing catastrophic disaster to all of humanity. Once humans die, they cannot be resurrected like the abyssal creatures. Therefore, it is imperative to protect the abyssal passage where the Blood God Legion is located. At this moment, Mirror Douluo Zhang Huanyuan appeared calm. But even with his over 60 years of experience facing abyssal creatures, he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his chest. He indeed has rich combat experience against abyssal creatures, but this premise is limited to a certain extent. The abyssal monarchs have not truly appeared in the human world for countless years, and as the Legion commander, he cannot risk infiltrating the abyssal realm to gauge the strength of the abyssal monarchs. The successive downfall of the Six-Clawed Demon Emperor and the Ant Emperor gave them great confidence. But the subsequent arrival of the 5 Great Monarchs is something that the current weapons cannot withstand. Only by deploying more powerful lethal weapons might they stand a chance. But the problem is he is also unclear about how powerful that Black Emperor's strength actually is. Ranked 9th, the leader of the Black Emperor clan. This identity alone is enough to instill fear in the Blood God Legion. It is known that even the appearance of a single Black Emperor is a significant event on the branch channel side. let alone the personal appearance of the Black Emperor himself. The Black Emperor clan is one of the rarest races in the abyssal realm, but their individual combat power is incredibly strong, ranking among the top 5 in average combat strength across the entire abyss. In his youth, Zhang Huanyun once fought against a Black Emperor, and he still vividly remembers his own helplessness at that time. If the Black Emperor is so formidable, one can only imagine the strength of the Black Emperor. The roar of cannon fire echoed, the density of artillery increased, and the warriors of the Blood God Legion displayed exceptional quality, remaining calm in the face of such fierce assaults, continuously changing various weapon energy cells according to years of drills, with some reserve weapons already in use. Corrosive shells prepared. Zhang Huanyun, appearing calm, issued commands. A massive cylindrical soul guide device, over 30 meters in diameter, slowly rose from below the ground not far from the passage's exit, painted in dark green, with a black skull pattern on it. Just looking at it evokes a sense of terror. The cylinder was angled toward the abyssal passage, with faint energy fluctuations emanating from within. At this moment, as countless abyssal creatures charged upward recklessly, the blockade line was getting closer to the passage exit. Corrosive shell, fire! With Zhang Huanyun's command, a dark green halo lit up inside the green cylinder. Immediately afterward, a dark green energy ball was launched, tracing a graceful parabolic arc in the air, heading straight for the center of the abyssal passage exit. The blockade line at the abyssal passage exit paused slightly, allowing the abyssal creatures below to seize the opportunity to charge. However, the nearly 30-meter-wide dark green energy ball had already fallen into it. The energy ball inevitably made contact with the abyssal creatures, and a bizarre scene unfolded. Upon contact, the abyssal creatures seemed to be stuck, unable to break free, and began to slowly dissolve in the energy ball. Even more strangely, this energy ball appeared to possess an adhesive force, preventing the abyssal energy from the melting creatures from dispersing directly into the lower abyssal passage, instead allowing it to slowly dissipate. Humanity has studied abyssal creatures for many years, and it is natural that they have developed some means. Corrosive shells are a secret weapon specifically targeting abyssal creatures. It utilizes principles from special soul guide formations to not only decompose and inflict widespread damage, but also to create a strong adhesive effect on abyssal energy. Thus, when abyssal creatures die in battle, they cannot immediately return their energy to the abyssal realm. Although this is merely a temporary solution, it can play a significant role when facing widespread riots in the abyssal passage. Seeing the corrosive shells take down numerous abyssal creatures into the depths of the abyssal passage, Zhang Huanyun calmly issued the command to detonate. With a thunderous roar, a massive dark green energy ball exploded in the depths of the abyssal passage, radiating light and releasing large amounts of green liquid, which splattered onto many abyssal creatures, causing them to start corroding violently while also contaminating the abyssal energy. At this moment, the strength of the abyssal creatures became evident. Ordinary abyssal creatures died quickly upon contact with the corrosive shells. However, some powerful abyssal creatures had their own countermeasures. Accompanying the Black Emperor were 12 Black Emperors, each noticeably smaller than her, but shrouded in thick black mist. At this moment, 6 Black Emperors were guarding the Black Emperor, while the other 6 had already taken to the air, their thick black mist surging upward to make contact with the corrosive liquid released by the explosion. This black mist would fluctuate violently, but the corrosive liquid was quickly contaminated, transforming into a part of the black mist. It was only under their intervention that the intense corrosive liquid failed to inflict more damage on the abyssal creatures. Nonetheless, it still caused their aggressive advance to falter. The 6 Black Emperors soared into the air, serving as the main combat force, while the 5 abyssal monarchs led by the Black Emperor remained in place, quietly observing the situation at the exit. As the 6 Black Emperors took to the sky, the other abyssal creatures flocked around them, with all 6 Black Emperors releasing thick black mist that seemed to be transformed abyssal energy, coalescing into a viscous liquid. Soul guide shells that fell into this mist couldn't even explode, and soul guide rays that entered it vanished like a cow sinking into the sea. Zhang Huanyun's expression hardened. He knew that this was the Black Emperor clan's renowned ability, the Black Devouring Demon Mist, which seemed capable of devouring all objects and energy, converting them to a certain extent into their own power, providing both offense and defense. This is the innate ability of the Black Emperor clan, and one could say that all their abilities stem from this Black Devouring Demon Mist, serving as their foundation. As the Black Devouring Demon Mist rose, it instantly blocked most of the attacks, These 6 Black Emperors all possess strength close to that of ordinary titled Daluos, albeit without wearing battle armor. Chapter 198. Pseudo-God. They provided excellent cover for a large number of abyssal creatures behind them. Abyssal beings with shuttle-like shapes hid behind the black, devouring demon fog. Possessing the fastest speed. After reaching a certain distance, their explosive speed could surpass sound. Zhang Huanyan took a deep breath. The only way to deal with the black devouring demon fog was through energy collision. Only when the impact energy exceeded the consumption limit of the black devouring demon fog could it be broken in one blow without giving it time to devour. However, this would undoubtedly consume a tremendous amount of energy, but there was no time to spare now. At that moment, suddenly, a thought crossed Zhang Huanyan's mind, as if something was emerging in his consciousness. Following that, a flash of light from the mirror of illumination behind him revealed a figure appearing beside him. It was just that, the Azure Phoenix statue. The immense power of the wind god transformed into the Azure Phoenix. After breaking through the extreme Douluo, LinYang rapidly advanced, stepping into the quasi-god realm with 2 abyssal kings, accompanied by 2 layers of the core of the abyssal plane. At that moment, dressed in the forward battle armor, wielding divine power, possessing a divine body, and with mental strength at the divine essence level, he had already become a pseudo-god. Wherever the Azure Phoenix statue passed, almost no shuttle-shaped demons could penetrate that invisible, terrifying aura. That extreme, horrifying aura even moved the 5 abyssal kings deep within the abyss. Boom! The Azure Phoenix statue suddenly charged into the black, devouring demon fog formed by 6 Black Emperors. Almost in an instant, the blue and black lights overlapped in the air, and terrifying explosions erupted in succession, causing the entire abyss passage to sway. However, the entanglement of the blue and black colors lasted only a brief moment before the black fog suddenly exploded and dissipated, revealing the 6 Black Emperors, who looked somewhat astonished. Then the immensely large Azure Phoenix statue instantly devoured them. The 6 Black Emperors didn't even have time to scream before they disintegrated in that terrifying wave and instantly rushed into the Azure Phoenix statue, wagging its head and tail, speeding down into the depths of the abyss. At that moment, the Black Empress moved, located at the center of the 5 kings. She merely flickered and appeared in front of the Azure Phoenix statue. The intense blue light from the Azure Phoenix statue illuminated her body, and the Black Empress's expression was cold. Her black hair, shaped like a disc, suddenly grew longer, and that deep black seemed to open a gigantic black hole behind her. She herself was like the core of the entire black hole. With a slight twist, all the light within the abyss passage, even that from the Azure Phoenix statue, was partially devoured in an instant. The black hole was deep and devoid of light. The immense Azure Phoenix statue disappeared into it in an instant. But in the next moment, the interior of the abyss passage trembled noticeably. Within the black hole, a surge of blue mist spilled out, causing the entire passage to shake violently. A large number of abyssal creatures shattered in this seemingly weak tremor, turning into abyssal energy. Some of the abyssal energy was sucked back into the abyssal plane, while another part surprisingly flew toward LinYang, becoming a part of his body. The black hole contracted, and the Black Empress reappeared in everyone's sight, looking up at LinYang. Her cold and pleasant voice echoed throughout the cave. "It's you." These simple 2 words were clearly heard by everyone in the Blood God Legion present, and the pupils of the Tianfeng Da, seated at the main position of the formation, and Zhang Huanyan, commanding the battle, noticeably contracted. They were not surprised that the Black Empress spoke in human language. What made them nervous was that the Black Empress must have recognized LinYang as the one who devoured 2 abyssal kings. The abyss has 108 layers. This is a complete abyss, a complete plane. Although 2 layers were collapsing, it seemed not to occupy too much of the abyss, but in reality, it would shake the very essence of the entire abyssal plane. As long as this could continue, even if they couldn't destroy the abyss, at least it could scare the abyssal plane into actively cutting off the passage, allowing humanity to completely resolve this tumor-like major problem. It was clear that the Black Empress had realized this, so undoubtedly, they would do everything possible to kill LinYang in the shortest time to address this catastrophic issue for the abyssal plane. At this moment, they somewhat regretted exposing LinYang's existence too early. Of course, this was also because the eruption of the abyssal plane was too sudden. Otherwise, they would have gathered all the powerful beings from the Douluo plane to come here, and perhaps they could have truly resolved this major trouble with the abyssal plane in one go. Zhang Huanyan had silently appeared behind LinYang, ready to protect his safety at any moment. Since they had already been discovered by the opponent, all they could do was to protect LinYang without reservation, to prevent any problems from arising. The Black Empress moved. She almost just flickered and had already appeared within 100 meters of LinYang. The closer she got, the more she could see her stunning beauty. Among all the women LinYang had seen, almost no one could surpass her in appearance. Her humanoid ability was indeed powerful. The Black Empress's icy eyes seemed to transform into a killing abyss, staring at LinYang. Both her hands reached out simultaneously, grasping toward LinYang's body. Two giant claws made of black mist tearing through space in an instant. At the same time, the black air wheel behind her suddenly began to spin, and a gigantic black hole silently appeared behind LinYang, isolating the mirror Douluo Zhang Huanyan behind him. This was Zhang Huanyan's first time facing the Black Empress, and he thought to himself that it was bad. The mirror of illumination behind him shone brightly, unreservedly blasting toward the black vortex. But the Black Empress's claws had already enveloped LinYang's body. How laughable! A trace of disdain flashed in LinYang's eyes. At this moment, aside from that abyssal saint, only the Flame Emperor and the Spirit Emperor had appeared in the abyssal plane, and perhaps there was still hope to battle with him. Extinction Divine Thunder. Filled with a destructive aura, the black-purple lightning instantly pierced through the Black Empress's claws. The Black Empress's expression changed, and she suddenly released her right hand. Her face slightly altered. The Black Empress's gaze burned intensely as she stared at LinYang. At that moment, she was already filled with murderous intent. Clenching her right fist, she swung it fiercely. The entire abyss passage suddenly froze, as if the size of this punch was the diameter of the abyss passage itself. The black behind LinYang gradually faded. The mirror of illumination hung high, and at the same time, a loud shout rang out around his body. All laws of heaven and earth, spirit of Douluo, blood god reincarnation, seal. The voice belonged to Lung Yaozhu, as she shouted at the exit of the passage. In a moment, a 9-colored halo crisscrossed, and a huge rune descended from the sky, suddenly suppressing downward towards the passage below. Chapter 199. The Power of the Plane, Suddenly. All the walls around the passage began to emanate a dense layer of multicolored light. The halo spun, and the black light of the Black Emperor's punch abruptly shrank significantly. This was not the power of the heavenly phoenix Douluo, but rather the power of the entire plane of Douluo Continent. For Douluo Continent, abyssal creatures are invaders from another world, and they are instinctively repelled by the native plane of Douluo Continent. Otherwise, with the overall strength of the abyss's 108 layers, they would have been able to overwhelm Douluo Continent long ago, 6,000 years ago. When the passage was sealed, it was only possible due to the reception of the plane's power from Douluo Continent. At this moment, Lung Yaozhu was using the Blood God Array, leveraging the power of the plane to counteract the Black Emperor. At the same time, she suppressed the abyssal passage, weakening the powerful abyssal creatures that rushed out. Without the Blood God Array, how could humanity have suppressed the abyssal plane for 6,000 years? A strong light flashed over LinYang's head, and the radiance transformed 3 times in the air. Coupled with the convergence of the spirit of heaven and earth from Douluo Continent, it instantly turned 9 times and finally struck the Black Emperor's punch. A powerful energy storm erupted within the passage, and LinYang's figure suddenly disappeared amidst the intense white light. This is the mystery of the domain. The mirror Douluo Zhang Huanyan directly retracted LinYang's body into the mirror domain, using his own strength combined with the Blood God Array to confront the Black Emperor. Although LinYang was powerful, the Black Emperor seemed to possess a mysterious power, seemingly enhanced by the entire abyssal plane, not just her own layer, but by the enhancement of 106 layers. However, at this moment, the Black Emperor displayed the strength of an abyssal plane sovereign. Amidst the terrifying energy storm, she floated in mid-air, immovable like a statue. Regardless of how intense the energy impact was, she did not retreat even an inch. Her eyes, like black gems, sparkled with brilliance. With her hands gently moving in front of her, strands of black threads spiraled from her fingers towards the mirror Douluo. Zhang Huanyan did not engage her directly in a hard fight, although he had a 4-character battle armor, and could at least withstand the Black Emperor even if he couldn't defeat her. Given the current situation, he had no need to do so. In the Blood God Legion, there were only 2 individuals like him and Lung Yaozhu with such cultivation. They were the true backbone. Meanwhile, when facing these top abyssal sovereigns, it was more important to rely on the combined power of the entire Douluo Continent's plane rather than just their own strength. Otherwise, relying solely on their own power, they would have no chance at all. This is why Lung Yaozhu chose to unite with the other 8 blood gods to activate the blood god array instead of rushing to kill the enemy. As long as the blood god array was stable, the plain advantage of Douluo Continent could be fully exerted. Even if the Black Emperor was extraordinarily powerful, already at the demigod level, she would still be subject to plain suppression in the Douluo Continent, unable to unleash her full strength. In this way, resisting would become much easier. As LinYang was a true threat to the life source of these abyssal sovereigns, she was an absolute trump card. Even with the strength of the Black Emperor, she would not dare to charge into the blood god array alone. Once under pressure, would she not fear being devoured by LinYang's source power? This was clearly impossible. Therefore, Zhang Huanyan took LinYang back in time to stabilize the current situation. Their goal was not to kill the Black Emperor, but to completely repel the attack from the abyssal plane. With a flash of white light, Zhang Huanyan had retreated outside the blood god array, no longer continuing to battle with the Black Emperor. At the same time, the light flickered, and LinYang appeared beside him. Although everything that had happened earlier was completed in the blink of an eye, it was also vividly presented in the eyes of every blood god legion warrior. What they saw was LinYang, with an incomparably majestic aura, instantly annihilating 6 black monarchs and fiercely confronting the Black Emperor. The overwhelming figure of the Qingyuan was deeply etched in everyone's hearts. Mirador retreat. Lung Yaozhu's voice came through. Zhang Huanyan was momentarily stunned and looked in her direction. At this moment, the abyssal creatures were temporarily paused due to the clash of the 2 powerful figures, but from the cracks, abyssal beings continued to surge out. It was unknown what kind of power the abyssal plane was using to withstand the pressure of the blood god array, preventing it from fully retracting. Lung Yaozhu said solemnly, "The array will protect LinYang. At this time, only he can truly lead us in repelling these abyssal creatures. LinYang, listen carefully. From now on, we will help you become the core of the blood god array. You don't need to worry about any defensive issues, just focus on attacking. Do your best to kill the enemy, understood? Do not cherish energy that cannot be absorbed. Pass it all to your seed." LinYang nodded silently, but for him, this moment might be the opportunity to become a god. Blood god rotation, 9 spirits protection. Rotate. The 9 circular platforms suddenly began to spin, and rays of the spirit of heaven and earth descended, forming a conical light shield. LinYang felt a sudden pull, and in the next moment, a wonderful sensation spread throughout his body. That feeling made him feel as if he had instantaneously become the master of heaven and earth. As if everything in the world was under his control. His thoughts extended infinitely, and the previously unclear perceptions of various elements became crystal clear. The entire mountain range seemed to be within his sight. He could even sense places far away. He even felt that the fortune of the entire Douluo Continent was converging toward him, making his sensations exceptionally clear, as if he were experiencing a marvelous transformation. The feeling of expansion within him noticeably faded, as he now seemed to have become the master of heaven and earth, becoming incredibly powerful under the enhancement of the spirits of heaven and earth. A wisp of green light suddenly floated out from LinYang's forehead, accompanied by the spirit of heaven and earth from the blood god array being injected into his body, suddenly reversing direction. In an instant, the entire light shield was covered with a faint green halo, and a rich life force spread across the entire array. Affected by this green halo, the 9 blood gods, from Blood 1 to Blood 9, all showed expressions of surprise, as they could clearly feel their vitality significantly strengthening, with the previous consumption evidently recovering. Chapter 200, Spirits of Heaven and Earth. What is even more bizarre is that alongside the strengthening of this life energy, the spirits of heaven and earth, which were originally only stirred by the blood god array, suddenly became intense, as if they had found their source, flocking towards this direction. What is this? Lung Yaozhu's eyes brightened. She knew her choice was correct. Although she did not fully understand what this thing within LinYang was, she could guess that it could destroy the abyss. It was this very thing that had just devoured the essence of 2 abyssal kings, thus increasing their chances of combating the abyss dimension significantly. Strong beams of light echoed in the air, and below, the Black Emperor's expression was cold, revealing no emotion. In her eyes, LinYang's body was continuously expanding, and under the infusion of those strands of light, he quickly grew to a height of 10 meters. A massive statue of the Qingyuan appeared behind him, emanating a strong divine might. Although he was alone, suspended there, under the enhancement of the blood god array, it seemed like one man could hold back 1,000. The Black Emperor waved her hand sharply, and the large number of abyssal creatures that had been halted surged upwards, flying directly toward the sky. Under Zhang Huanyan's command, all the soldiers of the Blood God Legion launched another full-scale attack. In an instant, various beams and shells interwove into a massive firepower net, blocking the path of the abyssal creatures trying to break through. Coldly watching below, as the abyssal creatures began to fall, a strange scene unfolded. The silky strands of abyssal energy did not return to the abyss dimension. Instead, they all shot towards LinYang, almost in an instant forming a vortex that surged into his body. LinYang summoned the Qinghuan statue again, suddenly bursting into the crowd of abyssal creatures, annihilating a large number of them, turning them into abyssal energy that he reabsorbed. With the enhancement of the spirits of heaven and earth, LinYang's body's endurance increased significantly. At that moment, he felt as if he had an additional enormous body. Any energy he could not bear would be absorbed by this extra large body, and his aura became increasingly powerful. LinYang was fully confident that the energy he could control at this moment could rival that of a true deity. And under the protection of the seed of life and the spirits of heaven and earth, he did not need to worry about his body shattering. This situation was undoubtedly impossible to replicate anywhere else because the Blood God array existed only in this one place on the Douluo Continent. Moreover, with the seed of life having absorbed the essence of the abyss dimension seed, it produced a feedback effect, allowing him to temporarily control such enormous energy. This was undoubtedly an unprecedented boon for LinYang. The best part was that through this experience, he could feel the energy changes at the divine level in advance, aiding him in becoming a god. As a large amount of energy was absorbed, LinYang silently sensed the changes in the seed of life, actively injecting this pure energy into the seed, leaving only a small portion for himself. Indeed, although the seed of life did not seem to value this pure energy much, it still accepted it all. The seed of life not only had spirituality, but also seemed to possess extraordinary wisdom. It understood LinYang's intentions. The rich life aura made the blue color on LinYang become even more robust, while his feeling of expansion diminished significantly. Continuously summoning the Qinghuan statue, he did not need to worry about insufficient energy. It was as if the most powerful fixed-position soul-guided cannon was firing, shattering the abyssal creatures below. Even the abyssal creatures at the level of the Black Emperor dared not rush up. It was indeed a situation where one man could hold back 1,000. And with the assistance of the high-tech equipment of the many soldiers of the Blood God Legion, the situation was completely stabilized. At that moment, the 5 abyssal kings did not dare to rush up and confront him directly. It was not that the Black Emperor and the others lacked confidence. It was because the closer they got to the exit of the passage, the more intense the pressure from the dimension became. The ancestors of the Douluo Continent had indeed made tremendous sacrifices for this Blood God array, and after 6,000 years of continuous improvement, the Blood God array's ability to mobilize the spirits of heaven and earth had become extremely powerful. Moreover, with the vitality feedback from the seed of life at this moment, it undoubtedly addressed the issue of relying solely on the strength of the Blood Gods for energy enhancement. The Black Emperor frowned tightly, her gaze burning as she watched LinYang, who was constantly attacking and devouring abyssal energy in midair. Although they could still afford to lose some of this abyssal energy for now, it was indeed a weakening of the essence of the abyss dimension. Moreover, the opponent had already killed 2 abyssal kings. The abyssal passage was not one way, but 2-way. She could certainly sense that this human was not particularly strong, at least not to the extent of threatening them. However, the problem was that while humans appeared weak, their growth rate was unmatched by any abyssal creature. Once this human grew to the level of a god, it could potentially spell disaster for the abyss, at least with his presence. It would become extremely difficult for the abyss dimension to invade the human world again. With thoughts racing, the Black Emperor's eyes were filled with a palpable killing intent. No wonder even the Saint Lord, who had been sleeping and waiting for the abyss to evolve into a divine realm, had awakened and was willing to pay any price to open this main passage. Humans had indeed emerged as a threat to their existence. No matter what, they had to be crushed in the cradle. Thinking of this, the light in the Black Emperor's eyes intensified, but she still did not rush to act. Even though the 4 other abyssal kings beside her were eager to try, she remained calm and waited for an opportunity. Given the current situation of the Blood God array, forcing an attack had slim chances of success. The pressure from a dimension was too strong. With her strength, she could only ensure her own retreat. If any other abyssal kings fell, the essence of the abyss would be shaken again. An opportunity would definitely come. When that time came, It would be the moment to achieve everything in one go. The Black Emperor's hand was entwined with black silk, forming a net-like existence in the air, continuously devouring and absorbing the abyssal energy in the air, injecting it into the rift. The rift changed continuously as it opened and closed, varying in size. It would shrink under the pressure of the blood god array and expand under the relentless impact from the abyss dimension, with this constant change intertwining. More abyssal creatures drilled out from within. While LinYang was killing, 2 more abyssal kings emerged from the abyssal creatures. And although no beings at the level of the Emperor appeared again, the number of high-level abyssal powers had clearly increased. Chapter 201. The attack of the evil soul master Cold Yaozhu observed the situation in the abyssal plane below him while manipulating the Great Formation. His gaze was calm and unwavering. He was not particularly worried. The Blood God Formation was now fully operational, and the abyssal plane had to pay a tremendous price to maintain the fissure. Although they could recover some of the abyssal energy, converting that energy into combat power was not so easy. With the ebb and flow of power, as long as they could not break the seal, they would surely suffer severe losses, possibly losing the ability to trigger the abyssal tides for hundreds of years. The Blood God Formation benefited from the feedback of the Seed of Life, and its state was unprecedentedly good. LinYang, under the enhancement of the entire formation, was at least at the pinnacle of the demigod level within this area. It was not that he had reached this level himself, but the energy fluctuations generated by the spirits of heaven and earth he stirred up during the attack were such. Even the strongest dominator of the abyssal plane might not be able to break through. With the Seed of Life present, who would dare to compete with LinYang head-on? That was a power capable of devouring even the seed of the plane. Therefore, as LinYang stood firm and continued his assault, Cold Yaozhu knew that in this war, the Blood God Legion was already in an invincible position. Even he had not expected that LinYang, with less than 7 rings of cultivation, could become the backbone suppressing the abyssal plane. Similarly responsible for mobilizing troops, Long Tianwu, the vice commander of the Blood God Legion, felt somewhat complex emotions at this moment. Looking at LinYang, who floated in mid-air clad in azure armor, radiating unparalleled brilliance, he couldn't help but sigh that he had been surpassed by a young man not yet 20 years old. But compared to him, the limit Douluos should feel even more helpless. As a high-ranking member of the Legion, he understood the nature of the Blood God Formation. At this moment, it was solely by LinYang's strength that the formation could be maintained at this level. This almost meant that, as long as he was present, the abyssal plane could never break through the passage. There was no doubt that after this battle, LinYang's prestige in the Legion would reach its peak, even surpassing that of Zhang Huanyun at the same age. After all, while Zhang Huanyun was exceptionally talented, he did not possess the ability to guard the abyssal passage alone. As long as LinYang agreed, the mirror Zhang Huanyun would undoubtedly hesitate not to leave the position of commander of the Blood God Legion to him, as no one was more suitable than him, and he would certainly gain the support of the entire Legion. His gaze unintentionally searched the crowd for his daughter. Soon, he spotted Long Yue'er. As the director of the Special Operations Department, she was responsible for firefighting on the battlefield, ready to reinforce long-range attacks. At this moment, although she had been active all along, her beautiful eyes had never left the azure figure floating in the air. Just as Long Tianwu's thoughts were changing, suddenly, he furrowed his brow slightly, as he sensed a chilling aura quietly appearing in his heart. This chill was particularly unusual. As a titled Do-level powerhouse, his perception was very keen. Something was wrong. Long Tianwu instinctively looked in a certain direction based on his perception. His gaze seemed to find nothing unusual. But at that moment, his eyes fell on a warrior from the Blood God Legion. This was a soldier responsible for operating the soul-guided cannon. His actions and connections seemed fine. However, Long Tianwu clearly sensed that he was different from others. His martial soul was ice and snow, and in this icy world, his perception was much stronger than that of others of the same level. Because he had just been distracted, his attention was not on the main battlefield. So he sensed an immediate change. Long Tianwu remained silent, moving closer to that person, subtly mobilizing his internal soul power. He trusted his judgment. But just then, the person seemed to sense something as well. The soul-guided cannon in his hand suddenly stopped firing, and he stood upright, turning to look at Long Tianwu. What Long Tianwu saw was a young face with a faint smile, but that smile was filled with a sinister charm in Long Tianwu's eyes. In the next moment, that person moved. He seemed to transform into a wisp of smoke, and not just him, but 8 other figures suddenly launched from different directions. A total of 9 people almost simultaneously pounced toward the 9 blood gods. They all moved with incredible speed, and their battle armor instantly appeared, all at the level of 3-word battle armor. Their cultivation levels all reached the title Douluo level. Even more terrifying was the intense evil aura erupting from them. For a moment, the originally very stable blood god formation was clearly shaken by the external evil aura's impact. There was no doubt that the blood god formation was incredibly powerful, even the strongest formation on the entire Douluo planet. But it also had its issues. This formation could only target beings from other planes. The power of the plane, formed by the elemental force of heaven and earth, would only repel outsiders. As for beings that existed within the plane itself, it had no effect. At this moment, the 9 figures that suddenly burst forth were undoubtedly not beings of the abyssal plane. Yet they charged directly toward the 9 blood gods with a resolute posture. This change was too sudden, so sudden that everyone was caught off guard. At the same time, deep within the abyss, the Black Emperor, who had been coldly observing the exit of the passage, also moved. She led 6 abyssal sovereigns and almost simultaneously launched an attack toward the exit. Inside and outside coordinated their efforts for an impact. Yes, this was the opportunity the Black Emperor had been waiting for, brought by their collaborator. The already stable situation suddenly changed, something no one had anticipated. Even the Tianfeng Douluo Cold Yaozhu could not have imagined that internal enemies would suddenly appear in such a remote snow mountain, and that so many would appear at the same time. The mirror Douluo Zhanghuanyun, presiding over the overall situation, had the fastest reaction. When Long Tianwu sensed something was wrong, he immediately informed him through sound transmission. However, these enemies also reacted quickly, simultaneously pouncing on the blood gods, catching them off guard. Chapter 202. Absolute Power. The 3-character battle armor master charging towards Lung Yaozhu grinned, and suddenly a beam of light erupted from his back, shooting straight towards Zhang Huanyan. As soon as that light appeared, it burst forth with an extremely intense golden light, and a strong metallic aura exploded wildly. Zhang Huanyan instantly recognized it. It was a level 9 fixed soul-guided cannonball. The destructive power of this thing was enough to level an entire mountain. Moreover, there were so many Blood God Legion soldiers present. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Huanyan instantly opened his mirror domain, directly swallowing that level 9 fixed soul-guided cannonball into it. At that moment, the commander of the Blood God Legion demonstrated his decisiveness. He didn't even glance at the 9 blood gods again. After using the mirror domain to absorb the fixed soul-guided cannonball, he disappeared in a flash and charged into the blood god formation, suddenly flinging the cannonball towards the 7 abyssal kings rushing up from below. Zhang Huanyan knew very well that at this moment, he could not take care of both sides. He could only choose one to release. Although the external enemies were powerful, there was still the entire Blood God Legion to counter them, while the internal enemies were the most terrifying. If the many powerful beings from the abyssal plane, led by the Black Emperor, were to break out, that would truly be a disaster. Thus, after using his domain to contain the fixed soul-guided cannonball, he unhesitatingly appeared inside to obstruct the Black Emperor and other powerful beings with this level 9 fixed soul-guided cannonball. A level 9 fixed soul-guided cannonball was a terrifying attack even the limit Douluo would not want to face head-on. Otherwise, how could the level 12 fixed soul-guided cannonball have destroyed the entire Shrek Academy back then? Undoubtedly, Zhang Huanyan's choice was very correct. If he was held up outside, the internal problems would only worsen. However, at this moment, the 9 blood gods were almost simultaneously hit by the impact. Long Tianwu was the fastest to react. He finally blocked the enemy who had rushed in front of Blood 8. He defended against the opponent's onslaught like a raging storm. But this enemy was also very formidable. A burst of gray smoke exploded from the opponent, and the ice and snow released from Long Tianwu was instantly tainted gray, followed by piercing screams and fearful wails surrounding him. An evil soul master. Long Tianwu roared in anger. He raised his right hand in front of him, and an ice-blue ice spear shot up from the ground. The moment the ice spear rose, a marvelous scene occurred. A strand of the 9 types of spiritual energy from heaven and earth in the air instantly fell onto the ice spear, causing it to grow larger abruptly. All the evil aura was frozen in an instant. Ice spirit guidance. The Blood God Legion was able to guard the abyssal plane for 6,000 years, which was certainly extraordinary, especially for these powerful beings who had protected it through family inheritance. Compared to ordinary soul masters, the strength of evil soul masters primarily lies in their cunning. But when facing truly powerful soul masters, they cannot gain much advantage in this regard. The evil soul master's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. He had come to attack, but did not want to lose his life. When the ice spirit aura was infused, he felt as if his soul was about to be frozen, and his entire evil soul master techniques were severely weakened. Long Tianwu did not pursue. The ice spear in front of him shot out like lightning, carrying the ice spirit aura, heading straight for another evil soul master on the other side. At this moment, rescuing the 9 blood gods was the most important thing. These suddenly appearing evil soul masters had the greatest advantage in their element of surprise. Once they lost that surprise, even as 3 character battle armor masters among a crowd of tens of thousands of Blood God Legion soldiers, they would not fare well. This was no longer an era where a titled Dalu could dominate the battlefield. The powerful soul-guided weapons would give even top soul masters a headache. These 9 evil soul masters launched their attacks with all their might, aiming to create opportunities for the internal abyssal kings. A faint green figure, the fastest of the evil soul masters, almost appeared in front of LinYang in the blink of an eye. He had a green hood that had appeared on his head at some point, exposing only his eyes and mouth, making it impossible to see his features. His eyes were completely dark green, and his battle armor was a bluish green with a hint of purple. Even before he arrived, a foul odor had already burst forth from him. With a wave of his hands, 2 scythe-like weapons slashed out, sweeping through the air like 2 long greenish-blue snakes towards LinYang. Undoubtedly, the true core of the Blood God formation was LinYang, and she was the absolute core. As long as LinYang was shaken, the formation could not be maintained. Thus, this evil soul master attacked with all his strength right from the start. LinYang coldly watched the 2 greenish-blue beams sweeping towards her, her eyes flashing with cold light. She truly did not expect that in a war concerning the survival of humanity against the abyssal plane, internal problems would arise among humans. These mad, evil soul masters actually chose to ally with the abyssal plane. No wonder the abyssal plane could suddenly break through the main passage and launch an unprecedented abyssal tide. Undoubtedly, all of this had been premeditated. The Holy Spirit Church actually dared to collude with the abyssal plane, which was tantamount to bringing about the destruction of the entire Douluo Continent. It was ridiculous that some people still tolerated these mad beings who did not even regard human survival as important. In LinYang's eyes, a burning flame ignited, and while maintaining the Blood God formation, a flame capable of incinerating everything erupted. At first glance, this flame seemed ordinary, with not a trace of energy spilling out. But the evil soul master wearing the green hood suddenly changed his expression. He clearly felt that when LinYang made her move, it was as if she had disappeared. During the process of disappearing, she completely integrated into the surrounding environment. All elemental attributes in the air instantly became part of her, all guided by her. Wasn't she maintaining the Blood God formation? How did she possess such capabilities and her mental power? The 2 greenish-blue snakes instantly disintegrated, and the temperature of the flame exploded, quietly landing on the evil soul master. The evil soul master barely had time to block with his scythes in front of his chest. In the next moment, the scythes shattered, and large portions of his battle armor crumbled and broke apart, sending him flying backward, a mouthful of blood spraying directly onto his mask. The Holy Spirit Church had already held a very high estimation of the Vice Master of the Spirit Tower, the Phoenix Dalu, but they also knew that maintaining a massive formation capable of mobilizing planar power like the Blood God formation required immense energy. Yet they still underestimated her. Chapter 203. Fallen Angel. During the process of maintaining the Grand Formation, she surprisingly still had some strength left, and with just 1 strike, she severely injured the 3 character battle armor master responsible for the ambush, whose cultivation was at the level of a super Dalu. Once a certain level of cultivation is reached, the advantages of the evil soul master are virtually non-existent. A hint of regret appeared on LinYang's face. This evil soul master who ambushed her was indeed very strong, and she had thought she could kill him with 1 move, but it seemed she still fell short. At this moment, the other blood gods were also ambushed. Indeed, under normal circumstances, this ambush would have been fatal for them, making it difficult to fight back. However, the current situation was somewhat better. The feedback from the Seed of Life allowed them to recover the vitality consumed while activating the Blood God Grand Formation, and relatively speaking, they still had some strength to deal with the situation. Blood 2 and Blood 3 successfully blocked the evil soul masters attacking them. And then these evil soul masters faced interception and attacks from the strong members of the Blood God Legion. However, the situation for Blood 4 to Blood 9 was not so optimistic. Blood 8 was the luckiest. The evil soul master attacking her was immediately intercepted by Long Tianwu. Blood 9 was in the most precarious situation, as the evil soul master attacking him was even stronger. In fact, when the Holy Spirit Church planned this attack, the point they truly wanted to break through was not Lung Yaozhu, the heavenly phoenix Dalu. For the other blood gods, they hoped to at least create an impact. And even if they couldn't affect the situation, they would still attract the attention of the Blood God Legion and create chaos. The real breakthrough point was here with Blood 9. The Holy Spirit Church had been studying the Blood God Legion for quite some time. Their ability to lurk here was to wait for today's opportunity to come, and they even had some research on the Blood God Grand Formation. Among the Blood God Legion, Blood 9 was undoubtedly the weakest, and the evil soul master attacking Blood 9 was even stronger than the one attacking Lung Yaozhu, launching a full-force strike with certainty of success. The Blood God Grand Formation required 9 people to preside over it, and it couldn't be just any title Dalu who could do so. It required years of cooperation and practice to complete. Therefore, as long as they could defeat Blood 9, they could also cause the collapse of the Blood God Grand Formation. The Holy Spirit Church never intended to confront the Blood God Legion head-on with their own strength, as that was the power of a legion. What they aimed to do was to draw out the power of the Abyss Plane and make it clash with the Blood God Legion, even leading to a protracted war between the Abyss Plane and the entirety of the human world. Regardless of who won or lost, it would undoubtedly lead to immense suffering, which was the outcome the Holy Spirit Church most wanted to see. All negative emotions and deathly grievances were nutrients for them. Before Blood 9 stood a woman with a black veil covering her face. When she made her move, her Blood God Legion uniform shattered and disappeared. Her battle armor was as dark as ink, with a purple glow circulating inside. Her weapon was a long sword, a purple-black long sword that released no energy outward. But behind her floated a purple-black shadow with 3 pairs of wings. If Yuan and Yue'er were here, she would certainly recognize that the figure behind this woman was a fallen angel, and moreover, a high-tier fallen angel. The 6 wings represented the level of title Dalu, and this one was far from an ordinary title Dalu. With the dark magic sword in hand, she instantly slashed out 8 swords around her, and 9 soul rings appeared on her body, 6 black and 3 red, with the 5th black soul ring flashing at this moment. As the 8 swords were swung out, 8 pitch-black gates appeared around, blocking the vision of all Blood God Legion warriors, and from these 8 gates, giant hounds over 5 meters long and more than 3 meters high, with 3 heads, rushed out madly. Each of their heads spewed forth energy flames of ice, fire, and darkness, rampaging outward. Hell's Gate, summoning the Hellhound. Yuan and Yue'er had the same soul skill, but compared to this one, there was no comparison to be made. And when the 8 Hell's Gates appeared, 2 goat-like horns grew from the top of the woman's head, curling and spiraling upwards, their tips pointing to the sky. The dark magic sword in her hand shone brightly, and without any technique, she directly swung it towards Blood 9. Blood 9 felt as though he should be protected by the Legion's main forces. Yet at this moment, he felt as if he were facing this woman alone. The long sword was instantly before Blood 9, and his face changed drastically. Among the crowd, he was the weakest, and maintaining the Blood God Grand Formation had already taken all he had. He had no strength left to respond to the attack, let alone against such a powerful opponent. In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Blood IX's mind. He suddenly bit his tongue, blood light bursting from his eyes, and a layer of flames rose around him. With no other choice, he ignited his life fire in an instant. Any soul master with a cultivation level above 5 rings had the ability to ignite their life fire, which could instantly greatly enhance their cultivation level. But the fuel for the life fire was vitality and their own potential. Once burned, there would be a rapid life drain within a short time, leading to death. Blood 9 understood clearly that if he failed to block the internal Abyss Lord's ambush this time, it would be a catastrophe for the Blood God Legion. Therefore, regardless of the cost, he could not allow the Blood God Grand Formation to collapse, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. He had already had this awareness long before becoming a preparatory Blood God. When needed, every warrior of the Blood God Legion was willing to give their life to protect the Abyss Passage. So at this moment, there was no sadness or pain on his face, only a faint smile. This was his glory, the glory of his status as the former Blood 9. Blood 2 had just repelled the evil soul master attacking him, and his eyes turned red. However, as one of the cores of the Blood God Grand Formation, he could do nothing at this moment. Their bloodlines were connected. Even with the obstruction of the Hell's Gate, he could clearly feel his son's vitality undergoing an unprecedented sublimation. and he understood what that meant all too well. Surrounded by the holy life fire, Blood Nine sighed softly, raised his right hand, and a spear appeared out of thin air, radiating a light akin to holy light, striking against the dark magic sword. With a crisp sound, both the spear and Blood Ix's body trembled violently, and he could not help but look at the evil soul master in shock. Chapter 204. The flame of life. Even with the life flame ignited, he still found it difficult to withstand the attacks of the evil soul master. This clearly indicated how high his opponent's cultivation level was, far exceeding his own. Although both were 3-character battle armor masters, the disparity in strength was immense. Shuejiao instantly realized that the figure before him likely had a cultivation level exceeding 97. Level 95 is considered a super Dalu, and anything above that is said to be a step on a heavenly ladder. Each level difference brings a significant gap in power, and the evil soul master's martial soul was of the highest caliber. In a one-on-one scenario, even his father, Yue'er, who was at 97, might not be able to suppress the opponent. Thoughts raced through Shuejiao's mind in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which surprisingly ignited in the air, transforming into a golden red flame that fell onto his spear. In that moment, the spear erupted with an indescribable brilliance. Even the evil soul master showed a moment of hesitation on her face. Boom! 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 The violent rumbling echoed outside the gate of hell. Despite her extraordinary cultivation, the Blood God Legion's attack power was also remarkable, and her gate of hell could not withstand for long. The dark magic sword flickered with a dark light, and the long horns atop her head transformed into dark purple magic swords that collided with the blood spear, distorting the surrounding space. Shuejiao's 3-character battle armor shattered piece by piece, exploding into a metal storm that swept towards the evil soul master. At the same time, blood mist erupted from almost every pore in his body, merging with the burning life flame, causing the flame to burn even more fiercely. A hint of surprise flashed in the evil soul master's purple eyes. What was supposed to be a certain attack became difficult due to her opponent's unexpected tenacity. She had to retreat her dark magic sword for self-defense, creating a dark purple barrier to block Shuejiao's attack. At that moment, 3 of the 8 gates of hell shattered almost simultaneously, sending several unmatched auras crashing towards the evil soul master. Truly, the blood god was formidable. Her cold voice held no emotional fluctuation, but carried a strange, enchanting quality. The dark purple figure soared into the air, and a purple-black rift suddenly opened. As she leaped, her dark magic sword swung fiercely, and her 9th soul ring shone brightly. In the sky, the other 8 evil soul masters transformed into purple lights and disappeared into that rift in an instant. After casting one last deep look at Shuejiao, she too vanished into the rift. Shuejiao's attention had been fixated on her, and in that final moment of eye contact, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. Those emotionless eyes were deeply imprinted in his mind, but he had no time to dwell on this. The life flame on him was burning fiercely at this moment. He was arguably the strongest he had ever been in his life. However, this strength could not be halted. Blood continued to spurt from Shuejiao's mouth, and the burning life flame surged even more, stabilizing the blood god formation. The other blood gods, after Shueji, had all sustained injuries to varying degrees, but fortunately, thanks to the feedback from the Seed of Life, no one had perished in the recent ambush by the evil soul master. The blood god formation swayed, but ultimately did not collapse. However, the life flame burning within Shuejiao had become irreversible. It had reached such a level that it would burn completely clean, extinguishing only after consuming his body and even his soul. Tears streamed down Yue'er's face. He had only this one son, and no matter how strict he was with him, as a father, watching his son about to die before him and being unable to do anything was incredibly painful. Yue'er's heart was in a state of complete collapse. Yet, what he saw was the smile on his son's face as he continued to cough up blood. Shuejiao seemed to be conveying to him, "Dad, I haven't embarrassed you or our blood god legion." But for Yue'er, none of that mattered. He only hoped his son could survive. The auras of the other blood gods became unstable, especially Shueba, who was closest to Shuejiao, her eyes also misty with tears at this moment. She knew that Shuejiao had always liked her and had been pursuing her. Yet, her proud nature had led her to tell him each time, "Only if you become stronger than me will I give you a chance." Shuejiao had been working hard, and the competitive Shueba had also been progressing, but he had never surpassed her cultivation. Now, as he watched the brilliance of Shuejiao's life flame burning to its peak, Nearing extinction, Xueba felt only endless regret, lamenting why she had been so proud and why she had not agreed to him sooner. Xuejio's gaze shifted from his father to Xueba. Though he was still spitting blood, his smile grew gentler, devoid of the earlier pride, replaced only with a tender gaze. He merely wanted to remember the figure before him in the last moments of his life, using his final brilliance to bless her. Yet for some reason, as he looked at Xueba, his mind was filled with the eyes of the evil soul master. The blood god formation faced a great change, and a life and death battle had already erupted within the formation. Intense explosions accompanied by a terrifying metal storm raged throughout the Abyss Passage, tearing countless Abyss creatures to shreds. The power of the 9th level fixed soul-guided artillery shell was truly terrifying, even surpassing the comprehension of the Abyss creatures. 6,000 years ago, they had faced such super weapons from humans, but at that time, the human coalition had refrained from large-scale use to avoid collateral damage. However, in the Abyss Passage now, there was no possibility of collateral damage. Therefore, when the 9th level fixed soul-guided artillery shell was hurled by the mirror Duo Zhanghuanyun and exploded, it instantly blocked the charge of the 7 Abyss rulers. With wings spread wide behind her, Dark Emperor shielded the other 6 Abyss rulers behind her. The dark devouring mist fully unleashed, colliding with the wildly raging metal storm. To protect the other 6 Abyss rulers, she had to directly withstand the explosive force of the 9th level fixed soul-guided artillery shell. Under the frenzied energy impact, even with Dark Emperor's cultivation, her aura noticeably diminished. Chapter 205, Staff of Destruction. This explosive energy could not be absorbed even by the black devouring demon mist. Taking advantage of this buffer, Zhang Huanyun and LinYang had already joined forces. Zhang Huanyun said urgently to LinYang in a deep voice, "You hold the center, don't worry about anything else. Everything is on me." As he spoke, the 7th soul ring on Zhang Huanyun's body shone brightly, and the mirror behind his head instantly magnified, transforming in the blink of an eye into a gigantic mirror with a diameter of over 100 meters, into which Zhang Huanyun himself faded. This was the true form of the mirror. The Black Emperor had just resolved the explosion of a level 9 fixed position soul-guided artillery shell, and her figure shot upwards. She pointed a finger at LinYang, and the 6 other abyssal sovereigns behind her unleashed their respective powers. Their target was singular, LinYang. But at that moment, the Black Emperor caught sight of LinYang's eyes, which sparkled with a purple light, emanating a strong aura of destruction. In an instant, the Black Emperor felt as if something had collided deep within her soul, and her breath instinctively froze. Immediately afterward, she saw LinYang wielding a staff, descending from the sky. Boom! The black devouring demon mist and the purple staff exploded almost simultaneously, unleashing 2 layers of terrifying energy deep within the abyssal passage. At that moment, their sensations were entirely different. The Black Emperor first felt the pressure from the plane, which intensified the closer she got to the exit, revealing the flaws of fighting in a foreign realm. However, LinYang's strike with the staff was unlike any of his previous attacks. It felt like divine power capable of annihilating everything. In that moment, the Black Emperor even had the illusion that LinYang himself had become a true god. Even someone as formidable as the Black Emperor felt a crushing weight, as if a mountain was pressing down on her, forcing her back into the depths of the passage. While the 6 abyssal sovereigns rising into the air experienced a similar suffocating pressure, all retreating simultaneously. Dalu Zhanghuanyun was stunned, and Douluo Yaozhu was equally taken aback. Although they had always hoped that LinYang would become the one to end the threat from the abyssal plane, they never expected him to have such an influence on the battlefield with his current cultivation level. The cold expression on the Black Emperor's face changed for the first time. In that moment, she felt an aura that she had only encountered when facing that existence. How could it be? A human with such a weak origin could unleash an attack of such power. That aura, no, it couldn't be. How could it be similar to that of the Holy Monarch? The difference in cultivation between him and the Holy Monarch was unfathomable. But at that moment, the Black Emperor finally understood why the Holy Monarch was so wary of this small human, willing to go to any lengths to destroy him. The potential of this human was truly terrifying. Once he grew, the abyssal plane would no longer be able to invade the human world, and it might even face a counterattack from humanity. The Black Emperor's eyes deepened, and her long hair that coiled behind her fell silently. She lightly swept her hands at her sides, leaving a series of afterimages in the air. These afterimages layered upon one another, until finally, her hands came together in front of her. A pure, black-purple halo rippled out from her chest. At the moment this black-purple light appeared, the Black Emperor felt a lightness throughout her body as the pressure from the plane noticeably decreased. At the same time, the life seed on LinYang's forehead suddenly throbbed violently, becoming unprecedentedly active, even frenzied. The Black Emperor still pointed out with a finger, but this time, the tip of her finger had completely turned black-purple. Ding! A melodious chime resonated, sending countless ripples through the air. Even the 6 abyssal sovereigns couldn't help but cover their ears, rapidly descending. The Black Emperor remained motionless in the air, but she was already enveloped in a layer of purple light from LinYang's staff. In the next moment, her body was jolted to the side, crashing violently against the wall of the passage. The path of the king was unstoppable. Divine light shone brilliantly, piercing into the abyss. One abyssal sovereign who had been retreating was almost instantly pierced through the chest. As destruction converged in the next moment, that pierced abyssal sovereign was pulled back in front of LinYang. The life seed erupted forth, and azure-green vines suddenly pierced into the body of that abyssal sovereign, directly seizing its life seed. Unlike before in the mirror domain, the momentum of the life seed was now magnitude stronger. With a single strike, it controlled the severely injured sovereign, whose abyssal aura rapidly vanished at a visibly noticeable speed, and the plain seed had no strength to break free. Watching this scene, Lung Yaozhu suddenly realized something, and a smile finally appeared on her face. Not just her, but the Blood Nine, whose life fire was nearly extinguished and whose form was becoming transparent, also revealed a smile. Lung Yaozhu realized that from the very beginning, her approach to LinYang had been wrong. LinYang and the miraculous life energy within him should have been activated within the Blood God formation from start. The plain power drawn in by the Blood God formation, the spirits of heaven and earth, could produce an incomprehensibly massive enhancement for them, making them the true core to suppress the abyssal plane. This was a situation that had not appeared in 6,000 years, and at this moment, it seemed that if the Black Emperor hadn't dodged just now, she would have likely been the one to be destroyed. This was certainly not LinYang's power, but rather, the plane's power had found an outlet, venting the rage from the Douluo Continent through his body and the Staff of Destruction. Although the Douluo Continent may not be stronger than the Abyss in terms of level, let us not forget that this plane had truly birthed gods. Moreover, not just one, but many gods. No matter how strong the abyssal plane was, it had never had the presence of gods, which was fundamentally different. At this moment, the Black Emperor's expression had long since changed drastically, hurriedly flying deeper into the abyssal passage. The closer they got to the exit, the stronger the pressure from the plane became, while the further they were from the exit, the greater the abyssal power they could harness. The good opportunity that had been perceived earlier was now completely gone. LinYang's purple eyes flickered with light, and with a gentle flap of his wings behind him, he flew out of the Blood God formation. He pointed his left hand at the Blood Nine, whose body was about to completely collapse. A beam of azure-green light shot out from his forehead and landed on Blood Nine. Chapter 206. The Holy Monarch. The life fire on Shuejiao's body unexpectedly extinguished in an instant. Just as everyone's exclamations erupted, Shuejiao was on the verge of collapse, his disappearing form turning into a turquoise color, stabilizing in that space. An unmatched and rich life aura surged into him, allowing his original form to reconsolidate before completely collapsing. Shuejiao's face was filled with disbelief. He had thought he would no longer be able to sense his own existence. Yet at this moment, he was astonished to find that not only did he exist, but his life aura also seemed to be on the verge of sublimation. He could hardly believe such a situation would arise. How could this be possible? Yue'er's previously dead eyes now sparkled with life, as if ignited by the fire of life, gazing intensely at LinYang in midair, filled with incredulity and gratitude. Leaving the Blood God Great Array, LinYang immediately sensed the changes in himself, his aura rapidly declining, dropping several levels in an instant. Without the guidance of the Blood God Great Array, he could no longer harness the power of the plane, but he was still a quasi-god. Soon after, the soldiers of the Blood God Legion expressed their astonishment. Their cries transformed into unprecedented cheers, erupting like a geyser. Shuejiao was alive. The hero in their hearts had not died, and that being suspended in midair was the great hero who saved the entire legion. In that moment, LinYang's image in their hearts had become immensely towering, even surpassing that of the legion commander and the various blood gods. They had witnessed LinYang defeat a deep abyss monarch with a single strike. The abyss plane trembled violently, another layer shattering. accompanied by the disappearance of the plane's master, leading to another layer of collapse. The Black Emperor watched helplessly as LinYang broke away from the blood god Great Array, but did not dare to rush out again. In that moment, she truly felt how close death was to her. Even though she knew the opponent was leveraging the power of the entire plane, as long as that Great Array existed, she had no way to counter it. She was even more afraid that LinYang was deliberately luring her to charge forward. If the opponent launched another attack like before, she had no confidence in being able to withstand it. Being killed by the opponent meant total annihilation of both body and spirit. She dared not take the gamble. At this moment, she even began to have second thoughts, questioning whether attacking the human world was the right choice. Just then, the abyssal rift behind her suddenly trembled violently. Lung Yaoju's expression changed, and she hurriedly mobilized the power of the blood god Great Array to suppress it completely. However, in that moment, she was horrified to discover that the seal of the abyssal passage seemed to be unable to hold. An unprecedented oppressive force was slowly oozing from the crack, crazily drilling into the passage. Affected by this aura, the Black Emperor and the other 5 Deep Abyss monarchs felt a faint energy fluctuation ripple through them, their momentum skyrocketing. Even the plane pressure from the blood god Great Array in the sky seemed unable to affect them anymore. Trash! A deep voice echoed throughout the abyssal passage. Immediately afterward, the entire passage suddenly lit up, transforming into an indescribable pale color. The blood god Great Array seemed to be frozen, and Lung Yaoju could no longer mobilize its power to stabilize the seal. How could this be possible? What kind of power was this? As the leader of the blood god camp, the celestial phoenix, Douluo Lung Yaoju, was a forward battle armor master. He believed he had long since cultivated to the peak below the divine rank. But at this moment, he realized that the gap between a limit Douluo and a divine rank was not merely half a step. This sudden aura even affected his thoughts. Was there such a terrifying existence within the abyss plane? 6,000 years ago, if our ancestors had encountered such a powerful being, how did they manage to withstand the abyss plane? The seal at the passage began to shatter, cracks rapidly widening, the pale color saturating the entire passage, revealing every detail. The cheers of the Blood God Legion soldiers abruptly stopped, all of them staring in horror at this scene. The energy emanating from the abyssal passage clearly surpassed their understanding. In the depths of the passage, that terrifying aura was far beyond any soul guide device. Even the 12-level god-slaying fixed soul guide, Cannonball, seemed to pale in comparison to this level of energy fluctuation. The entire mountain began to shake due to the shattering of the seal, and everyone felt that when that energy erupted, the entire mountain would be shattered and destroyed. Welcome, Holy Monarch! The Black Emperor and the other 5 Deep Abyss monarchs stepped aside, their expressions immensely sacred. Even the Black Emperor, who was already at the Emperor level, was no exception. Holy Monarch, there is actually such a being in the Abyss plane? Lung Yaoju felt a bitter taste in his mouth. It seemed that this was no longer a power they could oppose. Just then, a golden shadow flashed, and LinYang merely moved and returned to the interior of the blood god Great Array. His eyes were still golden, with a faint golden flame rising around him. Strangely, when he returned to the interior of the blood god Great Array, the array, which had nearly become solidified, seemed to come back to life. The 9 types of heavenly and earthly spirits reconverging and infusing into LinYang's body, activating the power of the plane, causing the aura fluctuation of a life seed on LinYang's forehead to intensify. No wonder. Was it the life seed at work? The majestic and deep voice seemed to carry a hint of joy. Very good, in your human terms. This is called finding what you seek without looking. Just saves me the trouble of searching for you. By capturing the life seed, the life energy of this world will be at my disposal. Excellent. It is worth my effort of 1,000,000 years to break this seal. The life seed trembled slightly within LinYang's forehead, and LinYang felt neither joy nor sorrow in his heart. With the destruction staff in hand, he pointed downwards and softly whispered, "Fool, you are seeking your own death without even realizing it." Although it was not the life seed of the Douluo plane, the life seed of the divine realm was sufficient to devour the abyss. On the opposite side, the faces of the Black Emperor and the 5 Deep Abyss monarchs were filled only with ridicule. Indeed, 6,000 years ago, the abyss plane was once repelled by humans. But, foolish humans, do you know that at that time, the Holy Monarch was in slumber? Even the top-ranking emperors were also in slumber. This time, the Holy Monarch is determined to annihilate you humans at any cost. How could you possibly stop it? This powerful array that can mobilize the power of the plane is indeed formidable. However, What you are facing now is the master of our abyss plane. Chapter 207. Cross-boundary action in the human world. The power of planes is loose, but it is completely different in the abyss. The Holy Lord is the master of the plane, born from the continuous accumulation, oppression, and sedimentation of the 108 layers of the abyss over millions of years, resulting in the purest energy. From the moment it became conscious, it meant that the entire abyss plane would inevitably rise. The Holy Lord even looked down upon ascending to the divine realm of their region and aimed to create its own divine realm. Otherwise, with the cultivation level of the Holy Lord, it could have become a god long ago and would certainly exist at the level of a main god. Can mere humans even imagine this? This time, the Holy Lord is willing to go to any lengths to seize the human world, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope for humanity. Green appeared, vibrant and lively green, almost instantaneously covering every piece of ground outside the abyss passage. In just a moment, countless plants broke through the thick snow, covering the entire mountain range with greenery. An intense breath of life surged forth, rushing towards the blood god formation. At the same time, branches silently fell into the hands of each blood god army soldier, and within their minds, the awareness of infusing soul power emerged. With the infusion of soul power, the branches became bright, and the previously dim blood god formation suddenly regained its brilliance. Undoubtedly, the seed of life sensed the existence of a crisis and took action. Guided by LinYang, the natural child of the divine realm, it released its life energy at any cost, directing all surrounding life energy for its own use, even sacrificing life energy to create more life for better absorption of the world's power. It also connected tens of thousands of blood god army soldiers, using their soul power to infuse the blood god formation, allowing it to shine once more. All the borrowed power was directed to LinYang at this moment, allowing him to mobilize it. This energy was far beyond what LinYang's body could bear, but it could be guided through his body. The feeling of being the master of the world re-emerged, and compared to before, LinYang's perception was clearer this time. Desperate struggle, overestimating oneself. A deep voice echoed throughout the mountain range, even penetrating the blood god formation and reaching the fire basin. Then they were horrified to see the sky distort, as if about to collapse, suddenly solidifying, with every white cloud quietly disintegrating, revealing a clear but somewhat distorted blue sky. They could hardly breathe, as if in a moment, they would be completely expelled and disintegrated by this world. The surrounding green plants turned to powder, then transformed into green halos, converging towards that direction. Oh! The Holy Lord let out a light exclamation. At that moment, deep within the abyss, the sealed land exploded, and a hand-like existence emerged from there. It was a hand as white as jade, with 7 fingers, devoid of visible blood vessels or scales, simply as pure and white as jade. The moment it appeared, the pattern surrounding the seal shattered inch by inch. The entire blood god formation began to sway violently. LinYang roared, and in an instant, he unreservedly released all the energy within him. Energy from the Douluo plane, energy from the seed of life, as well as his own bloodline aura, soul power, and all borrowed energy, completely and without reservation, transforming into a gigantic Qinghuan statue. The Qinghuan statue seemed to come alive, suddenly transforming into a 100-meter golden dragon, fiercely descending and striking towards that white hand. Wherever the Qinghuan passed, the light patterns formed by the blood god formation regained their brilliance, igniting the most dazzling light. At this moment, whether it was the soldiers of the blood god army or the 9 blood gods of the blood god camp, they all released their energy with all their might. They all knew that if the strike could not be blocked, it would be the moment of the entire blood god army's annihilation. They dared not hesitate, only fully releasing their energy, hoping to withstand this terrifying force. When the Qinghuan statue, carrying such a magnificent aura, the hopes of all, and the trepidation of the seed of life, finally collided with that white 7-fingered hand, everyone was stunned, because what they saw was that the 7-fingered hand, with a flip of its palm, grasped the Qinghuan statue as if it were a small bird, playing with it in its grasp. The internal power of the Qinghuan statue seemed to be instantly sealed, unable to explode. All gazes froze, and along with the freezing, despair emerged. The cold voice seemed to cover the surrounding pale colors with a layer of frost. The Qinghuan statue suddenly exploded, transforming into countless blue light shadows. If it weren't to kill him, how could the Holy Lord, as the master of the plane, pay such a huge price, even sacrificing part of its body? If it weren't to kill him, Why go to such lengths and severely injure the vitality of the Abyss plane? As the target of the Abyss, Holy Lord, LinYang felt the most direct impact. At this moment, he felt as if the entire space around him was collapsing, and the plane power that once protected him seemed to be completely repelled, as if he had been completely isolated. Only the seed of life was still desperately releasing life energy, trying to protect him. However, all of this seemed futile. In this instant, it felt as though he was at war with the entire world, with everything above and below, completely suppressing him. Everything came so quickly, yet in his perception, it felt so slow, as if he had become sluggish. What kind of power is this? Even when facing the god-slaying level destruction storm brought by the 12th level fixed soul-guiding cannonball, LinYang had never felt this way. Even just now, his strikes surpassed that of a god-slaying level soul-guiding cannonball. As a quasi-god level battle armor master, with attributes reaching the level of a god, borrowing the power of the plane, it had already surpassed Yunming's self-exploding divine position attack. The entire space was collapsing, but that Holy Lord seemed to be enduring something. Its pure white seven-fingered hand had now completely turned into a nine-colored hue. As the master of the plane, part of its body descending into another plane that it had yet to conquer naturally had to bear the frenzied resistance from the entire plane. However, this Holy Lord still came without hesitation, with only one purpose: to kill LinYang, to kill this existence that could truly threaten the future survival of the Abyss plane. Chapter 208. God of Destruction. The original plan of the Abyssal Lord was to achieve this at all costs, and when he sensed the seed of life within LinYang, his emotions were filled with immense excitement. If he could plunder the seed of life from the Douluo Continent, it would be much easier to devour the entire Douluo Continent in the future. The seed of life is the core existence of a plane. The enormous white hand had already reached in front of him, and LinYang could do nothing. He couldn't even generate a feeling of fear, as it was simply beyond his current capability. Just then, a faint sigh suddenly echoed in the abyssal passage. This sigh was very subtle, yet it was clearly heard by the Abyssal Lord, LinYang, Zhang Huanyan, who was also suppressed by the Abyssal Lord's aura, and the 9 blood gods who were arranging the formation. The arrival of this sigh seemed to bring life back to the nearly frozen space. A figure appeared before LinYang, wearing a purple cloak that covered his head. Only 2 red glows could be vaguely seen flickering within the cloak, obscuring his facial features. Within the cloak, there seemed to be an endless, profound, and terrifying aura. Beneath the cloak stood a man who appeared to be in his 30s, with short dark red hair, standing upright like steel needles. His eyes sparkled with red light, and he looked extremely handsome, with a 9-ringed, illusory purple-black halo appearing beside him. Who gave you the courage to challenge the Douluo plane? The indifferent voice echoed within the abyssal passage. At the moment he appeared, the entire blood god formation underwent a dramatic change. The originally operating 9-colored halo suddenly surged more than 10 times, transforming into a massive 9-colored beam that shot up into the sky. This beam rose straight up, at least soaring over 10,000 meters into the high altitude, with countless colorful halos rushing in from farther away. The 9 blood gods felt their bodies lighten and were horrified to discover that the blood god formation had actually slipped out of their control. The aura of the formation itself was rapidly increasing at a geometric rate. Who are you? Impossible. This plane does not have a master that controls it. Who exactly are you? The Abyssal Lord's voice was deep and angry, filled with disbelief. Just because you're ignorant and unaware does not mean it does not exist. The indifferent voice echoed, but within it there seemed to be little joy. Rather, it carried a distinct sense of melancholy. The 9-colored halo flickered, and in the next moment, the figure draped in the purple cloak had already arrived before the white 7-fingered hand. The staff in his hand, empowered by the Douluo plane, shot out like lightning. At the moment he struck, 9 colorful light bands surged around him, merging into the staff of destruction. Under his feet, an extremely ornate and complex pattern appeared, and the abyssal passage trembled violently. At that moment, the sky transformed completely into 9 colors. Every element seemed to cheer and leap, as if, at that instant, the entire Douluo Continent's celestial energy had converged here. The 7-fingered hand was no longer as relaxed as before. It suddenly clenched into a fist and collided with the staff. A piercing screech echoed, and a deep explosion reverberated through the passage. The 7-fingered hand was clearly pushed back, while the staff continued to thrust forward. Each collision with the 7-fingered hand added more 9-colored brilliance to it, forcing it to retreat steadily. The Abyssal Lord was the master of the plane. Yet at this moment, He was suppressed to the point of not being able to raise his head. No, impossible. This is the power of the divine curse. How could you possess it? The Lord's voice turned to a mix of shock and anger. What else could suppress the aura of the master of the plane, if not the power of the divine curse? Foolishly ignorant. He sneered. I once believed in Tang San. But he schemed for his own selfish desires, becoming a god king. His ambition and strength grew together. An unprecedented aura of majesty suddenly erupted from him, a taste that was ancient and vast to the extreme. At that moment, nearly all titled Douluos and above on the Douluo planet looked up to the sky. Not just the Douluo Continent, but the powerhouses of the Douluo Continent and Xingluo Continent also felt it. In the wilderness, a wild figure was running wildly, as if he suddenly sensed something. He abruptly stopped, shock written all over his rugged face, and knelt on one knee, the previously fierce aura now silenced. In the distant forest, several figures appeared in midair almost simultaneously, each face displaying immense shock. A middle-aged man with black hair had a strand of golden hair fluttering naturally, and his expression suddenly turned to one of terror. Impossible, the divine realm has disappeared. How could it still exist? At the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower, the tower master, almost lightning fast, arrived at the window, gazing into the distance. As an ultimate Douluo, his perception was incredibly clear. How could this be? Such a level of power should not appear in this world, unless someone has advanced to the divine curse. But didn't the divine realm already disappear long ago? Could it be that the divine realm has returned? Boom, the nine-colored beam shot up from the abyssal passage, instantly soaring into the high sky. And the blood god formation radiated a scorching brilliance. The 9 blood gods were affected, their bodies thrown back by the shock. However, bathed in that 9-colored halo, they felt the cleansing of the celestial energy on their bodies. Even the soldiers of the blood god legion present felt the benefits brought by the rich celestial energy. And in this baptism, nearly everyone could clearly sense a significant improvement in their cultivation. Such a great fortune was simply unprecedented, yet appeared so vividly. Today's battle could be described as full of twists and turns. Whenever they were on the brink of despair, they always found a way to turn things around. I will return. Not every time do you have the ability to mobilize the power of the plane. The deep voice was devoid of anger, but held an unusual firmness. The 7-fingered hand's middle finger bent and suddenly flicked out, sending the 9-colored figure staggering back. In the next moment, the hand opened wide, grasping several abyssal lords led by the Black Emperor, and suddenly retreated deep into the passage. The 9-colored halo almost instantly swept over, and the previously broken seal closed on its own, with various complex runes re-etched upon it, sealing and suppressing. Chapter 209, Deciding to Leave Tang San, The god of destruction sneered, and in the moment he raised his hand, a massive, colorful hammer shattered, just as a blue-silver emperor was about to vanish. It was swept away by a green light. Uncertain how much time had passed, LinYang finally woke up from his slumber. His final memory lingered on the process with a 9-colored halo dimmed and disappeared without a trace. Then he fell into endless darkness. The ceiling was as usual, and he felt no discomfort throughout his body. Blinking, feeling his physical existence, he instinctively turned his head and suddenly sensed the immense power within him. Quasi-god, even a pseudo-god. Only the realm had not broken through. He already counted as true god-level combat strength. LinYang got up and walked out of the tent, and he immediately bumped into someone. He nodded at the person. Originally, Blood 2's attitude towards him was quite indifferent, showing little expression. And he was one of the people who communicated the least with him in the Blood God Legion. As LinYang had mentioned, he would leave the Blood God Legion. But this time, when Blood 2 saw him, his eyes lit up and a broad smile appeared on his face. LinYang, Yue'er awake. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. While saying this, Blood 2 even bowed to him seriously, and LinYang accepted it calmly. When Blood 2 stood straight again, his eyes were already a little moist. Thank you really, I only have this one son. No matter how strict I am with him, he is the most important person in my heart. You saved his life, and I am more grateful for that than anything else. How can I not thank you? Moreover, I also represent all the soldiers of the Blood God Legion in thanking you. You saved everyone. You are the true hero of the Legion. Outside, the cold snow fell, and snowflakes danced in the air. However, when he rushed out, he was completely stunned. On that snow-covered peak, countless plants stood proudly. Even though they were gradually withering and unable to adapt to the severe cold, there was no doubt that they had existed. Figures began to appear around him. These were the warriors of the Blood God Legion. When they saw him, they performed the same actions, standing straight, standing at attention, right hand clenched into a fist, thumping their chests. They were performing the military salute of the Blood God Legion. In everyone's eyes, there was only reverence. Yes, only reverence. That near-catastrophic battle was saved by him, and when the last abyss passage was sealed again, the nine-colored figure he transformed and soared into the sky before falling to the ground and fainting, revealing his true appearance. More and more people gathered around, finally pulling LinYang's thoughts back, half-stepped to becoming a god, when he saw that at least 1,000 soldiers of the Blood God Legion had gathered around him, and each of them was saluting him. He couldn't help but be stunned. From today onwards, LinYang is awarded the honorary title of Blood Phoenix in the Blood God Camp, enjoying the highest treatment of the Blood God Camp. At the same time, he will serve as the deputy commander of the Blood God Legion. A deep voice sounded, and two figures almost simultaneously landed beside LinYang. They were Mirrored Dalu Zhang Huanyun and Heavenly Phoenix Douluo Lung Yaozhu. Mirrored Dalu Zhang Huanyun had broken through during that great battle, becoming a limit Douluo. The arrival of the two limit Douluos instantly excited the soldiers even more. Blood Phoenix, Blood Phoenix, Blood Phoenix. They cheered in unison, calling out LinYang's honorary title. In the 6,000 years since the establishment of the Blood God Camp, this was the first time a name other than a number was used. Zhang Huanyun raised his hand and grabbed LinYang's shoulder. LinYang, why don't I directly pass the position of commander to you? I could take a break. LinYang was somewhat dazed, glancing at him and then at Lung Yaozhu, a bitter smile involuntarily appearing on his face. Both of you, I want to talk to you alone. 10 minutes later, in Zhang Huanyun's room. What? You want to retire? With Zhang Huanyun's limit Douluo resolve, he jumped up from his seat after hearing LinYang's words. Zhang Huanyun exclaimed angrily, LinYang, do you know what you're saying? Do you realize that once you have the title of Blood Phoenix, plus the position of deputy commander, you're almost on par with us in the Legion? The future of the Legion is yours. All the soldiers in the Legion are your admirers. The seal of the Abyss Plane has been significantly reinforced, and there is no threat for the time being. This is the best time for you to cultivate and develop. And now you tell me you want to retire? LinYang remained silent, quietly watching him. Zhang Huanyun grew angrier as he spoke, pointing at Lung Yaozhu. Do you know that Blood One told me about you? If one day we can stabilize our relationship with the Abyss and no longer be invaded, the Blood God Legion will help you recover Shrek Academy. Now you want to retire. What do you want to do? Go recover the Academy? Just you alone? Don't think that during the war with the Abyss Plane, you could stop those Abyss Lords just with your own strength. That was with the help of the Blood God Array's plane power. Without the Blood God Array, you are just a limit Douluo. Lung Yaozhu reminded him. He can kill you in seconds. Before LinYang could speak, Zhang Huanyun's angry voice rose again. So what if you're a limit Douluo? Can one limit Douluo face those who destroyed Shrek Academy back then? The sky-soaring Douluo is dead. What can you do alone? Say it. If you want to retire, what exactly do you want to do? Zhang Huanyun's expression was one of frustration. My goal has been achieved, LinYang said coldly. I came to the Blood God Legion to become stronger. I am already a limit Douluo. Staying here cannot help me continue to improve my strength. Am I supposed to stay here to help the Blood God Legion fight against the Abyss? You're the only one who can truly weaken the Abyss Plane. Don't think that you can survive the Abyss Plane's dangers, only to end up dying at the hands of your own people. How can I rest assured? No, I want to allow you to retire. You cannot leave. This is an order, Zhang Huanyun said fiercely. LinYang shrugged indifferently. What kind of order is that? Can it really restrain me? Let him go. At that moment, Lung Yaozhu suddenly spoke up. Zhang Huanyun looked at Lung Yaozhu with an increasingly unfriendly gaze. Lung Yaozhu smiled lightly. He is no longer a fledgling. His wings have already hardened. If you don't let him venture out, how will he know how vast the sky outside is? Besides, with his current ability, self-preservation shouldn't be a big issue. However, LinYang, you can leave, but you must promise me a few things, okay? At that time, the Blood God Legion will continue to support you. Chapter 210 Requirements, Lung Yaozhu said in a deep voice. First, your current emotions are very wrong. This is not how you should be. Remember, as a man, you must not be afraid, no matter what happens. I can feel the fear in your heart. Only by staying calm can you solve the problem. What use is it to be more afraid? So, my first requirement is that no matter what happens, you must face it calmly and bring out your true abilities. I also believe that you have the capability to handle it. LinYang felt a chill in his heart, took a deep breath, and his emotions became much calmer compared to the initial confusion when he woke up. Lung Yaozhu continued. Second, you don't need to retire. This time away, I will treat it as an external mission. Your position in the Legion is still reserved for you. As long as I and Zhang Huanyun do not agree, you will always be a part of the Blood God Legion. This is my honor. LinYang nodded vigorously. Hearing this condition from Leng Yaozhu, Zhang Huanyun's expression finally softened a bit. Leng Yaozhu continued, third, because your identity is sensitive, although your strength is relatively strong, I will have some people accompany you this time. They will assist you. You can also try to prepare for the restoration of Shrek Academy, rather than just simply looking for someone. LinYang's eyes lit up. This was great news. The Blood God Legion is filled with elites. Even ordinary warriors have considerable strength. It was like being given a group of subordinates for free, who would also be the backbone of rebuilding Shrek Academy in the future. More importantly, these people were all his supporters. I understand. How many people are you planning to let me take? Leng Yaozhu glanced at Zhang Huanyun and said, 20. I will help you choose. All of them will be above the 6th ring. Thank you. LinYang was overjoyed. His strength alone was still too weak. If he could have 20 strong individuals above the 6th ring assisting him, it would be truly efficient. Without a doubt, the 6th ring soul masters Leng Yaozhu mentioned would definitely be 2-word battle armor masters. As LinYang left, Zhang Huanyun suddenly erupted, Blood One. How can you agree to let him go? This kid's mental state is obviously not right. He is currently our Legion's greatest treasure. What if something happens to him? Leng Yaozhu replied calmly. It's better to let him go than to block him. If you don't let him go, will he just stay? Can you watch him all the time, tying him to your waistband? With his strength, wouldn't it be easy for him to sneak away? That would be a real problem. After all, LinYang's strength is even stronger than ours. Don't worry. The Tang sect and the spirit transmission towers still exist and have not been destroyed. Zhang Huanyun said solemnly, but he may have to face the Holy Spirit Church and the Federation. As he spoke, his brow furrowed and his expression darkened. Leng Yaozhu smiled lightly. It's okay. Without experiencing storms, how can one see rainbows? Although it's still a bit early, letting him venture out is not a bad thing. And do you think Shrek Academy was really destroyed so completely? Although he has many enemies, there are also many who will stand by his side. Let's wait and see. In the battle against the Abyss Plane, this kid has already transformed into a dragon. It won't be so easy for him to perish. Zhang Huanyun reluctantly nodded. Then who do you plan to let him take with him? Leng Yaozhu smiled slightly. That is simple. Back in the barracks, LinYang sat cross-legged and focused inward. He quickly entered a meditative state, and his entire aura became stable. Upon introspection, he was immediately startled. His body's condition was much better than he had imagined. The first thing he saw was his 3 soul cores. These 3 cores had obviously expanded significantly compared to before. More strangely, they seemed to have undergone some essential changes. The surface of the soul cores was crystal clear, rhythmically alternating in contraction, adjusting the interaction of energy within him. As his consciousness sank into the soul cores, he silently felt the changes within them. LinYang soon discovered that the internal structure of the soul cores had undergone some changes. Deep within the cores, there was now a small vortex compared to before, significantly increasing the speed at which they absorbed external elemental energy. The soul core's ability to draw in external elemental energy would undoubtedly greatly enhance his perception of the outside world and increase his cultivation speed. Just as his thoughts shifted, an even more peculiar feeling emerged. LinYang was astonished to find that as his consciousness spread outward, everything around him suddenly became clear, even though his eyes were closed. His thoughts rapidly extended outward, revealing a colorful and bizarre world. As long as he focused and calmed his mind, he could even distinguish every tiny elemental particle, clearly sensing their presence and even their emotions, a phenomenon he had never experienced before. While LinYang was shocked, he carefully tried to use his emotions to influence these elemental particles. Immediately, these particles obediently gathered towards him under his mental control. In an instant, the colorful halo around him became denser, as if he had fallen into a joyful ocean of elements. All the unwillingness and sadness in his emotions seemed to be washed away by these elements, creating a sense of clarity and tranquility. At the same time, influenced by these elements, his thoughts expanded further. The distant mountains were clearly within sight, and his thoughts continued to extend until he felt a faint weakness near the mountain's edge. As he withdrew his consciousness, more elemental particles followed him back, various attributes of elemental energy returning to him, merging with his body in rhythm with his breathing. The glow of the soul cores flickered, filtering, absorbing, and adjusting these elemental energies, turning them into a part of LinYang's soul power. The battle against the Abyss Plane was undoubtedly very difficult and painful for Tang San, but similarly, the benefits it brought him were immense. Describing his current state as a complete transformation was not an exaggeration. With each breath, his soul power circulated naturally. While the speed seemed slow, the efficiency was much higher than before. His meridians and bones had now completely transformed into a colorful state, looking nothing like a human. The increase in strength was indeed felt, but now that he had experienced it, it was a strange sensation, as if his body had become larger than before. There was a feeling that all the forces of heaven and earth were united, as if he were the entire world. Chapter 2:11 Two people, are you Sima Jinchong? The Wind Blade Demon, Sima Jinchong? Aruhong patted his bald head and looked at the person beside him with great interest. After a fierce battle that day, the entire Blood God Legion was on high alert, and then the two of them were captured. Yes, as outsiders. It would be strange not to be suspected when suddenly appearing in the Blood God Legion's camp at such a time, especially after the situation where the evil Soul Master launched a sneak attack. Fortunately, they left a deep impression on the soldiers of the Blood God Legion during the Star-Do Battle Network Federation Challenge, and after verifying their identities, they're currently being kept in a semi-house arrest form within the Legion. It's me. Are you the Hercules? Sima Jinchong looked at Aruhong with a very interested expression. Although the two had never fought each other, they had shared common opponents. Their purpose for coming this time was quite similar. Both achieved impressive results in the Star-Do Battle Network Federation Challenge. Looking at each other, sparks inevitably flew in their eyes. Hello. Aruhong extended his right hand to Sima Jinchong. Sima Jinchong raised his hand to shake it without suspicion, but the moment their big hands clasped together, Sima Jinchong's expression changed. He considered his own strength to be quite exceptional, but after grasping Aruhong's hand, he realized what true strength was. His power was almost instantly shattered. His palm felt as if it was being kneaded like noodles in Aruhong's hand. Sima Jinchong's face turned ashen. Despicable. Aruhong released his hand and shrugged. Not that impressive. Sima Jinchong was furious. I specialize in sword techniques, unlike you barbarians who only have brute strength. Aruhong's eyes widened. Who are you calling a barbarian? You. Sima Jinchong suddenly stood up, but his face quickly showed a look of frustration. The reason was simple. Both he and Aruhong had something like armor on them, which served a simple purpose, to seal soul power. This soul power lock could not seal strength, but Sima Jinchong's cultivation was based on his martial soul. Now, he couldn't even unleash the dragon's slashing blade. Aruhong was different. In fact, he could easily break this soul power lock with his terrifying physical strength. In this world, there was practically nothing that could restrain him. Furious, Sima Jinchong saw Aruhong also stand up, towering over himself, with a malicious expression. His mouth twitched. Back in the Southern Legion, he had always bullied others. What did he fall to the level of being bullied? This was beyond frustrating. With fire in his eyes, Aruhong, you wait for me. If I regain my soul power, I will definitely make you unable to take care of yourself. Aruhong clenched his fist, finding it amusing that someone about to be incapacitated was threatening others. Just as he was grinning and approaching Sima Jinchong, the door to the confinement room suddenly opened. Two armed soldiers from the Blood God Legion stood coldly there. You two come out. Sima Jinchong and Aruhong exchanged glances, then each snorted angrily, turning their heads and striding out. Aruhong's shoulders sank, knocking Sima Jinchong aside and leading the way out first. Sima Jinchong was furious but had no choice. He followed behind, his face full of anger. Under the escort of the two soldiers, they were brought into an office. It's him. Upon seeing the person in the office, both of their expressions changed. With their cultivation, they certainly would not have been captured easily that day. Ordinary soldiers of the Blood God Legion were no match for them. Just as numerous soul guide devices surrounded them, a figure descended from the sky, illuminated by the bright light, and in just one glance, these two young prodigies were subdued. They clearly remembered that the elder who subdued them was a general with 3 gold stars on his shoulders. Wasn't it this person before them? Zhang Huanyan looked at the two exceptionally muscular guys in front of him with icy eyes. You are the Legion Commander Zhang, right? I am Sima Jinchong from the Southern Legion, under Commander Le. Sima Jinchong said loudly. Did I ask you to speak? Zhang Huanyan shot him a cold glance, and an invisible pressure descended on Sima Jinchong like a mountain, instantly causing him to struggle for breath and fall silent. Sima Jinchong felt very aggrieved. Before his soul power was sealed, he would have been able to resist, but now he could do nothing. Aruhong glanced at him, chuckled, but didn't speak. Do you know what crime you have committed? Zhang Huanyan said coldly. Sima Jinchong and Aruhong exchanged glances. Just as they were about to speak, they felt the pressure on them increase, rendering them unable to utter a word. Sima Jinchong was frustrated. You ask us questions, but don't allow us to speak. What kind of situation is this? Sure enough, Zhang Huanyun continued speaking to himself. You trespassed into the Blood God Legion's heavily guarded area. This legion is a base of the highest secrecy level. Anyone who intrudes without permission will be executed without mercy. All right, take them out and shoot them. What the hell? They only said a couple of sentences before deciding to execute them? Sima Jinchong and Aru Heng's eyes widened simultaneously, hardly believing their ears. Aru Heng struklet vigorosly, trying to break free from the soul power lock on him. But as soon as he made the move, Zhang Huanyun raised a hand, and a beam of light struck him. Aru Hong felt his entire body go numb, unable to exert any strength. 4 armed soldiers rushed in, 2 for each of them, dragging them out. Aru Hong and Sima Jinchong could distinctly sense the thick killing intent emanating from the 4 soldiers of the Blood God Legion, as palpable as a physical force. Are they really going to kill us? Aru Hong and Sima Jinchong, while shocked, felt a surge of fear. No one is unafraid of death. Perhaps on the battlefield, they could face death without fear. But to be inexplicably sentenced to death like this, what kind of situation is that? They had clearly come to find someone, and they even had a letter of introduction. Even if the Blood God Legion had suffered a great disaster before, it shouldn't indiscriminately kill people. This is simply treating lives as worthless. However, under Zhang Huanyun's pressure, they couldn't even defend themselves, let alone anything else. It felt like 10,000 horses were trampling through their hearts. The 2 were directly dragged into the snow outside. Chapter 2:12 Intimidation. The icy cold wind pierced through their bodies with a bone-chilling sensation. Sima Jincheng and Aru Hong finally began to panic. They wanted to struggle, but the soul power locks on their bodies, along with the power left on Aru Hong by the mirror Dalu, made it impossible for them to break free. The coldness in their hearts far exceeded that on their bodies, especially when they saw, in the snow, 2 black-level mechas waiting there, holding large soul-guiding cannons aimed at them. The 2 were dragged over and pressed against 2 metal pillars, which had locks that secured their bodies. The 2 black-level mechas raised their soul-guiding cannons simultaneously. The cannon barrels, much larger than their heads, pointed ominously at their heads. The feeling of impending death instantly elevated their fear to the extreme. Even though Aru Hong was a practitioner of the innate secret technique of the body sect, he could not possibly raise his defenses to the utmost at this moment when he was unable to use his powers and soul energy. If hit directly by the soul-guiding cannon, he would certainly die. How could this happen? No, don't kill me. Aru Heng sutendi sopted. Realizing he could still make a sound, Sima Jincheng roared in anger. You are playing with human lives. You have no right to kill me. I am a colonel of the Southern Legion. Prepare, target head. The soldiers completely ignored their hysterical shouts. One of them raised his right hand high, like the Grim Reaper's scythe. The soul-guiding cannons in the hands of the 2 black-level mechas visibly began to charge up, and faint light flickered inside the cannon barrels. Aru Hong refused to accept it. He never imagined that after enduring so many years of suffering and finally reaching this level, he would inexplicably die here. He was unwilling. Fire! The soldier suddenly swung down his right hand, and the soul-guiding cannons in the 2 black-level mechas erupted with a deafening roar. 2 dazzling beams shooting straight toward the heads of Aru Hong and Sima Jincheng. This was the high-explosive shell of the black-level mechas. Even a small mountain could be flattened in an instant, let alone 2 soul masters unable to mobilize their soul power. The sensation of death instantly filled their bodies, and Aru Hong and Sima Jincheng almost simultaneously let out a roar. Boom, boom, the ear-splitting sound of explosions rang out, and 2 explosions of light shot up into the sky. The thoughts of Aru Hong and Sima Jincheng froze instantly. Were they dead? Just like that? Their souls seemed to drift into another world, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, a voice filled with some anger suddenly rang out. Why execute the death penalty? Who are these 2? A voice? They could still hear a voice? Could it be that they were not dead yet? A thought almost simultaneously appeared in the minds of Aru Hong and Sima Jincheng, instinctively returning to consciousness. They clearly saw a red-haired woman in a general's uniform standing in front of them, scolding the soldiers. Report to the commander. It was the Legion commander who ordered the execution of the death penalty. These 2 are likely spies from the Holy Spirit Church, appearing in our Legion while we were resealing the Abyss Plain. They were captured by the Legion commander. The Legion commander said, better to kill the wrong person than to let one go, to prevent a repeat of the previous ambush by the Holy Spirit Church. I am not an evil soul master. Aru Hong and Sima Jincheng almost shouted in unison. Oh, the red-haired woman turned around, and Sima Jincheng and Aru Hong saw an extremely beautiful face. They had never seen this woman before, but they could clearly feel an indescribable sense of oppression from her, no less than that of the Legion commander who had sentenced them to death. Although they had learned a bit about the Blood God Legion before coming, the Blood God Legion was a top federal secret, and even their teachers and superiors were not fully aware of it. How could they possibly know too much? But at this moment, seeing two figures who were likely very close to being Limit Douluo left them in shock. Lung Yaozhu frowned slightly. You are not evil soul masters? How can you prove it? The human mindset is such that from the despair of death, a glimmer of hope suddenly appears. Even with the resolve of Eru Hung and Sima Jinsheng, they became incredibly fragile. Sima Jinsheng said urgently, I come from the Southern Legion. You can verify my identity with the Southern Legion commander, Angel Douluo, Your Excellency. I am indeed not a spy. I recently participated in the all-federal challenge of the Stardo Battle Network. Eru Hung also said, I am a member of the Body Sect, a disciple of the Body Douluo. How could I be an evil soul master? I practice the secret techniques of the Body Sect. You can check. I am completely different from those evil soul masters. Lung Yaozhu looked at the two, sighed lightly, and said, recently, the Legion has indeed been a bit jumpy. But we cannot play with human lives. All right, I will go coordinate with the Legion commander. Do not execute the death penalty for now. Wait for my return. After saying that, Lung Yaozhu walked away gracefully. Watching her leave, Eru Hung and Sima Jinsheng both breathed a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't die for the time being, and there was still a chance. But what they did not see was that after Lung Yaozhu left them, a smile had already appeared on her face. She indeed went directly to Zhang Huanyin's office, without knocking, and pushed the door open. Zhang Huanyin looked up at Lung Yaozhu, his face also beaming with a smile. On the screen beside him, Sima Jinsheng and Eru Hung were shown tied up in the snow. You really timed your move perfectly. Aren't you afraid these two little guys will wet their pants from fright? Zhang Huanyin laughed heartily. Lung Yaozhu chuckled. It wasn't me who issued the death penalty. In the future, they will only be grateful to me. You are the one playing the villain. Zhang Huanyin said irritably, clearly it was your bad idea, and I have to take the blame. You are really not straightforward. But was it really necessary to do this? Our reasoning is indeed a bit flimsy. The identities of these two little guys can be easily verified. Lung Yaozhu nodded. It is still necessary. Given their talents and their performances in the competition, which fully showcase their rebellious character, if we don't give them a bit of a setback, following LinYang in the future may not be a good thing. LinYang will undoubtedly be the leader of this generation, but a good man needs 3 helpers. It's not only his companions from Shrek Academy who can help him. He also needs some absolutely trustworthy and powerful partners. Chapter 213. The future the identities of these two individuals are trustworthy. At least they are not from the Federation. First, let us ward down their sharpness. After that, following LinYang, they can be better utilized for him. Zhang Huanyin deeply glanced at Lung Yaozhu. I was initially quite unconvinced. If it weren't for your spirit transmission tower encountering LinYang first, I might have brought him over to my side. It seems you've really put a lot of thought into this. You considered him thoroughly. Lung Yaozhu chuckled. You think too much. Regardless, he can't be taken away by you. Don't forget, besides being a disciple of the Silver Moon Douluo, he is also a disciple of the ancient East Wind. Moreover, long ago, he was already on the radar of the high ranks of the Tang sect, not just now. The moment he became the Sea God Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy, he became the heir of Shrek City. The 3 major powers all chose him at the same time. The enemy's surprise attack was indeed sudden. Both we and Shrek Academy were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. However, if they think they can uproot these 3 powers that have dominated the continent for thousands of years just like that, they're gravely mistaken. Shrek Academy did not counterattack immediately. They were accumulating strength while waiting for the emergence of the new generation of leaders. The Spirit Transmission Tower and Tang Sect are the same, and now, the timing has almost matured. The new generation of leaders will emerge and move forward through trials. In the future, he will certainly lead Shrek City to rebuild its glory, even surpassing the past. I have never believed that Shrek Academy would perish after a heavy blow. In my view, Shrek is just a phoenix in nirvana. When it rises again, it will only shine more brilliantly. Upon hearing Lung Yaozhu's words, Zhang Huanyin couldn't help but feel moved. Although he had never believed that Shrek Academy could be easily destroyed, he did not have the same level of confidence in Shrek as Lung Yaozhu did. Let's wait and see. You've decided to have the Blood God Legion stand by our side, and you 1T regret it. In the future, you will certainly rejoice in this decision. The glory of the Blood God Legion will inevitably become even more dazzling because of it. Zhang Huanyin gently nodded. If you had told me this a few days ago, I might have scoffed, But when I felt that little guy's spiritual power had already broken through to the extreme Douluo level, I had to acknowledge everything you said. However, the pressure he bears on his shoulders is indeed not small. The improvement of strength is certainly important, but we also need to pay attention to helping him with his mental fortitude. Yes, that is also what I'm worried about. But some things can only rely on oneself. I believe LinYang can do it. He is a prodigy born of destiny, not so easily defeated. Aruhong and Sima Jinsheng had already started shivering 2 hours ago. The normal temperature around the Blood God Legion camp was below -30 degrees. And when the biting cold wind blew, the perceived temperature would drop by another 20 degrees. If it were normal for them, this low temperature would be nothing. Their cultivation had long reached a realm where they were unaffected by cold or heat. However, now, their cultivation had been sealed, and they could only rely on their physical fitness. In this situation, enduring the cold for a long time would be unbearable, even for an Iron Man. The soldiers guarding them were fully armed, but they only wore light clothing. Since that middle-aged man went to plead for them, a full 6 hours had passed. Their eyebrows and beards were already covered in frost. If they were ordinary people, they would probably have frozen to death long ago. Even with their strong physical fitness, their faces had turned pale. Aruhong was slightly better off. After all, he was a strong practitioner of the body sect, and his physical fitness was robust enough. Sima Jinsheng, also a strong individual, was now struggling to cope. "Can we ask about our situation, Sima?" Jinsheng asked the soldier with a trembling voice. The soldier stood there like a statue, showing no reaction at all, completely ignoring them. Aruhong smiled bitterly. "Don't waste your effort. These guys are no different from robots. What sin have I committed to encounter this? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. It's all the teacher's fault. Where is LinYang anyway?" Sima Jinsheng rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid? You came here without contacting him. You deserve it." Aruhong angrily replied, "Am I stupid? Just like you, so clever. Did you contact him in advance? Aren't you the same as me? Who knows how cold it is? Anyway, I can still hold on. Damn it." Sima Jinsheng shouted angrily. "How much better can you be than me? If we were executed, wouldn't it be the same?" Aruhong's eyes turned, suddenly calling out to the soldier across from him. "Hey, do you know LinYang? My teacher sent me to find him. If not, could you bring him to me? I can prove my identity to him." The soldier remained unmoved, as if he had not heard his words at all. It was simply like playing the lute to a cow. Aruhong was furious. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and turned his head to look around. The Blood God Legion's camp was built on a peak, although it was vast. Compared to ordinary military camps, the barracks were much denser for better warmth and protection. Aruhong took a deep breath, his chest slowly swelling. After all, he was the most outstanding disciple of the body sect, and had practiced innate secret methods. As time passed, the restrictions that Zhang Huanyan had placed on him seemed to be loosening somewhat. As he took this deep breath, it was as if a whale was swallowing water, and his whole body seemed to swell up a bit. Sima Jinsheng immediately noticed something was off with him, but he didn't know what he was going to do. Just at that moment, Aruhong suddenly opened his mouth and shouted with all his might, "LinYang, save me." Although he could not mobilize his soul power at this moment, relying on his superhuman lung capacity, this roar was like thunder. Even the soldiers across from him instinctively took a step back in response to his booming voice. "LinYang, the body Douluo sent me to find you. Save me. Save me." Aruhong sotet frantically. Yes, LinYang should be in this camp. How did I not think of using this most clumsy, but potentially effective method to seek his help earlier? As long as he could come here and find me, he could naturally prove my identity. Waiting for others to save me is not as good as saving myself. Shut up. The soldier marched over. Chapter 214. Call for help. At this moment, Aruhong was completely disregarding everything else and continued to shout loudly. For a time, his rough and powerful voice echoed throughout the entire military camp. If it weren't for the plants supporting the mountains all around, this series of angry roars would likely have caused avalanches on the surrounding snow peaks. Seeing this, Sima Jinshao immediately followed suit without hesitation, shouting in the same manner as Aruhong, hoping that LinYang would hear and be more easily stirred. In the office, Lung Yaozhu chuckled. These two fools. It took them so long to think of such a simple method, but it's good that they finally came up with it. It saves me from having to use other methods. Zhang Huanyan laughed. Well, there's nothing to be done about being slow-witted. They deserve to freeze for 6 hours. Let LinYang be the good one. It seems like this rough plan might actually succeed. They were not at all worried that LinYang wouldn't be able to hear their voices. His spiritual cultivation had already broken through to the divine origin realm, and his spiritual power was constantly being projected outward, sensing the changes in the surrounding elemental energy. If his keen spiritual power couldn't even hear his own name, that would be too pathetic. LinYang was sitting in his room, reaching a state of deepening meditation. After this period of introspection, he had gained a preliminary grasp of his physical condition. The bones, meridians, and internal organs within LinYang had all transformed into colors. Even LinYang himself wasn't quite sure if he could still be considered human. This feeling was strange. After absorbing the elemental energy of heaven and earth into his body, it was not only absorbed by his soul core, but his flesh and blood could also absorb it. As the flesh contracted, this elemental energy would become a part of his vitality. LinYang knew that when a soul master's cultivation reached the Seven Rings realm, they were no longer purely human. The soul skills obtained by Seven Ring soul masters were all the same. The true body of the martial soul, which could maximize the display of their martial soul and greatly enhance its combat power. This is also why the Seven Rings are considered the dividing line between high-level and mid-level soul masters. The completion of the true body of the martial soul meant the fusion of the soul master with their martial soul, with the martial soul becoming an integral part of the soul master. Conversely, the soul master also became part of the martial soul, with no distinction between the two. If a 100,000-year soul beast chose to be reborn as a human, they would also have to reach this realm to truly be called human. This is the reason why. The title Douluo and limit Douluo are the remaining two thresholds. Becoming a limit Douluo is the first step to becoming a god. And a quasi-god can indeed be called a god, albeit with the suppression of the planes. At the same time, LinYang was also undergoing a transformation during this meditation, and his temperament changed somewhat. He was already quite handsome, but now his aura added a touch of masculinity and authority. With the presence of a strong person's dignity, he seemed to have aged a few years in an instant. Even sitting cross-legged, he exuded an air of unyielding authority. He was no longer just a boy or youth. At this moment, he seemed to have truly become an adult, a powerful adult soul master. LinYang, help me. At that moment, a voice suddenly appeared in his mind, causing LinYang's spiritual power to jump slightly. With his spiritual cultivation having entered the divine origin realm, he could sense the changes in elemental energies over a vast area, even feeling tidal fluctuations in the elemental energy that assisted his cultivation. He could also perceive various changes in breaths within this range. Of course, he would naturally filter out those meaningless fluctuations, only responding to those with extremely strong energy waves or those related to him, which would trigger his spiritual power. For example, his name. LinYang's spiritual power quickly located the direction from which the voice originated. His spiritual power acted like his eyes. Even though he had just broken through to the divine origin realm, he could see clearly, as if with eyes. That powerful wave of vitality. Could it be from someone in the body sect? What was going on? Why had he come? While surprised, LinYang quickly concentrated his spiritual power and transmitted his spiritual wave to Aruhang. Aruhang's mouth was blocked by a soul-guided ray gun, and Sima Jinchao was in the same situation, unable to make any sound. However, after shouting a couple of times, their stiff bodies had warmed up a bit. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang in Aruhang's mind. Wait for me. Huh? Aruhang was initially overjoyed because he immediately recognized that this was LinYang's voice, the very person he had come looking for. But then he was astonished. How could LinYang's voice appear deep in his mind like this? This wasn't something that could be achieved with mere sound waves. Was it spiritual power from the spirit domain realm? As a powerful figure of the body sect and the next successor to the sect leader, he could naturally discern how formidable LinYang's ability was. Despite this, he didn't consider the possibility of LinYang's spiritual power having reached the divine origin realm, as that was simply too unbelievable. Almost within a dozen breaths, a figure appeared like the wind. When Aruhang saw LinYang in a pristine military uniform with a general's star on his shoulder, he immediately felt tears welling up. They were saved. They were finally saved. LinYang was also taken aback when he saw Aruhang and Sima Jinchao tied to two metallic pillars. He was surprised because he clearly remembered that there were no metallic pillars in the camp. When had they been added? What are you all doing? LinYang instinctively looked at the soldiers nearby. The soldiers and mechas simultaneously saluted him. Greetings, Commander. Aruhang and Sima Jinchao were speechless as they observed the soldiers looking at LinYang with an intensity that could only be described as fervent. Indeed, almost every soldier of the Blood God Legion had witnessed how LinYang had turned the tide and saved the entire legion, sealing the Abyss Plain. Especially the scene where LinYang single-handedly held the line against countless foes which had long been deeply imprinted in their hearts, in their minds. This person was a legendary martial god. Not everyone understood that LinYang had borrowed the power of the plains at that time. Only the highest echelons of the Blood God Legion knew the secrets of the Blood God Array. They had appeared as spies during the Abyss Uprising. The commander had ordered the execution, but Commander Yue'er had intervened to plead for them. The soldiers briefly explained the situation. LinYang had a peculiar expression. When had Zhang Huanyun and Leng Yaozhu become so impulsive? Even if they were wary of evil soul masters, they couldn't possibly act so recklessly. Chapter 2:15 Threat. At this moment, the voice of Leng Yaozhu echoed in his mind. This is the guard I prepared for you. You tell them to plead for mercy and then come to Zhang Huanyun's office. LinYang, being exceptionally intelligent, immediately understood a part of it and hurriedly said, You too? Don't worry. I'll go check on the situation right away. Aru Hung, looking dejected, said, Brother, you have to be quick. I'm freezing to death here. All right, I'll go right away. As LinYang spoke, he took off his military jacket and draped it over Aru Hung. Aru Hung was instantly moved to the point of having red-rimmed eyes, while Sima Jinch beside him widened his eyes, seemingly asking, What about me? LinYang apologetically said to him, Sorry, I only have this one jacket, but I'll be back soon. Just wait. After saying this, he swiftly darted towards Zhang Huanyun's office. Haha, I am saved. Aru Hung laughed heartily, relieved that the life-and-death crisis was finally resolved. He believed that with LinYang stepping in, this was no problem at all. Sima Jinch, looking aggrieved, thought, Why is that? That guy is as strong as an ox, and I'm not as physically fit as him. I'm even colder. Why didn't he give me the jacket? Aru Hung glanced at him and smugly said, Did you see that? This is my brother's jacket, a general's uniform. Have you ever worn one? You big brother. Sima Jinch finally couldn't hold back and cursed at Aru Hung. But Aru Hung was feeling quite pleased. He was an orphan and had no big brother. Ah, this military uniform is really nice and warm. It feels good inside. Ha ha ha. LinYang had no idea that Aru Hung and Sima Jinch were at odds again. He had already arrived at Zhang Huanyun's office. You two, what's going on? LinYang couldn't help but ask. Leng Yaozhu smiled and said, They came during the Abyss riot the other day. At that time, they were captured as spies. Since you're going to leave, you need some reliable people by your side. These two are both rebellious types, and with this life-saving grace, they should be a bit more stable under your command. You don't need to ask too much. We've taken on the role of the bad guys. And you're the good guy here. Zhang Huanyun, it's your turn to step in. Zhang Huanyun chuckled, stood up, and said, Let's go. I'll accompany you. Saying that, he patted LinYang on the shoulder and led the way out. LinYang couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and warmth. How could he not understand that with the identities of these two generals, they wouldn't do such things unless it was for him? When the bickering Sima Jinch and Aru Hung saw Zhang Huanyun, who had 3 golden stars on his shoulders, they immediately fell silent, looking quite intimidated. Zhang Huanyun's face was grim as he coldly looked at them, and there was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. If LinYang didn't know this was all an act, he would have believed it. He thought to himself, could it be that this commander has also trained on Devil Island? This is practically top-tier acting. He knew the identities of Aru Hung and Sima Jinch and understood what kind of rebellious figures they were. Yet at this moment, both of them appeared utterly cowed in front of Zhang Huanyun, genuinely fearful of him. Zhang Huanyun coldly asked, LinYang, is this really sent by Le Jingyu? LinYang quickly nodded, It's true, Commander. I won't mistake it. Zhang Huanyun nodded. All right, then we'll temporarily lift his suspicion of being a spy. However, barging into the Blood God Legion camp is still a capital offense. For your sake, I can spare his life, but there must be punishment. Otherwise, how could the dignity of the Blood God be violated by just anyone? Aru Hung and Sima Jinch swallowed hard. Just anyone? Have we really fallen to that level? The two exchanged glances, their hostility fading and feeling a sense of shared fate. Put him down. Zhang Huanyun pointed at Sima Jinch. The soldiers immediately stepped forward and lowered him from the metal pillar. Then Zhang Huanyun looked at Aru Hung and said to LinYang, This person has nothing to do with you, right? Huh? LinYang was taken aback for a moment. He indeed had no relation with Aru Hung and didn't understand why the body Douluo would send him over. So he was momentarily stunned by Zhang Huanyun's question. Kill him. Zhang Huanyun waved his hand. The 2 black-grayed mechas almost without hesitation raised their soul-guided cannons, and with a roar, 2 shells flew towards Aru Hung. Show mercy. LinYang and Sima Jinch shouted almost in unison. The difference was that Sima Jinch couldn't move now, while LinYang flashed and stood in front of Aru Hung. Boom! Boom! The 2 shells exploded on LinYang, but a layer of blue halo naturally rose on the surface of his body. This blue halo looked faint, only becoming brighter when the two shells exploded against it. But it effortlessly blocked the two highly powerful high-explosive shells. These were the main weapons of the two black-rayed mechas. Even Zhang Huanyun's eyebrows twitched. LinYang didn't have such ability before. Even if he wanted to block these two shells, he would have to use his soul power. Aruhang was so shocked at that moment that he almost stopped breathing. What was happening? He hadn't even had a chance to argue back, and was almost killed. No matter how tough his personality was, cold sweat was now pouring down his back. LinYang, although you just made a great contribution, you still can't repeatedly defy military orders. Zhang Huanyun looked at LinYang with a calm, yet piercing gaze, the pressure of a limit law suddenly unleashing. LinYang quickly said, "Commander, please let me explain. I also know this Aruhang. He is a disciple of the body Dalu, the next generation body Dalu, definitely not an evil soul master. Please show mercy and at least investigate thoroughly before making a decision." The mirror Dalu's eyes lit up. Investigate thoroughly? I'm currently busy with internal checks in the Legion and can't keep up. You should know how dangerous the situation was that day. If it weren't for those evil soul masters infiltrating as spies, how could the Legion have suffered such heavy losses? Better to kill the wrong one than to let one go. I don't have time to investigate the details of some random person. LinYang found it hard to respond to this. In his impression, the greatest losses that day occurred before the Blood God formation was activated when the Abyss Passage suddenly opened, which was during the early phase of that battle. As for later, only Blood 9 almost died, and he had saved him. After that, it seemed there weren't any significant losses, right? Chapter 216, Blood Phoenix at this moment. He couldn't undermine Zhang Huanyun. He could only say, "Legion Commander, I can vouch for him. He is definitely not a spy. Please show some mercy. I am willing to exchange my merits to ensure his situation is investigated clearly." Zhang Huanyun looked at him coldly and snorted, "All right. Since you are willing to use your merits to offset this, then you will miss your chance to be promoted to Major General this time. These two can avoid the death penalty, but they cannot escape the punishment for trespassing into the Blood God Legion. Take them back to the confinement room first. We'll deal with them later." Sima Jinchao was dumbfounded. He initially thought this matter was settled, but it seemed there was still punishment to come. LinYang gave him a reassuring glance. As Aruhang passed by LinYang, he whispered, "Thank you." Although it was only 2 words, it was filled with emotion at that moment. If it weren't for LinYang, he would have already died. This was a life-saving grace. LinYang sighed softly and nodded gently at him. Aruhang and Sima Jinchao were taken away, and the killing intent on Zhang Huanyun dissipated naturally. He waved to LinYang, saying, "Go back and cultivate. When you leave, let them out. These 2 clueless kids won't become great without some polishing." LinYang was sweating. This kind of polishing was a bit extreme. It was not much different from the Devil Island. 7 days later, with a long whistle rising to the sky, LinYang finally finished his meditation and accumulation, successfully exiting seclusion. He didn't rush to leave. Instead, he spent another 10 days in the Legion's forge, creating all the metals he needed, including those for making mechas. For the mecha manufacturing, he made a request for the Legion's mecha engineers to create them for him, and he would come back to collect them later. As for the battle armor, he did not ask the Legion's mecha engineers to make it. He planned to remake his own 4-character battle armor using divine metal for heavenly forging. When making the battle armor, he had to be present to assist. Without him, it wouldn't be possible to manufacture. So, he simply carried the prepared metal with him, planning to manufacture the mecha when the time was right. When LinYang saw Aruhang and Sima Jinchao again, both had lost quite a bit of weight. It was no surprise. They were only given some vegetable soup to drink daily, with nothing solid. It would be strange if they didn't lose weight. Thus, when Aruhang saw LinYang again, he felt a strong urge to burst into tears. Zhang Huanyun had officially issued their punishment, to follow LinYang as guards for 3 years. At the same time, a remote-controlled bomb collar was placed around their necks. This device was the latest technology. Without a key or password, no one could remove it. If forcibly dismantled, it would explode immediately. Even someone with Aruhang's physique would not be able to withstand the level of explosion. LinYang was speechless. The Legion commander really put in a lot of effort to torment these 2. Besides them, several familiar faces left with LinYang. Tyrannosaurus, Soul Master Jiang Yue'er, Iron Blood Corps Commander Ma Shan, Hercules Soul Master Long Yue'er, and a mecha engineer Ling Yue'er. These individuals were all elites of the younger generation in the Blood God Legion, especially Ma Shan, although he hadn't broken through to the title Dalu level yet. With LinYang's help in forging, he had finally completed his 3-character battle armor, becoming an extreme power-type soul master and a main combat force in the Legion. More importantly, these individuals had the closest relationship with LinYang. The four of them, along with the Wind Blade Demon Sima Jinqiao and Hercules Eru Hung, form a lineup that could definitely be described as luxurious. Aside from LinYang, although there wasn't a single title Dalu among them, many of their cultivation levels were already on par with title Dalu. Additionally, there were 20 extra warriors from the Blood God Legion, all with Soul Emperor cultivation levels of 6 rings or above, and were 2-character battle armor masters. They were also all black-level mech engineers. This level of combat power, if placed in an ordinary legion, would represent a significant portion of the high-end combat strength. But now they were LinYang's team, named the Blood Phoenix Squad by Zhang Huanyun. Including LinYang himself, there were a total of 27 people. The 20 warriors had all been carefully selected by Leng Yaozhu. Aside from their individual combat abilities, each of their martial spirits were more or less related to wind and lightning elements. This meant that they would all be influenced by LinYang. As LinYang's partners, this influence would undoubtedly be positive. When LinYang saw 2 rows of black-level mechas standing neatly in front of him, waiting for the departure order, his eyes couldn't help but turn slightly red. For him, the Legion truly spared no effort. Although the core of the Blood God Legion still lay with the Blood God camp and the more than 20 title Dalu under Zhang Huanyun, those who were about to leave with him were all the future of the Legion. It could be said that Zhang Huanyun and Leng Yaozhu entrusted the future of the Blood God Legion to him. This bond of friendship needed no further words. With his right hand on his chest, LinYang respectfully saluted the 2 extreme Dalu in front of him. Zhang Huanyun, Leng Yaozhu, and the blood gods behind them also saluted in return. Originally, even many blood gods from the Blood God camp wanted to leave with LinYang, with Blood 9 and Blood 8 being the most emotional. Blood 9's life was essentially given by LinYang. However, the Abyss Passage needed someone to guard the Blood God array, and the Blood God camp could not leave easily. As a result, he had no choice but to stay. LinYang, take care. Great kindness needs no thanks. Once I have a successor, I will definitely join your Blood Phoenix squad. Blood 9 gave LinYang a big hug, his words filled with determination. LinYang nodded vigorously, always welcoming. 2. I promise you, as long as I'm alive, I will bring back as many people as I take away, LinYang said solemnly. Upon hearing his words, everyone in the Blood God Legion felt deeply moved, except for Eru Hung and Sima Jinqiao, who felt a bit nauseated. Who wants to come back? Who wants to come back? We don't want to. We never want to come to this damned place again, Leng Yaozhu said solemnly. The most important thing is for you to stay alive because your life no longer belongs to just you, it belongs to the entire Legion, and even to all of humanity. Do you understand? LinYang could be said to be humanity's artifact against the Abyss Plane, no matter what. He couldn't afford to have any accidents. I understand. I will take good care of myself. Leng Yaozhu nodded. Go, and may everything go smoothly. After LinYang performed another military salute, he turned and took off first, donning his battle armor, with dragon wings unfurling behind him, gliding towards the east. Chapter 217. The power of God behind him. The Wind Blade Demon Sima Jinqiao, the god of strength Eru Hung, as well as Ling Yue'er, Ma Shan, Jiang Yue'er, Long Yue'er, and 20 members of the Blood Phoenix team also soared into the air, chasing his figure as they flew away into the distance. Watching them leave, a faint smile appeared on Leng Yaozhu's face. Once you enter the storm, you become a dragon, LinYang. I wish you success. We can only help you onto the horse and send you on your way. How far you can go still depends on yourself. Zhang Huanyun sighed. I have to say, I really feel a bit reluctant. Leng Yaozhu chuckled. Are you reluctant to part with Lin? I suppose you're reluctant to let him take away so many elite members. Cough, cough. Zhang Huanyun felt a bit awkward. The sparkle in Leng Yaozhu's eyes flickered. The vast world of Douluo Continent belongs to these young people. It all depends on the brilliance he can unleash. Zhang Huanyun frowned slightly. You seem not worried at all. You should know how powerful the enemies he will face in the future are. Leng Yaozhu replied calmly. Without powerful opponents, how can he sharpen his edge? Besides, he has never fought alone. Do you really think that the Shrek Academy, which has stood strong for 20,000 years on the continent, can be shattered by just 2 god-killing grade, fixed soul-guided shells? Zhang Huanyun's expression shifted, as if he understood something. Let's go back. I need to further examine the seal. After this blow, I believe the Abyss Dimension will be honest for a while. That so-called Holy Monarch is probably quite injured. According to past experiences, it might even be hundreds of years before there are Abyss tides again. Yes, this time the Abyss suffered heavy losses. 2 seeds of the dimension were completely extinguished from the 108 layers, shaking their foundation. The number of Abyss Kings who died in this battle is even greater. Most of them perished while forcibly opening the passage. Although their lives can be revived through the condensation of Abyss energy, that still takes a long time. This blow to the Abyss Dimension can be said to be second only to the first invasion of the Abyss Dimension into the Douluo Continent. After that time, the Abyss Dimension did not appear in the Abyss Passage of the Douluo Continent for thousands of years. After this battle, the Blood God Legion can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Moreover, don't forget, the Blood God Legion can still enter the Abyss Dimension through the branch passages. The reason Lung Yaozhu agreed to let LinYang leave is also to prepare for truly solving the big problem of the Abyss Dimension in the future. LinYang needs more growth. Although he is now a limit Douluo, what they see in the eyes of these true powerhouses is more of his future potential. Given LinYang's current situation, once he grows to true God level in the future, he will pose the greatest threat to the Abyss Dimension. After all, he can truly destroy the Abyss. At that time, there will really be a possibility of solving the Abyss Dimension. It is not necessary to completely annihilate the Abyss. It is enough to make them actively sever the passage and drive them away completely. A heavy atmosphere permeated the grayish-white world, suffocating all Abyss creatures. In fact, this state has lasted for 3 Abyss days. Every layer of the Abyss Dimension trembled because their Abyss Lord, the holy monarch of a generation, also the master of the entire Abyss Dimension, was in a frenzy of rage. We actually failed. Despite such a huge cost, the Abyss's invasion of humanity still ended in failure, and they even failed to kill that existence which could threaten the very essence of the Abyss. When the Ant Emperor's Dimension Seed was completely devoured, causing that layer of the Abyss Dimension to collapse, the entire Abyss Dimension trembled. Twice. The complete disappearance of 2 Dimension Seeds instilled a strong sense of crisis among the Abyss Kings. They finally understood why the Holy Monarch was willing to go to such lengths to find that human and kill him. That human had already threatened the survival of the Abyss. The Holy Monarch sat on a high, massive chair, an aura that oppressed the world subtly radiating from him, causing the entire Abyss to tremble violently under his pressure. For this true master of the dimension, wanting to destroy any layer of the Abyss was merely a matter of raising his hand. The 108 layers of the Abyss were like the 108 components of his being, with the deepest layer being where his essence resided. At this moment, many Abyss Kings silently stood before him. Originally 107 figures excluding the Holy Monarch, now only 82 remained. Among them, the last time the Abyss Holy Monarch acted, the cost was equivalent to the energy sacrificed by 10 Abyss Kings, just to temporarily open the space passage. The Abyss Holy Monarch is indeed incredibly powerful, but that is only within the Abyss Dimension. When he forcibly intrudes into another dimension as the master of the dimension, he has to face the immense pressure generated by that entire dimension. The reason LinYang could absorb such vast heavenly and earthly primordial energy through the blood god formation to fight, and even not exceed his own limit, is precisely because the entire Douluo Continent dimension was protecting him at that time. Otherwise, even as a limit Douluo, how could he exert such great effect at that moment? However, under such painful losses in the Abyss, they still could not completely resolve LinYang, and even led to the injury of the Abyss Holy Monarch. This is unimaginable. The Abyss Holy Monarch has silently remained here for 3 Abyss days, and no one dared to make a sound at this time. Yet everyone could not help but feel a sense of sympathy for the fallen rabbit and the sad fox. Could it be that the human world, which was originally regarded by the Abyss as a piece of fat meat and a stepping stone for the Abyss to achieve the divine realm in the future, would really possess the power to destroy the Abyss? This is something they cannot accept, and even less willing to accept. God, that is the power of God, the power of a true God. The voice of the Abyss Holy Monarch seemed very calm, without any emotional release. But these simple words made the Abyss Kings breathe a sigh of relief. At least, the Holy Monarch had passed that period of contemplation. But is that really the power of God? How could there be a divine existence in that human world? God should be independent of all dimensions, a completely transcendent form, something all dimensions pursue. If the Abyss Holy Monarch wanted to become a god, he could have done so long ago. However, as the master of the dimension, he has many inherent advantages, but also faces significant disadvantages. Chapter 2:18. The Abyssal Lord with the cultivation of the Abyssal Saint Lord. Ascending to become a God King in the divine realm of his plane would not be a problem at all. This is absolute power. What he lacks is merely a position as a divine being. However, He must face a problem that no other beings aspiring to become gods encounter. He is the master of the plane. The so-called master of the plane is the core of the entire plane, ruling everything within it. If he wishes, he could even trigger the self-destruction of the entire plane, annihilating all abyssal beings. He possesses all the abilities of a ruler of this realm. Yet, precisely because he is the master of the plane, and because he is too powerful, he is completely integrated with the entire abyssal plane. In a certain sense, he is the abyssal plane, and the abyssal plane is him. This means that if he wants to become a god, he must transform the entire abyssal plane into a brand new divine realm. Not to mention whether it will clash with other existing divine realms. Just the energy required to promote a plane to a divine realm is unfathomable. Therefore, the only possibility for ascension lies in devouring the powers of other planes, using the life energy of beings from other planes to nourish himself, allowing the entire abyss to become strong enough to surpass other divine realms. For the abyssal emperors and lords, no matter how strong their cultivation is, they will be stuck below the god level. As long as the abyss cannot become a divine realm, they will forever have no hope of ascension. This is entirely different from the Douluo Continent. The Douluo Continent does not have a true plane seed. The power of the entire plane has transformed into various resources on the Douluo Continent, including martial souls, soul beasts, soul masters, humans, plants, oceans, mountains, and rivers. All of these are components of the plane's power of Douluo Continent. Any being that utilizes these resources to cultivate to the peak of humanity has a chance to impact the divine realm. But the premise is that the divine realm still exists. Originally radiating over the Douluo Continent, the divine realm first sealed all soul beasts, eliminating the possibility of animals becoming gods, and later, it quietly vanished long ago. This is the reason why no one has been able to become a god for the past 10,000 years. However, in fact, at least in human history, there have been more than one person who has become a divine being through cultivation. This is the difference between the two planes. The Abyssal Saint Lord has been searching for years for an opportunity to elevate the Abyssal Plane to a divine realm. After a long time, he finally found the Douluo Continent, a world full of life energy. However, he did not expect that an initial battle did not succeed. Now, he finds himself in an awkward position where he might be counterattacked by the Douluo Continent. Saint Lord, is that truly the power of a god? The Black Emperor asked in confusion. But hasn't the divine realm belonging to the Douluo Continent already disappeared? If they had not sensed that the divine realm radiating over the Douluo Continent had vanished, how would they dare to connect with the Douluo plane and attempt to invade the entire plane? Certainly, the divine realm would not interfere with the situations of lower planes. But when it comes to the invasion of one plane by another, especially involving planes belonging to the outer divine realm, the divine realm would definitely intervene. The abyss is strong, but compared to a true divine realm, it is nothing. The Saint Lord replied calmly, I am not sure, but the power they ultimately released is indeed pure divine-level power. Those two humans may not possess such divine power themselves, but they have the seeds of a god within them, forcibly unleashing divine strength with the power of the Douluo plane. Otherwise, how could they have repelled me? I never expected that there would be such power on the Douluo Continent. No wonder that little human was able to devour abyssal energy. There seems to be a divine shadow behind him, and that seed of life on him has also grown much stronger after this battle. If I can obtain it and devour it, then all the life energy of the beings on the Douluo Continent will be sacrificed to me, the abyss, during their withering process. In the end, this master of the plane, the Abyssal Saint Lord, was filled with excitement. Many abyssal emperors and lords were surprised at this moment. For the past few days, they had thought that the Saint Lord was in a state of extreme rage, but it seemed that this was not the case. The Abyssal Saint Lord coldly stated, after searching for so many years, I have finally found a shortcut that can truly elevate the abyss. How could I possibly give up? The greed of humans is endless, and there will be more places for our human allies to utilize. Contact them. This Saint Lord will personally express our sincerity to them. This time may seem like a failure, but in reality, the greatest gain for us is that we have found the existence of the seed of life on the Douluo Continent. Even if it ends up devouring all of you. So what? As long as I can ultimately devour it, then all the life energy of the Douluo Continent will become a part of the abyss. At that time, I will forcibly open the divine realm, allowing the entire abyss to ascend. Saint Lord is wise. Many abyssal emperors and lords simultaneously knelt on the ground and bowed respectfully. The Black Emperor lowered her head, her enchanting eyes flickering with a mysterious light, as if she was contemplating something. Soaring in the sky, the feeling of freedom is intoxicating. With the breakthrough to the ultimate Douluo cultivation and reaching the quasi-divine realm, coupled with his mental power entering the divine essence realm, LinYang feels this freedom in a much deeper way. In the air, it seems as if countless elemental attributes are surrounding his body, rejoicing and celebrating. The wind element supports his body, while the water and fire elements swirl around him. Light nourishes his body. All these sensations make LinYang's perception of the entire Douluo Continent change dramatically. Is this the true world of Douluo Continent? After being favored by the entire Douluo plane, the spirit domain realm naturally connects, and, at the same time, LinYang's perception of all external elemental forces has grown immensely, possessing an elemental affinity that other soul masters do not have. This is the plane's affinity for him, allowing him to absorb the world's elemental energy with greater ease. Feeling the various elemental attributes naturally traversing within his body and experiencing the joy of becoming one with heaven and earth, LinYang couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Jiang Mei 5th, watching LinYang flying ahead, couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. In the final battle, Jiang Mei 5th witnessed firsthand the majestic demeanor of LinYang. Although he relied on the power of the blood god array, he almost single-handedly suppressed the entire abyss. At least, that is how it appeared to him. Chapter 219. Hierarchy. Originally, because of Yue'er, the idea of a rival for LinYang in his heart had long since dissipated. How could there be competition when they were not even on the same level? With this thought, Jiang Yue'er glanced at Yue'er beside him. Aside from LinYang, Sima Jinchang, and Eru Heng, the others were all controlling their flights in black-level mechs. After all, without a cultivation level above 7 rings, wanting to fly for an extended period, even in battle armor, would still consume a significant amount of energy. The greatest advantage of mechs is that they do not consume the pilot's own strength. Yue'er's black-level mech was filled with a streamlined aesthetic. Compared to others, her newly crafted black-level mech looked delicate, standing at only about 7 meters tall, slender and elongated, much like her captivating figure. There were no external weapons on her mech, only a giant soul-guided firearm. This firearm was over 8 meters long, and even when carried on her black-level mech, it had to be angled slightly. The entire weapon was dark blue, adorned with numerous intricate runes. The barrel alone was over 3 meters long. While it was called a firearm, describing it as a cannon would be more accurate. Just by glancing at it, even Jiang Yue'er would feel a stinging sensation all over his body. At this moment, Yue'er, seated in her mech, was also gazing at LinYang ahead. Compared to Jiang Yue'er's feelings of defeat, her emotions were much more complex. Even she did not know why she insisted on joining LinYang's team during the internal selection. She told her father she wanted to see the outside world. But in reality, she certainly knew about Jiang Yue'er's feelings for her. Yet for anyone, the person they first laid eyes on seems to always be their first choice in their heart. Even knowing it was impossible, this budding girl still held onto a sense of persistence and unwillingness. He was a general, the captain of the Blood Phoenix team. She was merely his subordinate. It was fine to just observe his life. Eru Heng and Sima Jinchang felt differently from everyone else. When they eagerly followed LinYang out of the great snowy mountains, their first feeling was freedom. These two strong men, who were usually so formidable, felt an impulse to shed tears. Finally liberated, they had almost been inexplicably executed. For them, the Blood God Legion was like a living hell, and they never wanted to have any contact with that place again. Watching LinYang fly ahead, their hearts were filled with gratitude. If he hadn't arrived in time, they would have been in real danger. Besides their individual thoughts, for the other warriors of the Blood God Legion who joined LinYang this time in the Blood Phoenix team, most were around 30 years old, all top-tier elites. Leaving the Blood God Legion was more about novelty. Having not left the snowy mountains for so long, they had almost forgotten what the outside world was like. In fact, the choice to join the Blood Phoenix team was widespread throughout the Legion. Besides being willing to follow the hero Blood Phoenix, more importantly, they all wanted to see the world outside. Especially the younger ones felt this even more. Previously, they had borne heavy responsibilities, but who didn't want to see the outside world? Now that they could finally step out, how could they not be eager? As they flew forward, LinYang suddenly seemed to sense something and slowed down his speed. During the flight, to further feel the spiritual power of his divine origin realm, he fully opened his spiritual aura to sense further distances, constantly seeking his limits. Reaching a certain level of spiritual power is the best method of cultivation. Just now, LinYang suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of blood energy in his spiritual consciousness. What was that? Such a strong wave of blood energy even seemed to be above him. It was unimaginable. LinYang frowned, gazing into the distance. This blood energy wave was much stronger than his own, if it weren't for his powerful spiritual force. He might not have sensed it at all. What kind of strong person was this? In this distant western region of the continent, why would there be such a powerful existence? From a human perspective, this kind of blood energy fluctuation did not seem to belong to humans. Just like a Ruhang, the air of the body sacked beside him. His blood energy fluctuation was already at the peak among humans. And LinYang, with his divine-level physique, felt that for just that moment, even the combined power of him and a Ruhang could not compare to that presence. LinYang raised his hand, and the speed of the others flying behind him noticeably slowed. A Ruhang quickly flashed to LinYang's side. LinYang, what's wrong? LinYang pointed in the direction he sensed with his spiritual force. There seems to be a particularly strong presence over there. Should we avoid it or avoid what? Let's go take a look. Ruhang's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, he flew toward the direction LinYang pointed. He had been feeling pent-up energy from the Blood God Legion and wanted to find a strong opponent to vent it out. Originally, he had come to seek a spar with LinYang, but now that LinYang had just saved him and Sima Jinchong, he felt a bit embarrassed, and his mood hadn't calmed down yet. This sudden encounter with a strong opponent was just what he wanted. Ruhang, slow down. LinYang hurriedly flapped his wings to catch up. That vigorous blood energy was no ordinary thing. The others quickly followed. Just then, from the distance, where LinYang had sensed the blood energy fluctuation, a roar suddenly erupted. Roar, at the moment this roar sounded, it felt as though a primal giant beast was stretching its body. In the distance, a layer of dark golden light shimmered, even dimming the daylight slightly. Long Yue'er, seated in the mech cockpit, couldn't help but cover her red lips. Oh my god, what kind of existence is this? How could it release such a terrifying aura? Ruhang, flying at the front, also made an emergency stop in midair, his face turning somewhat grim. Just that roar had a feeling of shaking the heavens. How powerful must one be to reach such a level? LinYang stopped beside Ruhang, and for some reason, that roar and aura gave him a slightly familiar feeling. The blade demon Sima Jinchong came to LinYang's other side, murmuring, "Is it coming for us?" Chapter 220. Dark Golden Fearclaw Bear LinYang also showed a look of confusion in his eyes. They had just left the Blood God Legion, and the Blood God Legion was so secretive. Why had this inexplicable powerful figure appeared? Firstly, it was definitely not the breath of the abyss. Without passing through the abyss passage, such a powerful abyss creature could not exist. Secondly, it was certainly not an evil soul master. The strong blood energy fluctuation was so vigorous that it was almost tangible, like a small sun, filled with extreme masculine energy, which an evil soul master could not possibly possess. However, it was neither an evil soul master nor a powerful being from the abyss plane. It seemed that he had not provoked anyone. It was also impossible for the timing to be so precise. Could it be that this powerful figure was in seclusion here and had just come out? LinYang shook his head. Let's avoid it. He bore a heavy responsibility on his shoulders, and this inexplicable powerful figure was extremely terrifying. It was better to avoid trouble. However, some things cannot be avoided just because one wants to, just as LinYang planned to lead everyone in another direction to avoid the encounter. The powerful figure, emitting an extremely strong blood energy fluctuation, seemed to have noticed them as well. In almost an instant, the intense blood energy fluctuation rushed toward them at lightning speed. From the sky, one could even see a ball of intense, dark golden light shooting towards them. Is it really coming towards us? Ruhang raised an eyebrow. LinYang frowned, everyone be on guard. Without needing to say much, the warriors of the Blood God Legion were all experienced in battle. The 24 black-level mechas quickly dispersed, arranging themselves into the best formation according to their respective strengths. Half surrounding LinYang and the other two in the center. Yue'er naturally piloted his black-level mecha to block in front of Long Yue'er, who had taken down the giant soul-guided weapon from her back and rested it on her shoulder. The surface of the giant weapon flickered with a blue glow and emitted a faint buzzing sound. In front of Yue'er was Ma Shan, who held a pair of massive hammers in his black-level mecha, even larger than the pair LinYang had used before. They shimmered with a faint green light, which was not just for show. They emitted high-frequency oscillations. The terrifying power combined with the high-frequency vibrations meant that even a black-level mecha would not withstand a single hit. A faint smile appeared on LinYang's face as he spread his arms, radiating a heavy brilliance. A faint green glow emerged, and the 4-character battle armor enveloped him. The 4-character battle armor, having evolved due to his increased cultivation, shimmered with colors, instantly becoming the core of the entire Blood Phoenix team. Aruhong and Sima Jinsheng were right beside LinYang, and their feelings were the most pronounced. His aura. Aruhong and Sima Jinsheng couldn't help but feel astonished. The feeling emanating from LinYang was peculiar. It was not as intense as the blood energy fluctuation from afar, but what was terrifying was that if they did not look with their eyes, they might not even sense LinYang's presence. Unity of man and heaven? Is this the legendary feeling of unity of man and heaven? However, unity of man and heaven must be based on the premise of spiritual power in the spirit domain realm. Only those with exceptionally strong spiritual power and high cultivation could possibly achieve it. At least so far. Sima Jinsheng could only do it when he released his sword intent and sword aura, but he could never reach the level of ease with which LinYang entered that state. Sima Jinsheng and Aruhong exchanged glances, both seeing the confusion in each other's eyes. Before they could think too much, the dark golden light mass in the distance was getting closer. Suddenly, as if propelled by a cannon, the dark golden light burst into the air. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from the ground. From the sky, one could clearly see a patch of earth with a diameter of 100 meters sinking down, as if some terrifying force had trampled it. The dark golden silhouette quickly approached the group, stopping not far in front of them, revealing its true form. This dark golden figure was extremely robust. Aruhong was already quite sturdy, but this figure was at least 2 heads taller than Aruhong, and his physique was much more powerful. A faint dark golden hue covered his skin, and he wore only a tank top, exposing his muscular arms that resembled those of a mecha. His entire body radiated an enormous and surging blood energy fluctuation. His eyes, like copper bells, shone with fierce light. Even the presence of over 20 black-level mechas did not faze him in the slightest. His gaze swept over and landed on LinYang, and his eyes suddenly lit up. "You are LinYang." His voice was deep and resonant, conveying an indescribable sense of power. "I am. Who are you?" LinYang's spiritual power was incredibly sharp. He instantly sensed that this figure before him held no goodwill. "I am a bear lord. You may call me that. Kid, you may as well take your own life to avoid me making a move," the bear lord said boldly. Upon hearing this, before LinYang could speak, Aruhong beside him was already outraged. "What do you think you are? How dare you ask my brother to take his own life?" Aruhong was not known for his good temper, and given the pent-up frustration from recent times, he dashed forward despite knowing the opponent's extraordinary strength. The intense blood energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from Aruhong, and his body secret technique blossomed, under the watchful eyes of the members of the Blood Dragon team. Despite the short distance, Aruhong still pulled out a series of phantoms behind him. In almost an instant, his fist was already in front of the Bear Lord. The heavy force even tore through space, causing the surrounding air to twist violently. The corner of the Bear Lord's mouth revealed a hint of disdain as his left hand instantly rose, the palm transforming into dark gold. Bang! A muffled sound erupted from the Bear Lord's palm, and a strong airflow exploded instantly, with a faint blood-red halo spreading outward. LinYang and Sima Jinsheng's pupils contracted almost simultaneously as they clearly saw that Aruhong's powerful punch, which had such tremendous force, struck the Bear Lord's palm, but did not cause him to budge even slightly. It was as if he had struck an indestructible fortress, not making the Bear Lord change in the slightest. The Bear Lord's mouth curled into a cold smile, and his open palm suddenly closed, grabbing Aruhong's fist within his grasp. Then his 5 fingers suddenly tightened. Crack! The chilling sound echoed throughout the area. The mighty body that Aruhong had painstakingly trained for years was crushed under the Bear Lord's grasp, his right fist being crushed to pieces. Chapter 221. Xiong-jun, this was simply unimaginable. LinYang's gaze sharpened, and he reacted instantly, his wings flapping behind him as he shot forward like a meteor. His right hand gathered a blade of wind, stabbing towards Xiong-jun like lightning. Although he didn't know why the other party targeted him, he had no choice but to respond at this moment. With a flick of his left hand, Xiong-jun threw Aruhong away, sending him crashing towards Sima Jinsheng, who had just launched his attack at nearly the same time. His right hand, meanwhile, came directly at LinYang. It was only when facing Xiong-jun that LinYang could truly feel the terror of this opponent. On the surface, it appeared that Xiong-jun's palm strike had no unusual manifestations, but in reality, when the palm came before LinYang, He felt as if a great mountain was crashing down on him. In an instant, he found it hard to breathe, with no way to avoid it. Everything around seemed to be overshadowed by the might of this palm, as if it intended to crush him into powder. LinYang's gaze fixed. If this were in the past, he would have only thought of retreating. However, after his battle with the abyssal plane and his true breakthrough to the limit Douluo, he was no longer the LinYang of before. A passionate cry of the phoenix erupted from LinYang's mouth. The aura fluctuation from the Qingyuan statue fully activated. The soul core violently contracted, then released, then contracted again, and a powerful wave of soul power suddenly erupted from him. LinYang radiated an unimaginable aura of strength, with a massive Qingyuan statue appearing as if centered around his body. That passionate cry of the Qingyuan phoenix even made Xiongju's expression change slightly, despite his cultivation level. This cry of the Qingyuan phoenix seemed as if a true divine beast had descended, with an unmatched wave of soul power forcefully suppressing Xiongju's bloodline aura, causing his palm strike to slow down by half a beat. At that moment, LinYang's wind blade finally pierced through to Xiongju, ready to shatter him. The soul power and bloodline power that merged into one erupted in an instant, as if thousands of blue light shadows fused into this strike. The aura emanating from LinYang even made Xiongju's expression slightly change. He transformed his palm into a fist and roared. Boom! The terrifying energy wave wreaked havoc in the air. The explosion of energy resonated, and just as Sima Jincheng caught Ruheng, the two were sent flying dozens of meters away, witnessing the scene. LinYang's presence was filled with a domineering aura that they had never seen before, as if he were an eagle soaring in the sky, showing no sign of retreat regardless of how powerful the opponent was. In the midst of the booming sound, the Qingyuan statue soared high, appearing as though it had swallowed Xiongju. But in the next moment, the blue light shattered, revealing Xiongju's true form. Good. I didn't expect that in such a short time, you could actually take one of my punches. No wonder the boss told me to kill you as soon as possible. Indeed, there was a reason for it. Kid, you are now qualified to witness my true power. As he spoke, Xiongju's expression turned serious. His extremely robust arms suddenly shook, and dark golden blades instantly shot out from his fingertips, while his own aura surged wildly. His form rapidly enlarged, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a terrifying giant bear over 100 meters tall. His dark golden claws also grew with his body, ultimately extending over 30 meters. Looking at this form, even the formidable Ruheng, Sima Jincheng, Ma Shan, Jiang Yue'er, and others couldn't help but gasp. The figure before them gave the impression of a fearsome deity capable of tearing the sky apart and breaking the earth beneath. Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. LinYang almost blurted out. He finally understood why the aura of the other party felt so familiar. He had encountered the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear in the Spirit Ascension platform and obtained the right palm bone, greatly enhancing his strength, which he had eventually given to Yang Yinxia. Your martial soul is the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear? LinYang's voice was already filled with gravity. He obviously knew what the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear represented. In the teachings of Shrek Academy, this martial soul could rival a true dragon. However, in human history, there seemed to be no precedent for a soul master with the Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear, as this soul beast was simply too fierce. A 1,000-year level Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear could shred ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts. In the world of soul beasts, it absolutely stood at the very top. Martial soul, that's something for you humans. All humans should die. Xiongju had no intention of continuing the conversation with LinYang. His terrifying dark golden claws, over 30 meters long, suddenly split in the air and slashed horizontally. The claws truly seemed to tear the sky apart, and at the moment they separated, a terrifying light sliced across a radius of 500 meters, enveloping not only LinYang, Ruheng, and Sima Jincheng, but even the 24 black-grade mechas further away. The sky darkened, and at that moment, it felt as if doomsday had descended for the Blood Phoenix team. Limit Douluo. The thought suddenly appeared in LinYang's mind. Xiongju's strength was already comparable to that of a Limit Douluo. Moreover, he was a Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. Yes, he had just referred to you humans. And without a doubt, this individual was likely a tremendously powerful Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear soul beast. In this world, could there really be such a powerful soul beast? Moreover, he seemed to know about humans. These thoughts flashed through LinYang's mind in an instant. With his current cultivation level, even against a true god, LinYang was confident in holding his ground. Yet this individual, one of the 10 fierce beasts, was merely comparable to a limit Douluo. This was Xiong, the bear king of a generation, the king of the dark golden terror claw bear, one of the few remaining fierce beasts. When he truly displayed his terrifying power, just this one strike brought everyone to the brink of death, as if it were the end of the world. Taking a deep breath, LinYang's gaze suddenly became fixed. Although he didn't want to offend the Death Silver Dragon King, Yue'er, he could not retreat. As the core of the Blood Phoenix team, if he retreated now, everyone behind him would have to bear Xiong's strike, which seemed capable of tearing the sky apart. Even if he were to instantaneously retreat now, there was still a chance to avoid it. The 4-character battle armor on LinYang instantly erupted with a passionate cry of the phoenix, and a massive Qinghuan statue appeared behind him, radiating an incredibly dazzling light, transforming the entire world into a shade of blue. Chapter 222, The Power of Technology. Various elemental particles in the air were crazily gathering towards him. Even a true tidal Douluo seemed to be nothing more than this. Thousands of beams of light instantly burst forth. In that moment, LinYang's mind was filled only with the figure of the azure Luan in the sky, with no other existence. Each beam of light seemed to be a part of the azure Luan, accurately locating the traces left by the dark gold claws as they passed through the void, each strike precisely targeting the core, resilient area of the claws. The collision between the azure light and the dark gold claws, which seemed capable of tearing apart heaven and earth, resulted in a collapse. Yet those countless beams of light actually slowed down the descent of the dark gold claws. He was not fighting alone. A violent heartbeat sounded to LinYang's right. Aruheng's body had instantly expanded to 10 meters tall, and a thunderous heartbeat stirred his blood, causing faint blood flames to burn around him. This intense blood energy was akin to what a soul master would release when burning themselves. Aruheng understood that the figure before him was a formidable enemy, and he dared not hold back. His skin turned a reddish-golden hue, resembling a shooting star as he charged towards Xiong. At this moment, the wind blade demon Sima Jinsheng had also unleashed his dragon-slaying blade, with a mournful dragon's roar echoing through the sky. A massive evil dragon emerged, transforming amidst the wails into a sharpening stone for the dragon-slaying blade. With one sweep, heaven and earth opened up. The dragon-slaying blade swept through the sky, merging with the blade spirit with unmatched momentum. Sima Jinsheng's figure completely vanished, using his 7th soul skill, the body-slaying dragon, blade spirit, as prison. Simultaneously, the 24 mechs erupted with their attacks. All the melee mechs stood in front of the ranged mechs, consisting of half melee and half ranged attacks. Long Yushue's heavy, sniper, soul-guided cannon had already completed its positioning, with the dark blue glow on the over 8-meter-long massive, soul-guided weapon intensifying. Just as Xiong spread his dark gold claws to strike at them, this flashy weapon finally fired for the first time. A dark blue ray shot out silently, without a roar or any overwhelming presence. Despite its massive size, the ray that was ultimately emitted was only as thick as a finger. It was almost imperceptible if one did not look closely. The dark blue light flickered and was instantly at Xiong's chest. At this moment, Xiong stood over 100 meters tall, making him an immense target, not requiring precise aiming. When LinYang saw their attack, he merely deflected Xiong's dark gold claws slightly, which continued to converge inward as he sought to test their strength. The time LinYang bought was not wasted, allowing the 24 black-grade mechs ample time to retreat out of the attack range. Xiong did not pay much attention to this. His original target was only LinYang. As long as he dealt with LinYang, the other humans were meaningless to him. But at that moment, an inexplicable sting suddenly pierced his heart. Schultz Yunis gaze is sharpened, and a strong dark gold aura erupted from the dark gold fur on his skin. The strongest aspect of the dark gold claw bear was its defense and attack capabilities. Although it lacked long-range attacks, it could be considered the king of mid-range and close-range attacks. This Xiong had been one of the top 10 fierce beasts thousands of years ago, ranking very high. Among the soul beasts today, aside from the master, the only one who could truly make him submit was the top of the 10 fierce beasts. He had never cared much about human attacks. Even if a limit Douluo struck, it wouldn't be easy to injure him. A soft sound made Xiong's body tremble slightly, and his bare eyes widened in disbelief. The claws he had just struck with suddenly shook, and a terrifying surge of dark gold energy erupted like an exploding cloud, sending both Sima Jinsheng and Ruheng flying. At that moment, an abnormal change occurred. The dark gold claws Xiong had struck with transformed into a shockwave, seemingly launching them away. But in reality, it did not harm them. Xiong's eyes bulged, but his focus was not on LinYang. It was on Long Yue'er, who was shouldering a giant firearm and had just fired that dark blue ray. What was this? What kind of attack was this? A fear that had not appeared in his heart for many years arose before this human weapon he had originally dismissed. What on earth was it? Xiangjun was filled with confusion. He clearly felt no impact on his defense, yet the intense sting suddenly erupted within him. If his internal organs hadn't been cultivated to be as resilient as his external defenses, his body might have exploded from the inside. Even so, that unremarkable shot had truly injured him. If he hadn't instinctively shifted his heart's position within his body, it might have been pierced through. At that moment, the attacks from the other 11 ranged black-grade mechs erupted simultaneously. 2 massive boomerangs appeared, slicing through the air. The attacks from the other 10 ranged black-grade mechs were identical. 10 beams of crimson light shot towards Xiangjun in an instant. At this moment, Xiangjun's body was too large, and the speed of light was so fast that he could only release his defenses to the utmost. However, when those red lights struck him, a sensation similar to before occurred. He felt nothing on the surface, but his insides were filled with a series of booming sounds. Although the power of these red rays was much weaker compared to the previous strike, they truly harmed him. The intense burning sensation caused Xiangjun to let out a series of painful roars. Not to mention Xiangjun, even Aruheng and Sima Jincheng were stunned. What was happening? This figure before them was likely close to a limit Douluo. Yet, how could such an existence be pained by the attacks of black-grade mechs? It seemed he had suffered considerable harm. What kind of attack had the Blood God Legion's black-grade mechs unleashed? If they could injure a soul beast at the level of a limit Douluo, what happened to them? Chapter 223. Repulsion. Aruheng and Sima Jinchi felt the most profound impact, as they had almost been executed within the Blood God Legion. Although Aruheng prided himself on his robust physique, he was clearly still far from the Bear King before him. At this moment, even the Bear King was unable to cope with these ray attacks. What kind of formidable long-range assault was this? The Bear King's body shrank instantly, almost like a balloon that had been punctured. As an unparalleled fierce beast, his intelligence was not inferior to that of humans. When he was hurt by these soul-guided rays, his first thought was to minimize his body size. After shrinking, he would become a less obvious target. At least he could evade some attacks. Without even considering a direct attack on LinYang, the Bear King suddenly lunged at the one who inflicted the most damage on him, Long Yue'er. Upon closer inspection, one could see that blood was flowing from the Bear King's mouth, and this injury that caused him to spit blood was inflicted by Long Yue'er's massive, soul-guided weapon. The sudden change, while surprising to LinYang, did not take him long to react. With a loud cry, a resounding phoenix song erupted from LinYang's mouth. At the same time, his eyes suddenly became incredibly bright, with vertical pupils, and an invisible aura of majesty burst forth from him. The bloodline pressure of the divine beast Qingwan unleashed, and the surrounding space seemed to transform into a faint blue hue. The phantom of the Qingwan that appeared behind him also suddenly became solidified, its brilliant blue eyes glaring at the Bear King. Despite being extremely furious due to his injuries, the Bear King could not help but tremble all over when those blue eyes stared at him, even in such a state. The feeling was reminiscent of when their master had just emerged from the depths of the earth, almost compelling him to bow before LinYang. Coupled with the dragon god aura that had seemingly appeared not long ago, the Bear King felt a wave of fear wash over him. His rage diminished, and his movements slowed. Boom! A crimson gold figure suddenly crashed into the Bear King from his side. Aruheng and Sima Jinchi shared a common trait. They were both combative. Combatants also have another trait. They are rich in practical experience. Although they did not understand what had caused the Bear King to change, they obviously could not miss such an opportunity. With LinYang imposing his pressure, Aruheng directly collided with the Bear King, having already covered himself with battle armor. In terms of cultivation, Aruheng was already very close to the rank of title Dalu. With his battle armor and his innate secret technique from his own body sect, he could even contend with Super Dalu. This collision was extremely ferocious, and even with the Bear King's cultivation, he was knocked back several meters. At that moment, a dazzling blade light descended from the sky, directly above his head. Only then did the Bear King react, raising his right hand to grasp the massive dragon slaying blade. Clang! The dragon-slaying blade emitted a piercing dragon's lament, causing the Bear King to feel a wave of desolation surge into his mind. It felt as if countless giant dragons were falling before him, and all the resentment of the fallen dragons concentrated on him in that instant. Just then, the pressure suddenly intensified, and a blue light instantly spread, resembling a blue great road. As it passed by the Bear King, he felt an indescribable kingly pressure suddenly emerge, causing his own momentum to drain away. His body even momentarily stiffened. Then he saw LinYang, clad in blue helmet and armor, with phoenix wings spread behind him and a golden mask covering his handsome face. At that moment, LinYang's form seemed to have been infinitely magnified. In an instant, the dragon-slaying blade transformed into gold, and 9 giant dragons soared from its blade, painting the body of the wind blade demon Sima Jinshi in the same color. The Bear King, who had firmly grasped the dragon-slaying blade, suddenly found it slipping from his grip. Faced with what was likely a peak title level powerhouse, he dared not relax or hide his strength in any way. The dragon-slaying blade emitted an extremely joyful blade cry, and Sima Jinshi felt a tremendous pulling force emanating from the blade, instantly drawing him into it, entering the true form of his martial soul once again. But this time, it was no longer under his control. It occurred spontaneously. The dragon-slaying blade shook violently, and an unparalleled ferocity erupted from its body. Even with the Bear King's cultivation, he could no longer hold on to it. The dragon-slaying blade soared straight up into the air. The blade radiated golden light, and inscriptions appeared rapidly, as if unsealing. The Bear King's pupils constricted violently, and he let out a furious roar towards the sky. His dark golden fur stood on end. An unparalleled surge of energy erupted from him. The surrounding blue shattered suddenly, and the Bear King swung his dark golden claws simultaneously. Although they did not appear as magnificent as when he had been enlarged, the dark golden claws still carried the power to tear apart the heavens and earth. Ding, with a crisp sound, the golden lines slashed by the dragon-slaying blade collided with the Bear King's dark golden claws. The golden line shattered, but the Bear King was struck as if by lightning, his body shaking violently before transforming into a dark golden meteor, fleeing into the distance and disappearing in an instant. With LinYang's mental strength, he clearly saw that on the surface of the Bear King's incredibly sharp dark golden claws, a grain-sized dent had been created by the golden lines he had slashed. The dent was small, but it was a true dark golden claw. As for why the Bear King reacted so strongly, he could not know. The giant dragon shook and transformed back into human form. This was Sima Jinshi's first time using his martial soul's true form. The sensation was indeed wonderful. However, he was somewhat confused as to why, without any deliberate control. The martial soul's true form that appeared was directly in the shape of a giant dragon, rather than the dragon-slaying blade. LinYang looked at Aruheng. "Are you okay?" Aruheng shook his previously crushed fist that the Bear King had smashed, and surprisingly, it had healed completely. "I'm fine. My body is just durable." LinYang flicked his wrist, and the golden dragon-slaying blade flew out, its golden light retracting, revealing Sima Jinshi once again. However, at this moment, his expression had become exceptionally strange, looking at LinYang as if he'd seen a ghost. LinYang looked at him, equally puzzled, as he also did not understand why such a situation had occurred. Brimming with vigor after coming out of the Blood God Legion, they had hardly walked far before encountering such a powerful existence. Chapter 224. Latest technology. LinYang was not complacent about their victory over Xiangjun. On the contrary, he was filled with vigilance. There was no doubt that Xiangjun possessed the power to annihilate them. The main reason for their defeat was his lack of understanding of them. Aruheng and Sima Jinshi had used all their skills, and in the end, even Sima Jinshi's dragon-slaying blade had undergone an abnormal change. Yet they still couldn't truly harm Xiangjun. In this battle, it was not the three of them who were the strongest that changed the situation, but the shot from Long Yue'er. LinYang's expression remained unchanged as he pondered what the Silver Dragon King and Guyuna were trying to achieve. After exchanging glances, both of them finally focused on Long Yue'er. What kind of attack was that capable of injuring someone as defensively strong as Xiangjun? Let's land first and find a place to rest. Everyone needs to adjust their condition. Xiangjun might come back at any moment. Although I don't know why he wants to kill me, we must be prepared, LinYang said as he led everyone to the ground. He knew that his immediate priority was to understand the companions around him better. He had thought he knew them well. Aruheng and Sima Jinshi had once been his opponents. They had fought, and thus he understood their capabilities more than others, who were all his comrades in the Blood God Legion. However, it now seemed that his understanding was far from deep enough. He needed to know more. The members of the Blood Phoenix squad quickly constructed a defensive position, and various detection equipment and small radars were quickly set up. They completed the construction of a small camp with high quality and speed, watching over 20 black-level mechas set up the position in an orderly manner in just 10 minutes. Aruhung was somewhat okay, considering he didn't know much about the military. But Sima Jinqi's forehead was pulsating with veins. He had always believed that the Southern Legion was the strongest in the Federation, but compared to these super mechas, the gap was not trivial. In any army, which mech pilot capable of piloting super mechas wasn't considered a top-notch figure. The minimum rank to become a black-level mech pilot was a colonel, at least a regiment commander. But what about these pilots? The 24 black-level mechas made it seem as if these mech pilots were the most ordinary soldiers, working diligently, without complaint, fully executing LinYang's orders. Moreover, their quality was far beyond that of ordinary Legion black-level mech pilots. Not to mention the advanced nature of their mechas. Even the weapons they carried made Sima Jinqi, who had never used a mech, envious. It wasn't just Long Yushue's dark blue ray that injured Xiangjun. The red rays from other long-range mech pilots were the same. What kind of equipment was this? It was definitely not any standard equipment of the Federation. LinYang looked at Sima Jinqi. Was what we just did a martial soul fusion technique? Sima Jinqi was still eyeing those equipment when he heard LinYang's voice, turning back with a somewhat unpleasant expression. Of course it doesn't count. Have you ever seen a martial soul fusion technique that can be used involuntarily? Seeing Sima Jinqi's grim expression, LinYang shrugged helplessly. Well, it's not necessarily a bad thing, right? After all, we are friends. Sima Jinqi opened his mouth, wanting to say, "Who is friends with you? Who is friends with you?" But he couldn't bring himself to say it. After all, the person had just saved his life. Saying that would be too hurtful. Aruhung chuckled. Just accept it. It's not bad to be a knife for my brother from now on, since it's already like this. Sima Jinqi glared at him fiercely. Stop talking nonsense. We still have scores to settle from back then. Be careful, or I'll chop you down. Come on, come on. Aruhung raised his eyebrows, looking provocative. Yushue, what kind of firearm is that? LinYang pretended not to hear and directly looked at Long Yushue, who was resting not far away. At LinYang's request, she had already exited the black-level mech. His question immediately shifted the attention of Sima Jinqi and Aruhung, and their gazes fell on Long Yushue in unison. An attack that even Xiangjun couldn't block. No matter how arrogant they were, they wouldn't think they could withstand it. Their gazes involuntarily landed on Long Yushue. Has modern technology really developed to this extent? If even a limit Douluo can be easily wiped out by modern weapons, then what is the point of us Soul Masters training? Long Yushue said expressionlessly, "This is the latest technology researched by the Legion Research Institute. The firearm I use is called a heavy ion ray." Heavy ion ray? This was the first time they had heard this name. Long Yushue glanced at Aruhung and Sima Jinqi, then calmly said, "Legion secret. Outsiders can't hear it." The expressions of Sima Jinqi and Aruhung stiffened simultaneously. LinYang glanced at them and said, "Since they have now joined the Blood Dragon Squad, they should be considered part of our Legion. If it's not classified, can't we make an exception?" "Yes, yes. Beautiful lady, go ahead." Aruhung nodded repeatedly. Although Sima Jinqi maintained a cool demeanor, the hope in his eyes was unmissable. None of them wanted to face such an unstoppable, terrifying attack in the future. Long Yushue thought for a moment and said, "All right, anyway, you don't need to know the principle. The red ray used by comrades is called a proton ray gun. Proton rays themselves are a very special type of ray, with extremely strong penetrating power that can almost penetrate all energy and physical defenses. However, the power of the proton ray itself is not particularly great. It's like light, which poses no harm when it hits a person. But after we developed and researched the weapon within a certain distance, we use the proton ray as a bridge. When it penetrates the human body and reaches a certain depth, through this bridge, we ignite the proton ray directly deep inside the human body, thus generating strong destructive power. It creates cavities within the body, directly damaging internal organs. This technology is currently quite mature within the Legion. However, due to its excessive destructive power, it remains unique to the Legion. As for the heavy ion ray I use, it is still in the experimental stage. Simply put, it is an enhanced version of the proton ray. If the proton ray is like lighting a ray, then the heavy ion ray is equivalent to directly detonating a fixed artillery shell inside the object after entering it. Chapter 225. War. The issue with heavy ion beams and proton beams is that their attack range is relatively short. With current technology, they are only effective within 300 meters. Beyond 300 meters, it becomes impossible to precisely control the detonation inside the opponent's body. Long Yushue's explanation was somewhat complex. leaving our Ruheng and Sima Jinsheng a bit bewildered. It was LinYang who provided a simple summary, saying so, your long-range attack weapons have the characteristic of ignoring defenses and detonating internally. Long Yushua nodded, simplifying it to that, although in reality, it was much more complex. So just understand it this way. Ignoring defenses. That's quite ruthless. Sima Jinsheng couldn't help but ask, doesn't the mecha and battle armor block it? Long Yushua replied, for proton beams, battle armors of level 3 or above or red-grade mechas can block them, but prolonged hits may still lead to breakthroughs. As for heavy ion beams, among the known defenses, only the 4-character battle armor can block them. Of course, lower-level battle armors can also weaken their effects. But that guy just now didn't have any defensive weapons, so he was directly affected internally. However, his internal body must be very strong, otherwise, he would have exploded internally after being hit by the heavy ion beam. Gulp. Our Ruheng swallowed hard, feeling quite uneasy. His specialty was his body. As the future successor of the body sect, he usually didn't even want to use battle armor. Yet, this heavy ion beam seemed tailor-made for him. He had thought that after mastering the secret techniques of the body sect, he would be invulnerable, almost impossible to kill. Now it seemed that wasn't so secure after all. LinYang couldn't help but sigh. Modern technology was developing too quickly. These proton and heavy ion weapons were originally intended for the abyssal plane? Long Yushu nodded, explaining that the proton beam was already mature, and if the abyssal creatures really emerged one day, proton beam attacks would be launched against them. Proton beams consume a lot of energy and are most destructive to non-metallic armored creatures. They were originally developed for abyssal creatures. When targeting mechas, unless the hit happens to strike a critical point inside the mecha, their destructive power is not that strong. It wasn't until the heavy ion beam was developed that this problem began to be addressed. But currently, heavy ion weapons are still not very mature, and the one I have is already the smallest version available. I see. After hearing her explanation, our Ruheng and Sima Jinsheng finally felt a bit relieved. However, no matter what, since humanity has developed such weapons, these weapons will eventually be equipped in the military. The future development direction of the Soul Master profession seems to be focused on better controlling these modernized equipment. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Having gained a thorough understanding of his companion's abilities, LinYang felt a bit more secure. Although the previous situation was very dangerous, they had managed to fend off a limit dual-level powerhouse who was almost without battle armor. This meant they had the strength to fight against top powerhouses. Where do we go next? Our Ruheng asked. LinYang opened the electronic map, first checking their current location with the positioning system, then pointed in a direction, saying, let's first go to Mingdu. From Mingdu, we can take the soul-guided high-speed train into the interior. Although they had the identity of the Blood God Legion, the Legion was stationed in the snow mountains to defend against the abyssal plane. If so many black-grade mechas were flying in the sky every day, once they entered the vicinity of the city, they would inevitably be detected by radar, leading to many unnecessary troubles. Mingdu, the capital of the Douluo Federation. After the fall of Shrek City, it had become the largest city on the continent. Located in the west of the continent, it was a city resembling a forest of steel. LinYang had visited this city with his companions before. After a brief rest, the group set off again. Xiangjun did not appear before them again. It was unclear whether he was healing or had become afraid of them. Before entering the military radar detection range, they first took off their black-grade mechas and changed into more ordinary clothing, renting several off-road vehicles in a small town, then heading towards Mingdu. Their identity issues had long been resolved by the Legion. In fact, the Blood God Legion had annual retirement quotas, making it easy to resolve such identity matters. Aside from LinYang, the identities of the others did not require any disguise. It wasn't yet time for him to return to Shrek Academy. Sitting in the passenger seat, LinYang gazed out at the constantly passing scenery, but his mind was running at high speed. Leaving the Blood God Legion also meant losing his strongest protection, but his own strength was his greatest confidence. The attention on Shrek Academy was still focused on the Sea God Pavilion. In fact, his reputation on the Douluo Continent was even greater than on the Douluo Continent, especially since they had studied on Devil Island for that period. Wanting to restore Shrek could not rely solely on their strength. Now, even the Tang sect was still under suppression. The first thing he needed to do was unite all the forces that could be united. When he re-established the banner of Shrek Academy, at least it wouldn't be instantly overturned. The fatigue of the journey was nothing for these high-level soul masters. 2 days later, they finally arrived at the federal capital, Mingdu. Upon entering the range of Mingdu, the first thing they felt was the extreme modernization. Various soul-guided cars whizzed by on the streets. Tall buildings lined both sides of the street. The skyscrapers were magnificent. Occasionally, they could see mechas patrolling in the sky, creating stunning light effects. In fact, Mingdu had very good public safety. There was usually no need for patrols, and these mechas were more for display, to spark interest in military service among the younger generation. Ever since the re-election of the Federal Assembly and the Hawks gradually gaining the upper hand, the military's influence in the Federation had significantly increased. Or seemed to be on the verge of breaking out at any moment. Although LinYang had been with the Blood God Legion, he had been studying the current situation of the Federation before setting off and during the journey. The Federation's current status was heavily emphasizing negative reports about the Douluo Continent and the Douluo Continent. They were even digging up events from thousands of years ago. Undoubtedly, this was a way to guide public sentiment against the Douluo Continent and the Douluo Continent. It seemed that war was truly imminent, an attack on the other two continents to gain more resources for technological development. Chapter 226 Development LinYang was absolutely disgusted by war. But he had to admit that for him, if war really broke out, it might be an opportunity. The three continents were far apart, and if the Douluo Federation wanted to wage war on the other two continents, it would inevitably require a long-distance expedition. Even though soul-guided aircraft had already been developed, relying solely on air superiority wouldn't solve the combat issues. Moreover, even if the Douluo Empire and the Douluo Empire were not as strong as the Federation, they wouldn't be too far behind. Once the war began, it wouldn't be a problem that could be resolved in a short time. This would inevitably weaken the military power within the Douluo Federation, and even major factions would be involved in the war, thus reaping greater benefits in the future. What is war for? It's merely for profit. The Douluo Federation's various resources were gradually depleting. If it weren't for the rich resources of the Douluo Continent and the Douluo Continent, how could they be so bold as to initiate war? Since there are benefits, how could those powerful families and factions just stand by? Especially for the transmission spirit tower, which already spans across 3 continents. It was even more so. To enhance combat power, the business of the Ascension platform would inevitably become better, and soul beasts would only be sold for higher prices. Not to mention the considerable number of soul masters controlled by the transmission spirit tower. Recently, another piece of news that attracted LinYang was that the transmission spirit tower seemed to have developed artificial 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts. Especially the successful development of the 10,000-year soul beasts brought a qualitative leap in the status of the transmission spirit tower on the continent. A 10,000-year soul beast means a qualitative leap in the strength of soul masters, while also lowering the overall requirements for mental power. After all, a 10,000-year soul beast can provide a soul master with up to 4 soul skills, which means less absorption of soul beasts. Of course, it is said that the price of 10,000-year soul beasts is also quite high. Since they were launched at a higher level, the transmission spirit tower has made a fortune, and they have even actively lowered the price of the newly developed 1,000-year soul beasts, leading to a booming business. Describing their wealth as rivaling nations is not an exaggeration. It is said that a tree that stands out in the forest will be blown down by the wind, but from the current situation of the transmission spirit tower, it seems that there is no such problem at all. They have even become the major financial backer behind the current military hawks. All this information was what LinYang had summarized over the past few days. Without a doubt, the destruction of Shrek Academy and the decline of the Tang sect benefited the Federation the most, followed by the Transmission Spirit Tower. Now, the Transmission Spirit Tower has already become the #1 power on the continent, in fact. Of course, originally he was 2, but at that time, there were at least the Transcendent Shrek Academy and the Tang sect to constrain them. Now, with that constraint gone, the Transmission Spirit Tower could naturally plunder wealth without restraint and do whatever they wanted. Thinking of this, a name naturally appeared in LinYang's mind, the Holy Spirit Cult. Since the first encounter with evil soul masters, he had dealt with them many times. The impression that evil soul masters left on him, besides being cruel, vicious, and evil, was also one of mystery. Yes, even now, whether it was he or other continental powers, almost no one knew where these evil soul masters came from, where they were, or how their organization existed. No one knew, not even a tiny bit of information. This led to them being able to appear at any corner of the continent at any time. Even the recent Abyssal Plane riot was related to them. It was simply insane. If the Abyssal Plane invades, it is hard to imagine how many lives would be lost. However, the Holy Spirit Cult did this without any humanity. If there were really great suffering, what benefit would it bring them? The Holy Spirit Cult was undoubtedly his #1 enemy to deal with. Although he also had some doubts about the Transmission Spirit Tower, at least so far, There was no concrete evidence that could prove the transmission spirit tower's involvement in that massive explosion. Understanding the Holy Spirit cult was the first thing he needed to do next. The most terrifying aspect of the Holy Spirit cult was not their overall strength, but their concealment and sense of mystery. The mysterious Holy Spirit cult was the most frightening. When you do not understand your enemy, they can appear before you at any time, becoming the most terrifying foe. Just like this time, if it weren't for Blood 9 burning his life flame and the Blood God Legion reacting quickly, that ambush could have caused a massive disaster. But how to understand the Holy Spirit cult? These evil soul masters were not only powerful, though it was also completely different from that of ordinary people. Based on the information currently known, even if they captured any evil soul master, what they basically got were corpses, as they had various secret techniques to end their own lives. Thinking of this, LinYang couldn't help but frown. There was still a lot he needed to understand. Since the enemy was in the dark, he also couldn't expose himself too early. Or, his eyes narrowed slightly, and some ideas began to form in LinYang's mind. Upon entering the urban area of Ming City, he needed to find a place to settle down first. Before heading inland, LinYang also wanted to understand the general situation in the capital, especially after the changes in the Federation's higher-ups. However, when he was preparing to find a place to stay, he suddenly discovered a problem. "Do you have any money?" LinYang awkwardly asked Aru Hung in the back seat. "Money? What for?" Aru Hung scratched his bald head. LinYang turned his gaze to Sima Jinch, who replied, "I have a few thousand left." LinYang's mouth twitched. It seemed that his cash wasn't much either. He had overlooked such an important issue. If it was just the three of them, it wouldn't matter. A few thousand would be enough for them to head inland. But they had 27 people in total, and everyone needed food and resources, which all required money. Moreover, it was certainly not a small amount. Whatever they did, they first needed to solve the economic issue, including the future reconstruction of Shrek Academy, which would also require a large amount of money. This was no small matter. Rubbing his temples, LinYang had always known that rebuilding Shrek would bring many pressures and problems. But he didn't expect that the first issue he would face would be the pressure from finances. After finding a relatively ordinary hotel to stay in, LinYang realized that his estimated expenses needed to be increased. They were all cultivators in their prime and their appetite. He finally understood the expressions of his companions when they saw him eat back then. He needed to make money. Chapter 227. Vice Captain Making Money? How to make money. The first thing that came to LinYang's mind was forging. As a divine craftsman, nothing makes money faster than this. However, forging might expose his identity. After all, the Saint Craftsman at such a young age. Wait a minute, young? LinYang's eyes suddenly lit up. He had been training in the Blood God Legion recently and had forgotten about his own strengths. LinYang called Sima Jinchang, Aru Hung, Ma Shan, Jiang Yue'er, Long Yue'er, and Ling Yue'er to his room. "I need to go out for a while. Our group's goal is quite clear, so try not to go out and wait for me in the hotel. When I'm not around, who will be in charge?" LinYang's gaze swept over the faces of those present, feeling a bit troubled. It was undeniable that Aru Hung and Sima Jinchang were the strongest, but neither was good at commanding, and they looked down on each other. Letting them take charge was definitely not a good idea. It would be hard not to cause trouble. Ma Shan seemed like a suitable candidate, but Aru Hung and Sima Jinchang were much stronger than him. Will they accept him? Who will be in charge? Ling Yue'er asked with a slight smile, clearly noticing LinYang's dilemma. "LinYang nodet. Our Blood Phoenix team still needs a vice captain. When I'm not here, the vice captain will command. That's why I called you here, to ask who is willing to take on this responsibility." Ling Yue'er shrugged. "It won't be me." Jiang Yue'er glanced at Ma Shan, and as Ma Shan's subordinate, he immediately shook his head without hesitation. Aru Hung turned to Sima Jinchang, and sparks seemed to fly between the two of them, as if they were about to fight at any moment. Ma Shan looked troubled. With these two unruly men, he doubted he could keep them in check without LinYang. He simply didn't have the strength. "I'll do it." At that moment, a voice no one expected rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Long Yue'er looked calmly at LinYang. "When you're not here, I'll be in charge. I'll take on the role of vice captain. You?" Jiang Yue'er looked at Long Yue'er in surprise. Long Yue'er shot him a glance. "Do you have an opinion?" Jiang Yue'er quickly shook his head. Ling Yue'er laughed. "Sister Yue'er is in charge? That's good, that's good." Ma Shan revealed a slight smile, but remained silent. Long Yue'er's gaze finally landed on Aru Hung and Sima Jinchang. The two muscular men, who were just about to clash, shivered in unison, as images of the heavy ion ray affecting Xiong Jun flashed through their minds. "That thing really is terrifying. You have no objections, right?" Long Yue'er asked lightly. Sima Jinchang, who had never been good at commanding, nodded. Aru Hung shrugged. "I don't mind." "Okay, then it's settled. Is that all right?" The last 3 words were directed at LinYang. LinYang looked at Long Yue'er in surprise. He hadn't expected his trouble to be resolved so easily by her, and he couldn't help but look at her with newfound respect. Long Yue'er said to LinYang, "If there are no issues, you can go do what you need to do. Do you need anyone to accompany you?" LinYang shook his head. "Not for now. I'm just going to gather some information. I will be back soon. Keep everyone in the hotel and try not to gather together. Just wait silently for my return." "Okay." Long Yue'er didn't say more, just agreed. Ling Yue'er chuckled. "Captain, looks like you have a good steward now." LinYang looked at Long Yue'er, who was gazing intently at him. He wanted to say thank you, but for some reason, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Everyone dispersed, leaving only Long Yue'er behind. "Contact us anytime if you need anything. One more thing I need to remind you. Everyone from the Blood God Legion is versatile, not just in combat, but also highly skilled in various fields. If you need everyone to do something, I suggest you let them split up early to do it. Staying together with nothing to do is a waste of resources," Long Yue'er said to LinYang. LinYang nodded. "What you said makes sense. I'm also considering this matter." "Yue'er, thank you." Long Yue'er shook her head. "I'm your subordinate now. This is what I should do. No need to thank me. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." As he watched her back disappear, LinYang felt a warmth in his heart. He realized that there were still people sincerely helping him by his side. After leaving LinYang's room, Long Yue'er's delicate face revealed a hint of melancholy. Her personality ultimately decided that she had to do this. Even knowing it was impossible, once something was decided, it had to be followed through. Given the best choice, she wouldn't choose a lesser one. This stubbornness might be like her father's. At least for now, she was by his side. Perhaps, one day. Half an hour later, when LinYang quietly left the hotel, he had completely changed his appearance. Now, he looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s, rather plain in appearance. His stature was also half a head shorter than his original self, appearing quite robust. In such a guise, it would be hard to notice him in a crowd. This was the disguise technique from Demon Island. It should be noted that the skills and tricks learned from Demon Island could even change the color of soul rings, let alone appearances. After leaving the hotel, LinYang didn't head directly to the Forgemaster Association, but instead got into a soul guide taxi and gave the address. The taxi drove smoothly, and about half an hour later, they arrived at the destination. LinYang got out of the car and looked up at the shop in front of him. Tang, a name that couldn't be more ordinary. The cross symbol above indicated that it was a pharmacy. The pharmacy was of medium size, neither too large nor too small. Everything was not particularly eye-catching. LinYang pushed the door open and entered. There were not many customers in the store at the moment, and only 3 or 4 staff members were present. Various commonly used medications were displayed on the shelves. LinYang strolled through the aisles, quickly selecting a few types of medicine and heading to the checkout counter. The staff member responsible for checking out glanced at the medications LinYang brought and changed his expression slightly, looking up at him in surprise. "Sir, the medications you've purchased are not for a single ailment. Is that all right?" LinYang smiled slightly and replied, "I'm not buying the medicine to treat an illness. I'm just buying it to eat." Chapter 228. The Federation. The staff quickly replied, "Medicine is poison in 3 parts. How can it be used as food?" LinYang said, "It's okay, I have good appetite." The staff nodded and said, "Please follow me. Let our attending physician take a look at you." The conversation between the two sounded like a mismatch, but in fact, it was a series of coded messages. From the moment LinYang started taking these medications, everything was a code. LinYang followed the staff through a door next to them. The staff remained silent and directly took him to the 2nd floor. The elevator on the 2nd floor only had buttons for the 2nd and 3rd floors. However, the staff quickly knocked on the metal wall on one side of the elevator, rhythmically tapping dozens of times. Soon, an option for negative 2nd floor appeared on the electronic screen above. The elevator descended and the doors opened. The staff made a gesture for him to enter first and then walked out ahead. Although it was the underground 2nd floor, the lighting was very bright. They walked through a passage to a spacious basement. Many people inside were busy assembling something. With LinYang's keen eye, he could see that they were assembling advanced mecha parts, as well as some core equipment. Without asking much, he kept silent, under the guidance of the staff. He entered a room. Inside the room was a middle-aged man who, like LinYang at that moment, looked rather unremarkable. "Which of the 7 monsters of the Tang sect are you?" LinYang smiled slightly and took out an item from his pocket, handing it over as a sign of respect. The original 7 monsters of Shrek founded the Tang sect. But the founder was not the leader of the 7 monsters at that time, but the 3rd-ranking member, Tang San, the ancestor of the Tang sect. Before the ruthless Douluo Continent left the Blood God Legion, he gave LinYang some items, which were all hidden outposts of the Tang sect on the continent. Each outpost had a different code, and they didn't even know of each other's existence. Only the true upper echelons of the Tang sect knew exactly where they were located. The token LinYang held in his hand belonged to the Douluo Palace. The token was a small diamond-shaped plaque, one side engraved with the words Tang San, and the other side carved with Tang sect. Tang sect, Tang San. The man took the token, glanced at it, immediately stood up, his eyes filled with surprise, and then walked over to an instrument nearby to insert the token. Soon, a layer of light curtain appeared, with the words ruthless yet affectionate. The ruthless is originally a lover. 2 lines of text flashed 7 times on a long sword within the light curtain. After taking out the token, the man's gaze towards LinYang changed completely, respectfully saying, Tang sect, Mingdu branch director Ji Qi, greeting the envoy. The token given to LinYang by the ruthless Dalu was the highest level token of the Douluo Palace. With this token, he had the authority to mobilize all resources of the Tang sect. Even this director had never seen such a high-level existence before. Since the Tang sect headquarters was bombarded by a divine-level fixed soul guide shell, it had been in a low-profile, silent state, with all major branches publicly retracting. Even so, it faced numerous oppressions. At this moment, LinYang appeared holding the highest-level token, bringing nothing but surprise to this branch director. LinYang looked up and down at Ji Qi, who was tall, fair-skinned, slightly plump, and looked very honest when smiling, giving off an impression of being harmless. Hello. No need to be polite. I need to understand the current situation in Mingdu, especially the situation after the changes in the federal high level. Do you have a detailed list here? LinYang took back the token and asked. Yes, please wait a moment. Ji Qi was very efficient, and soon a list appeared in front of LinYang. The Federal Council decides on all matters of the Federation, with the Speaker being the highest authority. However, even the Speaker is subject to the overall constraints of the Council. On the surface, it seems to be a very fair power structure, but in reality, there are many dirty dealings within the Federation. Many council seats are controlled by major forces. Ji Qi explained to LinYang, since the unification of the continent 10,000 years ago, renamed as the Douluo Federation, this council responsibility system has been implemented. At first, it did promote significant development for the Federation, but as time passed, with various interests exchanged, major forces began to infiltrate the council. The original fairness and justice quietly changed behind the scenes. Now, the final decisions in the Federation have long been unrelated to public voting. It completely depends on which side controls more seats. After the explosion in Shrek City, the Federation was greatly affected, and the council was even temporarily dismissed. The Speaker at that time resigned in shame. Currently, more than 2/3 of the council members of this generation have been re-elected. This is also a major reshuffling of powers. LinYang interrupted. Ji Brother, I am not too familiar with the composition of the council. Could you provide a more detailed introduction, including the differences among the various factions? Ji Qi nodded and said, the Federal Council has a total of 231 seats, meaning 231 members. This was determined after several adjustments. Each member is elected from different regions. Some large cities will inevitably have members, even more than one, while smaller cities may not. These 231 members make up the entire Federal Council, from which 42 members of the Presidium are elected. The Presidium members decide the daily affairs of the Federation. They can also be considered as executive members. These 42 Presidium members include 1 Speaker, 15 Vice Speakers, and 26 committee members. They are the highest authority in the Federation. LinYang was surprised. So many Vice Speakers? Ji Qi nodded. This is unavoidable. It's essential to balance the major powers. Organizations like the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Battle God Hall already have a permanent Vice Speaker position. Originally, our Tang sect and Shrek Academy also had one. However, Shrek Academy gave up this permanent Vice Speaker position about 6,000 years ago, maintaining absolute neutrality. Our Tang sect's permanent Vice Speaker position has been abolished in this council restructuring. Saying this, his expression became somewhat indignant. The 231 members, including the 42 Presidium members, constitute the highest authority in the Federation. LinYang silently noted this in his heart. Chapter 229 Factions. Ji Qi continued. All along, the Federal Parliament has mainly been divided into 2 factions, the Hawks and the Doves, with a smaller number of moderates. However, the moderates are relatively few, with only about 20 members, and they have little influence in many decisive matters. Especially after Shrek Academy exited the moderates became leaderless, and their voice became even weaker. The Hawks are relatively radical and strong in their governance policies and are pro-war in foreign policy. In contrast, The doves lean towards a more moderate and conservative governance approach, focusing on the bigger picture and opposing combat. They even have a resistant attitude towards some military research and development. The doves have always believed that excessive research into soul-guided weapons will inevitably lead to accelerated depletion of the continent's resources, which is detrimental to the development of all humanity. However, the doves advocate for research into space exploration to find new environments suitable for human life in outer space. On this point, the hawks also hold a supportive attitude, but they believe that the Federation should have a stronger armed force, and that exploration should be conducted through colonization. Because no one knows whether there are other forms of life in outer space, how can one protect oneself without strong power? Both sides have their own rational justifications, so they each have a loyal group of supporters. LinYang showed a thoughtful expression and guessed, the God of War Hall must support the hawks, right? And we at Shrek Academy, along with the Tang sect, relatively support the doves? Ji nodded. That's indeed the case. Earlier, both the Tang sect and Shrek Academy were supporters of the doves. Although the Academy has exited the Parliament, it still has many alumni in various places, and not only on the dove side, even some core figures on the hawk side come from our Academy. This is why the Academy maintains a neutral stance. As for the hawks, their most direct supporters are the Spirit Transmission Tower and the God of War Hall, which would be said to be the backbone of the hawks. However, since the public tends to support the doves more, unwilling to see war and premature resource depletion, the doves have held the upper hand in Parliament most of the time until this incident occurred. The explosion of two god-slaying level-fixed soul-guided shells changed the original situation. The doves were already struggling to suppress the hawks, and this attack caused the destruction of Shrek Academy, while our Tang sect also suffered heavy losses. Even with the Spirit Transmission Tower on our side, the hawks seized the opportunity to launch an offensive, creating a public opinion narrative that portrayed the Holy Spirit Church as a huge threat, thus gaining the upper hand. After this election, the hawks occupied over 110 seats in the Parliament, and even most of the moderates sided with the hawks, gaining an absolute advantage. Currently, it is very difficult for the doves to influence the current political situation. After hearing Ji-Chi's explanation, LinYang's mind raced, and he could see a lot from the current situation in the federal parliament. The one benefiting the most from the disaster at Shrek Academy is undoubtedly the federal hawks. The supporters behind the hawks are the Spirit Transmission Tower and the God of War Hall. Although there is currently no evidence to prove their connection to the Holy Spirit Church, it is indeed they who have benefited, and even if they did not participate, could they not be accused of condoning? One must know that the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower is very close to Shrek City. Relatively speaking, the status of the Spirit Transmission Tower on the continent is even higher than that of Shrek Academy. LinYang squinted slightly, and his entire aura changed. This list is here. The blue represents the doves, the red represents the hawks, and the white is the moderates. Ji-Chi pushed a list in front of LinYang. Just from the surface colors, it was evident that the hawks held an absolute advantage. The hawks themselves already held 50% of the seats, and it even exceeded that. It seemed that the gap was not that large. The doves probably had around 80 seats, and if they could gain the moderate support. LinYang said, "That's not the case." Ji-Chi hurriedly replied, "The parliamentary seats cannot be judged by surface numbers. In fact, both the doves and the hawks rely on public support for their final election to determine the governance rights for 5 years. Historically, there have been very few instances where the seat difference was so significant. Besides the current hawk governance, this basically determines that the doves will not be able to turn the tide for a long time to come. The hawks are very clever. Although they have always supported war, they promote the idea of war beyond the territory while also stating that they will do their best to protect the safety of the soldiers. Moreover, several major actions by the Holy Spirit Church in recent years have caused heavy casualties among the public, so the hawk support rate has actually exceeded 65%. This is unprecedented in history." LinYang nodded, "I see." While speaking, he looked at the list in his hand. For him, most of the names on the list were unfamiliar. Only occasionally did some familiar names appear, such as Lu Jingyu's grandfather, the military bigwig representing the Southern Legion. He was surprisingly a member of the Hawks and a member of the Presidium, but not the vice chairman. The Blood God Legion had no representatives in the parliament, which might be due to their relatively independent nature. Among the names he was familiar with from the Tang sect, there was not a single one on the list of representatives. It was as if they had been completely wiped out. This shows how severe the parliament's exclusion of the Tang sect is. "It seems that the parliament is very targeted against us," LinYang said solemnly. Ji-Chi forced a smile and said, "This has been a long-standing issue. Long before the establishment of the Douluo Federation, We in the Tang sect were actually on the side of the Star Luo Empire. If it weren't for us, the Star Luo Empire would have been destroyed long ago. The first-generation powerhouse, Ice Spirit Douluo Yue'er, suppressed the then predecessor of the Federation, the Sun Moon Empire, by himself, thus preserving the Star Luo Empire. Therefore, relatively speaking, our status in the Star Luo Empire far exceeds that of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Of course, the Spirit Transmission Tower was originally established by Ice Spirit Douluo. But the current Spirit Transmission Tower has already deviated from its original intention and is no longer what it was when Ice Spirit Douluo founded it. LinYang noted he had been to the Star Luo Empire and had a deep impression of it. Even that Dragon King is a member of the Tang sect. The Tang sect is almost the founding sect of the Star Luo Empire. Fortunately, the Tang sect still retains sufficient vitality there. When Shrek Academy supported the Tang sect back then, even though the federal government was very dissatisfied with us, they had no way to deal with it. Chapter 230. Headquarters of the Forge Master Association, the government officials elected by the Federal Congress have long wanted to suppress us. However, because the Academy is deeply rooted and our headquarters is located in Shrek City, they have had no way to do so. Unexpectedly, this time they took advantage of the attack by the Holy Spirit Church and acted so ruthlessly. Our Tang sect is now almost becoming an illegal organization on the continent. LinYang sneered. Are they trying to eliminate the obstacles for the Star Luo Empire? They are probably afraid we will relay information to the Star Luo Empire. Jiqi nodded. It is very possible. Therefore, our original influence within the military has been severely squeezed and suppressed. Some even face persecution. The situation is quite dire. LinYang could imagine that the problems and relationships involved are undoubtedly intricate. But regardless, the existence of the Tang sect clearly contradicts the interests of the rulers, which is why we face such treatment. Compared to the Spirit Transmission Tower, the Tang sect has always been very low-key. Under such heavy suppression, the public is even unaware of our existence. While listening to Jiqi's analysis, LinYang continued to look at the list. And when his gaze fell on the names of the Dove faction, he suddenly spotted a very familiar name. How would you be here? LinYang's finger pointed to a blue name, his voice filled with surprise. Montaklan. This name is all too familiar to LinYang. The former train conductor sacrificed herself to protect the passengers on board, and it was the Holy Spirit Da Yali who saved her after she was gravely injured. Later, when Tiando City faced a massive attack from the Holy Spirit Church, LinYang also encountered problems. He had tried to contact Molan, but was unable to reach her original number. He didn't expect to see this familiar name here. But is this Molan really the same Molan? LinYang was surprised, and his expression changed slightly. You mean her? She is a political rising star of the Dove faction. Speaking of which, her experience is quite tragic. At one point, she was a train conductor of a soul-guided train. Later, during an encounter with the Holy Spirit Church's evildoers, she was gravely injured while trying to protect the public and became a hero. Her father was the governor of Tiando City and was also a federal congressman. But during that attack by the Holy Spirit Church, her father lost his life. At that time, she had already entered the governance system of Tiando City at her father's request. Amidst the chaos in Tiando City, she stepped up to guide the officials in handling the emergency. At that time, it wasn't just her father who died. Her husband and child also perished in that explosion. She endured such immense grief and was the first to comfort the public, thus stabilizing the situation in Tiando City. She truly is an extraordinary woman. What happened later? LinYang asked. Jiqi replied. Later, this Ms. Molan received tremendous support from the Tiando City side, especially with high public acclaim. During this recent election for the Congress, she was directly pushed into the position of Tiando City's representative, becoming one of the youngest Dove faction Congress members. She also serves as the deputy governor of Tiando City. Currently, the governor of Tiando City is concurrently held by a vice chairman, and most of the affairs are actually handled by Ms. Molan. It is said that her current situation is quite strange. Aside from sleeping, she spends all her time working, seemingly using work to numb herself and forget her pain. Where is she now? Is she in Tiando City or in the capital? LinYang asked. Jiqi replied. The Congress recently held its third plenary session, so she should be in the capital. The main content of this session is regarding military actions against the Star Luo Empire. LinYang raised an eyebrow. Can we find out her residence? Jiqi said, it should be possible, but due to the rampant activities of the Holy Spirit Church, the security level for federal Congress members is very high. Even if we find out where she is, you may not be able to see her. Do you know this Ms. Molan? LinYang silently nodded. When LinYang left the Tang sect contact point, his mood was heavy. This trip was quite beneficial, greatly aiding his understanding of the overall situation on the continent. He took a taxi to the Forge Master Association in the capital. The scale of the Forge Master Association in the capital is even comparable to that of the headquarters located in Tiando City. After all, this is the federal capital, and the demand for high-level metal forging is tremendous. However, when LinYang entered this branch of the Forge Master Association in the capital, he unexpectedly felt a sense of desolation. Shouldn't there be a continuous flow of forge masters? Although the number of people choosing the forging profession is relatively small, there should still be quite a few forge masters, especially at the mid to low levels. Many forge masters below level 3 are not even soul masters, but can still make a living with their skilled techniques. After all, the metals they forge are sufficient for making ordinary mechas. However, today, in this vast first floor of the Forge Master Association, the number of forge masters present could almost be described as sparse, not exceeding 10. It appeared extraordinarily empty, and even the number of staff was limited. What on earth is going on? With questions in mind, LinYang approached a counter. The staff member at the counter stood up. Hello, are you here to post a task, or are you a forge master? LinYang said, I'm a forge master from out of town. What has happened? Why is the association so desolate? The staff member smiled wryly. It can't not be desolate. They have all been requisitioned by the military. Haven't you received the military's requisition order? Because war could break out at any moment, the military is recruiting forge masters with high salaries, especially those below level 5. The military provides a large amount of rare metals for forge masters to forge, which is very attractive to those aiming to break through to spirit forging. Thus, the number of forge masters on our floor is actually the least. The military's requisition is relatively less attractive to forge masters above level 5. But high-level forge masters are not on our floor. After hearing her words, LinYang couldn't help but show surprise. Didn't they say that the Congress is still researching whether to deploy troops for war? Why are they requisitioning us forge masters now? A hint of a cold smile appeared at the corner of the staff member's mouth. What research? They have long been mobilizing. I have a friend in the army, and they're already moving towards the EC. The Congress is just putting on a show. LinYang frowned. Has the situation reached such a point? The hawkish side really is impatient, although this is beneficial for him to rebuild Shrek Academy, giving him ample time. He truly does not wish to see the outbreak of a war. Chapter 231. Forging tasks regarding the Star Luo Empire. He couldn't say he had much affection for it, but everyone was human and lived on Douluo Star. Once war started, it would inevitably lead to countless casualties. Understood, thank you. Can I still take on forging tasks now? For example, some higher-level ones, LinYang asked. Of course. Right now, the forging tasks are piling up like mountains. If you're a level 3 or 4 forger, we definitely have more than enough forging tasks to keep you busy. May I see your forger badge? LinYang smiled and took out his forger badge, hanging it on his chest. The base color was gold, with black starlight, and there were a total of 8 black stars shining brightly. Upon seeing this badge, the staff member was taken aback and exclaimed, 8 stars, St. Craftsman? In the world of forgers, badges represent rank and also status. Even in a large division like the Ming capital, St. Craftsmen are extremely rare. The badge colors for forgers are as follows. 1 star and 2 star have a blue base with white stars, representing apprentices. 3 star and 4 star have an orange base with yellow stars, representing masters. 5 star and 6 star have a white base with purple stars, representing sect masters. 7 star and 8 star have a gold base with black stars, representing Saint Craftsmen. 9 star has a platinum base with red stars, representing divine craftsmen. As soon as LinYang displayed this badge, it immediately indicated that he was capable of soul forging as a Saint Craftsman. This is the most scarce top existence on the entire continent. The reason why the number of 3-star armorsmiths on the continent is far less than that of 2-star armorsmiths is not because the 2-star armorsmiths cannot reach that level, but because there are simply too few Saint Craftsmen to keep up with forging 3-star armors. The requirements for the metal used in 3-star armors are extremely high, and if one fails, they have to start all over again. Therefore, many 2-star armorsmiths prefer not to upgrade their armors without sufficient confidence and economic foundation. Thus, any Saint Craftsman holds a very high status on the continent and in the entire forging world. They're almost at the level of the president of a city's branch. Although the staff member did not recognize the plain-looking middle-aged man in front of him, his status was evident. An 8-star Saint Craftsman is something no one would dare to fake. While the Forgers Association does not hold as high a status as the Mecha Masters Association, the president of the Forgers Association is also a member of the Federal Congress. Hello. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were Saint Craftsman. The staff member didn't dare to blame LinYang for not displaying his badge earlier. In fact, if there weren't so few people like him, LinYang wouldn't even bring out the badge. Otherwise, wouldn't he be treated like a rare animal for others to gawk at? It's fine, don't be nervous. I'm just here to take on a task. Which floor do I need to go to? The staff member almost ran out from behind the counter, saying, I will take you there. A Saint Craftsman has actually come. It is said that the federal military is now actively contacting all Saint Craftsmen in our association, hoping they can join the battle, and the conditions offered are very generous. They even offered the latest artificial black-level soul spirits, developed by the Spirit Transmission Tower, as compensation. I wonder how this one was missed. LinYang had good hearing. Artificial black-level soul spirits as a reward? The Federation is truly generous. However, the price of these artificial black-level soul spirits must be astronomical. In terms of soul spirit research, the Spirit Transmission Tower truly deserves its title as the best in the world. It must be said that the Spirit Transmission Tower's current status is inseparable from its contributions to soul spirit research. Each successful development of a new type of artificial soul spirit signifies an overall enhancement of the strength of the soul master community. With these mastered, and considering that soul beasts are practically non-existent on the continent, almost all soul masters are to some extent constrained by the Spirit Transmission Tower. For example, if the Spirit Transmission Tower orders that no soul spirits be sold to a certain soul master, it will greatly affect their cultivation. And this issue, after I rebuild Shrek Academy in the future, I will likely have to face as well. Taking the elevator, they went all the way to the 4th floor. Compared to the 1st floor, there were fewer people on the 4th floor, and there was no spacious hall, only corridors. LinYang roughly knew that this should be where the association's highest-level forging studios were located. The number of Saint Craftsmen is so rare that even in a large branch like Ming Capital, there would be no more than 3. A beautiful young woman had already stood up and approached LinYang, smiling as she said, Distinguished Saint Craftsman, hello, may I ask what you need? Undoubtedly. LinYang's status had already been reported. I would like to take on a few tasks with payment in federal currency. At the level of a Saint Craftsman, one can directly request any form of compensation, rather than selecting tasks on their own. All right, no problem. The young woman was somewhat surprised, but immediately agreed. Would a Saint Craftsman be short on money? She was a bit puzzled. You must know that being a sect master-level forger means one is definitely rich. How could they lack money? Generally speaking, when Saint Craftsmen take on tasks, it is mostly because they need some rare materials. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle the high-level soul masters who want to forge 3-star armors. And when a Saint Craftsman takes action, they can almost get whatever they want in exchange. This is also why, at higher levels, forgers tend to be above mecha manufacturers, repairers, and designers. They're simply too scarce. Soon, a list of tasks appeared in front of LinYang, with no corresponding prices listed. The prices are proposed by the Saint Craftsmen themselves. Indeed, when a Saint Craftsman takes action, it is priceless. It can even be described as whimsical, depending on their mood. This is the rule of the Forgers Association. Although LinYang had been a Saint Craftsman for a long time, this was the first time he had encountered such treatment. It seems that the issue of money is easy to resolve. Just randomly select 3 tasks that an 8-star Saint Craftsman can complete. As for the price, let's go with a market price. You can assess it and give it to me. Then provide me with a studio and prepare the materials. Yes, the service for a Saint Craftsman is absolutely unparalleled in convenience. After LinYang made his selections, the association would handle the rest. The material cost would be deducted from his later rewards, and all materials would definitely be the best. For Saint Craftsmen at this level, material costs are hardly worth mentioning. Soon, 3 tasks appeared in front of LinYang. The 3 tasks were the same type and were the most common faced by Saint Craftsman level forgers. Soul Forging Metal Shaping. Chapter 232. Proceeding in simple terms, it means completing the soul forging of the metal first, and then shaping it into the desired form of the task issuer. To put it even more simply, it's about creating the prototype of a 3-character battle armor. Glancing at these 3 tasks, LinYang couldn't help but reveal a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. They all involve a type of metal soul shaping. This level of difficulty is the lowest for a Saint Craftsman. It was clear that his unfamiliar face made the staff a bit cautious. However, that was fine. Recently, he hadn't forged anything, so it would be good practice. Soon, the sound of pleasant hammering echoed in a high-level forging room. The sound was crisp and melodious, full of rhythm, without a hint of agitation. Upon hearing this sound, the staff waiting outside immediately relaxed their expressions. Yulan had been working at the Saint Craftsman level for over 3 years and had only seen 6 Saint Craftsmen. When she met LinYang, the first thing she did was verify his identity. However, There was no record of this Saint Craftsman in the system. Yet, through scanning, it could be determined that this unfamiliar Saint Craftsman S badge was genuine and compatible with him. But due to the association's protection of the privacy of Saint Craftsman, she couldn't learn about LinYang's true situation. Therefore, when choosing tasks, she picked the 3 simplest ones for LinYang. Now, upon hearing the pleasant hammering sound, she immediately felt relieved. He was indeed a Saint Craftsman. If he weren't, it would be impossible for the forging sound to be so wonderful. Moreover, he should be a senior Saint Craftsman. Perhaps he was not far from level 8. He looked to be in his 40s. Generally speaking, craftsmen appear older than their actual age due to the hard work. So maybe he was not even 40 yet? A Saint Craftsman this young. Even if he were a bit older, it would still be acceptable. After all, being able to become the woman of Saint Craftsman would be. The young girl was already lost in thought. In stark contrast to her was LinYang, who was in the forging state, having entered a highly concentrated and tranquil mental state. With the enhancement of his cultivation, especially influenced by the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, LinYang discovered that as a craftsman, everything about him could be integrated into the forging. Even his bloodline aura could be infused. What is the difference between a level 7 and a level 8 craftsman? It's no longer just about whether one can forge soul-forged alloys using spiritual metals. It's about whether one can infuse their own talents into the metal, bestowing it with life and spirituality while also endowing it with innate abilities. Achieving this requires extensive tempering and a deep understanding of both oneself and the craft. For example, his teacher, Saint Craftsman Duan Xian, could incorporate aspects of his martial soul's special effects into the metal when forging soul-forged metals. Therefore, the soul-forged metal he created was most suitable for water attribute soul masters or those whose martial souls did not conflict with elemental attributes. The 3-character battle armor made from his soul-forged metal would inherently possess recovery attributes without consuming soul power. This effectively grants battle armor masters a brand new innate ability, the significance of which is self-evident. Now, LinYang also utilized this ability. When he began forging, he felt distinctly different from before. Various elements danced around him, and he could clearly sense the changes in the metal elements. His spiritual power at the divine origin level allowed him to feel these changes more finely. The surrounding natural elements, in conjunction with his forging, continuously influenced and acted upon the metal. He could even sense the tangible impact and changes of his bloodline fluctuations on the metal with each breath. This is the benefit of having powerful spiritual energy. The strength of one's spiritual energy can almost reflect and enhance all aspects of a soul master's abilities, whether in battle or other secondary professions. Having strong spiritual energy leads to significant improvements. Thus, almost all soul masters with excellent abilities in secondary professions possess relatively strong spiritual energy. Nevertheless, at the level of Saint Craftsman, there are hardly any who can elevate their spiritual energy to the spiritual domain level. For instance, LinYang's teacher, Duan Xian, only had spiritual cultivation at the spirit abyss level, which was already sufficient for a craftsman. LinYang, with his divine origin level spiritual attainment, experienced the wonders of forging, immersing himself completely in the insights of the metal. This insight allowed him to fully resonate with the metal. At the level of soul forging, each time he forges, it is akin to creating or bestowing life and wisdom upon metal. This is also why the number of high-end craftsmen is far fewer than that of designers, manufacturers, and repairers. A metal life form rich in life and wisdom, after being designed, manufactured, and repaired into battle armor or mechs, has the subsequent processes merely as shaping, while only the first process is creation. LinYang had already reached the divine craftsman level for quite some time. He had excellent comprehension in forging, but lacked experience. Now, as he forged once again, although it was effortless, he still meticulously experienced the differences between metal elements and other natural elements, continuously progressing and feeling. At this moment, he resembled a parent crafting the metal before him, continuously refining this embryo, injecting it with his own genes. The forging process was long and enduring, but in LinYang's perception, it felt like just an instant. When a gentle halo and a wave of spiritual energy filled with excitement and wisdom enveloped him, giving him feedback, he finally awakened from his immersion. Taking a deep breath, LinYang retracted the soul-forging silver hammer in his hand, looking at the metal before him with a faint smile. His left hand reached out, gently pressing on the seemingly ordinary silver metal, and suddenly, a strange scene unfolded. The silver metal quietly softened, spreading from his fingertips upwards, climbing, and in an instant it covered his palm, then his forearm, elbow, and extended all the way to his upper arm, as if a layer of armor were enveloping him. Even more astonishingly, LinYang could distinctly feel the affection emanating from the metal, akin to a child joyfully showcasing its abilities to a father. With a slight thought, the surface of the metal transformed into a layer of feathers, resembling the shape of his Qinghuan feathers, appearing lifelike, and even possessing a texture that seemed to flutter. Chapter 233. The president he raised his hand and gently shook it. LinYang couldn't help but smile. At this moment, he found that he no longer needed a forging hammer to shape the metal. He could easily complete the shaping and setting with just his mind. The only problem was the reluctance. Each piece of soul-forged metal felt like his own child, and sending his child away was indeed a bit hard to part with. No wonder teacher Mu Chun had once said that the higher the level of the forger, the less willing they were to sell their forged works. This was probably the reason. The forging task was quickly completed, although it was just a relatively ordinary soul forging requirement at this level. Exchanging soul-forged metal for money would still amount to astronomical figures, and moreover, it was a case of supply exceeding demand. By the time LinYang came out of the forging room, it was already evening. The time spent was not just on forging, but also a significant part was dedicated to his contemplation and insights. For him, time now was much tighter than before, and opportunities to deeply understand forging like today were rare. However, this forging session had greatly benefited him. LinYang could feel that once he fully integrated his domain and mental energy into forging, he would definitely be able to advance to the level of an 8th-level holy craftsman. That was a level that countless forgers pursued throughout their lives, but could never reach. The staff took the finished product handed over by LinYang to a specialized testing room for precise monitoring. Soul forging was not a trivial matter. Its value was enormous. If any counterfeiting occurred, it would not only cause significant losses to the Forgers Association, but also damage its reputation. LinYang was taken to the VIP lounge to wait. He decided to use this time to further contemplate the results of his previous forging. Not long after, when there was a knock on the door, the person who entered was no longer the previous receptionist, but an elderly man. The old man's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and as soon as he entered, his gaze fell on LinYang. "May I ask your esteemed name?" he said straightforwardly. "I know most of the holy craftsmen in the association, but I must admit, I'm not familiar with you." From LinYang's experience, he didn't need to ask. He understood that this man was also a holy craftsman, and he might even be the head of the Mingdu Forgers Association. Otherwise, he wouldn't speak to him in such an equal tone, knowing that he was a holy craftsman. LinYang smiled slightly and replied, "I am Chun Feng, a recent disciple of teacher Jinhua. Before I officially graduated, my teacher did not allow me to promote myself casually. I have only recently graduated." While speaking, he handed over the holy craftsman badge hanging on his chest. The old man took the badge, felt it slightly, and immediately showed a look of respect on his face. How could he not recognize the forging technique of a divine craftsman? The old man laughed heartily. "So you are the disciple of the president. No wonder you can forge such outstanding soul-forged works. I am Yao Ling, fortunate to serve as the president of the Mingdu branch. Before I ask, may I know your esteemed name?" LinYang smiled and said, "My name is Chun Feng." Chun Feng, Yao Ling thought to himself. Indeed, a rather unfamiliar name. It seems that this person is a disciple that the president kept secret. Judging by his age, he was at most around 40 years old, and from his forging techniques and results, he was already very close to the level of an 8th-level holy craftsman. Or perhaps he had already reached that level, but the forging task was too simple, so his true forging strength couldn't be fully displayed. "It's rare for Brother Chun Feng to come to our Mingdu branch. You must stay a few more days so we can exchange ideas. It has been a long time since I last saw the president." "How is he?" Yao Ling asked. LinYang replied with a smile. "I haven't seen my teacher for a while either. I apologize, President Yao, but I have some matters to attend to, so I cannot stay long. Next time I come, I will discuss further with you." Yao Ling looked regretful. "What a pity. I really wanted to exchange some thoughts with you. I just felt your soul forging, and I have some ideas. There are some subtle aspects where I also fall short. There's also something I would like to discuss with you. Could you transfer these 2 finished products to me? The task price remains unchanged, and I will forge 2 more soul forged metals for the buyer myself." LinYang showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. It was clear that Yao Ling wanted to keep these 2 soul forged works for research. This was not a problem, and only proved that others valued his work, which wasn't a bad thing. "That's fine. I hope it can be of help to you," LinYang said. Yao Ling nodded in satisfaction, left his contact information with LinYang, and hurried away. As the president of the Mingdu branch, Although Yao Ling was also a holy craftsman, like Mu Chun, his status in the Forgers Association was one of great authority. Without Jinhua present, he was respected above all others, just a hair's breadth away from the divine craftsman level. Given his position, one could imagine how significant LinYang's soul-forged metal was to him. The arrival of any holy craftsman was a big event for the association. After confirming LinYang's holy craftsman abilities, the staff immediately presented his finished product to Yao Ling. Hearing that a holy craftsman had come, Yao Ling wasn't too surprised. After all, as the first city on the continent, it was not uncommon for holy craftsmen to visit. However, when he saw LinYang's work, he was taken aback. As a seasoned holy craftsman, he had an extraordinary perception of metals. His first impression was that this piece was remarkable, not to mention the profound meaning contained within it, which surpassed that of most holy craftsmen. In his view, while the forging technique was still somewhat raw, his understanding of metal, especially in the process of endowing life and wisdom through soul forging, was clearly superior to that of most holy craftsmen. It was almost on par with his own. This was the hallmark of an 8th-level holy craftsman. More importantly, this method of endowing life was different from what he usually employed, making it even more rare. Thus, Yao Ling hurried over to see which holy craftsman possessed such ability. More importantly, this piece of soul-forged metal had touched on the bottleneck he had been stuck at for many years, making him vaguely feel that he had grasped a hint of the threshold of becoming a divine craftsman. For a holy craftsman to step into the level of a divine craftsman was as difficult as a soul beast overcoming a catastrophic trial once every 100,000 years, if not harder. Spiritual forging grants life to metals. Soul forging bestows lower-level wisdom and instinct to the soul and life. Chapter 234. Familiarity. The level of the divine craftsman's heavenly forging allows a wise being to evolve, reaching a level of intelligence comparable to that of humans. This level of intelligence, combined with absolute loyalty, is undoubtedly powerful. Why are the 4-character battle armors so strong? It is because the self-adjustment and constant improvement of the 4-character battle armors make their overall strength equivalent to that of another host. The 4-character battle armor of a limit Douluo is almost like having another self. Without a doubt, the most powerful mecha in the world is the one owned by Jinhua. But the number of red-level mechas is not that scarce, as many major powers have them. Even among divine mechas, why is Jinhua's mecha the strongest? It is because he invested countless efforts into creating it, and it is completely forged from heavenly metals. It is no longer just a simple mecha. One could even say it is like a guardian of his life. Yao Ling has been at the level of an 8th-level holy craftsman for many years, and for him, nothing is more important than advancing to the level of a divine craftsman. Therefore, he eagerly rushed to find LinYang, hoping to communicate further and to ask LinYang for permission to take away his 2 creations. With a large sum of money added to his card, LinYang left the Forging Masters Association with a smile on his face. Perhaps it was because he had struggled so much as a child to save money to buy soul spirits, which made his greed for wealth unchangeable even now. By this time, it was already quite late. LinYang did not return directly to his residence, but chose to find a place to eat first. Just then, his soul guide communicator rang. LinYang checked and saw that it was Ji Qi, the head of the Tang San's Mingdu branch. His heart stirred, and he connected the soul guide. Yikvei? Yes. I've contacted Counselor Mo Lan, and after relaying your message, she agreed to meet tomorrow at noon in a CAF near the council. Okay, please give me the address. After hanging up the soul guide, LinYang couldn't help but feel as if he were in a different world. In fact, considering the time, it hadn't been particularly long since he and Mo Lan parted ways, just a few years. However, in these years, they had experienced too many things. It could even be said that each event greatly influenced them. LinYang sighed lightly, hoping that Sister Mo Lan was doing well. He paid the bill, walked out of the restaurant, and strolled along the streets of Mingdu. Mingdu is now the largest city on the continent, but because it developed too early, the city, especially the central area, is already overcrowded, with various buildings almost built side by side, making it feel somewhat cramped. Skyscrapers stand tall, and although it is already night, the city is brightly lit, resembling daytime. People who were tired from work during the day now walk on the streets, visibly more relaxed. One can often see young men and women, drunk and linking arms, some unable to help but shout, as if venting their fatigue from the day. However, as LinYang walked down the street, he felt it was difficult to integrate into this steel world. As he walked, suddenly his shoulder jolted. LinYang was taken aback and instinctively looked up. He had been lost in thought and unintentionally bumped into someone. The person clearly wasn't fully awake. When he bumped into her, she swayed and nearly fell over. LinYang quickly reached out, grabbing her and pulling her up, a strong smell of alcohol rushing towards him, mixed with a woman's body fragrance. Unpleasant, yet evidently somewhat alluring. LinYang frowned slightly and looked at the woman who had fallen against him. Her eyes were clearly a bit dazed, as if she were looking at him through a haze, her drunken eyes slightly unfocused. What are you doing? Stay away from me. As she spoke, she raised her hand to push against LinYang's chest. LinYang steadied her and said cautiously, be careful. After saying this, he loosened his grip, preparing to leave. He didn't like the smell of alcohol, especially when it was so strong on a woman. To LinYang, alcohol was a strange presence, but he knew that it could numb people. A woman who had consumed so much alcohol was undoubtedly in an unsafe situation. There are always those with ulterior motives. Though it was just a fleeting glance, his keen eyesight could tell that the woman was beautiful, and her appearance was quite remarkable. With an excellent figure, she wore a sleeveless tank top on top and denim shorts below, revealing a pair of long, fair, and straight thighs, complemented by high heels. Her long hair was simply tied back in a ponytail, cascading down her back. Her cheeks were flushed, and her face was heavily made up. Her eyeshadow was blue. But the makeup was not too heavy, likely due to the high quality of the cosmetics. Such a provocatively dressed, sexy beauty in a drunken state would inevitably attract attention on the streets. It would be quite normal for her to encounter someone with ill intentions. However, LinYang had no intention of meddling. Since she chose to dress like that and got herself drunk, perhaps she was looking for an adventure. Why should he interfere? Thus, he turned to leave without any attachment, only to hear a voice filled with indignation calling out behind him, "Bastard! Where are you? When will you roll out of my dreams?" Hearing this voice, LinYang paused for a moment. Amid the woman's loud shouting, he suddenly felt that this voice was somewhat familiar, and it seemed like he had heard similar words before. He instinctively turned around to look at the woman again. At that moment, 5 or 6 flamboyantly dressed young men chased up from one side. The one in the front wore a yellow tank top, floral shorts, and a pair of seemingly expensive flip-flops. "Ha, here you are, beautiful. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Didn't you say you were going to the bathroom? Why did you come out?" As he spoke, the guy in the yellow tank quickly stepped forward and grabbed the woman's arm. "Let go of me. I'm not drinking anymore. I'm telling you, stay away from me. I'm military personnel." The woman seemed to retain some clarity, suddenly shaking off her hand, causing the guy in the yellow tank to stumble. The guy in the yellow tank was not angry. He laughed and said, "Military? That's great. My dad is a counselor. Perfect. Let us have a military-political collaboration. Brothers, help the beauty back, and we'll continue drinking." The other young men laughed as they stepped forward to try to pull the girl back. Military? Looking at the heavily made-up woman, LinYang's heart stirred. He finally had some recollection. Chapter 235, Shun Xing, however. The current outfit in front of her is indeed somewhat difficult to reconcile with the heroic figure she once was. If it were her, then the bastard she mentioned. Wouldn't that be me? LinYang's lips revealed a hint of an odd expression, and he shrugged helplessly, since he had encountered such a situation. It was not good to just ignore it. It was just a small effort. He quickly stepped forward, swayed his body, and entered the inner circle. With a gentle tap of his left foot on the ground, a slight shockwave immediately spread out. All the young men, including the one in the yellow vest, felt their bodies tremble and became rigid, unable to move. They were just ordinary people, and for a moment, their thoughts became chaotic. LinYang pulled the woman, who seemed displeased, but in just a few steps, she left her original spot and turned into another street, disappearing from sight. A few seconds later, the young men in yellow vests finally returned to normal. Where did she go? The man in the yellow vest realized the prey he had been about to catch had vanished, and he was immediately enraged. He was clueless that although LinYang had taken the woman away, he had essentially saved their lives. Even if a soul master was drunk, once they sensed danger, they would instinctively defend themselves. For these ordinary people, even if the woman merely released her martial soul, she could easily take their lives. Ugh! LinYang stood at a distance, watching the woman squatting by the roadside vomiting, his brows furrowing repeatedly. The strong smell of alcohol was genuinely unpleasant. If it weren't for her connection to him, he would have wanted to leave immediately and keep his distance. After vomiting for nearly a quarter of an hour, the woman seemed to feel somewhat better, but it appeared she couldn't stand up. LinYang walked up behind her, placed a hand under her armpit, and pulled her up from the ground, then strode into a nearby public restroom. Under the astonished gazes of those passing by, he tapped the woman's waist with his left hand, pressed down with his right, and shoved her head into the sink, then turned on the faucet, letting the cold water rush onto her head. The woman immediately tried to struggle, but LinYang's tap on her waist left her body weak and immobile, allowing him to manipulate her as he wished. "What are you doing?" A middle-aged woman passing by couldn't stand it and scolded LinYang. "LinYang, see get. My daughter has gone astray at such a young age, always out partying. She needs to learn a lesson. Look at her. She's reeking of alcohol. It's truly infuriating." "Whoa. Who are you?" The woman, stimulated by the cold water, had sobered up somewhat, wanting to shout but unable to utter a sound. Waves of cold water, under LinYang's control, poured into her mouth and nose, suppressing her words. The woman who questioned LinYang's actions changed her expression upon hearing this, and with a fierce look, she said, "Today's youth, truly hard to manage. Big brother, you're doing the right thing. I support you." LinYang, now appearing as a middle-aged man, had no issues utilizing his appearance in this regard. After washing for a full 10 minutes, the woman's consciousness became a bit hazy again. Only then did LinYang pull her up, wave his hand, and the gentle soul power squeezed the water from her hair, pulling her out of the public restroom and back to the roadside. At this moment, Shunxing felt unwell, shivering slightly. The water in the restroom was cold, and with most of the alcohol already vomited out, she was now awake, but her head was wet and icy, her body trembling, lips pale, yet she could finally gradually see the appearance of the person in front of her. Yue'er, after being doused with water for so long. The heavy makeup on her face had disappeared, revealing a much prettier visage without makeup. It was indeed her. LinYang couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Now that she was sober, she should go home. A girl shouldn't drink so much. After saying this, he turned to leave. He originally had no obligation to take care of her. He was just momentarily unable to bear it, and he hadn't thought about having any interaction with Shunxing. Stop. Shunxing suddenly called out sharply. LinYang, however, ignored her and continued to walk away. A flash of anger crossed Shunxing's eyes as she quickly moved, and a circle of soul rings rose beneath her feet. With 5 soul rings, her speed was incredibly fast. In a blink, she blocked LinYang's path. "What else do you want?" LinYang looked at her calmly. Shunxing was obviously a bit out of breath, but with her soul power circulating, the alcohol and coldness in her body were rapidly dissipating. "Who exactly are you? Why do I sense a familiar aura from you, yet I don't recognize your face?" As an outstanding genius from the military, Shunxing had been influenced by her military family since childhood. Now that she had sobered up, she immediately felt something was off. This seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, whom she had definitely never seen before, exuded an indescribable sense of familiarity. Moreover, her sixth sense was very sharp, and she clearly felt that she couldn't let this person go. LinYang's dim eyes, which perfectly matched a middle-aged man, suddenly brightened. Sometimes, knowing too much isn't a good thing. As he spoke, he raised his hand to strike Shunxing. Shunxing was taken aback, instinctively wanting to dodge. In her view, with her 5-ringed Soul King cultivation, she should take this person down first. However, when she tried to defend herself, she was horrified to find that the seemingly simple palm strike from him was something she couldn't evade at all. She could only take the hit on her forehead. Everything went black, and she fell to the ground. But in that instant, Shunxing's mind became extraordinarily clear. The familiar aura, the final familiar voice, and those eyes that had brightened at the end. "It's him, it's him, it's him," she desperately shouted in her heart, but at this moment, she couldn't emit a single sound. The darkness lasted for more than 10 seconds before she could see everything in front of her again. But LinYang's figure was nowhere to be found. "He has come, he is in Mingdu." This thought surged in her heart like a spring. Ever since she left the Beihai army and returned to Mingdu, the nightmares in her mind had started to resurface. At first, they were quite vague, but gradually, they became clearer and clearer. She should have detested the person who had once kidnapped her, but for some reason, she couldn't feel any anger towards him in her heart. More importantly, many unimaginable emotions began to emerge within her. Every night, in her dreams, the same person appeared, and the impression that this person left on her was obvious. Chapter 236. Mo Lan. In this situation, Shunxing experienced severe insomnia, so severe that she couldn't sleep without the aid of alcohol. This is why she gradually developed a drinking problem, but she never expected to encounter him again under these circumstances today. He was in Mingdu. He was in Mingdu. Although Mingdu is large, it's not as vast as the Douluo Continent, making it easier to find someone. Moreover, the Shen family status in Mingdu allowed her to mobilize many resources for the search. No matter what, she had to find him. With this thought, for the first time in days, Shunxing felt a strong excitement. She had to catch that guy and make him beg for mercy in front of her, and then Then what? At this moment, she hadn't quite figured that out, but all she wanted to do was catch that detestable man. After tidying her damp long hair, Xinxing's gaze became more resolute than ever. For LinYang, encountering Xinxing was just a minor episode. After returning to the hotel, he went straight to his room to meditate. Daily training was always the best part of his day, not just because he felt rapid progress with each session, but more importantly, during training his mind could relax the most, allowing him to better perceive everything around him. Today's forging brought him many new insights, deepening his understanding of spiritual power in the divine origin realm. The divine origin realm, for soul masters and even for humans, was almost at its limit. No one could accurately define the upper limit of spiritual power in the divine origin realm. Everyone knew that advancing from the spirit domain realm was nearly impossible. Even a limit Douluo couldn't achieve it. It seemed that only by truly becoming a god could one advance further in the divine origin realm. After a silent night, the next morning, LinYang handed his savings card to Long Yue'er, asking her to buy some necessities for everyone. With such a deputy captain around, he indeed felt much more at ease. As for the follow-up, LinYang already had some plans. After contacting Lan and Mingdu, he would take everyone to leave quickly, first returning to the vicinity of the original Shrek city. Undoubtedly, the areas near Shrek city, including Tindo city, were most influenced by Shrek Academy and would be the most beneficial for him to find supporters of Shrek Academy. After breakfast, LinYang arrived early at the CAF where he had arranged to meet Lan. Instead of entering the CAF, he walked around the area. He had not put on makeup today, but had deliberately worn a hat with a wide brim to cover his face. After a simple observation and using his spiritual power to sense the surroundings, he found nothing amiss. He then stood quietly in a corner by the street, silently waiting for the agreed time to arrive. Be cautious, as if navigating a ship for 10,000 years. This was what the old devils had taught him. A moment's carelessness could cost him his life. LinYang understood the weight of his responsibilities, and now he could only rely on himself. So he remained in a state of caution at all times. If he noticed anything unusual, he would choose a safe method immediately. Sir, would you like to buy some cigarettes? A small vendor pushing a cigarette cart passed by LinYang. He glanced at him and waved his hand. The vendor continued on. At that moment, LinYang spotted a familiar figure from a distance. She still had a slender figure, dressed in a black professional outfit, looking very capable and neat. However, on her originally gentle and beautiful face, LinYang could see traces of hardship. In just a few short years, she seemed to have aged a full 10 years. Not far behind her was a young girl. The girl was tall and slender, about 7 meters tall, dressed in simple white sportswear. Strangely, her hair was also white, with only her eyes being blue, which looked quite odd. LinYang could even sense a hint of threat from her, indicating that this girl, who looked to be around 20, was definitely a formidable opponent, a rare strong one. The two women entered the CAF one after the other. LinYang then observed his surroundings again, before walking towards the CAF and pushing the door open. Lan was already seated at the agreed spot, while the girl who followed her sat at the neighboring table. The waitress was speaking to Lan about something. LinYang controlled his somewhat turbulent emotions and walked toward Lan, sitting down across from her. Upon seeing him, Lan's body noticeably trembled. When she saw LinYang take off his hat and reveal his true appearance, shock appeared in her eyes. The white-haired girl looked at LinYang with curiosity, but her poised posture indicated that she was ready to spring into action at any moment, like a mother leopard prepared to pounce. You are LinYang? This isn't a place to talk. Come with me. As she spoke, Lan stood up and walked out. Just then, LinYang and the white-haired girl both slightly shifted their expressions, looking towards the CAF's entrance. Bang! The CAF door was suddenly pushed open, and a dozen soldiers in uniforms, armed with spirit-guided ray guns, rushed in, aiming their guns at the patrons inside the CAF, causing an uproar. LinYang's eyes narrowed, his expression becoming somewhat frozen. From the soldiers' attire and equipment, it was evident they were from the military. The sudden appearance of the military here, were they coming for Lan? A dozen soldiers were certainly not a small force, but this was Mingdu, home to the most elite military. If a problem arose, it could lead to significant trouble. No matter how strong LinYang's personal abilities were, if the military decided to deal with Lan, rescuing her from here would not be easy. Military operation. Everyone hands on head, do not move. Searching for suspects. The CAF was already small, and with a dozen soldiers rushing in, it was practically filled. LinYang's gaze remained fixed on these people, his expression serious. His mind raced. Could it be that the Tang sect leaked information? From Jiqi's side? Or was it someone from Mo Lan's side? Stop. At that moment, Mo Lan suddenly shouted, halting the soldiers who were about to search among the patrons. With anger in her eyes, she demanded, "Which division are you from? Who authorized you to search for suspects in public? Where's your search warrant? Show it to me." The soldiers, who were about to act, hesitated upon hearing her voice. LinYang instinctively positioned himself beside Mo Lan, shielding her from the pointed spirit-guided ray guns. Chapter 237. Suspicion. Which par are you from, and what qualifications do you have to ask? The leading officer, a second lieutenant, said coldly, "Search them for me. If the suspect gets away, no one can afford the responsibility." Mo Lan snorted angrily. "Let's see who dares. Is the military so willful? You hold the federal salary and enjoy the shared resources of the people, not to bully the public. I want to see who dares to be reckless today. Xiaobai, call the Mingdu Police Department and report the situation here. Wu Lin, disarm these people. Not a single one can be let go. If the military doesn't give an explanation, this matter is not over." Mo Lan's strong attitude caused the officer's expression to change slightly. If he thought earlier that Mo Lan was just blustering, he no longer held that thought now. If she were merely blustering, how could she be so forceful? "Don't move," he hurriedly shouted angrily. He had to control the situation first. But at that moment, LinYang had already moved. Just like yesterday when he subdued those small thugs. He lightly stepped his right foot on the ground and, relying on his powerful mental strength, accurately delivered the earth-shattering attack of the Golden Dragon to the feet of a dozen soldiers. The second lieutenant's voice came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, LinYang waved his hands, and the dozen soldiers were swept together under the effect of controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, sitting down on the coffee shop floor. Only then did LinYang walk over, gracefully confiscating the soul-guided beam guns from their hands and sealing their soul power with a slap each. By the time he completed this process, the white-haired girl whom Mo Lan called Xiao Bai hadn't even dialed number yet. Mo Lan had always known LinYang's strength was considerable. It was LinYang who had saved the entire train back then. Moreover, he later became one of the current Shrek 7 monsters. However, even so, Mo Lan did not expect LinYang to have grown this powerful by now. A faint smile appeared on LinYang's face as he turned around and nodded at Mo Lan. Xiao Bai's call had just gone through, and Mo Lan then addressed the customers in the coffee shop. "Everyone, please remain calm and wait patiently. I am Federal Counselor Mo Lan, and I assure you that you are safe. Regarding the unfair treatment you have just received from the military, I will definitely demand an explanation from the authorities. On behalf of the Federation, I apologize to everyone." While speaking, Mo Lan took the initiative to bow to the crowd. Montaklan. Upon hearing this name, the previously terrified coffee shop customers calmed down significantly, with some even starting to discuss amongst themselves. It was clear that they had all heard of Mo Lan. Mo Lan reassured the customers, and Xiao Bai had finished her call. At that moment, a low rumbling sound came from outside. With LinYang's familiarity with modern weapons, he could tell that it was the sound made by Mecha's landing. After the earlier events, the first thing LinYang could determine was that these soldiers were not here for Mo Lan. Otherwise, they would not have been intimidated by her. If it wasn't directed at Mo Lan, then who could it be? He had previously observed that in this coffee shop, aside from himself and Xiao Bai, there were no other soul masters present. Could be aimed at him? Just then, a voice came from outside. "Due to the presence of a federal felon among you, please come out with your hands on your heads. You have 30 seconds. If you do not start coming out in 30 seconds, the mechas will commence an attack. To avoid self-harm, immediately come out with your hands on your heads." Mo Lan laughed in anger. "Good, very good. I want to see who dares to mobilize the military to do such a thing." She then strode out. Xiao Bai did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed her outside. Mo Lan was just an ordinary person. If she were attacked by a mecha, there would be no chance of survival. Before they walked out, she shot LinYang a fierce glare. If it weren't for this guy, Mo Lan would not be facing such a dangerous situation. However, when she glared at LinYang, she couldn't help but be taken aback. She had been on the side and hadn't seen LinYang's face after he took off his hat. Now, she could see clearly. How could this guy be so good-looking? Even as a woman, Xiao Bai couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Why does a man need to look so good? LinYang naturally followed Mo Lan out. Stepping outside the coffee shop, they found 4 mechas already pointing their weapons at the coffee shop. 2 of them were yellow mechas, and the other 2 were surprisingly purple mechas. "Hands on your heads." A rough voice came from within the mecha. Mo Lan, however, was unafraid, shouting angrily, "Mechas are military-heavy equipment. Are you here to threaten the public? I will definitely impeach you in the council for this. Xiao Bai, take note of their mecha numbers. All military mechas have their own identification numbers for unified management. You hear that? Put your hands on your heads. The mecha operator status was far beyond that of ordinary soldiers, and clearly, these mecha operators were not intimidated by Mo. At that moment, the shrill sound of police sirens echoed down the street, coming in a steady stream, all heading in this direction. The police are coming? Inside the purple mecha, Tang San's expression changed slightly. Although the military was not afraid of the police, and even far surpassed them, this was Mingdu. According to federal regulations, the police were responsible for maintaining order within the city. They had received orders today to capture someone. If they could resolve it quickly, there wouldn't be a problem. But if they had any interactions with the police, although the higher-ups weren't afraid, it would still be somewhat troublesome. More importantly, they hadn't even caught the person yet. Captain, that's him. At that moment, another purple mecha suddenly raised its hand and pointed towards LinYang. Tang San made a decisive shout, "Take him down." The soul-guided cannon in the hand of the purple mecha next to him was raised, and it fired a shot. A burst of light erupted from the cannon's muzzle, quickly exploding into an attack that enveloped LinYang like an electric net. LinYang stepped forward, shielding Mo behind him. So it really was aimed at him. He had just arrived in Mingdu. Who could it be? It couldn't be a problem with the Tang sect. If the Tang sect had a mole, they wouldn't possibly be unaware of his association with a federal counselor. They would never recklessly mobilize the military like this. If it wasn't a problem with the Tang sect, then could it be? In his mind, the wet figure from last night quickly appeared. But at that moment, LinYang had already made his move. Just like he had subdued those small thugs yesterday, he gently stepped on the ground with his right foot and, relying on his extraordinary mental power, precisely delivered the overwhelming attack of the Golden Dragon to the feet of more than a dozen soldiers. The voice of the leading second lieutenant came to an abrupt halt. In the next moment, LinYang made a circular motion with both hands, and under the effect of controlling the crane to catch the dragon, these soldiers were swept together and fell to the ground of the CAF. Only then did LinYang walk over, gracefully confiscating the soul-guided ray guns from their hands and sealing their soul power with a swift palm strike. By the time he completed this process, the white-haired girl referred to as Xiao by Mo hadn't even finished dialing the number. Mo had always known that LinYang possessed considerable strength. It was LinYang who had saved the entire train back then. Furthermore, he later became one of the Shrek 7 monsters of this era. However, even so, Mo didn't expect that LinYang had become so powerful now. A faint smile appeared on LinYang's face as he turned around and nodded at Mo. Xiao Bai's call had already gone through, and at this moment, Mo addressed the patrons in the CF. "Everyone, please remain calm and be patient. I am Federal Senator Mo, and I assure you that you are all safe. Regarding the unfair treatment you just received from the military, I will make sure the authorities provide an explanation. On behalf of the Federation, I apologize to you all." While speaking, Mo took the initiative to bow to the crowd. Montaklan. Upon hearing this name, the previously terrified patrons of the CAF calmed down significantly, with some even beginning to discuss among themselves. Clearly, they had all heard of Mo. Mo reassured the patrons, and Xiao Bai finished her call. Just then, a low rumbling sound came from outside. With LinYang's familiarity with modern weapons, he quickly discerned that it was the sound made by Mecha's landing. After the earlier events, the first thing LinYang could confirm was that the soldiers were not here for Mo. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been intimidated by her. If it wasn't targeting Mo, then who could it be? He had observed that in this CF, besides himself and Xiao Bai, there were no other soul masters present. Could be aimed at him? At that moment, a voice came from outside, drawing the attention of those inside. "Given that there are federal felons among you, please come out with your hands on your heads. You have 30 seconds. If you do not start coming out in 30 seconds, the mechas will initiate an attack. To avoid self-harm, come out immediately with your hands on your heads." Mo, furious, laughed coldly. "Good, very good. I want to see who dares to mobilize the military to do such a thing." She said this as she strode toward the exit. Xiao Bai did not dare to lag behind and hurriedly followed her out. Mo was just an ordinary person, and if she were attacked by a mecha, there would be no chance of survival. Before stepping outside, she shot a fierce glare at LinYang, thinking that if it weren't for this guy, Mo wouldn't be facing such a dangerous situation. However, when she glared at LinYang, she was momentarily stunned. She had been positioned sideways earlier and had not seen LinYang's face clearly after he took off his hat. Now she could see it clearly. How could this guy be so good-looking? Even as a woman, Xiao Bai couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. Why should a man look so good? LinYang naturally followed on the other side of Lan as they walked out together, stepping outside the CAF. For mechas were already pointing their weapons at the CAF's direction. Among them, 2 were yellow mechas, and surprisingly, the other 2 were purple mechas. Hands on your heads. A gruff voice came from within the mechas. Lan, however, remained unafraid and shouted angrily, "Mechas are military-heavy equipment. Are you using them to threaten civilians? I will surely impeach you in the council for this. Xiaobai, note down their mecha numbers. All military mechas have their own identification numbers for unified management." You heard me. Hands on your heads. The mecha operator status was far beyond that of ordinary soldiers, and clearly, these mecha operators were not intimidated by Lan. At that moment, a sharp siren echoed down the street, incessantly approaching in this direction. The police are coming? Inside the purple-level mecha, Tang San's expression changed slightly. Although the military was not afraid of the police, and even far surpassed them, this was Mingdu. According to federal regulations, the police were responsible for maintaining order within the city. They had received orders to capture someone today, and, while resolving the situation quickly would be fine, if they had any interaction with the police, it would certainly be troublesome, even though they weren't afraid of the higher-ups. More importantly, they hadn't caught the person yet. "Captain, that's him." At that moment, another purple-level mecha suddenly raised its hand and pointed in LinYang's direction. Tang San decisively shouted, "Take him down." The soul-guided cannon in the hand of the purple-level mecha beside him lifted, and with a fierce motion, it fired a shot. A burst of light erupted from the cannon's mouth, quickly exploding into an attack resembling an electric net, heading straight for LinYang. LinYang stepped forward, shielding Lan behind him, confirming that it was indeed aimed at him. He had just arrived in Mingdu. Who could it be? It couldn't be a problem from the Tang sect. If there were traitors within the Tang sect, they would surely know that he was with a federal senator and wouldn't recklessly mobilize the military. If it wasn't a problem with the Tang sect, then could it be? The wet figure from last night quickly flashed through his mind. Chapter 238. A step too late with a single punch. It was simple and direct. A low rumble echoed in the air. It was just that straightforward of a punch without any skills involved. In the midst of that low rumble, the electric net seemed to encounter a barrier, instantly blocked and dissipated. "You dare to make a move." Lan shouted in Anga. Xiaobai did not move. Her task was to protect Lan, not anyone else. Moreover, she wanted to see what kind of ability LinYang, who had easily dealt with a group of soldiers in the CAF, truly possessed. 2 massive heavy swords swung down simultaneously from both sides, targeting LinYang. 2 yellow-level mechas had made their move. Tang San aimed his soul-guiding cannon in LinYang's direction. Tang San's thoughts were clear. Capture LinYang in the shortest time possible and report back, while everything else would be handled by the higher-ups. In an instant, the 4 mechas formed a combination of long-range and close-range attacks against LinYang. Those capable of executing missions within the capital were undoubtedly elite warriors among the military, with exceptional personal strength and combat skills, clearly a notch above mecha pilots of the same level. However, they had no idea what kind of opponent they were about to face. LinYang, the dual champion of the first Star Do Battle Network Federation Challenge, known as the Golden Dragon King, hailed as the strongest among the younger generation, and the leader of the contemporary Shrek 7 monsters. Clang! The moment the 2 heavy swords descended, the air seemed to freeze. Including Tang San, the mecha pilots from the 4 mechas stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. Facing the strike of the 2 heavy swords, LinYang did not release his martial soul, nor did he use any battle armor or mecha as a response. He did not evade. He simply made the most ordinary of movements to counter it. He raised his arms and extended his hands. Then, the 2 heavy swords struck down onto his open palms. Or rather, he extended his hands to grasp the 2 mecha heavy swords, which carried a magnificent aura and an explosive force exceeding 10 tons. The 2 yellow-level mecha pilots felt as if they had struck not a human body, but an incredibly hard piece of metal. The 2 mecha heavy swords came to a halt, and the same thought flashed through their minds. How is this possible? How can a human body withstand a mecha's attack without using a martial soul or any weapons? Is this really a person? They were stunned, but LinYang was not. In the next moment, he shook his hands violently, and the 2 yellow-level mechas instantly broke free from the mecha pilot's control, flying directly and crashing hard to the ground. At the same time, the 2 heavy swords slipped from his grasp, and LinYang threw them barehanded, striking the soul-guiding cannons of the 2 purple-level mechas, forcing their cannons to aim into the sky. The shells launched into the air, resembling dazzling fireworks, but they did not harm LinYang at all. Even Xiao Bai, who had been cold and expressionless, now looked at LinYang with a dazed gaze. Is this really still a human? In her eyes, LinYang seemed like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. Barehanded, he was completely unarmed. She did not sense any soul power being released from him. With just the strength of his hands, he had forcefully crushed 2 mechas and blocked their attacks. He is not human. This guy is simply not human. Meanwhile, LinYang had already leapt into the air. Almost with a mere shift of his body, he appeared in front of Tang San's mecha, tapping his toes on the mecha's knee. The massive and powerful purple-level mecha's knee joint erupted with a piercing explosion, shattering directly. LinYang used this momentum to launch himself upwards, delivering a punch to the waist of the purple-level mecha. Boom! As Tang San felt his beloved mecha topple. He also heard the piercing alarm. At that moment, he was still in a semi-dazed state. As a squad leader among the mecha pilots of the capital's defense zone, he had considerable battle experience, but he had never encountered such an opponent. Is this really human? At this moment, Tang San's mind was filled with this single thought. In the next instant, his mecha crashed heavily to the ground. At the same time, LinYang was in midair, fiercely changing direction. In his mind, wind attribute elements coalesced, supporting his body, seemingly defying the laws of physics, as he charged towards the last purple-level mecha. Boom! The soul-guiding cannon finally fired, and the massive shell was about to engulf LinYang's body. Lan couldn't help but exclaim. No matter how much stronger she had become compared to before, she was still just a woman. Without a martial soul as a backup, she could do nothing. Even calling Xiao Bai for help was too late. But in the next moment, her worry turned into astonishment. From Lan's perspective, the soul-guiding shell that had swallowed LinYang seemed to disappear in an instant, losing all trace in a moment. LinYang emerged from the aftermath of the explosion, shooting toward the purple mecha like a meteor. The mecha's protective shield fully opened, and at the same time, he swung his left fist. The purple-level mecha pilot's reaction was still quite good. However, everything he did was futile in the face of absolute power. Boom! LinYang's fist, seemingly as white as jade, erupted with terrifying explosive force. The purple-level mecha's shield shattered, along with its metallic fist, sending its massive body reeling backward. As LinYang swung his left fist, it was clear to see the air around his fist being compressed by an invisible force, forming a distorted halo. Then, a piercing sound of air explosion followed, as if the purple-level mecha had been hit by an invisible force in the chest, blasted directly backward and crashing hard to the ground. Air cannon. LinYang certainly would not use Yue'er's soul skill. This punch was completely based on pure strength, mimicking Yue'er's ability. 1 against 4, facing 4 mechas. He relied solely on his pure strength and mental control over the battlefield from beginning to end. This is true, formidable power. As he gracefully landed, the 4 mechas had lost their combat capability. At that moment, police cars blaring piercing alarms rushed in, quickly surrounding the area. Lan couldn't help but say, "The police always arrive a step too late." After saying this, she shot a glare at Xiao Bai, seemingly questioning her why she hadn't helped earlier. Xiao Bai's expression was somewhat helpless, and her gaze toward LinYang was now completely different from before. It was a kind of fervor toward an opponent. Chapter 239. Dovish representative. Although she couldn't discern LinYang's specific cultivation level, the fact that he could defeat 4 mechas with sheer physical strength meant that, regardless of what his martial soul was, he should not be underestimated. Lan was well aware of the delicate nature of LinYang's current identity, which is why she had never mentioned that he was a powerful figure from Shrek Academy. As a result, Xiao Bai was unaware of this. All she knew was that the guy in front of her was strong, even stronger than she had imagined, and made for a formidable opponent. LinYang naturally returned to Lan's side, smiled at her, and then stood behind her as if the previous events had nothing to do with him. The police rushed in, and, compared to the soldiers, their equipment was much simpler. However, they represented the entire public security force of Mingdu. When the group of police officers saw the 4 military mechas lying on the ground, they were startled. Soon, a senior police officer, who was leading the group, fixed his gaze on Lan and hurried over. "Counselor Lan, are you all right? What exactly happened?" Lan looked at him coldly, her face filled with anger. In broad daylight, the military actually arrested people in a CAF without any search warrant and threatened ordinary citizens with military-grade weapons. They even resorted to using mechas. I want to know, who granted them this authority? Are taxpayers' dollars used to arm them so they could turn their guns on us? The military's brazen behavior has already threatened the stability and unity of the entire Federation. I demand a thorough investigation. Sweat immediately appeared on the senior officer's forehead. He could tell from a scene in front of him that this was no small matter. Listening to M.O. Lan's words made him feel even more headache. He certainly knew that this M.O. Lan was a representative figure of the dovish faction. Although young, her voice was highly regarded within the faction, especially after the recent election. She had gained significant support from both new and veteran dovish counselors due to her fairness and integrity, coupled with her family's persecution by the Holy Spirit Church, leaving her with no concerns and standing at the forefront during confrontations with the hawkish faction. However, he also could not afford to offend the military. The military's power was something that their small police force could not contend with. If things went wrong, it could lead to significant problems. As his mind raced, he quickly responded, "Counselor Molan, we will handle this matter fairly. For now, we will take these soldiers back to the police station." Montaklan nodded. "I will keep following up on the situation. Please keep me informed at all times." "Yes." The senior officer saluted her and immediately led the police personnel to handle the soldiers. At the same time, they began recording statements from the civilians in the CAF to clarify the specifics of the earlier situation. The arrested soldiers remained silent, but the police quickly pieced together the situation from the civilians' accounts. Undoubtedly, this time the military was in the wrong. They had arrested people without a warrant. These soldiers and mechas belonged to the Mingdu garrison, which was responsible for the defense of Mingdu, but their unauthorized mobilization to arrest people was a serious issue. It was easy to trace the military's affiliation based on their unit numbers. The soldiers remained quiet, clearly waiting for the higher-ups from the military to handle the situation. At this moment, they would not speak no matter what. LinYang stood by M.O. Lan's side, observing coldly. The police were handling things relatively well. The mecha operators inside the mechas had been escorted out for temporary custody, and the soldiers in the CAF were treated similarly. They were then questioned separately. Just as the police were preparing to escort these soldiers back to the police station, suddenly, a military vehicle sped over. Seeing this vehicle, Tang Ziheo visibly relaxed. With higher-ups arriving, this matter would no longer involve them. In fact, given their actions today, they could have been taken to a military court. The military vehicle came to a swift stop, and a lieutenant colonel stepped out, accompanied by two majors. "Hold on." The lieutenant colonel strode up to the senior police officer and raised his hand to stop them from continuing to take the soldiers away. "We are from the garrison's inspection team. What happened? Our soldiers reported that there seems to be some misunderstanding with your police force." In terms of rank, the senior police officer was not inferior to the lieutenant colonel, and he spoke in a deep voice. A conflict just occurred. These garrison soldiers, for some reason, threatened ordinary citizens with military-grade weapons without any arrest warrant. They even deployed mechas to attack civilians. We must investigate this matter thoroughly to provide an explanation to the public. Therefore, we need to take these people back to continue cooperating with the investigation. Not possible. Our military personnel will naturally be dealt with by the military. This has nothing to do with you. Please hand this matter over to us, and we will notify you of any further developments, the lieutenant colonel replied, waving his hand. A dozen armed soldiers descended from the military vehicle, blocking the police's path. Undoubtedly, the police had a larger number, but in terms of weaponry and combat capability, they were far inferior compared to these real soldiers. "Very well," M.O. Lan said coldly. "This is the military's arrogance. I have truly witnessed it. Who are you?" The lieutenant colonel glanced at her, frowning. "I'm nobody, just an ordinary citizen." "What? Can I speak the truth?" Montaklan replied nonchalantly. The lieutenant colonel coldly stated, "Military affairs. Unrelated persons must leave immediately, or you'll be charged with inciting military political relations." M.O. Lan smiled. This was truly a case of someone bringing a pillow when she was sleepy. She was worried about finding a way to balance these hawkish figures. And now she had an opportunity. Xiao Bai raised her arm, continuously filming the scene with her sole communicator. "What are you doing? No filming allowed." The lieutenant colonel's reaction was quite sharp, and he quickly noticed Xiao Bai's actions. A major rushed to Xiao Bai's front, reaching out to grab her arm. Xiao Bai snorted, her left hand flashing out like lightning. The major grunted and took a few steps back, looking down at his palm, where a mark had already been branded. The mark had small indented letters, and upon closer inspection, they read Federal Central Guard Bureau. Seeing these words, the major's face changed dramatically. He knew very well what the Federal Central Guard Bureau was responsible for. They were high-level experts in charge of protecting important government officials of the Federation. To be part of the Federal Central Guard Bureau, one needed to have at least a 5th ring Soul King level of cultivation and be at least a purple level Mecha Master, or could also be a battle armor master. The appearance of someone from the Federal Central Guard Bureau here indicated the identity of the middle-aged woman who had just spoken. "Well, you dare to attack the military?" The lieutenant colonel only saw his comrade pushed back by Xiao Bai and was about to explode. However, the major was quick to react and swiftly returned to his side, showing him the mark on his palm. Upon seeing the writing on the major's palm, the lieutenant colonel's expression also changed drastically. This was troublesome. The most important task of the Federal Central Guard Bureau was to protect federal counselors, and only federal counselors qualified for their protection. Not all counselors had such qualifications. There is no doubt that the middle-aged woman in front of me is a member of parliament, and from her attitude, it is clear that she is not an ally of the military. Although the Hawks currently hold the upper hand when it comes time for the elections and major decisions, a nationwide referendum will be held. If this matter is not handled well today, it could significantly impact the military's image. What started as a minor issue unexpectedly escalated to this extent, causing his expression to darken. Lan lightly asked, "What's wrong? Do you want to take me away too? Let's see who dares to obstruct the police's duties." The colonel's expression changed repeatedly. The situation had already become quite difficult to handle. If they truly took someone away, it would complicate matters, and even senior military officials would not dare to act hastily in such situations. After all, the Douluo Federation is still a democracy. "Let's take the person back first," the colonel decisively commanded, stepping forward to block Xiaobai's camera angle with his body. He didn't even glance at Lan, pretending not to recognize her identity, and calmly addressed Xiaobai. "Miss, please stop filming. We would appreciate your cooperation in this matter, and you will be rewarded in the future." Xiaobai's eyes shifted. "Step aside." The colonel coldly stared at her, but remained unmoved. Xiaobai took a step to the side, and he immediately followed suit. Xiaobai frowned slightly and turned to look at Lan. As a member of the Central Guard Bureau of the Federation, she could take liberties in dealing with various situations when Lan was threatened. However, in front of a military officer, she still had her reservations, unless Lan gave the order. Can the military bully people? Can they act recklessly? Just then, a clear voice rang out, and a hand landed on the colonel's shoulder. The colonel turned to see a handsome face, and, as he looked at the person, he suddenly realized in horror that the person's pupils had actually turned vertical. In that instant, even with his 6-ring soul emperor-level cultivation, he felt a strong fear that made his hair stand on end. Then, he was pulled aside, unable to even resist. A primal shiver coursed through the colonel, causing him to tremble slightly. LinYang's hand on his shoulder held no force, yet he dared not move. Xiaobai continued filming. While the police were now in a standoff with the military personnel, normally, a senior officer might have let the military take the person away, but today was different. Today, in front of Lan, if he allowed the military to take someone away, he would probably have to take off his police uniform the next day. No one is allowed to move. The senior officer blocked the soldiers' path, but these soldiers only listened to their commander's orders. The soldier at the front raised his soul-guided firearm and smashed the butt towards the senior officer. They needed to seize the person first, disregarding everything else. The senior officer, not an ordinary person himself, quickly summoned his soul rings, and with a flash of light, he grabbed the soldier's firearm, throwing him aside. Immediately, all the soldiers aimed their weapons at him, and the situation seemed to be on the verge of spiraling out of control. "Stop!" At that moment, a delicate shout rang out. Someone was running over from a distance. It was indeed her. Upon seeing this person, LinYang's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Compared to the disheveled state from last night, Shunxing today looked like a different person, dressed in military attire that made her appear valiant, with the rank of lieutenant colonel marked by 2 bars and 2 stars on her shoulders. Achieving such a rank in the military at her age was quite remarkable. LinYang coldly stared at her. There was no doubt that this whole scene was caused by her. She was the one who wanted to take him back, yet made such a big fuss about it. However, it was evident that the forces behind her were quite powerful otherwise. She wouldn't dare to mobilize the military in Mingdu so easily. Shunxing quickly approached the senior officer and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, please wait. Don't arrest our people yet." After saying this, she hurried over to Lan and, to LinYang's astonishment, gave Lan a big hug like a little bird seeking comfort. "Sister Lan, what are you doing here?" Lan was taken aback upon seeing her. "Xiaoxing, what is this?" Shunxing leaned closer to Lan's ear and whispered a few words. After hearing her, Lan's expression suddenly became strange. "This is absurd. The military is a crucial instrument of the nation. How can it be mobilized for your personal matters? What if ordinary people are harmed?" Shunxing lowered her head, looking like a little girl who had done something wrong. Good sister, I know I was wrong, okay? I won't dare again. Please don't tell my dad and sister. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble. If this gets to the top, I will be finished. Good sister, please. LinYang was left speechless. Not to mention anything else, he could hear what Shunxing had whispered to Mo Lan clearly, as a limit Douluo level powerhouse. She had told Mo Lan that LinYang was her boyfriend, and they had had a quarrel, so she wanted to take him back to clear things up, which was why she had privately mobilized the military in a fit of anger. This was truly bewildering for LinYang. When did he become her boyfriend? However, from Mo Lan's expression, he could sense some implications. Undoubtedly, as a representative of the Doves, she must have a strong dislike for the military. Chapter 240. Unexpected from her attitude towards Shunxing, it's clear that Shunxing's identity is not ordinary. The forces behind her are either something that Mo Lan fears or something she has to appease. Otherwise, Mo Lan's attitude would not be like this. Mo Lan turned her head to look at LinYang. LinYang remained silent. At such times, keeping quiet is the best choice. He didn't want to escalate the situation or expose his identity. This is a one-time thing, and it won't happen again. But I must tell your sister about this. As for your father, just ask her to help you keep it a secret, Mo Lan said impatiently. Thank you, sis. You're really great. Shunxing exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Mo Lan's arm and shaking it. Mo Lan helplessly said, You girl, you really don't make it easy. What a pity. Her what a pity was clearly regarding this incident. Mo Lan agreed to handle it discreetly, making the remaining matters much easier to deal with. The police would rather not offend the military, and the military quickly evacuated the scene, distancing themselves as fast as possible. Shengxing stot beside Montaglan, looking at LinYang with an angry expression, secretly thinking, it's all this guy's fault. As long as he's around, there's always trouble. This time, being caught in the act by Mo Lan was simply infuriating. LinYang was discovered because of the vendor selling cigarettes at the coffee shop entrance earlier. Shunxing's family controls a massive intelligence network that includes everyone from the common people to the elite. LinYang's appearance was circulated in Shunxing's internal intelligence network, prompting a search in Mingdu. Once the vendor spotted him, he immediately reported it, leading to the subsequent events. Shunxing had actually been there for a while, initially hoping to capture LinYang first. But didn't he expect LinYang to easily resolve the situation while facing 4 mechas unarmed? Then she saw Mo Lan, fully aware of the issues between Mo Lan and the military. Realizing that things were escalating out of control, she hurried out to de-escalate the situation. It's all your fault, Shunxing silently accused LinYang. Watching her lip movements, LinYang turned his head away, putting his hat back on, ignoring her completely. Shunxing was immediately frustrated. This guy better not fall into my hands. However, he seemed to look even better than before, as if he had gained something more. Growing up in a military family, she was very sensitive to military energy, and from LinYang, she seemed to sense a familiar aura, similar to that of her father and grandfather. Although she was reluctant to admit it, she understood that in her heart, LinYang's image had become clearer. You should go back now. Don't act so willfully in the future, Mo Lan said helplessly to Shunxing. Shunxing stuck out her tongue, pointed at LinYang, and said, Sis, can I take him back with me? She paused here, her face turning red again. What acting skills? Has she been to Devil's Island too? LinYang looked at Shunxing's expression, feeling speechless. Mo Lan looked at her, then at LinYang, feeling a bit puzzled. She certainly didn't believe Shunxing's words. LinYang had just arrived here. How could he possibly be Shunxing's boyfriend? But at this moment, she couldn't directly expose it. LinYang's identity was sensitive, and she definitely couldn't let Shunxing take him away. He is my friend. You two can sort out your matters later. I have something to discuss with him today. You should go back now. By the end, Mo Lan's expression had darkened. Shunxing didn't dare to say more, stuck out her tongue, glared at LinYang fiercely, and reluctantly turned to leave. As she watched her depart, LinYang was about to say something, but was stopped by Mo Lan's gesture. Xiaobai drove over Mo Lan's car, a very plain soul-guided vehicle. LinYang immediately understood. The two got into the car, with Xiaobai driving towards the city center. On the way, Mo Lan didn't say anything, seemingly deep in thought. LinYang also kept quiet, quietly staying by her side. Before long, Xiaobai drove the car into an underground parking garage of a tall building. The three of them got out and took the elevator. The elevator went straight to the top floor. Mo Lan said to Xiaobai, you can go back now. Don't record today's events. Just pretend nothing happened. Understand? Yes, I understand. Xiaobai glanced curiously at LinYang before taking the elevator down. Mo Lan led LinYang into a large room, nearly 200 square meters, but the decor was quite simple. Being on the top floor, the view through the floor-to-ceiling windows was excellent, showcasing the bustling streets and the steel forest in the distance. Mo Lan turned on the lights, pulled down the curtains, and then pressed a button. LinYang keenly noticed that the entire room seemed to be enveloped by an energy shield, making it impossible for anything outside to detect what was happening inside. All right, now I can speak freely. LinYang, it seems you've gotten into trouble. What is going on between you and Xinxing? Mo Lan had held off asking until now, which was quite difficult for her. LinYang helplessly said, I just know her by coincidence. It's a long story. Initially, he briefly recounted how he went to Devil S Island for military training, encountered Xinxing in the Beihai Army Corps, and the incident of abducting her, as well as their recent meeting and his observations. Mo Lan listened intently. At first, her brows were furrowed, but gradually, her expression relaxed, and by the end, her gaze towards LinYang revealed a teasing glimmer. That is how it is. Why are you looking at me like that? LinYang felt a bit embarrassed under her stare. Mo Lan chuckled. I initially thought you'd been targeted by the military and exposed your identity. I didn't expect it to be that girl, Xinxing, who has taken a liking to you. It makes sense. You're so handsome and capable. Which girl wouldn't be smitten? Why not just go along with her? That girl, Xinxing, is quite good, even though she comes from a prestigious family. She has no scandals and a strict upbringing. Something like today, as incident probably never happened before, showing how much of an impact you've made on her. LinYang sighed, don't joke around. How could it be between me and her? I already have someone I like. By the way, from your tone, it seems you have some connections with her family. Mo Lan nodded, sighed slightly. I actually hoped today this encounter would be with someone from a different background. If that were the case, this opportunity would be enough for us to initiate a public movement against the military. At least we could reduce the military's influence somewhat. But the Shun family is different. In fact, the military is not a monolith. After so many years of development, family powers have deeply infiltrated the military. Multiple major regions have formed within the Federation. Each of the major families has its own territory. Their influence in these areas is deeply rooted, making it very difficult to shake, and even the federal government does not dare to touch them lightly. After all, any politician wanting to rise needs the support of these families. LinYang's heart stirred. Are you saying that the Shun family is related to the Duff faction? Mo Lan nodded. There are 5 major families in the military, and the Shun family is one of them, the only one that supports our Duff faction. The current patriarch of the Shun family, who is Shun Xing's grandfather, is the chief of general staff of the Federal Army, holding the rank of general. He is one of the 3 major figures in the Federal Army, alongside the Federal Commander and the Federal Minister of Equipment. The influence of the Shun family primarily encompasses the Beihai Legion and the Mingdu Garrison District, making them extremely powerful. They can be said to be stationed at the center of authority. During the time when the hawkish faction was dominant, we, the dovish faction, were able to remain safe and not be targeted by the hawkish faction's underhanded tactics, thanks to the Shun family. The Shun family stands upright, advocates for peaceful development, and aligns closely with our ideals. Moreover, the Shun family has the backing of the Sun and Moon Royal Soul Mentor Academy. In this situation, even I have to let go of today's incident. Otherwise, if the Shun family were to suffer a setback, it would have a tremendous impact on us as a whole. LinYang suddenly realized, no wonder Mo Lan would let Xinxing go and even forego this opportunity. Are the other 4 major military families all supporting the hawkish faction? LinYang asked. Mo Lan shook his head, stating that 3 families support the hawkish faction, with the Qiangu family at the forefront. The Lu family from the Southern Legion, however, supports the neutral faction, which is something we can leverage. The Lu family? Isn't that the family of Lu Jingyu and the others? LinYang breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that 2 of the 5 major families do not support the hawkish faction, making the situation not too terrible, which explains why the dovish faction can maintain the current situation. However, it is still not optimistic. Montak Lanzite, saying that ever since Qiangu Dongfeng became the master of the Soul Tower, the development of the Qiangu family has been rapid. They have been patient for many years, and once they took action, they occupied a vast influence. With the Soul Tower supporting them from behind, the Qiangu family has become quite uncontrollable. Even within the council, the positions they directly or indirectly control have exceeded 1/5. This is an unprecedented situation in the history of the Federation. LinYang was startled. In such a situation, does the Federation have no countermeasures? Are they just going to let one family dominate? If this continues, won't the future Qiangu family become a dictatorship? Lan said solemnly. We have already initiated multiple discussions regarding this matter. However, the Qiangu family is very cunning. The positions they openly control are very few, and even if we attack, it would have no effect. Many who are clearly from their side appear to have no connection with them on the surface. LinYang frowned, asking if the attack on Shrek City back then was related to them. Lan looked at him and replied that he couldn't draw a conclusion on that, but it is very likely. The Qiangu family is very low-key. If it weren't for Qiangu Dongfeng, the master of the Soul Tower, they would have kept a low profile. No one knows how powerful the Qiangu family is behind the scenes. But this family has a long history and deep roots. As the first academy on the continent, Shrek Academy is the strongest pillar behind the neutral faction, along with the existence of the Tang sect, another major pillar of the neutral faction. No force dares to underestimate them. Back when both Shrek Academy and the Tang sect were present, neither the dovish nor the hawkish factions dared to go too far, fearing interference from the neutral faction. The neutral faction appears to be the weakest on the surface. But the heritage of Shrek Academy and the Tang sect, which have existed for over 20,000 years, is extremely profound. Especially Shrek Academy, where there are elites from Shrek Academy in every faction, fostering a strong sense of belonging to the academy. Therefore, in the eyes of certain individuals, Shrek Academy is like a thorn in their side. The sudden attack on the academy could not have been planned in just a day or two. Why? LinYang asked. Lan smiled bitterly, stating that it is too difficult. To restore Shrek Academy, you will first stand in opposition to all the major families. No one, including the Shan family and the Lu family, wants to see a strong Shrek emerge again because the existence of Shrek Academy suppresses all families. Do you understand what I mean? LinYang's expression turned serious. Are you saying that the 5 major families were all involved in the actions against Shrek? Lan shook his head, clarifying that it wasn't exactly like that. He didn't know who was specifically involved, but from an interest perspective, a powerful Shrek Academy suppresses all sects and clans, which has maintained peace on the continent for many years. Do you think the hawkish faction wanted to take action against the Luo Empire overnight? Since the establishment of the Federation, countless people have wanted to start a war. It has always been because of Shrek Academy's mediation and suppression that war did not break out. Now, war is almost inevitable. Even if we do our utmost, we cannot stop it, precisely because we have lost Shrek, this pillar. In such a situation, do you think anyone would want to see a brand new Shrek emerge? That is impossible. Once you rebuild Shrek, you'll have to face the 5 major families, the Soul Tower, and the Hidden Holy Spirit Church. Any one of these opponents could obliterate you. It is truly too difficult. LinYang, I understand your thoughts. As the current Sea God Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy, this is your responsibility, and you cannot evade it. But at least until you grow into a towering tree, please do not act recklessly, okay? I've already lost too many loved ones. I don't want to lose sight of you in the future. At this point, Lan's eyes turned red again, revealing genuine emotion. LinYang always knew how difficult it would be to restore Shrek Academy, but he never anticipated it would be this challenging. Chapter 241. Resistance. Yes, as said, once he wants to rebuild Shrek, he will face not only the major powers of the entire Douluo Federation. These major powers do not want to see a strong Shrek re-emerge, and that is the biggest problem he must confront. But does difficulty mean he should not proceed? As one of the Shrek 7 monsters, he must walk this path no matter what. However, S words at least reminded him not to act rashly before he is ready. Even if the Federation launches a war against the Douluo Empire and the Xingluo Empire, it is not appropriate for him to immediately expose the news of Shrek's reconstruction. He still needs to prepare in the dark. Rest assured, I will not act rashly before I am confident, he said. He needed to reorganize his thoughts, but it was also essential to accumulate strength in secret. Only by gaining more support could he stand firm at the moment of Shrek's reconstruction. LinYang asked for some insights into the current political situation on the continent, especially the military's preparations for war. Was quite familiar with the military situation. Currently, the Northern Sea Legion and the Eastern Sea Legion were gathering forces at their respective bases. Undoubtedly, in terms of soul-guided weapons, the Douluo Federation was the most advanced. With the development of soul-guided technology, modern warfare was no longer about who had more troops to gain the upper hand. At the same time, the Federation was also hastening the production of giant warships. Although soul-guided aircraft could already engage in long-range combat, the supply lines were too long. The giant warships had reached a level where they could carry aircraft and provide supplies. This would be an important weapon for directly striking the Douluo Empire and the Xingluo Empire in the future. Everything was progressing rapidly, and according to's estimation, about a year later, Once all preparations were complete, war would inevitably begin. Even if the Federation wants to declare war, do they not plan to first clean up the internal issues? LinYang asked, if the problem with the Holy Spirit Church is not resolved, what will happen when the war starts and they create chaos within the Federation? Smiled wryly. Your question is also currently one of our most important strategies against the Hawks. However, the Holy Spirit Church is too cunning and secretive. Without concrete information, we have no way to act. The Hawks' opinion is that we cannot let one issue paralyze the entire Federation strategy. The Hawks are now turning to support research on space exploration and have expressed strong support for the study of spacecraft. However, after their support, they propose that if we want to develop space exploration and find planets suitable for human survival, we need a lot of resource support. Currently, resources across the continent are scarce. After meeting the basic operational needs of the Federation, there are hardly any resources left for research. The Douluo Continent and the Douluo Continent are rich in resources. For the development of all humanity, war is also necessary because these two empires will not hand over their resources to us. Only by unifying the entire Douluo star can we better develop soul-guided technology and move towards conquering the universe. LinYang felt speechless, but he had to admit that the Hawks' argument was valid. However, once the war began, it would be the ordinary people who would suffer first. The Douluo Empire and the Douluo Empire were also humans who had originally come from this side of Douluo Continent. They were also compatriots. How could he bear to harm them? Besides, the Hawks have gained some support from the neutrals and also from the public. After all, this war is not happening on our continent. It is far away in a foreign land and will not cause significant losses to our people. This is a key reason they are willing to accept it. LinYang frowned tightly. War is mutual. This is simply short-sighted. Since the Holy Spirit Church can destroy Shrek City, they can destroy any city of ours. How can we not resolve such a great enemy first and only think about invasion? It's really, besides, the interests are compelling. It's too late to say anything now. The occurrence of this war is basically irreversible. The Hawks have indicated that the War God Hall will cooperate with the communication tower to guard the Federation and be ready to respond to the Holy Spirit Church at any time. They are also very confident that if another massacre by the Holy Spirit Church occurs, they are willing to take responsibility. This has also silenced us. LinYang asked, then does the Dove faction have any follow-up measures to target the Hawks? Shook his head. There is currently no effective breakthrough. We can only maintain the power we currently have as much as possible. This is also why I had to make concessions when facing the Shen family. LinYang, individual power is too small. Even if you can grow into a top-tier powerhouse in the future, you will ultimately be just one person. Do not act impulsively. LinYang nodded silently. Ich understand. Rest assured, I will not act impulsively. I have my own judgment. Moreover, I also know how to face all of this. He said, I will head back now. Let's keep in touch at any time. Escorted him out of the building, watching LinYang get into a taxi and leave, and sighed inwardly. This LinYang, at such a young age, already bears too much. However, even he could not help him much now. Back at his residence, LinYang immediately began to meditate. He needed to reorganize his thoughts. Some of his original plans needed to be improved. There was no doubt that Shrek Academy had to be rebuilt. However, his original idea seemed unlikely to be realized. It was not a matter of rallying supporters to rebuild the academy. As said, if Shrek Academy were to be rebuilt, it would face almost all the major powers of the continent. Therefore, without sufficient preparation and confidence, the academy could not appear openly. If it could not appear openly, what about in secret? Although the news from was not very optimistic, it still helped LinYang's planning significantly, at least making him more cautious and less impulsive. A faint smile appeared on LinYang's face, enriching his expression. If the Holy Spirit Church could hide itself so well, and with Tongmen's support behind him, why could he not also keep Shrek hidden? No matter what, he had to return to Shrek City to take a look. This time coming to the main capital, he had basically learned all the information he wanted to know. Next, it was time to follow his thoughts step by step to take action. Early the next morning, LinYang took Yue'er and others and boarded the soul-guided train, heading straight for the old site of Shrek City. 27 people were divided among 5 carriages. LinYang and Yue'er walked together, disguised as a couple, except for LinYang, who completed his makeup using a fake ID under the name Yu. The others showed their true identities. Their identities were not sensitive. Sitting on the soul-guided train and watching the scenery outside whizzing by, LinYang felt a surge of emotions. He was now somewhat looking forward to a situation where the Holy Spirit Church might hijack the train again, so he could take revenge for the fallen teachers and classmates of Shrek Academy. But for some reason, The Holy Spirit Church had not appeared in the open on the continent for a long time, nor had they launched any terrorist attacks. They only appeared once with the Blood God Legion. They had not suffered any devastating blows, and their sudden disappearance was indeed puzzling. LinYang even felt that the Holy Spirit Church was deliberately downplaying its presence to promote the occurrence of war. Once the war breaks out, the troop deployment within the Federation will inevitably be weak. At that time, if the Spirit Sect launches another terrorist attack, the resulting disaster will only be more severe. Rebuilding Shrek requires not only balancing the external forces so that they restrain each other and cannot interfere with the recovery of the Academy, but also destroying the Spirit Sect, the root of all evil. Everything is difficult at the beginning. Undoubtedly, this is the most challenging time for LinYang, but his thoughts are gradually becoming clearer. Especially after communicating with Lan, he understands even more that he must not act too hastily in the current situation, as being overly eager will only backfire. Shrek Academy is left with only them as sparks, and they cannot afford any more losses. It's better to be cautious and take 10 years to sharpen a sword than to take blind risks. After all, he and his companions are still far from being strong. At the same time that LinYang is disguising himself and leaving Mingdu with the Blood Dragon Squad, Shunxing is sitting in her room with a gloomy expression. Disappeared? That bad guy actually vanished in a thin air, leaving no trace behind. How is that possible? After parting with Lan that day, she secretly deployed personnel, waiting for LinYang to appear. However, contrary to her expectations, when LinYang left the building where Lan was, her people followed him, but LinYang got off halfway and disappeared after passing a shopping mall. Since the day she met LinYang while drunk, she had realized that he was very good at disguising, making the search even more difficult. No, she finally had news of him and could not let him slip away from her sight like this. After thinking it over, Shunxing decided to ask Lan for clarification. Montak Lan Yi. She pushed the door open and approached Lan's desk with a smile. What brings you here again? Girl, did you come to find me for something? Oh, right, I forgot to tell your sister about that day. Just in time for you to remind me. I'll call her now. While speaking, she was about to dial the communication device. Shunxing hurriedly went around the desk and grabbed her hand. No, Hie. Since you've already forgotten, let it go with the wind. Hee, good sister. I came to find you for something. Lan glanced at her and said, What is it? Speak. Shunxing said with a look of grievance, It's that rival again. After a little quarrel, he vanished without a trace. Otherwise, why would I have impulsively mobilized military forces to catch him that day? Jia, do you know where he went? I'm worried sick looking for him. Lan looked at her with a half smile. Is he really your boyfriend? Xing, you're a good girl, and our families have some ties. Be honest with your sister. What is really going on? Let me ask you a simple question first. Do you know his name? Do you know who he is? Shunxing was taken aback and replied fiercely, He is from Shrek Academy. Of course I know. Jiayu. Her heart stirred, vaguely guessing that Lan's relationship with LinYang was probably quite extraordinary. Lan sighed softly. Xing, some people are not meant for you to get involved with. I can see that you like him, but do you know that liking someone like him could affect your entire life, and it will definitely be a negative influence? Even your family wouldn't agree to you being together. You must know what has happened at Shrek Academy. If you really care about him, then it's best not to speak about seeing him. His identity is very sensitive, and many people are looking for him right now. Skin dink fronet, yeah. What do you mean by that? Lan sighed. I can't say too clearly, but I can only tell you that he is not suitable for you. Liking him is like a moth to a flame for you, which could lead to destruction or ashes. This is not the path you should take. No, I don't believe it. Besides, I don't really like him. At this point, Shunxing suddenly stomped her foot and angrily said, Did he tell you everything? Lan looked at her with piercing eyes. What do you think? Shunxing was at a loss for words. Where is he? I want to see him and question him face to face. Seeing her expression, Lan's gaze softened. She stood up and patted Shunxing's head. Silly girl, your sister's been through this. How can I not see through your thoughts? You really have fallen for him. Haven't you? But forget him. For you, he is like poison. After Shrek Academy was destroyed, do you know what kind of heavy responsibility he carries as a member of the Academy? Just this responsibility is already suffocating him. How could he have time for romance? Moreover, your identity is sensitive. Once you have something with him, how will you face your grandfather, your father, and your sister? If the Shun family has a legitimate daughter marrying someone from Shrek Academy, do you know how your family would likely suffer a catastrophic blow? The weight of this is far too heavy for a little girl like you to bear. So give it up. You and him are simply impossible. Forget him and live your own life. No, Shunxing suddenly shouted, biting her lower lip. Unbeknownst to her, tears were already shimmering in her eyes. I must find him. I must find that bad guy. I want to kill him, to take revenge on him. While speaking, she took a few steps back and then suddenly turned and ran away. Chapter 242. Mu Chan watching her leave. Mo Lan shook his head helplessly. This LinYang, even without doing anything, he still has such a huge attraction. Indeed, if he were 10 years younger, would he not be attracted to him as well? Whether in appearance or ability, he exudes a powerful charm to the opposite sex. But he said he already has someone he loves. Who could it be? Forget it. This is something I must tell Xinyu. She and Xinyu have been close friends since childhood, and their families are well acquainted. Later, as they grew older, they took different paths. Undoubtedly, Xinyu was more outstanding when they were younger, but that never affected their relationship. This is also why she regards Shun Xing as a younger sister. Xinyu, it's me. I need to tell you something about Xing. In the Ming capital garrison district at the headquarters. After hanging up the phone, Xinyu's expression turned somewhat grim. In fact, she had noticed her sister's situation was a bit abnormal for quite some time. It was already the case when they were in the Beihai military corps, and it seemed to have worsened since returning. How could she not know about Shun Xing's drinking problem? She had even scolded Shun Xing multiple times for it. But Shun Xing cried and told her that she couldn't sleep at night due to severe insomnia and needed alcohol to fall asleep. She was on the verge of breaking down. Helpless, she could only indulge her sister. After all, Shun Xing had no issues in other aspects. And after her training in the Beihai military corps, she had become even more outstanding, now reaching the level of a 5-ring Soul King. With her cultivation, even if she drank too much, it was hard for her to be threatened. She trusted Mo Lan's phone call completely. Could it be that her sister's severe insomnia was because of that guy? In Xinyu's mind, the image of a handsome young man with bright eyes appeared. Even when facing the thousands of troops of the Beihai military corps, he remained calm and composed. Shun Xing did not know his identity, but Xinyu had investigated afterward. Although Mo Lan hadn't mentioned it just now, a name still emerged in Xinyu's mind. LinYang. That guy should be called LinYang, right? The leader of the contemporary Shrek 7 monsters at Shrek Academy. He actually didn't die. He didn't perish in that explosion. According to reports, he should have been at Shrek Academy at that time. Even Mo Lan didn't know that he had inadvertently revealed the fact that LinYang was still alive to his close friend. It was precisely because Xinyu knew LinYang's identity that her expression turned even grimmer. Her sister really had fallen for someone extraordinary. What is LinYang doing in Ming capital? What does he plan to do next? Given his importance at Shrek Academy, his future intentions are evident. No, she must not let her sister get involved, especially not be deceived by him. Come here. Bring me Colonel Xin Xing. No matter where she is, I want to see her within an hour. I cannot let this girl act recklessly. This matter is of great importance. While nothing has happened yet, it must be nipped in the bud. The Soul Guidance high-speed train is indeed the most convenient means of transportation for official routes. Safe and sound, LinYang and his companions traveled all the way to Tiando City. Yes, they could only go as far as Tiando City. The original transportation hub of Shrek City had been destroyed along with Shrek City, and no one seemed to have any intention of rebuilding it. Tiando City looked to have regained its vitality, still as it was, showcasing many characteristics from the ancient times of Douluo Continent. The soldiers of the Blood God Legion were obviously very curious about this place. Most of them had never been to the inland before and had never seen such an ancient city. Including Long Yue'er, curious glances were constantly surveying their surroundings. LinYang instructed everyone to spread out and maintain a certain distance while moving to avoid drawing attention. He was very familiar with Tiando City, especially since the headquarters of the Forging Masters Association was located here now. First, let's find a place to stay. Yue'er, it's up to you. Brother, are you familiar with Tiando City? LinYang asked Aruhong. Aruhong scratched his bald head and replied, It's okay, I have some impression. LinYang said, Then you help Yue'er. She has never been here before, and I have some matters to handle. We'll contact each other later through the Soul Guidance communicator. After saying that, he turned and left. Jiang Yue'er couldn't help but complain, this guy is becoming more and more irresponsible, always disappearing. Shut up. Long Yue'er shot him a glare. Jiang Yue'er shrugged and sighed. It's really unfair treatment. Long Yue'er ignored him, discussed with Aruhong for a bit, and took everyone towards the interior of Tiando City. LinYang took a taxi and skillfully arrived at the place he was most familiar with. Dialing the number on the Soul Guidance communicator, it was quickly answered. LinYang? Mu Chen's voice came through. Senior brother, it's me. I'm back. Are you at the headquarters? LinYang briefly stated his current situation. Mu Chen paused for a moment. Come up. I'm here. Use the back door. After Jinhua's death, Mu Chun had become the new president of the Forging Masters Association. 5 minutes later, LinYang appeared in Mu Chun's office. As soon as he entered, he saw a familiar figure. Mu Chun smiled and said, "Yesterday, that old guy Yaolin called me, complaining that I have such an outstanding closed-door disciple, and didn't he tell him? My closed-door disciple's name is Chun Feng, and he has already shown forging skills that are on the brink of reaching level 8. What do you think? Isn't he surpassing his master? LinYang Chuklet. But he is also your disciple, senior brother. I don't know Chun Feng." He felt a bit ashamed in his heart. In fact, during his time in the Blood God Legion, he hadn't invested much effort in forging. The reason he made progress in forging was not only due to his spiritual power reaching the divine level, but also because he received the blessings of the entire Douluo Continent. And he began to have a preliminary understanding of some heavenly principles, which reflected in his forging and led to rapid progress. However, to truly reach level 8, he still needed to solidify his skills through actual forging practice. Regardless, this was a great thing. You're not mistaken. An 8-level Saint Craftsman in his 20s, Even with Mu Chun's composure, he couldn't help but show a proud expression at this moment. Mu Chun snorted and looked at LinYang, saying, "LinYang, why are you back? Don't get complacent just because you achieved a little success. You should know what you will face in the future. It is definitely not something you can handle with your current level." LinYang nodded. "I understand, senior brother, but I need to start preparing. I never plan to rebuild Shrek Academy right now, but I need to do some preparatory work first. I need to understand everything about the continent, including the situation of various major forces and how much strength we at Shrek still have to mobilize. Plus, I need to familiarize myself with Tongmin's situation. All this takes time, so I came back first. After that, I plan to visit the original site of Shrek City and take a look." As he said this, his expression inevitably darkened. The image of the Qingtian Dalu exploding to protect them in his final moments unconsciously surfaced in his mind. Mu Chun nodded. "Times have changed. You must be extra careful. Even our association is not completely safe. What about after you visit Shrek City?" LinYang replied, "Next, I will focus on self-improvement and connecting with all available forces. You can rest assured I won't act rashly. If there are any major moves, I will definitely inform you first." Mu Chun said, "No matter when, we are always your support. However, you must understand that whether it's us, the Tang sect, or other forces that want to support you, if it's a situation we know is futile, I'm afraid no one will take action. Do you understand? It's not just about self-preservation. More importantly, each of us does not only represent ourselves." "I understand." LinYang nodded. Mu Chun said, "If it were 1,000 years ago, personal strength could solve many problems. I would advise you to work hard to reach a higher level, even to cultivate to the limit Dalu before considering the revival of Shrek. But with the advancement of soul guide technology, even a limit Dalu is not invincible now. Otherwise, no one could possibly destroy Shrek Academy. Therefore, the military's attitude is very important, and you should strive to gain more support from the military. At the same time, be careful of the spirit transmission tower. That guy from the Qiangu family has great ambitions. After the destruction of Shrek Academy, the Qiangu family stands to benefit the most. The spirit transmission tower has also released artificially created black-level soul spirits, greatly reducing the price of artificially created purple-level soul spirits, and is currently at its peak. Now is definitely not a good time to take risks and clash with them." Mu Chun stretched lazily and said, "LinYang, in terms of forging, if you need help, both I and your senior brother will support you. You should have reached the realm where you can bear a 4-character battle armor, right? Complete your 4-character battle armor as soon as possible. Don't push yourself, and use the best 4-character battle armor. Reaching the threshold of level 8 and truly entering level 8 are completely two concepts. But it is also a very important step. If the foundation at level 8 is solid, the possibility of breaking through to the divine craftsman in the future will be greater. Don't be fooled by the fact that LinYang achieved the status of a holy craftsman at a young age, before he successfully performed heavenly forging. Neither Mu Chun nor Duan Xian said that he would definitely be able to become a divine craftsman. The level of divine craftsman is a huge chasm for holy craftsmen. If one does not have excellent luck, no amount of effort can cross that step. Mu Chun has been stuck at this threshold for 20 years and has never been able to step out. LinYang has a much greater chance than him, but no one dares to say that he will definitely reach that level. Yes, Mu Chun's exclusive forging studio is undoubtedly the highest end in the entire Federation. Completely isolated from the outside world. Only inside the studio can you hear the sound of forging. The protection aspect is also at the highest level. This can be said to be LinYang's favorite place. Just the rare metals displayed on both walls make him envious. Some rare metals he has only seen in pictures apart from being here with Mu-chun. They are priceless treasures. Only at the level of a divine craftsman like Mu-chun can one manage to obtain them. Looking at LinYang's burning gaze, Mu-chun smiled slightly. If you can break through to the level of divine craftsman, everything here will belong to you, the entire studio. How about that? Really? LinYang's eyes lit up. As a seasoned miser, being able to acquire so many good things is like a pie falling from the sky. Moreover, these rare metals cannot even be bought with money. Not to mention that Mu-chun's forging platform is made of soul forging metal, with a layer of heavenly forging metal on the surface. Even a full force attack from a limit Douluo might not be able to destroy it. Using this forging platform for mid to low-level forgers, there is no difference from an ordinary forging platform, but for forgers above the holy craftsman level, the success rate can be increased by at least 10%. Almost all of Mu-chun's heavenly forging works were completed here. One can imagine how valuable this forging studio is. It is not something that money can measure. Don't be fooled. If he gives this to you, all his responsibilities will fall on you. This belongs to the Craftsman Association, not just him. Mu-chun reminded him at the right moment. Mu-chun shot him a somewhat annoyed glance. Why are you butting in? You don't want it. So why not let someone else have it? Mu-chun smiled slightly. I've already gotten what I wanted the most. Once I made my choice, I shouldn't regret it. LinYang scratched his head and said, Senior brother, if I take over from you here, will I have to become the president of the Craftsman Association? Mu-chun smiled slightly. Why? Don't you think it's time for me to find an heir for myself? I know you have a lot to do. Don't worry. I won't tie you down in our association, but you must have the title. After all, if you could take over from me, you will already be a divine craftsman. The association always needs a divine craftsman to preside over it. Okay, I promise you. LinYang almost agreed without hesitation. Mu-chun was somewhat surprised. He knew Tang San well. Although he was young, he was not an impulsive person when dealing with matters. Although there are many good things here in Genoa, as a holy craftsman, if LinYang truly wants to collect these rare metals, it is not impossible. Tang LinYang saw Mu-chun's surprised expression and smiled broadly. I can have today, all thanks to the guidance of my teacher and senior brother, and the cultivation from the Craftsman Association. If the association needs anything in the future, how can I stand by and do nothing? As a disciple, I should share the burdens of my seniors. Mu-chun laughed heartily. Good boy. You have it in you. Very good, very good. Although he knows LinYang is speaking from the heart, he also understands that in this way, the Craftsman Association will to some extent be tied to LinYang. Chapter 243. Forging the future. When he truly began to rebuild Shrek, how could the association not lend a hand? LinYang agreed so readily, which was indeed a win-win situation. He had truly grown up and was no longer naive. LinYang approached the forging table. Senior brother, what metal should I use for forging? Different metals have vastly different levels of difficulty in soul forging. Mu-chun waved his hand, and a piece of metal flew up from a nearby shelf, landing on the forging table. Use this. If you forge it well, I'll give it to you. If you can't satisfy me, you'll have to pay for the metal. LinYang looked down and was immediately startled when he saw the piece of metal. He raised his head in astonishment, looking at Mu-chun. Senior brother, this is too precious. The metal on the forging table in front of him could definitely rank among the top 3 in value out of the hundreds of metals in the entire forging room. And it was arguably the rarest. More importantly, this rare metal was incredibly useful for LinYang. He had already prepared the metal to create a brand new 4-character battle armor for himself. The rare metal in front of him would serve primarily as a medium. It could maximize the compatibility between any metals, meaning that even if there were several types of metals being forged together with this rare metal added, their fusion degree would reach 100%, provided the forging succeeded. Of course, this significantly reduced the difficulty of the fusion process. The metal in front of him appeared light blue, with golden threads running through it like silk. This was called gold-water integration, perfectly merging both gold and water elements. It was compatible with all other metals and could fuse with any metal, becoming a part of it. However, due to its extreme rarity, its value exceeded that of almost all metals, so no one would want to turn it into another metal. After countless generations of forgers' research, it was ultimately discovered that its greatest function was to be used as a medium during the fusion process. LinYang had only seen gold-water integration here with Mu-chun. Normally, Mu-chun wouldn't even be willing to use it himself. For a divine craftsman, it was a rare treasure, so one can imagine its high value. Just this small piece of rare metal could rival the value of a divine-level mecha. That Mu-chun was willing to give it to him undoubtedly meant that he wanted LinYang to incorporate more types of metals into his 4-character battle armor, enhancing it to a more powerful level. How much care was that? Senior brother, this is too precious, LinYang couldn't help but say. Muchen replied with annoyance, what? Do you think it belongs to you now? Don't get ahead of yourself. To use gold-water integration as a medium for forging metals, you first have to forge it to a certain level. It is the most versatile metal. Completing its soul forge is not that easy. If it weren't impossible for it to be successfully forged by the heavens, do you think I would be willing to give it to you? Gold-water integration can't be forged by the heavens? This was the first time LinYang had heard such a statement. This secret was probably known only to his senior brother, who was already a divine craftsman, as only he had the ability to attempt forging with gold-water integration. How precious is gold-water integration? Even ordinary people would cherish just a tiny bit, and those who wish to use it for forging are undoubtedly among the top existences on the continent. Naturally, they wouldn't disclose this information to lower its value. Let's begin. If you can successfully complete its soul forge, it will be yours. Otherwise, I will take it back. Muchen said seriously. Understood. LinYang did not hesitate further. He truly needed gold-water integration, if he had it. The original plan to use 9 types of rare metals for the 4-character battle armor forging would significantly increase in success rate and enhance the compatibility of the metals, laying a solid foundation. As long as he completed such a 4-character battle armor, LinYang was confident he could compete with true divine-level powerhouses. He positioned gold-water integration upright in the center of the forging table. LinYang did not rush to start forging or heat it first. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes, using his mental strength to perceive it. With the mental strength of the god origin realm, it was already substantial. His mental force enveloped gold-water integration, quietly sensing its metallic characteristics and vitality. Muchen and the other Muchen stood not far behind him. Muchen was okay and didn't feel anything. But Muchen's expression changed slightly, a look of shock crossing his face. As a divine craftsman, although his personal combat power could not compare to a powerful title Douluo, he was not inferior to any title Douluo in terms of mental strength. Without the mental foundation of the god origin realm, it was impossible to complete heavenly forging. His mental strength was exceptionally talented, which was why he ultimately reached the level of a divine craftsman. Thus, when LinYang released his mental strength, Muchen felt it immediately. That substantial mental force, combined with perfect integration with the outside world, was precisely the characteristic of the god origin realm. Within a certain range, the mental strength of the god origin realm could produce an effect akin to a domain, detecting the most subtle existences. What a kid. No wonder he broke through so quickly. His mental strength has already reached such a level. It's simply incredible. While marveling internally, Muchen couldn't help but nod in approval, growing increasingly confident in LinYang's potential to advance to the level of a divine craftsman. A faint smile flashed across Muchen's face as he gestured to the other Muchen. At first, the other Muchen didn't understand. But when Muchen whispered a few words to him, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. As an 8th-level holy craftsman, he still had a long way to go before reaching the god origin realm, which was one of the key reasons he would never advance to the level of a divine craftsman. Yet, unexpectedly, LinYang had already achieved it. LinYang felt nothing from the exchange between Muchen and the other Muchen. His entire focus was on the gold-water integration metal in front of him. Perceiving through mental strength was a completely different experience than looking with the naked eye. In a world of mental strength, this gold-water integration was surprisingly full of vitality. Did it possess a life force of its own? This meant that this metal already had a state similar to that after spiritual forging, which was astonishing. Upon closer examination, he found that the internal structure of gold-water integration was very stable, yet extremely active. The perfect fusion of gold and water elements had no flaws whatsoever. Indeed, it could only be described as perfect. However, the gold element flowed and changed continuously under the embrace of the water element, constantly altering its fluctuating structure. Even the most unstable metal LinYang had ever seen could not compare to the gold-water integration in front of him. Its sparks could be described as flowing water. It seemed to have its unique small space, where the gold and water elements swirled and flowed. This was truly fascinating. LinYang's lips curled slightly upwards. He was not daunted by the high difficulty that would inevitably arise from forging it. Instead, he was eager to try. Others could not grasp its mysteries, but with his powerful mental strength, he could feel its every change at every moment. Undoubtedly, the transformation of the golden water element is irregular. If an ordinary blacksmith were to forge it, they would be unable to grasp its characteristics, let alone soul forging. Even 100 or 1,000 times of forging would be incredibly difficult. However, for me it's different. Since it is a metal that merges elements like a living organism, I can attempt to control these golden water elements through my mental strength. There is no need to fix them in place. I just need to help them establish their own operating rules, which would be sufficient to cooperate with my forging. With this thought, LinYang's mental strength surged forth, swirling around the golden water element, enveloping it, constantly pulsating and penetrating, trying to exert some influence on it. From Muchun and Muchen's perspective, they could see that a layer of gold and blue mist began to emerge on the surface of the dazzling golden water element. The mist spread like vapor, and its own halo began to fluctuate, not too violently, but visibly. "Good lad," Muchun silently exclaimed in his heart. He certainly had his own methods to forge the golden water element, but he could never influence this metal directly with mental strength like LinYang did. This had already surpassed the limits of what he could achieve. Yet LinYang accomplished it effortlessly. A faint smile appeared on LinYang's face, and suddenly, he opened his eyes. 2 streams of tangible purple lightning shot out from his eyes. This was the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye itself is a means of mental attack, a method of eye cultivation, but is also a way to train mental strength. LinYang had not been able to cultivate the Purple Extreme Demon Eye to its highest realm, but with his mental strength reaching the divine origin realm. His Purple Extreme Demon Eye had entered the 4th layer of its realm. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye has 4 great realms: Micro, Shumi, Mustard Seed, and Vast. Upon entering the 4th realm, Vast, LinYang's mental strength could be controlled with great precision, and through his eyesight, he could perceive extremely subtle existences. At this moment, the mental power of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye burst forth, almost instantly enveloping the entire piece of metal. The surface of the metal emitted a faint luster, and stimulated by the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, the golden water element immediately produced a humming sound. In an instant, the golden and blue light burst forth, illuminating the entire forging room in the same color. LinYang raised his hands, and 2 soul-forged silver hammers fell into his grasp. In terms of material, these hammers were definitely not of high quality, just ordinary rare metal, silver. However, these silver hammers had been with him since he had just started forging, and they had undergone blood training, which made them resonate with his soul and blood, step by step reaching their current state. They were the most compatible forging hammers for LinYang. The surface of the dual hammers emitted a soft halo, as if the silver had come to life. LinYang didn't even need to heat the golden water element. The pair of silver hammers had already fallen like shooting stars. Clang, clang. The silver hammers struck the golden water element, instantly igniting the golden blue halo even more. For a moment, the golden and blue light flickered chaotically, creating a mesmerizing effect. The silver hammers in LinYang's hands shone brightly at the moment of impact, dazzling with brilliant silver light, accompanied by a sense of high pressure. From a metallic perspective, the silver hammers and the golden water element were not on the same level, vastly different. Yet, the silver hammers in LinYang's hands had already completed soul forging, instantly suppressing the golden water element. The fall of the dual hammers was staggered, very skillfully. At the moment when the golden blue light was swirling under the silver light, guided by LinYang's mental strength, the golden blue light emitted by the golden water element slightly slowed down. "Turn!" LinYang shouted loudly. At the moment he shouted, even Muchun and Muchun felt a shock in their hearts, as if the blood within them was spinning violently. They both had soul cores. The soul power around their cores suddenly surged and spun rapidly, causing the surface of their bodies to emit a glow of soul power. What kind of ability is this? Muchun and Muchun felt dumbfounded. They considered themselves well-informed, yet they had never seen a situation where someone could influence another's soul power through sound. Despite being completely unprepared, Muchun was a titled Dalu, and Muchun was only a step away from being one. LinYang was clearly not as strong in soul power as they were, yet he could influence them with a simple word. What a terrifying ability. In just a few months, there was no doubt that LinYang's growth had exceeded their expectations. An even stranger scene occurred. The golden blue light that had originally slowed down began to rotate with LinYang's fierce shout, swirling like a vortex. At first, the 2 colors of light were somewhat uneven, but soon, their trajectories began to slowly overlap, with the 2 colors of light stacking and transforming evenly. LinYang raised the silver hammers, a faint smile appearing on his face. The dual hammers fell again, but this time, their descent looked very slow. When this pair of silver hammers struck the golden water element once more, a series of secretive clanging sounds followed. It was the layered sounds of metal colliding. Even if there were overlapping strikes, it was impossible for so many collisions to occur at once. Mu Chun saw clearly that in that instant, LinYang's wrist shook, completing a triple strike, and combined with the overlapping hammer effect, it resulted in 9 strikes, making the dual hammers strike a total of 18 times. Chapter 244 Blood Sacrifice. The 3 consecutive shocks are not particularly powerful techniques. Some spirit forging level blacksmiths can achieve them. However, performing 3 consecutive shocks on the golden water fusion is quite extraordinary, as it requires the blacksmith to have immense confidence in themselves and a complete understanding of the metal's properties. Even someone with Mu Chen's level of forging skill wouldn't easily use such a technique on the golden water fusion, let alone in the situation of stacking hammers. Mu Chen opened his mouth to speak, but at that moment, a brilliant light suddenly burst forth. The gold and blue light seemed to merge into one in an instant, transforming into a blue-gold pillar of light that shot up into the sky. The forging room was large and high enough, and this light actually rose over 10 feet high. Its blue-gold brilliance dazzling and full of vitality, as if it were about to fill the entire world. 1000 Forging, first grade. 1000 Forging has spirit. Mu Chun stared in astonishment at this scene. When 1000 Forging first grade is completed, the higher the light rises, the higher the quality of the 1000 Forging. A foot of light can be considered 1000 Forging first grade, and the quality is quite good. Generally, if a metal can have 5 feet of light rising, that is its limit. Undoubtedly, the quality of the golden water fusion is absolutely high enough, but both Mu Chun and he know the difficulty of forging it. It is not easy to complete the 1000 Forging first grade on this lively metal, which could even be described as mischievous, let alone achieving a spirit elevation of 10 feet. Mu Chun's expression became somewhat strange, glaring at Mu Chun and then nodding, indicating that he could also do it. As a divine craftsman, he indeed could achieve the feat of elevating the golden water fusion by 10 feet. But he concealed the fact. If he wanted to complete a 10-foot elevation, the preparation time and subsequent forging time required would be at least twice that of LinYang. In other words, in terms of 1000 Forging the golden water fusion, even as a divine craftsman, he could not compare to LinYang. Mu Chen, unaware of the twists in Mu Chen's heart, displayed a somewhat displeased expression, as he indeed lacked that capability. Naturally, he felt a bit annoyed. Mu Chen stared intently at LinYang. He took out the golden water fusion not only to support LinYang, but also to test him. He wanted to see how far LinYang's forging skills had reached, which was of great significance for his future path in forging and how to touch the level of divine craftsman. He did not expect that right from the start, LinYang would bring him such a great surprise. Undoubtedly, his ability to instantly complete the 1000 forging lies in that loud shout just now, which, guided by his mental strength, allowed the golden water fusion to reach a subtle balance in an instant, making its internal vitality orderly. After LinYang grasped this pattern, he completed the 1000 Forging, whether in creating laws or guiding the golden water fusion and seizing the opportunity to complete the 1000 Forging. He performed it to an almost perfect level. A faint glow appeared on LinYang's face, and in a flash, he leaped up, his twin silver hammers directly smashing down on the rising foot-high light. The blue-gold light collapsed under the weight of the heavenly forging silver hammer, transforming into rippling halos that spread outward, and a low, deep phoenix cry resonated from LinYang's mouth. The phoenix cry was slight and deep, yet continuous, and the dissipating blue-gold light seemed to be drawn in, swirling around the golden water fusion, tinting it blue-gold, stabilizing and solidifying the metal form. Mu Chun raised his eyebrows, wondering if there was anything this kid couldn't do. At that moment, LinYang's silver hammer fell like rain on banana leaves, and the sound of the phoenix cry echoed continuously. The phoenix cry maintained a consistent pitch, and the blue-gold light released when 1000 Forging of the golden water fusion was completed lingered, swirling around it, not allowing the spirit light to revert. The forging continued like this. This forging method was taught to LinYang by Mu Chun. This method maximizes the preservation of the metal's spirituality, but the difficulty of forging it is undoubtedly high. Mu Chun had previously said that without sufficient mental strength, one should not attempt it lightly. Even if the mental strength is sufficient, one must be cautious. Each time such forging is performed, it consumes a tremendous amount of mental strength, and if not done well, it could affect the soul. Of course, LinYang now clearly did not need to worry about this issue. His mental strength at the spirit domain level was sufficient to support him in any forging. A faint smile appeared on his face, and a strong light flashed in LinYang's eyes as the speed of the silver hammer's descent increased. He would not give this golden water fusion to anyone. This was a great opportunity for him to forge the 3-character battle armor to perfection. How could he not exert his utmost forging ability while forging it? What LinYang wanted to do now was to spare no effort to complete the heavenly forging of this golden water fusion, and to get as close to perfect as possible. Boom! 10 minutes later, when LinYang's twin hammers struck down simultaneously and smashed hard against the surface of the golden water fusion, the blue-gold light suddenly froze. Immediately afterward, a blue-gold vortex appeared out of thin air around the metal, madly absorbing various elements of heaven and earth from the air. Spirit forging success. 1000 forging has spirit. Spirit forging creates life. The rich life aura felt as if one were in a forest. The joyful burst from within the golden water fusion even affected every piece of metal in the forging room. Some high-grade metals began to emit faint humming sounds, responding to it as if congratulating and praising it. Metal creation is the miracle of spirit forging, and the higher the grade of the metal, the more difficult it is during spirit forging. The blue-gold vortex fluctuated violently, and LinYang took a step back, breathing a little heavily. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly brightened again, and the silver hammer in his right hand struck back fiercely against his chest, producing a dull thud. A violent heartbeat followed, and LinYang opened his mouth, a jet of blood shooting out, landing precisely at the center of the golden water fusion's vortex. Blood sacrifice. This was LinYang's second blood sacrifice in his life. The first blood sacrifice was on the silver hammers in his hands. The effect of this second blood sacrifice was incomparably stronger than the first. Now, LinYang possessed the bloodline of the divine beast Qingluan. This mouthful of Qingluan blood, infused with the purest life aura of a superior being, was exceptionally rich in life energy, and the purity of the Qingluan bloodline was unparalleled in the world. Therefore, when this blood fell on the metal surface, the entire golden water fusion erupted with a loud humming sound, which then transformed into a phoenix cry, as the blue-gold halo in the air turned into a phoenix and joyfully spiraled around the golden water fusion. With this blood sacrifice, the grade of the golden water fusion was directly raised significantly, and the blue-gold phoenix-shaped light shadow entered and exited the golden water fusion, continuously transforming and cleansing the life that had just emerged. LinYang's complexion turned slightly pale. This time, what he spat out was not ordinary blood, but his own vital blood. He truly put everything on the line to ensure the forging of the golden water fusion could reach perfection. Mu Chan raised his eyebrows, impressed by the kid's decisiveness and confidence. The vital blood of a soul master is exceedingly important. The stronger the soul master, the more precious their vital blood, as it contains too much of their energy. A single mouthful of vital blood can take months to recover from, and it can even lower one's cultivation level. LinYang's actions demonstrate his high regard for the Jinshui Xianghan. Moreover, after completing the blood sacrifice, even if his Tianju fails in the end, this Jinshui Xianghan can no longer be used by anyone else. It has been blood sacrificed and bears his mark, thus it can only belong to him. This kid is truly a miser when it comes to wealth. At the same time, it also shows LinYang's absolute confidence in his own forging abilities. He is confident that he can complete the Tianju. Otherwise, the blood sacrifice would be too much of a loss. Within him, the soul core is synchronously pulsating, quietly feeling the affinity of the Jinshui Xianghan merging with his own bloodline. The Qingluan bloodline is incredibly domineering. In almost an instant, it thoroughly integrates with the Jinshui Xianghan. A faint smile appears on LinYang's face as he can clearly sense that during the blood sacrifice, the last impurities within the Jinshui Xianghan have been completely eliminated, and it has established a subtle connection with his mental strength. LinYang can control various natural elemental forces in the air through his spiritual domain cultivation. However, it is impossible to directly use mental power to control solid materials from within unless launching a mental attack. But after the blood sacrifice, he is able to control this Jinshui Xianghan with his mental power through their bloodline connection. Although the cost of the blood sacrifice is enormous, it has also laid a solid foundation for his upcoming Tianju. LinYang lets out a resounding phoenix cry, and golden scales suddenly emerge from beneath his skin, elevating him a few inches. the Tianju heavy silver hammer in his hand, infused with the power of the Qingyuan bloodline, also transforms into gold. At this moment, he looks anything but human. His phoenix might radiates, causing both Mu Chun and Mu Chun to instinctively step back a few paces. Then they see LinYang beginning to forge again. Has this kid become so powerful? Mu Chun wonders, transmitting to Mu Chun beside him. I feel like I can't beat him anymore. Mu Chun retorts, you can't beat him. If I'm not mistaken, his cultivation has already broken through to the 7th ring soul saint level. With his bloodline power, you stand no chance in a one-on-one fight. Of course, there is still a considerable gap between him and my level. Come on, why don't you try not wearing your 4-character battle armor? I don't believe you can defeat him without it. Even a divine level mecha wouldn't work. If he doesn't use battle armor in a one-on-one, do you have any confidence? Mu Chun mercilessly critiques Mu Chun. Mu Chun snorts, I am the president of the Forge Masters Association. Fighting is something only barbarians do. I disdain to engage in it. Mu Chun laughs, but is secretly astonished. Could it be that even Mu Chun, at the level of a titled Dalu, lacks the confidence to defeat LinYang in a fair duel? Has this kid really become that powerful? He must be viewed with new eyes. It's no wonder he dares to return now, clearly possessing some of his own foundation. The two stop speaking and focus intently on LinYang's forging. From the forging techniques, they can certainly feel that although LinYang has touched the threshold of an 8th level Saint Craftsman, there remains some distance to the true 8th level. However, he is using some methods that ordinary Saint Craftsmen do not possess to assist his forging. Each time the heavy silver hammer falls, it carries a deafening phoenix cry. If this were anywhere else, such a sound would have attracted countless people already. Amidst the phoenix cries, each hammer strike seems to inject a Qingyuan into the Jinshui Xianghan. The blue-golden light emitted by the Jinshui Xianghan becomes increasingly transparent. Mu Chun's mouth twitches as he says to Mu Chun, is this how you teach your disciples? Forging is an art. How can it be done so violently? Mu Chun smiles, but you have to admit, his rough method is very effective. I assent it. Lacking skills and experience, he compensates with his own advantages, which only shows my precious disciple is exceptionally clever. His previous blood sacrifice was to prepare for the upcoming forging. Indeed, Mu Chun is correct. From the moment LinYang began the blood sacrifice, he had already prepared for the subsequent forging. The greatest purpose of the blood sacrifice is to create an opportunity for the perfect integration of his bloodline power with the Jinshui Xianghan. This opportunity is what matters most. Although LinYang himself is not yet at the 8th level Saint Craftsman level, through this method, the Tianju he forges will far exceed that of an ordinary 8th level Saint Craftsman. Simply put, he is treating this Jinshui Xianghan as part of himself during the forging process, resulting in a Jinshui Xianghan that perfectly merges with the Qingyuan bloodline, thus producing some of its characteristics. When LinYang bestows it with wisdom, he also imparts a part of himself to it. In this way, the metal will increasingly resonate with him, and naturally, only he can use it. From a moment he saw this Jinshui Xianghan, LinYang had this thought. This was merely about realizing what he had in mind. From the initial storm to the gradually gentle descent, accompanied by the merging of his Qingyuan aura, LinYang has completely immersed himself in the exchange with the Jinshui Xianghan. The Jinshui Xianghan is like a lively and adorable child just born, continuously growing under LinYang's forging and energy infusion, evolving from an infant to a child, and then gradually maturing into a youth. At the final moment, LinYang even feels as if it is him, and he is it. The bloodlines merge, indistinguishable from one another. Chapter 245. Success rate. The surface of the scales on LinYang's body began to change gradually, with specks of light appearing at various joint positions. LinYang's physique also started to grow taller, and the Eruhang armor manifested, covering his entire body. His aura surged once again, resembling the fluctuation of a fierce beast, causing Mu Chun and Mu Chun to take deep breaths repeatedly. This kid has indeed grown up. Finally, a pair of dazzling golden soul-forged silver hammers fell, and a pleasant cheer echoed in his ears. In the next moment, the golden water-like essence unexpectedly transformed, morphing into a blue-green Qingyuan that soared into the sky, directly pouncing in front of LinYang and diving into his armor. Instantly, LinYang's armor radiated brilliantly, and the originally feathered Eruhang armor surface instantly gained an additional layer of crystal-clear, glaze-like luster, making the phoenix feathers appear vivid and lifelike. The armor even began to exhibit a slight sense of movement, giving a strange feeling. No grand aura or light effects occurred, but both Mu Chun and Mu Chun understood that LinYang had succeeded. The soul forging was complete. The golden water-like essence had already reached a level of resonance with him at the moment it was finished forging, allowing it to merge into his body and armor immediately, doing exactly what he needed. Although LinYang had not yet begun forging the 4-character armor, this golden water-like essence had already started improving his 3-character armor, enabling it to better evolve towards the 4-character armor in the future. Can you achieve this level of refinement? Muchen provocativity nide Muchen. Muchun snorted, saying, I can perform blood sacrifices too. It's just unnecessary. Muchen laughed. All right, stop being stubborn. Don't I know you well? At least you couldn't do this when you were an 8th level master craftsman, right? I've said it before, to become a truly strongest divine craftsman, it's not enough to be powerful in forging. You must also be strong in cultivation. LinYang's strength advantage is something you lack. Just wait to be the one crushed on the beach by the incoming waves. Haha, Muchun angrily retorted. What are you so proud of? The golden water-like essence was given by me. What have you given? You're not even a qualified teacher. I think LinYang should switch to our side. Angered by embarrassment? Muchen chuckled. Well, if you have the ability, make him change his master to you. I absolutely won't stop you. But I believe LinYang is definitely respectful of his teacher. You're just lucky. Muchen dismissed, not wanting to engage further. Let's go. Let him comprehend by himself here. With that, Muchun led the way out. Muchun glanced at LinYang, who stood before the forging platform with closed eyes, a knowing smile appearing on his face as he hurried after Muchun. LinYang kept his eyes closed, completely unaware of the outside world, fully experiencing the changes in his 4-character armor after the integration of the golden water-like essence. Truly, it was the most top-tier, rare metal of the current age. After completing the soul forging, it could no longer be described merely as a catalyst. The 4-character armor now seemed to be transforming continuously, akin to when he first began to awaken his spirit. His forging had already achieved a high degree of integration, but under the influence of the golden water-like essence, even a-minute mismatches were subtly improving. Especially after enduring numerous battles, the damaged areas of the armor were silently recovering after the golden water-like essence merged into it. The entire armor seemed to have softened, or rather, evolved into a better prototype, just waiting for the next evolution to arrive. After an unknown amount of time, the armor stopped changing, but the 4-character armor also lost its original luster, even the scales becoming indistinct. LinYang opened his eyes, looking at the changes in his armor. Instead of being surprised, he was delighted, knowing that his armor was now ready to advance towards the 4-character armor. Of course, because it had entered this prototype state, he could no longer use it for combat before completing the 4-character armor. Since that was the case, he might as well complete it all at once. The development of soul guidance devices had made it difficult for individual abilities to impact the overall war, but personal strength was still the foundation of everything. After all, no matter how the soul guidance devices developed, top-tier existences like divine mecha masters and 4-character armor masters remained strategic. Just like the sky-soaring Douluo back then. If it weren't for the bonds with people like him, he would have been unstoppable if he had insisted on leaving. Even a level 12 fixed soul guidance artillery shell wound have been enough to bring about his downfall, unless it exploded at the very core. Now that the opportunity had come, it was time to seize it. LinYang dialed the soul guidance communication. Yue'er, I will be in closed-door cultivation at the headquarters of the Forge Master Association for a while. You take everyone to familiarize yourselves with the situation in Tiando City and the surrounding cities. I'll let you know when I come out. Long Yue'er did not ask LinYang why he was entering closed-door cultivation at this time. She simply replied calmly, okay. LinYang increasingly felt the importance of Long Yue'er. With her around, he truly saved himself a lot of trouble. Yue'er, please bring my Aruheng to the 4-character armor association as well, LinYang said. Sure. Long Yue'er's response was still that simple. LinYang retracted his armor, left the forging studio, and arrived at Mu Chen's office. How do you feel? Both Mu Chen and Mu Chun were waiting for him. As soon as he walked in, Mu Chun couldn't help but smile and ask. LinYang nodded and said, thank you, Master Uncle, for your support. The golden water-like essence is indeed a rare treasure. Mu Chun snorted, just giving you something is enough. And you, thick-skinned as you are, still make me angry. LinYang, you see, Master Uncle is also good to you. Why not switch and become my disciple? After all, at your level, certain people can't teach you anything anymore. You should learn from someone truly strong. LinYang's face immediately showed an awkward expression. Master Uncle, once a teacher, always a father. This. Mu Chen looked at Mu Chun with a proud expression. Are you convinced now? Mu Chen snorted. You two as master and disciple. LinYang, I suggest you stay here for a while. The soul forging of the golden water-like essence should bring you considerable insights. However, you actually took a shortcut in completing its soul forging. But during the process of taking shortcuts, I believe you gained further understanding of soul forging. If you stay here for a while, Mu-chan and I can give you some guidance. I think at most 3 months, you'll truly have the possibility of advancing to level 8. This evaluation was already very high. Before seeing LinYang forge today, he hadn't even considered this possibility. But upon discovering that LinYang's spiritual power had reached the spirit domain realm, Mu-chan understood that no force could stop LinYang from advancing to the level 8 Master Craftsman level. But of course, the sooner, the better. LinYang smiled and said, I was just about to tell you, Master Uncle, that I plan to stay here for a while longer. The golden water-like essence has merged into my 3-character armor, and I want to take this time to complete the prototype of the 4-character armor. Mu-chan's eyes flickered. You want to advance to 4-character armor master? Well, that's about right. You should have broken through to the Soul Saint realm, right? LinYang nodded. Hearing him admit it personally was even more shocking than their previous guesses, and Mu-chan exchanged glances. Mu-chan couldn't help but say, no wonder you're a little monster from Shrek. Our judgment is almost falling behind your pace of progress. Mu-chan then said, I also know a few 9th-level mecha manufacturers. Should I invite them to help you complete the 4-character armor? To depict the core magic array and complete the manufacturing of the 4-character battle armor. LinYang must truly reach the level of the 4-character battle armor. However, LinYang gently shook his head, saying it was unnecessary to trouble himself, as he had a partner who was a senior mecha manufacturer, and she would help him complete it. LinYang's battle armor was designed by Yue'er, and the manufacturing has always been done by Yuan, Enyi Hui, and the others, just as his partner's battle armors were forged by him. They are a whole, helping each other, and through this process, they become more familiar with one another. As the captain, LinYang absolutely trusts his partners, so he wants to leave everything to them to complete. Initially, Yue'er helped him design the battle armor to the level of the 4-character battle armor, but at that time, Yue'er was not yet able to complete the higher-level 4-character battle armor design. LinYang has not given much thought to how to advance to the 4-character battle armor in the future. That is a question he will consider only after reaching the level of title Dalu. For now, his battle armor must be made by his partners. All right. Mu-chan did not insist, knowing that everyone had gotten used to having their own fixed mecha manufacturers. This was not only due to familiarity, but also for confidentiality. After all, each person's battle armor has its own unique characteristics, especially at the level of the 4-character battle armor, which would have domains. Mu-chan comforted him, saying, sharpening the knife does not delay the work of cutting wood. It's fine to go into seclusion. LinYang said, Teacher, Sherbois, a senior brother from my body sect will come over later. Can I have him stay here to assist me? Mu-chan replied, as long as you trust him. It's fine. Is it that king of strength? LinYang smiled and nodded. Mu-chan and LinYang exchanged a glance, both revealing smiles. How could they not know Aruhong? When Aruhong arrived at the Forging Association, LinYang directly caught him at the forging studio. Senior brother, I plan to go into seclusion here for a while to complete the basic forging of the 4-character battle armor. Your battle armor is still at the 3-character level, right? I can help you complete the forging as well. What is your secondary profession? Aruhong replied, I'm a mecha repairman as a secondary profession, but my level is just average. You know, I practice the secret method of our body sect all day long and am tortured. How can I have time to cultivate my secondary profession? LinYang pondered for a moment and asked, what about Sima Jincheng? What is his second profession? He is a mecha manufacturer. He makes his own battle armor. He hasn't completed the 4-character battle armor yet. Should we call him over? LinYang's heart stirred. Aruhong, do you think he's trustworthy? Aruhong replied without hesitation. This guy is a martial arts fanatic. Aruhong, you saved us this time. He has long wanted to challenge you to a 4-character battle armor. Why not bring him over so the 3 of us can go into seclusion together? If you help him with his 4-character battle armor, he will definitely be extremely grateful. His strength should have long been upgraded to the 4-character battle armor. If all 3 of us become 4-character battle armor users, we won't have to fear that bear lord we encountered last time. Those who can participate in the Stardow Federation Challenge are evidently not at the level of 4-character battle armor masters. Both Aruhong and Sima Jincheng have long had the foundation to advance to 4-character battle armor masters. Even Ma Shan is now a 4-character battle armor master. All right, then let's invite Brother Sima over so we can go into seclusion for a while. The current situation on the continent is unclear, and he is likely to have exposed his identity in Mingdu. It is also a good choice to lie low for a while to improve himself. Sima Jinsheng's dragon slashing blade and Aruheng's secret method are both related to LinYang's cultivation. Taking advantage of this seclusion, they can try it together. Countless golden light points merged, transforming into a soft halo that finally concentrated on the 4 pure white wings. Below was a jade-like white altar, surrounded by endless void. In that dark void, the starlight was the source of illumination. The brilliance gathering on the wings came from these starry skies. The owner of the wings was engulfed in a faint golden flame, with golden hair cascading behind him, skin as white as jade, and a golden halo seemingly flowing within him, looking as sacred as a deity. When the last bit of golden light finally merged into his body, his golden flames gradually descended. A deep humming sound resonated from him, like a bright holy song, melodious and pleasant, refining the heart in the mortal world. Able to complete the second ritual at the age of 20-something. For 500 years, you have been the first in your family. Very good, very good. A dignified voice echoed in the endless void until it finally faded away. A dazzling golden light beam suddenly lit up from the man standing on the altar, enveloping him as if it came from nowhere, purifying and cleansing everything. In the next moment, his figure vanished without a trace. At the top of the valley, she sat there silently in a cross-legged position, with a long sword resting across her knees. Just sitting quietly, she seemed like a rock, completely merging with everything around her, no longer distinguishable. In the distant valley, a waterfall cascaded down from hundreds of meters high, plunging into the clear lake below, and a thunderous roar echoed through the valley. She slowly opened her eyes, which reflected the waterfall, but there seemed to be something else in her gaze. In the next moment, she moved, and a brilliant sword light shot out, flying towards the distance. The sword light grew larger in the air, engulfing her long sword and her body. Ultimately, the sword light transformed into nothingness, disappearing from sight. Yet she reappeared at the top of the valley peak, still sitting cross-legged, as if nothing had ever happened. Chapter 246. Mutation. Immediately, seconds later, the deafening roar suddenly stopped. From a distance, one could see with shock that the waterfall, which had been rushing down like a galaxy pouring out, had been severed to break clean and precise. And just as it broke, one could see a person sitting atop a massive rock at the base of the waterfall. He was wearing only a tight-fitting pair of shorts, his body plump and white. But at this moment he exuded an aura of solemnity, his hands moving rhythmically in front of him, an invisible layer of white and purple light swirling around him. Suddenly, the white light surged into the purple, and the glow surrounding his body instantly turned dark purple. Even just looking at it seemed to threaten to consume one's vision with that dark purple. In the next moment, the plump figure raised both hands in a gesture of support towards the sky. The water from the waterfall, which had just resumed its descent after being interrupted, vanished instantly into that dark purple glow, disappearing without a trace. The dark purple light then surged upwards, swallowing the entire waterfall. Illusion, emergence, then illusion again, and then emergence once more. He was like a king in the dark night, constantly flickering and changing in the shadows. He reveled in this sensation of traversing through the void, enjoying this free and liberating flight. Yes, he had finally broken through, finally reached that level. Space could no longer bind him, and he had finally found his own path. He wanted to be a traveler of space, and even more so, a guardian of space. The dagger was merely the key that guided him into this world. His true martial soul was not it, nor was it these daggers. He was the dragon of time and space, the master of the overlapping shadows that appear only during violent shifts in time and space. He was the loneliest wanderer among the dragon race, a shadow guardian of the former dragon god. Illusion, traversing endless change. Controlled by the fox mark of LinYang, Xie unknowingly grew stronger. A towering figure remained steadfast. She seemed to be comprehending, changing, and feeling everything from the outside world. Her cloud whirlwind fist had become increasingly terrifying, seemingly possessing the ability to stir the heavens and the earth. Even more frightening was that her aura was growing darker. Once she entered the fallen angel state, she would reach a level far beyond her own realm. Beams of starlight fell from the sky, like shooting stars, illuminating that same figure. She merely stood there, and the beams of starlight shone upon her long star staff. Here it had been a long, long time, so long that even she did not know how long it had been. She only knew that her cultivation had broken through to the seventh ring, as if the stars in the sky were part of her body, and she had long since become the darling of starlight. Even how her seventh soul ring came to be was not entirely clear to her. At the moment of breakthrough, she felt a great power descending from the heavens, followed by a strange roar echoing in her mind. In her spiritual world, an entity with a lion-like head, composed of countless starlights and looking incredibly illusory, appeared. After merging with her body, it silently vanished. Even when she wanted to call it, she could not. She only vaguely understood deep in her mind that it had entered a slumber, sleeping within her body. The starlight was so captivating. Each beam of starlight followed its own profound principle. The stargazing platform seemed tailor-made for her. The marvelous starlight continuously elevated her body and soul. The star staff had changed at some point. It no longer resembled a solid object, but was like condensed starlight, varying in length and size, capable of taking any form. And it was even more a part of her body. In fact, she herself was a star. This is unscientific. Ah Ruheng sat dazed on the ground, mumbling, "This is unscientific, this is unscientific, this is unscientific." Bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. The powerful heartbeat echoed nearby. Ah Ruheng struggled to turn his head to look at LinYang sitting beside him, a mournful expression on his face, murmuring, "This is unscientific, this is unscientific." He still clearly remembered when he began teaching LinYang the secret method of the body, telling him that the most difficult part of the innate secret method of the body sect was the first section, body refinement. The innate body refinement method was essentially about completely tearing apart the human body and then reassembling it in the best way possible. This required countless spiritual herbs and an immense willpower to achieve. LinYang said he would give it a try, and then he tried. Today, 3 days later, he told Ah Ruheng that he had succeeded, seemingly reaching the level of body refinement. Ah Ruheng certainly did not believe it, and then LinYang began to practice the innate secret method for him to see. Listening to that exhilarating heartbeat, he felt as if he had returned to the moment he walked out of hell. After years of torment, he had finally forged his body to that level, taking the most crucial and painful step in the innate secret method. Countless predecessors of the body sect had fallen at this step, but in just 3 days, LinYang had somehow reached this level. How could that be possible? This was completely unscientific. This is unscientific. There is nothing unscientific about it, except reality. The wind blade demon Sima Jinshi said with a face full of schadenfreude. In fact, his feelings were not much better than our Ruheng's. All along, he had believed that his dragon-slaying blade was the most powerful weapon soul in the world until he encountered LinYang's Qingyuan feather. Over the past 3 days, he had sparred with LinYang several times, finally coming to terms with reality. The dragon-slaying blade and the Qingyuan feather were both divine artifacts in their own right. However, LinYang's Qingyuan feather was merely his weapon, while the dragon-slaying blade was his martial soul. And even if both were divine artifacts, there were distinctions. Relatively speaking, the dragon-slaying blade was like a whetstone for the Qingyuan feather, sharpening it further with each clash. Although the dragon-slaying blade also benefited in return, after each battle, he couldn't shake the feeling of wanting to worship, no matter how unwilling he was to admit it. He understood that the dragon-slaying blade was submitting to the Qingyuan feather. LinYang was completely immersed in his comprehension of the innate secret method. And it had to be said that the innate secret method of the body sect was indeed a technique that seized the power of heaven and earth. Its fundamental principle was to penetrate oneself with the great power between heaven and earth, cleansing and reshaping oneself. The unity of these 3 elements was body refinement. To reshape one's body through the heavens and borrow the power of heaven and earth to recreate the golden body. The pain of this process was unimaginable. LinYang also did not have as many heavenly materials and earthly treasures as the body sect to utilize. But what he had was the power of the divine beast Qingyuan's bloodline. His bloodline power had long surpassed the energy produced by a century of gathering spiritual objects of heaven and earth in the body sect. Therefore, once he truly began to practice this innate secret method, LinYang was essentially using the body of the divine beast Qingyuan to comprehend the profound principles of heaven and earth. And accepting the re-cleansing of the power of heaven and earth made his body even more perfect. Body refinement was divided into 4 steps: penetrating the body, washing the marrow, reshaping, and the golden body. Completing these 4 steps allowed one to undergo 3 awakenings of the body martial soul. Ah Ruheng took decades to reach the golden body step. Among these 4 levels, the most painful was the penetration of the body. The penetration of the elemental force of heaven and earth was equivalent to completely tearing apart the body and then reassembling it. although the next 3 levels are also painful. At least they can be endured, of course, relatively speaking. LinYang completed the integration of his body in 3 days, gaining insight into the cleansing and reshaping of his own self through the esoteric methods of the body sect. During this process, he even sensed some changes in the power of the divine beast Qing Wan. Each time he broke through the seal of the divine beast Qing Wan, he had to endure immense pain. The main reason being that his body is different from that of the divine beast Qing Wan. How could humans and divine beasts be the same? While he was integrating with the power of heaven and earth, an invisible understanding emerged within him. He faintly felt that there was something about his human body that could resonate with that of the divine beast Qing Wan. LinYang is a top student at Shrek Academy. In the field of martial soul research, there is no one that surpasses Shrek in the world. Therefore, he first thought that when soul beasts cultivate to the level of fierce beasts, they can transform into humans. So, after transforming into humans, wouldn't their originally massive energy still be mobilizable? Their bodies should also be able to endure it. Without a doubt, the divine beast Qing Wan should be far superior to these soul beasts, and it could naturally transform into human form. So, what would its own structure be like when it transformed? With this thought, LinYang found a ray of hope, using integration to understand how to better allow his body to withstand massive external forces. Thus, his bones kept cracking and changing, and his flesh and meridians were subtly improving. Through the innate, esoteric methods of the body sect, he was adjusting his body towards perfection. He didn't even expect that the innate, esoteric methods of the body sect would help him so much, to an extent he had never imagined. If the first level of integration could truly complete the adjustment of his body, it would elevate his physical abilities to a higher level. He was now able to manifest the true form of Qing Wan, and when transforming into the divine beast Qing Wan, he could become familiar with the body structure of the divine beast Qing Wan, comprehend how to store and utilize energy when experiencing the true form of the divine beast Qing Wan, and guide his cultivation with the innate esoteric methods of the body sect. This transformation of his own body was undoubtedly the most correct path. After finding this path, in reality, the innate esoteric methods LinYang practiced were no longer the original innate methods of the body sect, but were uniquely his own abilities. Aruhong was frustrated that LinYang, who could already integrate normally, showed no signs of pain and often had a smile on his face. This world is truly unfair. Why is that? Thus, they remained there as time passed day by day. LinYang forged in the mornings, practiced the esoteric methods of the body sect in the afternoons, and sparred with Aruhong and Sima Jinchong in the evenings. Every day was very fulfilling. Every week, they would summarize the experiences of the Blood Dragon team near Tiando City. Although he hadn't gone himself, Long Yue'er had already visited the original site of Shrek City and brought back some news and photos. The current Shrek City had transformed into a vast lake, more than 10 times larger than the original Sea God Lake, almost encompassing all of the original area of Shrek City, stretching endlessly from afar. The authorities named it Sea God Lake, but it was not called Shrek Lake. Clearly, they wanted to downplay the existence of Shrek Academy. Although it wouldn't be accomplished in a day or two, under the same thoughts from various major powers, since the destruction of Shrek Academy. While there have been calls to rebuild it, there has been no significant movement. After all, no matter how powerful Shrek was at the beginning, it was still an academy. The graduates naturally cherished Shrek, but the problem was after graduating, they all belonged to their own factions, and they had to consider the reactions of their respective powers in everything they did, no matter how sad they felt inside. They couldn't express too much due to various constraints. This is also why LinYang has always known that to rebuild Shrek, there must be someone to call out loudly. Only in this way could the graduates of Shrek Academy spread across the continent be summoned. But undoubtedly, this person would also become a target for the major powers. When the melodious clash sound rang out, a beam of crimson golden light soared into the sky. The golden light flickering and transforming into a giant dragon, spiraling in the air before finally morphing into a piece of armor, calmly presented on the forging platform. The red flowing gold, overlapping scales, ancient yet grand, without losing its splendor. For some reason, with the increase in cultivation and the fusion of the divine beast Qing Wan's bloodline, LinYang now increasingly liked gorgeous things. Perhaps it was due to being influenced by the characteristics of Qing Wan. So when crafting the 4-character battle armor medal, the entire Qing Wan armor's appearance was even more splendid than before. Every dragon pattern of the Qing Wan was intricately carved under the control of his thoughts. There was no need for him to carve it himself. The harmonious merging of gold and water naturally drove the alloy to complete it. Even with the assistance of the harmonious merging of gold and water, the fusion and forging of 9 kinds of alloys was still quite difficult. It took a full 3 months for the basic metal to be forged. During this time, LinYang also helped Eruhong and Sima Jinchong complete their 4-character battle armor forging, using rare metals provided by the Forging Master Association to further enhance their battle armor. Therefore, although during this time, Sima Jinchong and Eruhong felt a bit frustrated due to their practice with LinYang, they had no complaints. After all, forging the 4-character battle armor at the headquarters of the Forging Master Association was undoubtedly the best thing for them. LinYang, are you done? Eruhong had always been very interested in forging, so he often watched LinYang while he was forging. Chapter 247, the pastum, finally completed. Just need to engrave the core formation. A smile appeared on LinYang's face. He had finally finished. His 4-character battle armor foundation had taken shape, and now he just needed to create the core formation. Of course, before that, he effectively had no battle armor to use. It was time to call his partners back. Everyone should upgrade their battle armor to the 4-character level. He had prepared the metal for them, just waiting for their return to forge it in conjunction with their battle armor. At that time, Yuan Inyi Hui and the others would be responsible for making the battle armor, and he would have something to do as well, as he had been planning the most suitable mech for himself, which should also begin now. The design draft had long been perfected. He just needed to forge and create it. After all, he was not just a battle armor master. He was also an excellent mech master now. Let's continue to spar. I don't believe it. You just completed your body refinement, and your physical strength is already stronger than mine? Sima was also unconvinced. When they participated in the Stardow Battle Network's Federal Challenge back then, they were all at a similar level to LinYang. However, in these past few months, LinYang's rate of improvement had been terrifying. In one-on-one situations, he and Sima Jinshi hardly had a chance, which was quite frustrating for both of them. But their battles together had provided significant help in terms of practical experience and self-awareness. Eruhong had successfully broken through to the 9-ringed title Douluo level, and his strength had surged tremendously. Although Sima Jinshi had not yet broken through, he had been accumulating strength, and under LinYang's stimulation, the power of his dragon-slaying saber had increased significantly, especially since he and LinYang's martial soul fusion technique had indeed been confirmed as completed. No matter how dissatisfied he was, Sima Jinshi had to admit it. At the headquarters of the Forge Master Association, there was a huge training ground underground used to test various weapons, primarily battle armor. Mu Chun had already granted LinYang the highest authority in the training ground, where the defensive facilities were much stronger than those in the Stardow Battle Network. It was capable of withstanding the collisions of title Doa level experts, of course. The limit was 3-character battle armor. When LinYang and Eruhong arrived at the training ground, the Wind Blade Demon Sima Jinshi was already there, sitting cross-legged in a corner, with the dragon-slaying saber resting across his knees, his 8 soul rings pulsating up and down, releasing a faint glow. Sensing their presence, he opened his eyes and looked towards LinYang and Eruhong, suddenly shouting, "LinYang, catch this blade." As he spoke, his aura suddenly surged. That immense momentum, like a raging storm, took shape behind him as a massive black dragon. The black dragon, with its sharp claws and blood-red eyes, radiated a fierce and terrifying aura. Although the giant dragon seemed only about 10 meters long, it gave the impression of being hundreds of meters in size. The intense, dark, elemental fluctuations dimmed the light throughout the training ground. At that moment, the dragon-slaying saber resting on Sima Jinshi's knees suddenly emitted a humming sound, soaring upward, and it was impossible to see how many soul rings were shining above it. The massive black dragon let out a mournful cry, merging into the dragon-slaying saber like the sea embracing the rivers. The dragon-slaying saber remained the same size, but the pitch-black blade aura suddenly expanded in an instant, as if splitting the heavens. The blade intent coalesced into the blade soul, coming to life, the blade light flickering like the creation of the world, pulling out a 100-meter blade aura that rushed toward LinYang. Eruhong, the king of strength, had already jumped to a distance. Scenes like today had been repeated countless times in recent days. After the dragon-slaying saber collided with LinYang's aura, it had indeed improved rapidly, almost progressing every day. However, the connection between his dragon-slaying saber and LinYang's aura was becoming increasingly intimate. Facing the terrifying blade aura infused with the power of a dragon, LinYang reminded una fright. His eyes suddenly brightened, and a loud shout erupted from his mouth. Roar! a massive golden dragon had appeared, as if he himself had transformed into a golden dragon. The impact generated by the fusion of the golden dragon roar and the dragons might instantly have the 100-meter blade aura. Immediately afterward, a golden light shot across the sky, like a startled rainbow, darting through like a swimming dragon. In an instant, thousands of brilliant golden lights merged into one, and the pitch-black blade aura contracted inward, colliding fiercely with the golden spear light. With a crisp clang, the deafening dragon's roar unleashed a powerful energy storm throughout the training ground. Back when he was in the Blood God Legion, LinYang had already grasped a hint of the gun soul's essence. Accompanied by the many powerful beings in the abyss during the war, with the support of the Douluo Continent's planar power, he had already possessed the gun soul, which allowed him to create the King's Path with 2 divine skills. After these months of sparring with a Ruheng and Sima Jinshi, his spear technique had become deep and profound, and the gun soul had taken shape. The 1,000 Soldiers pointer was used with the precision of an extension of his own fingers. Although he could not yet achieve the terrifying aura of being able to pierce through the void, he had definitely reached a true understanding. The golden light pierced into the black blade aura, and the dragon-slaying saber emitted a continuous humming sound. The black giant dragon that had merged into the blade was directly shaken away from the dragon-slaying saber by the 1,000 Soldiers pointer's gun soul. At that moment, suddenly, the black dragon's blood-red eyes transformed into gold, and the aura of the dragon-slaying saber changed dramatically in an instant. The artifact, which had originally been filled with a bloody and fierce aura, suddenly became calm, the previous malice dissipating, replaced by an indescribable majesty. Both LinYang and Sima Jinshi trembled simultaneously. LinYang's aura let out a bright and joyful hum, truly transforming into a golden dragon, swirling around the dragon-slaying saber that had stopped in midair. Meanwhile, the surface of the dragon's slaying saber suddenly collapsed, turning into a dazzling golden light that shot up into the sky. The blade expanded once more, and a strange scene appeared in the center of LinYang and Sima Jinshi. It was a giant dragon, radiating a 9-colored halo. And the overwhelming aura made both LinYang and Sima Jinshi feel as if they could hardly breathe. Sima Jinshi almost instantly fell to his knees, while LinYang stood there, feeling not only the immense pressure, but also an indescribable sense of intimacy. With my horn, transform into the blade of law. Slay all wicked dragons, cut down all injustice. The Dragon Clan's Law Blade, today, is its initial completion. Let the heavens and earth be the offering. Opening the heavens and splitting the earth. The 9-colored giant dragon suddenly shrank, transforming into a figure clad in a 9-colored robe, with an indistinct face. A golden giant blade fell into his hands, suddenly slashing toward the sky. A golden light soared into the sky, and in an instant, the sky split in half. One side filled with the sun, moon, and stars, while the other side was dark and devoid of light. In that moment, countless dragon roars echoed throughout the heavens and earth, as if thousands of giant dragons were respectfully worshipping. Dragon horn becomes a blade, standing as the source of law. All dragons submit. Dragon God, you are too presumptuous, slaying the heavens. Do you mean to break into the divine realm? A sharp voice suddenly rang out from all directions. Immediately afterward, a dark green shadow appeared in the void, not far from the 9-colored figure. The voice was sharp, making it extremely unpleasant to hear. This is a matter of my dragon clan. What does it have to do with you? The dragon god said coldly. The dark green shadow sneered. Though you're the master of the dragon clan, you're also the lord of all beasts in the divine realm. You create divine artifacts, and the dragon horn can regrow, but do you think you could defy the divine realm? The Divine Realm Committee sent me here to warn you to restrain yourself. The dragon god laughed heartily. I am the lord of all beasts, the king of divine beasts. What are you? How dare you point fingers at me? The committee has its orders, and the divine kings will naturally consult with me. It is not your place as a junior to shout in front of me. If you do not leave, I will use your blood to sacrifice to my. How bold, dragon god. You better not regret it. I am here representing the Divine Realm Committee. The dark green figure seemed to be enraged. Nonsense. When has the Divine Realm Committee ever let the lower deities order me around? When have the divine kings not communicated with me directly? The divine beasts and I have always coexisted peacefully. It is not your place as a mere night demon to provoke me here. Get lost. With a loud shout from the dragon god, the dark green shadow seemed to bear some unresistible, terrifying power and instantly transformed into a green light, fleeing far away. The dragon god then raised the golden giant sword in his hand, cutting down all evil, all falsehoods, and all disloyalty. The nine-colored figure instantly grew larger, as if connecting heaven and earth, with the golden giant sword shining brilliantly, transforming into endless radiance. LinYang was shocked at this scene, without a doubt. This must be a secret of the dragon clan, and a glimpse of the scene when the dragon-slaying sword was forged. When a nine-colored figure finally supported heaven and earth, LinYang suddenly realized he could see the dragon god's eyes clearly. The dragon god's eyes were clear as water, without a trace of impurities, containing nine-colored divine light, encompassing all things. So strong, so powerful, the dragon god seemed to glance at him with deep meaning, and all the light and shadows suddenly collapsed, completely merging into the golden giant sword. At that moment, Sima Jinsheng, who was prostrating on the ground, suddenly raised his upper body and howled to the sky. Streams of golden light suddenly burst forth from his body, the brilliant light actually breaking through his skin and orifices, as if his entire body was disintegrating in that moment. His skin continued to shed, and his clothes turned to dust. All that was left was a body completely presented in dazzling gold. In the next moment, the golden light flickered, and he soared into the sky. In midair, the dragon god's figure disappeared, and the scene of thousands of dragons worshipping also vanished. What remained was only the ascending golden figure and a huge golden dragon, slaying, sword merging into one. The entire martial arts arena was suddenly illuminated as if a golden sun had appeared. Under the illumination of the golden light, LinYang could also distinctly feel that something seemed to have increased within him. He suddenly had an epiphany. Back then, the dragon god leading the divine beasts in the battle against the gods of the divine realm was probably not as simple as it seemed. There must have been some unknown events that transpired. Otherwise, why would the divine beasts oppose the entire divine realm, to the point that the divine beast lineage was completely exterminated later? How many hidden secrets are there in this? Aruhung was already dumbfounded. What he saw was different from what LinYang saw. He did not witness the appearance of the dragon god, but only saw the dazzling golden light explode after LinYang and Sima Jinsheng collided. The dragon-slaying sword enlarging in midair, and then Sima Jinsheng's body being propelled by the golden light, transforming into a golden figure ascending to the skies, merging with the dragon-slaying sword. Undoubtedly, this was a sign of a breakthrough. However, he had never heard of any soul master experiencing such a situation during a breakthrough. It felt as if Sima Jinsheng had sacrificed himself to fulfill the dragon-slaying sword. Meanwhile, LinYang's feelings were also different. The connection between himself and the dragon-slaying sword had clearly intensified, but he couldn't explain why. However, at that moment, the dragon-slaying sword seemed to have already become a part of him. The golden light continued to shine in the air for a full 10 minutes. And only then did the dragon patterns on the surface of the giant dragon-slaying sword retract, transforming into a golden light that fell and embedded itself in the ground. As the golden light retracted, the dragon-slaying sword slightly twisted, reshaping back into a human figure. Watching the appearance of this figure, both LinYang and Aruheng's pupils involuntarily shrank. Is this still Sima Jinsheng? The figure was tall and majestic, standing there as if at the core of heaven and earth. Compared to the previous Sima Jinsheng, he seemed to have become a full 10 years younger, looking only about 30 years old, with a bronze skin surface faintly shimmering with golden light, long golden hair cascading down the sides of his face, and his features resembling a schoolboy in a daze, with his eyes having transformed into vertical pupils at some point. His entire body was filled with a sense of strength and beauty, and his aura was restrained, no longer sharp like a knife as before. 9 soul rings rose from beneath his feet, swirling around his body. Among them, the most striking was the 9th soul ring, which was a golden soul ring that overshadowed the other 8, making them seem like mere embellishments. Wow, Sima, you become handsome. What's going on? You can still break through like this? Aruhung couldn't help but feel a bit jealous as he spoke. However, Sima Jinsheng did not answer his question. He merely looked up at LinYang, his eyes shimmering with complex light. After several seconds, he stepped forward a few paces, knelt down on one knee in front of LinYang, and respectfully said, "My lord." LinYang was taken aback and hurriedly stepped aside. "Sima Jinsheng, what are you doing?" Sima Jinsheng was such a proud person, yet he called himself this. What was going on? Sima Jinsheng respectfully said, "My lord, you do not need to avoid me. I am able to come to this world because of your grace. In the future, I will be your cutting down all injustice, disloyalty, evil, and falsehood in the world. LinYang was somewhat at a loss, but he vaguely felt that this seemed related to the Dragon Clan's secrets he had seen earlier. Sima Jinsheng would not call himself my lord without reason, but without a doubt, he had now broken through to the 9th ring cultivation, becoming a powerful title to law. Chapter 248, The Law Blade. Even among beings of the same level, it is absolutely the top existence. When that law blade descended, LinYang, despite his confidence, could feel that he was probably no longer a match for Sima Jinsheng. Huh, you call me brother, should you also call me that? Aru Hong said with a smile as he approached. Sima Jinshi stood up, glanced at him, and walked away. Damn, breaking through is impressive. Are you looking down on people now? Come, let me weigh your abilities after this breakthrough. Aruheng laughed and raised his hand, throwing a punch at Sima Jinsh. The two were used to fighting each other, always refusing to back down. After Aruheng broke through to the 9th ring, his strength had always overshadowed Sima Jinsh. Now that he saw Sima Jinsh had also broken through to the 9th ring, how could he not be excited? Sima Jinshi's figure flashed. His shoulder sank as he charged towards Aruheng. The moment Aruheng's fist collided with his shoulder, an odd sensation suddenly emerged, as if he was not hitting a human, but rather a blade. The innate secret technique of the main body sect erupted, and Aruheng's fist suddenly grew larger. With a loud bang, the two figures quickly separated, retreating like lightning. Neither of them gained an advantage. Good, let's go again. Aruheng's rise was sudden. He took a deep breath, and his body instantly expanded, reaching a height of 10 meters in just a few breaths. A metallic sheen appeared on his bald head, and 9 soul rings spiraled upwards. The powerful and resonant heartbeat echoed, shaking the blood vessels, as he directly unleashed the second awakening of his innate martial soul. Sima Jinshi's vertical pupils flashed with golden light as he stepped forward. Behind him, 9 illusory giant dragons flickered, and a massive golden long knife emerged, 5 times larger than the previous dragon-slaying blade, which he gripped with both hands and swung down. Clang! In the midst of a violent roar, Aruheng was suddenly sent flying, his whole body shimmering with golden light. Meanwhile, Sima Jinsh only swayed slightly and took 2 steps back. Good blade, come again. Aruheng let out a loud shout, and in the next moment, he shot back like a cannonball. LinYang had already retreated to the side. Watching the two of them collide, lost in thought, Sima Jinshi, who had broken through to the 9th ring level, was now incomparably stronger than before. In terms of age, Sima Jinshi was slightly older than both him and Aruheng. Moreover, he appeared older, looking like someone in their 40s. However, after this breakthrough, not only did he look younger, but his entire aura also felt different. Especially, there seemed to be a trace of a dragon, godlike presence lingering around him. This feeling was quite strange for LinYang. Through that trace of aura, he could clearly sense a bloodline connection with Sima Jinshi, as if the other person was part of his own body. Moreover, it wasn't the kind of closeness that occurs between people. It felt more like a connection between himself and something else. Undoubtedly, this feeling is somewhat eerie. It truly exists. Sima Jinsh's dragon-slaying blade is so powerful that it is clearly at the level of a perfected blade spirit, even touching upon a higher realm. In comparison, Aruheng seems to be at a disadvantage in direct confrontation. However, he has his own advantages, with the powerful innate secret techniques of the body sect. He almost possesses an immortal body, and his physical strength allows him to fight longer. Sima Jinsh repeatedly sends Aruheng flying, yet Aruheng charges back time and again. Overall, it appears that the two are evenly matched. Of course, this is under the condition that they have not utilized their soul skills much. In fact, LinYang is very curious about what exactly the 9th soul ring of Sima Jinsh, that golden existence, does. He had heard of the golden soul ring before, which seemed to represent an existence of 1,000,000 years. The soul ring of Sima Jinsheng was clearly not obtained by hunting soul beasts. It seems to be inherently given to him by the dragon-slaying blade. So, how powerful is this soul ring? If it really is at the level of millions of years, then once he activates his soul skills, Aruheng will probably find it hard to resist. LinYang also wanted to see what the effect of his golden soul ring was. However, after the two of them exchanged blows for quite a while, Sima Jinsheng did not activate his soul skills, especially not the last one. Enough, you've indeed become stronger. Not bad, not bad. Finally there's a worthy opponent. Ha! LinYang, it seems it won't be so easy for you to defeat us now. Aruheng jumped out of the ring, shouting in delight. As the saying goes, good opponents are rare, Sima Jinsheng's improvement in cultivation was something he could only be happy about. Sima Jinsheng also put away the dragon-slaying blade. His mood appeared slightly downcast, as if he was pondering something, even a bit distracted. Sima Jinsheng, I want to talk to you privately, LinYang said to Sima Jinsheng. It was clear that our Ruheng had not seen the scene with the dragon god just now. Otherwise, with his personality, he would have definitely asked. Since only he and Sima Jinsheng had witnessed it, they should discuss it. When he finally fused with the dragon-slaying blade, Sima Jinsheng clearly felt something, which is why his attitude changed afterward. LinYang was very curious about what he had sensed. Okay, Sima Jinsheng agreed. What's going on with you two? LinYang, you won't be swayed just because he got more handsome, right? Ha ha ha. Sima Jinshi glared angrily and said, shut your filthy mouth. If you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Ruheng laughed and said, come on, you guy. Do you think I can't tell that you're feeling down? You guys chat, I'm leaving first. On the surface, he seems very rough, but in reality, he is quite meticulous. Without asking much, he strides away. Only LinYang and Sima Jinshi are left in the training ground. Sima Jinshi, you must have seen the dragon god just now, right? Why do you call me your majesty? LinYang asked. Sima Jinshi's expression was clearly complex. He looked at LinYang, then at himself, and sighed. Because you were originally my master. At this point, a hint of bitterness unconsciously appeared at the corner of his mouth. LinYang was momentarily taken aback. I don't quite understand. Sima Jinshi sighed wryly. I don't understand either. All along, I believed I was exceptionally gifted, which allowed me to possess the powerful dragon-slaying blade as my martial soul, enabling me to carve out a space for myself in the world of soul masters. There is a secret about me. In fact, I have never fused with any soul spirit. Each of my soul rings appeared on their own after I broke through my realms. That's why I thought I was exceptionally gifted. But only today did I realize why. At this point, complex emotions flickered in his eyes. It's because I'm not human at all. Huh? LinYang looked at him in surprise. Not human? Sima Jinshi closed his eyes in pain. The improvement in his cultivation should have made him feel joyful, as he had been stuck at the peak of the 8 rings for far too long. However, now that he had truly broken through, he regretted it. He would have preferred to remain the previous Sima Jinshi, because then he wouldn't have known certain things, especially the fact that he was not actually human. But now, it was too late. He had ultimately broken through and naturally came to know everything. In fact, if he hadn't encountered LinYang, he might have never broken through in his lifetime, unable to reach the level of a 9 rings title Daw. Today's breakthrough is more due to coincidence, and this opportunity is brought to him by LinYang. I am the dragon-slaying blade, Sima Jinshi said bitterly. LinYang, confused, asked, what do you mean? You are the dragon-slaying blade? Sima Jinshi replied, yes, I am not human. I am the dragon-slaying blade. Or rather, I am the soul of the dragon-slaying blade. You just witnessed the scene. The dragon-slaying blade is a divine weapon created by the dragon god using its own horn. It is the law blade of the dragon clan, enforcing the law over the dragon race. All dragons who make mistakes will be supervised and restrained by the dragon-slaying blade. Just now, when I merged with the dragon-slaying blade, I received a lot of information in my mind. The will of the dragon god left in the dragon-slaying blade conveyed this information to me, allowing me to understand many things. These are also what I want to tell you. LinYang looked at him in shock, filled with curiosity. What did the dragon god tell you? Sima Jinshi said solemnly. A great change has occurred in the divine realm. The dragon god led the divine beasts and gods to fight a battle, ultimately suffering a great defeat. But it wasn't until the last moment that the dragon god realized he had been instigated by a villain. The dragon god was originally the king of all divine beasts, the most powerful existence in the divine realm. In one-on-one combat, even the 5 great kings of the divine realm committee could not compare to him. However, it was precisely because of his own immense power that the dragon god held a sense of pride. Later, instigated and framed by a villain, the dragon god led the divine beasts into a battle with the gods of the divine realm, committing a grave mistake. The human gods ultimately outnumbered him and had a stronger overall strength, leading to the dragon god's fall. Only before his demise did he realize the truth. After all, the dragon god was the pinnacle of powerful divine beings. Even in death, he would not perish completely. His power was divided into 2 parts, transforming into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King. At that time, he regretted his excessive pride, which led to a war that should never have happened, resulting in the decline of the divine beasts and the dragon clan. Before dying, he cast out the law blade of the dragon clan, carrying his last memories, and it came to the Douluo Continent, where it slept for many years. After his aura appeared on the Douluo Continent, the law blade began to awaken, eventually taking shape and transforming into an orphan. That person is me. Hearing Sima Jinqi's words, LinYang had many thoughts arise in his mind. The aura of the dragon god, could it be me? Sima Jinqi continued. I was adopted by foster parents, and at the age of 6, I awakened my martial soul, the dragon-slaying blade, with innate full soul power. I quickly gained attention and smoothly progressed in my cultivation, relying on the powerful dragon-slaying blade martial soul, cutting through obstacles. While others needed soul spirits to enhance their soul skills, I never needed that. As long as my cultivation broke through, my soul skills would naturally arise. This has always been my greatest advantage. However, after my soul power reached level 89, I could no longer continue to improve. At that time, I had already joined the Southern Legion and kept looking for people to spar with, trying to find ways to improve myself in battle. However, while my practical combat ability improved, my realm and cultivation remained stagnant until I met you. Even though everything Sima Jinqi said was so incredible, LinYang chose to believe him, just like the bloodline that appeared on him. How could it be impossible for Sima Jinqi to be transformed from the dragon-slaying blade? Today, I finally broke through, but I truly did not want such a breakthrough, because after the breakthrough, I realized that I am actually just the soul of the Dragon Clan's Law Blade. It is precisely because of the aura of the Dragon God that I was able to elevate my cultivation and understand all of this when breaking through to the title Douluo realm. Therefore, you are my master, and I am your Dragon Clan Law Blade, the Dragon Slayer. At the end, Sima Jinqi sighed deeply, and his emotions inevitably became low. He was transformed from a dragon horn, but gained wisdom and took the form of a human. Yet he had grown accustomed to his human identity and hoped to be a true human. But now it seemed that all of this was impossible. He was no longer human. He was merely a blade soul. Moreover, he was a blade soul with a master. Sima Jinqi, I don't know how to persuade you at this moment, but I must tell you that I also have many problems. You are so open and honest, and I have nothing to hide, LinYang said sincerely as he looked at Sima Jinqi under the guidance of the old demons on Devil Island. He knew well how to handle relationships with different people. Sima Jinqi appeared to have broken through in cultivation, but knowing that he was not human, but rather the soul of the dragon-slaying blade, left him feeling disheartened. If this feeling persisted, it could very likely lead him into a low point. Facing Sima Jinqi, LinYang also felt a sense of sympathy. Just as Sima Jinqi's fate had always been controlled by the dragon-slaying blade, was his own fate not also closely related to his own bloodline? Without the bloodline, there would be no current him, and thus there would be no current strength. But at the same time, the bloodline also brought him too many responsibilities and dangers. Sima Jinqi looked at LinYang in confusion, equally curious about him. Could it be that this guy is truly the reincarnation of the dragon god? LinYang noticed the thoughts in his mind and gently shook his head, saying, "First of all, I am not the reincarnation of the dragon god, nor am I the dragon god. The dragon god should really be dead. I even once saw his remains." As he said this, LinYang couldn't help but recall everything he saw in the Dragon Valley. Later, although the dragon god's corpse disappeared, he could be certain that the dragon clan's burial site was likely the last place where the dragon god died. Chapter 249. The plan to reach this point today. We have all put in a lot. Everyone has to face their own issues. Even if you know today that you are the sword soul of the dragon-slaying saber, so what? You are still a human. What makes you different from an ordinary person? Nothing at all. You are cultivating in the same way as humans with a human body. At least, you don't have to face the threat of death from the seal like I do. We can only be considered as partners influenced by the dragon god, sharing the same fate. There is no superior-inferior relationship. Therefore, Sima Jinqi, you should not call me master in the future. I'm not a master. I'm also a beneficiary, or perhaps a victim, of the dragon goddess power. Since we possess such powerful strength, we should use it better to do what we want to do. As long as we have no regrets towards the heavens and the earth, and no regrets towards our hearts, does it really matter where our power comes from? While saying this, LinYang kept looking into Sima Jinqi's eyes. Their gazes met, and every word he spoke was filled with sincerity. Listening to him, Sima Jinqi's expression gradually changed. He had learned some things about LinYang along the way. It must be said that compared to himself, the things LinYang had experienced and faced were indeed far more numerous. He had walked through it step by step. So what reason did he have not to walk through it too? I was too attached. The impact of the breakthrough was indeed too strong. Sima Jinqi sighed. You are right. No matter where our power comes from, if we regard ourselves as humans, then we are humans. We should just do what we want to do. However, it might be difficult for you to stop me from calling you master. The dragon-slaying saber is a lost saber, and first of all, it requires introspection. If I do not respect the dragon goddess power that created me, then my cultivation will undoubtedly decline, and I might even face the danger of death. LinYang said, Sima Jinch, don't lie to me. Sima Jinch laughed, Master, you're being attached to. It's just a title. Why care so much? All right, I've figured out. At least, I have now broken through to the 9th ring and become a title Douluo. I need to come up with a good title for myself. I can't just call myself the body Douluo like that shameless bald guy. Who isn't even a master of the body sect yet. Haven T, you also cultivated the innate secret method of the body sect? LinYang Chuklet. The future position of the body sect master will definitely belong to elder brother. He is currently the only one who has cultivated the innate secret method to its peak. So calling him the body Douluo is indeed well-deserved. Sima Jinch, what do you plan to call yourself? Sima Jinch thought for a moment and said, what do you think of the name Sword God Douluo? LinYang's mouth twitched. You just said Aru Hong was shameless, but your title seems even more shameless. Is there a sword god title that one gives to oneself? Sima Jinch chuckled, don't think I'm arrogant. Although I know that being the dragon-slaying saber is a bit unpleasant, it's precisely because of this that when I just broke through, I felt a trace of the sword god's intent. Moreover, I only just realized that there is a sword god above the sword soul. That's a capability that touches the threshold of divinity. Once I can successfully cultivate the sword god, then I will have the ability to ascend to godhood. Unfortunately, the divine realm does not exist now. Otherwise, I might be the first to become a god in so many years. Haha. LinYang suddenly felt a bit regretful because he realized that Sima Jinch's level of insensitivity exceeded his expectations. Perhaps even without his encouragement, he would quickly be able to get out of his gloom. This guy is not emotional at all. All right, then you can call yourself Sword God Douluo. LinYang said helplessly. Sima Jinch laughed heartily. I will tell that bald guy now. Sword God Douluo Sima Jinch sounds much more impressive than his body Douluo Aru Hong. Haha. LinYang was speechless. Sima Jinch, don't go just yet. What is your 9th soul ring and soul skill? I'm very curious. What soul skill can a golden soul ring bring? Sima Jinch's expression suddenly became a bit strange at this question. This soul skill actually does not belong to me, but to the dragon god. So, in fact, I can't use it at all. You are the one who needs to use it. But I can feel that your current cultivation is not enough. Only when your cultivation breaks through to the title Douluo level can you activate my 9th soul skill. Of course, before that, our martial soul fusion skill will definitely be stronger than before. In the future, I will be your Dragon Clan Law Saber. And when we fuse, you should be able to activate a trace of the Dragon God's power. Dragon Clan Law Saber, Dragon Slaying. To be honest, LinYang still felt a bit resistant to the martial soul fusion skill with Sima Jinch. Fortunately, fusing with Sima Jinch did not require hugging or anything like that. Otherwise, he would rather this martial soul fusion skill didn't exist. All right, I'll go find that bald guy first. I can't let him get too proud. Master, you should relax a bit too. You have overscheduled your time these past few months. Watching Sima Jinch leave, along with everything that happened today, LinYang rarely lost his desire to cultivate. After leaving the training ground, he suddenly had a thought and dialed the soul communicator. Yue'er, come with me to Sea God Lake. Okay. Since Long Yue'er became the vice captain of the Blood Dragon Squad, she maintained her succinct style of speaking. Long Yue'er drove the soul-guided car to the entrance of the Blacksmith Association, picked up LinYang, who had undergone a disguise, and drove out of Tiando City, heading directly to the original site of Shrek City via the highway. After Shrek City was destroyed, the Federation rebuilt several highways surrounding the current Sea God Lake, connecting some important places, including the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower. The highway that LinYang and the others were currently traveling on was leading towards the direction of the Spirit Transmission Tower. LinYang gazed almost blankly out the window at the vast expanse. The water was clear, blue, and as blue as a huge sapphire with ripples, stretching endlessly. It was very large, like the vastness of Shrek City back then. Its edges were curved, and there was no one to maintain it. There was no vegetation along the shore. Although it was so beautiful, it still felt hollow. Once upon a time, there was a huge city there. The #1 city on the continent. There was the #1 academy on the continent. For a full 20,000 years, this title had never changed. And now, only a vast expanse of water remained. Sea God Lake without Sea God Island, is it still the true Sea God Lake? Without Shrek Academy, it was just a body of water. No matter how clear it was just a body of water. Long Yue'er adjusted her breathing, driving the soul-guided car off the highway until it stopped by the lake. The lakeside was overgrown with weeds, looking somewhat desolate. Despite the beautiful, expansive water surface, it lacked vitality. In his ears, the sounds of students from Shrek Academy practicing seemed to echo, and he could almost see the majestic and ancient teaching buildings. Ali's face, however, revealed a slight smile. "No wonder Chao Daji told me that you would become the current Tang sect master," I said. "How could that guy from Tang sect be so generous as to let you mobilize all resources? It turns out he sees you as someone recognized by the plane." LinYang was stunned for a moment. "Recognized by the plane?" Ali said, "It seems you still don't understand what it means to be recognized by the plane. Any plane of existence is an independent entity in the world. Even the divine realm is a plane. There are distinctions of higher and lower planes. A plane that gives birth to advanced intelligent beings is referred to as a high-level plane. A higher-level existence that can simultaneously dominate and control 3 or more high-level planes can be called the divine realm." LinYang's heart stirred, and he listened attentively to Yali's narration. As an elder of Shrek Academy, and arguably the oldest predecessor in the Soul Master community, the light and dark Douluo has reached the limit Douluo level for an unknown amount of time. Undoubtedly, her understanding and experience regarding higher-level existences are absolutely the richest. Listening to her narration is of guiding significance for his future cultivation and goals. The existence of any plane is the result of the splitting of cosmic energy. This split energy can manifest in various forms. Some may directly perish, while others may become lifeless existences that ultimately vanish. Some may transform into planets like our Douluo star. This process of change is calculated in billions of years. When certain planes finally begin to develop their own consciousness, they have the potential to advance to high-level planes. The greatest characteristic of high-level planes, as I just mentioned, is the presence of intelligent life. During this process, the plane itself must possess a certain level of intelligence. This process is called evolution. Our Douluo star is such a plane. Through continuous evolution, it has given birth to soul beasts, humans, and has developed to this day. The master of the plane is, in fact, the entire Douluo star. Douluo star is considered a high-level existence among planes. It not only gave birth to life and intelligence, but also created the laws belonging to Douluo star. The martial souls that we humans possess and the powers of soul beasts exist under the influence of these plane laws. This set of laws also governs the wisdom of the entire planet, promoting its development. According to normal evolutionary conditions, humans will continue to evolve and, after reaching a certain level, ascend to the divine realm. Given the foundation of Douluo star, it is even possible that, countless years later, humans who ascend from Douluo star will truly control the entire divine realm, thereby reflecting back onto Douluo star and making it a part of the divine realm. This is the evolutionary direction chosen by the Douluo star plane. However, no one expected that about 10,000 years ago, a change occurred. The divine realm disappeared for unknown reasons. Perhaps the master of the plane knows, but we do not. We only know that after the disappearance of the divine realm, the impact on our Douluo plane was also immense. If you study history closely, you will find that the number of limit Douluos among humans in the last 10,000 years has been much greater than in the previous 10,000 years. Although it may not compare to that era full of talents, humans have indeed become stronger. The rapid development of soul guide technology has even led to a shortage of human resources. Everything can be said to be related to the master of the plane. It is precisely because of the quiet influence of the power of the plane that humans have developed so quickly, especially in the last 1,000 years. With the complete maturation of flying soul guides and mechas, humans have begun to develop in the direction of outer space, exploring the existence of other planets. All of this is being driven by the master of the plane behind the scenes. As LinYang listened to the words of the light and dark Douluo, he felt somewhat dazed. These statements were completely on another level. While he was still contemplating how to rebuild Shrek, the light and dark Douluo was actually pondering the issues between planes. Yali continued. After losing the divine realm, the evolutionary direction of our Douluo star plane has inevitably been greatly affected. This has led the master of the plane to make such a choice. However, from the current situation, his choice may have encountered problems. That is, the speed of human development has exceeded his judgment. The rapid development of soul guide technology has greatly affected the vitality of the entire planet, resulting in a shortage of resources, especially on our Douluo Continent. Under these circumstances, the resources on Douluo Continent are completely incomparable to before. There is even the possibility of depletion in the future, the extinction of soul beasts, and a deteriorating ecology. If all intelligent life ultimately heads toward destruction, then the Douluo plane will also completely perish. Therefore, at this moment, the master of the plane made an adjustment. Although we do not know the specifics of the adjustment, it is very likely to fall on your generation. The development towards outer space has become an inevitable trend. Meanwhile, the master of the plane should also want to control the ecology, or perhaps to plunder more life energy for his own use. The former sea god pavilion master of Shrek Academy, about 15 generations ago, even boldly speculated that the reason the Abyss plane could connect to our Douluo Continent plane is very likely due to the deliberate actions of our Douluo plane's master. This was to seek opportunities to plunder the plane energy of the Abyss plane to replenish itself. This statement was a shocking revelation for LinYang. What? Are you saying that the Abyss plane was actually brought in by our plane? The Holy Spirit Douluo shook his head and said, "This is just a speculation. We do not know the specifics. The greater possibility is that the Abyss plane found us and actively sought to devour us." Chapter 250, Inheritance After All. From the perspective of the master of the planes, the Abyss plane is stronger. However, from the perspective of the entire plane, our Douluo plane is somewhat stronger than theirs. LinYang's brain was racing, contemplating what the Holy Spirit Douluo had said. What you mean is that the so-called Holy Monarch of the Abyss plane is more powerful than our plane's master. But overall, we are stronger. The Holy Spirit Douluo nodded. That's one way to understand it. From the perspective of cosmic energy division, the Abyss plane is indeed stronger because it almost birthed its own consciousness at the moment of its division. At this level, it is much stronger than our Douluo plane. It directly gave rise to a commanding entity that continuously absorbed energy to become stronger, leading to its current state. In this process, existing in an energy form is undoubtedly the most effective and beneficial for its rapid development. However, there are drawbacks to this process. The first issue is that the development method of the Abyss plane lacks the physical body that has been accumulated over billions of years, such as our real planet Douluo star. Why can those Abyss creatures transform back into energy and return to the Abyss plane after death, rebirthing new combat power? It's because the Abyss plane itself is not a true planet. The entire plane is a massive energy body, and each Abyss race is generated through the consciousness of the master of the Abyss plane. It splits its energy into countless parts, giving rise to these energy-based intelligent lives, allowing them to develop independently. In terms of life levels, the Abyss plane is stronger, but due to the lack of substantial reasons, when it reaches a critical point, it becomes difficult to transcend. To put it simply, a high-level energy plane like the Abyss is most likely to directly become a divine realm, whereas our Douluo star, being a physical intelligent plane, can only approach the divine realm through various complex means. This is the gap between the two. However, our Douluo plane also has its own advantages, which the Abyss plane does not possess. That is physical manifestation. A physical plane is much more stable than an energy plane. Many cosmic disasters can affect energy planes, but physical planes can be immune. Although our level may not be as high as the Abyss plane in terms of safety, we are much higher. Our plane's master is not as tangible as that of the Abyss plane, but its foundation is much more solid. Therefore, whether the Abyss plane wants to devour us or we want to devour them, it is quite difficult. At the same time, our plane has the greatest advantage that the Abyss plane does not have, which is that the life forms born from a physical plane exist independently. Although they are influenced by the plane's order, they have the potential to transcend. This is also why in the past, soul masters could cultivate to become gods and ascend to the divine realm. But in the Abyss plane, it is nearly impossible to transcend the control of the Abyss Holy Monarch, because every life form there is essentially a part of the Abyss Holy Monarch. At this point, the Holy Spirit Douluo paused, allowing LinYang to ponder for a moment before continuing. The purpose of saying all this is to help you understand the differences between planes and the significance and goals of existence. As someone chosen by the Douluo plane, you will inevitably face extreme killing intent from the Abyss plane, because the reason you were chosen is that you possess the potential to destroy the Abyss plane. That's why the Abyss Holy Monarch will attack you at all costs. Moreover, this might not be the only time. The Abyss plane will stop at nothing to destroy you. LinYang couldn't help but say, since I have the potential to destroy the Abyss plane, won't they just run away? Can't they just sever their connection with our plane? He realized he couldn't cross planes to chase them. The Holy Spirit Douluo shook his head. You're thinking too simply. The connection between two planes is not so easily severed. Even if the Abyss plane wants to actively cut ties now, our Douluo plane may not be willing. Furthermore, Our plane's master must already have the coordinates of the abyss plane. If you truly reach a level where you can destroy the abyss plane, believe me, the plane master will definitely find a way to allow you to step into the abyss. Even I understand this principle. Think about it. Would the abyss holy monarch not understand? Therefore, he will stop at nothing to kill you. A bitter smile appeared on LinYang's lips. Back when he was in the abyss passage, he was able to use the power of the plane through the blood god array. And with the appearance of the god of destruction at that time, he barely managed to fend off the abyss holy monarch's long-distance attack. If the abyss holy monarch were to attack him again in the future, what would he use to resist? It was not just a matter of certainty. The more important issue was that he had no idea when or where the abyss holy monarch would strike. The Holy Spirit Douluo said, "You don't need to feel depressed. What I just said were the negative aspects. But since you were chosen by the plane master, you will undoubtedly be a unique existence. The plane master chose you, so they will spare no effort in nurturing you, enabling you to become capable of countering the abyss plane sooner. Just like we speculate that Tang's sect and Shrek's predecessors, the thousand-hand Douluo Tang San and the ice spirit Douluo Yue'er, were likely chosen by the plane master. You are the same. Your cultivation will become easier, and most importantly, your luck will improve. Your comprehension will be higher. You may even receive protection from the plane master to a certain extent. When the abyss plane wants to destroy you, the plane master will do everything possible to give you hints and help. So, you don't need to worry too much. What you need to do is grow quickly and reach a level where you can protect yourself as soon as possible. Think about it. Why were you able to break through to the spirit domain by coincidence? Why were you able to be favored by the seed of life? This is all related to you being the chosen one of the plane master. Listening to the Holy Spirit Dalu, LinYang's heart stirred, and his gaze changed. He was the chosen one of the plane master? His advancement was related to the plane's favor? The seed of life, in a sense, should be considered part of the plane master. Moreover, after breaking through to the seventh ring, his cultivation speed could be described as astonishing, and he even received the golden water mutual containment from his uncle. Indeed, his luck seemed to have truly improved, and his cultivation speed had become more enjoyable. Even the innate secret method of the body sect seemed to be able to break through smoothly. Were these all benefits of being chosen by the plane? You should have thought of some of this too. This is also why the Tang sect is determined to make you the leader of the Tang sect, said the Holy Spirit Douluo. LinYang replied, "Your Excellency, I have already agreed." After thinking for a moment, he decided to speak honestly. The Holy Spirit Douluo said, "That's good. I'm telling you this not to imply that the Tang sect is trying to use you, but to let you know that my intentions align with theirs. From now on, you are not only the leader of the Tang sect, but also the new generation leader of Shrek Academy, and we will do our utmost to support you." Huh? LinYang looked at the elderly titled Douluo in front of him, momentarily unable to process the information. The Holy Spirit Douluo smiled. Great moments undoubtedly require great leaders to lead them. Are you expecting a healing-type soul master to do this? I might bring some victories, but I cannot bring hope for Shrek's future. However, you can. LinYang's heart was a bit chaotic. The impact he received today at the Tang sect was indeed quite significant. We will all assist you in moving forward. I tell you this with a purpose, to help you understand that the path you must take next should align with the needs of the realm itself, so that it can be smoother. Otherwise, even if you are the one chosen by the realm, you may ultimately be abandoned. Yes, LinYang replied. When LinYang left the Tang sect, he still felt a bit dizzy, although this did not prevent him from evading various detections outside, distancing himself as an ordinary person, and disappearing from the sight of his pursuers. However, he still felt as if he were in a dream. In just a few short hours, he had already become the leader of the Tang sect and the new leader of Shrek Academy. Although these two organizations on the surface could not compare to their peak periods, he was only 21 years old. In history, no one has held two positions at the same time. Even the ancestors of the Tang sect, Tang San, and the founder of the Spirit Pagoda, Spirit Aisdal Yue'er, who ultimately became gods, could not achieve this. Yet, he had done it in just one day. How incredible is that? But the fact is right in front of him. Yeli walked slowly through LinYang, and with a flash of light in her hand, a long spear glowing with incandescent light appeared in her grasp. It was indeed the sky-soaring spear that the sky-soaring Yunming left behind by merging his essence into the martial soul before his death. Lin, this is what Yunming left behind. You also use a spear, and today I will pass it to you. I hope you can inherit his will and let Shrek shine again. Looking at the long spear in the hands of the Holy Spirit Douluo, LinYang felt a mix of emotions. The sky-soaring spear radiated a bright white light, and its body seemed almost transparent. It was not like the golden dragon spear, which had sharp points at both ends. It only had a blade at one end, but the blade was particularly long, occupying almost 1/3 of the length of the sky-soaring spear. The sharpness exuded a fiery glow. Below the blade, on the connected shaft, were engraved the two ancient characters sky-soaring. With LinYang's spiritual power, he sensed an endless surge of spear intent. No, to be precise, it was the essence of the spear's spirit. The last time he saw the sky-soaring spear, he had not yet mastered the spear technique and did not feel it deeply, but at this moment, even just looking at this divine spear, his feelings were completely different. Your Majesty. LinYang's voice trembled slightly. Yali showed a gentle smile, and although her eyes no longer sparkled, at this moment, her smile was still so warm. As the new Sea God Pavilion Master, this spear is entrusted to you. Yali presented the sky-soaring spear to LinYang, and he grasped the shaft with both hands, feeling a surge of emotions. There were no tears in Yali's eyes anymore, only relief. I will work hard to see that day come. At the moment Shrek is rebuilt, I believe you will certainly let me see his former brilliance in you. The most painful moment in Yunming's life was when the academy was destroyed, but I have never considered him a failed Sea God Pavilion Master. I will always be proud of him. Do not let down the sky-soaring spear. I hope it can help you become the sky-soaring pillar and support Shrek again. Holding the sky-soaring spear, Lon Musi smiled and approached him, proactively saying, I greet the Pavilion Master. The other inner courtyard disciples also seemed to awaken from a dream, bowing to LinYang and saying, we greet the Pavilion Master. Yes, from the moment LinYang took the spear, he was already the current Sea God Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy, representing the true leader of Shrek. The Holy Spirit, Douluo, smiled slightly and nodded at LinYang, saying, from now on, you are officially recognized. I also have something for you. As she spoke, she approached LinYang, extending her hand to present something to him. It was a completely transparent diamond-shaped crystal, blue in color, crystal clear, as if there were rippling waves inside. This is... LinYang's gaze was almost instantly captivated by the blue diamond crystal. Within that crystal, there seemed to be a massive attraction. As soon as his gaze focused, he felt his spiritual power, which could originally sense the world around him, being instantly drawn into the crystal, merging entirely into it in an instant. Everything around him became quiet, and LinYang was astonished to discover that he seemed to have entered a boundless blue world. This endless blue was filled with life. Small, crystalline blue fish swam past him, and the entire blue world seemed to be brimming with endless vitality. The feeling was simply wonderful. He felt as if he were bathing in that rich life force, indescribably comfortable. This process seemed to last for a long time, yet it also felt like just a moment. When LinYang returned to the real world in a daze, he still stared blankly at the crystal in the hands of the Holy Spirit Douluo, which shimmered with a marvelous light. LinYang looked up at the others. It seemed that no one felt the same way he did. Everyone was merely amazed by the brilliance of the diamond crystal. It is called the Vast Sea and Sky, a rare treasure that has always been suppressed within the Sea God Pavilion. It is also the Academy's treasure. Speaking of its origins, it dates back a long time, tracing back to 20,000 years ago to the first-generation master of the Tang sect, who was also the soul of the first-generation Shrek 7 monsters of Shrek Academy, the Thousand Hands Douluo Tang San. Chapter 251 Reunion. It is now impossible to verify how Tang San's ancestor obtained this Han Hai Chinquan, but it is known that this Han Hai Chinquan played a crucial role on the path to divinity for the ancestor. In our academy, only those who have reached the ultimate Douluo level and undergone sufficient trials are qualified to experience its mysteries, thereby seeking a thread that leads to the divine realm. This Han Hai Chinquan crystal is usually suppressed within the Sea God Pavilion, and on that day when disaster struck, the Pavilion Master entrusted it to me and asked me to act according to the situation. In terms of age, I should have been the one to guard Shrek in the end, but at that time he said, as the Pavilion Master, he had an unshirkable responsibility. Thus, it was I, this old man, who survived. Today, I pass this Han Hai Chinquan crystal to you on his behalf, hoping you can fulfill his will and, like the previous Pavilion Masters of the Sea God Pavilion, protect every blade of grass and tree in Shrek, safeguarding the glorious honor of Shrek for millennia. Yes. LinYang solemnly accepted the Han Hai Chinquan crystal, his eyes filled with seriousness. The Han Hai Chinquan crystal felt icy to the touch, yet it had a soft texture. It seemed not to be a solid object, but more like a piece of jelly. Holding it was quite peculiar. The Holy Spirit, Douluo, said in a deep voice, "Next, we will proceed according to the original plan. Chong Kong, you will personally send the first batch of students to the Devil Path. The list of candidates has just been finalized. LinYang, for the next 3 months, do not go anywhere. Stay within the Tang sect for quiet cultivation. After 3 months, you will head to the Douluo and Douluo countries. Yes, LinYang nodded in agreement. However, the Holy Spirit Dalu suddenly darkened his expression and said sternly, LinYang, you are now the pavilion master of the Sea God Pavilion at Shrek Academy, the true leader of the academy and the current master of the Tang sect. You must be aware of your identity. At all times and in all places, what you represent is the Tang sect and Shrek Academy. Whether facing me or facing Chao Des, you cannot show the previous attitude of being merely a student or a humble member of the Tang sect. What the Tang sect and Shrek Academy need is the aura of you as a leader, not the humility of a student or a Tang sect disciple. LinYang was taken aback, nodding with a wry smile. To be honest, these two identities came as a surprise to him, and even now he felt somewhat unaccustomed to them. The Holy Spirit Dalu withdrew his gaze and said, all right, then let us proceed according to the plan. Specific matters will still be decided by the Sea God Pavilion meeting. Aside from LinYang, the rest of the Shrek Academy members simultaneously bowed to the Holy Spirit Dalu. LinYang was arranged in a separate quiet room. His current identity was entirely different, and the room was naturally the best one here. The nearly 200 square meter room had a dedicated study, bathroom, training room, and even a dedicated forging room. Everything he needed was provided. After returning to his room, LinYang headed straight to the quiet room. When he sat cross-legged, he still felt as if he were in a dream. Had he truly become the dual controller of the Tang sect and Shrek Academy? This identity could even be said to be the first in history. Even the two most legendary figures in the Tang sect, the thousand-handed Douluo Tang San and the ice spirit Douluo Yue'er, had never reached such a level. After all, he was only in his 20s. It was impossible for him to feel no sense of pride. Beyond the pride, however, was an overwhelming sense of responsibility. Initially, he thought that with the Holy Spirit Dalu still around, the burden on his shoulders would be lighter, as they could shoulder the heavy responsibility of rebuilding Shrek Academy. But now it seemed that the heaviest responsibility still lay with him. This was certainly because they all valued him highly, but it also meant that he would have to bear more. However, compared to before, his mood was greatly different. At least now, he was no longer alone. Shrek Academy had not been completely destroyed, and with so many outstanding students from both the inner and outer academies still present, the foundation of Shrek Academy remained. In the near future, when they fully grew up, they would undoubtedly restore Shrek to its former glory. Perhaps this process would take some time, but the inheritance of Shrek had not been severed, and the Sea God Pavilion still existed. Thinking of this, LinYang couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, even feeling like letting out a long howl to the sky. Since he had gone to the Blood God Legion, his emotions had been very low, even depressed. The academy was destroyed, and he had lost his home. How could he not feel depressed? How could he not suffer? Now, he finally saw the dawn of hope. At least everything was moving in a positive direction. With the foundation of the Tang sect and the seeds left by Shrek, everything was possible. He even thought further. Rebuilding Shrek was by no means the ultimate goal. After all, the continent was still under the control of the federal government. In the future, for Shrek to stand tall again, it would require not just the rebuilding of Shrek, but also the support of the entire Federation. He and his companions would face numerous enemies, with the Holy Spirit Church being the foremost among them, followed by the supporting forces behind the Hawks, among which the most difficult to deal with might be the transmission tower. Their threat could even be greater than that of the Holy Spirit Church. In addition, there were countless hidden dark forces lurking behind, along with the major trouble of the federal military. This is why the affectionate Douluo and others came up with the idea of uniting the two empires of Douluo and Douluo to curb this war. Thinking of this, LinYang couldn't help but envision a scene that made him somewhat alarmed. That was the moment he faced the Abyss Saint Lord. He could clearly feel the overwhelming killing intent from the Abyss Saint Lord. Now, the Abyss tide had been repelled, and the seal had become stable again. But could this truly stop the next attack from the Abyss plane? LinYang did not know, and one could even say that no one could clarify it. But if the Abyss plane was willing to go to any lengths, it was possible that the Abyss tide could reappear at any time. Thus, the Abyss plane was also a great enemy that he would have to face. As someone chosen by the plane, he too would have to bear the greatest pressure. In fact, the Abyss plane might be the greatest enemy he would face. Therefore, self-improvement was the most important thing. For the past 3 months, LinYang could clearly feel how fast his cultivation speed was increasing. During the 3 months of seclusion before, His main focus in the first month was to organize all the gains he had made during his time in the Blood God Legion, especially to fully integrate the insights from his battle with the Abyss Saint Lord into his abilities through mental perception. Then he would devote himself to cultivation. A faint smile appeared on LinYang's face as he sat cross-legged, just preparing to begin his cultivation when suddenly, the soul guide communicator on his wrist rang. LinYang raised his hand to take a look, and his expression changed, becoming somewhat excited. After connecting the soul guide communicator, a familiar voice came through. "Where are you?" "All right, wait for me." LinYang said only 5 words before quickly getting up and springing out of the room. Indeed, his speed could only be described as springing. The Tang sect headquarters was almost spread throughout the underground world of Tiando City, so the exits were numerous. A few minutes later, LinYang appeared on the streets of Tiando City. Due to his excitement, he didn't even have time to disguise himself. He only wore a mask on his face and a hat on his head, trying to conceal his appearance as much as possible. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his mental power spread out invisibly, almost recklessly extending into the surroundings. At his level of mental cultivation, unless the opponent was also a spirit domain expert, it was impossible for them to sense him. Moreover, his current mood was also somewhat preoccupied. After all, this is not a big deal. Huh? A middle-aged man in ordinary attire was about to walk into the largest auction house in Tiando City when he stopped in his tracks. This middle-aged man didn't seem remarkable in any way, but there was one point that was similar to LinYang. He was also wearing a mask, though he wasn't wearing a hat. She was also wearing a mask that concealed her appearance. However, she had striking silver hair and captivating purple eyes. Quite a good mental strength. The middle-aged man murmured to himself. "Nar, can you feel it?" he said to the woman beside him. The silver-haired, purple-eyed Guiyuna gently shook her head without speaking. The middle-aged man squinted his eyes slightly. "Your mental cultivation should be on the verge of the spirit domain, right? No need to rush. Once you break through that limitation, you'll naturally be able to sense it. Master of the tower, are you saying that a strong individual with spirit domain-level mental strength just released their mental power?" Guiyuna's voice was still as melodious as ever, but there was no emotional fluctuation in it. "Yes. It seems to be searching for something, without any intent to fight. Let's go in. Tiando City is a place where dragons hide and tigers crouch. If it weren't for helping you bid for that item today, I would want to see which great power is here." After saying this, he took the lead into the auction house. Guiyuna, however, stopped in her tracks and turned to look at the empty sky behind her, a complex expression flashing in her eyes. She instinctively clenched her hands, the impulse deep in her eyes, flickering and then vanishing. Found it. LinYang's mental power suddenly retracted, seemingly moving slowly but actually quickly on the street. After going around a few times, he saw a familiar figure. The moment he spotted him, the smile on LinYang's face became more pronounced as he strode towards the other person. At that moment, the man also seemed to sense his presence, turning around sharply. His gaze instantly focused on him. Unlike LinYang, this man was not wearing a mask. He had an ordinary-looking face, but a tall stature, and his golden hair shone brilliantly under the sunlight. With a somewhat charming smile at the corner of his mouth, he walked towards LinYang confidently. As they faced each other, LinYang suddenly made a move, striking towards the man's chest. The golden-haired man also reacted, and their right hands collided in midair, producing a crisp sound, then grasping tightly together. LinYang pulled hard. Undoubtedly, there was a significant gap in strength between him and the golden-haired man, who was knocked back by LinYang's shoulder into his chest. But in the next moment, both of them laughed simultaneously. "Welcome back." LinYang shook his hand vigorously. "Isn't that a bit too enthusiastic?" "Luckily, your little yin isn't here," the golden-haired man chuckled. "Let's go." "This isn't a place to talk," LinYang said, releasing his grip on Lu Jingyu's hand, and they walked side by side. Lu Jingyu occasionally looked at the scenery on both sides of the street, feeling great to be back. Unfortunately, this isn't Shrek City. His expression dimmed a bit as he said the last sentence. Not only did LinYang have deep feelings for Shrek Academy, but in fact, they had spent 3 more years at Shrek Academy than LinYang, and their attachment to Shrek was even greater than his. Otherwise, they wouldn't have worked so hard during this time. By the way, I'm already a colonel, completely based on my abilities in the Southern Legion. Even my grandpa, that old stickler, didn't say anything. How about you? Lu Jingyu nudged LinYang with his shoulder. LinYang smiled. "You're quite lively. It seems you've been holding in a lot in the Southern Legion." Lu Jingyu shrugged. "Every day is just training, nothing but training." After Xiao Yin left, I didn't even have anyone to talk to. Of course, I didn't have time to talk to anyone either. Can you blame me for feeling pent up? By the way, what about Xie and Yuan? When are they coming back? And Xinglan and Li Ji, haven't they arrived yet? I can't be the first one. LinYang replied, what's wrong with being the first? It shows you're proactive. They should all arrive in the next few days. Lu Jingyu suddenly fell silent, and after several seconds, he let out a long breath. It's really nice to be with everyone. LinYang didn't say anything, just nudged him with his shoulder. Yeah, being with partners feels really great. Even though he now had the Blood Dragon Squad, the support of Shrek Academy, and the support of the Tang sect, no matter whose support it was, it couldn't compare to the partners who had been together for so many years. They were the current Shrek's 7 monsters. Oh, by the way, Jingyu, I have good news for you. You are now one of the elders of the Sea God Pavilion. You can participate in the Sea God Pavilion meetings. Lu Jingyu was stunned for a moment, but didn't show any signs of happiness. Instead, he smiled bitterly. Elder of the Sea God Pavilion? Do we appoint ourselves? Yes. Besides us, there aren't many left. To surprise everyone, LinYang hadn't told anyone in the Soul Guidance communication that so many people from the Tang sect were still alive. Lu Jingyu felt that he had spoken a bit heavily, and then smiled again. Then, as the current leader of the Shrek's 7 monsters, you should be the head of the Sea God Pavilion. LinYang nodded, yeah. Lu Jingyu laughed. All right, let's join forces, uphold the Sea God Pavilion, and support Shrek. We will definitely be able to rebuild the academy, right? Definitely, LinYang said firmly. Chapter 252, Seeking Blessings. Lu Jingyu lowered his voice and said, Boss, while they haven't returned yet, shouldn't this position of deputy leader belong to me? The other one can go to Yuan or Xinglan. The Sea God Pavilion usually has 2 deputy leaders, right? LinYang looked at him with a half-smile and said, we'll discuss it when the Sea God Pavilion meeting takes place. You know, the Sea God Pavilion meetings always prioritize fairness and justice. Major decisions must be discussed collectively. Lu Jingyu shrugged. Can't we take a shortcut? It's just as few, right? Oh, by the way, what about His Majesty, the Holy Spirit Dalu? Doesn't she want to be the leader? Hasn't she recovered from her pain yet? LinYang sighed. It's not that easy to recover. Her heart is already dead. If it weren't for the hope of rebuilding Shrek, I really fear. Lu Jingyu's expression also darkened. To be honest, rebuilding Shrek is really difficult. My grandfather told me a lot before I set out about the current situation. He isn't optimistic about us at all. LinYang's heart stirred. The Southern Legion should belong to the hawkish faction, right? Le Xingyu nodded. The Southern Legion is relatively special because it's far from the other legions and located in a rich area. Generally, it doesn't participate in political struggles. However, the predecessor of my Lu family was once a lineage passed down from the Spirit Hall. The family teachings hold a grudge against the Star Luo Empire. So, if it involves the Star Luo Empire, the Southern Legion will definitely support us. Well, LinYang nodded. What about our rebuilding of Shrek? Will the Southern Legion support us? Lu Jingyu smiled wryly. It's difficult. Although this may be discouraging, I have to be honest. My grandfather clearly told me before I left that neither he nor the Southern Legion would support us in rebuilding Shrek, as it could have a huge impact on the family. Although LinYang had already guessed this situation, he still felt a little disappointed. However, it wasn't absolute. My grandfather said that at least the Southern Legion won't hinder us while we rebuild Shrek. There are also 2 situations where he might consider giving us some support. One is if we show the ability to resist opposing forces during the rebuilding process. In this case, he might consider providing some support. The other is if I can become a 4-character battle armor master. If that's the case, I will become the successor to the next commander of the Southern Legion. For my personal sake, the Legion would lean towards us to some extent, but both are obviously not easy. After hearing Lu Jingyu's words, LinYang nodded slightly. Indeed, it's not easy to become a 4-character battle armor master. Besides someone like me, with a special body, generally, a soul master must at least reach the level of Super Douluo to attempt it. In fact, just being a Super Douluo is often not enough. Because to become a 4-character battle armor master, one needs the Divine Craftsman's Heavenly Forging. The number of Super Douluos isn't too many, but it's not too few either. And each time a Heavenly Forging is done, it's a huge consumption for the Divine Craftsman, Genhua. Completing a set of 4-character battle armor requires a long rest after finishing. So, he rarely takes on such heavenly forging tasks now. There will always be a way. Everything is with me. LinYang patted his shoulder. Lu Jingyu looked at him in surprise, realizing that after hearing such bad news, LinYang's expression hadn't changed. His eyes were still bright and seemed full of confidence. Boss, after winning the championship of the Star Do Battle Network's Federal Challenge, you seem even more confident. LinYang smiled. Confidence comes from strength. This way, while speaking, he pulled Lu Jingyu into a nearby alley. After sensing with his mental power that there were no prying eyes around, he he dragged him into a small courtyard. When Lu Jingyu followed LinYang into the Tang San's underground world, he was also taken aback. This is... The grand underground world left him speechless. Looking at the many workers busy at work and the mechas on the assembly line, Lu Jingyu couldn't help but swallow. Is all this from the Tang sect? Lu Jingyu asked in astonishment. LinYang nodded. It's also ours. LinYang brought him to a door. Before he could ring the doorbell, the door opened by itself. Lan Muzi happened to walk out from inside, smiled slightly upon seeing LinYang, and bowed. Leader. Brother Lan, no need for such formalities. LinYang smiled and nodded at him. After being reminded by the Holy Spirit Dalu, he had learned to respect his identity now. Lan Muzi quickly noticed Lu Jingyu beside LinYang, who was staring at him in shock. Mouth agape. Junior Jingyu, long time no see. Lu Jingyu was so stunned he was nearly stuttering. Lan brother, you didn't die you. LinYang laughed. Don't you think it surprising? Lu Jingyu quickly stepped forward to examine Lan Muzi closely, worried he had mistaken someone. You really didn't die? Are you sure you're not a ghost? Le Xingyu stammered. Lan Muzi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Do you really wish so much that I'm a ghost? I'm perfectly fine, don't worry. LinYang couldn't bear to watch any longer. After apologizing to Lan Muzi, he pulled Lu Jingyu into the room. Inside the room, the Holy Spirit Douluo and Tang Mengyin were discussing the first batch of names heading to Devil Island. Seeing LinYang come in, Tang Mengyin stood up first, followed by the Holy Spirit Dalu, both slightly bowing to LinYang leader. Previously, when Lan Muzi called LinYang leader, Lu Jingyu hadn't paid much attention. At this moment, seeing Tang Mengyin, he felt completely bewildered. Lu Jingyu was even more overwhelmed than when he first met them. Despite having sensed something when he first saw Lan Muzi, when he truly saw the Holy Spirit Dalu, his emotions erupted uncontrollably. Only after losing could one truly understand how important it is to possess something. The Holy Spirit Dalu nodded at LinYang and then looked at Lu Jingyu, showing a hint of satisfaction. As the Holy Spirit Dalu, possessing the angel martial soul, she could naturally sense the solid wave of light elements emanating from Lu Jingyu. He seemed like a solidified body of light elements. For the holy angel martial soul, entering the 7 realms and achieving Soul Sage would be a great leap, resulting in a qualitative change in strength. This was also why Lu Jingyu was so confident. Not only had he broken through to Soul Sage, but he had also completed the very difficult second divine baptism of the Holy Angel family. This was quite rare in the history of the Holy Angel family. How could he not be excited? After a long while, Lu Jingyu finally managed to control his emotions. When he looked up at LinYang again, his expression had changed. He said fiercely, "You knew all along. Why didn't you tell me?" LinYang shruged. "If I had told you early, would you have been able to stop crying?" Lu Jingyu looked at him, then at Wu Changkong, and suddenly broke into a smile. "If crying could bring Teacher Wu back to life, I would be willing to cry 100 times. As soon as this was said, even LinYang's eyes turned red. Yes, if crying could bring Teacher Wu back to life, he would also be willing to cry 100 times. LinYang then told Lu Jingyu about the current situation at the academy, when he learned that even Wizido and the others were still alive, and that so many senior students from the inner academy were also there. He was practically overwhelmed with excitement. By the way, Jingyu mentioned to me earlier that he wanted to. LinYang had only spoken halfway when Lu Jingyu realized what he was about to say. He quickly rushed to LinYang's side and covered his mouth. "Don't say it. Boss, if you continue, I will cut ties with you," Lu Jingyu said fiercely. LinYang finally refrained from revealing Lu Jingyu's desire to become the deputy director, but he couldn't help but chuckle. "Well, I've been lacking opponents for battles lately, and since you're back, it's clear you're confident in your improvement. How about we spar a bit? It would also let senior brother Lan give us some pointers." Lu Jingyu looked eagerly at LinYang. Although he was confident in himself, he had witnessed LinYang's numerous victories in the Star Do Battle Network Federal Championship. He hadn't gained enough confidence to believe he could defeat LinYang. LinYang turned to Lan Muzi and said, "Jingyu had a request earlier." His mouth was covered again, and Lu Jingyu gritted his teeth and said, "Fine. If we're sparring, then I accept it." The Holy Spirit Dalu nodded and said, "All right." She had already learned from Wu Changkong that LinYang had previously defeated him without using battle armors. Therefore, she said, "Jingyu can use a 2-word battle armor, while Wu Lin cannot use a battle armor." However, Lu Jingyu was not very happy to hear this. With a bitter face, he said, "Old dragon, my 2-word battle armor was transformed into a 3-word battle armor prototype by Wu Lin last time. Since then, I've been training, and haven't had time to forge it into a 3-word battle armor yet. I can't use it for now, before the 7 of them separated." LinYang helped them complete the basic forging of their three-word battle armors. But everyone had been training, and making three-word battle armors wasn't easy. Without certainty, they had completed them. Especially now that LinYang's soul forging had improved, he had already notified them via soul-guided communication not to rush into making three-word battle armors, but to wait until he helped them refine the metal forging first. Therefore, upon their return, the primary task for the Shrek 7 monsters was to complete the forging while also making their three-word battle armors. They were all at the 7th ring, enough to bear three-word battle armors. At that time, their strength would have a significant leap. The Holy Spirit Douluo said, "Then you should just wish for the best." The scale of the Tang sect underground training ground was much higher than that of the shelter. The massive training ground with a diameter of 500 meters was enough to accommodate mecha battles. The enormous training ground was comparable to an ordinary sports arena. Moreover, all the protective facilities were designed to withstand attacks from title Douluo and above. Even three-word battle armor masters could not truly cause destruction here. A faint smile appeared on LinYang's face as he looked at Lu Jingyu, feeling only warmth. As soon as Lu Jingyu entered the training ground, his aura changed dramatically. Earlier he seemed a bit fearful, but once he arrived here, his eyes and demeanor underwent a complete transformation. His eyes sparkled with brilliance, seemingly filled with the belief of victory. There was a faint halo of light around his body. LinYang could clearly feel a strong wave of light elements around him. Even his own body seemed to change in brightness like a soul-guided light bulb, flickering in and out. The two stood 100 meters apart, facing each other, while the Holy Spirit Dalu, Wu Changkong, and many Inner Academy disciples gathered outside to watch the match. Regarding LinYang suddenly becoming the Sea God Pavilion Master of Shrek Academy, among the Inner Academy disciples, there were still many who were unconvinced, especially those who had a good relationship with Lan Muzi. In the eyes of many, it was Lan Muzi who had already reached the title Douluo level, who was more qualified for that position. Lan Muzi's qualifications were no less than Wu Changkong's. In terms of cultivation, he was not inferior to Wu Changkong, and in fact, he might even surpass him. He was the first choice. However, the Holy Spirit Dalu unreservedly chose LinYang, who was the leader of the current Shrek 7 monsters, at just 21 years old. Lan Muzi was already over 30 this year, at the peak of his life. Why didn't the Academy choose him? Why did they have to choose LinYang? Even Lan Muzi himself. To say that he had no thoughts about it would be impossible. Although he knew how immense the pressure of being the current Sea God Pavilion Master was, after so many years of being the Inner Academy's big brother, it would be impossible for him to have no thoughts at all. He was equally willing to bear that responsibility. Therefore, when Old Dragon called everyone to watch, they all came without hesitation, not one missing. Even the Holy Spirit Douluo was present. Her arrival was to ensure that no one would get injured during the spar. With her there, even if someone did get injured, it wouldn't be a big deal. As long as there was still breath, they could be saved. Old Dragon's voice echoed throughout the arena. Prepare. Unrestricted battle until one side loses the ability to fight. LinYang glanced in Old Dragon's direction, understanding that the reason Old Dragon had gathered everyone was also to establish his authority. This match could not be seen as an ordinary spar. Begin. With the Holy Spirit Daluo's command, Lu Jingyu immediately underwent a transformation. 7 soul rings erupted from beneath his feet like a geyser. Even more astonishingly, all 7 of his soul rings were golden. That's right, golden. LinYang could tell that he was using the illusion technique learned from Devil Island to prevent others from recognizing the true colors of his soul rings. Not only did the soul rings appear, but also a geyser of golden light erupted simultaneously. Chapter 253 Fusion in an instant. Lu Jingyu's body transformed into a brilliant golden color, the rich light elements making him resemble a small sun. Such powerful light elements. The inner courtyard disciples were momentarily stunned. At this point, Wu Sadeo and others were also called over. There were also inner courtyard disciples who would be training here and preparing to head to Devil Island. Feeling the intense light elements radiating from Lu Jingyu, their expressions subtly changed. Although this guy appeared to be only at the 7th ring level, he was able to release such powerful energy fluctuations without using his battle armor. How could that be something a soul sage could achieve? Lu Jingyu, bathed in the sea of light, said to LinYang, "Boss, you need to be careful. I'm not the same as before." As he spoke, Lu Jingyu made a move. He merely raised his hand, and a beam of golden light instantly descended from the sky, bombarding LinYang directly. The holy light erupted instantly. Even before the soul ring's glow could be seen, LinYang was struck by the holy light. At the same time, the brilliance surrounding Lu Jingyu became even more dazzling. And behind him, a massive light shadow emerged. This light shadow stood about 15 meters tall, radiating a brilliant golden glow, with 12 wings gently flapping behind it. Its appearance was obscured, but at that moment, Lu Jingyu's entire body became transparent. This time, everyone could see clearly. He had directly ignited his seventh soul ring, revealing his martial soul true form, or rather, his holy angel true form. Lu Jingyu had partnered with LinYang for many years. He understood LinYang's abilities all too well. He knew deeply how terrifying LinYang's explosive power was. Therefore, he immediately unleashed his light power without reservation, aiming to deny LinYang any chance to defeat him in an explosive moment. Upon releasing his holy angel true form, two pairs of pure white wings appear behind Lu Jingyu as well. With the wings flapping, his entire body had become completely transparent. At this moment, LinYang was still being bombarded by the holy light, unable to see his figure, undoubtedly under the cover of the intense light elements. He could not see the outside world. Even influenced by the light elements, he couldn't sense the energy changes in the outside world. This meant he was unaware that Lu Jingyu had already released his martial soul true form. Undoubtedly, Lu Jingyu had seized the initiative from the beginning and was very clever in his tactical application. The spectators were all inner courtyard students of Shrek Academy, each a gifted individual, at least at the level of a two-word battle armor master. Seeing this scene, they couldn't help but nod in approval. Lu Jingyu had perfectly unleashed his abilities. Moreover, after releasing his martial soul true form, the light energy had become incredibly powerful. It was truly shocking. In the next moment, they saw Lu Jingyu charging at LinYang like a golden meteor. Meanwhile, the 12-winged angel light shadow silently appeared behind LinYang. Judgment. A deep voice echoed in the air. The entire space seemed to condense at that moment. The third soul ring on Lu Jingyu lit up, marking his third soul skill. Judgment light. The holy light that had just begun to weaken on LinYang instantly transformed into gold. An endless majesty could be felt even outside the competition arena. Bathed in judgment light, LinYang's body seemed to twist. The judgment light under the influence of the holy angel true form was too strong. It was an endless majestic holy strike. So much so that LinYang let out a muffled grunt. Outside the arena, watching this scene, the Holy Spirit Douluo couldn't help but nod. Although she possessed the wish angel martial soul, when it came to the holy level of light attributes, she was ultimately not as good as the holy angel martial soul. The holy angel martial soul was the absolute pinnacle of light attribute martial souls, and its greatest effect was in facing evil soul masters. At this moment, the Holy Spirit Douluo could already see that Lu Jingyu had completed his second holy baptism, and with such a level of holy aura, even facing a title Douluo level evil soul master would give them a headache. Such judgment light was enough to eliminate some evil soul masters even at a higher level. Moreover, this was still without wearing battle armor. Once Lu Jingyu obtained a three-word battle armor, he would undoubtedly possess a holy attribute domain, at which point his holy light would become even more terrifying. Under the impact of judgment light, LinYang seemed to slow down. At this moment, however, Lu Jingyu had already surged in front of him. In his hand, a golden holy sword had already condensed during its flight. Without reservation, he directly slashed down onto LinYang, who was engulfed in judgment light. Affected by the judgment light, LinYang felt as if he had been frozen. When struck by the holy sword on his chest, he was instantly sent flying, engulfed in golden holy flames. At that moment, the Lord of the Sea God Pavilion appeared to have no power to fight back. But Lu Jingyu did not think so. To him, it seemed as if he had a deep-seated grudge against LinYang. As he sent LinYang flying, his fourth soul ring lit up, and the 12-winged angel that had released judgment light behind LinYang instantly merged with him, making him appear larger. Besides the 4 solid wings, he now also had an additional pair of light wings. The holy sword in his hand instantly condensed into a substantial golden holy sword. Gripping the sword with both hands, a golden light seemed to appear between heaven and earth, as if it would cleave the entire world apart. The golden line surged towards LinYang's body. In that moment, no light elements overflowed, but the observing inner courtyard disciples all changed their expressions. Such a powerful attack. He truly showed no mercy. Just then, a change finally occurred on LinYang's side. The golden flames burning around his body suddenly exploded, transforming into countless light spots that spread outwards, and he revealed his form within. Lu Jingyu's expression grew extremely serious as the three pairs of wings behind him spread open simultaneously. He slowly swung the golden holy sword, and his fifth soul ring lit up as well. Terrifying energy fluctuations instantly transformed into overwhelming rage, and countless small angels suddenly appeared in the surrounding air, each gently flapping their wings and emitting angry roars. Countless beams of golden holy light appeared in the air, as if every light element had been ignited, transforming into sharp needles that shot towards LinYang. Angel's Wrath. Under the amplification of the holy angel true form, the fifth soul skill, Angel's Wrath. Each beam of angelic light accurately struck LinYang's spear light, countering his attack. After learning the technique, Thousand Men Pointing, this was the first time LinYang faced such a direct counter, and he couldn't help but admire it. Jingyu truly was different. He had really grown a lot. A lot. Just then, he suddenly noticed that Lu Jingyu's sixth soul ring also lit up for a moment. Although it was just a brief instant, LinYang immediately sensed that something was wrong. In that moment, all the energy in the sky suddenly paused. The inner courtyard, disciples watching, upon hearing that earth-shattering roar, felt as if their hearts were about to stop. At that moment, among the many small angels that appeared behind LinYang, a figure suddenly enlarged, transforming into an identical form to Lu Jingyu. In the next moment, two figures of the holy angel simultaneously charged towards LinYang, flanking him from both sides. With that moment of pause, the suddenness of the attack was significantly reduced. A faint smile appeared on LinYang's face. Boom, a violent roar echoed through the air. What everyone saw was that a black hole suddenly appeared beneath LinYang's feet in midair, its edges glowing gold, resembling a rapidly rotating golden ring. From that ring, 8 blades of wind were suddenly ejected, rushing out in all directions. At the moment the black hole appeared, the air within a diameter of 100 meters around LinYang completely distorted. Two figures of holy angels also twisted, their movements instantly frozen. The previously silent Lan Muzi's pupils suddenly contracted. What kind of power is this? It can actually shatter the space with just a step into the void. It was precisely because he had already reached the tidal level of cultivation that he understood how terrifying and powerful this was. Lu Jingyu was also taken aback, but at this moment, he showcased the results of his recent seclusion and hard training. All the golden light instantly shattered, transforming into countless small angels, scattering and fleeing in all directions under the impact of the 8 wind blades, amidst the distorted shockwave. Even the black hole could not swallow them. LinYang also showed a hint of surprise. After all, he had just combined the Golden Dragon explosion with the Golden Dragon earthquake to restrict Lu Jingyu in midair. He did not expect him to have such a clever escape method. The golden light overlapped, and Lu Jingyu reappeared at a distance. But his face had already turned somewhat pale. The spectators outside could only see their spectacular battle, while he, being in the midst of the fight, could truly experience the immense pressure of facing LinYang. From the moment the first beam of holy light fell on LinYang, he had a feeling that his attacks couldn't hurt him. Even when the judgment light struck LinYang and he sent LinYang flying, it was still the same feeling. LinYang appeared before him like a mountain or a deep abyss, seemingly unshakable no matter what. Even his holy light element, when it fell on LinYang, seemed to weaken by itself. What kind of ability is this? Why can he let me attack without being harmed? Little did he know, LinYang had already reached the spiritual realm of the spirit domain. When he launched a light element attack, LinYang couldn't control the light elements released by Lu Jingyu, but he could still weaken them a bit. To be precise, at LinYang's level, it was extremely difficult for an opponent of the same rank to harm him. Lu Jingyu was panting, and the phenomena surrounding LinYang also disappeared. With a smile on his face, LinYang asked him, "Talent ability?" "Le Jingyu no dead slightly," explaining that the true form of the holy angel had a title called the Holy Immortal Body. As long as the holy light was present, who possessed the true form of the holy angel was almost an immortal existence. As long as there was a ray of light, he could escape through it. LinYang asked, "Do you have any other means? If not, let's end this." "Come again." Lu Jingyu's competitive spirit was ignited. He took a deep breath, and his entire body became transparent again. Then everyone witnessed a shocking scene. The 7 soul rings on Lu Jingyu's body began to light up in succession, starting from the first one like a scale. In almost an instant, all 7 soul rings shone brightly. From Lu Jingyu's expression, it was clear that he was exerting himself. But it was precisely for this reason that LinYang looked at this scene with surprise. At that moment, Lu Jingyu's first, second, and third soul rings actually began to move, stacking together to form a single soul ring. What is happening? The soul rings fused? The Holy Spirit, Douluo, was also taken aback, his eyes suddenly becoming clearer. This is the holy fusion technique of the holy angel family. He actually mastered it, even if it was just a little bit. This scene was indeed quite shocking. Not to mention seeing it, even hearing that such a situation could occur was unheard of. But the fact was right before them. Lu Jingyu slowly raised the holy sword in his hand, which had undergone a tremendous transformation. LinYang felt as if Lu Jingyu had suddenly comprehended the essence of the sword. The holy sword contained an extreme and terrifying aura. The holy light, the holy sword, and the judgment light, the three soul skills fused together. Could it be that this was his own martial soul fusion skill? But it was not a fusion of two martial souls, but rather a fusion of his own soul skills. LinYang certainly did not think this was as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. This kind of stacking must be a geometric increase. However, Lu Jingyu seemed to have completely entered a marvelous state at this moment. Around his body, golden lightning flickered continuously, and the holy sword felt incredibly heavy in his hand. Behind him, the 12-winged angel that had previously merged into his body reappeared. Lu Jingyu's eyes sparkled with divine light. At that moment, even his pupils had become pure and transparent. It seemed he truly was a real angel, just fallen into the mortal realm. The holy sword suddenly became ethereal, and a massive golden sword shadow appeared. The sky briefly became illusory, and the entire underground martial arts arena seemed to tremble in that instant. Lu Jingyu also spat out a mouthful of blood in midair, then fell from the sky, losing all his light rings during the descent, crashing directly onto the ground. His holy fusion technique was still newly comprehended and was quite difficult to use. Chapter 254 Ice, just at the last moment. He forcibly changed the angle of attack from a slash to a strike, which was beyond his control, resulting in a backlash. The entire venue fell silent. This battle was truly dramatic. At first, when Lu Jingyu launched his attacks on LinYang, the waves of fierce assaults felt like facing an enemy, with relentless pressure, holding nothing back. He immediately used his divine angel form, and then unleashed extremely powerful abilities, almost overwhelming LinYang, leaving him with no room to fight back. But soon, when LinYang began to counterattack, everyone noticed that Lu Jingyu's formidable attacks had little effect on LinYang, who quickly launched a terrifying counteroffensive, putting Lu Jingyu in a position where he seemed powerless to respond. At that moment, Lu Jingyu unexpectedly used a skill they had never heard of before, fusing his three soul skills together, overlapping the soul rings, and ultimately unleashing a shocking sword strike. This was still the sword spine, which knocked LinYang away. What if it had been the blade? Would it have directly killed LinYang, or at least forced him to use his battle armor? The intensity of Lu Jingyu's final strike was absolutely on the level of a titled Douluo among the many inner courtyard disciples present, although few had reached that level. They had all been at Shrek Academy for over 10 years and were well informed, naturally sensing how powerful that moment's sharpness was. Just as they were filled with shock, LinYang, who had been knocked to the ground, brushed off the dust from his body and stood up as if nothing had happened. The force of that last strike had been so strong, but now, aside from being a bit dirty, there was no sign of injury on him at all. In a flash, LinYang was by Lu Jingyu's side, helping him up from the ground. At that moment, a beam of holy light descended from the sky, landing on Lu Jingyu, adding a hint of color to his pale face. Impressive, right? Les Zinyu Chuklet et LinYang. LinYang nodded, very impressive. If it had been the blade, it probably could have hurt me. Far from feeling frustrated, LinYang was filled with joy. What could be more satisfying than seeing his companions grow stronger? The stronger his partners, the more they could help him share burdens in the future. Hee, are you scared now? Lu Jingyu couldn't help but feel proud. It had been a long time since he had the chance to defeat LinYang. LinYang glanced at him. You don't think you won, do you? Lu Jingyu puffed out his chest. Isn't it? LinYang couldn't help but laugh. Let's just say you won. Lu Jingyu's eyes widened. Boss, you aren't admitting defeat, are you? Gui na sat bisauchen gudong thing. And her eyes suddenly showed strange changes. In her purple eyes, her pupils suddenly elongated, because just at that moment, she seemed to hear his voice, that familiar roar. The bloodline was boiling. Has he really reached this point? Her gaze instantly became somewhat dazed. They were so close, yet she couldn't see him. She really missed him. Yue'er, it's time. At that moment, Qian Gu Dongfeng's voice came to her ears. Gu Yana then snapped back to reality and looked toward the auction stage. A golden cart was pushed onto the auction stage, covered with a red cloth. This somewhat gaudy color, in the splendid yet elegant hall of the auction house, appeared very harmonious. The elderly auctioneer showed an excited expression. Next, we will auction this item, which can be said to be the most important item in the history of our auction house. We have prepared for a long time for this item. Today's auction almost gathers the most important guests from across the continent. Here, I would like to thank you all on behalf of the Tiendo Auction House for your presence. I believe you're all eager to begin. So, let's get started. Although you should have learned some information about this item from various channels, as the auctioneer, I still need to introduce in detail this treasure that can be described as a divine artifact. As he spoke, the auctioneer's expression turned serious, and the lights in the hall dimmed significantly, with only a golden beam illuminating the card on stage. What kind of existence lies beneath that red cloth? The origin of this auction item must be kept confidential. However, its existence can be said to have the potential to influence the future. It is neither a heavenly material nor a rare metal. Rather, it is an existence whose origins no one knows. We have given it the name, Heart of the Ice God. While speaking, the auctioneer suddenly lifted the red cloth beside him. At the moment he unveiled the cloth, everyone's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the object beneath it. Each person's eyes became momentarily frozen. It was a glass box, and the material of this glass was unknown. Inside the box was something that looked like a gemstone. It was about the size of a longan, shaped like a droplet, with countless small facets entirely ice blue. Although it wasn't very large, when the golden light shone on it, it instantly reflected countless stunning colors, and instead of being golden, it turned into an ice blue. The dazzling ice blue light transformed into rays in the air, crisscrossing the entire auction stage. Just the refraction of the light gave a chilling feeling. Although it looked like a diamond, the esteemed guests could already tell from the light's refraction how extraordinary it was. To obtain it, 9 titled Douluos had already lost their lives, a fact we have verified in detail. I believe the esteemed guests can also guess some of its functions from its name. Yes, its ability is cold, extreme cold. We have tested it with instruments. And the temperature around the heart of the ice god maintains between -200 degrees to -237 degrees year-round. This means that its moderate temperature hovers around absolute zero. We have reason to believe it is the core of coldness, likely coming from the extreme north. Moreover, after detailed testing, we found that the energy contained within it is immense, likely between the explosive core energy of a level 9 fixed soul-guided cannonball and a level 10 fixed soul-guided cannonball. Not only that, but the energy of the heart of the ice god itself is also extremely pure, being the purest ice attribute. Among those titled Douluos who died for it, 3 died after coming into contact with it, ultimately succumbing to the cold currents. Therefore, until now, no one knows how to use it or how to harness its energy. However, we boldly predict that in human history, if one wishes to create the 4th god-slaying level-fixed soul-guided cannonball, this will be the best core material, bar none. As these words were spoken, the entire auction house immediately erupted into discussions. The terror of the god-slaying level-fixed soul-guided cannonballs had already been proven. The entire Shrek city was flattened by 2 god-slaying level-fixed soul-guided cannonballs. Many powerful individuals from Shrek Academy and Tang sect could not stop the terrifying power of the god-slaying level-fixed soul-guided cannonballs. One can imagine how terrifying its function is. The core for creating another god-slaying level-fixed soul-guided cannonball. The attraction of this statement is immense. Those qualified to attend this auction are all top figures from major forces, either legendary figures or representatives of powerful factions. Everyone understands what it means to possess a god-slaying, level-fixed spirit-guided cannonball. It is a tremendous strategic threat. Qiangu Dongfeng listened to the auctioneer's passionate introduction, but a faint cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the true master behind the Tiendo auction house, whom he was reluctant to provoke, namely, the military group, he wouldn't care to stir up trouble. This ice god's heart didn't need him to personally auction it. He knew well some secrets that the auctioneer would never reveal. The ice god's heart had long been researched extensively by the military and the federal government. The auctioneer was right. It indeed had the qualifications to become the core of a god-slaying level-fixed spirit-guided cannonball. However, in reality, it was completely unachievable, because it not only operated at ultra-low temperatures, but it also isolated itself from any contact with other forms of energy, meaning its internal energy could not be mobilized through any spirit-guiding device or spirit-guiding formation. If it weren't for this, the ice god's heart would never have appeared in the auction house. Of course, since Qiangu Dongfeng was here, he naturally knew its true use. Thinking of this, he glanced at Gu Yuna beside him, a faint smile appearing on his lips. The auctioneer's introduction was finally coming to an end. Regardless of whether the ice goddess heart could be used, one thing was undeniable. It was absolutely an artifact of the ice attribute. All right, the auction is about to begin, with a starting price of 5 billion federal coins, and each bid must increase by no less than 100 million federal coins. Undoubtedly, this is an astronomical price. The Federation hasn't seen such auction prices for a long time. Furthermore, this is under the condition that it is uncertain whether the ice goddess heart is truly an artifact. If it really were an artifact, it wouldn't be put up for auction. The auction house is designed to attract various powers to gamble, hoping to research the usage of the ice goddess heart. Whether for making a god-slaying level fixed spirit-guided cannonball or for other uses, as long as it can be used, the value of this item far exceeds the starting price. Esteemed guests, you may begin bidding, the auctioneer said with a smile. But after he finished, there was a moment of silence. No one spoke. All eyes were focused on the ice goddess heart on the auction stage. 5 billion federal coins is not a small number, even for many major powers. Mobilizing such cash is not easy. The auctioneer was not in a hurry. Such superlative auction items are not so easy to sell. This auction price is not high compared to the energy contained within the ice goddess heart. Even if it eventually goes unsold, it wouldn't matter. There was no pressure on him to sell it. After a full 3 minutes, he reminded once again that esteemed guests could place their bids. 5 billion. Finally, someone began to bid, a bidder sitting in a dark corner on the left. Good, 5 billion. The auctioneer perked up at the sound of a bid and immediately responded. 51 billion. Another bid rang out. Taking the ice goddess heart back was most important for research, to study its effects and how to utilize it. The bidders present today, not just Qiangu Dongfeng, knew that the military had not unlocked the secrets of the ice goddess heart. Many others were aware as well, but they still hoped to take it back for research. Qiangu Dongfeng was right. If the usage of the ice goddess heart were discovered, its value would easily reach hundreds of billions. Artifacts are something that can be encountered but not sought. Qiangu Dongfeng did not rush to place a bid. He merely observed coldly, watching others bid. Such a high-value item naturally cannot involve everyone. Only a very small number of people could participate, for bidders were actively bidding. The price kept rising, and soon surpassed 60 billion federal coins. This price is not much compared to the energy contained in the ice goddess heart. However, due to the lack of a definite usage method, the bidders were not overly enthusiastic. The auctioneer continued to quote prices while constantly introducing the various benefits of the ice goddess heart, claiming that possessing an ice goddess heart could prevent any object from decaying for thousands of years. Qiangu Dongfeng smiled slightly. It's not like they're buying a coffin. What is the use of lasting for thousands of years? Gu Yuna's expression was calm, as if the ice goddess heart had nothing to do with her. However, the reason she and Qiangu Dongfeng were present today was precisely that she told him that if she had the ice goddess heart, she could use it to suppress her mind and break through to the spiritual realm level in the shortest time possible. Her martial soul is elemental control, capable of controlling multiple elements simultaneously, and mental strength is more significant to her than to any spirit master. It can even be said that the strength of her mental power determines the speed of her own cultivation improvement. Although she is the disciple of the Tianshou Lung Yaozhu, since she successfully passed the preliminary spirit messenger assessment, she has been valued by Qiangu Dongfeng. She is too young, only 21 years old, yet her cultivation has already broken through to the 8th ring. This is absolutely the future of the spirit transmission tower. More importantly, it was precisely because of Gu Yuna's research that the spirit transmission tower gained its current momentum. Just a month ago, in light of Gu Yuna's contributions to the spirit transmission tower, even though she had not yet reached the title Dalu level, Qiangu Dongfeng insisted on promoting her to one of the 4 major spirit messengers of the spirit transmission tower. She is also the youngest spirit messenger in the history of the spirit transmission tower. Qiangu Dongfeng once asked Gu Yuna what reward she wanted. Her research was too important for the spirit transmission tower. With such talent, how could they not build a relationship? Moreover, Qiangu Dongfeng eagerly anticipated her research advancing further, as that would bring him closer to his own goals. Chapter 255, Spirit Domain. By that time, it would be more than just controlling the Douluo Continent. Qiangu Dongfeng believed that even the Douluo Continent and the Douluo Continent would also become places controlled by the Spirit Transmission Pagoda in the absence of war, thus controlling the entire Douluo star. Therefore, in Qiangu Dongfeng's eyes, Gu Yuna at this moment was undoubtedly the treasure of the entire Spirit Transmission Pagoda. It was something to be held delicately, fearing it might break, and to be cherished, fearing it might melt. Yue'er originally didn't desire anything until Qiangu Dongfeng informed her about the recent auction at the Tiando auction house and mentioned the ice god heart, which caught her attention. Although she only saw it in a picture, Yue'er quickly told Qiangu Dongfeng that she must obtain this ice god heart. With it, her mental level could break through to the spirit domain realm, allowing her to advance to the title Dalu level within a year. Upon hearing this news, Qiangu Dongfeng was overjoyed and immediately brought Yue'er along. His relentless efforts to cultivate Yue'er were naturally driven by personal motives. Among the 4 spirit transmitters of the Spirit Transmission Pagoda, apart from Yue'er, the second youngest was named Qiangu Zhongting, who was his own grandson. 31 years old this year, and a title Douluo. Qiangu Zhongting could be said to be the most outstanding talent of the Qiangu family in recent years, and was the future successor that Qiangu Dongfeng was focusing on cultivating. Since the Qiangu family rose to power, after so many years of development, the election system of the Spirit Transmission Pagoda had already become a mere formality. Completely under the control of the Qiangu family, Qiangu Zhongting was the grandson that Qiangu Dongfeng was grooming as his future successor. He was indeed outstanding, having shown exceptional talent since childhood. At 28, he achieved the title Duo rank and was promoted to one of the 4 spirit transmitters of the Spirit Transmission Pagoda. It has been 3 years since then. Qiangu Zhongting had not married and devoted all his energy to cultivation. Until that year when he met the 18-year-old Yue'er and fell in love at first sight. Qiangu Dongfeng naturally tried to facilitate their friendship, but was blocked by Lung Yaozhu, who used Yue'er's young age as an excuse. Now, with Yue'er being promoted to spirit transmitter out of the ordinary, in terms of status, ability, talent, and appearance in Qiangu Dongfeng's heart, she was undoubtedly the best candidate for his granddaughter-in-law. No one was more suitable than Yue'er. Recently, Qiangu Zhongting had just completed his closed-door training. In 3 years, he had made steady progress, and at 31 years old, he had reached the 4th level. With the unwavering support of the Spirit Transmission Pagoda behind him, he was just 1 step away from the Super Douluo level. Currently, Qiangu Zhongting was tirelessly pursuing Yue'er, hoping to win her favor. Under these circumstances, how could Qiangu Dongfeng not lend his grandson a helping hand? So today, he brought Yue'er here, determined to obtain the Ice God Heart at any cost. In the future, Yue'er would also be able to quickly reach the title Douluo level. With her talent, she and his grandson would be a perfect match, and they would become the backbone supporting the entire Spirit Transmission Pagoda. Whenever Qiangu Dongfeng thought of his plan, he felt a great sense of satisfaction. At his level, wealth was no longer important. Power was merely a goal. Seeing that the Qiangu family had successors, and that it truly had the potential to become a renowned family for generations, was what he most hoped to see. 6 billion first time. 6 billion second time. The auctioneer's voice was nearing a shout. The auction price for the Ice God Heart today was indeed not ideal. According to the instructions, they aimed to bid at the level of 100 billion, but who knew that the bidders were sparse and not very enthusiastic. 7 billion. At that moment, a voice rang out, making the auctioneer feel as if he had received a divine command. Qiangu Dongfeng raised a number 1 sign in his hand and nodded to the auctioneer. The entire hall fell silent. Each bidder wore a mask, but undoubtedly, the person holding the number 1 sign had a status that could be imagined. 7 billion first time. After the auctioneer asked around and received no further bids, he began the countdown. He started to introduce again, but still, no one else raised their bid. Cough, cough. Qiangu Dongfeng lightly cleared his throat. To others, it was merely a slight sound, but to the auctioneer, it felt like a thunderclap. He felt as if the blood in his body was about to boil. His heart was suddenly filled with horror. Being the chief auctioneer of the Tiando auction house, he was certainly not an ordinary person, and his cultivation level was also quite formidable. However, facing this cough, he felt as if his very soul was about to be shaken apart. 7 billion, second time. 7 billion, third time. Bang! The hammer fell. Nothing was more important than his own life, and indeed, no one raised their bid again. Congratulations to VIP number 1. The Ice God Heart is yours. Qiangu Dongfeng smiled slightly and said to Yue'er beside him, Naher, when we return, I will protect you along with Yaozhu. I wish you a speedy breakthrough to the spirit domain realm. Thank you, Tower Master. Qiangu Dongfeng smiled slightly. What he hoped to hear more was for Yue'er to call him grandfather. The brilliant Ice God Heart was brought before Qiangu Dongfeng and Yue'er. The outer cover was undoubtedly special, capable of isolating the ultra-low temperature of the Ice God Heart. As she looked at the Ice God Heart, Yue'er's gaze became somewhat dreamy. The figure of that person began to reappear in her mind. At this moment, the person Yue'er was thinking of was also holding a crystal in his hand, equally crystal clear, but without any coldness. It was the Hanhai Qingquan crystal. Lu Jingyu had gone to rest. After using the holy fusion technique, he had consumed a lot of energy and sustained some injuries, needing to recuperate. LinYang returned to his own room. Before cultivating, he suddenly remembered the Hanhai Qingquan crystal, which was referred to as the treasure of the academy by the Holy Spirit Da, and took it out. Being called a divine artifact certainly couldn't be simple. But what exactly was its marvelous use? Was it really just to help top-level powerhouses comprehend? LinYang still clearly remembered that the first time he saw it, he was drawn into the ocean world. That feeling was truly wonderful, as if he had been rejuvenated, feeling refreshed. But now, after looking at the Hanhai Qingquan crystal for half a day, he had not entered that extraordinary state again. What secrets did it hold? While thinking, LinYang tried to slowly inject his soul power into the Hanhai Qingquan crystal, intending to see if it would show any changes. As the soul power was gradually injected, the Hanhai Qingquan crystal indeed reacted, a layer of blue halo releasing from its surface, blooming outward, making it look even more magnificent. But apart from that, there was no other reaction. Even when LinYang increased his soul power output, there were still no other responses. Strange. Is injecting soul power ineffective? At the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Pagoda, Yue'er was sitting cross-legged in the quiet room. If anyone saw her sitting here, they would be very surprised, because this quiet room originally belonged to the Tower Master of the Spirit Transmission Pagoda, Qiangu Dongfeng. It was also the highest security level location in the entire Spirit Transmission Pagoda. But now, Qiangu Dongfeng had given this quiet room to Yue'er. The reason he gave her was that she needed to use the Ice God Heart to break through to the spirit domain level of mental capacity. Not far in front of Yue'er, there was a box that isolated the Ice God Heart from the outside world. And the Ice God Heart was flickering with a faint light within the transparent cover. It looked like the most magnificent jewel, but only those who truly understood it would realize that once it appeared in the outside world, it would instantly turn everything around it into a frozen wasteland. Yue'er closed her eyes, her silver hair cascading from her shoulders down her back, reaching the ground. She seemed to have entered another dimension, another world. Suddenly, the entire room changed, a deep and melodious dragon's roar echoed, and the light in the quiet room dimmed. It was as if her body had suddenly absorbed all the light. In the next moment, colorful lights began to appear around her body. These colorful lights emerged in a very regular pattern, evenly arranged around her body, quietly rotating around her. If Qiangu Dongfeng had witnessed this scene, he would have been inexplicably shocked, because Yue'er had not even used the Ice God Heart's mental power, yet had already reached the spirit domain realm. Moreover, with Qiangu Dongfeng's cultivation level, he had not noticed this before. The deep dragon's roar gradually became clearer. Qiangu Dongfeng's quiet room was truly isolated from the world, and any energy fluctuations or sounds inside would absolutely not be transmitted outside. Accompanied by the dragon's roar, those colorful elemental beings began to change. Molecules of the same color started to condense, forming strange little dragons that joyfully swam around Yue'er's body. The blue ones were water element dragons. The red ones were fire element dragons. There were also green wind element dragons, yellow earth element dragons, black dark element dragons, silver space element dragons, and golden light element dragons. The different colored elemental dragons swirled around Yue'er's body, as if entering the realm of dragons. At that moment, Yue'er slowly parted her red lips and gently exhaled. The airflow appeared in 9 colors, and the moment she exhaled, the surrounding elemental dragons suddenly seemed to freeze. Immediately afterward, the entire room turned completely silver. The various elemental dragons also transformed into dazzling platinum colors, rippling and swimming in this silver world. Yue'er slowly opened her eyes. Her purple eyes were as clear as outer space, reflecting the platinum dragons swirling around her in her pupils, like countless stars. In the center of her forehead, a 9-colored crystal gradually emerged, and an indescribable aura appeared around her. The surrounding silver and platinum hues were also enveloped in a faint 9-colored halo. Yue'er's delicate body slowly floated up, and she gently exhaled again. The halo in front of her suddenly changed, transforming into a silver-white light curtain, within which illusory light and shadow gradually became clear. Where is Zhenyu? Where did that guy run off to? LinYang couldn't find him in Lu Zhengyu's room. This guy really isn't reliable. Forget it, I'll go by myself. Yes, they have returned, and they came together as agreed. The Shrek 7 monsters are finally reunited. Lu Zhengyu's return brought with it the holy fusion technique after the second sacred baptism. Then, what about the others? How much have they grown through these events? How has Xinglan's sword soul cultivation progressed? And what about Yuan in Yi Hui's fist techniques? LinYang had seen their strengths during the Stardow Battle Network's Federal Challenge, but he was even less clear about the other situations. He really wonders how much his friends have grown. This time he didn't rush out. Instead, he put on makeup and disguised himself as an ordinary middle-aged man before leaving the Tang sect underground headquarters. He headed straight for the Soul Engineer train station in Tiando City. There was still half an hour until his friends arrived. The Soul Engineer train station in Tiando City was still bustling with activity. Since Shrek City was destroyed, Tiando City had become an even more important hub. Moreover, because this place could be considered the headquarters of the Dove faction, the reconstruction of Tiando City was completed very well. Additionally, the station troops had been significantly strengthened compared to before. The military supporting the Dove faction had implemented very high-level security measures. Arriving at the station's exit, LinYang found an inconspicuous corner to stand in. Everyone is coming back. This feeling is so good. After this military service, everyone has grown, including himself and his friends. In the next 3 months, after completing the 3-character battle armor for everyone, it will be time for them to head to Douluo and Luo countries together. Thinking of the Luo Empire, he couldn't help but remember Yu and that princess of the Luo Empire from back then. Yue'er and Yu had left. After Yue'er didn't achieve a result with LinYang at the Sea God Fate Blind Day conference. LinYang went to Devil Island, and she sadly returned to the Luo Empire. Yu, as her guardian, had to go back. Yue'er fell in love with Yu at the Sea God Fate Blind Day conference, but she didn't leave with him. She couldn't bear to part with Shrek and wouldn't give up everything in Shrek for a man. After the explosion, they lost contact even more. To keep the news about the survival of Shrek Academy and its inner court disciples confidential, Yue'er never contacted Yu through the Tang sect's cross-sea, soul, guide communication. LinYang learned all these situations from her. When they go back to the Luo Empire, it is inevitable that they will meet Yu and Yue'er again. Reflecting on the past, it truly feels like a dream. Even now, recalling the destruction of Shrek Academy, LinYang still feels a strong sense of unreality. That little world of Dragon Valley should no longer be accessible, right? LinYang glanced at the 9-colored crystal on his bracelet. After all, he had lived there for 3 years. Although during those 3 years, he had never communicated with the Dragon Clan. He could clearly feel that his relationship with the Dragon Clan had become much closer, much closer. Chapter 256, Blood God. Although the makeup on his face could be described as flawless, being scrutinized too closely by an extreme Dalu still posed a significant risk of exposure. Chun Xinjia's gaze was sharp as a knife. If hawkish soldiers were all like eagles, he was undoubtedly the king among them. In his presence, not even a major general, let alone an equally ranked general, could withstand his overwhelming aura. However, the young man before him displayed a calmness that was neither humble nor arrogant. Chun Xinjia's presence remained commanding, but he was equally astonished. This kid was clearly not yet 30, and yet he possessed the mental strength of the spirit domain realm, something unheard of. Even at that age, he had been far behind in terms of cultivation. Improving mental strength was different from enhancing soul power. While soul power could sometimes be boosted with rare materials, mental strength required genuine accumulation and practice, as well as exceptional talent to break through to the spirit domain. There were almost no means to directly enhance mental strength, with only a handful of known rare materials capable of doing so. Moreover, the young man named Blood Dragon displayed a profound and steady mental cultivation. Clearly not a novice in the spirit domain, but someone who had already gained some understanding of it, which further surprised Chun Xinjia. He understood what such a level of mental strength meant. Barring any accidents, this young man would surely join the ranks of top powerhouses in the future. As a genuine high-ranking official of the Federation, his position as the Lord of the War God Hall was even a step above that of a general, representing the strongest military force controlled by the Federation. There were secrets unknown to the outside world, such as the fact that the God-level mechs controlled by the Federation were exclusively equipped for the War God Hall. This was all hidden information. The Federation's investment in the War God Hall was astronomical each year. Regardless of how the Federation's council changed, the status of the War God Hall remained unshaken. Apart from the vast Siduo Chun Xinjia, very few people knew just how powerful the War God Hall truly was. The 18 War Gods of the War God Hall were all that the outside world knew. You are the successor cultivated by Zhang Huanyan, or the heir of Blood One? Chen Xinjie asked lightly. LinYang replied, Commander, I did not come here to discuss that issue. Would you like to hear about our investigation regarding this attack? Chen Xinjie raised an eyebrow. There were almost no one who dared to speak to him like that. From LinYang's eyes, he saw a blend of strength and confidence. Kid, do you know where this place is? Chen Xinjie said coldly. LinYang smiled calmly. This is your office. Chen Xinjie sneered. Your identity is fake. There's no way the Federal Supervision Department would send someone here, unless they no longer care about their careers. LinYang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Xinjie's demeanor to be so strong. He had learned about Chen Xinjie's temperament before coming. Although he was a hawkish leader, he was upright and would never engage in petty tricks. So, he was determined to proceed. The Blood God Legion cannot possibly be associated with the Supervision Department. Therefore, after you introduced yourself, my first reaction was to execute you. You have quite a nerve. You actually dared to deceive the Joint Command and managed to meet me without being caught. This shows you have some skill, which is why I'm giving you this opportunity. Now, tell me your purpose. Under Chen Xinjie's aggressive gaze, LinYang remained composed, not showing any signs of panic from his words. I know my identity cannot be hidden from you. You must have realized I am not from the Supervision Department. I use that identity simply to gain an opportunity to meet you, LinYang said naturally. Oh, do you know that with your actions, I could send you to a military court? LinYang smiled slightly. I know you want to speak. You only have one chance to convince me. Chen Xinjie sat down on the sofa. LinYang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This man was indeed, as he had known, strong yet rational, appearing stubborn but actually cunning as a fox. He was one of the top powers of this era, on par with the likes of Sea God Pavilion Master, Yin Tianda, Qiantong Dongfeng of the Spirit Transmission Tower, and the emotionless Daluo of the Tang sect. I can only tell you about this matter. If there are any listening devices in this room, I suggest you turn them off. This concerns the Federation's highest secrets. I have authorization from Blood One and Commander Zhang to inform you. LinYang's expression grew serious, his gaze intense. Chen Xinjie replied lightly, I have no listening devices here, and I never need evidence to do my work. So, feel free to speak boldly. A faint smile appeared on LinYang's face as he brought his hands together in front of him, and with each flicker of light in his eyes, the air seemed to ripple slightly. Commander, you must know about the existence of the Abyss Plane. Not long ago, there was an unprecedented Abyss Tide, and the military should have received news about it. Our Blood God Legion once requested assistance from the military. Chen Xinjie nodded, but it was resolved quickly, wasn't it? What is the difference from past Abyss Tides? LinYang's expression sharpened. There is a difference, a significant one. This time, over 10 Abyss Kings participated in the Abyss Tide, including Emperor-level powerhouses. More terrifyingly, even the Lord of the Abyss Plane, the Abyss Saint, has made a move. Chen Xinjie suddenly sat up straight. He genuinely did not know this. At least the Blood God Legion had not reported it, or it had been reported to the Council and classified as a top secret. The Abyss Saint? LinYang nodded vigorously. Yes. Even during the formation of the Abyss Passage 6,000 years ago, the Abyss Saint never appeared. This time, he has made a move, and the Blood God Legion was nearly annihilated. The Abyss Saint represents the full power of the entire Abyss Plane. This is impossible, Chen Xinjie said decisively. After all, this is a struggle between two planes, and we are on home turf. The pressure from the plane itself makes it impossible for the Abyss side to bring so many powerhouses. LinYang said solemnly, what if it's an inside job? What if it's at all costs? An inside job? Chen Xinjie's pupils constricted, his gaze icy. Where would this inside job come from? Do you mean to say that your Blood God Legion has a traitor? LinYang shook his head. There are certainly no traitors within the Legion. Every soldier who can enter the Blood God Legion has undergone strict scrutiny. However, some individuals who wish to annihilate the entire plane are using various methods to instigate this catastrophe. If the Abyss Tide breaks through our Blood God Legion's defenses, it will inevitably lead to a catastrophe, and those who can profit from such a catastrophe are only those individuals. You mean, evil soul masters? Chen Xinjie's demeanor softened noticeably, clearly believing him to some extent. LinYang nodded, that's right. We also do not know how these evil soul masters infiltrated, but the seal inside the Abyss Passage was slightly damaged by them. Taking advantage of this flaw, the Abyss Plane forcefully broke through at any cost, catching us off guard. The Federation was not aware of the dangerous situation at that time. Not only did the Blood God Array fully activate, but we also had to face sneak attacks from the powerful beings of the Holy Spirit Church. In a critical moment, we received support from the plane's affinity. which barely helped us withstand this tide and push them back. However, because of this, the Legion suffered considerable losses. More importantly, the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit Church exist like a sword hanging over us, and we do not know when they will collude with the Abyss Plane again. Wait a minute. Chen Xinjie interrupted LinYang's words. Anyone doing anything must have a purpose. So tell me, why does the Abyss Plane want to attack us at all costs? What is their purpose? Why the urgency? The Abyss Plane should know that conquering the entire Douluo Continent is not that easy. Once they rush over, they will inevitably face pressure from the plane. If things go wrong, they will suffer heavy losses. LinYang replied, the Abyss Plane has always wanted to devour the life energy of our plane. Frankly speaking, one major reason for the Abyss Plane choosing to launch an attack at this time is that our plane is becoming weaker. Humanity's excessive exploitation of Douluo Star has led to a gradual depletion of resources. This is also why the hawkish faction you represent has launched an offensive to plunder resources from the Xingluo and Doulin kingdoms. At the same time, the depletion of planetary resources has also led to the destruction of the entire planet's ecological balance. Shrek Academy was destroyed by a level 12 god-slaying fixed soul guidance shell, and along with it, the ancient golden tree that protected the Sea God Pavilion was also destroyed. However, do you know what the ancient golden tree represents? It symbolizes the life tree of our entire Douluo Star, the core of nature. Its destruction has further worsened the overall condition of the planet. The decline in the power of the plane is the fundamental reason why the Abyss Plane chose to launch a powerful offensive at this time. They hope to take advantage of our weakness to completely destroy and devour us, thereby allowing the Abyss Plane to ascend. After hearing LinYang's words, Chen Xinjie felt a sense of shock. Indeed, why does the hawkish faction support the war and hastily invade the Xingluo Empire and Doulin Empire? It is precisely because the resource scarcity in the Federation has become increasingly evident. The plans formulated by the Federation's high-ranking officials involve colonization. Not colonization on Douluo Star, but in the near future, colonizing other planets. The Federation's Secret Research Institute has developed small spacecraft that have discovered several planets that may support human life. However, to conduct interstellar migration, a large amount of resources is needed for technological research. Right now, the resources on Douluo Continent can no longer support such research. This is the fundamental reason for launching this war to plunder resources. Chen Xinjie was greatly touched by LinYang's words, as LinYang explained the current situation of Douluo Continent from another perspective. Although the bombing of Shrek City did not involve direct action from the Federation, there is certainly tacit approval because Shrek Academy's status is too lofty, making any war inevitably influenced by the centrist faction led by Shrek Academy. This is also a stumbling block for the Federation's future. Thus, some radicals colluded with certain forces to launch an unprecedented terror attack, resulting in the complete destruction of Shrek Academy. Chen Xinjie has his own philosophy. He hopes to witness humanity truly begin interstellar migration within his lifetime, finding more living space for the people of Douluo Continent. For this, he is willing to pay any price. However, he did not know that the destruction of Shrek Academy would lead to the deterioration of the entire plane situation. Another reason for the Abyss Plane's attack is that the Blood God Legion has mastered a secret weapon that can genuinely destroy the abyssal energy carried by the abyssal creatures. This has caused them to panic, as it means that if they continue to wage war against humanity, they will truly suffer losses. In the future, if they cannot occupy our Douluo Star, after continuous depletion, the Abyss Plane may even face a counterattack from us, or even complete destruction. What did you say? If LinYang's earlier analysis merely touched Chen Xinjie, the following words greatly struck his nerve. The Blood God Legion has developed a weapon that can destroy abyssal energy? Chen Xinjie once again exuded a powerful mental pressure. LinYang barely resisted his mental aura, but nodded seriously, yes, we have developed it. Moreover, I can assure you that it is very effective. This time, we have even truly killed 3 abyssal kings, completely destroying 3 levels of the abyss's 108 layers. Chen Xinjie took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. He certainly knew what this meant. The immense threat from the Abyss Plane had existed for thousands of years, like a ticking time bomb. No wonder they launched such a large-scale tide. He never expected that the Blood God Legion could develop such a weapon. This means that the Blood God Legion's status will surely rise significantly. Moreover, we may also be able to transform the energy of the Abyss Plane into life energy, bringing a new life to our Douluo Continent, thereby solving our increasingly depleted life energy problem. Chapter 257 results. Chen Xinjie's breathing became a bit heavier, Is what you said true? LinYang replied. I believe you must have Commander Zhang's contact information. Why not ask him? This matter is something he specifically authorized me to tell you. It is also the highest secret of our Blood God Legion. The Blood God Legion is originally composed of Shrek Academy, Tang Sect, the War God Hall, and the Spirit Pagoda. After thousands of years of development and enhancement, the War God Hall has always been an important part of us. After a brief shock, Chen Xinjia's emotions gradually stabilized. What does this have to do with your purpose for coming here? Chen Xinjia asked in a deep voice. LinYang said, my companions and I formed the Blood Phoenix team, and we were indeed dispatched by the Legion. I'm a captain of the Blood Phoenix team. Our purpose is to find the evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult, because they have already learned about the existence of our secret weapon. In the future, the Holy Spirit cult will surely become our great enemy. We do not want to be stabbed in the back while fighting the abyss. Therefore, once we discover the traces of the Holy Spirit cult, the Legion will spare no effort to wage war against them and completely cleanse these dirty bastards. Only in this way can we fully confront the abyss. Theoretically, the Star Luo Empire and the Douluo Empire could not possibly attack the Federation army at this time. Knowing that they are not as strong as us, they can only feel fear about this war, not provocation. So at this time, who would benefit more from instigating this war? Apart from gaining public support for the war, once the war breaks out, the Holy Spirit cult will surely gain more death energy. Therefore, although I do not have concrete evidence, I can guess that this attack on the military ship with fixed soul-guided artillery shells is related to them. So, I hope you can allow us some time to find these evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit cult and track down the real culprits, hopefully leading us to the Holy Spirit cult's lair. Chen Xinjia fell into deep thought. There is no doubt that everything LinYang said was reasonable and well-founded. In fact, LinYang had made sufficient preparations before coming here. Everything he said was true, with no fictional elements included. Finding the headquarters of the Holy Spirit cult was one of his tasks. He just concealed the purpose of avoiding this war with the Tang sect. Seeing Chen Xinjia deep in thought, LinYang knew he had been persuaded. The next step was to see how this commander of the joint fleet would make his decision. Chen Xinjia's mind echoed with the phone call he made before coming to the office. Brother, how do you have time to call me? Blood Phoenix. Have you heard of this person? Is he from your side? Blood Phoenix? Are you talking about the Blood Phoenix team? How did you encounter them? A surprised voice came from the other end of the soul-guided communication. Just tell me his detailed situation, Chen Xinjia asked in a deep voice. There was a brief silence on the other end of the soul-guided communication. After a moment, the voice was filled with emotion. He is an extremely excellent young man. If it weren't for him in that recent battle, perhaps we would all be dead. At least your nephew would have undoubtedly died. His detailed situation is a top secret of the Legion. I cannot disclose it, but I can say that he is absolutely trustworthy. He is also the true backbone of our Blood God Legion in the future. Brother, no matter what, you must protect him well and ensure he suffers no harm. Otherwise, it would be a loss for the entire continent. The words of his younger brother still echoed in his ears. At least before today, Chen Xinjia had never heard such praise from his stubborn younger brother about anyone else. Even towards his superior, the ruthless Douluo Continent, he had never made such a statement. It is easy to imagine how high the status of the young man standing in front of him was in his brother's heart. How much time do you need? You don't want this war to happen too quickly? Chen Xinjia, being as cunning as ever, quickly grasped the meaning in LinYang's words. LinYang did not hide his intentions, indeed. At least we hope to find more evil soul masters and destroy them, rather than allow them to take advantage of the lives lost after the war breaks out. In fact, I have never felt that this war is necessary. Reviving the Federation is not just about invasion. If we can destroy the abyss and absorb its energy, then we can achieve the same goal they want to use to devour us. Of course, this is just my personal thought, and I know my ideas cannot change anything. But at least the Holy Spirit cult is my lifelong enemy. Chen Xinjia said, I will give you 10 days. Remember, you only have 10 days. Within 10 days, if you cannot find enough evidence to prove that this attack was initiated by the Holy Spirit cult, then I will not be able to prevent the war from coming early. In fact, I was one of the proponents of this war. However, I also do not wish to initiate this war before we are ready. You're still young. War is certainly terrifying, but for the development of all humanity, sacrifices in certain areas are often unavoidable. LinYang looked at Chen Xinjia, seeing his resolute eyes, and did not say more. He knew well that it was nearly impossible to persuade this hawkish leader to abandon the war. All right, within 10 days, I will definitely give you a reply. A flash of light appeared in Chen Xinjia's hand, and a crystal covered in metal flew in front of LinYang. This is my sea god order. Take it. With it, you can move freely within Tianhai City. Within 10 days, the Legion will completely seal off Tianhai City, cooperating with your search. However, I can only suppress the public opinion pressure for 10 days. Thank you, Commander. LinYang breathed a sigh of relief, saluted Chen Xinjie, and turned to leave. Before coming, he had actually considered the worst outcome. If Chen Xinjie was really stubborn enough to take him down, he also had ways to escape. This time, he was accompanied by the emotionless Dalu, the limit Dalu. Fortunately, everything was within expectations, and he had bought himself and his companions 10 days of time. After leaving Chen Xinjie's office, LinYang finally relaxed a bit. Before coming, he had communicated in detail with Zhang Huanyun and Chao Deji, and then formulated a strategy for the conversation. Of course, he did not tell those two that he wanted to stop the war. He only mentioned that he hoped the war would not start too quickly and that he wanted to take this opportunity to find more people from the Holy Spirit cult. Zhang Huanyun and Chen Xinjie knew each other well. In fact, they both came from the War God Hall at the same time. Chen Xinjie was above Zhang Huanyun in both cultivation and influence. Later, Zhang Huanyun chose the path of the Blood God Legion, while Chen Xinjie became the Hall Master of the War God Hall. They had a long-standing friendship, and Yue'er was Chen Xinjie's younger brother. Because of these relationships, Zhang Huanyun was sure that LinYang would not be in too much danger meeting Chen Xinjie. As for the documents from the supervision department, obtaining them was not a difficult task. With Chen Xinjie's Sea God order, at least LinYang and the Blood Phoenix team no longer needed to be secretive. The next 10 days were crucial for them. They must stop this war from starting early at all costs. Returning to their residence with his companions, LinYang did not disclose the details of his conversation with Chen Xinjie. He let the others rest first and separately discussed with the emotionless Dalu. Chao Deji, Your Excellency, how many resources can our Tang sect mobilize in Tianhai City? We only have 10 days, and now Tianhai City is under full lockdown. Those evil soul masters should still be here, just well hidden. What do you think we should focus on? How should we seek their presence? Although LinYang had some ideas in mind, he still asked Chao Deji first. Chao Deji said solemnly, 10 days may seem like a long time, but it's actually quite short. We must seize every moment. With the support of the military, our actions are very favorable. We have ample manpower at our disposal in Tianhai City, but we can't mobilize too many. After all, the only ones you can bring to the military are the Blood Phoenix squad. A dozen or 20 people is manageable, but if we bring too many, the military might suspect our intentions and there's a risk of exposing our true purpose. Therefore, we need to limit our manpower within a certain range. As for where to search, the evil soul masters are like poisonous snakes hidden in the ground. In such a vast city, finding them is definitely not an easy task. The best way is to lure them out. LinYang's eyes lit up. Indeed, great minds think alike. The idea of the heartless Dalu was quite similar to his. The evil soul masters of the Holy Spirit Church are best at hiding, and searching aimlessly is like finding a needle in a haystack. Luring them out is undoubtedly the best approach. To attract them out, we need something that would pique their interest. LinYang, do you have any ideas? Chao Deji looked at LinYang. LinYang nodded slightly. Our greatest advantage right now is that we have the support of the military, while the Holy Spirit Church doesn't know about our existence. All the public opinion currently points to the Douluo Empire for this attack. But the sea god Douluo has expressed his anger and insisted on a thorough investigation. I believe we should first ask the military to relax their internal scrutiny. I also trust that there are certainly hawks within the military cooperating with this attack. If the sea god Douluo tacitly allows this matter to escalate into war, then the Holy Spirit Church will surely loosen their guard. With something sufficiently attractive appearing, they will definitely reveal themselves. At that time, we just need to wait for them to come to us, and we will surely gain something. Chao Deji nodded in satisfaction and smiled. Good. Then you execute it. We will fully cooperate with you. I will be by your side during these days. 5 days have passed since the attack on the military port of Tianhai City, and the incident has fully escalated, with calls for war rising domestically. Various signs indicate that this attack came from the military of the Douluo Empire. It is said that strong evidence has been found, confirming that the Douluo Empire has further actions planned, and all kinds of media are reporting, with public opinion reaching a peak. After a round of extensive searches in Tianhai City, the defenses have gradually relaxed, and military control has been lifted. However, strict inspections are being conducted at major transportation hubs entering and exiting Tianhai City to ensure that the same incident does not occur again. The defense of the aircraft carrier battle group on the sea has become much tighter, with various detection radars opened up in an orderly manner. constantly monitoring to ensure that no further issues arise. The success of the previous attack was closely related to the dereliction of duty by the radar monitoring department, and the relevant personnel have been sent to military court. With the personal attention of the sea god Douluo and the war god temple's master, Shinjia. No one can intercede in this matter. The relevant personnel will be sentenced in a short time and will certainly face severe punishment. At this moment, a total of 20 large, soul-guided vehicles are smoothly traveling on the highway towards Tianhai City. These large, soul-guided vehicles are over 30 meters long and stand more than 8 meters tall, each equipped with over 30 massive tires to support their terrifying weight. They are painted in dark blue, with danger signals marked with skulls in the cargo area, and bear the military's special insignia, indicating that these are dangerous military supplies. In the sky, 100 mechas led by 2 black-level mechas are providing air escort. Undoubtedly, these are important military supplies from the military. Similar military supply mobilizations had started a few days ago, and war could break out at any moment. Clearly, this is a military supply mobilization from the joint command of the 3 major fleets. The convoy moves forward in an orderly manner, while the mechas in the air are relatively dispersed, monitoring the surrounding situation and occasionally reporting back to headquarters. Sitting in the front passenger seat of the first vehicle is a colonel officer, while the driver is a lieutenant colonel. On the electronic screen in front of the colonel, the status of the 20 military transport vehicles is displayed, along with monitoring data from the radar on the roof. Boss, is the headquarters mobilizing supplies so urgently because they really plan to go to war? The lieutenant colonel asked the colonel beside him. The colonel, while looking at the screen, replied, "It's hard to say. Until a real war order is issued, anything is possible." The lieutenant colonel rolled his eyes. "Come on, can you not be so official?" The colonel and the lieutenant colonel are cousins, a fact that is rarely known within the military. The colonel, not in a good mood, retorted, "Just drive your car and stop asking so many questions. I don't know if a war will start or not. To be honest, I actually hope for war to break out sooner. With the strength of our federal army, we can easily crush Douluo and Luo. In my opinion, we should have gone to war long ago and unified the entire planet sooner to access more resources. The federal government has been in action for so many years because of the influence of doves and moderates. Undoubtedly, this colonel is a representative of the Hawks." The lieutenant colonel pouted, "What's so good about war? War means death. I'm not interested in fighting at all. I just got married and my wife is pregnant. At times like this, the further away war is from me, the better.